I slammed my hand on the table and let loose a torrent of colorful language. Was the screenwriter possessed by aliens or something? How could they turn Decade into such a mess? The plot's so watered down, you could raise a whale in it. I had just pulled an all-nighter to rewatch Kamen Rider Decade for the second time, and the sheer absurdity of the story nearly sent me to an early grave. As a die-hard tokusatsu fan, my love for Decade ran deep. He's the passing through Kamen Rider, the destroyer of worlds. But that suffocating ending, it was like taking 1,000 years of pain straight to the heart. If only I could travel into the world of Kamen Rider, I'd twist those riders' heads off and kick them around like footballs. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. I reached out and grabbed the magenta belt toy sitting on my desk. I'd picked it up from a street vendor as a kid. It was supposedly a family heirloom, but I'd always thought of it as just a piece of junk. But before I could finish my thought, a bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel came crashing down out of nowhere, striking me and my junk belt dead on. Aya! I screamed in pain, and everything went black as I passed out cold. I don't know how much time passed before I slowly opened my eyes, groggy and disoriented. I found myself lying on a plush, soft bed. There was a faint scent of disinfectant in the air, and sunlight was streaming in through floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating a skyline full of towering buildings outside. Where am I? I sat up, bewildered, glancing around the room. This was a luxurious hospital suite, equipped with all sorts of high-tech medical devices, definitely not the kind of place an ordinary guy like me could ever afford. It was practically a palace for immortals. "Sir, you're awake?" A sweet voice called out. I turned my head to see a gorgeous nurse with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a stunning figure standing nearby. My heart instantly skipped a beat. She was a real-life Barbie doll. I'm fine, I stammered, my tongue tying itself in knots as my gaze involuntarily drifted over her. "You were in a coma for 3 days. The Stark Industries medical team brought you back. You'll need a full-body examination to make sure everything's okay," the beautiful nurse explained, expertly adjusting the equipment as she spoke. Stark Industries. My mind buzzed in confusion. Why did that name sound so familiar? Just then, the hospital room's TV flickered on, broadcasting a breaking news story. After being kidnapped by terrorists for 3 months, Mr. Tony Stark has successfully escaped and is returning to the United States by private jet. He is expected to hold a press conference this afternoon. On the screen appeared a rugged yet impossibly handsome man. It was Tony Stark himself. Holy crap, I've traveled through time, and I'm in the Marvel Universe. My eyes went wide as saucers, a tidal wave of shock crashing through me. I had actually crossed over into the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Right at the beginning of Iron Man 1. This plot twist was wilder than any roller coaster ride. Wait a second, how did I even transmigrate here? The thought suddenly struck me, and I instinctively reached for my waist, only to freeze in shock. Where it had once been empty, there was now a magenta belt, the very same. Broken belt that had been struck by lightning. But now, it looked completely different. The metal gleamed with a refined finish. Intricate patterns ran along its surface, and a transparent slot at the center glowed softly. This is the Decade Driver. The real Decade Driver. I was so excited, I nearly jumped for joy on the spot. I recognized this belt. It was the transformation device of Kamen Rider Decade. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound to the Decade system. A mechanical voice echoed in my mind. Host, your mission is to collect all rider cards in this chaotic Marvel world and become the strongest rider across all worlds. Host detected in the Marvel Universe. Rider fusion function is now enabled. Rider powers will integrate with the Marvel Universe's power system. Holy crap, a system, a cheat code. I actually have my own cheat code now. I was ecstatic. With the system and the Decade Driver, I could strut through this dangerous Marvel world with ease. Maybe I could even become a major force to be reckoned with. I couldn't wait to check out the Decade Driver and found a set of basic Kamen Rider cards inside. Decade's basic form card, as well as the basic form cards for Kuga, Agito, Ryuki, 555 Blade, and more. Amazing. Let's try out Decade's power first. I grabbed the Decade card in excitement and slotted it into the driver. "Henshin," I shouted, imitating the actors from the TV show. Kamen Ride, Decade. A dazzling sound effect erupted. I was enveloped in magenta light, and in an instant, I had transformed into Kamen Rider Decade. This feeling, it's incredible. Power surged through my body, and I couldn't help but throw a few punches. I felt like I could smash through a wall with a single blow. I think I've gotten a lot stronger. Suddenly, I realized not only had I gained the powers of a Kamen Rider, but my physical abilities had also skyrocketed. My once weak body now brimmed with strength. I was a completely new person. Looks like the system and my rider powers are boosting each other. This is awesome. I thought to myself, brimming with confidence. Now I felt truly ready to take on the Marvel world. Excuse me, sir, what just happened? The beautiful nurse who had been tending to me stared in shock. Her jaw dropped and her medical instrument clattering to the floor. Ahem, sorry about that. Didn't mean to scare you. I quickly ended the transformation and scratched my head awkwardly. It's okay. The nurse snapped back to her senses and hurried to pick up her instrument. Sir, maybe you should have another checkup. I'm worried you might have some after effects. No need. I feel better than ever. I waved her off, eager to step outside and see the real Marvel world for myself. But there's no but about it. I won't be discharged, I declared resolutely. All right. Seeing how determined I was, the pretty nurse had no choice but to help me with the discharge paperwork. I changed into the hospital's casual clothes, stepped out of the ward, and entered the elevator. Inside stood a striking woman with red hair and an air of competence. It was none other than Pepper Potts herself. Pepper glanced at me, momentarily taken aback, her eyes landing on the decade driver on my waist. What's that? A belt? A toy? Pepper wondered silently, but out of courtesy, she didn't ask. Looking at her, I let a confident smile play on my lips, deliberately adopting a mysterious tone. Ma'am, believe me, this world is about to get a whole lot more interesting. I couldn't help but add a touch of that signature flair. Pepper frowned slightly, thinking this young man was a bit odd, but she let it pass without comment. The elevator soon arrived at the ground floor. I walked out the hospital's front doors, only to be greeted by a sea of reporters. Cameras and microphones crowded the entrance, all waiting for Tony Stark's press conference. Tony Stark, Iron Man, here I come. My eyes sparkled with excitement. I was ready to bring a little shock to this world. Slipping into an empty corner, I pulled out the Decade driver once more. Henshin, Kamen Ride, Decade. Right before everyone's eyes, I transformed into Kamen Rider Decade and shot up into the sky. What is that? Look, someone's flying. The reporters cried out in astonishment, swinging their cameras to capture Decade soaring above. In midair, Decade spun with flair and landed gracefully at the press conference, coming to a stop right in front of Tony Stark. The entire place erupted. Everyone was stunned by the sudden appearance of this mysterious rider. Flashbulbs exploded, and the sound of camera shutters filled the air. Tony Stark had just stepped onto the stage and was momentarily speechless at the sight of Decade. Narrowing his eyes, he studied this stranger in bizarre armor, his face full of questions. Who are you? Tony Stark asked. Standing on stage, Decade replied in a low, steady voice. Tony Stark, I'm here to borrow your power. Stark Tower, top floor luxury office. Tony Stark lounged on a leather sofa, a glass of whiskey in his hand, his gaze fixed intently on the holographic projection before him. On the screen, a magenta figure dashed at incredible speed between the skyscrapers, leaving afterimages in his wake. The very same Kamen Rider Decade who had just appeared at the press conference. Jarvis, have you finished analyzing it? Tony took a sip of his drink and asked. Sir, the preliminary analysis is complete, but there's a significant amount of data that remains undecipherable. A gentle, electronic male voice spoke. None other than Tony's AI butler, Jarvis. Undecipherable? How is that possible? Tony frowned deeply. He was Tony Stark, a genius inventor. Was there really technology in the world he couldn't crack? The opponent's armor is highly unusual. It doesn't appear to be composed of any known elements found on Earth, Jarvis continued. And as for its power source, we can't identify it. What's certain, however, is that its energy output far surpasses anything in our current technological arsenal. And then there's his speed. Jarvis brought up a video clip, slowing it down by a factor of 10. Even at 1/10 the original speed, he's still moving at a pace that defies belief, beyond the physiological limits of any human. Tony's eyes remained fixed on the footage, a glimmer of excitement sparkling within them. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Just where did this guy come from? He recalled the words Decade had spoken at the press conference. Each word had landed in his mind like a hammer, striking him to his core. Tony Stark, you are an epic-making figure. You've opened the door to a new era. Decade's voice was deep and magnetic, resonating with a power that seemed almost hypnotic, compelling belief. The Iron Man suit you created will lead humanity into a greater future. But at the same time, you've drawn the gaze of countless threats and dangers. You're about to face challenges unlike anything the world has seen before. And I will bear witness to it all. In fact, you may become a stepping stone for something or someone far greater. And that someone might just be me, Kamen Rider Decade. The words were outrageously arrogant, brazen to the extreme, and yet Tony Stark couldn't help but sense something unusual beneath them. This decade, could he really have some knowledge of the future? Was he some kind of prophet? And why had he said, "Let me borrow your power"? What exactly was he after? Did he intend to steal Tony's Iron Man technology? No, impossible. Tony Stark had absolute confidence in himself. His technology was one of a kind. No one could replicate it. But this decade, who exactly was he? How did he know so much? The more Tony thought about it, the more he realized just how enigmatic and unfathomable decade was. He was like a vast, swirling vortex, drawing Tony ever further into the mystery. Jarvis, pull up every piece of information you can find on this Kamen Rider. I want a thorough investigation, and focus on analyzing his armor. See if you can reconstruct a model. Understood, sir. Outside Star Tower, a black sedan slowly pulled up. Tony, are you all right? Inside the car, Pepper Potts looked at Tony with concern. She had just seen the live broadcast of the press conference on TV and was deeply worried about the sudden appearance of Decade. I'm fine, Pepper. Tony pulled himself out of his thoughts and gave her a reassuring smile. It's just that I ran into something interesting. Interesting? Pepper's brows furrowed slightly. That guy in the strange armor. Who is he really? I have no idea, Tony replied, shaking his head. But one thing's for sure. He's definitely not an ordinary person. His armor is unique. I've never seen technology like that before. And he moves so fast, faster than anything I've encountered or even imagined. And the things he said were fascinating too. Tony recounted the words Decade had spoken at the press conference. When Pepper finished listening, her expression grew even more serious. Tony, I think this person is dangerous. You need to be careful. Don't worry, Pepper. Tony patted her hand reassuringly. I'll take care of it. I need you to gather everything we can on this Kamen Rider Decade. Surveillance footage, eyewitness accounts, whatever you can find. And have Happy arrange for upgraded security measures. Understood, Tony. Pepper nodded, knowing Tony had already made up his mind to get to the bottom of this mysterious decade. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in the Triskelion, inside a secret conference room, Nick Fury sat dark-faced, eyes fixed on the screen showing footage of Decade. Coulson, is this the potential threat you mentioned? Fury's voice was low, carrying an air of command. Yes, Director. Agent Coulson answered respectfully from the side. According to our intel, this man calling himself Kamen Rider Decade possesses extraordinary superpowers, and his behavior is highly suspicious. Suspicious? Looks to me like he's just trying to play tricks. Fury scoffed. He had the nerve to spout off at Tony Stark's press conference. He must have a death wish. Director, we've already traced his identity, Coulson said. His name is Wang Xiaoming, an ordinary young man of Chinese descent, with no special background whatsoever. Ordinary? Fury raised an eyebrow. And you expect me to believe that someone ordinary could have powers like that? Coulson hesitated as well. We found that Wang Xiaoming's life before crossing over was entirely ordinary. But after waking up in the hospital, he suddenly developed superpowers. There are a lot of suspicious points here. Also, according to hospital surveillance, this Wang Xiaoming had contact with the Stark Industries medical team while he was there. It seems we need to conduct a deeper investigation on him. Fury's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. Coulson, I'm putting you in charge of this. I want to know everything about him. And mark his file as unknown superhuman. Potential threat / potential ally. Yes, Director. Coulson accepted the assignment. Remember, do not act rashly. Observe his behavior first, and assess his threat level. Fury instructed sternly. If he really is a threat, then eliminate him. On the other side of town, Wang Xiaoming had already returned to his newly rented luxury apartment. The apartment was located in the heart of Manhattan, boasting an unbeatable city view, with rent that soared to tens of thousands of dollars a month. Of course, for Wang Xiaoming now, this kind of money was hardly a concern. He had used Decade's power to win millions of dollars at the casino with ease, enough to live extravagantly for quite a while. Naturally, he won fair and square, just relying on his strength. After all, with Decade's power at his disposal, why not use it? This money is enough for me to establish myself in this world, he thought. Wang Xiaoming stretched out on the soft, king-sized bed, admiring the city lights through the window. Next, I need to grow stronger and unlock more rider cards. He pulled out the Decade driver and began to study it carefully. How do I unlock these gray cards? He tried inserting a gray card into the driver, but nothing happened. Looks like I'll need some special condition to unlock them. Wang Xiaoming pondered this quietly. Suddenly, he noticed one card in the driver faintly glowing, as if it was on the verge of being unlocked. What's this? He took the card out and examined it closely, discovering a blurry image on it. Was that Iron Man's helmet? Could this be an Iron Man card? A spark of excitement flashed through Wang Xiaoming's mind. If I can get Iron Man's card, my power will definitely reach a whole new level. His eyes shone with anticipation, and he made up his mind to seek out this Iron Man and see what he might gain from him. But before that, Wang Xiaoming glanced at the other gray cards in the driver, deciding to try out another power. He picked up a car with a clock design and slid it into the driver. Kamen ride. Clock up. Accompanied by special sound effects, Wang Xiaoming's figure vanished from the room in an instant. On the other side of the city, Carlson led a small team that had already arrived covertly near the apartment where Wang Xiaoming rented his place. The target is upstairs. Everyone, stay alert. Carlson issued his orders to the team through his communicator. The team members spread out, keeping a tight watch over the apartment building. Carlson looked up at Wang Xiaoming's room, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Was this Wang Xiaoming really just an ordinary young Chinese man? Why had he suddenly gained superpowers? And what was his connection to that mysterious masked rider, Decade? All of this, Carlson needed to find out. Just then, the lights in Wang Xiaoming's room suddenly went out. The target is making a move. Carlson was instantly on guard. He grabbed his binoculars and focused on Wang Xiaoming's window. But the room was empty. What? Carlson's face changed as realization hit him. They had been discovered. Damn it, how did he spot us? Carlson cursed under his breath. What he didn't know was that Wang Xiaoming had already slipped away from the apartment, using his clock-up ability to vanish without a trace. This Wang Xiaoming was proving to be more formidable than they had imagined. The skyscrapers of Manhattan loomed like silent steel giants against the depths of the night sky, their lights twinkling as if the stars themselves had descended to Earth. Atop the rooftop of one such skyscraper, a solitary figure leaned against the cold metal railing, gazing out over a city bustling with life and riddled with hidden dangers. He wore a black trench coat, the hem whipping dramatically in the night wind like the outspread wings of a raven. In his hand, he toyed with a magenta card, its surface stamped with the abstract image of a knight's visage, glimmering mysteriously beneath the city's neon lights. This man was Wang Xiaoming. The night view of this Marvel world really has its own charm, much livelier than the dull world I came from. A wry smile tugged at the corners of Wang Xiaoming's mouth, a touch of irreverence lighting his face. He drew in a deep breath, savoring the air thick with opportunity and challenge, money and power. Excitement sparkled in his eyes. Mr. Wang, thank you for waiting. A steady, slightly raspy voice sliced through the silence of the night, as sinister as a serpent hissing from the shadows. Obadiah Stane, the second-in-command at Stark Industries, approached at a measured pace, flanked by a group of bodyguards clad in black. A practiced, insincere smile played on his lips, but his eyes were sharp, calculating, and laced with a trace of barely concealed disdain. In his mind, this young man before him was nothing more than a lucky upstart with superpowers, someone who could be bought off easily with money. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps of bodyguards echoed, steady and foreboding. Several highly trained bodyguards fanned out across the rooftop with the swift precision of hunting hounds, each taking position at a corner and watching every flutter of movement with vigilant intensity. Their eyes, sharp as those of eagles, had one sole mission: to ensure Obadiah's safety. Obadiah walked up to Wang Xiaoming, scrutinizing him from head to toe as if appraising an item waiting for the highest bidder. He got straight to the point, his tone probing, tinged with the arrogance of a man accustomed to power. Mr. Wang, we've conducted a thorough investigation into your background. Since waking up in the hospital, you suddenly acquired superpowers and transformed into Kamen Rider Decade? I must say, that's quite astonishing. Wang Xiaoming turned to face Obadiah, a playful glint of mockery in his eyes as he retorted, Mr. Obadiah, you went to all this trouble to invite me out here. Surely it's not just to satisfy your curiosity, is it? The smile on Obadiah's face grew even more insincere. He feigned warmth as he replied, Mr. Wang, I believe you're a smart man, one who knows how to read the times. Tony Stark is my business partner, and Stark Industries has been the fruit of my labor for many years. I don't want anyone sabotaging our plans, and I certainly can't allow anything to threaten the stability of Stark Industries. He paused, his voice now edged with warning and threat. Let's not mince words, Mr. Wang. Whatever history lies between you and Tony is none of my concern, nor do I have the right to intervene. But you must not touch Stark Industries, and you must never, under any circumstances, lay a finger on anyone close to Tony. For example, Potts. With a flick of his right hand, one of the bodyguards immediately stepped forward and opened a sleek black briefcase. Inside, crisp stacks of new dollar bills were arranged in perfect order, their scent of fresh ink irresistible. There's $1 million here. Consider it a modest token of my personal goodwill, Obadiah said. As long as you agree to stay out of Stark Industries' affairs, all of this will be yours. In his mind, Money could resolve anything, even the demands of someone with so-called superpowers. Yet Wang Xiaoming didn't even seem interested in the neat bundles of cash. He gave them only a cursory glance, his expression unchanged, as if they were nothing more than worthless scraps of paper. Obadiah noticed this, and for a fleeting moment, a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. But he quickly regained his composure. Reaching into his coat, he produced a black bank card, elegant and understated, exuding an aura of quiet prestige. Mr. Wang, this card holds $50 million. It's a black card from Swiss Bank, issued in limited numbers worldwide, a symbol of status, with an almost limitless credit line. All you have to do is nod, and it's yours. Obadiah raised the stakes, convinced that no one could resist such temptation. Wang Xiaoming looked at Obadiah and suddenly gave him a classic crooked smile, equal parts disdain, mockery, and amusement. Without hesitation, he took the black card from Obadiah's hand, his long fingers idly toying with it. Mr. Obadiah, you certainly know how to play the game. I have to say, I admire your generosity. He slipped the black card casually into his pocket, as if it were nothing more than a regular piece of plastic. His tone remained flat as he said, "Since you're showing such sincerity, I'll do you this favor. I promise not to meddle in Stark Industries' affairs. At least not for now," he added, his words trailing off with an inscrutable hint of meaning. Hearing Wang Xiaoming's reply, Obadiah nodded in satisfaction, convinced he had successfully bought off Wang Xiaoming, turning a potential threat into a useful pawn. "Mr. Wang, you truly are a smart man. Doing business with smart people is always a pleasure. I hope we'll have more opportunities to work together in the future," Obadiah hinted, certain he had the situation firmly in hand and could now rest easy. "Pleasure doing business," Wang Xiaoming replied coolly, his voice devoid of any emotion. With that, Obadiah and his bodyguards left the rooftop, thoroughly pleased with themselves, leaving Wang Xiaoming standing alone in the quiet night. As Wang Xiaoming watched Obadiah's retreating figure, the smile slowly faded from his face, replaced by a frosty, mocking sneer. "Obadiah Stane, do you really think you can buy me off with money? Do you honestly believe I'd abandon my plans for a mere $50 million? You're underestimating me. Wang Xiaoming, by a long shot," he muttered to himself, his voice brimming with disdain and unwavering confidence. As a transmigrant, Wang Xiaoming knew the ins and outs of the Marvel Universe. He was perfectly aware of Obadiah Stane's true identity, Ironmonger, Tony Stark's sworn enemy. He also knew Obadiah was plotting to seize control of Stark Industries, and even wanted to get rid of Tony Stark. "I'm destined to become the King of Knights. You villains are nothing but stepping stones on my path to the throne." A sharp glint flickered in Wang Xiaoming's eyes, as keen as a sword drawn from its sheath. He hadn't agreed to Obadiah's terms out of greed. He had plans of his own. He intended to exploit the rift between Obadiah and Tony, fishing for benefits amid their conflict, gathering more rider cards and power to strengthen himself. Wang Xiaoming was no champion of justice, and certainly no saint. He did only what benefited him, and fought solely for his own interests. Without lingering a moment longer, Wang Xiaoming's figure flickered and vanished into the vast night, as silent and elusive as a phantom. A few minutes later, Agent Coulson arrived at the rooftop, breathless, leading a squad of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. They had received a tip that Wang Xiaoming was spotted here, but they were still a step too late. "Reporting in, sir. The target has already left," one agent reported, his voice heavy with frustration. "Damn it, he slipped away again. That bastard." Coulson stared at the empty rooftop, his anger boiling over. He slammed his fist down on the cold metal railing, producing a dull, resounding thud. Once again, Wang Xiaoming had made a fool of him. This mysterious man was slipperier than an eel and slyer than a fox. "Sir, what are our orders now?" one of the team members asked cautiously. Coulson took a deep breath, struggling to push down his anger and sense of defeat, forcing himself to stay calm. He said, "Fall back. Keep a close watch on the target. If anything comes up, report to me immediately." The agents withdrew from the rooftop as silently as they had arrived, vanishing without a trace. Left alone, Coulson dialed Nick Fury to report the situation. "What? He got away again?" Fury's signature cold laugh echoed through the phone, but this time it was laced with disappointment and irritation. "Coulson, you never cease to amaze me. A greenhorn like him, and he's got you running in circles. Are you trying to make S.H.I.E.L.D. a laughingstock?" "Director, Coulson tried to explain, but Fury cut him off without mercy. "That's enough, Coulson. I don't want to hear any excuses." Fury's voice was icy and uncompromising. "But this only proves one thing. Wang Xiaoming is no ordinary kid. The more mysterious he is, the more valuable he becomes. Keep him under surveillance. I want every move, every word. Nothing escapes us. Yes, Director, Coulson answered, resignation in his voice. He knew the showdown between him and Wang Xiaoming had only just begun, and he had already lost the first round. Wait, Coulson, Fury added suddenly, look into any recent unusual activity at Stark Industries. I have a hunch there's some hidden connection between this mysterious Wang Xiaoming and Stark Industries. Understood, Director. After hanging up, Coulson was left with nothing but frustration, confusion, and a burning curiosity. Who exactly was Wang Xiaoming? Why did he possess such formidable powers? And what secret ties did he have to Stark Industries? It felt as though he had stumbled into an enormous web of secrets, with its center wrapped around the enigmatic Kamen Rider decade, and it would be up to him to untangle it. Night pressed in, thick and impenetrable as ink. A gentle sea breeze drifted across Tony Stark's luxurious seaside villa, carrying with it a hint of salt and moisture. Obadiah Stane, the elder statesman of Stark Industries and Tony Stark's mentor in name, stood in the villa's living room, a false smile plastered across his face. Tony, I feel so much better now that I see you're all right. Obadiah walked over to Tony, stretched out his hand, and gave his shoulder a light pat. I heard all about what happened to you in the Middle East. Those terrorists, truly despicable people. His tone brimmed with concern, like a kindly elder genuinely worried about a younger family member's safety. Oh, by the way, that fellow named Wang Xiaoming, I've taken care of him for you. He won't be bothering you anymore. Obadiah mentioned Wang Xiaoming in passing, as though brushing aside a trivial matter. Tony looked at Obadiah, a flicker of complicated emotion passing through his eyes. Thank you, Obadiah. He spoke calmly, his tone revealing nothing of his inner turmoil. Obadiah strolled over to the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the night scene beyond. Suddenly, he changed the subject. Tony, I hear you're planning to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division. His voice was soft, yet the words cut into Tony's heart like a razor-sharp blade. Tony didn't flinch. He met the question head-on. It's true. Why? Obadiah spun around, fixing Tony with a stare full of doubt and frustration. Tony, do you have any idea how many people will lose their jobs because of this? They have families, children, mortgages to pay, bills piling up. Their whole lives could be thrown into chaos by a single decision of yours. Obadiah's voice rose, ringing with righteous indignation, as if he stood for all the innocent employees, demanding justice for them. Have you ever thought about those veteran workers who have given decades of their lives to Stark Industries? Now, after a lifetime of loyalty, they're facing unemployment. Is that fair to them? Tony, how is what you're doing any different from those profit-driven capitalists who care nothing for their employees' lives? Each of Obadiah's words landed like a hammer, striking Tony's conscience with relentless force. Tony's face turned pale, his eyes clouded with pain and conflict. Memories of his ordeal in the Middle East flooded back. The innocent lives lost, the destruction wrought by weapons bearing the Stark name. Jobs? Livelihoods? Obadiah, do you have any idea what I went through in the Middle East? I saw our weapons in the hands of terrorists, slaughtering innocent civilians, tearing countless families apart. Tony's voice shook. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms. Those people who died, didn't they have jobs? Didn't they have families? Is their lives really worth less than the livelihoods of our employees? I can't let Stark Industries' weapons become tools for killing anymore. I can't let my conscience be tormented any longer. Tony's emotions surged. He couldn't bear such a reality, couldn't shoulder the burden of such guilt any further. Obadiah wasn't moved by Tony's words. He replied coldly, Tony, you're too naive. The world isn't just black or white. War and conflict will never go away. Even if you stop making weapons, someone else will. If Stark Industries stops selling weapons, other companies will fill the gap. By shutting down the weapons division, you're just handing the market to others, letting those with even fewer scruples make bloody profits instead. Do you really think this will save the world? You're just lying to yourself. Obadiah's words were like daggers, stabbing into Tony's heart, leaving him in agony. Tony squeezed his eyes, shut in pain. He knew Obadiah was speaking the truth, but he just couldn't accept it. Even so, I can't keep going down this path. I can't let Stark Industries be an accomplice to evil any longer. I'd rather see the company collapse than watch innocent people keep dying. Tony's voice was low and resolute. His mind was made up. No matter the price, he wouldn't turn back. A long silence fell between them, the air heavy and suffocating. At last, Tony let out a weary sigh and said, The weapons division must be shut down. As for the employees, I'll compensate them as their contracts require, and I'll do everything. I can help them find new jobs. With their knowledge and experience, it shouldn't be hard for them to find another path. On the surface, Obadiah pretended to understand. He said, "All right, Tony, since you've made up your mind, I won't say anything more. But I'll need a detailed company transition plan from you, a roadmap for the future, your technology strategy, the financial budget, and so on." He paused, a chilling glint flickering in his eyes. "Tony, you're still too young. Do you really think shutting down the weapons division will wash your hands of guilt? How naive. I'll show you just how dark this world can be." Obadiah sneered inwardly. Tony promised to put the report together and have Pepper send it over to Obadiah. Obadiah left Tony's villa, a cold, sinister smile etched on his face. He dialed a number, his voice icy as he spoke. "Bring me the people from the weapons division. I have something important to discuss with them." In a secret laboratory, Obadiah gazed at the core members of the weapons division and began his campaign of brainwashing and persuasion. "You are all the finest engineers at Stark Industries, the elite in the field of weapons development. But that fool Tony Stark actually wants to shut down the weapons division, cutting off your future." Obadiah's voice brimmed with anger and resentment. "But don't worry. I will lead you forward, continuing our work. We will create even more powerful weapons, more advanced suits. We will make Stark Industries the greatest arms empire in the world." A manic gleam flickered in his eyes. "I have already mastered the core technology behind the Iron Man armor. I will lead you to forge our own legion of Iron Soldiers. Then the entire world will tremble at our feet." He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the whole world. "As long as you are loyal to me, I promise each of you will become billionaires, people above all others, masters of this world." Obadiah's promises were like poison, tempting everyone in the room. At first, the engineers hesitated, but gradually, under Obadiah's barrage of promises, they were swayed. Greed and ambition began to glint in their eyes. Seeing the engineers so thoroughly conditioned to his will, Obadiah turned away, satisfied. He stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out over the city lights. His eyes blazed with ambition and madness. "Tony, you're too weak. You don't deserve to own Stark Industries. I'll show you who the real power is. I'll take everything from you. Your company, your technology, your woman, even your life. This world will belong to me, Obadiah Stane." He growled under his breath, his voice echoing through the empty room. The gears of fate had begun to turn. The conflict between Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane was now inevitable. A tragedy laced with darkness, despair, and sacrifice was about to unfold. As dawn broke, golden sunlight filtered through the towering windows, draping the top floor of Stark Industries in a warm, luxurious glow. Obadiah Stane stood before a grand mahogany desk, wearing a false yet enthusiastic smile. He looked every bit the kindly elder as he welcomed Pepper Potts. "Pepper, you're here. Please, have a seat. Make yourself comfortable." He gestured toward the plush leather sofa across from the desk, his tone dripping with feigned concern. "How is Tony feeling? Did he sleep well last night? Any nightmares?" he asked with feigned concern, his eyes drifting over Pepper's face, searching for any useful hint. Pepper set the black folder on the desk with practiced grace. Her tone was calm and devoid of emotion. "Tony is fine, just a bit tired and in need of rest. Here are the company transformation report and related documents he worked through the night to prepare. Please review them." "Oh, finished so soon? Looks like Tony really cares about this report," Obadiah remarked, a flicker of surprise briefly crossing his eyes before he masked it with an even more insincere smile. "Tony truly is a workaholic. Reminds me of myself when I was younger. Still, young people need to look after themselves. Health is the foundation of all achievements. Don't you agree, Pepper?" He spoke casually as he opened the folder and leafed through the documents inside, his gaze repeatedly darting toward Pepper to gauge her reactions. Pepper watched Obadiah, her eyes tinged with both concern and wariness, her voice edged with caution as she probed. "Mr. Obadiah, Tony's decision to close the weapons division will have a huge impact on the company and on many people's livelihoods. How do you plan to handle the reassignment of those employees? Do you have any concrete plans?" Obadiah looked up at Pepper, a sincere and caring smile spreading across his face, as if he truly were a benevolent leader thinking of his staff. "Pepper, don't worry. I'll make sure everything is handled properly. Not a single employee will be treated unfairly. I'll do everything I can to ensure the company transitions smoothly, and that every employee is taken care of. After all, they're the backbone of Stark Industries, our most valuable asset. We can't let them sacrifice and suffer, don't you agree?" He thumped his chest in a show of earnest conviction, like a kindly elder looking after his family and friends. "Mr. Obadiah, Tony's health really hasn't been good lately, and the pressure on him is enormous. I hope you'll show him some understanding and support," Pepper said, her words carrying a veiled warning, hinting at her mistrust of Obadiah and cautioning him not to take advantage of Tony's vulnerability. Pepper, you can rest assured. Tony and I have been partners for years. We're close friends. I'll give him my full support and help him get through these difficulties. We'll keep Stark Industries running strong, together. Obadiah spoke with an air of solemn promise, his hollow assurances masking the schemes and greed lurking deep within his heart. The two men probed each other in conversation, their words sharp and veiled, creating an atmosphere both tense and subtle, a stillness before the coming storm. As Pepper left, Obadiah's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a shadowy, cold, and menacing expression. He pored over Tony's transformation report again and again, his greedy gaze lingering on phrases like new reactor, clean energy, and resource recycling, as if he could see mountains of money beckoning him from the pages. Oh, Tony, you really are a genius, and a complete fool. You've just handed me this crucial technology, this veritable gold mine. With this new reactor, I can build even more powerful Iron Man suits. No, weapons that surpass even the Iron Man suit. Obadiah's eyes gleamed with delirious joy, greed, and madness. In his mind's eye, he saw a mountain of gold, one forged for him by Tony Stark's own hands, a mountain that would let him rule the world. Once I've dealt with you for good, this report will become my endless source of wealth, the foundation of my world conquest. Stark Industries will keep churning out weapons, more advanced, more powerful than ever. And the Obadiah Group will rise as the new energy titan, monopolizing the global energy market. When that day comes, the whole world will be under my control. I will be the master of this world. He growled these words softly, his voice thick with ambition, madness, and an insatiable hunger for power. Immediately, he dialed a number, a longtime friend in the military, a general who wielded immense authority and commanded vast forces. Hey, old friend, I have a magnificent gift for you, a gift powerful enough to reshape the global order. Obadiah spoke into the phone, lowering his voice and smiling with wicked secrecy, as if he were a devil plotting in the shadows. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoming was living a life of wild extravagance and reckless indulgence. He sped through the streets of Manhattan in his newly purchased red Lamborghini, a streak of fire that drew envious and jealous glances from every direction. A group of scantily clad, stunning women sat beside him, their laughter and delighted squeals mingling with the car's roaring engine in a symphony of luxury and excess. He frequented the most exclusive restaurants, bars, and clubs, savoring the finest service and indulging in the most exquisite food and drink. Champagne, caviar, truffles, cigars, designer clothes, limited edition sports cars. If he wanted it, it was his. To him, money was nothing but a number meant to be spent with abandon. He was like a man who had struck it rich overnight, a gambler intoxicated by fortune, spending his newfound wealth with reckless abandon, reveling in this sudden, dreamlike life of luxury. Yet Wang Xiaoming was not swept away by the intoxicating pleasures of this world, nor did he lose himself in the haze of unexpected riches. On the surface, he appeared to be indulging in pleasure and surrendering to his desires, but in truth, he kept his mind sharp and clear. In secret, he watched every move Obadiah and Tony made, biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike and bring them down in one fell swoop. He was like a seasoned hunter, patiently setting traps, waiting for the prey to walk right in. Inside an upscale Manhattan bar known as Nightfall, shadows danced under dim lights, hypnotic music swirled through the air, and silhouettes flickered, weaving a surreal tapestry of sights and sounds. Wang Xiaoming sat alone at the bar, savoring a glass of Scotch whiskey worth thousands of dollars. The amber liquid swirled gently in its crystal glass, releasing a rich, intoxicating aroma. Suddenly, a figure materialized beside him as silently as a ghost, a presence tinged with mystery, danger, and a hint of irresistible allure. It was a woman, breathtakingly beautiful, capable of making a man's heart race and breath catch in his throat. Her hair tumbled down in fiery red waves, gleaming with a mesmerizing luster. Her exquisite features seemed sculpted by divine hands, flawless in their perfection. Her eyebrows arched gracefully like crescent moons, while her eyes were deep as the night sky, sparkling with intelligence and mystery, as if she could see straight into a person's soul. Her nose was delicate and refined, her lips full and inviting, painted in a bold red that resembled ripe cherries, waiting to be plucked. A subtle fragrance lingered around her, a classic touch of Chanel No. 5, blending with her own natural scent to create a unique, intoxicating aroma, as seductive and inescapable as the bloom of poppies. She wore a form-fitting black dress that traced every curve of her stunning figure. The V-neck revealed just enough of her smooth, pale skin and the teasing hint of her décolletage to spark the imagination. The hemline fell just over her knees, striking the perfect balance between elegance and allure. The dress was made of silk, its understated, luxurious sheen catching the dim bar lights like liquid moonlight. The fabric was soft and clung to her body, accentuating every subtle contour and lending her skin an even finer, more luminous glow. She wore a pair of red high-heeled sandals on her feet. The slender heels, sharp as needles, made her ankles appear even more delicate and alluring. The sandals were simple yet stylish, revealing the pale, jade-like skin of her instep and her dainty, well-shaped toes. Her toenails, painted a vibrant crimson, echoed the color of her shoes. Like flickering flames, they danced in the darkness, drawing every gaze. "Hey there, handsome. Are you here alone? You look a little lonely. Mind if I buy you a drink? Consider it a way for us to get acquainted." The woman spoke, her voice both soft and magnetic, a velvet caress, smooth as silk and melodious as a violin, gently plucking at the heartstrings and making it impossible not to be drawn in. Wang Xiaoming slowly turned his head to look at the woman before him. Amusement flickered in his eyes, along with a subtle hint of admiration. Of course, he knew exactly who this woman was. Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, SHLD's top agent, a woman who was the embodiment of beauty, intelligence, skill, and danger. With someone as stunning and graceful as you, how could I possibly mind? But I must admit, I'm not used to letting a lady pay, especially a lady as enchanting as you. Wang Xiaoming took the initiative, swirling the glass in his hand. The amber liquid spun within, casting mysterious, shimmering lights. His gaze was bold and provocative, making no attempt to hide his interest in Natasha. "Oh, is that so? Then tell me, what kind of woman do you like? Or perhaps I should ask, what kind of prey catches your eye?" Natasha settled gracefully into the seat beside Wang Xiaoming, leaning forward just enough to accentuate every alluring curve. Her movements were elegant and unforced, free of any pretense, yet brimming with temptation. As she spoke, her red lips parted slightly, revealing pearly teeth and just a hint of her tongue, adding to her sensual allure. "I like women just like you." Wang Xiaoming made no attempt to hide his desire. His gaze roamed over Natasha without restraint, from her sculpted collarbone to her full chest, down to her slim waist and long, graceful legs, finally coming to rest on her captivating eyes. "You certainly know how to flatter, and you're very direct. But I'm not a woman who's easily conquered, especially by a man as dangerous as you." Natasha played coy, running her fingers through her red hair. A lock slipped over her pale neck, making her all the more beguiling. She offered a dazzling smile, as beautiful and perilous as a rose in full bloom. "Is that so? Well, that only makes me more intrigued. After all, the real challenge lies in winning over a woman as untamable as you, doesn't it?" Wang Xiaoming decided to play along with the ruse. He knew Natasha had come with a mission, that she was here to test him, but he didn't mind indulging in this dangerous game. In fact, he relished the thrill and challenge it brought. The two of them engaged in a casual, meandering conversation, their words laced with ambiguity, flirtation, and probing, like two butterflies dancing in the darkness, drawn to each other yet wary and alert. Natasha pressed him constantly, trying to unearth his secrets, to coax information from him. Sometimes her words were as gentle as a stream, sometimes as passionate as fire, and at other times, as sharp as a blade, making her impossible to read. Wang Xiaoming, however, deftly sidestepped her questions, responding with ambiguous answers, suggestive jokes, and counter-questions. He maneuvered skillfully, keeping the upper hand firmly in his grasp. Natasha lifted her wine glass delicately, bringing it to her lips and sipping slowly. The way she drank was elegant and alluring. Her red lips brushed the rim, leaving a faint, tantalizing mark. Out of the corner of her eye, she stole glances at Wang Xiaoming, trying to catch any hint of a reaction in his face or gestures. Almost absent-mindedly, she placed a hand on Wang Xiaoming's arm, her fingertips gliding gently across his skin, sending shivers up his spine. She leaned in, her shoulder brushing lightly against his, letting the scent of her perfume and the warmth of her soft body drift over to him, hoping to unsettle his thoughts with her subtle allure. Wang Xiaoming savored Natasha's seductive charms, appreciating her beauty, sensuality, and wit. He felt the thrill of her fleeting touches and the captivating aura she exuded. He knew well that this was a perilous game, a dance on a knife's edge, filled with temptation and hidden traps, but he delighted in it, exhilarated by the sense of danger. After all, he was Kamen Rider Decade, the destroyer of worlds, and the master of the game. He was confident in his ability to control everything, even this dangerous and enchanting woman before him. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. At Stark Tower, the press conference venue was already packed to the brim, a sea of people crowding every inch of space. Journalists from all corners of the globe waited anxiously, cameras and microphones at the ready. The glare of flashbulbs erupted again and again, dazzling the crowd. All eyes were fixed on the stage, everyone waiting for the man of the hour to appear. Tony Stark, the genius inventor, billionaire, and playboy. Every move he made sent ripples across the world. And today, he was about to announce a decision that could upend the balance of the entire world. There he is. Tony Stark has arrived. In the crowd, someone suddenly shouted, and instantly, all eyes turned toward the entrance. Tony Stark, dressed in a sharp black suit and surrounded by a group of bodyguards, strode calmly onto the stage. A confident smile played across his face, his eyes filled with resolve and determination. Good morning, everyone. Standing before the microphone, Tony Stark looked around the room, his voice ringing out loud and clear. I know all of you have been waiting for my decision. Yes, I have decided to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division. The moment he finished speaking, the entire hall erupted in astonishment. Reporters frantically snapped photos, the camera flashes illuminating the whole venue like a burst of lightning. Mr. Stark, why have you made such a decision? Shutting down the weapons division. How much will this impact Stark Industries? Have you considered the interests of the shareholders and employees? What is the future of Stark Industries going to look like? Questions poured in, each one more pointed and challenging than the last, as the reporters clamored to be heard. Tony Stark did not shy away from any of these questions. He stood his ground, facing every doubt and challenge head-on. I know my decision has shocked many, even angered some. They'll say I've lost my mind, that I've destroyed Stark Industries' future, that I've betrayed the interests of our shareholders and employees. He paused, his tone growing heavier. But I also know this. If I let Stark Industries keep making weapons, I'll never be able to forgive myself. I would live forever under the weight of my own conscience, haunted by the shadows of innocent lives lost. A flicker of pain crossed his eyes, as if he were once again trapped in that dark cave, reliving a nightmare beyond endurance. I have seen the cruelty of war. I have seen the darkness within humanity. I have witnessed the sorrow and despair of this world, and I refuse to be an accomplice any longer. His voice surged with passion, every word carrying the force of conviction. My hope is for Stark Industries to become a responsible company, a company that strives for the future of humanity, a company that can bring light and hope to the world. I know the road ahead will be difficult, but I believe that as long as we persevere, we will find a new path forward. He gestured to the large screen behind him, which displayed a preliminary design for a new type of reactor. This is our future, clean energy. We will use Stark Industries' technological advantages to develop safer, more efficient, and more environmentally friendly forms of energy, powering a brighter future for all humanity. His words rang out with conviction, echoing through the hall with the power to stir every soul. The entire room erupted once more. Reporters scrambled madly to jot down every word, every syllable spoken by Tony Stark. They knew that today's news would send shockwaves across the globe. After the press conference, Tony Stark and Pepper Potts retreated to a lounge. Pepper looked at Tony, her face etched with worry and unease. Tony, if you do this, our business partners, the board, the executives, none of them will agree. The company's stock is bound to plummet, and by then, she trailed off, her concerns written clearly on her face. Let them panic all they want. Tony smiled faintly, utterly unfazed. Only then can I truly see who is loyal to Stark Industries, and who's just here for the profit. He paused, his gaze growing serious. As long as you and Obadiah are by my side, I have nothing to fear. At Tony's words, a blush crept onto Pepper's cheeks. She lowered her head, avoiding his eyes. You should get back to the office first, and calm everyone down. They're all scared and unsettled. She spoke softly, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible shyness. She added, and you should check in with Mr. Obadiah as well. Tony nodded, flashing a reassuring grin. Don't worry. In the past few days, my Iron Man suit, it's finally finished. Even if Decade shows up, I'm not afraid. As for the company, once the reactors are all in place, our transformation plan will be complete. Let those clowns jump around for now. Meanwhile, in his own office, Obadiah Stane was watching the live broadcast of the press conference. He lounged on a luxurious leather sofa, a glass of red wine in hand, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Oh, Tony, you're still far too naive. You really think shutting down the weapons division will save the world? You think switching to clean energy will wash away all your sins? You're wrong. This world has always been survival of the fittest. The strong prey on the weak. He muttered to himself, his voice dripping with scorn and ridicule. Tonight, you'll disappear from this world for good. I'll make sure you learn just how dire the consequences are for betraying me. A glint of madness and cruelty flashed in his eyes. Once you're gone, Stark Industries will be mine. I'll make it the world's top arms empire again. And I, Obadiah Stane, will become the ruler of this world. He threw his head back and laughed, his voice ringing out with ambition and desire. Tony, I'm sorry, but I have no choice. You're standing in my way. Stark Industries cannot do without its weapons division. It's for the good of the Stark family, in America itself. Don't worry. When you're gone, I'll make sure to take care of Pepper. After all, I am your elder, aren't I? Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily, draining his glass of red wine in one go, as if it weren't wine at all, but the very blood of Tony Stark. Tony Stark and Pepper Potts returned to the company. No sooner had they stepped into the lobby than a figure approached them. Mr. Stark, I'm Agent Coulson with the FBI. There are some matters I'd like to discuss with you. Coulson introduced himself, having already waited there for quite some time. Tony glanced at Coulson, his disinterest obvious, and replied, I'm not interested in men. Pepper, would you handle our FBI guest for me? With that, he turned on his heel and left, leaving Pepper and Coulson staring awkwardly at one another. Coulson felt a bit embarrassed, but he maintained his professional smile. Miss Potts, here's the situation. We've been keeping an eye on a Chinese individual named Wang Xiaoming. He claims to be Kamen Rider Decade. From what we've observed, he could pose a threat to Mr. Stark. If necessary, the FBI can provide protection. Hearing this, Pepper's expression changed. She recalled that mysterious Decade and his brazen declaration at the press conference. That's wonderful news. Pepper blurted out, relief and anxiety mingling in her voice. That Decade, his armor, is very unusual. She stumbled over her words, struggling to articulate her concerns. Mr. Coulson, please come with me. Pepper led Coulson to the finance office. She opened the safe and took out a bank card. There's $10 million on this card. It's my personal donation to the FBI. Please, you must do everything you can to keep Tony Stark safe. She handed the card to Coulson, her voice full of earnest pleading. Coulson was stunned. He hadn't expected Pepper to be so generous. This really isn't necessary. He quickly waved his hands, trying to refuse. Mr. Coulson, Tony's life means more than anything. I'm begging you. Pepper's eyes shimmered with tears as she gripped Coulson's hand tightly, desperation clear in her voice. Coulson looked at her expression, torn by her plea. All right, Miss Potts, I'll accept your investment. In the end, he took the bank card. I'll assign our best agents to watch over Mr. Stark around the clock. I'll also prepare a security protocol report you'll have on your desk by tomorrow. He promised, his tone unwavering and resolute. Thank you, Mr. Coulson. Pepper spoke with heartfelt gratitude, finally feeling the weight in her heart lift away. After Coulson left, he was filled with a sense of helplessness. Tony Stark truly is impossible to deal with. But then again, that's what makes him a genius. 10 million. At least I can report back now. Still, this money feels like it's burning a hole in my pocket. Oh well, the director is always hoping us agents can get the job done and bring in some extra funds for the agency, too. He muttered to himself, a complex swirl of emotions churning inside. Pepper remained where she was, quietly praying for Tony's safety. A storm was brewing, its force gathering strength. And at the very center of this storm was none other than the charming, brilliant, yet perilously threatened Iron Man, Tony Stark. Night had fallen over Malibu Beach, the waves crashing against the rocks with a deep, thunderous roar. Inside Tony Stark's seaside mansion, every light was burning brightly. Tony sat wearily on the sofa, rubbing his temples. Ever since he'd shut down the weapons division, it felt as though he were caught in a relentless whirlpool, the pressure closing in on him like a rising tide. Sir, Colonel Rhodes will be arriving in half an hour to discuss your flight with the Mark II suit the other day. Jarvis's voice echoed through the room, breaking the silence. In addition, Mr. Obadiah Stane will be here shortly to talk about the company's new direction. Tony nodded, a vague sense of unease stirring in his chest, but he didn't dwell on it. Half an hour later, Obadiah Stane walked in the mansion with a warm smile, carrying a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses. Tony, my boy, I'm so glad to see you back safe and sound. Obadiah pulled Tony into an affectionate embrace, his voice brimming with concern. Tony mustered his energy, stood up to greet Obadiah, and asked for his thoughts on the company's transformation plan. What do you think of my plan for the company? Any advice? Obadiah offered a warm endorsement of Tony's ideas, promising his full support, and then concernedly inquired about Tony's health. Tony, your plan is absolutely brilliant. Clean energy is the way of the future. Under your leadership, Stark Industries is bound to reach new heights. As he spoke, he poured wine for them both. Come, Tony, let's toast to your success. To the future of Stark Industries. He raised his glass, a look of genuine sincerity on his face. Tony lifted his own glass, clinking it against Obadiah's. Thank you, Obadiah. With your support, I feel even more confident. He took a sip of wine, feeling the warmth of the alcohol spread through him, kindling a small spark of comfort inside. After several rounds of drinks, the smile on Obadiah's face gradually faded, replaced by a chilling intensity and a touch of madness. Tony, are you really going to shut down the weapons division? His voice dropped, becoming rough and gravelly, like a demon's whisper from the depths of hell. Tony froze for a moment, caught off guard by Obadiah's sudden question. Yes, Obadiah. I've made up my mind, he answered firmly. You fool. Obadiah slammed his hand on the table, sending his glass crashing to the floor where it shattered into pieces. Stark Industries was built on weapons, and now you want to throw away our advantage. Chasing after some clean energy pipe dream? Have you lost your mind? He jabbed a finger at Tony's face, shouting furiously. Tony stared back at Obadiah, his eyes burning with disappointment and anger. Obadiah, I thought you'd understand. I don't want Stark Industries' weapons to be instruments of death anymore. His voice trembled with emotion. Weapons of death? Ah. Obadiah burst into laughter, a harsh, mocking sound heavy with disdain. Tony, you're hopelessly naive. This world is survival of the fittest. The strong prey on the weak. If you don't kill, someone else will kill you. He pulled a small device from his pocket and pressed a button. A harsh, piercing buzz filled the air. Instantly, Tony's arc reactor in his chest began to malfunction, disrupted by an overwhelming interference. Tony collapsed to the ground in agony, his body convulsing, foam gathering at his lips. Obadiah? He stared up at Obadiah, eyes wide with disbelief and despair. Obadiah sneered as he strode over and, without mercy, yanked the arc reactor from Tony's chest. Tony, you're too naive. You don't deserve to lead Stark Industries. He leaned down, whispering coldly into Tony's ear. I'll make sure you understand just how miserable betrayal can be. Don't worry, Tony. When you're gone, I'll take good care of Pepper. After all, I am your elder, aren't I? With a wicked grin, he placed the arc reactor into a specially designed container and strode out without looking back. Tony lay helpless on the cold floor, his life ebbing away as his consciousness slipped into haze. He felt as if he were falling into endless darkness, smothered by despair and fear. Jarvis. With the last of his strength, he called out weakly. Sir, I'm here. Jarvis's voice flickered in and out, faint and crackling with interference. Just as Tony was about to lose consciousness, a light-hearted, teasing voice cut through the gloom. Well, Iron Man, aren't you in a sorry state? Need a little help? Wang Xiaoming appeared before Tony, a mischievous, irreverent smile playing on his lips. Who are you? Tony's gaze was unfocused, unable to see who was before him. Mustering the last of his strength, he asked, Me? I'm just a passing Kamen rider, decade. Wang Xiaoming shrugged as he spoke. Ja? Tony called out again, his voice weak. Sir, boss's backup reactor is in the lab below. Please replace it for him as soon as possible. Jarvis's voice sounded once more, guiding Wang Xiaoming. Wasting no time, Wang Xiaoming quickly scooped Tony up and rushed to the lab beneath the villa. Following Jarvis's directions, he located Tony's backup arc reactor. Carefully, he replaced Tony's failing reactor with a spare. As a new reactor clicked into place on Tony's chest, Tony suddenly jerked, his awareness snapping back. He gasped for breath, each inhale ragged, his eyes blazing with fury and hatred. Obadiah, I will never let you get away with this. He gritted his teeth as he spoke. Without a word of thanks for Wang Xiaoming, he hurriedly donned his Mark III Iron Man suit. Transformed into Iron Man, Tony blasted through the villa's roof, soaring towards Stark Tower. Revenge on Obadiah drove him on like a burning flame. Wang Xiaoming watched Tony's figure vanish into the distance, shaking his head. He thought to himself, I was going to let you experience my curtain of time and space, but never mind, the real show is about to begin. With that, he activated his powers and disappeared into the night. Meanwhile, Colonel Rhodes had just arrived at Tony's villa. Seeing Tony rocket away, he wore a look of utter confusion. Tony, where are you going? He shouted up at the sky, but Tony had already vanished into the darkness above. Elsewhere, after receiving Pepper's investment, Coulson immediately organized an elite squad to station at Stark Industries, tasked with Tony's security. Meeting with Pepper, he explained the security arrangements to her and assured her that they would do everything to keep Tony safe. Pepper was deeply satisfied with Coulson's preparations and thanked him repeatedly. As the two were talking, a massive figure suddenly loomed before them. Obadiah Stane, clad in the enormous ironmonger armor. Pepper Potts, Agent Coulson, your little performance is over. Now it's time for you to see what real power looks like. Ironmonger's voice was cold as steel. Pepper, I'm truly disappointed in you. You never should have sided with these agents. But that's all right. I'll make sure you understand who your true master is. His words dripped with menace and scorn. Coulson immediately drew his pistol, shouting, Everyone, protect Miss Potts. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents swiftly formed up and launched their attack on Ironmonger, but their weapons were useless against the armored giant. Ironmonger swung his massive mechanical arms, effortlessly smashing through the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents' defenses. Pepper found herself in extreme peril. A great battle was about to erupt. The plaza outside Stark Industries Tower had been reduced to ruins. Broken walls and shattered debris lay everywhere, scorched earth stretching as far as the eye could see, the air thick with the stench of smoke and blood. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents lay strewn across the ground, some dead, others wounded, the scene too tragic to bear. The Ironmonger armor, like a demon risen from the depths of hell, stood imposingly at the center of the square. Its armor was smeared with blood and flesh, and its heavy weapons continued to belch flames, reducing everything in their path to ashes. Bullets struck the Ironmonger's armor, leaving only shallow marks, and even explosions caused little more than a faint tremor. Obadiah Stane's arrogant laughter echoed from inside the Ironmonger's suit as he reveled in the thrill of holding power over life and death. It's useless. You insects can't hurt me at all. Agent Coulson, get Miss Potts out of here. A wounded agent, summoning the last of his strength, shouted to Coulson, only to be crushed under the Ironmonger's foot in an instant. Agent Coulson gripped Pepper Potts tightly and led her toward safety. As they ran, he coordinated the remaining agents in a desperate counterattack. Miss Potts, please trust me. Even if it costs my life, I will keep you safe. Coulson's voice was steady and resolute. It was clear he was ready to make the ultimate sacrifice. Pepper looked into Coulson's unwavering eyes, her heart overflowing with gratitude and fear. She knew Coulson had put himself in danger to protect both her and Tony. Agent Coulson, thank you. She choked out the words, eyes blurred with tears. But their escape didn't last long. With a thunderous crash, the Ironmonger armor slammed down from above, its enormous frame hitting the ground and sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Huge cracks split the pavement, and the nearby buildings trembled, close to collapse. Coulson and Pepper were cornered with nowhere left to run. Go on. Keep running if you can. Obadiah's voice sounded from within the Ironmonger, cruel and mocking. Summoning her courage, Pepper shouted at Obadiah. Obadiah, why are you doing this? Tony treated you like family. Why did you betray him? Why do you want to kill him? Obadiah answered with a cold, mirthless laugh from inside the armor. Pepper, you're far too naive. In this world, only profit lasts forever. Tony stood in my way, so I had to eliminate him. A look of triumph flashed across his face. And besides, I've been waiting for this moment long enough. Did you really think I'd be fooled by Tony's little transformation plan? Let me tell you the truth. I'm the real power behind Stark Industries. He shot a disdainful look at Coulson. And you, Agent Coulson, even my friends in the FBI can't uncover your true identities, can't figure out what you're really after. Your very existence is a huge threat to me. As Coulson heard Obadiah's words, his face instantly drained of color. In that moment, he finally understood. Obadiah was the mastermind behind Tony Stark's kidnapping, the one selling weapons to terrorists all along. His eyes filled with shock, fury, and utter disbelief. So, it was you behind all of this. How could you be so utterly ruthless? He murmured, his heart aching with sympathy and sorrow for Tony. He never imagined that the man Tony trusted most, the elder he looked up to, could be such a vicious and cunning devil. Obadiah had no more patience. He activated the Ironmonger's suit, raising its arm and taking aim at Coulson and Pepper. Weapons along the suit's arm started powering up, emitting a piercing whine, and then bullets poured out like a relentless storm. Coulson knew there was no way out. He shut his eyes, bracing himself for the end. Pepper let out a terrified scream, squeezing her eyes shut, overcome by fear and despair. Her mind raced back to Tony, all the moments they'd shared, her heart heavy with longing and regret. Tony, will you please save me? Silently, she called out his name in her heart. Just as all hope seemed lost, a harsh metallic crash rang through the air. A red and gold figure dropped from the sky, landing right in front of Coulson and Pepper. It was Iron Man, Tony Stark himself. The Ironmonger's bullets ricocheted harmlessly off the Iron Man suit, unable to leave so much as a scratch. Pepper opened her eyes to see Iron Man standing before her, and cried out in disbelief, and joy. Tony, is it you? Tony. Tony didn't look back. His voice was cold as steel. Baldy, get her out of here. As far away as you can. Coulson didn't hesitate. He grabbed Pepper and sprinted for safety. Tony turned, facing the ironmonger, his eyes blazing with rage and hatred. Obadiah, I respected you like a father, and you try to have me killed? Is this your idea of a mentor's love? Tony's voice was hoarse and icy, each word loaded with accusation. Tony, you're too naive. In this world, only power lasts forever. You stand in my way, so you have to die. Obadiah's voice echoed from within the ironmonger's suit, twisted with madness and cruelty. Power? Is this power you speak of built on the blood of the innocent? Is your so-called power nothing but betrayal and slaughter? Tony's voice dripped with contempt and disdain. Shut up, Tony. You don't understand at all. This world has always been about the survival of the fittest. Only the strong get to make the rules. Only the strong have the right to survive. Obadiah's voice was wild and twisted with madness. The strong? True strength is about protecting the weak, not preying on them. The truly powerful stand for justice. They don't bow to evil. Tony's reply was firm and resolute, every word ringing with conviction. Justice? Huh. Tony, you're still as naive as ever. In this world, justice is worthless. Only self-interest lasts forever. Obadiah's tone was thick with mockery and scorn. The two clashed in a fierce battle. Iron Man's armor collided again and again with the ironmonger's suit, each impact resounding like thunder across the plaza. Explosions erupted, sparks flew, shards of metal whirled through the air. The whole square was plunged into chaos. Having just replaced his backup arc reactor, Tony's energy reserves were running low. The Mark III suit was simply outmatched by Ironmonger's brute force, and Tony was gradually being pushed back. Give it up, Tony. You can't beat me. Your armor is nothing but a toy compared to mine. Obadiah taunted, attacking relentlessly, his laughter echoing with arrogance. Gritting his teeth, Tony fought back with every ounce of his strength, refusing to yield. He knew he couldn't lose, not with Pepper's life on the line, not with so many innocent lives to avenge. Just as Tony was about to be defeated by Ironmonger, a figure suddenly stepped into the heart of the battleground. It was none other than Kamen Rider Decade, Wang Xiaoming. Hands in his pockets, a roguish grin playing on his lips, he looked as if the chaos before him was nothing more than a dull sideshow. Oh, things are getting pretty intense, Wang Xiaoming remarked nonchalantly. Obadiah's face twisted with rage when he saw Wang Xiaoming. Didn't we agree you wouldn't meddle in Stark Industries' affairs? How dare you betray me? Wang Xiaoming shrugged, his tone light and casual. Obadiah, you really are too naive. I only said not for now. I never promised it would be forever. Besides, if you're willing to try killing Tony, why can't I help you out a bit? His gaze lingered on the ironmonger's suit, a spark of excitement flickering in his eyes. He knew that this armor giant was the key to unlocking a new rider card. Looks like tonight's show is going to be even more entertaining than I expected. Wang Xiaoming's lips curled into a playful smile. Henshin. Wang Xiaoming raised the decade card high, the corners of his mouth curling up into a confident smile. His voice, low and magnetic, resonated as he spoke. He slid the card into the decade driver at his waist. Kamen Ride. Decade. A dazzling magenta light erupted from the driver, enveloping Wang Xiaoming's entire body. Particles of light danced around him, waves of energy pulsing outward, distorting the very air itself. As the brilliance faded, Wang Xiaoming had already transformed into Kamen Rider Decade. Magenta armor covered him from head to toe, radiating a sense of power and cutting-edge technology. The helmet's barcode-like design, compound eyes, and intricate detailing all announced Decade's uniqueness and mysterious allure. He stood tall, like a knight from another dimension, noble and enigmatic, formidable and unfathomable. What is that? Even though Tony Stark had seen Decade before, witnessing the transformation firsthand still left him utterly stunned. He never imagined there could be such wondrous power in this world. This guy's transformation is even flashier than my Iron Man suit. Tony marveled inwardly. Seeing Decade's appearance, Obadiah grew even more furious. He roared, "Damn it, you! How dare you ruin my plans?" In the distance, Coulson and Pepper watched Decade's transformation, their mouths agape in disbelief. Yet, for some reason, a surge of reassurance welled up in their hearts, as if hope had just appeared before their eyes. He actually turned into that, Pepper murmured, her eyes wide with shock and curiosity. Miss Potts, I think, we might actually be saved. Coulson's voice trembled, as if he glimpsed a ray of hope. Obadiah, piloting the ironmonger suit, was the first to attack Decade. He swung a massive mechanical arm, bringing it crashing down upon Decade. The arm slammed onto the ground, sending up clouds of dust and cracking the earth beneath it. Yet Decade's form had already vanished. He moved like a feather, light and effortless, or like lightning, swift and razor-sharp. Too slow, Obadiah. Your moves are far too slow. Decade's mocking, disdainful voice rang out behind Obadiah. Obadiah spun around, activating every weapon the Ironmonger had. Machine guns, missiles, lasers, all unleashed upon Decade in a relentless barrage. The staccato of gunfire, the thunderous boom of explosions, and the sizzle of lasers filled the air, each assault echoing through the chaos. The trajectory of bullets, the blast of missiles, the searing burn of lasers. A barrage of attacks wove together, creating an impenetrable web of firepower. Yet Decade remained calm and unhurried. He dodged, blocked, or summoned energy shields, neutralizing Ironmonger's every assault with effortless precision. He moved through the hail of gunfire like a dancer, graceful and unflinching. Suddenly, Decade seized an opening and surged forward, closing the distance to Ironmonger in an instant. With a single punch, he struck Ironmonger square in the chest. The massive armored figure staggered back several steps, a deep dent visible in his metal plating where Decade's fist had landed. So this is the power you boasted about? Is that all? Decade cast Ironmonger a contemptuous glance as he spoke. Then, with a sweeping roundhouse kick, Decade sent Ironmonger hurtling through the air, crashing into a wall. A thunderous crash erupted as the wall collapsed and dust billowed up. Decade chose not to pursue. Instead, he turned and walked toward Tony, asking, "Iron Man, can you still stand?" Though badly injured, Tony gritted his teeth and forced himself upright. He looked at Decade, his eyes brimming with gratitude and newfound respect. I can still fight." His voice was resolute. He might have found Decade's arrogance irritating before, but right now, all Tony felt was a reassuring sense of security radiating from him. As the dust settled, Obadiah clawed his way out of the rubble, roaring with rage. "Who the hell are you?" Decade smiled faintly and replied, "Just a passing Kamen rider. Remember that." Sensing a card glowing in the rider deck at his side, Decade drew it out and saw Iron Man's image emblazoned on it. He chuckled softly, as if this outcome was exactly what he expected. Kamen Ride, Iron Man. He slid the card into his belt. In a brilliant flash of gold and crimson, he transformed, taking on the form of Iron Man. The armor's color shifted from magenta to red and gold, its structure adjusting to fit the new power. Energy pulsed within the suit, radiating sheer strength. Tony, Obadiah, Coulson, and Pepper stared in utter amazement at Decade's astonishing transformation. They had never witnessed anything like it. How is this possible? Obadiah's voice trembled with disbelief. He actually turned into Iron Man. Pepper gasped in astonishment. Who exactly is this Decade? Coulson's mind whirled with confusion and awe. Decade, now in Iron Man's form, looked at Tony and said, "This might hurt a bit. Brace yourself." He pulled out another card and swiped it across the driver. Final form ride. Mung. Suddenly, the Iron Man suit on Tony's body began to transform, reshaping itself into a massive armored sword. Panels folded, parts extended and retracted. The armor reassembled itself. Every movement exuded a sense of advanced technology and futuristic wonder. Decade, now in Iron Man form, gripped the armored sword tightly and pointed it at Obadiah. "Obadiah, your end has come." His voice was cold and resolute. Obadiah, seeing this, realized the tide had turned against him, but he still refused to accept defeat. I'm the true king of this world." With a furious roar, he activated every weapon in his Ironmonger suit and launched a final, desperate attack on Decade and Tony. Bullets, missiles, and every kind of firepower rained down on them like a relentless storm. Decade slid his finishing card into the driver. Final attack ride. Mung. Ignoring the onslaught from Ironmonger, Decade engaged his thrusters and burst forward in a streak of gold and red light, heading straight for his enemy. He swung the armored sword with all his might, channeling Tony's will into the blade and bringing it down on Ironmonger. Energy surged along the edge of the sword, tracing an arc of raw power. The blow unleashed a shockwave that rippled through the air. Every detail radiated a sense of unstoppable force and utter destruction. With a thunderous crash, Decade's sword cleaved Ironmonger in two, triggering a violent explosion. Flames shot skyward, shockwaves rippled outward, and fragments of metal scattered in every direction. Obadiah was consumed in the blast, utterly erased, his criminal life brought to a final, absolute end. Decade released his Iron Man form, and Tony transformed back from the armored sword into his human self. Tony turned, intending to thank Wang Xiaoming, only to find he had vanished without a trace. Pepper rushed toward Tony, throwing her arms around him without hesitation, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Tony, are you all right? You scare me half to death." She choked out the words, her voice trembling with joy and overflowing with love for Tony after all they'd been through. "I'm all right, Pepper. I promise. I'll never make you worry like that again." Tony held her tightly, his tone gentle and comforting. "Tony, I love you." Pepper looked up into Tony's eyes, her gaze filled with devotion as she spoke. "I love you too, Pepper." Tony lowered his head and kissed her deeply. The two of them held each other close, as if the whole world had faded away and they were the only two people left. Coulson stood off to the side, watching the embrace between Tony and Pepper. He shook his head with a helpless smile. He felt like a giant third wheel, a lonely spotlight illuminating someone else's romance, but unable to light the way for his own future. "Sigh, when will I ever find a girlfriend of my own?" He muttered to himself, his heart filled with helplessness and envy. The next day, Tony Stark held another press conference. He announced to the world that Stark Industries would permanently shut down its weapons division and transform into a clean energy company. He vowed to take responsibility for the damage caused during last night's battle and promised to do everything in his power to make amends. During the press conference, he made a public confession. He was Iron Man. He declared to the world, "I, Tony Stark, am Iron Man. I will use my power to protect this world and safeguard the future of humanity." His words rang out with clarity and determination, echoing powerfully through the hall. Tony's announcement sent shockwaves across the globe. People erupted in cheers, hailing him as a hero, a symbol of hope. In a lavish hotel room, Wang Xiaoming lay on the bed, watching Tony Stark's press conference on TV. The corners of his mouth curled into a playful smile. The Iron Man card is in hand. Who will be next? Wang Xiaoming mused to himself. He knew his journey through the Marvel Universe had only just begun. Who would his next target be? Brazil, Rio de Janeiro, inside a dilapidated shack in the favelas. Dim light filtered in. The walls were mottled and peeling, the furnishings shabby, and a musty odor lingered in the stale air. Bruce Banner sat shirtless, revealing sigh. "When will I finally find a girlfriend too?" He muttered to himself, his heart brimming with resignation and envy. The next day, Tony Stark held another press conference. He announced to the entire world that Stark Industries would permanently shut down its weapons division and transform into a clean energy company. He promised to take responsibility for the damage caused by last night's battle and vowed to do everything in his power to make amends. At the press conference, he publicly admitted that he was Iron Man. He proclaimed to the world, "I, Tony Stark, am Iron Man. I will use my strength to protect this world and safeguard the future of humanity." His words rang out with conviction, resounding like a thunderclap. Tony's declaration sent shockwaves across the globe. People cheered and celebrated, hailing him as a hero, as a symbol of hope. In a lavish hotel room, Wang Xiaoming was lying on the bed, watching the news reports about Tony Stark on TV. A sly smile curled at the corner of his lips, filled with intrigue. "The Iron Man card is in my hands. Who's next?" Wang Xiaoming thought to himself. He knew that his Marvel adventure was only just beginning. Who would his next target be? In Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, inside a dilapidated shack nestled in the slums. The lighting was dim, the walls mottled with age, the furniture sparse and shabby, and the air thick with the smell of mildew. Bruce Banner, bare-chested, revealing a lean yet pale physique, was practicing Gracie Jiu-Jitsu. His movements were slow and fluid, each one radiating control and power. His breathing was deep and steady, his gaze focused and calm. He was working hard to master his emotions, to suppress the anger and fear burning inside him. Inhale, exhale, inhale. Beads of sweat formed on Banner's brow. His body trembled slightly, but he persevered. The only source of light in the room was an old TV set, its screen flickering with static, filling the air with a harsh buzz. Suddenly, a familiar voice came through the television. "I, Tony Stark, am Iron Man." On the screen, Tony Stark stood tall and proud, announcing his identity to the entire world. Banner's attention was drawn to the broadcast, and memories came flooding back. Gamma rays, explosions, flashes of green light, the towering, monstrous figure. Wilderness, jungle, desert, city. Banner had been on the run, constantly evading the military's relentless pursuit. Tony Stark, Iron Man, a hero. Banner stared at Tony on the screen, his eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and pain. "And me, Bruce Banner, a monster, a fugitive," he muttered under his breath, his voice heavy with despair and helplessness. Why? Why are our destinies so different? I just want to be an ordinary person. I just want a peaceful life. But I can't do it. I can never escape this curse. The Hulk, he's inside me. He could come out at any moment. He'll destroy everything. A flicker of fear flashed in Banner's eyes, and his body began to tremble ever so slightly. He walked to a corner of the room, where an old, battered laptop rested. With practiced hands, he opened the computer, typed in a long, complicated password, and launched an encrypted messaging program. Mr. Blue, I've been practicing Gracie Jiu-Jitsu, as you suggested, but I still can't fully control the Hulk. Banner began to communicate with a mysterious figure online, known only as Mr. Blue. Bruce, controlling the Hulk takes time and patience. You can't rush it. Mr. Blue replied calmly. I am worried. I worry I'll lose control. I'm afraid I'll hurt innocent people. Banner's voice was thick with anxiety and unease. Bruce, you have to believe in yourself. You will overcome the Hulk. I'll keep helping you, and we'll find a way to cure you. Mr. Blue offered words of comfort. In addition, I need your help collecting some data, specifically on the effects of gamma radiation on the human body. Mr. Blue added a new request. While Banner was in conversation with Mr. Blue, he was suddenly seized by a powerful wave of unease. His heart pounded, his breath quickened. He looked around. Everything in the room seemed just as it always had. Yet his instinct screamed that something was wrong. He moved to the window and looked outside. The slum was wrapped in an eerie silence, so silent it sent chills down his spine. Too quiet. This isn't right, Banner muttered to himself. All at once, the stillness was shattered by a barrage of gunfire and explosions. The rattle of automatic weapons and the roar of blasts tore through the slum's calm. A squad of heavily armed special forces stormed into the slums, moving with swift, practiced precision, closing in on the room where Banner was hiding. The soldiers wore tactical vests, night vision goggles, assault rifles at the ready, communicating silently with quick hand signals. Over the radio, General Ross's voice barked orders. Find Bruce Banner. Capture him alive. If he resists, use lethal force. The moment Banner heard the gunfire and explosions, the color drained from his face. He knew. The military had found him. He fought desperately to keep his emotions in check. He didn't want to transform. He didn't want to hurt anyone. But fear, anger, and despair surged within him like an unstoppable tide. He could no longer control himself. His body began to transform. Muscles swelling, skin turning green, eyes blazing blood red, and teeth sharpening into fangs. Banner let out a cry of agony as his body twisted and trembled uncontrollably. No, don't, he struggled, desperately trying to halt the transformation. With an earth-shattering roar, Banner was finally overtaken. The Hulk had arrived. The Hulk's massive frame crashed through the room's wall and burst into the open. Hulk smash! With a furious bellow, the Hulk plunged into the slums, clashing violently with the special forces. He swung his enormous fists, swatting soldiers aside as though they were mere flies. He seized a car and hurled it at the troops as effortlessly as tossing a stone. His thunderous roars shattered the air, leaving the soldiers' eardrums ringing in agony. The soldiers fought back with every weapon at their disposal. Bullets, grenades, rockets, but nothing could truly harm Hulk. Bullets struck his skin, leaving only faint, chalky marks. Grenades and rockets exploded, but at most, they caused him to pause for a heartbeat. The battle wreaked havoc. Buildings collapsed, the ground split open, and the entire slum descended into chaos. Amid the destruction, the Hulk snatched up a soldier, ready to tear him to pieces. But at that moment, he froze. Confusion and pain flickered in his eyes. Banner's voice echoed in the Hulk's mind. No, don't hurt him. He's only following orders. The Hulk let out a raw, anguished roar, then hurled the soldier away and turned to flee. His bellow rang out, mingling rage at Banner with helpless fury at himself. The soldier, flung aside by the Hulk, landed miraculously unharmed. He watched the Green Giant's retreating figure, eyes wide with terror and disbelief. Monster! He murmured, voice trembling. With mighty leaps, the Hulk vaulted over high walls and rivers, escaping the slums at incredible speed. The special forces gave chase without relent, deploying helicopters and every high-tech weapon they had, desperate to prevent the Hulk's escape. The Hulk tore through the city, finally plunging into the depths of a dense jungle. There, hidden in the shadows, the Hulk shrank back into Bruce Banner. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground. Banner was utterly naked, save for a tattered pair of purple shorts. His body was streaked with scars and smeared with mud, leaving him in a pitiful state. So, this is what a superhero looks like. I'm nothing but a monster. Banner looked down at himself and managed a bitter smile. Just then, a mocking voice rang out nearby. Well, isn't it Dr. Bruce Banner? What happened to you this time? Wang Xiaoming appeared before Banner, a roguish grin playing on his lips. Banner spun around abruptly, his hands shielding himself as he eyed Wang Xiaoming warily. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" His body began to change. The color of his skin tinged with green, his muscles swelling, and a green light flickered in his eyes. Hulk's voice thundered in Banner's mind. "Bad guy. He feels like a bad guy." "No, Hulk, don't. He might not be a bad guy." Banner fought desperately to maintain control over his body. He didn't want to transform. He didn't want to hurt anyone. But Hulk hammered relentlessly at Banner's consciousness, struggling to seize control, eager to destroy the bad guy before them. Banner's body twisted and shuddered, his face contorted in pain, breath coming in harsh, ragged gasps. At last, Banner drew on his formidable willpower, suppressing the Hulk and regaining control of himself. Eyes wide open, he collapsed helplessly to the ground, chest heaving as he gulped for air, sweat soaking through his clothes. Wang Xiaoming observed the entire struggle for control between Banner and Hulk, a look of keen interest spreading across his face. "Fascinating. So this is the Hulk. As interesting as I thought," he murmured to himself. At that moment, the special forces pursuing Banner arrived in the jungle. The soldiers quickly surrounded both Banner and Wang Xiaoming, their weapons trained on them. "Hands in the air!" the soldiers barked. Wang Xiaoming glanced at the encircling troops, a scornful smile curling on his lips. With contempt, he replied, "You bunch of small fry think you can catch me?" He raised his middle finger toward the soldiers, a bold, taunting gesture. Infuriated by Wang Xiaoming's provocation, the soldiers readied their weapons. But just as the situation reached its breaking point, Wang Xiaoming swept his hand through the air. Before the soldiers could fire, a radiant, multicolored curtain shimmered into existence beside Wang Xiaoming and Banner. A rift in time and space, warping the air, rippling with energy, and glowing with mysterious, otherworldly light. With Banner in tow, Wang Xiaoming vanished through the dazzling portal. Gunshots cracked through the jungle, but the bullets struck only empty ground. The soldiers stared at the vacant spot in shock and confusion. Where'd they go? What the hell just happened? Panic seized the troops. They had never witnessed anything so bizarre and inexplicable. New York, a modest yet spotless room. Sunlight streamed through the window, spilling across the floor and bringing with it a touch of warmth. Bruce Banner slipped into the clothes provided by Wang Xiaoming. Though they didn't quite fit, they were certainly better than having nothing to wear at all. He walked over to the window and gazed out at the familiar sights of New York City, his eyes brimming with disbelief and excitement. Towering skyscrapers touched the clouds, rivers of traffic flowed endlessly, and throngs of people bustled along the sidewalks. Everything felt so vivid, so real, yet at the same time almost dreamlike. New York? We're in New York. I've actually made it back to New York. Banner murmured to himself, his voice filled with wonder and anticipation. A sudden thrill surged through him as he pieced together the true identity of Mr. Blue, Dr. Samuel Stearns, a renowned cell biologist in New York. That's right, I need to find Dr. Blue. No, Dr. Stearns. Maybe he's the one who can cure me. Hope flickered in Banner's heart, rekindling his determination. He turned to Wang Xiaoming and, with genuine gratitude, said, "Thank you for saving me and bringing me to New York. May I ask what's your name?" Wang Xiaoming offered a gentle smile and replied, "My name is Wang Xiaoming, but you can just call me Wang." Banner hesitated for a moment before asking, "Wang, do you think you could use that miraculous ability of yours again to send me straight to Dr. Stern's lab? I need to find him as soon as possible." Wang Xiaoming gave a rueful smile and answered, "I am sorry, Dr. Banner. That ability isn't something I can use again so soon." A flicker of disappointment crossed Banner's face at Wang Xiaoming's reply, but he quickly understood. Such a remarkable power surely couldn't be used lightly. The fact that Wang had saved him even once was already a miracle. There was no way he could ask for more. Once more, Banner thanked Wang Xiaoming. "Thank you, Wang. No matter what happens, you've saved my life. I'll never forget what you've done for me." With that, Banner took his leave, determined to find Dr. Stern's lab on his own. Wang Xiaoming called out a reminder. "Dr. Banner, please be careful. The military is still hunting you. New York might be even more dangerous for you than Brazil." Banner answered resolutely, "I know, but I have to go. This is my only chance. I can't let it slip away." He disguised himself thoroughly with a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, then left the room, melting into the crowds of New York. Banner navigated the city streets with utmost caution, staying out of the crowds and trying his best not to draw attention. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in his line of sight, Betty Ross, his former girlfriend and the daughter of General Ross. Banner froze in place, completely unprepared for this reunion in New York. A swirl of emotions flooded his heart: excitement, joy, guilt, and worry. Betty also saw Banner. It was those eyes, filled with a familiar emotion. At first, she was startled, then overjoyed, and finally, worry clouded her face. Bruce? Is it really you? How are you here? Betty walked up to Banner, her voice trembling with excitement. Betty, I. Banner was so overwhelmed he could barely speak. Bruce, are you all right? Where have you been? I've been so worried about you. Betty's eyes brimmed with concern and anxiety. Betty, I'm sorry. I can't tell you. Guilt and helplessness filled Banner's gaze. Bruce, I know you must have your reasons. But please, trust me. I'll always stand by you, and I'll help you however I can. Betty nodded with understanding, her eyes shining with determination and trust. Together, they made their way to Dr. Samuel Stern's laboratory. Dr. Stearns was taken aback to see Banner. He hadn't expected Banner to come to him in person. Bruce? What brings you here? Dr. Stearns asked, astonished. Dr. Stearns, I need your help, Banner said, getting straight to the point. Dr. Stearns told Banner he had already synthesized a possible antidote, but still needed to be tested. Without hesitation, Banner agreed to be part of Dr. Stearns' experiment. With Banner's consent, Dr. Stearns used a sample of Banner's blood for the test and managed, for a time, to halt Banner's transformation. Throughout the experiment, equipment flickered with lights and emitted a symphony of mechanical sounds, filling the room with an air of scientific rigor and marvel. Dr. Stearns invited Banner to stay in his lab for the time being and promised to keep working on the cure. Banner and Betty spent a brief, gentle interlude in the lab, as if they had slipped back in time to the days when they first fell in love. They talked, reminisced, and dreamed together about the future and about that kiss beneath the moonlight. However, their fleeting happiness was quickly shattered. The next morning, Betty got up early to buy breakfast for Banner. But as she stepped out of the lab, she was intercepted by Emil Blonsky and his men. General Ross appeared as well, his eyes burning with anger, disappointment, and heartbreak as he looked at Betty. Betty, why are you doing this? Why are you helping that monster? General Ross's voice thundered with fury and accusation. Dad, Bruce isn't a monster. He's just a man. He's sick, and he needs help. Betty cried out, pleading with all her heart. Sick? He's a threat. He'll destroy everything. General Ross's voice was cold and unyielding, filled with grim resolve. No, Dad, you're wrong. Bruce has been trying so hard to control himself. He never wanted to hurt anyone. Betty pleaded with General Ross, but he wouldn't listen to a word she said. Betty, you're far too naive. You have no idea how dangerous he really is. General Ross's voice was thick with disappointment and helplessness. Please, let Bruce go. He's suffered enough already. Betty fell to her knees, begging desperately. Impossible. I have to catch him. It's my duty. Ross's words rang with unshakable resolve and finality. Betty let out a cry of utter despair. General Ross gave the order, and the army surrounded Dr. Stern's laboratory. Inside the lab, Banner was overwhelmed by a sense of imminent danger. His heartbeat quickened, his breath came in short, panicked bursts. Dr. Stern's antidote had only suppressed the Hulk for a time. Under this intense threat, the Hulk awakened once more. Banner fought with all his strength to hold himself back, but he could not stop the transformation. His body began to change, muscles swelling, skin turning green, eyes glowing crimson. No, please don't. Banner struggled against the pain, but he was powerless to halt what was coming. With a deafening roar of fury, the Hulk burst out of the laboratory. The Hulk and the surrounding army clashed in a violent battle. He swung his massive fists, sending soldiers flying as if they were nothing but insects. He grabbed cars and hurled them like stones at the troops. He let out another earth-shaking roar that left the soldiers' ears ringing in agony. The soldiers fired every weapon they had, bullets, grenades, rockets, but nothing could truly harm the Hulk. Dr. Stern cowered in a corner of the laboratory, terrified. General Ross watched the fight between Hulk and the army, his face an unreadable mask. He ordered the soldiers to drag Betty away by force. Betty struggled with all her might, sobbing and begging, but General Ross remained unmoved. Dad, please, I'm begging you, let Bruce go. Betty's voice was raw with despair and pain. My daughter, forgive me. For America, I have to do this. General Ross spoke the words silently in his heart. Betty looked at his cold, unyielding back, her eyes brimming with heartbreak and hopelessness. She knew that whatever bond they had was now shattered beyond repair. Far off, atop a tall building, Wang Xiaoming watched the battle through a pair of binoculars. The Hulk, he's powerful, just as I thought, but it's still not enough. He murmured to himself, a mysterious glint flashing in his eyes. The wheels of fate had begun to turn. Banner, Betty, General Ross, Blonsky, All their destinies would be swept up in this coming catastrophe. The jungle lay in ruins. Splintered trees and scorched earth stretched across the battlefield, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and dust. General Ross's special forces had been utterly crushed by the Hulk. Soldiers lay sprawled in disarray, some dead, others wounded, an appalling sight that was hard to bear. Severed limbs, fresh blood, broken remains. The entire battlefield resembled a living hell. Emil Blonsky, once an elite warrior, now lay barely clinging to life beside the trunk of a shattered tree. He was covered in blood, bones shattered, internal organs damaged, his life hanging by a thread. He coughed hoarsely, struggling for breath, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Blonsky stared at the raging Hulk not far away, eyes filled with terror and bitter resentment. So this is power, he muttered under his breath, his voice weak and rasping. At that moment, a figure suddenly stepped into the center of the battlefield, placing himself between Hulk and the devastation. With his hands shoved casually into his pockets and a mischievous, irreverent grin on his face, Wang Xiaoming looked at the Hulk as if facing nothing more than a harmless kitten. So, this is the famous Hulk? Honestly, he's not much to look at. He spoke offhandedly, his tone brimming with mockery and disdain. Infuriated by Wang Xiaoming's words, Hulk let out a furious roar, a sound that shook the very air. He loathed being belittled like this. Now, he wanted nothing more than to tear apart this reckless upstart standing before him. From the sidelines, Betty Ross's heart filled with dread as she saw Wang Xiaoming step forward. "No, get out of there. You'll be killed," she shouted desperately, her voice shaking with fear and anxiety. General Ross's brow furrowed deeply when he saw Wang Xiaoming. "That guy, isn't he Kamen Rider Decade? I think his name's Wang Xiaoming. What's he doing here?" Suspicion and caution clouded his thoughts as he tried to make sense of the newcomer's motives. Betty and General Ross exchanged a glance, a swirl of complicated emotions passing between them. The distance and tension between father and daughter, their unresolved conflicts, and the uncertainty of what lay ahead. All of it was captured in that single look. Unbothered by Hulk's fury, Wang Xiaoming calmly produced the Decade driver and fastened it to his waist. He drew a Decade card and slid it into the belt. "Henshin," his voice rang out, brimming with confidence and strength. "Kamen Ride, Decade." A burst of dazzling magenta light flared around him as Wang Xiaoming transformed into Kamen Rider Decade. Particles of light danced in the air, energy waves rippling outward as armor rapidly formed, encasing his entire body. There he stood, Decade, his magenta armor gleaming in the sunlight, radiating both power and advanced technology. "Decade, he actually transformed." Betty gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. "This man? He's far from ordinary." General Ross's expression grew grave. The Hulk, spotting Decade, let out a furious roar and swung his enormous fist, bringing it crashing down toward Decade. His fist sliced through the air with a rushing wind, descending like a mountain threatening to crush everything beneath it. Wang Xiaoming had long since devised his tactics. He planned to use Decade's powers to toy with the Hulk and test his true strength. "Attack Ride Blast!" Decade drew his ride booker, switching it to gun mode, and opened fire on the Hulk in rapid succession. The bullets fired from the ride booker were several times more powerful than ordinary rounds, striking the Hulk with a thunderous impact. Yet, to the Hulk, these bullets were little more than an itch, unable to inflict any real harm. "Attack Ride, Illusion." Decade activated another card, conjuring multiple illusions of himself to bewilder the Hulk. Suddenly, his figure multiplied, flickering around the Hulk, real and false indistinguishable, weaving circles around his foe. The Hulk was left dazed and confused by Decade's doppelgangers. He lashed out in anger, his fists swinging wildly, but struck only fleeting afterimages. "Attack Ride, Invisible." With another card, Decade vanished from sight, slipping into invisibility to evade the Hulk's attacks. He disappeared into thin air, as if he had never been there at all. Deprived of a target, the Hulk bellowed in frustration, pounding the earth with all his might. Decade kept up his relentless harassment, shooting, creating illusions, turning invisible, constantly provoking the Hulk without engaging him head-on. He was like a nimble matador, dancing circles around an enraged bull, always just out of reach. Driven to distraction by Decade's hit-and-run tactics, the Hulk grew ever more furious, his roars echoing louder and louder through the jungle. With every swell of his anger, his destructive power increased. Each casual blow gouged craters in the ground and shattered the surrounding trees. The entire jungle was soon left in chaos and ruin by the Hulk's rampage. All the while, Wang Xiaoming continued to taunt the Hulk, carefully assessing his strength. He realized that the Hulk's defenses were formidable. Ordinary attacks couldn't even scratch him. This guy's got skin like armor. Looks like I'll have to pull out some real tricks if I want to take him down, Wang Xiaoming thought to himself. He drew an Iron Man card from his deck and slid it into the Decade driver. Kamen Ride, Iron Man. A dazzling flash of gold and crimson lit up the scene as Decade transformed into Iron Man form. The color of the armor shifted from magenta to a brilliant gold and red, its structure subtly reconfiguring as energy coursed through it, radiating a sense of both power and advanced technology. Decade, now in the Iron Man form, stood tall. The gold and red armor gleamed under the sunlight, making him appear like an armored knight from the future. Betty was once again stunned to see Decade transform into Iron Man. He actually turned into Iron Man. She exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. General Ross watched Decade's transformation, his expression growing increasingly complex. He was both shocked by Decade's abilities and filled with a deeper sense of apprehension toward Tony Stark. That's Kamen Rider Decade. But just what is this guy's true origin? He wondered silently. Betty and General Ross exchanged another glance, their eyes brimming with emotions that words could not express. Between them, the distance and conflict of father and daughter mingled with uncertainty about what the future might hold. Decade, in Iron Man form, engaged his thrusters and soared toward the Hulk, launching himself into a fierce battle. Harnessing the raw power of the Iron Man armor, he met Hulk head-on in a clash of fists and feet. Their blows collided with thunderous, earth-shaking force. Decade unleashed a barrage of energy attacks, repulsor blasts from his palms, and a powerful chest beam, striking Hulk with relentless intensity. Each energy blast detonated on impact, sending fire and shockwaves skyward. Hulk refused to back down. He swung his massive fists at Decade with roaring fury, and hurled boulders and uprooted trees in his direction. Their battle was cataclysmic, shaking the very jungle around them. The ground fractured, trees crashed to the earth, and everywhere bore the scars of explosive combat. Decade, still in Iron Man form, drew out Iron Man's skill card and swiped it through his driver. Attack Ride, Repulsor Blast. He aimed both palms at Hulk and unleashed two mighty repulsor beams. The twin golden-red energy blasts surged forth, crackling with power as they struck Hulk squarely. Hulk howled in pain, struggling to endure the burning onslaught, his chest now scorched and blackened. Hulk's defenses are formidable, but not flawless. His weak points must be his eyes and other vital spots. Besides, he doesn't seem particularly intelligent. He's easily enraged. That's something I can use. Decade analyzed Hulk's vulnerabilities in his mind, strategizing his next move. He had already tested Hulk's strength. His objective was achieved, so he decided to withdraw. Hulk, that's enough for today. Next time we meet, I'll show you what true knightly power really is. Decade, now in his Iron Man form, called out to Hulk, his voice dripping with bravado and provocation. Engaging his thrusters, he soared into the sky and vanished, disappearing through the shimmering veil of his space-time ability. Seeing Decade flee only made Hulk angrier. He let out a deafening roar and slammed his fists into the ground with tremendous force. Crater after crater erupted beneath his blows, sending tremors through the entire jungle. Hulk's gaze shifted to General Ross and Betty, not far away. In his eyes, hatred and murderous intent burned fiercely. With a bellow directed at General Ross, Hulk braced himself to charge toward them. "Bruce! No!" Betty's scream rang out, her voice quivering with terror and despair as she watched Hulk rush forward. Hearing Betty's cry, Hulk faltered, halting mid-stride. A trace of struggle flickered in his eyes. Memories of Betty's smile, her gentle nature, her concern and love for him, all these surfaced in his mind. Betty. Banner's consciousness seized control for a fleeting moment, and he muttered her name, his voice thick with pain and confusion. But anger and hatred soon surged back, overwhelming Hulk's thoughts. He roared again, preparing to attack General Ross. At that critical moment, Hulk suddenly stopped. He spun around and leapt into the depths of the jungle, vanishing from sight. General Ross and Betty stood frozen, staring after Hulk's retreating figure. They had no idea why Hulk had abruptly abandoned his attack, but relief washed over them all the same. Meanwhile, the gravely injured Blonsky watched Hulk disappear, eyes burning with a desperate longing for power. Power! I need more power, even greater power. Coughing up blood, he muttered under his breath, his eyes wild with obsession. He was now utterly resolved. He would do whatever it took to gain strength beyond compare. Back in his New York hotel room, Wang Xiaoming released his transformation and collapsed onto the bed, replaying the battle with Hulk in his mind. Hulk's strength, is just as formidable as I expected. But his weaknesses are obvious. He's not very intelligent and is easily provoked. That's something I can exploit. And while his defense is strong, it's not completely unbreakable. In his mind, Wang Xiaoming analyzed Hulk's strengths and weaknesses, already plotting strategies for their next encounter. He knew that the battle between him and Hulk was only just beginning. He took out Hulk's card from his deck, but it was still gray. He realized he needed to interact with Hulk even further. What should I do next? Wang Xiaoming fell into deep thought. On the other side, General Ross brought the gravely injured Blonsky back to the military base and arranged for emergency treatment. Though Blonsky had narrowly escaped death, his body was riddled with fractures and his internal organs were badly damaged. It would take a long time for him to recover. General Ross stood by Blonsky's hospital bed, his eyes brimming with disappointment and fury. Useless. You couldn't even handle a single monster. The invincible America. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Blonsky looked up at General Ross, his own eyes filled with resentment and frustration. General, I need greater power. He spoke with great difficulty, his voice rough and barely audible. Hearing these words, a glint flashed in General Ross's eyes. Greater power? What kind of power do you want? Power, like the Hulk's. Blonsky's voice trembled with longing. General Ross fell silent for a moment, then said, I can give you power, but you'll have to pay the price. Whatever the price. I am willing. Blonsky replied without hesitation. A cold, sinister smile crept across General Ross's face. Good. I'll see to it that your wish comes true. He turned and walked out of the room, dialing a number on his phone. Hello, it's me. The Super Soldier program restarted. I have a volunteer, someone who craves power. Emil Blonsky. He's the perfect candidate. Bring Samuel Stearns to me. Quickly. Immediately. No dilas. Ross's voice was icy and resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Fate's gears began to turn, and Blonsky's destiny was about to change forever. He would become General Ross's pawn, a mindless creature driven only by destruction, the abomination. Meanwhile, Betty returned home, her heart heavy with sorrow and emptiness as she gazed at the silent room. She thought of Bruce Banner, of the moments they'd shared, of the happiness that once belonged to them. Bruce, where are you? Are you safe? She whispered to herself, tears tracing silent paths down her cheeks. She felt the distance between herself and Bruce growing ever wider. She didn't know if they would ever meet again. She had no idea what lay ahead for their future. Lost and powerless, despair washed over her. How desperately she wished this was only a nightmare. How she wished that, upon waking, everything could go back to the way it was. But she knew that was impossible. Reality was merciless, and she had to face it. Drying her tears, she forced herself to carry on. She knew she could not falter. She had to be strong. She had to find Bruce, to help him, to face the trials of fate together by his side. Inside a heavily guarded military base, within the confines of a secret laboratory, the lights were dim and the atmosphere oppressive. The lab was filled with advanced equipment, each device aglow, casting flickering reflections and filling the air with a constant, low hum. Petri dishes, test tubes, centrifuges, and microscopes. All sorts of instruments were arranged in careful order, while wires and pipes crisscrossed throughout, creating a scene that was both technological and unsettling. Emil Blonsky lay shirtless on a cold surgical table, his body tethered by tubes and cables. His muscles were knotted and veins bulged beneath his skin, but his flesh was pale, and he looked frail and weak. A group of scientists in white lab coats stood around Blonsky, their faces tense and focused as they operated the various instruments. Each movement was executed with the utmost care, as if they were performing a procedure on which life and death depended. General Ross stood apart in the control room, watching the experiment unfold through surveillance monitors, his gaze icy and unyielding. His face betrayed no emotion, only a ruthless resolve shone in his eyes. Begin, General Ross ordered through the intercom to the scientists in the lab. One of the scientists retrieved a vial of green serum from a special container. It was a replica of the gamma-ray serum that had once transformed Banner into the Hulk, but in a smaller dosage. The serum shimmered with an eerie green glow under the lights, as if it contained a mysterious and dangerous power. Slowly, the scientist injected the green serum into Blonsky's body. The moment the serum entered his system, Blonsky was seized by intense pain. His muscles began to swell, veins rose sharply, and his skin started to change color. He let out a guttural cry of agony, his body convulsing and trembling violently, as though something monstrous was trying to burst forth from within. His muscles bulged grotesquely, veins writhing under his skin like worms. He seemed to be inflating like a balloon, ready to burst at any moment. Increase the dosage, General Ross commanded coldly. The scientist hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed the order, increasing the amount of serum. Blonsky's suffering intensified, his cries echoing with even greater torment. His transformation accelerated. His skin took on a strange greenish hue, his eyes blazed red, and his teeth grew sharp and menacing. The scientists proceeded to the second phase of the experiment. From another container, they extracted a vial of dark red liquid, material drawn from Bruce Banner's very marrow. The dark red liquid exuded a metallic, bloody scent, as if it held some wild and sinister power within. The scientist injected the dark red liquid into Blonsky's spine. The moment the liquid entered his body, Blonsky experienced a violent rejection. His heart raced, his blood pressure shot up, his temperature soared. Every physiological reading spiked to dangerous extremes. Heart rate 200. Blood pressure 180/120. Temperature 42 degrees Celsius. The scientists cried out in alarm. Worry etched across their faces. They knew that if Blonsky couldn't withstand this transformation, he would die. Hang in there, Blonsky. You can do this. General Ross shouted from the control room, his voice booming through the speakers. Driven by his hunger for power and burning hatred for the Hulk, Blonsky forced himself to endure the agony of the transformation. His body began to change dramatically. His muscles bulged, his bones thickened, his skin hardened, his head twisted into a monstrous shape, and jagged bone spurs erupted from his spine. He grew taller, stronger, more grotesque, more terrifying with every passing second. With a thunderous roar that shook the entire facility, Blonsky's transformation was complete. He had become the Abomination, a creature even more hideous, more brutal, and more powerful than the Hulk himself. Madness and a thirst for carnage blazed in the Abomination's eyes. His mind was gone, replaced by the instincts of a mindless destroyer. He broke free from his restraints and tore through the laboratory in a frenzy, swinging his massive fists and smashing equipment to pieces. His bellowing roars reverberated through the lab, making the walls and floors tremble. The scientists scattered in terror, but there was no escape from the Abomination's wrath. One by one, they fell to his merciless violence. Their desperate, terrified screams echoed through the lab, filling the space with horror and despair. General Ross watched the carnage unfold, shock and fear frozen on his face. He had never imagined the monster he'd created would be so powerful or so uncontrollable. Stop him! Somebody stop him! General Ross shouted into the radio, but it was already too late. The Abomination smashed through the laboratory walls, broke out of the military base, and charged straight toward New York City. When Betty learned that Blonsky had been transformed into the Abomination, she stormed up to General Ross in fury, demanding answers. Dad, how could you do this? You knew Blonsky was dangerous. Why did you inject him with the serum? Why would you create such a monster? Betty's voice trembled with anger and accusation. General Ross tried to defend himself, insisting that everything he did was for national security, for the sake of eliminating the Hulk. Betty, you don't understand. The Hulk is a tremendous threat. I have to find a way to stop him. Blonsky volunteered for the procedure. He craved power. All I did was give him a chance. Ross's voice was laced with helplessness and self-justification. Betty was deeply disappointed by her father's response. She never imagined that her own father could become so cold and ruthless. Dad, you've changed. I don't even recognize you anymore. You're willing to sacrifice innocent lives just to achieve your goals. Tell me, how is that any different from what terrorists do? Betty's voice trembled with disappointment and pain. Ross was infuriated by Betty's accusation. He raised his voice, rebuking her for not understanding him. Betty, you're too naive. The world isn't as simple as you think. For the sake of national security, some sacrifices are necessary. His words rang with anger and grim resolve. Betty looked at General Ross, her eyes filled with despair and heartbreak. She knew then that the bond between her and her father had been irreparably shattered. Dad, I hate you. I will never forgive you. Her voice was thick with hopelessness and finality. She turned away, determined to leave General Ross behind and go in search of Bruce Banner to help him. General Ross watched Betty's retreating figure, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. Yet he clung to his convictions, believing with all certainty that his actions were justified. Betty and General Ross, once a loving father and daughter, were now torn apart by their clashing ideals, each set on a different path. Where would their futures lead them now? All this time, Wang Xiaoming had been watching events unfold from the shadows. He saw Abomination escape from the military base and charge toward New York City, realizing that a great battle was about to erupt. He decided to act once again. He had to stop Abomination from wreaking havoc in New York, gather data on him, and unlock more night cards. Once more, he prepared to harness the power of the temporal veil, readying himself for the journey into the heart of the city. But just as Wang Xiaoming was about to step into the temporal veil, disaster struck. A surge of powerful energy erupted out of nowhere, destabilizing the temporal veil. The veil began to twist and contort violently, filling the air with a piercing, droning sound. Space itself warped, energy spiraling out of control, bursts of light flickering madly. Chaos engulfed the entire temporal veil. Wang Xiaoming's face went pale. He had never expected anything like this. What's happening? Why is the temporal veil spiraling out of control? His shout rang out, thick with disbelief. He barely had time to react before he was swept into the chaotic folds of space and time, vanishing into thin air. Wang Xiaoming tumbled and jolted through the temporal turbulence, feeling as though his body were being torn apart. Wild currents of energy raged around him, fragments of space whirling by, as if he had been thrown into a giant meat grinder. He tried to control his body, tried to steady the fabric of space and time, but soon realized all his efforts were in vain. Damn it! What on earth is happening? Wang Xiaoming roared in his heart, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the howling storm of the temporal maelstrom. He had no idea where he would be taken, nor what fate awaited him on the other side. He felt lost, helpless, and utterly hopeless. All he could do was let himself be tossed about in the raging currents of time and space, leaving his fate to the winds. 1943, Brooklyn, New York, a shabby street. The sign for the recruitment office swung in the wind, creaking and groaning, as if lamenting the hardship and helplessness of wartime. Bucky Barnes, crisp in his military uniform, strode out of the recruitment office, pride and joy lighting up his face. He had passed the physical exam and was about to head to the front lines, soon to become a proud American soldier. Steve Rogers stood nearby, watching Bucky, his eyes brimming with envy and heartfelt wishes. Small and frail, Steve stood in stark contrast to Bucky's sturdy build. Because of his health, Steve had been rejected by the recruitment office time and again. His dream of joining the army seemed forever out of reach. Don't lose heart, Steve. Someday you'll serve too. Bucky walked over, clapped Steve on the shoulder, and offered words of comfort. Bucky, you don't have to console me. Just look at me. Which unit would ever take me? Steve managed a bitter smile and shook his head, his voice thick with self-doubt and resignation. Steve, you're my best friend. I know you can do it. Even if you can't enlist, there are other ways to serve your country. Bucky threw an arm around Steve's shoulders, encouraging him. Just then, a tall, striking blonde woman approached Bucky, her tone friendly and confident. Hello, officer. My name is Cindy. May I have the pleasure of meeting you? Bucky looked at the beautiful blonde in front of him, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. He straightened his uniform and replied, Of course, lovely lady. I am Bucky Barnes. It's a pleasure to meet you. Steve watched the exchange, giving Bucky a look that said, You know what to do, silently urging him to seize the opportunity. I'll catch you later, Steve. We'll talk another day. Bucky said to Steve, Go on, Bucky. Good luck. Steve nodded with a warm smile. Bucky wrapped his arm around the waist of the blonde beauty and walked away from the recruitment office. Steve watched Bucky's departing figure, a flicker of loneliness and insecurity passing through his eyes. He lowered his head and gazed at his thin, frail body, his heart full of helplessness and disappointment. Why am I so weak? Why can't I even qualify for the army? Am I really destined to accomplish nothing? Steve muttered to himself, his voice heavy with self-doubt and denial. Just as Steve was lost in his own regrets, a teasing voice suddenly sounded behind him. Well, if it isn't Steve Rogers. Back at the recruitment office hitting another wall. Steve turned around and saw a young stranger standing behind him. The young man had his hands in his pockets and wore a roguish, irreverent smile. He looked vaguely familiar, though Steve was certain they'd never met. Who are you? How do you know my name? Steve asked, his confusion clear. I'm Wang Xiaoming, just a passing Kamen rider, the young man replied with a faint smile. Steve frowned, clearly puzzled by the term Kamen rider. Kamen rider? What's that supposed to mean? Wang Xiaoming didn't answer Steve's question. Instead, he asked his own. Steve, why are you so determined to join the army? Do you think being a soldier makes you a hero? Steve's eyes shone with resolve as he answered. I want to protect my country. I want to defeat evil. I want to be someone useful for my nation and my people. Wang Xiaoming shook his head and said, Steve, you're mistaken. A hero isn't defined by a uniform, nor by strength. A true hero is strong in spirit, unwavering in will, and stands for justice, never giving up, no matter the circumstances. Do you crave power? Wang Xiaoming suddenly asked. No, I crave peace, Steve replied. But if evil exists, I'll fight it in my own way. Even if your way seems pointless to others. Wang pressed. Even if it's pointless, I'll still do it, because it's the right thing to do, Steve answered without a moment's hesitation. Steve fell silent, letting Wang Xiaoming's words sink in. He began to reconsider what being a hero truly meant, questioning his own reasons for wanting to join the army. Just then, a group of burly American soldiers strode out of the recruitment office. They spotted Steve and sneered, their faces twisted with ridicule. Well, if it isn't little Steve. Back at the recruitment office again. Still think you've got what it takes to be a soldier. One of the soldiers stepped right up to Steve and gave him a shove as he spoke. Kid, stop dreaming. With that scrawny body of yours, you'd be dead the moment you set foot on the battlefield. Steve was shoved to the ground by one of the soldiers. He clenched his fists in anger, but he knew he was no match for these men. The soldiers circled around Steve, hurling insults and threats at him. Kid, don't come back to the recruitment office. This isn't a place for someone like you. With those twig arms and legs, you probably can't even hold a rifle straight. Their laughter broke out, echoing loudly and mercilessly. They mocked Steve without restraint, as if watching a clown perform for their amusement. Wang Xiaoming watched the scene unfold, a look of disdain spreading across his face. He loathed bullies who picked on the weak more than anything. He walked over to Steve, helped him up, and then turned to the soldiers. All of you, come at me together. The soldiers stared at Wang Xiaoming in surprise for a moment, then burst into laughter. Are you out of your mind, kid? You think you can take us on with that little frame? Sounds like you're tired of living. Let's show him what real pain feels like, boys. They raised their fists and charged toward Wang Xiaoming. A cold glint flashed in Wang Xiaoming's eyes as he spoke again. I'll say it one more time, all of you together. Otherwise, you'll regret it. His arrogance infuriated the soldiers, who decided to give this cocky kid a lesson he'd never forget. But what happened next was beyond anything they could have predicted. Wang Xiaoming's figure blurred as he dodged their attacks with ease. He struck like lightning, every punch and kick landing precisely where it hurt the most. Within seconds, the soldiers were sprawled on the ground, clutching their stomachs and groaning in pain. Steve was utterly stunned by what he saw. He never imagined that Wang Xiaoming, who didn't even look strong, could be so formidable. You. Steve stared at Wang Xiaoming, too astonished to form a complete sentence. Wang Xiaoming walked over, patted Steve on the shoulder, and said, Steve, remember my words. True heroes are strong in spirit. With that, Wang Xiaoming turned and walked away, his figure soon disappearing into the crowd. Steve watched him go, his eyes now filled with determination and hope. He made up his mind then and there, to become a true hero, one strong at heart. He understood, at last, maybe what I've been chasing all along isn't just being a soldier, but being a hero. Thank you, Wang Xiaoming. I'll remember your words. I will become a true hero. Steve made this silent promise to himself. Wang Xiaoming concealed himself in the shadows, his gaze deep and unwavering as he watched Steve Rogers. He was like a patient hunter, observing every move of his prey. The conflict between Steve and the street toughs did not make him back down. Instead, it ignited a fire deep within him. In Wang Xiaoming's eyes, the determination and resilience shining in Steve's gaze flickered like sparks in the night. Steve Rogers, it seems my presence has already begun to pluck at the strings of fate in this world. Wang Xiaoming murmured softly, his voice dissolving into the air. His mind surged with thoughts, like the tide rushing in, swept in 1943 by a turbulent stream of time and space. Was this destiny's coincidence, or something inevitable? Is it because of Steve Rogers, the pivotal figure of this era? Or perhaps it was the quiver of the space stone resonating with my temporal veil that opened this doorway between worlds? He frowned slightly, trying to untangle the chaotic threads of fate. No matter the reason, since I am here, I must make the best of it. The whole card can wait. Right now, my top priority is to acquire the Captain America card. A glint of cunning flashed in Wang Xiaoming's eyes. It seems the time has come for me to play the part of a hero's mentor. The gears of fate began to turn slowly, and Steve Rogers' path in life was shifting away from what it once was. In a seemingly chance encounter, Steve met Dr. Abraham Erskine. This scientist, who had escaped the clutches of the Nazis, was secretly working on a project that could change the tide of war, the Super Soldier Project. He sought to create not just powerful warriors, but symbols of hope. Dr. Erskine's gaze seemed to pierce through Steve's frail frame, seeing the treasure hidden deep within his soul. Steve Rogers, I've been watching you from the shadows. Though your body may be weak, your spirit is incredibly strong. The kindness, courage, and perseverance you possess far surpass any outward strength. That is true power. Dr. Erskine's words shone like a beacon, illuminating Steve's confusion. Doctor, do you really think I can? Steve's voice trembled with disbelief and longing. I believe in you, Steve. I am certain you will become a great warrior, a true hero, the hope of a nation. Dr. Erskine's eyes were filled with trust and anticipation, and his words took root in Steve's heart like seeds ready to sprout. Steve accepted Dr. Erskine's invitation and stepped onto a path filled with unknown dangers and possibilities. The process of the experiment was nothing short of a purgatorial ordeal. As the super soldier serum was injected into Steve's body, it seared through every vein like molten lava. His body felt as if it were being torn apart. His bones groaned with a sound that made one's teeth ache, while his muscles swelled uncontrollably, waves of excruciating pain crashing over his nerves again and again. The exposure to the Vita ray was an even greater torture. Bathed in its blinding light, his body twisted and contorted as if it were being remade into something entirely new. Arf! Steve let out a primal roar, more beast than man, sweat soaking through his clothes. Yet he gritted his teeth, fighting the inhuman agony. With every ounce of his will, he could not give up. He had to prove himself. He had to become the hero that Dr. Erskine believed he could be. Astonishingly, the experiment succeeded. Steve emerged from the chamber utterly transformed. No longer the frail young man he once was. He now possessed a body of steel, a true super soldier. His eyes shone with newfound strength and confidence. Yet fate, so often cruel, reveals its savage face just when hope seems within reach. A Hydra spy, who had been lurking in the shadows, appeared like a specter, intent on stealing away this hope that could change the world. Chaos erupted in the lab. Gunfire, explosions, and screams blended into a cacophony of terror. From the shadows, Wang Xiaoming made his move, his knightly powers acting like an invisible hand that disrupted the spy's actions. Although Wang Xiaoming managed to secure the serum, in the confusion, the spy's bullet found its mark in Dr. Erskine. Doctor, no! Steve's anguished cry tore through the chaos as he witnessed the tragedy unfold. He rushed to Dr. Erskine, now lying in a pool of blood, powerless to save him. The formula for the super soldier serum was lost. Dr. Erskine's death meant the spark of hope had been cruelly extinguished. At first, Steve was not given a soldier's mission. Instead, he was made into Captain America, a symbol of hope and victory. Clad in a dazzling uniform, he performed on stage, selling war bonds to the public. Captain America! Captain America! The deafening cheers of the crowd lifted him onto a pedestal, worshipped as a national icon. Yet inside, Steve was plagued by confusion and struggle. What he yearned for was real combat, not to play the part of a mascot for others' entertainment. I don't want to be an actor. I want to be on the front lines. I want to defeat the enemy with my own hands. Steve petitioned his superiors, his voice heavy with frustration and anger. Steve, your work is important too. You raise morale. You raise funds for the war effort. You're serving your country in your own way. His superior tried to reassure him. No, this isn't what I want. Steve clenched his fists, the fire deep inside him never once extinguished. A twist of fate often arrives when least expected. During a morale-boosting tour of Europe, Steve received devastating news. His best friend, Bucky Barnes, and his unit had been captured by Hydra. Steve's heart was struck by this sudden, terrible blow. He could no longer bear to stand by. He had to act, to rescue his friend, to prove himself. Ignoring orders from his superiors, Steve set out on his rescue mission with unwavering resolve. Alone, he infiltrated the Hydra base, moving like a ghost in the night, silent, unseen, slipping past enemy eyes. With extraordinary courage and fighting skill, Steve succeeded in freeing Bucky and the other captured soldiers. Within Hydra's stronghold, he became a grim reaper on the battlefield, single-handedly routing their forces and leaving the Hydra soldiers in utter disarray. This victory revealed Steve Rogers' true worth to the military brass. He was no longer just a performer on stage. He was a hero of the battlefield. At last, Steve Rogers had truly become Captain America. He formed the Howling Commandos, fighting side by side with Bucky Barnes, Agent Peggy Carter, and other comrades-in-arms. Together, they struck deep behind enemy lines, working to destroy Hydra's sinister plots. All the while, Wang Xiaoming watched from shadows. He witnessed Steve's growth, and he saw the subtle shifts in history. Yet, a shadow that should never have appeared shattered Wang Xiaoming's predictions for the future. The Doomsday Robot, a technological marvel far ahead of its time, had somehow materialized at the side of Hydra's leader, Johann Schmidt, the Red Skull. The Doomsday Robot? That's impossible. Could Dr. Doom really exist in this world? A storm of disbelief raged in Wang Xiaoming's heart as he realized that history here was veering toward the unknown. The emergence of the Doomsday Robot brought an unprecedented crisis to Steve and the Howling Commandos. During a raid, the Commandos were ambushed by the Doomsday Robot. Explosions erupted one after another, flames shooting sky high. The crackle of gunfire and cries of agony wove together into a grim symphony of death. Under the robot's overwhelming firepower, the howling commandos fell like wheat before a scythe, their blood soaking the land. Steve engaged the Doomsday robot in a desperate fight to the finish, only to discover that this Iron Giant's defenses were beyond anything he could have imagined. His shield, his fists, none could inflict real harm. Who are you people? Why do you serve Hydra? Steve roared, launching himself at the Doomsday robot again and again. Captain America, your question is meaningless. All you need to remember is this. Today, you and your howling commandos will meet your end here. The Destroyer robot's voice rang out in a cold, metallic monotone, like the sentence of a Grim Reaper. Steve was trapped, facing utter defeat. The howling commandos were on the verge of being wiped out. The shadows of history loomed over this battlefield. The thick stench of gunpowder, mingled with the metallic tang of blood and the acrid smell of scorched steel, hung heavy in the air. The battlefield had been transformed into a living hell. The howling commandos lay scattered across the ground, some already motionless, others writhing and groaning in pain. Shattered weapons, twisted scraps of metal, and splashes of blood, everywhere, evidence of the battle's brutality. Steve Rogers, Captain America himself, was gravely wounded. His uniform was torn and caked with blood and grime. His iconic shield was battered and scarred, its surface marred with deep dents and scratches, bearing silent witness to the onslaught it had endured. Supporting himself with the shield, Steve struggled to one knee. His breathing was harsh and ragged, every breath scraping at his wounds and sending waves of agony through his body. His eyes burned with a mix of pain, defiance, and despair. Is this really how it ends for us? Are we truly going to die here? The silent cry echoed inside Steve's mind, his will wavering, his faith on the verge of collapse. Not far away, the looming figure of the Destroyer robot advanced, relentless as death itself. Though its armor bore marks from the recent fight, it still glinted with an icy, invulnerable sheen, exuding an aura of unstoppable power. The energy cannon on its arm was slowly charging, emitting a deep, ominous hum. The muzzle pulsed with a brilliant blue light, growing ever brighter and sharper, like the gaze of death itself, fixed on Steve and his remaining commandos. Captain, a grievously wounded soldier, voice scarcely more than a whisper, called out to Steve. Despair weighed heavy in his tone. Yet even now, he clung to hope that his captain might survive. Steve looked at his team, his eyes torn by pain and inner struggle. No, I can't give up. I won't let my men die here. I have to do something. Inwardly, he roared against despair. His spirit began to blaze anew, his resolve forging itself afresh. He tightened his grip on the shield and, with great effort, forced himself to his feet. His body trembled, but he did not falter. He knew he could not fall. He had to fight until his last breath. Come on, monster. I won't let you win. Steve shouted at the Destroyer robot, his voice hoarse but unwavering, ringing with unshakable determination. The Destruction robot had finished charging its energy cannon. A massive, blinding blue beam shot forth, radiating an aura of utter annihilation as it surged towards Steve and his team. No. Steve let out a desperate roar. He raised his shield, trying to fend off the deadly attack. He knew it was futile, but he had to try, because he was Captain America, and he never gave up. At that critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Steve, blocking the robot's deadly blast. Who's there? A startled voice echoed from within the Destruction robot's control chamber. Steve's eyes widened as he beheld a stranger, a young man, standing resolutely before him. The young man extended his hand. Instantly, an invisible barrier shimmered into existence, completely absorbing the robot's energy beam. The blast struck the shield with a crackling hiss, but couldn't pierce through it all. Who is he? Steve's heart was filled with shock and confusion. Wang Xiaoming looked at the Destruction robot before him, the corners of his mouth curling into a confident smile. Looks like I arrived just in time. He spoke with effortless calm, as if the crisis at hand were nothing more than a game. He unhurriedly drew out the Decade driver and fastened it around his waist. He pulled out a Decade card and slid it into the driver. Henshin. His voice rang out, brimming with power and resolve. Kamen ride. Decade. In an instant, a dazzling magenta light burst forth from the driver, enveloping Wang Xiaoming completely. Particles of light danced and swirled around him, like sprites from another dimension spinning and leaping in the air. Waves of energy rippled outward, sending invisible shock waves through the air, distorting it ever so slightly. Space itself seemed to fold and shift. Light bent strangely around Wang Xiaoming, as if he stood at the boundary between reality and illusion. When the radiance faded, Wang Xiaoming had transformed into Kamen Rider Decade. His entire body was clad in magenta armor, sleek lines radiating power, the hard metallic finish gleaming like a work of art from the future. Decade stood there, a knight from realms unknown, his very presence a force of intimidation. His arrival brought a glimmer of hope to the battlefield that had been overshadowed by despair. He actually transformed? Well, what kind of power is this? Who in the world is he? Steve stared at Wang Xiaoming in his transformed state, shaken and bewildered. He recognized Wang Xiaoming at once, the mysterious young man he'd encountered at the recruitment office. But he never expected that Wang Xiaoming would possess such astonishing powers. Inside the destroyer robot, the controller voiced his doubts in a cold, electronic tone. Impossible. There shouldn't be anyone like you in this timeline. Who are you? Are you from the Time Management Bureau? No, that can't be. The Bureau's people would never show up here. How curious. You carry a power that doesn't belong to this universe. What exactly are you? Suspicion and vigilance echoed in the destroyer robot's synthesized voice. Decade didn't answer the destroyer robot's questions directly. Instead, he countered. There are many things in this world that are beyond your comprehension. But that's not important. What matters is that your presence has already disrupted the course of history. Tell me, what exactly are you? Decade's voice was filled with authority and an oppressive force, like a judge interrogating a criminal. The destroyer robot wasted no more words. It activated an array of weapons and launched a fierce assault against Decade. Energy cannons mounted on its arms unleashed blinding beams of light, scything through the air with deadly precision, slicing toward Decade like a reaper's blade. Missile launchers on its back fired several homing missiles, twisting through the sky like venomous serpents, shrieking as they streaked toward their target. Despite the barrage of ranged attacks, the destroyer robot's hulking form did not slow. It advanced with thunderous steps, each one making the ground tremble, and its massive mechanical arms swung down like giant hammers, whistling through the air as they smashed toward Decade. Yet Decade showed not a trace of panic in the face of the onslaught. With agile, ghost-like movements, he weaved effortlessly between the searing energy beams and incoming missiles, dodging every attack with ease. When the destroyer robot's colossal arm swung down, Decade chose not to evade. Instead, he met the attack head-on. He raised his ride booker in sword mode, bracing it before him. The blade clashed hard against the mechanical limb. A deafening clang of metal rang out, sending sparks flying and a powerful shockwave rippling in all directions, shattering the ground beneath their feet. A tremendous force surged through the blade, causing Decade's body to shudder. But he held his ground, unwavering, blocking the assault. In the instant when the destroyer robot's momentum faltered, Decade's eyes flashed with determination. Summoning strength from his core, he thrust his right fist forward, wreathed in a magenta energy. Like a cannonball unleashed, it smashed into the armor joint at the robot's chest with explosive force. A faint cracking sound echoed as a thin fracture appeared on the armor of the destroyer robot. Decade's assault didn't let up. He struck again and again, each punch landing on the exact same spot. The fracture widened with every blow, until at last, the destroyer robot staggered backward, struggling to keep its balance. This guy's armor really is tough, but its joints are the weak point. Decade thought to himself, his eyes sharp with insight. Seizing the moment while Decade kept the robot at bay, Steve dashed over to the wounded members of the Howling Assault Squad. He hurriedly carried the injured to a safer spot and used basic first aid to stop their bleeding and bandage their wounds. He tore strips from his own shirt to bind their injuries, and shielded them with his own body whenever debris and dirt rained down. Captain, thank you. The wounded squad members looked up at Steve, gratitude and respect shining in their eyes. Hang in there, brothers. We'll make it through this. I promise. Steve encouraged them, urging his team to hold on, and reassured them that reinforcements would arrive soon. Driven back by Decade, the destroyer robot grew even more furious and activated its most powerful weapons. A surge of electromagnetic pulses burst from its body, an attempt to disrupt Decade's movements. The intense electromagnetic waves rippled outward, causing the nearby electronic equipment to fizzle and sputter. Yet Decade's armor appeared unaffected by the electromagnetic assault. He moved as swiftly as ever. Suddenly, a shimmering energy shield enveloped the destroyer robot, blocking Decade's attacks. The shield glowed pale blue, wrapping the robot in a giant shell, impenetrable like the surface of an egg. Decade unleashed a relentless barrage against the energy shield, punches, kicks, sweeping sword strikes, and slashing blades, but nothing seemed to break through. This thing's defense is something else. Decade thought grimly. He He drew a card and slid it into his driver. Attack ride, /. Decade swung the ride booker in sword mode, launching a blazing attack at the destroyer robot. The ride booker gleamed with surging energy, its arc slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. With a sharp crack, a fissure opened on the robot's energy shield. Decade seized the moment, raining down blows until the fracture spread, and at last, the shield shattered completely. Damaged and vulnerable, the destroyer robot moved sluggishly. Even its energy core flickered, growing unstable. Decade knew the time had come to end this fight. He drew another card and slid into the driver. Final attack ride. Didididikad. Decade leapt high into the air, and several spectral images of himself appeared all around him. These phantoms seemed to hail from different times and worlds, each radiating powerful surges of energy. Then, all the images merged into one, transforming into a colossal magenta beam of energy that shot straight toward the destruction robot. Decade delivered a fierce kick to the robot's head, unleashing an explosion of overwhelming force. A thunderous blast split the air, shaking the earth as the destruction robot erupted into a hail of fragments. Flames soared skyward, and a shockwave swept out in all directions. In the instant the robot exploded, a chilling voice echoed through the chaos. Kamen Rider Decade. We will meet again. The voice was thick with resentment and unwillingness, like a curse rising from the depths of hell. Wang Xiaoming released his transformation, returning to his normal self, and walked over to Steve. Steve looked at Wang Xiaoming, his eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. Wang Xiaoming, thank you for saving us. Would you be willing to join us and fight against Hydra together? Steve expressed his thanks and extended an invitation for Wang Xiaoming to join the Howling Commandos. Wang Xiaoming met Steve's gaze, offering a gentle smile as he replied, Steve Rogers, I accept your invitation. However, I won't be joining the Howling Commandos. I will fight Hydra in my own way. I believe our paths will cross again on the battlefield. With his answer, Wang Xiaoming showed his willingness to cooperate while maintaining his independence. Steve understood his choice. He knew that someone like Wang Xiaoming was not one to be easily bound. All right, Wang Xiaoming. I believe we will meet again on the battlefield, Steve said. The two men shook hands, their eyes shining with hope for the future and confidence in ultimate victory. Deep within Hydra's secret base, the atmosphere was as cold and oppressive as a giant steel cage, thick with the stench of evil. Rather than a base, it seemed more like the lair of a mad scientist. The vast space was crammed with experimental devices, prototype weapons, and energy machines, twisted together like a nest of metallic monsters. Cables sprawled across the floors and walls like spiderwebs, glowing with an eerie blue light and emitting a low, unsettling hum, as if some slumbering beast was breathing nearby. The air reeked of acrid chemicals, scorched metal, and an indescribable, sickly sweet stench, a nauseating blend of blood and decay. That smell invaded the nostrils, jarring the nerves, and left one feeling dizzy and queasy. Steve Rogers, the man who embodied freedom and justice as Captain America, stood at the very heart of evil. His figure seemed small, against the vastness of the space, yet his upright posture was like a beacon in the darkness, radiating an unwavering and resolute light. He gripped the shield emblazoned with the stars and stripes, its scars a testament to battles fought and a symbol of his indomitable spirit. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, piercing through the shadows and locking onto the dais ahead, where the source of evil awaited. Bucky, Dr. Erskine, brothers of the Howling Commandos, your sacrifice will never be in vain. I swear, I will stop Red Skull and crush Hydra's wicked schemes. In his heart, Steve made a silent vow. Each word weighed like iron, brimming with boundless resolve and strength. He was no longer the frail youth from Brooklyn. He had transformed into a true hero, a warrior who fought to protect others, Captain America. Drawing a deep breath, Steve wrinkled his brow as the foul stench in the air assaulted him, but he did not falter. He stepped forward, each stride steady and powerful, his footsteps echoing heavily as if pounding upon the very heart of his enemy. Atop the dais, Red Skull stood tall and arrogant. He wore a perfectly tailored black uniform, its sharp, cold lines mirroring his ruthless nature. The skeletal mask concealed his face, revealing only two crimson eyes that gleamed with greed, madness, and cruelty. In his hand, he held the Tesseract, that cube glowing with an eerie blue light, a vessel of seemingly infinite energy and the promise of endless destruction. Red Skull looked down at the approaching Steve, his eyes brimming with contempt and mockery, as though he were watching a helpless insect destined for doom. Captain America? What a laughable title. Do you truly believe that you alone can stop me, can stand in the way of the great Hydra? Red Skull's voice was harsh and grating, like rusted metal scraping together, or the chilling whisper of a demon from the depths of hell, enough to send a shiver down anyone's spine. In that moment, it was as if the very air was torn open. A flash of silver lightning split the darkness, and in an instant, appeared at Red Skull's side. A faint silver trail lingered in the air, like a shooting star streaking across the night sky. A young man dressed in a sleek black bodysuit stood there. The suit clung perfectly to his form, outlining his powerful, explosive muscles, coiled and ready to spring like a waiting cheetah. Silver lightning patterns snaked across the fabric, alive with a sense of breathtaking speed and pulsing energy. The material itself, somewhere between metal and cloth, shimmered with a strange, futuristic luster, clearly a product of technology far ahead of its time. On his feet, simple yet high-tech black boots seemed custom-made for moving at blinding speeds. He was none other than the speedster from the arena, Quicksilver. Quicksilver turned and glanced over at Steve, his gaze full of disdain and scorn, as if looking at an outdated relic, something the world had long since left behind. Captain America? What an antiquated title. This era has no use for you anymore, old fossil. His voice dripped with mockery and contempt, each word striking at Steve's dignity like a sharp, unforgiving blade. Then Quicksilver shifted his attention to Red Skull. Though there was a trace of respect for a worthy rival in his tone, it was overshadowed by his ambition and anticipation for what was to come. Red Skull, finish off this relic quickly. Don't forget your promise to me. You have a debt to pay. Help me fulfill the mission that Lord Doom entrusted to us. Red Skull looked at Quicksilver, a sly, cunning smile spreading across his face, a fox who'd mastered every trick. Don't worry, Quicksilver. Once I defeat Captain America and seize the power of this world, I'll bring the entire Earth into the arena. I'll become the most loyal warrior under the great Lord Doom's command. He raised the cosmic cube in his hand, its blue glow reflecting off his skeletal mask, making him appear even more sinister and terrifying. The cosmic cube holds limitless energy. With it, I will conquer this world and the universe beyond. Earth will become my gift to Lord Doom. Red Skull's voice burned with fanatic ambition. His sights were set not just on ruling Earth, but on becoming master of the cosmos itself. Hidden in the shadows, Wang Xiaoming witnessed everything unfold. He caught every word exchanged between Red Skull and Quicksilver, and at last his suspicions were confirmed. The arena, Lord Doom. So that's it. This world's history has intertwined with the arena. Wang Xiaoming thought to himself, realizing the fate of this world had already veered off the path he once knew, growing ever more tangled and unpredictable. Quicksilver fixed his gaze on Steve once again, his contempt and ridicule growing fiercer. In his mind, the ideals Steve clung to had long since lost their value in this new age. Captain America, your ideals, your beliefs, in this world where the strong prey on the weak, are nothing more than childish fantasies. Power alone is the eternal truth, the only law that matters. Steve met Quicksilver's gaze without the slightest hint of retreat, his eyes steady as granite, his tone brimming with unwavering commitment to justice and an unshakable faith. Power? If power is used only to conquer and destroy, then all it will bring is endless disaster and suffering. True power exists to protect the vulnerable, to uphold justice and peace. His retort rang out with conviction, each word striking Quicksilver's heart like the blow of a warhammer. Protect? Peace. Quicksilver let out a wild, mocking laugh, as if he'd just heard the world's most ridiculous joke. Captain America, you're almost pitiably naive. This world has always belonged to the strong, survival to the fittest. Only the powerful have the right to set the rules. Only the strong deserve to survive. To him, Steve's values were relics of a bygone era, hopelessly out of place in this ruthless world. The strong? True strength is measured by how you protect the weak, not by how you bully them. True strength is standing firm for justice, not bowing to evil. Steve's voice rang out, clear and unyielding, his convictions forged of iron. He believed with all his heart that justice and kindness were humanity's most precious treasures. Justice? In this world, justice is nothing but a fig leaf for the weak. Only power decides everything. Only power can rule fate. Quicksilver's words dripped with scorn for justice and reverence for power. To him, Steve's ideals were just a weakling's way of comforting himself. No, I believe with all my heart that justice will always triumph over evil. I believe that humanity's conscience and courage will never be swallowed by darkness. Hope and faith filled Steve's voice, his eyes shining with an indomitable light, a beacon in the darkness, guiding the way forward. Quicksilver chose not to argue any longer. He was ready to prove his point through action, to shatter Steve's childish fantasies with sheer force. He struck first, launching his attack on Steve. His speed was almost unimaginable. His body became a streak of silver lightning darting around Steve, leaving a dizzying trail of afterimages in his wake. The air shimmered with flashes of silver, Quicksilver's movements too fast for the naked eye to catch. With every dash, he broke the sound barrier, the resulting sonic booms resounding through the bass like rolling thunder. The ground shook with a series of deafening explosions, echoing the storm of power unleashed. The gale generated by his high-speed movement surged like an invisible tidal wave, sending the surrounding equipment and instruments toppling in every direction. Deep furrows were gouged into the ground, as if countless sharp blades had carved through it. Steve gripped his shield tightly, standing at the ready. Relying on his extraordinary reflexes and wealth of combat experience, he strained to track Quicksilver's blinding path. He used a shield to block Quicksilver's flurry of fists and kicks. With each impact, a deafening metallic clang rang out, scattering sparks, as if two meteors were colliding in the heat of battle. Clang, clang, clang. The star-spangled emblem on his shield gleamed even more brilliantly in the shower of sparks. He guarded his vital spots with a shield, fending off Quicksilver's onslaught that came like a raging storm. Every blow sent a jolt of pain through him, but he gritted his teeth and refused to give ground. Seizing a rare opening in Quicksilver's attack, Steve swung the edge of his shield like a blade, slashing toward his opponent in an attempt to break Quicksilver's relentless rhythm. Quicksilver's speed, agility, and flexibility were all far beyond Steve's. Like a nimble predator, he darted across the battlefield, causing Steve's counterattacks to strike only empty air. Yet Steve's strength, endurance, battle-hardened skill, and unyielding will made him no ordinary adversary. He stood like an unshakable fortress, unmoved by the storm raging around him. Wherever Quicksilver dashed, the hard concrete floor was scored with deep grooves, as though torn apart by the claws of a giant beast. When Steve's shield slammed into the walls, it left behind alarming dents. Shards of concrete burst out, and clouds of dust billowed through the air. The precision instruments throughout the Hydra base were destroyed in the wake of their battle, left in pieces and sparking, the screech of alarms piercing through the chaos. Quicksilver regarded Steve as nothing but an outdated relic, convinced the captain was no match for him. He taunted and provoked Steve with both words and actions, hoping to break him down psychologically. "Old man, you're way too slow. You'll never keep up with me. Captain America, your time is over. Face the facts." Though at a disadvantage, Steve showed not a trace of panic. He calmly observed Quicksilver's every move, searching for the right moment to strike back. His gaze remained unwavering and sharp, locking onto his adversary like a hawk tracking its prey. He knew that while Quicksilver was incredibly fast, his attacks lacked real power. If Steve could just seize the right opportunity and counter with his shield, the tide of the battle might yet turn. "Your speed is impressive, but your strength leaves much to be desired," Steve replied, parrying another attack and speaking in a low, steady voice, hoping to goad Quicksilver into making a mistake. "Worry about yourself first, old-timer." Quicksilver shot back, pressing the attack. Quicksilver launched a relentless assault, his attacks accompanied by taunting jibes directed at Steve. He moved faster and faster, his blows growing ever more ferocious. Using his sheer speed to his advantage, Quicksilver exploited every opening in Steve's defense. His fists and feet struck like bolts of lightning, raining down upon Steve in a furious, unending barrage. Steve's strength began to fade rapidly. His movements slowed, his breathing became labored and ragged, as though he might collapse at any moment. Seizing upon a crucial weakness, Quicksilver drove a powerful punch straight into Steve's abdomen. With a dull, heavy thud, Steve's body was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing hard against the icy wall. Blood spurted from Steve's mouth, staining the star-spangled banner across his chest a vivid red. His face turned as pale as parchment, his body trembling on the verge of collapse. Quicksilver advanced relentlessly, a cruel gleam flickering in his eyes, ready to deliver the final blow and bring a decisive end to this outdated hero. "Captain America, your time is over, completely finished," Quicksilver declared, his voice brimming with smugness and cruelty, certain that victory was now within his grasp. But in that critical instant, a shadow appeared before Steve as if conjured from thin air, blocking Quicksilver's advance. "Is that so? I'm not so sure," came Wang Xiaoming's voice, calm and confident, as if he controlled the entire situation. He ignored Quicksilver, turning instead to gaze up at Red Skull on the high platform. His eyes were tranquil as still water, yet held unfathomable depth. "Red Skull, what you're holding, Is that the cosmic cube? Would you mind giving it to me? Wang Xiaoming's tone was casual and natural, as though requesting something trivial and not a treasure powerful enough to destroy the world. Red Skull stared at the newcomer, his eyes first flickering with surprise, then darkening with fury and murderous intent. And just what are you supposed to be? You dare trespass in my base and demand the cosmic cube? You're courting death. Red Skull's voice seethed with rage and violence. He could not tolerate any challenge to his authority, let alone anyone coveting his most prized possession. Without hesitation, he raised the cosmic cube, aiming it at Wang Xiaoming and unleashing its power. A dazzling blue beam of energy shot forth from the cube, slicing through the air like a laser and crackling with destructive force as it streaked toward Wang Xiaoming. Wherever the beam passed, the very air twisted violently, the concrete floor beneath it instantly melting and leaving behind a deep, charred crater. The energy beam tore through the air, its passage ripping apart the atmosphere with a shrill, explosive crack, as though space itself were being warped and shredded by the raw power unleashed. The hard concrete floor, under the barrage of the energy beam, vaporized in an instant as if it were a candle melting under intense heat. What remained was a bottomless hole, its edges charred black, letting off a pungent scent of sulfur, like the gaping maw of hell itself. Faced with an attack powerful enough to obliterate everything, Wang Xiaoming remained unexpectedly calm. His eyes were as deep as the starry night, as if he had already glimpsed the secrets of the universe, seen through the passage of time, and foreseen the fate yet to come. With composed grace, he produced the decade driver. The silver metallic sheen of the device stood out in the dimness of the base, gleaming like a ray of hope. He fastened the belt around his waist. With practiced, elegant movements, the gestures of a battle-hardened warrior making his final preparations before war. With a deft flick of his slender fingers, a decade card sprang from its case, fluttering like a butterfly before landing perfectly in his hand. He slid the card into the driver in one smooth, decisive motion. No hesitation, no wasted movement. Henshin, Wang Xiaoming uttered in a low voice, not loud, but brimming with power and resolve, as if pronouncing a verdict of destiny. Kamen ride. Decade. A crisp, mechanical voice rang out, cutting through the oppressive silence of the base. A burst of dazzling magenta light surged from the driver, engulfing Wang Xiaoming's entire body. Particles of light danced and spun around him, alive with energy, like sprites from another dimension, weaving and leaping in celebration. Waves of energy rippled outward in invisible circles, distorting the air itself and creating a mysterious, otherworldly spectacle. Far more than mere showy brilliance. Space itself seemed to fold minutely, light bending in uncanny ways around Wang Xiaoming, as if he stood on the threshold between reality and illusion, ready to step into an unknown world. As the brilliance faded, Kamen Rider Decade stood firm. His body was clad in magenta armor, sleek and powerful, the hard metallic finish shimmering as if it were a work of art from the future, yet also the battered battle-worn plate of seasoned night. Decade shifted his body ever so slightly, dodging the energy beam from the cosmic cube with an almost impossible twist. The beam grazed past him, so close that he could feel its searing heat and devastating force, like the breath of death itself brushing his side. Silently, he reflected, the cosmic cube's power is mighty, but not without flaw. Only by catching it off guard can I prevail. He swiftly drew out a Dragon Rider card. The crimson dragon emblazoned on its surface looked so lifelike, it seemed ready to break free, unleashing endless flames and devastation. He slid the card into his driver. Kamen Ride, Ryuki. A dazzling surge of red light, blazing like fire, erupted from the driver, engulfing Decade's entire form. Within that radiance, scarlet armor materialized rapidly, enveloping Decade from head to toe. The lines of the armor flowed with power and grace. Upon his chest, the dragon motif appeared to be ablaze, a symbol of courage and might. The shoulder and arm guards were crafted in overlapping layers, like dragon scales, not only offering formidable protection, but also exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. His helmet took the shape of a dragon's head, its eyes glowing an intense red, as if they could pierce through all illusions and reveal every hidden truth. Decade raised his left hand, and mirrored light gathered in his palm. Suddenly, the surroundings began to twist and warp violently. Solid walls and cold machinery turned nebulous and dreamlike, as if their reflections had been cast into rippling water. The entire space transformed into a vast, surreal mirror, reflecting bizarre and fantastical visions. The boundary between reality and illusion grew hazy and indistinct. The real world and the mirror world began to overlap and merge. Decade's figure flickered within the glassy expanse, suspended between existence and non-existence. He could see Red Skull and Quicksilver in the real world with perfect clarity, but they were oblivious to Decade's presence in the mirror world, as though separated by an invisible barrier, each in their own realm. Decade stepped into the mirror, vanishing from the real world in an instant, as if he had never been there at all. Within the mirror world, Decade moved as though teleporting. One stride brought him directly behind Red Skull. Distances in this realm bore no resemblance to those in reality. Here, there was no direction, no measurable space, only endless reflections and distortions, the extension and command of consciousness itself. With lightning speed, Decade reached out his right hand and snatched the cosmic cube from Red Skull's grasp. His movement was as swift as a thunderbolt, precise, decisive, and without a trace of hesitation, as if he had practiced this countless times before. Clutching the cosmic cube tightly, Decade stepped back through the mirror and instantly returned to the real world. His reappearance was ghostly and abrupt, catching Red Skull and Quicksilver completely off guard, as if he had emerged from the void and melted back into reality. Red Skull suddenly felt his hand empty. The cosmic cube he had been gripping so tightly had vanished without a trace. He stared blankly at his now empty hands, his expression shifting in an instant, from smug satisfaction to shock, then to utter rage and disbelief, as if he had just witnessed the most impossible thing on Earth. "Damn it, you wretched pest! Give me back the cosmic cube! Get it back to me!" Red Skull's voice was hoarse and distorted, like the desperate roar of a wounded beast, seething with unwillingness and madness. It was as if some demon from the depths of hell was uttering a final, bitter curse. He swung his fists and hurled furious insults at Decade, shouting with wild abandon. Yet, for all his bluster, he dared not approach Decade recklessly. He knew all too well the extent of Decade's power. More than that, he understood what it meant for the cosmic cube to fall into Decade's hands. It meant the destruction of his dream to rule the world. It meant the collapse of years of careful schemes. It meant losing everything. Even his own life could be forfeit. Quicksilver's face had gone deathly pale. He had witnessed, with his own eyes, Decade snatch the cosmic cube as if by magic. The feat was completely beyond his comprehension, overturning everything he thought he knew about power. This is impossible. Who is he, really? What kind of power is he using? How could he steal the cosmic cube so easily? Quicksilver screamed inwardly, his pride and confidence shattered in that very instant. He simply couldn't accept the reality that the cosmic cube had been taken. Fury surged through him, and he directed all of it at Decade. He resolved to eliminate Decade first, and then reclaim the cosmic cube. With a furious roar, he became a streak of silver lightning, launching himself toward Decade at a speed that tore through the sound barrier. His fist flew, slicing the air with sharp, thunderous whooshes. The blows rained down like a relentless storm, each one packing enough force to shatter steel. Yet Decade remained utterly calm in the face of Quicksilver's frenzied assault. In a flash, he released his Ryoki form and returned to his true self, Kamen Rider Decade. He drew a card and slid it into his driver. Attack Ride, Illusion. In an instant, Decade split into several identical figures, each so lifelike it was impossible to tell real from fake. The duplicates danced and flickered around Quicksilver, moving with ghostly unpredictability. Each one as convincing as Decade himself, each one as insubstantial as a fleeting mirage. Decade drew another card and slotted it into the driver. Attack Ride, Invisible. Suddenly, Decade vanished into thin air, melting seamlessly into his surroundings. It was as though he had never been there at all, disappearing without a trace. Quicksilver's attacks all missed their mark. He could only catch glimpses of Decade's afterimages, never able to tell which one was real. He darted about among Decade's phantoms like a headless chicken, flailing wildly, but never once landing a blow. Now that Decade had turned invisible, Quicksilver was left utterly at a loss, forced to rely on nothing but instinct as he struck out blindly. Damn it! Damn it! What kind of power is this? Clones? Invisibility? This isn't something a human should be able to do. His voice trembled with fury, frustration, and a trace of fear. His speed, his pride, meant nothing in the presence of Decade, as if all he was had been stripped away. Decade disabled his invisibility, materializing at Steve Rogers' side. In his hand, he held the Tesseract, glowing with an eerie blue light, as if he held the fate of the universe itself. Decade extended the Tesseract toward Steve, speaking in a calm, even tone. "Steve Rogers, I'm entrusting this to you." His voice was quiet and composed, as though he were handing over an ordinary object, not a treasure capable of altering the fate of the world. Steve stared at the cube in Decade's hand, his eyes filled with shock, confusion, and a measure of unease. He couldn't understand why Wang Xiaoming would give something so important to him, a regular person. This is the Tesseract, isn't it? Why are you giving it to me? I'm just an ordinary man. Steve's voice was heavy with hesitation and doubt. He wasn't sure if he was worthy, or even capable, of guarding such a powerful artifact. Decade fixed his gaze on Steve and spoke slowly. The Tesseract contains limitless energy, but power itself is neither good nor evil. It all depends on who wields it, and for what purpose. Steve Rogers, I've seen the justice, kindness, and resilience in your heart. I believe you would never abuse this power. I trust that you'll use it to protect this world, and everything you hold dear. Decade's words revealed his deep trust in Steve, while also hinting at the Tesseract's inherent danger. He believed that Steve's sense of justice and goodness would be enough to resist the Tesseract's temptation and keep it out of evil hands. Power. I don't need the kind of power that stands above all else. What I need is my shield, my convictions, and my brothers-in-arms fighting by my side. Steve shook his head, refusing to accept the Tesseract. To him, true strength came from within, from unwavering belief in justice, from trust and unity with his comrades, not from some overwhelming external force. Steve Rogers, your convictions are certainly admirable and worthy of respect. But in this turbulent and perilous world, without enough strength, you cannot protect anything. Your beliefs will ultimately dissolve into nothingness. Decade laid bare the harshness of reality. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, without power, justice and kindness are often left defenseless, and even the strongest convictions can be shattered by the weight of reality. No, I still firmly believe that even without overwhelming power, as long as we stand by justice and unite as one, we can surely triumph over evil and usher in the light. Steve held fast to his ideals. He believed that the power of justice and unity is inexhaustible, an unstoppable force that no evil could ever destroy. Steve Rogers, perhaps your views are a bit idealistic, but I respect your choice. However, remember this. When the day comes that you find yourself in need of strength, when you feel helpless, I will return to help you once more. Decade did not force Steve to accept the Cosmic Cube. He respected Steve's decision, yet hinted that, when the time was right, he would be there to lend his aid again. Decade understood that Steve's beliefs would need time to be proven true, and that only through enduring trials and hardships could they be tested. He placed the Cosmic Cube into Steve's hands, convinced that Steve was the best possible choice. Steve Rogers, you are a true hero, a warrior worthy of the highest respect. Your kindness, your courage, and your unwavering resolve all inspire my deepest admiration. I believe you have it within you to become a great leader, to guide the forces of justice to victory over evil and into the light. Decade's words were not only high praise and affirmation, but also a sign of kinship between heroes, a passing of the torch, a recognition of spirit and legacy. Wang Xiaoming, thank you for your trust and encouragement. I will remember your words, and with my actions, I'll prove that your faith in me was not misplaced. I'll protect everything I hold dear. Steve made a solemn promise to Decade. He would stand for justice, defend the world, and live up to all that Decade hoped for him. Quicksilver, seeing that Decade had handed the Cosmic Cube over to Steve, felt his anger erupt like a volcano. He could not bear Decade's disregard and scorn, nor could he stand to see the Cosmic Cube fall into someone else's hands. Who are you, really? Why are you stopping me? Why help this outdated relic? The Cosmic Cube belongs to Lord Doom. Quicksilver roared, his voice brimming with frustration and madness. He could not make sense of Decade's actions, and even less could he accept the bitter taste of defeat. Decade turned around and looked at Quicksilver, the corners of his mouth lifting into a playful, knowing smile. I'm just a passing Kamen rider. Make sure you remember that. Go to hell. Quicksilver was completely infuriated by Decade's response. A flash of cruelty glinted in his eyes, and his killing intent seemed almost tangible in the air. Decade looked at Quicksilver with a dismissive scoff. To deal with you, this card is more than enough. He drew a Kabuto card. The beetle emblem on it gleamed with a metallic luster, as if brimming with the power of speed. He slid the card into his driver. Kamen Ride Kabuto. A dazzling blaze of gold and crimson erupted from the driver, shining like the sun and engulfing Decade's entire body. Within the radiance, golden red armor formed swiftly, covering Decade from head to toe. The design of the armor was inspired by a rhinoceros beetle, powerful, advanced, and full of futuristic energy. The horn atop the helmet was sharp and gleaming, as if it could pierce anything in its path. The chest and shoulder plates were sculpted like an insect's carapace, thick, sturdy, and offering formidable protection. The entire look blended biological features with mechanical allure, making him appear as a warrior from the future. Quicksilver watched Decade transform, surprise flickering in his eyes, though pride and disdain quickly returned to his face. Ah, just a change of outfit. Do you really think that's enough to defeat me? How naive. In the face of absolute speed, all your efforts are pointless. In Quicksilver's mind, no matter what Decade became, he could never overcome the gap in speed. Once again, Quicksilver became a streak of silver lightning, dashing toward Decade at supersonic speed. He swung his fist, slicing the air with a sharp rush, aiming straight for Decade's throat, intent on finishing this with a single, fatal blow. Decade watched Quicksilver charge, a confident smile playing at his lips, as if everything was unfolding exactly as he planned. Is that so? Then come and give it a try. Decade activated Kabuto's clock up ability, his left hand brushing lightly across his belt. Attack ride, clock up. Instantly, everything around them slowed to a crawl, as if the world had shifted into slow motion. Quicksilver's movements, once as fast as lightning, now seemed to Decade to be plodding along at a snail's pace. Every detail crystal clear. Even the dust motes hanging in the air were frozen, suspended and unmoving, as if time itself had come to a halt. The sound of distant explosions and alarms grew muffled and sluggish, as if stretched out endlessly, echoing from some strange, faraway world. Decade shifted his body ever so slightly, dodging Quicksilver's attack with an ease that seemed to defy logic, moving at an impossible angle. To Quicksilver, Decade's movements were like flashes of lightning, utterly untraceable, as if he had simply vanished and reappeared elsewhere. With a sudden burst of power from his right leg, Decade delivered a heavy, forceful side kick that struck Quicksilver squarely in the abdomen. Decade then released the clock-up ability, and in an instant, the flow of time around them snapped back to normal. Quicksilver's body flew backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing to the ground with a heavy, dull thud. He struggled to rise, but a wave of searing pain radiated from his abdomen, forcing a mouthful of blood from his lips. Clutching his stomach, his eyes were wide with shock and disbelief. He simply couldn't fathom how the speed he took so much pride in could have been countered so effortlessly by Decade. This can't be. My speed? I can't even keep up with him? What did he do? Quicksilver screamed silently in his mind, his pride and confidence utterly shattered in that moment. Using Kabuto's clock-up power, Decade had seized complete control of the battle, overwhelming Quicksilver with a relentless assault. He activated Clock Up once more, and in that hyperspeed state, he darted around Quicksilver like a phantom, his punches and kicks flashing faster than the eye could follow, raining down with the intensity of a sudden storm. Quicksilver couldn't track Decade's movements at all, let alone mount any meaningful defense. All he could do was take hit after hit, like a punching bag, completely at Decade's mercy. Decade's figure flickered ceaselessly around Quicksilver, leaving streaks of gold and crimson afterimages, as though countless Decades were attacking him from every direction. Fists and feet collided with rapid, sharp impacts, each strike as crisp and relentless as firecrackers, and as fierce as a raging tempest. The hard concrete beneath them cracked and buckled under the force of their battle, splintering with jagged fissures that spread like a spider's web. How? How can you possibly be faster than me? That's impossible. I don't believe it. Quicksilver cried out between desperate attempts to defend himself, his voice thick with disbelief. Speed alone doesn't decide the outcome of a fight. Strength, skill, willpower, experience. These matter so much more than pure speed. You still have a long way to go. Decade's voice was laced with disdain and admonishment toward Quicksilver, as if he were a martial arts master instructing a fledgling disciple. I don't believe it. I'm the fastest. I'm the strongest. I'll kill you. Quicksilver's voice overflowed with rage and frustration. He simply couldn't accept being utterly outmatched by Decade. A frog at the bottom of a well can never imagine the vastness of the sky. Your narrow perspective limits your achievements. Decade's tone carried a hint of regret and helplessness for Quicksilver. He knew Quicksilver had already strayed too far down the wrong path, unable to turn back. Under Decade's relentless assault, Quicksilver's strength was gradually failing him. Bruises and wounds covered his body, crimson blood soaking through his black bodysuit. His movements grew slower and slower, each breath more labored, as if he could collapse at any moment. The speed he prided himself on was utterly useless in the face of Decade's clock-up. He was like a puppet, toyed with at will, forced to endure Decade's attacks without the slightest chance to fight back. Seizing the perfect moment, Decade once again activated Clock Up. He leapt high into the air, his right leg sweeping down like a battle axe, bringing with it an unstoppable force aimed straight at Quicksilver's chest. Attack ride, clock up. Quicksilver had no time to react before Decade's rider kick struck him with devastating power. A scream of agony escaped him as his body was sent hurtling through the air like a cannonball, crashing hard into the wall before slumping to the ground, completely defeated. Just as Decade prepared to approach and finish things once and for all, Red Skull suddenly erupted into a crazed, desperate laughter, the chilling cackle of a demon from the depths of hell. Ah, Kamen Rider, Decade. Did you really think you'd won? How naive. If I can't have the Cosmic Cube, then no one can. I'll make all of you die with me. Red Skull's voice trembled with madness and grim resolve. He had lost all reason, determined to drag everyone down with him. Without a second thought, he activated the Hydra Base's self-destruct system, vowing to perish along with Decade, Steve, and everyone else inside the base. A shrill alarm blared throughout the facility, echoing like a death knell, heralding the arrival of Doomsday. Scarlet warning lights flashed wildly, bathing the entire space in blood-red hues, casting an apocalyptic atmosphere that filled every heart with dread and despair. The base began to shudder violently. Deep, jagged cracks snaked across the walls like a spreading web, threatening to bring the entire structure crashing down at any moment. Chunks of rubble and clouds of dust rained steadily from the ceiling, like a relentless downpour, threatening to bury the entire base and everyone inside, at any moment beneath a mountain of debris. Decade gazed intently at the maniacal Red Skull, his brow furrowed with worry. He realized just how dire the situation had become. If the base exploded, both he and Steve would perish here, and the Cosmic Cube might be destroyed as well, a twist that could alter history in ways no one could foresee. Steve stared at the base, which was on the brink of detonation. He looked at the trembling, fractured structure, his eyes wide with shock and despair. He had only just escaped the deadly grip of the destruction robot, battled fiercely against Quicksilver, and now he faced this sudden, overwhelming catastrophe. He didn't know if he could survive. He didn't know if there was any hope left for this world. The Hydra base teetered on the edge of collapse, as if it had just endured an apocalypse. Piercing alarms tore through the air, echoing like the wails of the hopeless, reverberating through the vast, empty corridors, each shriek a grim herald of impending destruction. Red warning lights flashed madly, bathing everything in an alarming, blood-red glow and casting an oppressive, suffocating pall over the scene. Cracks snaked across the walls like spiderwebs, growing wider and more menacing, threatening to bring the entire structure crashing down at any moment. Stone and grit poured from the ceiling in torrents, threatening to engulf everything beneath the rubble. Decade stood amidst the chaos, at the heart of the devastated battlefield, his gaze calm and unfathomable, as if he were a world apart from the surrounding turmoil. He looked at the Red Skull, who had initiated the self-destruct and now seemed driven to madness. Decade's voice, tinged with both sarcasm and deep accusation, cut through the chaos. So this is your so-called greatness. This is the new order you crave? You prove your existence by destroying everything, by sacrificing the lives of the innocent to feed your twisted ambition. Though Decade spoke quietly, every word landed like a hammer blow, striking at the very core of Red Skull, shaking his spirit to its foundation. Red Skull, you talk endlessly about building a new world, but all you've done is ruthlessly annihilate the old one. All you bring is endless terror, despair, and death, not the hope, order, and future you promised. In the end, you're nothing more than a pitiful creature, consumed by power, lost to yourself, and devoured by your own ambition. Decade's tone brimmed with disdain for Red Skull and a profound contemplation over humanity's fate. He was not just condemning Red Skull. He was reflecting on the true nature of power and on what it really means to be a hero. Red Skull, hearing Decade's challenge, burst into crazed laughter, sharp and grating as an owl's shriek in the dead of night. His eyes were wild with fanaticism, like a gambler who has lost everything and is ready to stake it all on one desperate throw. Pathetic? Insects? Ha ha ha. Kamen Rider Decade, you just don't understand. It's the weak who need pity and sympathy. The strong are meant to rule everything, to dominate all. Red Skull's voice was hoarse and grating, like two pieces of rusted metal scraping against one another, or the chilling whisper of a demon from the deepest pits of hell, a sound that sent shivers crawling down the spine. This decaying world should have been utterly destroyed long ago. Only upon its ruins can a brand new, powerful, and pure empire be built. A fanatical light flickered in Red Skull's eyes. He was utterly convinced that only destruction could bring about rebirth, that only through complete annihilation could he create the order he so desperately envisioned. I, Red Skull, will become the god of the new world, and all of you will be nothing but stepping stones on my path to divinity. His voice brimmed with boundless ambition and madness. Red Skull's goal was not merely to rule the earth. He aimed to transcend all, to become the supreme deity of a new world. Decade looked at Red Skull, his gaze filled with a blend of pity and helplessness. God? This God you speak of is nothing but a self-deceiving lie. What you crave isn't the power of a god. It's the status, the authority to stand above all and wield absolute control. Decade's voice was calm and profound, like a sage gently guiding a lost soul, trying to awaken the humanity that Red Skull had long since abandoned. You talk endlessly about building a new world, but everything you do is just to satisfy your own selfish desires. The fate of this world means nothing to you. All you care about is yourself. His words sliced through Red Skull's heart like a surgeon's scalpel, exposing the selfishness and hypocrisy masked beneath his madness. Red Skull, you will never become a god, because you fundamentally do not understand what true strength really is. Decade's tone was filled with utter rejection of Red Skull's ideals, and with a deep understanding of genuine power. Hearing Decade's words only enraged Red Skull further, and he roared, "True strength? Ha ha ha! Kamen Rider Decade, you are far too naive. True strength is the power to destroy everything, to conquer all, to make every living being cower at your feet in trembling fear." His voice was consumed by a warped understanding of power. He believed that strength was nothing but raw conquest, unrestrained destruction, forcing everyone to bow before his tyrannical will. Only by possessing absolute power can one control their own destiny, can one create a world that belongs to them, a world ruled by me. Red Skull firmly believed that only by wielding absolute power could he realize his ambitions, become the master of a new world, and force everyone to bend to his will. Decade looked at Red Skull, slowly shaking his head, his eyes filled with disappointment. "No, Red Skull, you're wrong. True power is not about destruction, but about protection. Not about conquest, but about acceptance. Not about forcing others to kneel, but about lifting everyone up, letting them breathe freely and live as equals." There was a profound understanding of true strength in Decade's voice, a clear embodiment of the spirit of a hero. To him, the true meaning of power lay in protection and selflessness, not in ruin and taking. A real hero should use their strength to shield the weak, not to bully them. What you seek is nothing more than a false sense of might, a self-deceiving illusion. You will never understand what it truly means to be a hero. Decade's words rang out like a bell at dawn, attempting to awaken the last scraps of conscience deep within Red Skull. But Red Skull was already hopelessly lost in the fog of power, unable to extricate himself beyond salvation. Steve Rogers listened to the exchange between Decade and Red Skull. The confusion and doubt clouding his heart ebbed away like a receding tide. It was as if a beam of light pierced through the darkness, illuminating his path forward, helping him finally understand what he had been seeking all along. True power is not about destruction, but about protection. A true hero helps everyone to stand. Steve silently repeated Decade's words in his heart. Determination began to shine in his eyes, and his spirit grew stronger, becoming as unbreakable as steel. Understand now, what I've always wanted isn't just to be a powerful warrior, but to be a true hero, one who can protect others and uphold justice. Steve shouted this in his heart. His faith was being elevated, his spirit transformed. He had found the meaning of his own existence. Fighting through the pain, racking his body, he summoned every ounce of strength and struggled to his feet. His body trembled, his breathing was ragged, but his eyes burned with unwavering resolve, like a fire that would never die. Step by step, he walked toward Red Skull. His strides were slow, but each one was filled with power, each one steady and unyielding, each one a testament to his determination. "Red Skull, I won't let you succeed. Even if I have only a breath left in me, I'll stop you, because I am Captain America. I stand for justice. I stand for hope." Although Steve's voice was weak, every word he uttered carried immense power, each syllable ringing out like a declaration of justice, echoing through the entire base with the force of a thunderclap. Red Skull, seeing that Steve could still stand, found his expression twisting into something even more deranged and frenzied, resembling a demon straight from the depths of hell. "Let's die together, Captain America. Defeat me? Dream on. No one can stop me. No one can stop Hydra." Red Skull's voice was thick with despair and madness. He had completely lost his reason, now consumed by a single desire, to drag everyone down with him, to make the whole world his grave. "Red Skull, you keep talking about building a new world, but everything you do is nothing but the destruction of the old one. All you bring is fear and death." Steve's voice was a fierce indictment of Red Skull and an unwavering stand for justice. Though he wasn't shouting, his words brimmed with strength. "Your so-called power is built on the suffering of others. Your new order is nothing more than a hell of oppression and enslavement." Steve's words were like blades, cutting straight to the heart of Red Skull, tearing away his false mask and exposing his wicked nature for all to see. "You will never succeed because you don't understand what true strength is, what it means to be a real hero." Steve's voice refuted Red Skull completely and affirmed the spirit of heroism, his eyes burning with his relentless pursuit of justice. Infuriated by Steve's words, Red Skull roared back, "Shut up, Captain America! What do you know? The weak have no right to speak of strength. Only the strong deserve to survive, to rule." Red Skull's voice dripped with scorn for the weak and worship of the strong. He was convinced that only the powerful should control everything, while the weak deserved nothing but to be trampled underfoot. "I'll make you watch as I destroy this rotten world and build a brand new empire." His voice was wild with ambition and madness. He would prove his strength through destruction, forge his new world out of ruin, and force everyone to witness his so-called greatness. "No, Red Skull, you're wrong. True strength isn't about power or conquest. It's about kindness and justice within. It's the courage and resolve to fight for the sake of others." Steve's voice embodied his understanding of true strength and the essence of heroism. He believed with all his heart that kindness and justice were humanity's most precious treasures, the ultimate force to overcome all evil. "I will stop you. I will give everything I have, my very life, to protect this world and everything I hold dear." Steve's voice was filled with unwavering resolve and a spirit of self-sacrifice. He was fully prepared to go down with the Red Skull, ready to lay down his own life to defend justice, to protect this world, and to safeguard everything he held dear. Wang Xiaoming watched Steve's awakening and determination, feeling the fierce will and luminous sense of justice radiating from him. Admiration welled up in his heart. He knew that Steve had finally found his own path, had discovered the meaning of his existence. Reaching into the card box, Wang Xiaoming drew out a card. The once blurred image on its surface had become crystal clear. It was Captain America, unmistakable in every detail. "Steve Rogers, you have proven yourself. You're a true hero. Now, it's time for you to receive even greater power." Wang Xiaoming stepped forward and handed the card to Steve, his tone laced with encouragement and hope. He believed, without a doubt, that Steve could harness this new strength. "This card holds the power of Captain America. With it, you'll be able to defeat evil and stand as a champion of justice." Wang Xiaoming's voice overflowed with trust in Steve and hope for the days ahead. He was certain Steve could become a hero of legend. "Go, Steve Rogers. Go and defeat the Red Skull. Go and become the hero you've always wanted to be." Wang Xiaoming's words thundered like a battle drum, stirring Steve's heart, filling him with courage and strength, and kindling a newfound hope for the future. Steve gazed at the card in Wang Xiaoming's hand, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. He had no idea what mysterious power this card possessed, but he trusted Wang Xiaoming, trusted this enigmatic Kamen rider, trusted every word he spoke. He took the card. It was icy to the touch, yet a gentle warmth seemed to surge from it, flowing into his body, invigorating him, making him feel as though strength was coursing through every vein. Guided by Wang Xiaoming's gestures, Steve mimicked his earlier actions and slid the card into the Decade Driver. Drawing a deep breath, Steve shouted, "Henshin! Kamen Ride! Captain America!" A dazzling burst of star-spangled light erupted from the driver, bright and breathtaking as a supernova, completely enveloping Steve. Within that radiant glow, Steve's body underwent a dramatic transformation. His tattered uniform vanished, replaced by a suit of Kamen Rider armor infused with technology and raw power. The armor gleamed in vivid red, white, and blue, the colors of the flag, bold and unmistakable, making his identity clear at a single glance. The visual impact was stunning, leaving no doubt as to who he had become. On his chest gleamed a massive, five-pointed star, shining with a metallic luster, a symbol of Steve's identity and convictions, a testament to his unwavering pursuit of justice. The helmet design blended Captain America's iconic headgear with the compound eyes of a Kamen Rider, retaining Steve's recognizable features while infusing a sense of advanced technology and mystery, making him appear even more imposing. The pauldrons and arm guards drew inspiration from Captain America's shield. Sturdy and weighty, they offered formidable defense, allowing him to withstand even the fiercest attacks from his enemies. This overall look fused the classic elements of Captain America with the unique style of a Kamen rider, radiating power and righteousness. At a glance, anyone could feel the heroic aura emanating from him. Steve felt a surge of immense power coursing through his body. He clenched his fists, and for a moment, believed he could shatter a mountain with a single punch or demolish a wall with a single kick. This sensation was wholly new to him, nothing he had ever experienced before. This, Captain America? I've actually become Kamen Rider Captain America. Steve stared at his own hands, then at the armor encasing his body, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. He had never imagined possessing such overwhelming strength. It was as if he were living in a dream. Red Skull, witnessing Steve's transformation, was utterly shaken. He simply couldn't believe that this relic from the past had gained such extraordinary power. It was beyond anything he could comprehend. What? You actually? This is impossible. Impossible. Red Skull's voice was laced with terror and despair. He could not accept the reality before him, nor could he face his impending defeat. His schemes, his ambitions, everything was about to crumble to nothing. Wang Xiaoming stepped up behind Steve, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, lending him strength and support. Steve, this might hurt a little. Hang in there. Decade's voice carried both a warning and encouragement. He knew the next transformation would be even more powerful, but it would come with greater pain as well. He produced another card and swiped it through the driver. Final form ride. CCC Captain America. Suddenly, Steve's Kamen Rider armor began to shift, plates separating, reshaping, merging. The entire process was a symphony of mechanical beauty and raw power, like a precision instrument in motion or a mighty warrior transforming. Every detail pulsed with strength and advanced technology. When the transformation was complete, Steve had become a massive, tech-infused shield of justice, emblazoned with the stars and stripes. The shield's design resembled the classic shield of Captain America, but it was larger, heavier, and imbued with a futuristic sense of technology, as if it were a weapon sent from the world of tomorrow. Its metallic surface gleamed, the stars and stripes emblazoned boldly across it. So vivid, so striking, it seemed to burn with the fire of justice itself, radiating an aura of invincibility. Wang Xiaoming gripped the shield, now transformed from Steve's own embodiment of justice. The weight was substantial, yet as his fingers closed around it, the shield felt as though it became an extension of his very being, part of his body, filling him with a powerful sense of strength and confidence, as if limitless energy now coursed through him. Decade, in Captain America's form, raised the shield of justice high, leveling it at Red Skull. His voice rang out, brimming with authority and righteousness, like the pronouncement of a god. Red Skull, your ambition ends here. In the name of Captain America, I stand for justice, and I will judge you. Red Skull, upon seeing Decade wielding the shield of justice, was seized by terror and despair. Yet he refused to accept defeat. He was determined to make one final stand. No, I will not lose. I am Red Skull. I am the god of the new world. I will kill you all. I will destroy everything. His voice was wild and desperate, madness overtaking him. All reason lost, he cared for nothing now but dragging everyone down with him, taking the world into ruin alongside his shattered ambitions. He activated his last weapon. Every remaining energy cannon and weapon left within the Hydra base locked onto Decade, preparing for one final, devastating assault. Beams of energy, explosive shells, electromagnetic pulses, an onslaught rained down upon Decade like a torrent, threatening to overwhelm him, to tear him apart. Decade swung the shield of justice, deflecting each of Red Skull's attacks. The shield not only inherited Captain America's legendary indestructibility, but now, fused with the power of a Kamen Rider, its defenses were vastly enhanced, an impregnable fortress against all onslaught. But more than that, it could absorb and redirect energy attacks. As Red Skull's fury battered against it, the shield soaked up the force, transformed it, and hurled it back, turning his own power against him. Step by step, Decade advanced, blocking and absorbing, closing the distance between himself and Red Skull. In his hands, the shield was far more than a tool of defense. It was a weapon of overwhelming might, perfectly balanced for both attack and protection. With a sudden motion, Decade hurled the shield. It spun through the air like a boomerang, tracing a perfect arc before smashing into Red Skull's weapon systems. The impact landed with a thunderous crash, sparks exploding outward in a dazzling burst, as radiant as fireworks in the night. He charged straight at the Red Skull, slamming the Stars and Stripes Justice shield into his body with tremendous force. The impact sent Red Skull hurtling through the air like a kite cut from its string, tracing a sharp arc across the sky. The shield had the power to absorb energy attacks from enemies, transforming them into the wielder's own strength, and then releasing that power through the shield itself with devastating effect. It could conjure an energy barrier to repel attacks and keep its bearer safe. It could be hurled like a boomerang to strike distant foes, always returning faithfully to its master's hand. The shield's edge was razor-sharp, capable of slicing through enemies like a blade and dealing massive damage. It also enhanced its wielder's strength, making every blow more powerful, instilling dread in the hearts of all who opposed. With it, the user gained incredible speed, moving across the battlefield with effortless agility, as if nothing could stand in the way. Decade brandished the Stars and Stripes Justice shield, clashing again and again with Red Skull's weapon systems. The thunderous crashes echoed through the entire base, like storms unleashed, and showers of sparks cut through the night sky like a meteor shower. Beams of energy collided with the shield, and explosions from energy cannons filled the air. The atmosphere brimmed with tension and excitement, as if the end of the world was upon them, making the brutality of war and the clash of power palpable. With each block, counter, throw, and strike, Decade displayed masterful combat skills and an expert's command of the shield. He turned battle into art, transforming the fight into a visual spectacle that dazzled the eyes. Decade's calm composure and quiet disdain for Red Skull stood in stark contrast to Red Skull's fear, despair, and unwillingness to yield. The struggle between justice and evil was on full display. Justice was destined to prevail. Seizing the perfect moment, Wang Xiaoming readied his ultimate move, determined to end Red Skull once and for all and bring the battle to a close. He slid the Stars and Stripes Justice Shield finisher card into his driver. Final attack ride. CCC Captain America. Raising the shield high, Wang Xiaoming watched as it blazed with dazzling light, as though all the justice in the universe had converged within it, shining like the sun itself, banishing the darkness and driving out all evil. Red Skull faced the judgment of justice. His voice boomed with authority and righteousness, like a divine pronouncement, delivering the final verdict against evil and declaring the triumph of justice. His body became a streak of golden red light, flashing across the sky like lightning, so fast it defied the eye. Decade swung the Stars and Stripes Justice Shield, carrying Captain America's spirit, the belief in justice, and the hopes of countless people, and brought it down upon Red Skull with all his might. This was the blow that would decide it all. Under the impact of the Star-Spangled Shield of Justice, the Red Skull began to crack. First, fissures spread across him, like the parched earth or shattered porcelain, each line etched with the mark of death. Then, his body broke apart like glass, shattering into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. They burst with the brilliance of fireworks, yet these were fireworks of demise. Finally, the fragments dissolved into innumerable motes of light, dissipating into the air. Like dust, they faded into nothingness, vanishing completely from the world. The Star-Spangled Shield of Justice transformed back into Steve Rogers. Slowly, he rose to his feet, gazing at the spot where the Red Skull had disappeared. His eyes were filled with a complex mix of emotions: joy at victory, sorrow for the life lost, and uncertainty about what lay ahead. Red Skull, at last it's over, Steve murmured silently to himself. A sense of relief washed over him, but so did a wave of sadness and emptiness. He knew that although the battle was won, the cost had been immense. Even with the Red Skull destroyed, the base's self-destruct sequence continued, showing no sign of stopping. All over the base, screens displayed the countdown ticking down, second by second. The shadow of death loomed over everyone, filling the air with despair. Explosions erupted throughout the base. Flames shot skyward and thick smoke billowed, plunging the entire place into chaos. It was as if hell itself had descended, striking terror into every heart. Once again, Decade called upon the power of the time-space veil, whisking Steve away and rescuing him from the brink of destruction. In the final moment before the time-space veil closed, Steve caught sight of a figure, Quicksilver, injured but poised to strike him amidst the chaos. But the veil had already sealed, and Quicksilver's attack missed its mark. He could do nothing but watch helplessly as they vanished from his grasp. "Damn you, Decade!" Quicksilver spat through clenched teeth, his eyes blazing with fury and frustration. Yet he was powerless to change the outcome. Beyond New York, in a tranquil, ancient forest, time seemed to have forgotten this secluded corner. Towering old trees stretched their gnarled branches like battle-scarred veterans, silently standing guard over the land below. Their dense foliage wove together, eclipsing the sky and shutting out the noise of the outside world. Moonlight, as silvery as a flowing ribbon or a cool mountain stream, pierced through the layered canopy. It fell softly to the forest floor, casting dappled shadows that danced like countless whispering sprites, wrapping the ancient woods in a veil of mystery and enchantment. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the coolness of the night. It stirred the fallen leaves, which rustled softly, a sound that was more than mere friction. It was as if nature itself was murmuring in a low, mournful tone, or perhaps it was the countless souls lost to the flames of war, whispering quietly, their voices lingering in the night sky. The air was thick with the damp scent of earth after rain, mingled with the fresh fragrance of grass and trees, a soothing aroma that seemed to cleanse the deepest fatigue and dust from the soul. Steve Rogers stood alone on a stretch of grass in the woods, where the trees parted to reveal a small clearing. He drew in a deep breath, letting the fresh air fill his lungs. With each inhale, he felt the healing power of nature. And at last, after days of relentless battle, his taut nerves began to loosen, if only a little. He glanced around, his eyes sweeping over the silent, ancient trees, reassuring himself that this place was hidden and safe. Turning, he looked toward Wang Xiaoming, who stood quietly in the shadows not far away. The moonlight traced a faint outline around Wang Xiaoming's figure. He stood motionless, as if he had merged with the ancient forest itself, yet there was a quiet, unspoken strength about him, something otherworldly, like a traveler from a distant realm. In Steve's eyes, a tangle of emotions flickered, relief at having survived, deep gratitude toward the one who had saved them, profound awe for such overwhelming power, and a subtle sense of distance born from the inability to fully comprehend it all. Wang Xiaoming. Steve spoke, his voice low and sincere, each word weighted with emotion. Thank you. Truly, thank you. If not for you, my team and I, we might have. His words trailed off, but the fear and lingering dread in that unfinished sentence were clear enough. You didn't just save us. You stopped Red Skull's madness, thwarted Hydra's schemes. You saved this city, this world, and countless lives that might have been lost in the disaster. Steve bowed his head slightly, his tone thick with gratitude that words could barely express. I don't know how I could ever repay you. He felt a deep sense of helplessness. Wang Xiaoming had given so much, while he himself seemed to have nothing to offer in return. Wang Xiaoming waved a hand lightly, as casually as brushing dust from his shoulder. His face remained calm, bordering on indifferent, as if saving the world was nothing more than a trivial errand along his journey, hardly worth mentioning. Steve, there's no need to be so formal, he replied, his voice as placid as still water. I just happened to pass by and did what I thought needed to be done, nothing more. Besides, true salvation doesn't come from some mysterious power. It comes from people like you, from your sense of justice, your courage in the face of terrible odds, and your unwavering resolve when all hope seems lost. Wang Xiaoming's gaze settled on Steve, his eyes shining with a rare, pure admiration and recognition, as though he were beholding a raw, uncut gem already gleaming with extraordinary brilliance. You are a true hero, Steve Rogers, a warrior worthy of everyone's respect, and a man of unwavering integrity. Steve was caught off guard by the sudden praise, feeling a bit awkward and at a loss for how to respond. He instinctively scratched his head, his cheeks glowing with a faint blush. He had never seen himself as a hero. To him, he was just an ordinary soldier, fortunate enough to have been given strength and striving to fulfill his duty. I only did what I was supposed to do, he stammered softly, his voice tinged with humility and self-reflection. I did my duty as a soldier. I just wanted to protect my country, protect the people I care about, and keep defenseless civilians safe from the cruelty and shadow of war. His gaze drifted, as though he were lost in memories of war's horrors, and uncertain of what the future might hold. Steve, Wang Xiaoming's voice gently pulled him back to the present. I have to go. After this great catastrophe, the world is in ruins and must be rebuilt. It needs you to protect it, to lead, to restore hope. There was a note of farewell in his tone, but also a weighty sense of expectation, as if he were entrusting Steve with an invisible mantle of responsibility. Hearing that Wang Xiaoming was leaving, Steve's heart sank, a surge of longing and loss washing over him like a tide. Instinctively, he took a step forward, as if trying to hold on to something slipping away. Wang Xiaoming, are you really leaving? Can't you stay? He knew his request was sudden, perhaps even selfish, yet he couldn't keep himself from saying it. We need you, Steve. He paused, correcting himself. No, this world needs you. We need your strength, your wisdom, your experience. Red Skull may have fallen, but evil hasn't been wiped out. There will be more threats in the future, more innocent lives that need protection. With you here, we have so much more hope. His voice was filled with earnest pleading and hope, but beneath it all, there was a trace of fear of facing an uncertain future alone. Wang Xiaoming listened quietly, a subtle flicker passing through his eyes, perhaps understanding, perhaps resignation. He shook his head gently, his tone warm yet resolute as he refused Steve's invitation. "Steve, I'm sorry, but I can't stay." His explanation came with a hint of exhaustion and distance, something only he himself truly understood. "I have my own mission to complete, my own path to walk, in my own world that I must protect." His gaze drifted into the distance, as if piercing through the woods to glimpse a faraway time and place. "But I believe," he paused, his tone growing more resolute, "this is not a final farewell. The threads of fate are often far tougher than we imagine. I'm certain that someday, at some crucial crossroads, when we need each other most, we'll meet again." His eyes brimmed with hope for the future and a mysterious confidence in their reunion, though a faint shadow of uncertainty lingered beneath it all. Just before parting the veil of space and time, Wang Xiaoming's expression turned grave. He spoke to Steve in a solemn tone. "Steve, although the threat of Red Skull and Hydra has been dealt with for now, you must remember, the world's dangers are far from over. Threats that lurk in the shadows are often the most terrifying of all." He paused, making sure Steve was listening intently. "There's someone you must be wary of, a man called Dr. Doom. There's little information about him, but I can sense it. He's an extraordinarily dangerous being, an enemy whose ambition, intellect, and power all far surpass those of Red Skull." Wang Xiaoming's voice was unusually serious, as though he were speaking of something forbidden. "His power, it's strange and formidable, perhaps even beyond what we can currently comprehend." Wang Xiaoming's brow furrowed, as if recalling an unpleasant memory. "If, one day in the future, you hear that name, or encounter him yourself, whatever you do, don't try to face him head-on. Do everything you can to preserve yourself. Retreat as quickly as possible, and then seek out a force that can stand against him. Or wait for me to return." Wang Xiaoming's warning was like a heavy stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples through Steve's heart. This was more than a simple caution. It felt like a portentous prophecy, casting a new shadow over a world that had only just found peace. The name Dr. Doom meant nothing to Steve. Neither his experience nor any intelligence he'd ever seen mentioned such a figure. Yet the weight in Wang Xiaoming's voice left no doubt. This was a danger unlike any other. Steve nodded solemnly, committing the name to memory, marking it deep within his heart. "Dr. Doom, I'll remember that." Steve's tone grew serious as well. "Though I've never heard of him before, I trust your judgment. I'll keep your warning in mind and stay vigilant at all times." He lifted his head, meeting Wang Xiaoming's gaze. Determination and resolve shone in his eyes, even as a trace of unease lingered beneath the surface. "I'll protect myself. I'll protect Peggy, my comrades, and this world that has only just begun to catch its breath after the flames of war. I will never allow any evil force the chance to drag it back into darkness." Wang Xiaoming caught the light in Steve's eyes and nodded, as if letting go of some lingering worry. He said nothing more, but raised his hand, and the driver appeared once more. A shimmering curtain of rainbow-colored light, radiant as the aurora, slowly unfurled before Wang Xiaoming. It seemed to tear apart the boundary between reality and illusion, revealing the gateway to another dimension. Within the curtain, space twisted and folded in strange ways. Countless bizarre and dazzling scenes flashed by at incredible speed. Waves of energy surged and crashed like the tide, filling the air with an awe-inspiring, unsettling sense of mystery. Steve stood where he was, quietly watching Wang Xiaoming. He saw Wang Xiaoming give him one last nod, then, without a moment's hesitation, turn and stride toward the brilliant, perilous light. His figure grew fainter and fainter until it disappeared completely into the glow. The curtain of time and space drew inwards, rippling like a breeze across water, and then vanished altogether, as if it had never existed. All that remained was the cool night breeze among the trees and the dappled shadows cast by the moon. Wang Xiaoming, Kamen Rider, Decade. Steve repeated the name softly, his voice full of complicated emotions. He looked up at the deep night sky, where countless stars sparkled, like endless mysteries waiting to be solved. Who is he, really? Where did he come from? What is the mission he spoke of? And will he ever return? These questions lingered in his heart like clouds that refused to clear. He knew that the answers might forever be hidden within the mists of time and space. This world is broader and more dangerous than I ever imagined. Steve was filled with emotion. This war, and especially Wang Xiaoming's sudden appearance, had completely overturned everything he once believed. What I've seen, what I've experienced, may truly be just the tip of the iceberg, a single, insignificant note in the grand symphony of this vast universe. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, and also the heavy weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. But I will not back down. His gaze grew resolute once more. No matter what the future holds, no matter how many unknown threats await, as long as we hold fast to the justice in our hearts, as long as we stand united, as long as we have the courage to face every challenge, we will surely overcome evil, protect this world, and safeguard everything we cherish. The flame of hope rekindled in his heart, casting light upon the road ahead. At last, the smoke of war had faded. The triumphant sound of victory trumpets soared through the sky. To celebrate this hard-won peace, and to honor the heroes and comrades who had fallen in the long years of conflict, the U.S. military held a grand victory ball. Inside the ballroom, crystal chandeliers sparkled with dazzling brilliance, bathing the entire space in golden light, transforming it into a palace of dreams. The gentle strains of a waltz, performed passionately by the live orchestra, flowed through the air like a streaming brook, swirling and lingering, creating an atmosphere both joyful and tinged with a quiet wistfulness. Well-dressed men and women wore expressions of joy at having survived disaster and hope for what lay ahead. They danced gracefully across the polished floor, their spinning skirts blossoming like flowers in bloom. The air was thick with the sweet effervescence of champagne, the delicate perfume from the ladies, and the faint, lingering scent of cigar smoke, all blending together into an intoxicating fragrance unique to such celebrations. The mood was exuberant and festive, filled with the exhilaration of rebirth and the promise of hope. Yet amidst this sea of merriment, Steve Rogers stood alone, like an isolated island. Dressed in his crisp blue uniform, medals of honor gleaming on his chest, he lingered by the edge of the dance floor, half shrouded in shadow. He seemed distant, solitary, utterly out of place in the midst of the revelry. He held a glass of champagne that had barely been touched, his gaze drifting over the joyful faces swirling on the dance floor, the cheerful music ringing in his ears. But within him, it felt as though a heavy stone pressed down on his heart, filling him with a sorrow, a sense of loss, and confusion that words could not describe. In his mind, the faces of fallen comrades on the battlefield flashed again and again, their smiles, their shouts, the look in their eyes at the end. He remembered Dr. Erskine, the wise and kindly man who had sacrificed himself for Steve's sake, almost like a father to him. He thought of Bucky, his friend who had fallen into the abyss with his fate unknown, a brother in arms who had once been his constant companion, fighting side by side. A surge of intense loneliness and guilt swept over him, threatening to drown him completely. The war was won, but the cost had been too great. Now, with the fighting ended and his enemies gone, he was left adrift, uncertain of his own purpose. What meaning did his existence hold in a world without war? Where was he supposed to go from here? Was he even worthy of sharing in this victory's joy? As he was lost in this sea of sorrow and confusion, a striking flash of red, radiant as the sunrise at dawn, burst into his view, illuminating the darkness within his heart. Peggy Carter. She wore a stunning red gown, elegant and dazzling, as if she had stepped straight from the heart of a living flame. Moving gracefully through the crowd, she walked toward him, every step deliberate and sure. That bold red, vivid and passionate, stood out like an unyielding rose blooming on a battlefield, radiating the very vigor and warmth of life itself. Instantly, every eye in the room was drawn to her, but it was Steve's heart that she captured completely. The silk hem of her dress shimmered with her poised movements, rippling like flowing fire or gentle waves, accentuating her graceful figure. Her makeup was exquisite, with lips painted a brilliant red, an artistic final touch, vibrant as fire, perfectly complementing her dress. Her eyes shone bright and deep, like the most dazzling of stars, and at this moment, they gazed at him with radiant tenderness. Within her look, he saw understanding, compassion, encouragement, and above all, a love that brooked no doubt. Her jet-black hair was artfully pinned up, revealing her elegant neck and delicate collarbones, exuding a mature, confident, and captivating allure. She was like a resilient red rose blossoming defiantly amidst the smoke of war, beautiful, strong, and luminous, carrying a power that could soften even the hardest of hearts and chase away the shadows, clouding Steve's soul. Carter came to stop in front of Steve. She seemed entirely unconcerned with the attention drawn by her presence, focusing only on him. Without hesitation, she extended a slender, gloved hand, graceful and refined, wrapped in delicate white lace. "Captain," she said, her voice warm and laced with playful humor, as gentle as the mildest spring breeze brushing Steve's soul. "I recall that you still owe me a dance, don't you? Or are you planning to break your promise?" Steve looked at Peggy standing before him, at the radiant smile on her lips, the unguarded affection and encouragement shining in her eyes. The heavy weight pressing upon his heart seemed to melt away in an instant. For the first time in what felt like forever, a genuine, tender smile broke across his face, like the thawing of winter into spring. He took Peggy's outstretched hand in his, feeling the warmth and softness beneath the lace. Gently, he drew her closer, and together, they slowly stepped onto the dance floor. At that moment, the music seemed to become even more melodious and enchanting. Their dance steps, perhaps a bit awkward at first, soon grew light and graceful. Their bodies rose and spun in time with the music like a pair of swans. Nestled close together, their eyes remained locked, as if the world had faded away and only the two of them remained. Eyes filled with a love so deep it was almost tangible, and a wordless understanding that needed no explanation. They turned and glided, drawing near and drifting apart. Each movement was a study in harmony and beauty, a release of emotions long held back. It was as if they had forgotten the noisy crowd around them, the scars left by war, and the pain of lost loved ones. In their eyes, there was only each other. In their hearts, only the warmth they shared. As the music drew to a close, Carter gently rested her head on Steve's broad, sturdy shoulder, feeling the strong beat of his heart, the warmth of his body, and the subtle scent that spoke of a soldier's life. She closed her eyes, savoring this rare moment of peace and comfort. "Steve," she murmured softly, her voice tinged with relief and filled with hope for the future. "The war is finally over. We can start a new life now, can't we? We can have a quiet and happy life, just for us." There was a hint of caution in her words, as if she feared this beautiful vision might prove fragile, no more than a dream. Steve's arms tightened around Carter's slender waist, holding her close and feeling the reality of her warmth and softness. He lowered his head and pressed a gentle kiss in her fragrant hair, his voice steady and resolute as he made his promise. "Peggy, I promise." His voice was deep and strong, each word as solemn as a vow. "I'll give you a happy future. I'll spend my life protecting you, loving you, making you the happiest woman in the world. There will be no more war, no more goodbyes." When the dance was over and the noise faded away, the night grew deeper. Steve and Carter walked side by side along the road home, savoring the rare tranquility and the simple pleasure of being together. The cool moonlight spilled gently over them, stretching their shadows far along the empty street. So long, it seemed as if their life paths would be forever intertwined, woven together by fate. After a moment of silence, Carter could no longer contain her curiosity, or perhaps it was simply the instinct of an agent. She spoke softly, her question touching on that enigmatic presence that lingered between them. "Steve," her voice rang out with striking clarity in the quiet of the night. "That person in the magenta armor. Decade. Who is he, really? I can sense how powerful he is, and it feels like he doesn't belong to our time, maybe not even to our world." Her tone was filled with curiosity, confusion, and a hint of awe and unease that was hard to put into words. Steve stopped walking and gazed up at the night sky, deep and scattered with countless stars. Memories of his brief yet breathtaking encounter with Wang Xiaoming came rushing back. The mysterious, unfathomable power, the aura, that seemed to stand apart from the world, and the elusive, unpredictable way he acted. Steve was silent for a while before he finally spoke, his voice colored with respect, wonder, and a subtle, unnoticed trace of longing. "He is a hero, Peggy, a true hero, one who defies the limits of our understanding." He chose his words carefully, trying to describe someone who could not easily be defined. "He comes from a place beyond our imagination, a world that might only exist in legends or myths. He possesses a power beyond our reach, something capable of changing the world effortlessly or even destroying it. He calls himself," Steve paused, as if the name itself carried a kind of magic, Kamen Rider Decade. A passing Kamen Rider. That name, like a brand, would forever be seared into his memory, a legendary footnote no time could erase from his life. "Maybe," Steve's voice grew distant, as if he were speaking to himself, or perhaps confiding in Carter, "he's the real guardian of the world, or maybe he's the unpredictable force of fate itself." His words held a deep affirmation of Wang Xiaoming, hope for the future, and a quiet dread of that unknown power. With Decade's arrival, the world seemed suddenly more complicated and far more unpredictable. New York, Manhattan, once the eternal city of lights, a symbol of human achievement, where wealth and dreams intertwined, now lay in ruins, transformed into a burning inferno. The night, which should have been lit by neon, alive with busy traffic and joyful laughter, was now stained a bloody red by raging flames, choked with the stench of smoke, and torn apart by the relentless shrieks of sirens. The skyscrapers, once towering and proud above all else, now resembled the ravaged skeletons of giants, battered and broken. Shattered glass clung to their sides like trails of tears, and the warped steel frames, swaying in the night wind, groaned with a sound that made one's teeth ache. The street had long since lost its original appearance. Piles of shattered stones, broken bricks, and twisted metal wreckage rose like mountains, resembling the vomit of some monstrous beast. The remains of burning cars spewed thick, black smoke, staining the sky a foreboding shade of gray. This was no longer a bustling metropolis, but scorched earth, freshly baptized by artillery fire, a wasteland left in the wake of civilization's collapse. Sirens wailed, human screams of despair pierced the air, buildings crashed down with thunderous booms, and somewhere, the roar of an inhuman giant echoed. All these sounds mingled together, forming a hellish symphony of terror, a desperate requiem reverberating again and again above the once glorious city, mocking the fragility of humankind. The air itself was suffocating, thick with the stench of disaster. The acrid tang of burning seared the nostrils like a hot iron. The heavy, metallic scent of blood clung to the tongue, sharp as rust, and there was a foul, putrid odor of decay, so vile it turned the stomach, making it seem as though even the air was rotting away. At the heart of this apocalyptic tableau, two titanic figures were locked in a primal and savage struggle, so vast and terrible that hope itself seemed to wither. One of them was the Hulk, his entire body a deep, inky green, his muscles bulging like mountains, thick veins twisting across his form like wild vines. He let out a roar so thunderous it rattled the bones, a cry brimming with rage, but also laced with pain and confusion beyond words. Swinging his fists, each as mighty as a battering ram, he struck the earth with a force to rend it asunder, every blow charged with unbridled, destructive power. The other was even taller than the Hulk, more grotesque and terrifying, Abomination. His deformed body looked as if it had been forcibly stitched together, covered in jagged bone spurs that jutted out like the fangs of a wild beast. His head was a grotesque distortion, a nightmare-made flesh, with thick, foul saliva dripping from his snarling maw. In his bloodshot eyes burned the pure fires of madness and destruction, and every ragged breath wheezed out like an ancient bellows, expelling waves of hot, fetid air. A series of dull, thunderous impacts echoed, muscle crashing against muscle, like two meteors colliding, each blow shaking the very air. Then, the earth-shattering booms, colossal force smashing into ground and building alike, detonations like artillery shells, debris flying, dust billowing skyward. A chilling snap, sharp and brittle, bones splintering under unbearable force, a sound that sent shivers down the spine, as if life itself was shattering with every break. And above it all, the guttural, primal bellows of the two titans, roars born from the depths of their souls, filled with rage, anguish, and the most elemental savagery. Their battle had long since transcended the bounds of human comprehension. It was no longer a mere fight between two men, but rather a clash of primordial titans from a forgotten age, waging a life-or-death struggle atop the ruins of modern civilization. Power was their only language, destruction, their sole means of expression. With every impact, visible shockwaves of energy rippled outward, shattering the already fractured ground beneath their feet and hurling the wreckage of cars, now nothing more than broken toys, through the air like leaves caught in a hurricane. Ah, so this is the so-called Hulk. Is that all you've got? Pathetic. You're not worthy of this power. Abomination taunted, his attacks relentless, his laughter wild and jeering. He reveled in the overwhelming force he wielded over his opponent, taking twisted pleasure in the rampant chaos and devastation, as if each blow brought him a perverse satisfaction. I'll tear you apart, shred you to pieces. You'll regret ever coming into this world. I'll show you who the true powerhouse is. His voice dripped with cruelty and brutality. Abomination's eyes fixed on Hulk with the cold anticipation of a predator savoring the destruction of its prey, a sacrifice to prove his own strength. Weaklings exist only to be ruled by the strong. They belong at the feet of their betters. That is the law of this world, the one eternal truth. Madness flickered in Abomination's gaze. He was utterly consumed by power, convinced that strength was the only measure that mattered, that only the absolute strong deserved to possess anything at all. Hulk roared back, his cry so fierce and potent it seemed to shatter glass. Yet deep within those emerald eyes, a flicker of Bruce Banner's pain and confusion could still be seen. Roar. Seh. Shut up. Hulk forced out the words, swinging his massive fists in a desperate attempt to fight back. But Abomination's attacks grew more savage, overpowering him at every turn. Hulk could feel it. His own rage lacked the pure, untainted fury of his adversary. His anger was muddied by too many things: fear, confusion, and a deep reluctance to embrace his own power. No, I don't want to hurt anyone. I only want to stop him, stop this destruction. Deep within, Banner's fragile consciousness fought to surface, racked with pain. He was like a prisoner trapped inside a raging beast, helplessly watching his own body wreak havoc. He tried to rein in the fury, but it was like a wild stallion, unbridled and uncontrollable. Power. This destructive power. Is this really what I wanted? What should I do? Can anyone save me? Banner's consciousness flickered like a candle in the wind, growing fainter and fainter. He could feel himself being consumed by Hulk's boundless rage, sinking into an abyss of despair and darkness. The battle between Abomination and Hulk grew ever more brutal, reaching a fever pitch. They abandoned all finesse, relying only on the most primal blows and kicks. The crashes of muscle and bone sounded like a relentless war drum, each impact accompanied by spurts of dark green blood and the shattering of bones. Their bodies, two moving fortresses, collided and tore at each other, ravaging the ground beneath their feet beyond recognition. Their fight inflicted a new wave of devastation on a city already battered and fragile. A high-rise office building, which had miraculously survived the earlier bombardment, was caught in the shockwave of their clash. The massive structure began to tremble violently. Cracks split the walls, as if invisible claws were rending them apart, jagged fissures spreading swiftly like black lightning. At last, the building, once a symbol of the city's prosperity, could no longer bear its own weight. With a deafening roar, like the wail of a dying beast, it collapsed. Countless chunks of concrete and steel rained down like meteorites, kicking up clouds of dust that surged like a sandstorm, swallowing entire blocks in an instant, as if the apocalypse had come early. The ground itself was torn open by their terrifying power, gaping chasms yawning deep and bottomless, like monstrous mouths threatening to devour everything in their path. Cars parked along the roadside ignited one after another, exploding with a force that sent flames leaping skyward, bathing the night in an ominous orange glow. Thick smoke billowed, blotting out the moonlight, while the air filled with the acrid stench of gasoline and scorched metal. The entire district was engulfed in a sea of fire. Buildings burned, cars burned, and even the very air seemed to burn. This was no longer the realm of the living, but a living hell itself. Astonishingly, the television broadcast signal remained unbroken. This apocalyptic battle in the heart of New York City was being broadcast live to viewers around the globe, each frame a chilling tableau of destruction and despair, striking terror deep into the souls of all who watched. Above the chaos, a news helicopter circled bravely, like a moth drawn to the flame. Inside, a blonde-haired female anchor and a cameraman lugging his equipment risked their lives to deliver a live report. Fear was etched on their faces, but their professionalism forced them to steady their trembling hands. The female anchor's face was ghostly pale with fear, and her voice trembled ever so slightly from nerves. Still, she gripped the microphone tightly, forcing herself to stay calm. Ladies and gentlemen, her voice quivered audibly. We are now in the heart of New York City, and right here, an unimaginable disaster is unfolding. Two gigantic green monsters are locked in a cataclysmic battle. Everything in their path is being leveled to the ground. We don't know what they are or where they came from, but one thing is clear. If this fight continues, all of New York, perhaps, she choked up, unable to utter the dreadful word. All of New York will be utterly destroyed. The cameraman clenched his teeth, struggling to steady his shaking hands as he held the lens fixed on the hellish battlefield below. In the frame, Hulk and Abomination loomed like gods of destruction, each collision unleashing devastation in their wake. As you can see, the two monsters in the footage, their power is beyond anything humanly imaginable. They're not human at all. They're demons straight from the depths of hell. The cameraman's voice was thick with terror and disbelief. Viewers everywhere, no matter where they were, no matter their background, were gripped by the same stunned silence and fear. They watched the mythic struggle unfolding on their screens, saw their familiar city turn to ruins in an instant, and many couldn't hold back tears. They clung desperately to loved ones, praying hopelessly for a miracle. No one could believe that such a catastrophe could descend upon their world, nor could they accept that, faced with such overwhelming might, human civilization could be so heartbreakingly fragile. Oh God, Holy Mary, save us! Is this the end of the world, like in the prophecies? Where's our military? Where are our heroes? Who can stop these monsters? Who will save us? Countless voices cried out in silent desperation, praying, hoping against hope. Hope itself flickered like a candle in a storm, barely holding on. Just then, in a live broadcast, Abomination seized upon a momentary lapse in Hulk's defense, and with a blow like a falling meteor, struck Hulk square in the chest. Hulk let out a roar of agony as his massive form was hurled backward, as if smashed by a runaway train, crashing into an abandoned restaurant. A thunderous crash shook the air. Glass shattered and debris rained down in a chaotic cascade. The walls shattered and collapsed as if they were made of paper, while shards of glass flew in all directions like a torrential rain. In an instant, the restaurant was reduced to ruins. The Hulk's massive figure was swallowed by dust and rubble, his fate uncertain. From the helicopter above, the female reporter witnessed the entire scene. She could no longer contain her despair and let out a choked cry. No, the Green Giant has fallen. Even he has failed. Do we still have hope? Who can stop that monster now? Her voice was filled with helplessness and sorrow, as if the very last glimmer of hope had been extinguished. Despair spread like a virus, carried by the television signal, swiftly infecting every corner of the world. But just then, something seemed to spark in the reporter's mind. A faint light of hope flickered in her eyes. She suddenly looked up, and with all the strength she could muster, she called out loudly into the camera. Iron Man, Tony Stark, where are you? New York needs you. The world needs you. Come back. Please, come back and stop all of this. She pinned all her remaining hope on that superhero clad in iron armor. Yet harsh reality shattered her final illusion in an instant. An urgent message came through her earpiece from headquarters. Tony Stark was currently in Europe handling affairs and could not possibly return to New York anytime soon. What? Iron Man isn't in New York? He's in Europe. When will he be back? Are we just supposed to wait for death? The last glimmer in the reporter's eyes faded away, replaced only by endless disappointment and darkness. She felt as though she'd been abandoned by the whole world, as if fate itself had its hands wrapped tight around her throat. Yet in this moment of utter despair, a strange courage, or perhaps a desperate resolve, rose up within her. Facing the camera once more, she wiped away her tears. Her eyes now shone with an unprecedented determination, unwavering and fierce. She decided that even if she could not fight, she would use her voice to awaken the last spark of hope and courage in people's hearts. Dear viewers, her voice no longer trembled. Instead, it rang with a powerful and contagious strength. We are now facing an unprecedented crisis. Our city is being destroyed, our homes are burning, our lives could vanish at any moment. Yes, we are afraid. Yes, we are desperate. But, she raised her voice, each word clear and resolute. But we cannot give up. We need heroes. We need someone who can save us. Someone who can bring us hope. Iron Man is gone. The Green Giant has fallen. Who do we have left to rely on? She posed a harsh, piercing question, a question that seemed to leave everyone breathless. Is it possible that there are no other superheroes left in this world? Is there truly no one who can stand up and fight these two monsters from hell? Her voice was filled with an aching longing for a miracle, a desperate call for a hero. I pray for a miracle. I call for a hero to come. Whoever you are, wherever you might be, if you can hear my voice, if you possess the power, please stand up. Save us. Save this city. Save the world. The anchorwoman's plea echoed out across the airwaves, reaching the entire world. Countless people sat before their screens, tears streaming down their faces, joining her in her call, praying for hope. As if an answer to her cry, as if fate itself had woven this moment. Just as the anchorwoman's voice broke with exhaustion, just as Abomination grinned wickedly and prepared to advance on the fallen, Hulk, without warning, a dazzling veil of shifting, rainbow light, brilliant as the aurora, suddenly unfolded before Abomination. The veil rippled and distorted the very air, radiating a mysterious and formidable energy, as though it bridged to another, unknown world. What is that? The anchorwoman, still aboard the helicopter, was the first to spot this phenomenon. Shock overwhelmed her words, but within her voice, hope flickered anew. The curtain of light slowly parted. From its radiant heart, a figure strolled out at a leisurely pace, a man clad in a black trench coat, hands tucked casually in his pockets, a roguish, knowing smile playing on his lips, as if everything was unfolding just as he intended. Looks like I got here right on time. This farce has gone on long enough. Wang Xiaoming spoke with an easy nonchalance, as if the cataclysmic chaos before him were nothing more than a tedious game. Abomination halted, turning to face the diminutive human who had just appeared. His crimson eyes burned with contempt and savage delight. Oomph. Another little insect who doesn't know fear. I don't care who you are or where you came from. Today you'll die right here. You'll become nothing more than fuel for my strength. He didn't bother to take Wang Xiaoming seriously. In his mind, nothing in this world could possibly stand in his way any longer. Wang Xiaoming gazed coolly at the grotesque, rampaging monster before him, a disdainful smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Big guy, you talk too much. And honestly, you're hideous. Let me put an end to your evil, and maybe, just maybe, freshen up the air you've polluted. With calm precision, he drew out the decade driver. The silver metal shimmered with an icy luster in the firelight. Fastening it around his waist, he pulled out a magenta card. Henshin, Kamen Ride, Decade. Accompanied by the crisp sound of machinery and a deep, resonant transformation call, a dazzling magenta light erupted, completely enveloping Wang Xiaoming. Particles of light danced through the air. Energy surged and vibrated, and the very space around him seemed to warp and twist. This scene, broadcast live on television, was presented with crystal clarity to billions of people around the world. The female host in the helicopter stared at the screen, her mouth agape in shock at the miraculous transformation unfolding before her eyes. For a long moment, she was speechless. Oh my God, he transformed. What is that? Is he a superhero? A new superhero, she stammered, mumbling to herself, her eyes brimming with disbelief, excitement, and sheer joy. The cameraman beside her reacted instantly, locking his lens tightly on Decade. He knew he was capturing a moment that could change the course of history. Hurry, camera, zoom in, close up. We have to show this to the entire world. A new era. It just might be about to begin, he shouted excitedly into his headset. Before their televisions, audiences who had endured a long stretch of despair finally caught a glimmer of hope. Staring at the mysterious knight clad in magenta armor on the screen, they were stunned, then erupted into thunderous cheers and animated discussion. What is this? Magic? Technology? Who is he? He actually transformed? Just like in the cartoons. Is he an alien? Who cares who he is? He looks so strong. He'll definitely defeat that green monster. A hero. A new hero has appeared. We're saved. Hope, like a wildfire, was rekindled in people's hearts. Abomination gazed at the transformed Decade, momentarily stunned, as if taken aback by a power that defied his understanding. But in the next instant, he let out an even louder, more grating laugh of mockery. Ha, so this is your power? Just putting on some flashy armor? Doesn't look like much to me. All show and no substance. I'll tear you, and that tin can you're wearing, into pieces. Still lost in the arrogance of his own strength, he had no idea what kind of opponent he was truly facing. Decade ignored Abomination's taunts. He simply stood there, calm and composed, his crimson compound eyes sweeping across the surrounding ruins, as if evaluating the battlefield. Then, he drew another card, Captain America's card. He slid the card into his driver. Kamen Ride, Captain America. A dazzling burst of light, as brilliant and vibrant as the stars and stripes, flashed across the scene. In an instant, Decade's armor transformed, red, white, and blue sweeping over his entire body. A signature five-pointed star appeared on his chest, and in his hand materialized a virtual energy shield. Around the world, viewers watching the live broadcast erupted in excitement once more. What is that? That's Captain America. He's turned into Captain America. My God, how'd he do that? This is incredible. Is this our new hero? The Captain is back. He's returned in a new form. We're saved. New York is saved. People cheered and jumped with joy, their eyes brimming with tears of emotion. It was as if that great symbol of hope was standing before them again, reborn in a new and even more powerful form. Seeing Decade transform into Captain America's likeness, Abomination froze for a moment, as if unpleasant memories were stirring within him. Then, his rage peaked, and he let out an even more frenzied roar. Captain America? That tired, obsolete relic? What a joke. No matter what ridiculous form you take, you'll die by my hand. I'll show you whose era it is now. To him, this was nothing but a desperate trick from Decade, a mockery of a symbol that had already fallen. Decade, now in Captain America's form, faced the rampaging abomination with eyes filled with unwavering resolve and undeniable justice. I may not be Captain America himself, but I will inherit his will and his unbreakable spirit. His voice rang out from within the armor, clear and powerful, brimming with strength and determination. With this power, I will defend this scarred land and destroy any evil that dares threaten the peace. Abomination, infuriated by Decade's words, unleashed a beastly roar so fierce it seemed as though even glass might shatter from the sound. Roar! Enough talk! Come on, let me see what you're made of, you pretender carrying the will of a loser. Without another moment's hesitation, his massive body shot forward like a cannonball, surging toward Decade's Captain America form with overwhelming force. Thus began a fierce battle for the fate of New York, a clash of conviction and power now officially underway. Decade, now in his Captain America form, didn't hesitate for even a moment. Like a tiger locked onto its prey, he sprang into action after only the briefest standoff. The muscles in his legs tensed in an instant, coiling like springs compressed to their limit, then unleashed all at once, driving his feet into the already cracked concrete and leaving a web of fresh craters in his wake. The immense force rocketed his body forward, a blur of blue, lightning that tore through the swirling dust, sending a powerful gust howling behind him as he charged straight at the hulking figure of Abomination. As he ran, Decade's movements were as precise and efficient as a perfectly engineered machine. His torso twisted sharply, core muscles igniting with explosive power, propelling his right arm into a near-perfect throwing arc. In that moment, he let loose the star-spangled shield, the symbol of justice, sending it spinning through the air like a deadly, whirling disc. It wasn't just brute strength that powered the throw, it was the distilled art of Captain America's combat technique, a seamless blend of speed, force, and rotational energy that seemingly brought the shield to life. The shield flew from his hand, tracing a silvery blue arc across the air, so swift it was almost impossible to follow with the naked eye. As it spun at blinding speed, it emitted a sharp, relentless hum, not unlike the whine a high-speed saw or the low bellow of some ancient beast slicing through the air. The metal edge glinted coldly, carving a visible vortex of wind that spiraled around it. A miniature tornado, brimming with destructive force, aimed squarely at the grotesque head of Abomination. Abomination's fighting instincts far surpassed those of ordinary men. The very instant Decade's arm moved, his bloodshot, crimson eyes locked onto the incoming shield. His pupils contracted to pinpoints, and every muscle across his dark green body snapped taut as steel cables, veins writhing beneath his skin like living cords. Dodging wasn't an option. His massive frame simply couldn't move that nimbly. More importantly, he felt absolute confidence in the strength and resilience his body possessed. Transformed by both gamma radiation and the super soldier serum, he was determined to take the blow head on, to crush this challenger with sheer, overwhelming might. With a thunderous roar, Abomination unleashed a deafening bellow that shook the very air, rolling out like thunder from the depths of hell, thick with boundless rage and wrath. The shockwave sent tremors through the atmosphere, rattling loose debris from distant ruins and sending stones clattering to the ground. He suddenly raised his right arm, thicker and more powerful than even Decade's waist. The muscles beneath his skin writhed and swelled like crazed pythons, while the bone spikes bristling along his arm stood on end, as if sensing danger, each one gleaming with a cold, ghostly light. He swung his arm across his body, presenting the hardest section of those bone spikes directly in the path of the oncoming, deadly, spinning shield. A tremendous metallic clash exploded in the air, as if 1,000 thunderclaps had struck at once. In that instant, time itself seemed to freeze. The shield and the bone spikes collided with a violence beyond words, a raw, brutal impact that shattered the clamor of the battlefield. The sound was so piercing and overwhelming it echoed across the ruins of Manhattan, carrying all the way to distant news helicopters hovering above, where even the seasoned reporters inside felt the air shudder with the force of the blast. At the point of collision, blinding sparks burst forth, dazzling as a supernova, and molten metal sprayed out like a welder's torch slicing through steel. Countless fragments, shards of metal and splintered bone, shot outward in every direction, crackling sharply as they struck debris all around. An unimaginable wave of force erupted from the clash, radiating outward like an invisible tsunami. The ground itself was torn apart anew, deepening and widening the already gaping fissures, like fresh wounds splitting open the earth. Twisted, mangled car wrecks nearby, battered by the shockwave, flew through the air and tumbled across the broken concrete, groaning and screeching as their metal frames gave way, until they collapsed into even more shattered heaps of scrap. Abomination let out a guttural, pained grunt. Though he had managed to block the shield with his arm, the sheer brute force of the blow was far beyond what he'd anticipated. The impact reverberated through his massive body, staggering him backward 3 giant steps, each one pounding the ruined concrete beneath his feet and leaving behind crater-like footprints half a meter deep. Cracks snaked out from each print like jagged black lightning. His blocking arm was engulfed in a wave of numbness, and when he looked down, he saw fine fractures spiderwebbing across the supposedly indestructible bone spikes. Dark green, foul-smelling blood had begun to seep slowly from the cracks. Yet Decade's assault was not over. The moment the shield left his hand, he charged forward like a fired shell, right on its heels. Without a second's hesitation, almost as if he'd anticipated exactly where the shield would fly and how Abomination would respond. And even after striking its target, the shield did not lose momentum. Instead, it traced a beautiful, precisely calculated arc through the air, returning as if it were a living falcon, bound by instinct to find its way back to its master's waiting hand. As Decade charged forward at high speed, his body leaned slightly to the side. His left arm shot out like lightning, catching the returning shield with flawless precision. The movement was so fluid and natural, it seemed as if he had rehearsed it countless times. The instant the shield landed in his grasp, it felt like an extension of his arm, a perfect fusion of strength and skill. In the very moment he caught the shield, Decade was already upon Abomination. He left his opponent no time to adjust or catch his breath, launching a furious barrage of attacks, relentless as a storm, unleashing Captain America's combat techniques to their very limits. Dropping his body low in a sudden crouch, he narrowly dodged Abomination's wild, pain-driven swing. At the same time, he brought the edge of the shield up, targeting the knee joint of Abomination's supporting left leg. Decade's eyes were cold and focused, his wrist snapping with power as the shield sliced out, as precise and swift as a surgeon's scalpel. A sickening crack split the air, a bone-snapping sound that made one's teeth ache. Abomination roared in agony as his left knee buckled sharply inward at an unnatural angle. His massive frame tottered, thrown off balance, almost collapsing to the ground. Decade seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Moving like a phantom, he circled to Abomination's flank. His right leg whipped out with the force of steel bar, delivering a brutal kick to Abomination's unsteady waist. A deep, resounding thud filled the air, a blow landing with the weight of a sledgehammer striking thick leather. Abomination's hulking body was sent flying sideways, crashing like a giant sandbag into the wreckage of an overturned bus. The already mangled vehicle was crushed even further under his impact, metal groaning as it twisted. Yet Abomination's resilience was monstrous. Almost the instant he hit the ground, he began to claw his way up, a growl of fury rumbling from his throat. But Decade would grant him no reprieve. He pounced again, as inescapable as a curse, transforming the shield in his hands into the deadliest of weapons. Clutching the shield in both hands, he leaped high, descending like an eagle upon its prey. Using the momentum of his fall, he brought the shield down with meteoric force onto Abomination's back. A thunderous boom erupted, the impact resounding like a mountain splitting open. Several bony spikes along Abomination's back snapped, and inky green blood spurted out in a wild fountain. Abomination let out a blood-curdling scream. His half-raised torso slammed back down, pounding the earth and gouging an even deeper crater. Landing without pause, Decade dropped to one knee. He drove the razor edge of the shield into the gap between Abomination's shoulder blades, then wrenched it upward with all his might. A sickening rip echoed through the air, like heavy canvas being torn apart, accompanied by Abomination's agonized roar. A large chunk of muscle, together with several bone spikes, was brutally pried loose and flung aside. Decade's attacks were ruthless, precise, and relentless, like the most seasoned of hunters striking again and again at the beast's weak spots, stripping away its ability to fight back. In his hands, the shield transformed, at times a sharp axe severing tendon and bone, at times a spear piercing muscle, sometimes a heavy hammer shattering bone, and then a sturdy barrier warding off counterattacks. Yet Abomination's vitality was disturbingly tenacious. The searing pain and grievous wounds did nothing to make him yield. Instead, they awakened the most primal savagery deep within his soul. Pinned beneath Decade, Abomination's rage, humiliation, and hunger for power churned inside him, an impending volcanic eruption. He let out a deafening, mad roar that seemed to shake the very air. Roar. I'll kill you. I'll tear you to pieces. He abandoned all defense, ignoring even the shield lodged in his shoulder blade. Driven by brute strength that defied his limits, he lashed out like a cornered beast, launching a suicidal counterattack against Decade. With a violent twist, his massive body writhed like a giant serpent, trying to throw Decade off. At the same time, his only remaining arm swung down like a battering ram, whistling through the air as he aimed a savage blow at Decade's head. Decade's eyes narrowed, and in an instant he wrenched his shield free, raising it in front of him just in time. A thunderous crash echoed as Abomination's fist slammed into the shield. Decade felt an irresistible force surge through the shield, driving him backward and forcing him to slide several steps across the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Abomination rolled to his feet in a sudden surge. Though his left knee was injured and movement was difficult, in this moment he was ruled by madness, and pain seemed no longer able to touch him. He charged like a wounded bull, head lowered, the jagged bone spikes on his head and shoulders aimed directly at Decade in a brutal, reckless rush. Decade's gaze remained calm. Instead of retreating, he slipped forward, angling his body and deftly guiding the charge aside with the edge of his shield. Abomination's massive form lost its balance, staggering forward more than 10 meters before crashing through a crumbling wall. As Abomination turned, ready to attack again, Decade was already upon him, as swift and silent as a phantom. Thud! 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 Decade's fists rained down like a hailstorm, smashing into Abomination's face, chest, and abdomen. Each punch carried the overwhelming power granted by the super soldier serum. Abomination reeled back from the barrage, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. In the midst of this furious and suffocating melee, fragments of suppressed memories surged like a tidal wave through Abomination's mind, battering his already shattered consciousness. His voice grew low and raspy, rough as sandpaper scraping against stone. Power! I need power. Only power can keep me from being trampled underfoot ever again. On the training ground, a young Blonsky, drenched in sweat, moved with the sharpness of an eagle. Every strike, every maneuver was crisp, forceful, and brimming with confidence. He was the best of the best, a born warrior. On the smoke-choked battlefield, Blonsky charged at the front, rifle in hand, surging through a storm of bullets. His figure was agile and ferocious, the most dependable shield for his comrades, and the most terrifying reaper in the eyes of his enemies. On a cold hospital bed, Blonsky lay swathed in bandages, his gaze hollow and despairing. Waves of pain racked his body, but even worse was the icy sense of abandonment by his country, his brothers in arms, the whole world. In that moment, his pride and honor were ground to dust. I used to be the best. I bled and sacrificed for them. But they cast me aside like trash, all because I lost to a monster. Abomination's guttural snarl overflowed with agony, bitterness, and venomous hatred. I'm nothing now, less than nothing. This despair and resentment seeped into his soul like poison, and at the same time, kindled his obsession with strength like a blazing fuel. Only power, only greater power will let me stand again. Only then will those who look down on me pay the price. Only then can that green monster pay in blood for blood. His craving for power had eclipsed all else. It had become the sole purpose of his existence, and the seed of his own destruction. Decade caught the fleeting distraction in Abomination's eyes as memories surged within him. His gaze sharpened. Channeling all his strength into the shield, Decade struck down with a cunning angle, aiming straight for Abomination's already injured left knee. This time, the sound of bones shattering was even more final. Abomination let out a scream of pure agony. His left leg, below the knee, twisted at an unnatural angle, utterly unable to bear his weight. His massive body lost its balance and crashed to the ground, kneeling on one knee. So this is the power you've been chasing? Decade stood over him, shield leveled at Abomination's head, his voice icy and laced with accusation. You became this twisted, monstrous thing for this? Was it worth it? Shut up. Abomination suddenly looked up, bloodshot eyes boring into Decade with wild fury. His voice was ragged, on the edge of madness. Only power keeps me from being a worthless puppet. What do you know? You don't understand anything. True strength exists to protect the people we care about, to safeguard this world. It's not meant for mindless destruction like yours. Decade's voice rang out, resolute and unwavering, filled with an unshakable conviction. Protect? Huh, what a laughable word. Only the weak need protection. The strong exist to dominate. Abomination let out a grating, manic laugh, as if he'd just heard the world's greatest joke. Decade's words, sharp as icy daggers, pierced once again into the chaos of Abomination's mind, provoking an even more violent backlash from the raging power within him. With a primal roar that tore through the air, Abomination threw back his head and howled, a sound no longer human, but the ferocious bellow of a wild beast. The gamma energy inside him spiraled out of control, like a nuclear reactor on the verge of meltdown. His body swelled at an alarming rate, muscles bulging and twisting like steel cables, skin cracking open in jagged lines to reveal the deep, ominous green beneath. The bone spikes on his back erupted, thickening and lengthening, clawing skyward like the talons of a demon from the depths of hell, radiating a Shirin, Malevoloha. A cataclysmic surge of energy exploded from within him, shaking the ground and reducing everything nearby to rubble. Decade's expression changed in an instant. He could sense a terrifying power awakening inside Abomination, a force strong enough to obliterate everything in its path. He realized Abomination had lost all control. He was on the verge of either self-destruction or unleashing an energy blast that could level all of Manhattan. With a guttural roar, Abomination surrendered completely to his rage. The blood-red glint in his eyes burned with nothing but pure, destructive hunger. He raises one, remaining arm high, muscles swelling to the brink of bursting. Every ounce of his strength, all his fury, despair, and madness, condensed into that single, devastating punch. He brought his fist crashing down, aiming straight at Decade, who was kneeling on the shattered ground. Even before the blow landed, the air around his fist warped and compressed under the overwhelming force, sending visible shockwaves rippling outward. The ground beneath crumbled and caved in, unable to withstand the impact. Decade's pupils contracted sharply. He knew there was no way to evade this strike. His only option was to use his body, his last remaining strength, and stand his ground. With a defiant shout, he forced every last ounce of power from his battered body, raising his energy shield, the iconic star-spangled shield, symbol of the American spirit, in front of him. This was his final barrier, the last defense he could offer as a hero. Come on, Abomination. Let me see this so-called power of yours. Can it truly shatter the will to protect? Decade's voice, though nearly drowned out by the roaring chaos, rang with unwavering resolve, filled with a fearless determination that brooked no retreat. In the next instant, time itself seemed to freeze. Abomination's fist, charged with the force to annihilate all in its path, collided brutally with Decade's shield, a symbol of protection and hope. A thunderous explosion tore through the silence, a sound beyond description, like the birth of a universe from singularity or the tolling of a doomsday bell. Blinding light devoured everything in an instant, as if the world itself had been reduced to an endless, searing white void. A wave of destructive energy erupted outward like a tsunami, sweeping across everything within hundreds of meters, buildings, vehicles, debris, all vaporized in the blink of an eye. At the heart of that blinding radiance stood the star-spangled shield of justice, a shield forged from one of Earth's strongest metals, a symbol of American spirit and a bulwark against countless attacks. Its surface first spiderwebbed with a lattice of cracks, and then, with a sharp, shattering snap, followed by a deafening crash, the shield could no longer withstand the unimaginable force. It exploded, fragments gleaming red, white, and blue scattering like shattered stars in every direction. Deprived of the shield's protection, Decade was swept up in the raging torrent of energy like a leaf in a storm, instantly engulfed. He felt an irresistible force, one that seemed intent on tearing his very soul apart. His body was hurled backward like a puppet with its strings cut, a long arc of blood trailing behind him in the air. He crashed, down like a meteor into the ruins hundreds of meters away, gouging a deep, jagged trench through the rubble before slamming into the remnants of a load-bearing wall, where he finally lay still, his fate uncertain. No. From afar, aboard a news helicopter, the female anchor witnessed the entire scene. The shattering of the shield, Decade cast aside. She could no longer maintain her composure. A scream tore from her lips, raw with despair and terror. How could she believe it? The hero who had descended like a god, who had given them hope, had he truly been struck down so utterly? Hope was extinguished once more. Darkness closed in, threatening to swallow the city whole. In front of their televisions, the audience held their breath, eyes wide with anticipation, transfixed by the heart-stopping battle unfolding on the screen. Their heartbeats quickened in sync with the rhythm of the fight, palms growing clammy with tension. Many of them clasped their hands tightly together, silently praying that the mysterious hero could defeat the monster, save the city, and rescue them all. Abomination advanced step by step toward the fallen Decade. His massive body loomed like a moving mountain, each heavy footfall making the ground tremble ever so slightly. His blood-red eyes blazed like flames from the depths of hell, burning with cruelty and a thirst for blood, locked onto Decade, as if he meant to devour him whole. Ha ha! Kamen Rider Decade, you've lost. In the end, you still fell before my power. All your struggles were in vain. Everything you've worked for will vanish like smoke. Abomination's arrogant laughter echoed through the ruins, as chilling as the cry of a night owl and as sinister as a demon's whisper, piercing the ears of everyone. Listening, he was convinced that victory was already his. He saw himself as the new master of this world, determined to subdue everyone beneath the force of his power. Slowly, Decade straightened up. Though his body wavered unsteadily, as if he might collapse at any moment, he forced himself to stand tall, like a lone pine steadfast in a raging storm. He looked at Abomination, his tone laced with a hint of mockery, a trace of pity, but above all, unwavering resolve. Raising his voice, he demanded, "Blonsky, do you really believe this is what you wanted? Do you truly think becoming an ugly, mindless monster is your life's purpose? Where is your former glory, your ideals, your convictions? Do you remember that you were once a warrior? Do you remember the nation and the people you once swore to protect?" Decade's words struck at Abomination's heart like a blade, trying to awaken whatever conscience still lingered within him, hoping to call him back from the brink. Yet Decade knew this was a faint hope, almost impossible. For a moment, Abomination was stunned by Decade's words, as if some nerve had been struck. But then a more twisted and frenzied expression twisted across his face. Glory? Ideals? Conviction? All of that is worthless in the face of absolute power. You fool, you understand nothing. You can't begin to grasp the greatness of power. You have no idea what it feels like to possess true strength. He roared, his voice hoarse and twisted, like a wounded beast howling in pain. He mocked Decade's naivety and ignorance, refusing to see any fault in himself. In his mind, everything he had done was justified. He believed he alone was the savior of this world. You have never endured my pain, never tasted my despair, never felt the weight of my helplessness. You have no right to judge me. You have no right to point fingers at me. You're nothing but a hypocrite, standing high on your moral pedestal, passing judgment. His words dripped with hatred, anger, and resentment. He was convinced that Decade could never understand his suffering, let alone be qualified to judge his actions. To him, Decade was nothing more than a lucky fool, someone blessed with great power, yet utterly clueless about its true meaning. He spat on the ground, the saliva tinged with dark green blood. Where it landed, a harsh, sizzling sound rose up as the earth began to corrode. With utter contempt, he glared at Decade, his eyes brimming with murderous intent and cruelty. Worthless fool, just tell me who you are. I'll carve your death date into you, so you'll never forget what happens to those who defy me. Let it be burned into you forever. The weak have no right to survive. Decade ignored the taunts and threats, meeting his gaze with calm, unwavering eyes. He knew there was no point in words now. Only actions could speak for him. It was time to end this battle with his own strength. Slowly, he drew a card from his card case, the Kuga card. In the moonlight, the image of Kuga glimmered in hues of gold and crimson, as if calling out to Decade, offering him hope and strength, filling him with courage and resolve. He lowered his head, staring at the card in his hand, a storm of emotions swirling in his eyes. Thoughts of his conversation with Steve flashed through his mind, Steve's trust in him, his own mission as a Kamen Rider. Drawing a deep breath, he raised the card before his eyes, then in one swift motion, slid it into the Decade driver at his waist. Henshin, the word rang out, low and resolute, a cry from the edge of despair, a hero's declaration, a promise to the future. Though not loud, his voice was filled with power and determination, a sound that seemed to pierce through every barrier, reaching straight into the hearts of all who heard it. Kamen Rider Kuga. The Decade driver responded with a crisp mechanical chime, echoing like an ancient ritual or perhaps an incantation shrouded in mystery. A dazzling golden-red light burst forth from the driver, like the rising sun dispelling darkness and ushering in the dawn. It burned with the power and hope of a sacred, solemn flame, warm and pure. The light completely enveloped Decade's body, forming a massive cocoon of radiance that wrapped around him. Within this brilliance, his body underwent a dramatic transformation. Muscles swelled, bones grew, and his skin hardened, as if he were experiencing a profound rebirth, shedding his old self to emerge anew. Within the glow, crimson armor rapidly took shape. Living metal, it seemed, flowing like blood along Decade's frame, until it covered him completely. The armor's lines were simple yet fluid, exuding both power and mystery. Its color of vivid red burned like fire and shone like the newborn sun, brimming with vitality and hope. The material shimmered between metal and jade, its subtle luster under the radiant light hinting at both substance and enigma. As the light gradually faded, Kamen Rider Kuga, ultimate form, stood tall amidst the ruins, like a war god from ancient legend, or a hero reborn to protect humanity. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. His gaze was resolute and sharp, piercing everything like a hawk's. A powerful, ancient aura radiated from him, not just a display of might, but a palpable pressure of spirit, an intimidation to evil, a shield for justice. Hatred, upon witnessing Decade's transformation, was momentarily stunned, as if shaken by Kuga's imposing presence. But then, a sneer twisted his face, more contemptuous and unhinged than before. Huh, just a change of costume. You really think that's enough to defeat me? How naive, how laughable. In the face of absolute power, everything else is meaningless. Everything is an illusion. I'll show you what true power is, what true despair feels like. He still dismissed Decade, convinced that no matter what form Decade took, he could never change his fate of defeat, never prevent destruction, never stop hatred from becoming the master of this world. Kuga ignored hatred's taunts and threats. He simply stood there in silence, feeling the surging power within. This force was ancient and mighty, pure and sacred, resonating with the heavens and the universe itself. Within that power, he sensed a will, the will to protect, the will of hope, the will of justice. He knew this was the power of Kuga, the power of an ancient warrior, the power that protects humanity, the power that brings hope. He knew he had to master this power, to use it to overcome hatred and defend this world. Kuga would wait no longer. He had decided to take the initiative to wield this power and bring an end to the evil of hatred, to put a final stop to this battle. He let out a deep, powerful growl, a sound like a tiger poised to spring from the mountains, or a dragon awakening from slumber. In an instant, he surged forward, his body shooting toward hatred like an arrow released from the bowstring. His speed was astonishing, so fast that a phantom image seemed to linger where he had been, as if lightning were tearing through the night sky. Every step he took left small cracks in the hard concrete beneath his feet, accompanied by the sharp thud of impact. Kuga charged straight at hatred, not pausing for an instant, not the slightest hesitation. He unleashed a relentless storm of attacks, each strike direct and efficient, stripped of any unnecessary flourish. Every punch and kick carried tremendous force, each assault aimed straight at hatred's vital points. With a sudden surge of power in his right leg and a slight tilt to the left, Kuga twisted his waist, swinging his arm in a forceful, heavy right cross. His fist launched forward like a cannonball, or perhaps a meteor cleaving through the night, whistling through the air before crashing squarely into the left side of hatred's face. A dull, resounding crash rang out, the force of the blow like a sledgehammer pounding against an anvil, or the crash of towering waves against the rocks. Hatred staggered sideways, his grotesque face twisting in pain. Before his opponent's eyes, Hatred's left cheek began to swell rapidly, and dark green blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Kuga followed up instantly with a left uppercut, striking from below like a viper lunging from its lair, or a sea dragon bursting from the waves, the fierce force of the blow slicing through the air and landing squarely on Hatred's jaw. Another explosive impact resounded. Hatred's head snapped back, his body tipping dangerously, nearly toppling to the ground. A crack echoed from his jaw, as if the bone itself had splintered. Kuga spun into a roundhouse kick, his right leg snapping out like a steel whip, cutting through the air before slamming hard into Hatred's chest. Again, the sound of impact thundered out. Hatred's body was sent flying, spinning through the air like a kite with its string cut, or a withered leaf caught in a violent gale, tracing a high arc before crashing heavily to the ground, sending dust and debris billowing everywhere. Kuga gave Hatred no chance to recover. Like a hunting leopard, he pounced, unleashing an even fiercer, more furious barrage of kicks at the fallen foe. Each kick landed with the force of 1,000 pounds, drawing pained cries from Hatred with every blow, his body shuddering violently under the relentless assault. Bang! 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 Kuga's kicks rained down on Abomination like a torrential downpour, each landing with a heavy, resonant thud, like the beating of war drums or the rolling of distant thunder. The rhythm was fierce and relentless, stirring the blood of all who witnessed it. Under Kuga's unyielding assault, Abomination's body trembled and twisted with every blow. His bony spikes snapped off one by one, and dark green blood gushed from his wounds like a fountain, staining both his grotesque body and the ground around him. You, how can you be this strong? Impossible. This is impossible. Abomination struggled desperately to fend off Kuga's attacks, his voice trembling with disbelief, terror, and stubborn defiance. He could not accept that he was being battered so thoroughly by Decade. He could not believe that the power he so prided himself on was so utterly shattered before Kuga. This is the power of Kuga. This is the strength of protection. This is the might of justice. As he unleashed his furious onslaught, Kuga spoke in a low, unwavering voice, each word brimming with conviction and resolve. It was as if he was pronouncing the triumph of justice and proclaiming the true meaning of what it means to protect. But Abomination was still Abomination. His vitality and regenerative power were formidable. Kuga's assault had not fully defeated him. With a wild, savage roar, Abomination summoned his remaining strength and struggled to his feet. Like a wounded beast, he threw himself at Kuga, his movements raw and frenzied. "I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you. I'll tear you to shreds. I'll make you wish you'd never been born." He had completely lost all reason. His eyes were filled only with hatred and bloodlust. All he wanted was to annihilate Kuga, to destroy everything in his path. But Kuga, nimble and agile as a dancer on a blade's edge, dodged Abomination's attacks with breathtaking precision. Sometimes he leapt back, sometimes he twisted aside, sometimes he sprang high. All his evasions were hair's breadth escapes, each one a brush with disaster. The slightest misstep would mean being crushed by Abomination's fists. Once again, Kuga and Abomination clashed in a fierce struggle, their figures flashing through the ruins like twin bolts of lightning, or like two ancient behemoths locked in primal combat, a spectacle raw with wildness and the beauty of brute strength. Their fists and feet collided with resounding crashes, sharp and thunderous, like fireworks exploding, like metal striking metal, like thunder rolling through the sky, each impact setting hearts racing with fear and awe. In the midst of battle, Kuga gradually gathered all his power into his right leg. His right leg began to glow with a golden radiance, the light growing ever brighter, ever more dazzling, ever more pure. It was as if a miniature sun was rising from his leg, illuminating the shadows around him, banishing every trace of evil, and bringing hope and light to the world. Kuga knew this was his final move, his most powerful strike. This single blow would determine victory or defeat, the fate of the city, and, more than anything, whether he could truly become a hero. He took a deep breath, feeling the power surging within, sensing the ancient and sacred will flowing through him. He knew he had to succeed. Failure was not an option. Seizing the perfect moment, Kuga evaded the Abomination's punch with a subtle twist of his body. Then, he leaped high into the air, spinning like a top, soaring like an eagle unfurling its wings. His right leg, wreathed in golden light, cut through the night sky like a shooting star or like a giant battle axe wielded by a god of war from ages past. It struck with thunderous force, carrying the power to destroy all and the resolve to protect everything, as he drove his kick straight into the Abomination's chest. Chohenshin, Kuga kick. Kuga unleashed a roar that seemed to shake the heavens, a cry like the bellow of an ancient war god, a declaration of justice, and a hopeful promise for the future. His voice overflowed with strength, resolve, conviction, and hope. It felt as though nothing could block this sound. It pierced through all barriers, reaching into every heart and inspiring everyone who heard it. Kuga's rider kick landed with perfect precision on the Abomination's chest, like a meteor smashing into the earth, or a volcano erupting, or the sun bursting forth in a cosmic explosion. A deafening crash erupted, echoing through all of New York and far beyond. The ground trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck, or as if the end of the world had arrived. The air itself seemed to catch fire, crackling and snapping with bursts like 1,000 firecrackers exploding all at once. Space twisted and distorted, as if an unseen force was tearing it apart, opening countless tiny fissures. The whole world seemed plunged into chaos, a swirl of nothingness, a vision where light and darkness intertwined, where destruction and rebirth coexisted. The Abomination let out a piercing, desperate scream, a cry filled with agony, despair, defiance, and terror. It sounded like a wounded beast howling in pain, like a demon in hell uttering a curse, or perhaps, most of all, a soul railing against its fate. His body shattered in an instant, like a planet struck by a meteor, erupting into countless fragments. Pieces burst and blossomed in the air like fireworks, then streaked through the night sky like falling stars, finally dissolving into nothingness. He vanished completely from this world, leaving not a trace behind, as if he had never existed at all, or as if he had only ever been a phantom nightmare. The shockwave from the explosion swept through the ruins like a raging hurricane, annihilating the remaining walls and shattered stones. Debris and dust were lifted into the air, forming a swirling tempest that spiraled skyward. Drops of dark green blood rained down, splattering upon the ruins and staining Kuga's crimson armor with their hue. At the heart of the blast, golden light radiated out, shining like the sun itself. It pierced the darkness, banished evil, ushered in hope, brought forth new light, new life, and at last peace. As the golden brilliance slowly faded, the monstrous form of hatred vanished completely. All that remained was a patch of scorched earth, proof of his existence, a testament to his crimes and destruction, and, above all, the evidence of Kuga's triumph and the victory of justice. With hatred's body gone, Blonsky's figure was revealed, sprawled unconscious on the ground, his fate uncertain. Wounds covered his body, but he was still alive, still breathing, still holding on a hope. Somewhere within him, a chance remained, a chance to choose a new path, to become a better man. Standing atop the ruins, Kuga slowly raised his thumb to the sky in silent salute. India, Kolkata. Sunlight, bright and blazing, poured over the ancient, crowded city. The air was thick with the scents of spices, sweat, and something ineffable, a unique fragrance that belonged only to India. A modest two-story house stood quietly beside an unremarkable street. Its exterior, once painted white, was now peeling and weathered, bricks peeking through like the wrinkles of an old man, quietly telling the story of passing years. All around, the typical Indian homes crowded together, low, colorful, bursting with the vibrancy of daily life. Bruce Banner, once a scientist, now a fugitive, stood in front of the small house, carrying simple furniture and daily necessities. He wore a plain white shirt and gray trousers, a relaxed smile on his face, as though he had finally stepped out from a shadowed past and into a new life. Though this was India, Banner had chosen a home that was relatively clean and tidy, far away from the chaos and squalor of the slums. The little house, though humble, was neat and well kept. There was a tiny courtyard where a few nameless flowers and plants grew, releasing a gentle, subtle fragrance. This would be his new home, a safe haven, far from conflict, far from pursuit, far from fear. Dr. Banner, are you really planning to live here? This place, well, it's a bit better than the slums, but still, let's just say it has a certain character. A voice tinged with mild distaste suddenly rang out behind Banner. Wang Xiaoming, the enigmatic Kamen writer, had appeared at Banner's side at some point, with his hands stuffed into his pockets and a slightly roguish smirk on his face. There was nonetheless a flicker of concern in his eyes, barely noticeable unless you looked closely. If you're going to live somewhere, why settle for this mess? You might as well pick someplace nicer. Shield is going to find you sooner or later, anyway. Wang Xiaoming grumbled inwardly, unable to comprehend Banner's choice. In his mind, it was better to face things head-on than to keep hiding and running. Banner, hearing Wang Xiaoming's voice, turned around. He scratched his head a bit sheepishly and replied with a light-hearted smile, "Well, I have you to thank for that $1 million. Honestly, I'm more than satisfied. This place is a big step up from where I was staying before." His tone was full of optimism and genuine gratitude for Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming shrugged and said, "All right, suit yourself. But I'd suggest staying away from the lower district. The environment down there, it's really not for you." It was a subtle warning about safety. After all, although Kolkata was a city teeming with energy and rich cultural heritage, it also had its shadows and dangers lurking beneath the surface. Banner thanked Wang Xiaoming again. "Wang, I really appreciate everything you've done. You didn't just save my life. You gave me a chance to start over." His voice rang with sincerity, every word heartfelt and earnest. After moving the furniture, Banner took a few Hindu and Buddhist scriptures out of a cardboard box and placed them carefully on the table. These texts, collected during his flight from place to place, were yellowed and worn, but clearly precious to him. He gazed at the scriptures with a look of reverence and hope, as though catching a glimpse of light at the end of a long tunnel. "I'm thinking I'll study these texts for a while. Maybe there's something in them that can help me control the Hulk. Perhaps finding inner peace is the key to overcoming him." Banner smiled at Wang Xiaoming, his tone brimming with hope for the future and a hunger for breakthrough. He was determined to seek inner calm through religion and philosophy, a path to mastering the Hulk, to finding redemption and release. Wang Xiaoming glanced at the scriptures and couldn't help but ask, "Dr. Banner, have you ever thought about just accepting the Hulk? He is, after all, part of who you are." He offered a different perspective, one completely at odds with Banner's, suggesting reconciliation and acceptance rather than resistance. When Banner heard the question, his smile froze. A trace of anxiety and embarrassment flickered in his eyes. He lowered his head and fell silent, as if someone had touched the most sensitive nerve deep within him, forcing him to face a reality he least wished to confront. A brief silence settled between the two of them, making the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Banner's thoughts drifted back to the past, back to the experiment that turned him into a monster, back to his days on the run, to his reunion and separation with Betty, to his battles with Abomination. Gamma rays, explosions, flashes of green light, a towering figure. Wilderness, jungle, desert, city. Laboratories, embraces, kisses, hope. Loin, brûle, destruction, dépert. The battle in New York, Hulk showdown with Abomination, Stark's declaration on the television, his own questions, the conversation between Abomination and Decade. Scene after scene flickered through his mind like a carousel spinning out of control. So quickly he couldn't grasp them, so swiftly he couldn't think, so fast he could hardly breathe. I don't want to become a monster. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want to be an ordinary person. I just want to be with Betty. But I can't do it. I can never get rid of the Hulk. He's too strong. I can't control him. If I accept him, what will I become? Will I end up like Abomination, losing all reason, turning into a creature that knows nothing but destruction? No, I can't accept him. I have to overcome him. I must find a way to control him. Silently, Banner cried out in his heart, torn between struggle, pain, and despair. He didn't know where to go from here, or how to make his choice. Wang Xiaoming broke the silence. He looked at Banner and said, Dr. Banner, have you ever considered that maybe the Hulk isn't as terrifying as you think? Maybe he has thoughts of his own, feelings of his own. He tried to guide Banner, encouraging him to see the Hulk from a different perspective, to realize that the Hulk was more than a monster, that he, too, was a being with thoughts and emotions. Have you heard the story of Beauty and the Beast? The Beast may look hideous, but inside he's kind. Beauty's love transformed him, and in the end, he became a prince again. Maybe your relationship with the Hulk can be like that of Beauty and the Beast. Using a simple, familiar story as an example, Wang Xiaoming tried to help Banner understand that even a creature like the Hulk could be moved, understood, and accepted. Dr. Banner, instead of running away and living in fear, why not try to understand the Hulk and communicate with him? Maybe you too can find a way to coexist in peace. Wang Xiaoming put forward a bold idea, one that seemed impossible, yet was brimming with hope, to talk to Hulk, to make peace with him. The relationship between you and Hulk is even more complex than that of Beauty and the Beast. You're the same person. You share the same body, the same soul. The conflict between you isn't just about strength. It's a clash of personalities, a struggle for self-identity. Silently, Wang Xiaoming added to himself that the issues between Banner and Hulk were far more tangled and difficult than the story of Beauty and the Beast could ever be. Banner listened to Wang Xiaoming's suggestion and let out a bitter laugh. Talk to him? Don't make me laugh. We can't even communicate. Every time I try, all he does is yell at me. He imitated Hulk's voice, saying, Hulk smash. Hulk is strongest. Banner is a coward. Banner's tone was full of helplessness and self-mockery. To him, the possibility of communicating with Hulk, let alone finding peace, seemed utterly out of reach. Wang Xiaoming looked at Banner, momentarily lost for words. He hadn't expected the relationship between Banner and Hulk to be so childish, like two kids bickering on a playground. This is just like a squabble between grade schoolers. Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but think this to himself, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. Banner then confessed his fear and rejection of Hulk. I admit it. I'm terrified of Hulk. He's too powerful. I can't control him. I'm afraid he'll hurt innocent people. I'm afraid he'll destroy everything I care about. Memories of his first transformation and the devastation Hulk caused washed over him, filling his heart with guilt and pain. He feared that if he accepted Hulk, he'd become like Abomination, losing himself entirely, turning into a monster who knew only destruction. I don't want to be a monster. I don't want anyone to get hurt. I just want to be an ordinary man. I just want a peaceful life. But is that even possible for me? Banner cried out in silence, his inner voice thick with confusion and despair. He didn't know where to go from here, whether he could ever overcome his own fear, or whether he could truly find himself. Wang Xiaoming understood Banner's fears and worries. He didn't try to persuade him further, knowing that only Banner himself could untie the knots in his heart. Dr. Banner, I should be going. I hope you find your own answer. Find a way to live in peace with Hulk. With that, Wang Xiaoming bid Banner farewell, his voice warm with blessing and hope. Thank you, Wang. I wish you all the best. Banner also offered his blessings to Wang Xiaoming, his voice full of gratitude and respect. Wang Xiaoming turned and walked away, his figure fading into the sunlight, just as suddenly and mysteriously as he had arrived. After Wang Xiaoming left, he took out the half-glowing Hulk card. Staring at the blurred image of Hulk on it, he sighed with a hint of regret. It seems I still haven't managed to fully gather Hulk's power. But that's all right, there's always tomorrow. New York, Manhattan. Sunlight poured through the glass facades of towering skyscrapers, spilling onto the streets and bathing the city, still reeling from recent catastrophe, in a golden glow. Yet, for all its brilliance, that sunlight couldn't quite dispel the darkness in people's hearts. The battle between Hulk and Abomination, the sudden appearance of Decade and Kuga, had left the city scarred and shaken its people to their core. But at the same time, it had sparked a glimmer of hope, a newfound longing for what the future might hold. Outside a newsstand, crowds jostled to buy newspapers. People scrambled to get their hands on the day's editions, hungry for details about the disaster and desperate to learn more about the mysterious writer, wondering just who this enigmatic hero could be. Look, the front page of the New York Times. That's a photo of the writer. The Daily News headline is even more sensational. A new hero is born? Who is Kamen writer Kuga? The Daily Bugle won't be outdone. Hulk returns. Mysterious writer turns the tide. Even the Wall Street Journal covered it. The spirit of Captain America lives on. Kamen writer inherits the heroic will. The crowd buzzed with excitement, curiosity, and awe. Newspaper sales shot skyward, breaking all previous records. Every front page carried a striking photo of Kuga giving a thumbs up, accompanied by bold, dramatic headlines that grabbed the reader's attention. The New York Times featured a high-resolution image of Kuga standing atop the ruins, sunlight gleaming off his red armor, radiating confidence and strength. His trademark thumbs up seemed to declare the triumph of justice to the entire world. The Daily News showcased an action shot of Kuga in the midst of battle, his rider kick landing squarely on Abomination's chest, sparks flying, capturing the sheer intensity of the moment. The Wall Street Journal's front page placed a photo of Steve Rogers as Captain America side by side with one of Kamen Rider Decade in his Captain America form, a striking juxtaposition that set imaginations racing. On television, every channel was looping footage of the great battle in New York. The wild clash between Hulk and Abomination, Decade's mysterious transformation, Kuga's heroic arrival, and then that final, earth-shattering rider kick. Each scene was etched deep into people's minds, becoming memories they could never shake off. TV stations invited all kinds of experts and scholars to interpret and comment on the disaster. Kamen Rider Kuga, his name, Kuga, carries a special meaning in Japanese. It stands for the spirit of transcending oneself to protect others. A so-called linguistics expert held forth on television, trying to explain Kuga's origins and abilities through the meaning of his name. This mysterious rider's armor looks extremely advanced. It's likely made with some kind of alien technology we haven't yet mastered. His strength, speed, and defense are all far beyond human limits. A self-proclaimed military expert pontificated on TV, attempting to use science to make sense of Kuga's armor and powers. Judging by his fighting style, he's probably undergone some special combat training. Or perhaps he has supernatural abilities. His moves are crisp and efficient, powerful yet graceful. A so-called martial arts expert offered his critique on TV, trying to explain Kuga's fighting methods with technical jargon. Most of these expert interpretations were nothing more than speculation and guesswork, lacking any real substance. Yet they satisfied the public's curiosity and sparked even more discussions and debates. Meanwhile, the internet was awash with talk about Kamen Rider Kuga and Decade, like a tidal wave flooding forums, social media, and news sites. Kuga is incredible. That rider kick was absolutely epic. Decade can actually transform into Iron Man and Captain America. And he can become Kuga too. So cool. Who is he, really? Where did he come from? Why does he help us? I think he's an alien. Only an alien could have such amazing powers. I disagree. I think he's a super soldier secretly created by the government. Who cares who he is? He's a hero. He saved New York. He saved the world. Netizens eagerly shared their opinions, their imaginations running wild with one outlandish theory after another. Some became die-hard fans of Decade, collecting every bit of information about him and creating all sorts of fan works, art, videos, stories, even music. Others questioned whether Decade was real at all, suspecting it was all media hype or the plot of some secret organization. The photo of Kuga giving a thumbs up quickly went viral on the internet, becoming a cultural phenomenon in its own right. People everywhere began to imitate Kuga's gesture, snapping photos and sharing them online, not only as a tribute to Kuga, but also as a way to express their own hopes for the future. That simple action was imbued with all sorts of meanings, coming to stand for hope, courage, victory, and justice. Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., sat with a stern expression, his dark face illuminated by the glow of the screen as he watched the news reports about Kuga and Decade. His face was unreadable, eyes sharp as a hawk's, yet his words dripped with a hint of sarcasm as he spoke. Coulson, is this the intelligence you're bringing me? A masked rider who appeared out of nowhere, wielding powers beyond our comprehension. And you know nothing about him? His voice was low and commanding, thick with dissatisfaction and doubt, tinged with an unease born of the unknown. Agent Coulson stood nearby, head bowed, unable to meet Fury's gaze. Director, we've done everything we can. But as for this Kamen Rider Decade, the intelligence we have is painfully limited. He seemed to appear out of thin air, no background, no records at all. Coulson's voice carried frustration and guilt. He knew he hadn't lived up to Fury's expectations. Agent Maria Hill added, Director, we've already investigated all existing information on Wang Xiaoming, but he's like a ghost. Apart from the records of him waking up in the hospital, there's absolutely nothing. And we can't track his current location. Her tone was laced with confusion and shock. She had never encountered someone so mysterious before, someone who defied everything she knew. Fury pressed his doubts further. A mysterious figure appears out of nowhere, wields tremendous power, and can transform into different forms. How is that possible? Could he be an alien? Is his armor some kind of extraterrestrial technology? His voice brimmed with skepticism and disbelief. He tried to force Decade into the framework of his existing knowledge, but found it utterly futile. SHLD's analysts had already conducted a thorough examination of Decade's abilities. On the screen, footage played of Decade's first appearance at Tony Stark's press conference. Tony Stark, I'm here to borrow your power for a while. The experts scrutinized Decade's words frame by frame, searching for any trace of clue. Our analysis indicates that Kamen Rider Decade can transform into Iron Man's form, complete with the suit and weapons of Iron Man. An analyst pointed at the screen, highlighting Decade in his Iron Man form. He can also transform into Captain America, wielding the Captain's shield and mastering his combat skills. Another analyst gestured toward the image of Decade in his Captain America form. During the epic battle against Abomination, he revealed yet another entirely new form, which we're tentatively calling the Kuga form. This form possesses incredible strength, formidable defenses, and some kind of mysterious energy. A third analyst indicated the image of Decade in his Kuga form. The analyst launched into various speculations about the source of Decade's abilities. His armor and powers could very well originate from some kind of alien technology that we haven't yet deciphered, one analyst proposed. He might have undergone a transformation akin to the super soldier serum, gaining extraordinary abilities. Another chimed in, particularly versed in the concept of bonds within certain cultures. In some cultures, the idea of bond, or kizuna, is a powerful emotion representing the ties between people. Trust, friendship, even love. It's possible that Kamen Rider Decade can only gain someone's power by forging such bonds with them. Tony Stark once openly admitted he was Iron Man, earning the recognition and approval of people around the world. Steve Rogers, though missing for years, continues to inspire as Captain America. It's likely that Kamen Rider Decade draws his strength from these kinds of connections. He speculated that Decade's ability to transform into Iron Man and Captain America stems from gaining the acknowledgement of Tony Stark and Steve Rogers. The S.H.I.E.L.D. analysts remained puzzled by Decade's ability to take on a Captain America form. According to our intelligence, Steve Rogers disappeared back in 1945. How could Kamen Rider Decade have acquired his power? Did he ever meet Steve Rogers, or does he have some means of traveling through time? One analyst asked, voicing his skepticism. If Wang Xiaoming really formed a bond with Steve Rogers in 1945, he should be an old man by now. But based on our observations, Wang Xiaoming looks remarkably young. This just doesn't add up, unless he's somehow been altered. Another analyst began to question Wang Xiaoming's true age. Drawing on all available intelligence, Nick Fury made a bold deduction. All signs suggest that Kamen Rider Decade is very likely a superhero from another world. His armor, his abilities, they are far beyond our current understanding. His voice was filled with gravity and seriousness. The existence of Decade could be an opportunity for Earth, or it could be a threat. He made up his mind to seek contact with Kamen Rider Decade. Coulson, Hill, I want you to find Kamen Rider Decade at once. I'll meet him personally to learn where he comes from and what his intentions are. His order carried a tone of unwavering resolve and determination. He hoped to establish a partnership with Kamen Rider Decade, so that together they could protect the Earth. If he truly is a hero from another world, then his power will be a tremendous asset to us. This thought lingered silently in his mind. Yet at the same time, he remained vigilant. He He needed to assess just how much of a threat Decade might pose to Earth. If he does prove to be a danger, then we must stop him before he can cause any greater harm. He added this quietly to himself. The boundless starry sky is not a silent emptiness, but an ocean surging with life and energy. Starlight drifts like golden dust, swirling and gathering in the vast darkness, forming magnificent nebulae, splendid blossoms, blooming in the universe. Countless stars glimmer, some bright and some faint, like diamonds embedded in velvet, each one drawn to the next by invisible forces, weaving together a grand and mysterious cosmic tapestry. The camera's gaze, like the eye of a traveler drifting through time and space, descends slowly. It sweeps past blazing suns, glides through frigid, interstellar dust, and crosses the sweeping arms of spinning galaxies, until at last it settles on a tree so immense, so majestic, it defies all description. This tree's roots anchor it in the void. Its branches and leaves flourish, weaving through the very fabric of the cosmos. This is the world tree, Yggdrasil, the pillar that upholds the 9 realms, the embodiment of cosmic order, the veins through which life flows, the river along which time streams. Its trunk is thick and mighty, like a mountain linking heaven and earth. Ancient bark, etched with the marks of ages, seems to record every secret from the birth of the universe to this very moment. Its branches reach endlessly into the void, as if striving to touch the very edge of existence, each limb connecting to one or more realms. Its leaves are no ordinary green, but shimmer with starlight, each leaf, like a tiny star, softly whispering tales of the rise and fall of worlds, holding within it the past and future of whole civilizations. The camera slowly glides down the tree trunk, its surface rough as the very skin of the earth, as if we are reading a living epic. The interplay of light and shadow from the 9 realms dances and flickers across the bark like shifting projections. Asgard, the golden city, realm of the gods. Resplendent palaces gleam in eternal radiance, while the rainbow bridge, frozen like a ribbon of northern lights, connects the divine realm to the mortal world, exuding an aura of sanctity, majesty, and inviolable power. Vanaheim, the land of abundance, cradle of nature. Endless forests flourish in vibrant green, rivers wind like silver ribbons through the landscape, and the air is rich with the scent of life and magic. Everything is teeming with vitality, peace, and harmony. Jotunheim, the kingdom of the frost giants. Eternal ice and snow cloak desolate mountains, while piercing winds wail with the mournful cry of demons. Massive glaciers loom like slumbering beasts, radiating an aura of cold, silence, and untamed primal force. Midgard, the world of mortals, fragile yet brimming with life. Among the 9 realms, it appears small, yet its importance cannot be overstated. Nibelheim, the underworld of mist and frost. Muspelheim, the searing domain of the fire giants. Alfheim, the elegant land of the light elves. Svartalfheim, the subterranean kingdom of dark elves and dwarves. Helheim, the final destination of the dead, ruled by Hel, the goddess of death. Each realm radiates its own unique essence, embodying different laws, powers, and civilizations. They are interdependent yet mutually restrained, together forming the intricate and magnificent tapestry of the cosmos. At last, the camera sinks into the deepest roots of the world tree, a tangled, ancient foundation, a cavern shrouded in darkness, as if it exists outside the bounds of time. Deep within the cave, flickering firelight reveals 3 indistinct and mysterious figures. They are the weavers of fate, the keepers of time, the Norns. Ord, who represents the past, her face ancient and lined with countless years, her gaze heavy with the weight of ages. Verdandi, who embodies the present, with a serene and solemn countenance, her fingers dancing swiftly along the loom, untouched by emotion. And Skuld, who stands for the future, her features veiled in mist, indistinct and unsettling, with hollow eyes that hint at things yet to come. They sat in a circle before a vast and ancient loom, a loom that seemed carved from the very branches of the world tree itself, radiating a primal and overwhelming presence. Their pale, deft fingers darted swiftly across countless threads of fate, each shimmering with a faint, mysterious light, weaving them together with unerring precision. This tapestry was the chart of destinies for all things in the universe. Upon its surface glimmered innumerable ancient runes, ever-shifting patterns, and enigmatic symbols. Each symbol's sudden glow or fading. Dark marked the birth or passing of a life. Every intertwining or breaking of threads signified the dawn or end of an era. Every emerging or dissolving pattern foretold a possible and unpredictable future. The colors of the tapestry flowed like living light, ever-changing and restless. At times, it shone bright and radiant as the morning dawned, a sign of glory and new beginnings. At others, it dulled to the stagnant gray of lifeless waters, foreboding decay and death. Sometimes, hues as vivid as fresh blood flashed across its surface, whispering of war and betrayal. And then came ashen silence, a pall of utter despair, heralding ruin and annihilation. In this ever-shifting palette, the merciless and fickle nature of fate revealed itself without disguise. A deep and ethereal chanting arose, echoing through the cavern, a sound as old as the birth of the cosmos or the whispered currents of time itself. The song was ancient and mysterious, belonging to no tongue known to mortals, yet it seemed to speak directly to the soul, recounting the origins of the universe, its unfolding, and its inevitable end. Accompanying the chant, ancient Nordic instruments joined their voices, the desolate, far-reaching call of Viking horns, the plaintive, otherworldly notes of the tagelharpa, the solemn, thunderous beating of high drums. Together, they wove a grand and mournful symphony of fate, music imbued with epic gravitas, yet laced with an inescapable sense of doom. To hear, it was to feel the vastness of the cosmos, and, in that immensity, to know the frailty and helplessness of one's own destiny. Ragnarok came a voice, aged, ethereal, stripped of all emotion, slowly rising as though pronouncing a judgment long foretold. The voice seemed to echo from the very end of time, piercing through the layered veils of existence, resonating clearly in the depths of every consciousness, whether real or imagined. It will come. On that day, Surtur's flames will devour the 9 realms. Jormungandr, the world serpent, will awaken from the ocean's depths, raising tidal waves to engulf the earth. Fenrir, the great wolf, will break his bonds and swallow the stars. The gods will meet their final battle upon the plain of Vigrid. Asgard will fall, Valhalla will crumble, and the world will return to ruin. Her voice recounted these visions of utter destruction with a calm detachment, as if merely relating a story that bore no relevance to herself. But her tone shifted ever so slightly, as if she glimpsed a faint spark in the midst of ashes. At the end of destruction, there is not eternal oblivion. When the old world is cleansed by fire and flood, a new world will be born from the ruins. The surviving gods and mortals will rebuild their home upon new lands. In her voice, there lingered an elusive trace of hope, a subtle longing for the cycle of death and rebirth. Yet, the road to new life will be paved with thorns and blood. Another voice, somewhat younger, yet equally ethereal, took up the tale. Her words flowed like an icy brook, carrying the chill of fate. The throne of Asgard has long been shrouded in curses. Behind glory lies the shadow of suspicion and betrayal. Brothers will turn against each other, blades drawn against kin. Fathers and sons will be driven apart, trust reduced to ashes. The curse of kingship, like a parasite clinging to the bone, will be passed down from generation to generation, until the thread of destiny finally snaps. Her voice was heavy with sorrow for the inevitable tragedy, and a helplessness that ran deep. As she spoke, several striking designs on the tapestry suddenly glowed with a sinister light. A war hammer wreathed in dazzling lightning. Mjolnir, symbolizing unmatched strength, the glory of thunder, and untamable arrogance. A figure tightly bound in heavy chains, eyes burning with resentment and cunning. A symbol of lies, betrayal, jealousy, and endless captivity. A golden throne engulfed in roaring flames, collapsing as it burns, representing the fall of power, the destruction of the divine realm, and the end of an era. These 3 emblems, like the marks of fate, were intricately woven together, forming a haunting tableau that forewarned Asgard's turbulent and tragic future with chilling clarity. The resplendent palace of Asgard stood as if forged from sunlight and gold, rising above the clouds in majesty beyond mortal imagination. Its soaring domes were adorned with exquisite murals, depicting the myths of Asgard's creation, the gods' epic battles with ancient beasts, and Odin's glorious unification of the 9 realms. The grand floor-to-ceiling windows were not made of ordinary glass, but of a crystal that emitted a gentle radiance. Sunlight streamed through these crystals, scattering into shimmering, rainbow-hued halos, like flowing rainbows that bathed the magnificent hall in dazzling, dreamlike splendor, rendering it sacred and otherworldly. Warm sunlight streamed down onto the center of the grand hall, where a luxurious carpet stretched beneath its golden glow. Young Thor, with a head of dazzling golden hair, brimmed with energy like a little sun himself. His bright blue eyes were wide with curiosity. Beside him sat the slightly more delicate Loki, his sleek black hair falling smoothly past his shoulders, his gaze quick and cunning. At this moment, Loki sat quietly on the floor, both boys gathered at the feet of their mighty father, the All-Father Odin. Odin was draped in resplendent golden armor, a symbol of absolute power, with runes shimmering across its surface. Seated alone upon his magnificent throne, his one remaining right eye resembled a deep, starlit sky, shining with the wisdom that sees through all things. In a low, magnetic voice, he was sharing ancient legends with his two sons. Thor was utterly enthralled by his father's tale. Excitement sparkled in his eyes, and his small body quivered with anticipation. He longed for the heroic battles, the formidable foes, and the glory of the realm that Odin described. Loki, on the other hand, was a stark contrast to his exuberant brother. He listened in silence, his dark eyes darting thoughtfully, as if unraveling some secret behind the words. On his youthful face was an expression of precocious wisdom and gravity, a maturity far beyond his years, as though he had already glimpsed the deeper truths hidden beneath the story. Long, long ago, when the 9 realms were first formed and order had yet to take hold, Odin began, his voice low and commanding, echoing through the vast palace like ancient thunder. Asgard and the kingdom of the frost giants, Jotunheim, were locked in a war that raged for ages. It was a conflict that would decide the fate of all the realms, a war steeped in sacrifice and bloodshed. His solitary eye seemed to pierce the mists of time, beholding those harsh years when ice and fire clashed. The scene flashback. In the icy wastelands of Jotunheim, bitter winds howled, and massive glaciers loomed like frozen beasts. The valiant warriors of Asgard, clad in gleaming golden armor, wielded sharp spears and sturdy shields, surging forward like a river of gold. With fearless hearts, they charged at the towering frost giants, whose skin shone blue as crystal. The giants swung weapons forged from eternal ice, their breath freezing the very air, a terrifying force born of the Ice Age itself. Spears and frost axes crashed together, unleashing shrill clashes of metal, while sparks and shards of ice flew in every direction. The Asgardians fought bravely, displaying masterful skill and unyielding courage as they battled their colossal foes. Golden blood mixed with the blue blood of the giants, staining the frozen plains crimson. Yet the frost giants were many, their power immense, and they fought with savage determination. Though the warriors of Asgard resisted valiantly, they were gradually overwhelmed, suffering grievous losses as the tide of battle turned against them. In order to uphold the peace of the 9 realms, to protect the people of Asgard, and to safeguard the honor that is ours as gods, Odin's voice became unwavering, brimming with an authority that brooked no dissent. We must fight. We have no other choice. Our only option is victory. He wanted to impress upon the hearts of his 2 sons this sense of guardianship, this weighty responsibility that came with being king. Remember this, my children. Odin's gaze swept over Thor and Loki. Kingship has never been merely about the glory above your head or the power in your hand. It is about the heavy burden of responsibility and the endless courage to carry it. You were born princes of Asgard, and your destiny is to use your lives to defend Asgard, to maintain the balance and peace of the 9 realms. Odin underscored the responsibility of kingship, the daunting challenge of preserving peace across the realms, and just how fragile peace can be, requiring wisdom and strength to guard it with utmost care. Thor listened, his heart ablaze, his small fists clenched tightly, and in his blue eyes a fierce flame burned, filled with longing for power and a deep yearning to achieve greatness. Father, he suddenly leapt to his feet, his voice ringing out clear and bright. I swear, when I grow up, I will become someone like you. No, even stronger than you. I will wield the hammer of thunder, sweep away every enemy. I will protect Asgard. I will defend the 9 realms. His face shone with innocent confidence and boundless dreams for the future. Loki, meanwhile, watched his brother, radiant as a little sun, in silence. Deep in his eyes, a flicker of envy, jealousy, and a fleeting, cold shadow flashed by. He didn't declare himself like Thor did, but in his young mind, thoughts raced. How could he gain greater power than Thor? How could he prove himself superior to this brother who relied only on brute strength? How could he win more of his father's attention and approval? After describing the harshness of war, Odin let his gaze linger meaningfully on Loki's delicate face. his one all-seeing, I seemed to peer straight into. The depths of Loki's heart, glimpsing those qualities, cold and out of place in Asgard, that were quietly taking root, his budding darkness and ambition. But in the end, Odin said nothing. He did not reveal the secret about Loki's origins, the secret that could change everything. Instead, he simply sighed softly in his heart, then reached out with his broad palm and pulled both of his very different sons into a single embrace. Thor, full of excitement, wriggled free and raised a finely crafted toy hammer, imitating his father's movements with Gungnir. With a childish yet spirited shout, he cried, "For Asgard!" On his face shone the pure innocence and joy unique to a child, utterly unaware of the tragedy that might one day befall him. Loki, meanwhile, nestled quietly on Odin's other side. He watched his excited brother, a fleeting, faintly mocking smile crossing his lips, yet it vanished almost instantly, replaced by a look of obedience and docility. Odin's single eye gazed upon his two sons in his arms, gentle yet complex. In his eyes flickered a deep worry for Thor's reckless nature, a lingering doubt about Loki's complicated heart, and an abiding sorrow for the brother's fates yet too. Kamen. It was as if he had glimpsed ominous signs woven into the tapestry of fate by the Norns, yet he was powerless to change the course now set, bearing in silence the heavy destiny of not only the All-Father, but also that of a father. When night fell and all was still, moonlight poured over Asgard like liquid silver, bathing the grand palace in a cool, ethereal glow. Deep within the palace, hidden away in a seldom-known chamber, shadows gathered in an air thick with mystery. There were no lavish decorations here, only towering shelves lined with ancient tomes, and display stands bearing relics and weapons that exuded the weight of ages. The air was laced with the musty scent of old parchment mingled with the subtle tingle of magic. This was Asgard's vault of history and power. Every item within it carried a story steeped in legend, each one a vessel of formidable might. Odin entered alone, his footsteps more labored and heavy than they had been by day, as if each stride bore the burden of all 9 realms. The furrows on his face seemed deeper in the dim light, and his single eye was clouded with exhaustion and inner turmoil. He made his way to an unremarkable corner, reaching up to draw out a thick, ancient book from a shelf. The cover was fashioned from an unknown, time-worn hide, worn thin by countless years. Its pages were yellowed and frayed at the edges, exuding the melancholy of ages past. Yet the runes inscribed within, and the illustrations rendered with exquisite care, remained vivid, as though preserving an immortal power. Slowly, Odin turned the pages, his fingers brushing over the words that chronicled the enmity between Asgard and the Frost Giants, until he paused at an illustrated page. It depicted the frozen realm of Jotunheim, a desolate ruin of a forsaken frost temple. The biting wind howled, lashing out like knives and sweeping flurries of snow into the sky. Upon a cold stone altar, a frail, unnaturally small infant lay in silent stillness. His skin was as icy blue as the world around him, his tiny body shivering in relentless cold, teetering on the edge between life and death. This child, newborn Loki, son of Laufey, king of the Frost Giants, had been abandoned there, deemed an ill omen for his weakness, and left to the mercy of the frozen wilds. At that very moment, Odin, having just emerged from a brutal war with the Frost Giants, was leading his army through this land. He stumbled upon the abandoned infant of a Frost Giant. Gazing at this frail life, barely clinging to survival amidst the snow and ice, Odin, whose heart had grown hard through countless battles, found himself overtaken by a rare surge of compassion and hesitation. He recalled the cruelty of war, the generations of hatred between Asgard and Jotunheim. A thought began to take root in his mind. If he were to bring this child back to Asgard, raise him as his own, and guide him with the love and teachings of the Aesir, could he perhaps heal the irreconcilable rift between their two peoples? Could this act sow the seeds of lasting peace across the 9 realms? In the end, Odin made a decision that would alter the fate of many. He knelt down, wrapping the cold, trembling infant in his warm cloak, and lifted him gently into his arms. The moment Odin touched Loki, the child's icy blue skin transformed, miraculously, into the fair complexion of an Aesir. Odin took him back to Asgard, announcing to the world that he had found an orphan on the battlefield, and from that day on, raised him as his own alongside Thor. Odin's fingers traced the image of the blue-skinned infant on the page, his eyes clouded with emotions too complex for words. I only wished to mend the wounds of hatred with love, to trade a kind-hearted lie for the peace of the 9 realms. He murmured wearily, his voice laced with exhaustion and self-doubt. But was I wrong? Did I myself plant a seed that could one day destroy everything? He loved Loki, the child he had raised with his own hands, and felt pity for his abandoned fate. Yet, deep within, he harbored a quiet fear of Loki's innate coldness and cunning, and the ambition hidden beneath his obedient exterior. Odin longed for Loki to grow into an honorable and loyal god, steadfast in his devotion to Asgard. But the blood of the frost giants and the truth veiled in lies haunted him with a constant dread that one day these forces would drag Loki toward darkness. These conflicting emotions weighed on him like heavy chains, tormenting the all-father day and night. The sun shone brightly in a spotless sky. In the central square of Asgard, a vast crowd had gathered, banners fluttering in the breeze. People from every corner of Asgard filled the plaza, adorned in their finest festival attire, their faces lit with excitement and joy. All eyes were fixed in anticipation, waiting to witness a moment of history, the birth of their future king. In the center of the square, a towering golden ceremonial platform had long since been erected. A crimson carpet, symbolizing royal authority, stretched across the dais, while golden drapes and vibrant flowers, emblems of abundance and glory, adorned its surroundings. The majestic hall of Valhalla, home to the honored souls, loomed in the background, lending an even greater sense of solemnity and sanctity to the ceremony. Joyful and majestic music, performed by Asgard's finest musicians, flowed through the air like a river of gold, carrying joy and blessings to every corner of the plaza. The cheers of the crowd surged in waves, roaring like the sea, each swell louder than the last, driving the celebration to its fevered peak. With the thunderous boom of ceremonial cannons shaking the heavens, the coronation ceremony officially began. All eyes were upon Thor, the god of thunder, Odin's eldest son. He strode boldly up the platform, clad in resplendent new golden armor, a scarlet cloak draped across his shoulders, and in his hand his unbreakable symbol of power, the mighty Mjolnir. His head was held high as he ascended. A radiant confidence and pride lit up his face. He swept his gaze across the cheering crowd below, feeling the adoration of thousands upon him. His heart swelled with excitement and heroism at the prospect of becoming the new king of Asgard. He could barely contain his eagerness to take up his father's scepter and lead Asgard toward an even more glorious and powerful future. The three warriors of the palace, Volstagg, Fandral, and Hogun, along with the valiant Valkyrie Sif, followed closely behind. They were Thor's most loyal friends, his steadfast comrades in arms. Proud smiles graced their faces as well, not only for Thor's imminent ascension to the throne, but also for the honor of continuing to follow this future king. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd below the platform, Loki stood quietly. He, too, wore splendid attire, his face adorned with a perfectly measured, seemingly sincere smile to offer his brother blessings. Yet in those deep, dark eyes, a cold and brooding light flickered, like a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, focused intently on the triumphant figure atop the dais. Jealousy, resentment, and bitterness twisted and writhed within him like poisonous vines. He was certain that, in wisdom, cunning, and understanding of power, he surpassed his simple-minded and impulsive brother in every way. Why should the throne pass to Thor? Why must he always live in his brother's shadow? He could not bear the glory and radiance Thor now enjoyed, the glory that should have been his. In that moment, he made a silent vow. He would take everything Thor possessed and make his arrogant brother pay a terrible price. At that very instant, Odin, the All-Father, appeared. He wore an even more magnificent golden robe, the symbol of supreme royal authority. In his left hand, he held Gungnir, the eternal spear that embodied the order of the cosmos, and he ascended the platform with deliberate, measured steps. His strides were steady and powerful, each step seeming to resonate with the pulse of the nine realms, radiating an awe-inspiring authority and the weighty sense of duty befitting the father of all gods. Yet beneath his imposing visage, there lingered a barely perceptible weariness and a deep sense of helpless resignation. His single remaining eye shimmered with a complex, unfathomable light, as though he had already seen through the undercurrents surging beneath this grand celebration and glimpsed the storm and peril fast approaching Asgard. He walked to the center of the high dais, preparing to proclaim Thor as the new king of Asgard, to formally pass on the crown and the sacred charge of guarding the nine realms to his eldest son. But deep within his heart, worry gnawed at him, concern over Thor's temperament and unease about what fate might bring. Just as Odin raised Gungnir, poised to make his announcement, A piercing, shrill alarm split the air, sharp as the scream of death itself, suddenly blaring across all of Asgard. In an instant, the joyous and peaceful mood in the square was shattered, and everyone was yanked from the heights of celebration into the depths of anxiety and fear. Almost simultaneously, the guard stationed at Odin's vault sent out an urgent message. A group of frost giants, by some unknown means, had breached Asgard's formidable defenses and broken into the treasure vault, home to countless legendary relics. Their target, the ancient and powerful artifact Odin had seized from Jotunheim, the Casket of Ancient Winters. The Asgardian guards defending the vault were locked in fierce combat with several hulking frost giants. But these intruders were terrifyingly strong. For all their courage, the guards found their spears and shields no match for the giants' weapons, cold enough to freeze anything they touched. One by one, the weapons shattered, and the guards fell to the icy floor, their blood freezing the moment it spilled. The frost giants swung their ice-blue axes and razor-sharp claws, unleashing waves of biting cold that coated the vault's floors and walls in a thick layer of frost. And just as the frost giants drew near the Casket of Ancient Winters, deep within the vault, a towering metal figure stirred to life. The Destroyer, the mightiest guardian of Odin's vault. Its towering frame, forged from URU metal, stood like an indestructible iron giant, emanating a chilling metallic luster, brimming with destructive force and a suffocating sense of menace. Suddenly, its faceplate snapped open, and from its single eye burst a searing beam of energy, dazzling and deadly. The beam shot forth, like the judgment of death, piercing straight through a frost giant, dissolving it instantly into a puddle of icy water and steam. With thunderous steps, the destroyer joined the fray, halting the frost giant's advance, at least for the moment. The coronation ceremony was abruptly interrupted. Chaos and terror swept over the crowd in the square, as people panicked, screaming and scattering in all directions, desperately searching for shelter. Atop the raised platform, Thor saw with his own eyes the sight of the vault being breached, and heard the news of the guard's sacrifice. His handsome face was instantly contorted with disbelief, fury, and humiliation. At the very moment he was to be crowned king, enemies had dared to invade Asgard and slaughter his people. This was a flagrant provocation and insult, not just to him, but to Odin and to all of Asgard. He gripped the hammer of thunder with white-knuckled intensity, his arm muscles quivering with rage, while his blue eyes blazed with a searing fire and a chilling intent to kill. He would have his revenge. Those frost giants who dared defend Asgard would pay the ultimate price in blood. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, the ones locked in fierce battle with the destroyer in the vault at that very moment were not the true vanguard of the frost giants, but merely energy doubles, conjured by Loki's subtle illusions. The real frost giants were only a handful, already lying in wait under Loki's secret guidance. Their sole purpose, to sow chaos and draw everyone's attention. All of this was part of Loki's carefully laid scheme. His true goal was to use the frost giants' incursion to provoke conflict between the hot-headed, impulsive Thor and the peace-seeking, steady Odin, hoping, through Odin's own hand, to strip Thor of his right to the throne. At the same time, Loki meant to use this chance to test Asgard's defenses, paving the way for his grander, more sinister plans. Blinded by wrath, Thor stormed before Odin, pleading urgently for the chance to fight. He demanded to lead Asgard's armies at once to Jotunheim, to launch a full-scale retaliatory war against the frost giants. Father, Thor's voice was hoarse with anger. Those despicable frost giant scum. How dare they invade our home? Disrupt my coronation? Slaughter our soldiers? This is the gravest insult to the honor of Asgard. We must make them pay. Let me lead our armies. Let me raise Jotunheim to the ground. Erase them from the 9 realms forever. His eyes gleamed with bloodlust. The flames of vengeance had already consumed his reason. Odin looked at his son, whose mind was clouded by rage, his gaze filled with deep disappointment and sternness. In Odin's eyes, Thor's behavior at this moment proved exactly how impulsive, reckless, and warlike he was, lacking the calm, wisdom, and appreciation for peace required of a worthy king. Odin sternly admonished Thor to put the greater good above all else, to learn to safeguard the peace of the 9 realms with wisdom and patience, and not to resort to brute force at every turn, dragging Asgard into the quagmire of endless war. Thor, you have disappointed me deeply. Odin's voice thundered through the hall, carrying the full authority of the Allfather. War is not a tool for you to satisfy your personal vanity or anger. As the future king of Asgard, your foremost duty is to safeguard peace, not to ignite conflict. When will you learn to use your mind instead of letting your rage rule over you. While the father and son were locked in this heated argument, Loki seized the moment and approached, his face perfectly blending concern with a hint of hesitation. Outwardly, he was urging Thor to calm down, trying to ease the tension between them. But every word he spoke was carefully calculated, subtly fanning the flames and pushing Thor closer to the brink of fury and recklessness. "Father, please calm yourself." Thor was simply overcome with anger. Loki began, feigning sincerity as he tried to placate Odin. Then with a deft shift in tone, he added, as if in passing, "But, Father, the frost giants' invasion this time has been far too brazen. If Asgard shows no response, I fear the Nine Realms will mock us, thinking we are weak and easily bullied. Of course, that's just my humble opinion. I am neither as brave as my brother nor as wise as you, Father. In the end, the decision rests with you, the All-Father." Loki's words, veiled in respect yet laced with malice, were like oil thrown onto a fire, completely igniting the rage within Thor. "Loki is right. Father, we cannot let this pass. Where would Asgard's honor be if we did?" Thor roared, utterly unaware that he had fallen right into his brother's trap. Thor's arrogance, recklessness, and open defiance of Odin's authority finally pushed the aging All-Father beyond his limit. In that instant, the conflict between father and son reached its breaking point, beyond any hope of repair. Odin gazed at his son, now blinded by pride and anger, his eyes filled with boundless disappointment, sorrow, and, at last, finality. "Thor Odinson!" Odin's voice was cold and commanding, echoing in the ears of every Asgardian present. "You have defied my orders. You have failed my expectations. Your arrogance and recklessness have made you unworthy to inherit the throne of Asgard. I, Odin, All-Father and King of Asgard, hereby proclaim." His voice faltered for a moment, as if every word cost him great effort. "I strip you of your godly power. I strip you of the right to wield Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god. I banish you to Midgard, Earth. There, you will live as a mortal and reflect on your pride and folly, until you truly understand what it means to be humble, what it means to bear responsibility, what it means to sacrifice, and what it means to be a true hero." Odin raised his legendary spear, Gungnir, high above his head. The tip of the spear shot out a golden beam of light that struck Thor's mighty hammer. Mjolnir let out a mournful cry, wrenched itself free from Thor's grasp, and as if drained of all life, soared into the sky. Watching the hammer ascend toward the heavens, Odin gathered the last of his divine strength and cast a powerful enchantment upon it. "Whosoever holds this hammer, if he be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor." Ancient runes shimmered in the air, weaving around Mjolnir like golden chains. Lightning crackled and flashed, illuminating the hammer with blinding glory. The proclamation rang out across all of Asgard, echoing like the final judgment of the gods. At that very moment, another, even stronger beam of banishment burst forth from Gungnir's tip, striking Thor squarely in the chest. Thor let out a strangled cry of pain. He felt his divine strength ebbing rapidly, receding like the tide. His body grew unbearably heavy and weak. Helpless, he watched as golden light enveloped him, and like a falling star, he plummeted from Asgard, passed through the Rainbow Bridge, and vanished into the vast, star-strewn expanse of the cosmos. In that final moment of his fall, Thor's face was frozen in a tableau of despair, agony, and disbelief. His eyes brimmed with confusion toward his father, resentment for his brother, and a profound uncertainty about his own fate. Below the dais, Loki observed the scene of Thor's exile. A cold, barely perceptible smile played at the corner of his lips, one of quiet triumph. At last, he had achieved his first goal. The greatest obstacle on his path to the throne had been swept away. Atop the platform, Odin slowly lowered Gungnir, and in that instant, seemed to age by many years. He gazed after Thor's disappearance, and in his one remaining eye flickered endless disappointment, exhaustion, helplessness, and, buried deep, a pain known to no one but himself. He knew he had cast his beloved son into the unknown and perilous realm of mortals with his own hands, but there was no other way. This was both Thor's punishment and his trial, and, above all, a desperate gambit to stave off the prophesied twilight of the gods. From that moment on, the fate of Asgard and the future of the Nine Realms became more uncertain than ever. The deserts of New Mexico stretched out, barren and desolate, like a land forsaken by the gods. Night fell. The stars above were dim, as if even they had lost interest in this lonely place. A thunderous crash split the silence. A shaft of golden light, like the sword of destiny's judgment, tore through the silent night sky and descended from above. The light crashed into the desert, sending up a towering cloud of dust and shards of stone. It was as if the wrath of the gods themselves had struck, leaving behind a vast, scorched crater, an open wound on the earth, shocking to behold. At the center of the crater, Thor's golden armor had long since lost its former luster. Now battered and broken, it resembled a discarded toy, radiating an aura of sorrow and helplessness. Cough, cough, cough. Thor awoke from unconsciousness, struggling to breathe as he coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the front of his armor a deep crimson. Pain racked his entire body. His bones felt shattered, his muscles torn asunder. Each breath tugged at his wounds, sending waves of unbearable agony through him, as if he were trapped in hell, suffering endless torment. He looked around in bewilderment. Confusion, frustration, and unwillingness filled his gaze. He couldn't understand how things had come to this, couldn't fathom what he had done wrong, and could not accept the reality of losing his godly power. The pain, where am I? Why am I here? My strength, my divine power, where have they gone? His hoarse voice trembled with every word, heavy with pain, confusion, and despair. It was the forlorn cry of an abandoned child, lost and helpless. He reached out, trying to summon Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god, only to discover that his body could no longer sense its presence. The bond between him and his hammer had been completely severed. No, impossible, this can't be. My Mjolnir, my strength, am I still Thor, god of thunder? Am I still the prince of Asgard? Am I still that invincible hero? Thor's voice quivered with self-doubt and denial. He began to question his very identity, his worth, the meaning of his existence. He lifted his head and gazed at the endless stars above. His eyes were lost and helpless, like a wanderer adrift in the desert, directionless, unable to glimpse hope. The desert of New Mexico stretched out, barren and empty, as far as the eye could see. Only scattered cacti and clumps of scrub dotted this lifeless land, like a corner of the world that time had forgotten. This desolation mirrored the emptiness and loneliness in Thor's heart at that moment. It symbolized his helplessness and confusion after losing his powers. The desert became a proving ground for fate itself, awaiting him to face its harshest trials. Jane Foster, an astrophysicist brimming with curiosity and a thirst for knowledge, was conducting astronomical observations with her team in the wilds of New Mexico. They set up an array of sophisticated instruments, gazing at the stars above and searching for the secrets of the cosmos. Suddenly, Jane's equipment picked up an unusual surge of energy in the atmosphere, a mysterious signal, almost as if destiny itself was calling out to her, urging her forward on a path yet unknown. What is that? There's some kind of intense energy fluctuation in the atmosphere. Jane stared at the constantly shifting data on the screen, her eyes wide with astonishment and uncertainty. Jane, could it be a meteor shower? Her assistant, Darcy Lewis, ventured to guess. No, it doesn't seem like that. A meteor shower wouldn't create such a powerful energy spike. What on earth is this? Jane shook her head, dismissing Darcy's suggestion. Just then, they witnessed Thor's fall with their own eyes. The overwhelming spectacle left them speechless, and a ripple of unease crept into their hearts. A golden streak of light tore through the night sky like a falling star, crashing down in the distant desert with a thunderous roar. A deafening boom shattered the silence. The ground trembled beneath them, sending clouds of dust and shards of stone shooting skyward, like the wrath of ancient gods or an omen of doomsday. Whoa, this is way more spectacular than any meteor shower. Darcy gaped at the distant scene, her voice trembling with awe and excitement. Jane said nothing. She fixed her gaze on the crater in the distance, curiosity and wonder lighting up her eyes, as if, hidden in that crater, the secrets of the universe were waiting for her to uncover. Jane and her team hurried to the site, stopping at the edge of the impact crater, where they found Thor unconscious. They brought Thor back to their makeshift camp and performed a quick examination. Jane looked down at the unconscious stranger, her mind swirling with questions and intrigue. How could a man fall from the sky? And what was? With those strange clothes? They didn't resemble anything modern, nor anything from ancient times. It was more like the garb of legend. Who is he? Why did he fall from the heavens? And what is he wearing? Jane could only ask these questions in her mind, trying to use science to make sense of Thor's appearance. Yet everything she saw defied logic, and that made her both exhilarated and uneasy. Even in his unconscious state, Thor kept murmuring names: Asgard, Odin, Loki. The names caught Jane's attention. Asgard, Odin, Loki, where have I heard those names before? Jane frowned, digging through her memories. Suddenly, she remembered the king of gods Odin, the thunder god Thor, the trickster Loki, all from Norse mythology. Could it be? Could he really be Thor, the god of thunder from Norse mythology? How is that possible? Myths, could they actually exist? Just how many secrets does this world still hide? Jane's heart was overwhelmed with shock, confusion, and disbelief. She began to question everything she had learned, to doubt her understanding of the world, and to waver in the truths she once held so firmly. She realized that science is not all-powerful. There are still countless phenomena in this world that science cannot explain, vast unknown realms waiting for humanity to explore, and many hidden secrets longing to be uncovered. S.H.I.E.L.D., a mysterious government agency, was tasked with handling all manner of supernatural incidents, safeguarding national security, and protecting Earth from extraterrestrial threats. Their symbol, a soaring eagle, embodying strength, freedom, and vigilance. Agent Phil Coulson, a seasoned member of S.H.I.E.L.D., had been sent on orders to investigate the incident of Thor's fall. When dealing with ordinary people, he set aside his usual warm and friendly smile. Clad in a black suit and dark sunglasses, his face was expressionless, like a robot, or perhaps a ruthless assassin, radiating an inexplicable sense of pressure. His methods of investigation were shrouded in mystery and tension. He sealed off the scene, confiscated Jane's equipment, questioned witnesses, and began tracking Thor's whereabouts, hunting him down with the relentless focus of a predator on its prey, leaving no clue unchecked. For years, S.H.I.E.L.D. had been secretly studying all kinds of supernatural forces, seeking to harness them for military purposes, striving to control everything, to master everything, to become the rulers of the world. S.H.I.E.L.D. was deeply suspicious of Thor's identity and motives. They feared he might pose a threat to Earth, worried he could disrupt their plans, and were concerned he could become their adversary. In New Mexico, a small town lay peaceful and serene. The townsfolk led simple, contented lives, rising with the sun, resting at dusk, living in harmony, like inhabitants of a modern-day Eden. Suddenly, a tremendous roar shattered the town's tranquility. The hammer of Thor, like a messenger of fate, plummeted from the heavens, landing near the town. At the moment it struck, the earth shook violently, sending up clouds of dust and shards of rock, as if the fury of the gods had descended, or as if it were an omen of the world's end. Where it landed, a massive crater was left behind, with cracks radiating outward from its rim like a spider's web, alarming and awe-inspiring. The townspeople were stunned by the sudden spectacle. One by one, they stepped out of their homes, gathering around Thor's hammer, voices buzzing with astonishment and speculation. They tried to lift the hammer of Thor, but no matter how hard they strained, the hammer wouldn't budge an inch. It was as if it had fused with the very earth, becoming part of the land itself. What is this thing? How could something like this fall from the sky? This hammer, it's so strange. No matter what we do, we can't pull it out. Could it be, this is a weapon of the gods? The faces of the townsfolk were filled with astonishment, confusion, and awe. They had never witnessed anything so wondrous, and this sight was far beyond their understanding. News of the hammer spread like wildfire, racing through the entire town, across New Mexico, and even reaching the ears of S.H.I.E.L.D. When Thor heard of the hammer's appearance, he believed this was his one chance to regain his divine power. He resolved to travel to the small town and reclaim his hammer. He was convinced that, as long as he could once more lift Mjolnir, his godly strength would return, he could go back to Asgard, prove himself to Odin, and reclaim everything that was rightfully his. On his way to the town, Thor's heart was full of turmoil and uncertainty. He didn't know if he could still lift the hammer. He didn't know if he was still worthy of the power of the god of thunder. He didn't know if he could ever return what he once was. Can I still lift Mjolnir? Am I still the invincible Thor? Do I truly deserve this power? Thor was consumed by self-doubt and denial. He questioned his identity, his worth, even the very meaning of his existence. He arrived at the spot where the hammer had fallen. Staring at Mjolnir, lying quietly on the ground, his eyes were clouded with tangled emotions. Longing, fear, hope, and anxiety all at once. He reached out, his hand trembling, and slowly wrapped his fingers around the handle. Drawing in a deep breath, he closed his eyes and summoned every ounce of strength within him, trying to lift the hammer. A raw, guttural cry tore from Thor's throat as he strained. Muscles taut, veins bulging, his whole body shaking with effort. And yet, the hammer remained immovable. Why is this happening? What did I do wrong? What mistake have I made? Am I truly unworthy of this power? Am I destined to lose it forever? He dropped to his knees before Mjolnir, eyes brimming with tears and heart heavy with despair. It was as though all hope had deserted him, as though the very meaning of life had slipped away. Father, is this your punishment for me? Is this what you expect of me? Why do you take my power away? Why must I bear all of this? Do you truly love me? Thor lifted his face to the sky and cried out in despair, his voice thick with rage, frustration, and a fierce indictment of fate itself. He sounded like a wounded beast howling in pain, or like a child abandoned and left to weep alone. Mjolnir, the mighty hammer of the thunder god, lay silently on the ground. It offered no reply to Thor's anguish or his desperate questions, as if mocking his helplessness and defeat, or perhaps murmuring about the cruelty and indifference of fate. Just as Thor was sinking deeper into the abyss of despair, a figure suddenly appeared before him. "Oh, so this is the Prince of Asgard, Thor himself? How pitiful you look. Tell me, have you lost your will to live just because your power was taken from you? Has your courage to fight vanished too? Have you lost the faith that once made you a protector?" Wang Xiaoming stood with his hands in his pockets, a roguish, almost playful smile on his lips. Yet in his gaze there was a mysterious depth, unfathomable and profound. He looked down upon Thor like a god regarding a mortal, or like an emissary of fate, mocking the struggles of humankind. Thor raised his head and glared at Wang Xiaoming, his eyes full of hostility, suspicion, and irritation. He could not understand why this enigmatic young man had appeared here, how he knew Thor's name, or why he would speak to him in such a manner. "Who are you? How do you know my name? What do you want from me?" Thor's voice bristled with questions and wariness. He had no idea whether Wang Xiaoming was friend or foe, nor could he guess his purpose. Wang Xiaoming smiled faintly, his expression tinged with a hint of mystery, a glimmer of amusement, and above all, the confidence of one who holds the reins of destiny. "Who I am is not important. What matters is you, Thor Odinson. Your fate, from this moment on, will be decided by your own hand. Will you choose to drown in despair, or will you rise again in the face of adversity? Will you accept the path fate has laid before you, or will you fight back against it with all your might? Will you remain an ordinary mortal, or will you reclaim your place as a god?" Wang Xiaoming's words boomed in Thor's mind like a thunderclap, jolting him into deep reflection. He began to reconsider his life, his past actions, his mistakes, and the path that destiny had laid out for him. It was as if a choice stood before him, a choice that would shape his future, a choice that would determine his fate. Meanwhile, in Asgard, the Gilded Palace stood shrouded in an uncanny silence. Soaring domes, lavish decorations, intricate murals, everything radiated grandeur and holiness, yet at the same time, a chilling emptiness pervaded the halls. Between the thrones, not a soul could be seen. Only Odin, once the mighty king whose name struck all across the 9 realms, now lay motionless in a specially crafted sleep chamber. His vital signs were faint, as if he were trapped in an eternal nightmare. The material of the sleep chamber was as clear as crystal, yet it shimmered with a metallic sheen. Its surface was covered in intricate runes and patterns glowing with an eerie blue light, at once reminiscent of an ancient, arcane magic circle and a piece of advanced medical technology. These runes and patterns seemed to recount Odin's glorious past, while at the same time symbolizing his current frailty and helplessness. He was like a giant bound by fate itself, unable to break free, powerless to resist. The sleep chamber stood silently, towering like a massive, transparent coffin. It separated Odin from the outside world, cutting him off from his strength, his authority, and his will. Loki, the second prince of Asgard, the god of mischief, now stood before the sleep chamber. His expression was one of sorrow and anxiety, as if mourning Odin's slumber and fretting over the future of Asgard. Yet behind that sadness and worry, a secret delight lurked, an excitement he could barely contain, a long-hidden greed born of his thirst for power. He was dressed in a magnificent robe of deep green and dark gold, embroidered with serpentine patterns and strange runes, each thread whispering tales of his cunning, his ambition, and his yearning for might. His face was pale as parchment, his lips blood-red, and his gaze unfathomably deep. The corners of his eyes lifted ever so slightly, revealing a touch of wickedness and madness, as if he wore a beautiful, elaborate mask, concealing his true heart beneath its surface. "Sleep on, my dear father," Loki murmured. His voice was low and hoarse, a whisper that seemed to rise from the depths of the underworld, or the sibilant hiss of a serpent, enough to send chills down one's spine. He reached out, gently caressing the surface of the sleep chamber. His fingers were long and pale, gliding over the runes as if tracing the contours of a priceless work of art, or perhaps the shape of his prey. "Your ancient dogma, your rigid justice, they no longer belong in this age. Again and again, you taught us to rule the 9 realms with love and mercy, to greet our enemies with peace and tolerance. You always claimed that power was not for conquest or destruction, but for protection and aid. His voice dripped with mockery and disdain. In his eyes, Odin's ideals were relics, long since discarded by the progress of time. But tell me, what did your love and mercy bring us? The Frost Giant's betrayal, Thor's arrogance, Asgard's peril, and now, your endless sleep. Suddenly, he clenched his fist tight, knuckles turning white with the strain, nails digging deep into his palm, as if he could pour every drop of anger and resentment into that single gesture. No, my father, you are mistaken. This world does not need love and mercy, nor does it need peace and tolerance. What this world truly needs is power, absolute power. Only the kind of power that can make everything submit. A crazed, twisted smile spread across his face, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell, reveling in his own wickedness and madness. Asgard, under my rule, will achieve its true glory, and I, Loki, shall become not just the greatest god of the 9 realms, no, of the entire universe. He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the whole world, or perhaps more like an eagle unfurling its wings, ready to soar to the highest summit of power. Bathed in the dim glow of the sleeping chamber, his figure appeared even taller, more imposing, and, above all, more sinister. Within the great hall of thrones, all the gods and soldiers of Asgard had gathered, awaiting the arrival of their new ruler. Sorrow and worry were etched on their faces. They mourned Odin's slumber, and their hearts were heavy with concern for the future of Asgard. Loki ascended the throne with slow, deliberate steps, each one echoing through the hall, as if treading upon the very heartbeats of those assembled. Standing before the throne, facing the crowd, his eyes flickered with a complex light, a tangle of grief, pain, resolve, madness, and a faint, almost imperceptible glimmer of satisfaction. My brothers, my people. Loki's voice was low and hoarse, heavy with sorrow and loss. He sounded like a prince who had just lost his dearest kin, delivering heartbreaking news to his loyal subjects. Our great father, Odin, for the sake of Asgard's peace and the tranquility of the 9 realms, has exhausted his divine power and fallen into a deep sleep. This is a tremendous loss for Asgard, and a sorrow shared by us all. His tone rose and fell with dramatic flair, every gesture and every expression carefully measured, like a masterful actor performing a tragedy upon the grandest stage. Hearing Loki's words, the soldiers of Asgard bowed their heads, their faces shadowed by grief and mourning. They revered their king, Odin, the leader who had guided them through countless battles and safeguarded Asgard for millennia. It was hard for them to accept Odin's slumber. A sense of confusion and helplessness engulfed them, as they wondered what path Asgard would take without him. Prince Loki, can he really do it? Can he truly lead us to victory? The soldiers' doubts echoed in the silence of their hearts, their eyes brimming with worry and unease. They questioned Loki's abilities, doubted his character, and wondered whether he could truly protect Asgard and the 9 realms as Odin once did. Sensing the soldiers' uncertainty, Loki suddenly lifted his head, his eyes blazing with unwavering resolve. With a voice full of power and determination, he declared, I, Loki, son of Odin, swear upon my life that I will uphold my father's legacy. I will protect Asgard and the 9 realms until the day my father awakens. With my wit and my strength, I shall lead Asgard into an even more glorious future. His words thundered through the halls, echoing between the thrones. His oath, like a calming balm, eased the soldiers' hearts, if only a little. But was this vow a sincere promise, or merely an empty lie? Only Loki knew the truth. Returning to his private chambers, Loki entered a room transformed into a den of intrigue and deception. Weapons and armor of every kind hung along the walls, their cold gleam telling silent tales of war and bloodshed. On the table lay a collection of books and scrolls, brimming with ancient spells and forbidden knowledge, as if tempting Loki ever closer to darkness. At the center of the chamber stood a towering, oppressive statue, the Destroyer. No longer a mere sculpture of metal, it had been shaped into something far more terrifying and formidable. Its armor was thicker, bristling with spikes and blades, like a war machine forged in the heart of hell. Its eyes glowed a fierce, burning red, 2 blazing embers, radiating an aura of destruction and death. Around its body coiled black energy, twisting like venomous serpents, exuding a palpable sense of evil and danger. Loki stared at the Destroyer, his gaze wild and cruel, like a demon from the underworld surveying his obedient servant. Go, my servant. Go to Midgard. Find Thor and utterly destroy him. Make him pay for his arrogance and foolishness. Show him who the true master of Asgard is. Loki's voice dripped with hatred and madness, each word a dagger aimed straight at Thor's heart. He reached out, gently running his fingers over the destroyer's armor. His touch moved across the cold metal as if he were caressing a precious work of art, or perhaps stroking a beloved pet. Suddenly, the very air seemed to tear apart. A massive rift split open before Loki. From within the crack poured an eerie light and waves of raw energy, as if a gateway to another world had opened. Or perhaps it was the abyss itself, gazing back at him. The edges of the spatial rift looked like torn fabric, jagged, uneven, twisting and morphing ceaselessly, as if on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Within the rift, lights of every color flickered and danced, dazzling as a nebula, yet terrifying as an abyss, stirring waves of unease and dread in the heart. Loki could feel the immense, mysterious power emanating from it. Instantly, he heightened his guard, bracing himself for whatever unknown dangers might emerge. What is this? Such power! I've never seen anything like it. Could it be something from another world? Inwardly, Loki questioned in silence, confusion and vigilance sharp in his gaze. He tried to use his knowledge to make sense of this sudden vision, but everything before him defied his understanding. Slowly, a figure stepped out from the spatial rift. But the figure was cloaked in shadows so deep that his true face was impossible to discern. Only a blurred outline could be seen, like a messenger from the darkness, or the phantom of a nightmare. The silhouette was tall and imposing, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. He seemed at once a king from some remote age and a demon lord risen from the depths of the underworld, radiating an inexplicable sense of oppression and fear. A deep, commanding voice rang out from the shadows, a voice as if echoing from another world, steeped in mystery and power, like the whispers of a god or the murmurs of a devil. Loki Odinson, do you crave power? Do you yearn to become a true god? The voice carried a seductive, bewitching force, as though it could see straight into the depths of Loki's soul, luring him toward ruin, and at the same time, like a key, unlocking the darkest desires hidden deep within him. Though shocked, Loki did not lose his composure. He tried to probe the shadow's identity and purpose. Who are you? Where do you come from? Why have you appeared here? And what is it that you want? His tone was laced with caution and subtle testing, eyes glinting with cunning light. He searched the shadow's words for any flaw, determined to use his wits to contend with this unknown presence. But the shadow did not answer Loki's questions directly. Instead, his voice grew even more alluring. Who I am is of no consequence. What matters is that I can give you everything you desire. Power, glory, authority, even the universe itself. His words dripped with temptation, as if the devil himself were whispering in his ear, coaxing Loki toward the path of corruption, weaving a vast, irresistible net to ensnare him completely. Suddenly, a belt materialized in the shadow's hand. From the belt wafted black mist and a chilling frost, like a weapon forged in the fires of hell, or a curse passed down from the frost giants. The belt's material resembled some unknown metal, yet also felt like the bone of a mysterious creature. Intricate patterns and runes sprawled across its surface, glowing with a ghostly blue light. It seemed to whisper ancient secrets, luring Loki ever closer to the darkness. Black mist curled around the belt, writhing like venomous serpents. It exuded an aura of malice and danger, sending shivers through the heart and filling the air with unease. A chilling frost seeped from the belt, transforming the very air around it. The secret chamber felt as if it had been plunged into a frozen wasteland. The shadowy figure tossed the belt to Loki. Take it, Loki. This is my gift to you. It will grant you immense power, enough to conquer any foe. But first, you must kill Kamen Rider Decade. Only then will you truly command its strength. The shadow's voice dripped with scheming intent. He flung the belt at Loki as though handing him a ticking time bomb, sending him off on a perilous mission. It was as if you were making a move in a grand game of chess, casting Loki as a pawn to test the might of Kamen Rider Decade. Loki caught the belt, examining it closely. A mocking smile spread across his face, brimming with contempt, disdain, and utter scorn for the shadowy figure before him. Oh, so this is your gift. A belt that looks, well, let's say distinctive? Do you really expect me to fall for your tricks? Do you think I'll risk my neck for you? You clearly underestimate me, Loki. His voice oozed with sarcasm and derision, his eyes glinting with cunning. Loki was probing the shadow's limits, seeking to rattle him with words and assert control through wit. With theatrical flair, Loki questioned the shadow's identity and motives, taunting him for hiding in the dark and lacking the courage to show his true face. Who are you exactly? A god? A devil? Or perhaps some kind of interdimensional clown? Why not show yourself? Could it be that you're even uglier than I am? Ah, Loki's laughter rang out, wild and biting. Every word sharp as a blade aimed at the shadow's pride. It was his way of masking the tremor of anxiety and fear within. Despite his taunts, Loki held onto the belt, weighing it in his hands. He could feel the vast power pulsing within, a force both intoxicating and irresistible, as if the path to ultimate power now lay before him. I don't know who this fellow really is, but this belt, it truly holds formidable power, perfect for my arts of deception and frost. If I could harness this strength, perhaps, I really could slay Thor. Maybe even surpass Odin himself. Within Loki's heart, his longing for power and his ambition for dominance were now laid bare. He had been thoroughly seduced by this force, his resolve beginning to waver, his certainty dissolving into hesitation as he pondered whether to accept the gift offered by the shadow. Despite Loki's mockery and doubts, the shadow showed no anger. Instead, he spoke in a calm, profound tone, his words carrying an enigmatic weight. Loki, you are clever and cunning as well, but you will never truly grasp what real power is, nor understand the true meaning of destiny. This belt is only the beginning. You will get what you desire, but the price you pay will be beyond your imagination. There was a mysterious, prophetic quality to the shadow's voice. It was as if he could already see Loki's future unfolding, see his fate, and the steep price he would pay. Perhaps it would cost Loki his conscience, perhaps his very soul, or perhaps everything he possessed. As the shadow finished speaking, the rift in the air behind him slowly began to close. His silhouette gradually faded into the narrowing gap, vanishing, as though he had never been there at all. Loki was left alone in the secret chamber, mulling over the shadow's words, contemplating his own destiny. Gazing at the space where the rift had disappeared, Loki's eyes flickered with uncertainty, and he fell into deep thought. The price? What price? Could it be something even more terrible than losing my throne, losing everything? No, I'm not afraid. For the sake of power, for the sake of ruling, I am willing to pay any price. Now ambition had completely devoured him. He was set on a path of no return, a road leading only to ruin. He tucked the belt away, deciding, for now, to trust the shadow's words and use the destroyer to kill Thor. Looking at the destroyer, a conspiratorial gleam ignited in his eyes. He resolved to use the destroyer to eliminate Thor, and, at the same time, to test the strength of Kamen Rider Decade. Kamen Rider Decade, this mysterious figure. If he truly is Thor's ally on Earth, then let him become the stepping stone to my throne. He would exploit the relationship between Decade and Thor to further his own ends, determined to manipulate everyone as pawns in his game, to emerge as the ultimate victor. So, you want to use me as your tool? Such petty tricks. You think you could deceive me? Well, if you want to play, then let's play. In the end, we'll see who gets the last laugh. Loki's laughter rang out, wild and triumphant, as if he could already see the day when he would be crowned king of the 9 realms, perhaps, even king of the universe. It was as if he could already hear the cheers of the gods, the wails of his enemies, and the song of fate itself. Out in the New Mexico desert, the landscape remained as desolate and empty as ever. The only changes were the addition of messy footprints around the meteorite crater, a scattering of discarded drink bottles and food wrappers, and a faint, lingering mark circling the spot, one that seemed impossible to wipe away. It stood as a silent testament to Thor's repeated, fruitless attempts, day in and day out. 3 days, no, perhaps 4? Thor could no longer remember. Ever since Odin stripped him of his powers and banished him to Earth, he had wandered this barren wasteland, like a traveler lost and unable to find his way home. Every day, he would return to the site where Mjolnir had fallen, trying once more to lift his hammer. He gripped the handle with both hands, his knuckles turning white from the effort. The muscles on his arms were knotted and tense, veins bulging like angry serpents beneath his skin. He clenched his teeth so hard that they ground together, as if he could crush all his frustration and rage between them. Every muscle in his body trembled, roaring for strength, yearning for the return of the power he had lost. Rise, rise, Mjolnir. I am Thor. I am a god of thunder. I am the prince of Asgard. I am your master. Thor shouted these words silently in his heart, his inner voice brimming with longing, frustration, self-doubt, and a deep nostalgia for his past. He yearned to reclaim his strength, to become once more the invincible god of thunder, to go back to Asgard, to the world he knew so well. He refused to accept his exile, refused to accept the loss of everything he held dear, refused to accept becoming nothing more than a mortal. He doubted whether he was still worthy of Mjolnir, doubted whether Odin would ever forgive him, doubted whether he could ever return to what once was. He missed his life in Asgard, The endless battles, the unending glory, the rivers of mead, the grand feasts, and those comrades who had fought by his side, the people he had once sworn to protect. Yet the hammer remained utterly still, as though mocking his helplessness and defeat, or perhaps telling of the relentless cruelty of fate. Why is this happening? What have I done wrong? What was my mistake? With every failed attempt, Thor grew more exhausted. His strength ebbed away, his resolve wore thin, and his hope faded. Is it true? Am I truly unworthy of this power? Am I really destined to lose it forever? Am I to remain stranded on this strange, backward world for the rest of my days? Confusion and despair wrestled within Thor's heart. He had no idea where to go, no idea how to face the future. Not far away, Wang Xiaoming stood with his hands in his pockets, quietly watching it all unfold. In his eyes, there was a hint of amusement, a trace of sympathy, but above all, a deep insight into fate, an understanding of human nature, and a quiet anticipation for what the future held. TSK. This Thor really is persistent, isn't he? But can this foolish method of his actually help him regain his power? Or is he just running away from reality, numbing himself with meaningless effort? Wang Xiaoming silently mocked Thor's stubbornness and foolishness in his heart. To him, Thor's actions were like banging his head against a brick wall, utterly pointless. Still, come to think of it, Odin is truly ruthless. He actually sent his own son to such a godforsaken place. What on earth is that old man thinking? Wang Xiaoming turned his sarcasm toward Odin's coldness and heartlessness. He simply couldn't comprehend Odin's methods. To him, Odin's punishment for Thor seemed far too harsh. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Either way, I'm not missing this show. I want to see just when this fallen prince will finally wake up, when he'll grasp the true essence of strength, and when he'll truly become a worthy god. The corners of Wang Xiaoming's mouth curled up into a sly smile. He had decided to keep watching. He wanted to see just how far Thor could go, whether he could rise from adversity, and if he could truly pull off a miracle. Mr. Thor, we meet again. A familiar voice suddenly sounded behind Wang Xiaoming. Turning around, Wang Xiaoming saw Phil Coulson, the seasoned agent from S.H.I.E.L.D., standing right before him. Coulson wore his signature warm and friendly smile, though beneath it lurked a keen sharpness and caution that could not be easily described. Agent Coulson, hello. What's this? S.H.I.E.L.D. is interested in a fallen prince now. Wang Xiaoming spoke in a relaxed tone, as though chatting with an old friend. Of course, we at S.H.I.E.L.D. are keeping an eye on Mr. Thor. But today, I came here mainly to see you, Mr. Wang Xiaoming. Coulson got straight to the point, his gaze subtly probing. Oh, you're here for me? What's the matter? Wang Xiaoming feigned surprise as he responded. Once again, Coulson extended his invitation. Mr. Wang Xiaoming, S.H.I.E.L.D. is very interested in you, or rather, in Kamen Rider Decade's abilities. We hope you consider joining us, to help protect world peace together. His tone was sincere, yet carried an unmistakable sense that refusal was not really an option. Once again, Wang Xiaoming turned down Coulson's invitation. Agent Coulson, I appreciate your offer, but I'm someone who's always treasured my freedom. I don't like being tied down by any organization. So, I'm afraid I have to decline. His tone was gentle but resolute, making his stance perfectly clear. Coulson seemed to have anticipated Wang Xiaoming's response. He showed no surprise and didn't try to press the issue. With a faint smile, he said, That's quite all right, Mr. Wang. Everyone has their own path, and I won't force you. Still, just know that SHELD's doors will always be open to you. He paused for a moment, then shifted his tone and asked, Mr. Wang, would you mind if we talk for a bit? I'd like to hear your thoughts on Mr. Thor and what you know about Asgard. Curiosity and a searching intensity filled his gaze as he tried to draw more information from Wang Xiaoming about Thor and Asgard. Wang Xiaoming looked at Coulson, a cold smile flickering in his heart. This guy is nothing if not persistent. Well, let's see how long he wants to play. He nodded and said, Of course, Agent Coulson. What would you like to know? And so, in the middle of that barren desert, Coulson and Wang Xiaoming began their casual chat. Meanwhile, not far away, Jane Foster, the astrophysicist whose sympathy for Thor's plight was matched only by her curiosity about his identity, stood quietly, watching Thor from a distance. Her eyes brimmed with worry and compassion. Each time she saw Thor try and fail to lift his hammer, her heart twisted with distress. What has he gone through? Is he really Thor, the god of thunder? Will he ever be able to return to what he once was? Jane's questions echoed silently in her mind. She didn't know how to help Thor, nor how to cope with such a sudden and bewildering turn of events. She didn't know how to face a world that was rapidly outgrowing her understanding. She began to doubt the truth of Thor's stories about Asgard. She began to question his sanity. She even wondered whether she should keep believing in him at all. Could it be everything he said is just a fantasy? Could he simply be a delusional patient? Jane's heart was a storm of conflicting emotions and uncertainty, leaving her at a complete loss. In a small-town diner in New Mexico, Thor sat at a table, devouring his meal with abandon. He hadn't had a proper meal in days, and at this moment, he was like a man starved, desperate to cram every last scrap of food into his stomach. "Waiter, another order." "No, make that 10 more orders," he shouted out between mouthfuls, entirely unconcerned with the stares of those around him. All that mattered was satisfying his hunger, restoring his strength, and filling the aching emptiness in his belly. The customers around Thor stared at his eating with astonishment written all over their faces. They had never seen anyone devour so much food, and with such wild abandon, paying no heed to appearances. Is this guy possessed by a starving ghost or something? How many days has he gone without eating? Is he planning to eat the entire restaurant out of business? People murmured among themselves, guessing at Thor's identity and origins. Thor polished off everything on his plate, then, with a loud crash, shattered the plate on the floor. "Delicious. Absolutely delicious. This is the best food I've ever tasted in my life," he praised loudly, following in his guardian custom to show appreciation for the chef. The surrounding customers jumped at Thor's sudden gesture, quickly backing away for fear of being caught in the chaos. Is this guy out of his mind? Is he planning to dine and dash? "Quick, call the police." Panic rippled through the crowd, suspicion growing about Thor's mental state, and worry setting in that he might do something even crazier. Wang Xiaoming, sitting not too far away, couldn't help but comment silently as he watched Thor's performance. This guy really is a piece of work. Smashing plates after a meal, what kind of Norse tradition is that? Honestly, he's acting like a barbarian. And the way he eats, it's just plain awful. He looks more like Pigsy Reborn than the god of thunder. Sigh, to think the mighty Thor has fallen so far. It's just beyond words. Wang Xiaoming shook his head, feeling a mix of helplessness and amusement. He thought Thor had no idea just how strangely endearing his behavior appeared. In Wang's eyes, Thor was like an overgrown child, a pampered prince who had never really grown up. As dusk settled, Thor sat alone on a large stone outside the village, gazing at the setting sun, his eyes filled with confusion, loss, and anxiety for what lay ahead. The last rays of sunlight stained the sky blood-red, like flames licking the heavens, or like a hero's spilled blood, casting a sense of grandeur and desolation over the lonely landscape. "Father, why did you banish me? Why did you strip me of my powers? Why must I endure all this?" Thor poured out his confusion and pain to the sunset, his voice laced with bewilderment and grievance. "What did I do wrong? Am I really unworthy of being the god of thunder? Am I truly to lose Asgard forever?" He began to reflect on his past, his life in Asgard, his relationships with his father, his brother, and his friends. He thought back to those endless battles in Asgard, the endless glory, the endless mead, the endless feasts, and yes, the endless slumber. He began to realize just how empty and dull his past life had been, so devoid of meaning and purpose. I always believed I was a hero, an invincible champion. I always thought that as long as I possessed great power, I could win everything, protect everything. But now I see, I was wrong, terribly wrong. Thor's voice was thick with regret and self-reproach as he began to recognize his own mistakes, the childishness and ignorance of his former self. Power isn't everything. True strength isn't about being unbeatable. It's about having unwavering conviction, the will to protect, the capacity to love and be loved. A flash of understanding crossed Thor's eyes. He was finally beginning to grasp what it meant to be a real hero, what it meant to be truly strong. But, "Father, why did you do this to me? Why did you make me endure all this? Do you truly not love me anymore?" Thor's words were laced with confusion and hurt. He simply couldn't fathom why Odin would be so ruthless, banishing him to Earth and forcing him to bear such immense pain. Just then, Wang Xiaoming slipped quietly in behind Thor. He looked at Thor's lonely figure, listened to his words full of bewilderment and sorrow, and a tangle of emotions welled up within him. "Hey, Thunder God, are you putting on some old soap opera here? All that sobbing and sighing, acting like a heartbroken maiden. That's really not your style." Wang Xiaoming's tone was one of exasperated affection, as if scolding someone he hoped would do better. He poked fun at Thor's gloom and melodramatic brooding. "So you lose your strength, and suddenly you've lost everything? Lose your crown, and all your glory's gone? Lose your home, and you've lost all hope? Some prince you turn out to be. Some god. More like a washed-up hero." His voice was dripping with disdain and mockery, but beneath it was a deliberate attempt to provoke Thor, to reignite his fighting spirit and pull him out of his despair. Instead of getting angry at Wang Xiaoming's teasing, Thor actually felt a strange warmth. He knew that, for all his sharp words, Wang Xiaoming truly cared about him and was only trying to help. Wang Xiaoming, you don't understand. You've never tasted the pain of losing everything. You don't know what it's like to be stripped of your power. Thor's voice was heavy with helplessness and bitterness, as if he'd lost everything that made life worth living. Huh, who says I don't understand? I've lost far more than you ever have. But so what? Does that mean I should sit around and wallow in self-pity like you? Wang Xiaoming retorted, his voice brimming with resolve and confidence. He was determined to use his own experiences to inspire Thor. Come on, old man, let me buy you a drink. While we're at it, I'll tell you my story, he said, giving Thor a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Thor nodded, understanding that Wang Xiaoming was someone with a story, a man worthy of his trust. They made their way to the town's bar. It was the heart of local leisure, a gathering place for news, rumors, and lively conversation. Dim lights cast long shadows, music pulsed in the background, and the crowd buzzed with energy. The whole place felt wild and chaotic, but it was alive. Settling into a quiet corner, Thor ordered a beer while Wang Xiaoming chose a juice. So, old man, what is it you want to tell me? Wang Xiaoming asked, fixing his gaze on Thor. Taking a sip of beer, Thor began to recount his life in Asgard. He spoke of his battles with the Frost Giants, the honor he'd won, his camaraderie with the Warriors 3 and Sif, the complex bond with his father Odin, and the tangled feelings he held for his brother Loki. His words were laced with nostalgia and pride, as if he were trying to prove the glory of his past, to show that he had once been a truly remarkable hero. I was the mightiest warrior in Asgard. I was the most dazzling prince of the 9 realms. I was. Thor's voice rang with pride, yet beneath that pride lay a subtle, inescapable sense of loss and uncertainty. Wang Xiaoming listened in silence, his eyes glinting with amusement and a hint of disdain. To him, Thor's tale sounded like a child showing off his toys, naive and laughable. He couldn't take it anymore. He cut Thor off mid-sentence. Stop, stop, stop. I mean, come on, Thunder God. Can you please stop bragging about your so-called glorious past? Can you say something that actually matters? Wang Xiaoming's tone was thick with impatience and mockery. Endless battles? Endless glory? Endless drinking? Endless feasts? And what? Endless sleep? Is that all there is to your life as a prince of Asgard? Is that really all there is to being the god of thunder? Is it the entire meaning of your existence? His voice was sharp with disappointment and accusation. He felt certain that Thor had no real sense of the responsibility he carried. In Wang Xiaoming's eyes, Thor was unworthy, not just of being the god of thunder, but of ruling Asgard itself. Thor was left speechless by Wang Xiaoming's challenge. He stared blankly at him, at a loss for words. Thor opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but no words would come. He felt a wave of confusion and helplessness. He had no idea how to answer Wang Xiaoming's questions, no idea how to face his own life, either. At that moment, a voice laced with mockery and sarcasm suddenly rang out, cutting into the conversation between Wang Xiaoming and Thor. Oh, look who it is. Isn't this my great brother? What's this, reduced to drowning your sorrows on a primitive planet like Earth? Truly, what a disappointment. The voice was full of smugness and contempt, as though it took pleasure in Thor's downfall and failure. Both Thor and Wang Xiaoming turned their heads toward the source of the voice. There stood Loki, second prince of Asgard, the god of mischief, approaching with unhurried steps. A false smile curled on his lips, as poisonous as the tongue of a serpent, sending a chill through the air. His eyes gleamed with a cold, frosty light, so bitterly cold, it sent shivers of fear down the spine. He was draped in a sumptuous robe of deep green and shadowy gold, embroidered with serpentine patterns and strange runes, each thread whispering of his cunning, ambition, and thirst for power. His stride was graceful and unhurried, each step brimming with poise and pride, as if he alone ruled this world, and everything danced to his tune. Yet behind that elegance and composure lurked something unspoken, a tension, a quiet anxiety, a flicker of fear for whatever the future might hold. At the sight of Loki, Thor was elated. He thought Loki had come to take him back to Asgard. Loki, you're here. Did you come to bring me home? Where's father? How is he? Thor's voice rang with surprise and hope. He could barely contain his eagerness to hear news of Asgard and of Odin. Loki stepped up to Thor, his expression suddenly clouded with sorrow and gravity, the look of a prince bearing the weight of dreadful news for his brother. Thor, my dear brother, I bring terrible news. Our father, Odin, he has passed away. Loki's voice trembled with grief and solemnity, his performance utterly convincing, so much so that it would be impossible to tell truth from lies. Yet in the flicker of his eyes and the restless movement of his fingers, The signs of inner turmoil betrayed him, revealing the anxiety and dishonesty beneath his mask. When Thor heard that Odin was dead, it hit him like a bolt of lightning. He was stunned, rooted to the spot. He could not believe it. He dare not believe it. He refused to believe this cruel reality. No, impossible. This can't be. Father. How could father? How could he be gone? This can't be. It's absolutely impossible. Thor's voice was thick with shock, grief, and disbelief. He simply could not accept this sudden, terrible news, could not accept the reality of losing his father. He sprang to his feet and grabbed Loki by the collar, his eyes blazing red with rage as he roared. Loki, tell me, this isn't true. It can't be true. Father couldn't have died. He wouldn't have left us. He wouldn't. His voice shook, choked with tears, trembling with despair and helplessness, like a child who has lost all hope, struggling vainly against a cruel fate. Loki looked at Thor's devastated face, and a complex satisfaction welled up inside him. He took a twisted pleasure in Thor's pain, yet a faint unease gnawed at him for the lies he was telling. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Loki pressed on with a voice heavy with sorrow. Thor, I know you're grieving. I'm grieving too. But it's the truth, and we have to face it. Father, he did everything he could. He gave everything for Asgard, for the 9 realms. He tried to cover up his real feelings with a mask of false sadness, cloaking his guilt beneath lofty words. Thor, before Father passed, he told me he wished for you to remain on Earth and become a king among humans. He said this was your best path forward and your way to atone. Loki wove his lies even further, aiming to sever Thor's hope of ever returning to Asgard, to keep him on Earth forever, ensuring he would never threaten Loki's claim to the throne. His tone was laced with apparent concern and helplessness, but beneath it all, he was belittling Thor, stripping him of his right to inherit the throne, pushing him to the margins. Loki's purpose was clear, to make sure Thor would never rise again, never become a threat to him. Thor, hearing Loki's words, was overwhelmed with grief. He slowly released Loki's collar, his eyes full of despair and confusion. He believed Loki. He believed this was Odin's last wish. He believed he must honor his father's dying words. Father, did I really disappoint you? Am I truly unworthy to be king of Asgard? Am I really meant to stay on Earth forever? Thor silently asked these questions in his heart, his thoughts heavy with guilt and pain. He felt he had failed Odin's expectations, failed the people of Asgard. All the while, Wang Xiaoming stood to the side, coldly watching Loki's performance, a mocking sneer hidden in his heart. He had seen through Loki's lies long ago. He knew Loki's schemes, knew the depths of his ambition. This guy really is a born actor. With skills like his, it's a shame he never made it to Hollywood. Wang Xiaoming silently mocked Loki's performance in his mind. While he had to admit Loki's act was convincing, he could easily spot the flaws. There was no fooling his eyes. Well, that's fine. Let him keep up the charade. I'd like to see what tricks he's planning next. Wang Xiaoming decided to simply observe for now, curious to see how Loki's schemes would unfold and what choices Thor would ultimately make. Loki smoothly shifted the conversation to Wang Xiaoming, trying to probe into his identity and intentions. Thor, and who might this be? Loki looked Wang Xiaoming up and down, his tone tinged with suspicion and a hint of caution. He's Wang Xiaoming, a friend. Thor answered, uncertain how to introduce him. To Thor, Wang Xiaoming was a mysterious and powerful figure, someone he couldn't quite grasp or understand. A friend? Thor, you managed to make friends on Earth? That's truly unexpected. Still, this friend of yours doesn't seem all that ordinary. Loki's words dripped with sarcasm and subtle probing. He was clearly searching for any clue, hoping to glean something from Wang Xiaoming's reactions that might reveal his true identity or purpose. Mr. Wang Xiaoming, hello. I'm Loki, Prince of Asgard. May I ask what you do, and how exactly did you come to know Thor? Loki extended a hand, a polite smile plastered on his face. But his eyes were sharp, filled with wariness and curiosity. Wang Xiaoming didn't take Loki's hand. Instead, he replied coolly, I'm just a passing Kamen rider, nothing more. As for how I met Thor, I don't think that concerns you, Prince Loki. His answer was deliberately vague, brushing off Loki's questions with an air of casual mystery that made him all the more unfathomable. His goal was clear, keep Loki guessing, heighten his sense of intrigue, and plant a seed of caution in Loki's mind. Loki's smile froze. He hadn't expected Wang Xiaoming to brush him off so bluntly, to reject his probes so directly. Kamen Rider Decade. I'll remember that. I hope you know better than to meddle in things that aren't your concern. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Loki's words were laced with threat and warning, his intention unmistakable. He wanted to make it clear Wang Xiaoming should stay out of Asgard's affairs, while also testing to see if Wang Xiaoming was as calm and fearless as he appeared. Thor, I have urgent matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. Loki paid Wang Xiaoming no further attention. Turning to Thor, he spoke with a cold and distant tone, as if addressing a stranger. Wait, Loki! Father! How'd he die? What happened to Asgard? What is it like now? Thor quickly pressed him for answers, still unable to accept Odin's death and deeply worried about Asgard's future. Loki paused, turned around, and looked at Thor with an expression of growing impatience. Thor, as I've already told you, Father died because he exhausted his divine power. As for Asgard, I rule it now. Everything is fine. There's nothing for you to worry about. His voice grew sharper, laced with chill and impatience. He had no desire to argue further with Thor. All he wanted was to leave this place as soon as possible. Loki began to avoid Thor's gaze. His body trembled ever so slightly. Tiny details that betrayed his inner tension and unease, hinting at a lie, at secrets he was hiding. Thor finally sensed that something was amiss with Loki. Doubt crept into his heart. Loki, are you lying to me? Did Father truly die? Is Asgard really under your rule? Thor's voice was thick with suspicion and accusation. His trust in Loki began to falter. He started to question Loki's intentions, to suspect him of plotting something. Seeing that he could no longer deceive Thor, Loki decided to drop all pretenses. His words turned venomous as he threatened Thor not to return to Asgard. Thor, you better stay on Earth forever. If you dare come back, you'll regret ever setting foot in this world. Loki's words were laced with menace and warning. His eyes glinted with icy malice and murderous intent. At last, his true face was revealed. He no longer bothered to conceal his ambition and schemes. With that, Loki turned and strode away. His figure melted into the darkness at the bar's entrance, vanishing like a ghost into the night. Thor was left standing alone, lost in a haze of confusion and pain. New Mexico, early morning. Sunlight pierced through the thin clouds, falling gently across Thor's face and rousing him from the fog of a heavy hangover. Thor groaned softly, slowly opening his eyes. A sharp pain throbbed in his head, like countless tiny hammers pounding inside his skull, or a swarm of ants gnawing through his veins. He rolled over, longing to drift back into sleep, but a wave of pain shot through his entire body, forcing him to suck in a sharp breath. Only then did he realize he was lying in an unfamiliar bed. The room was simple but tidy. On a nightstand sat a glass of water and a few painkillers. Where am I? How'd I end up here? Thor struggled to recall the events of the previous night, but his memory was shrouded in haze, leaving only scattered fragments behind. He remembered being banished by Odin, stripped of his divine powers, and cast down to earth. He remembered meeting Wang Xiaoming, that mysterious masked rider. He remembered meeting Jane Foster, the woman whose presence felt both familiar and comforting. He remembered drinking a great deal, far more than he should have. And then, after that, everything was a blank. Suddenly, there was a sharp, insistent knocking at the door, shattering Thor's reverie. Thor, wake up. Something's happened. Jane Foster's voice came urgently from the other side of the door, filled with anxiety and tension. Hearing Jane's voice, a surge of unease swept through Thor's heart. Something happened? What is it? He struggled out of bed, ignoring the throbbing pain in his head, and hurried over to the door, pulling it open. Jane Foster burst in like a whirlwind, her face pale and her eyes clouded with worry and fear. Thor, wake up. Something's happened. Jane repeated, her voice trembling with urgency. What is it? Has the sky fallen? Thor rubbed his bleary eyes, his words sluggish and tinged with the laziness of a hangover. It's worse than the sky falling. I just got word. There are some people in strange outfits in town. They're looking for you. Jane's voice crackled with tension and unease. She had no idea who these people were or why they were seeking Thor, but every instinct told her something was terribly wrong. The mention of people in strange outfits jolted Thor wide awake. Instantly, he realized these could be his companions from Asgard, come searching for him. Strange outfits? Are they like this? Thor asked, excitement sparking in his voice as he gestured, trying to imitate the distinctive attire of the warriors Three and Sif, hoping Jane would recognize the description. He desperately hoped that his friends had come to bring him back to Asgard, that Odin had forgiven him, that everything might return to the way it was. Sort of, but even stranger, Jane replied, watching Thor's pantomime with a puzzled expression. To her, their clothes seemed even more outlandish, more extravagant, almost impossible to describe. Thor, undeterred by his headache, leapt out of bed, eager to meet these people in strange outfits. Quick, take me to them, he urged Jane, his voice brimming with excitement and anticipation. Together, they hurried to the town square, and there, sure enough, stood four familiar figures, the warriors Three and Sif. Volstagg, Fandral, Hogan, Sif, what are you doing here? Did father send you to bring me back? Thor rushed forward, excitement lighting up his face as he called out to his friends. His voice brimmed with joy and hope. But on the faces of the warriors Three and Sif, there was not a trace of happiness. Instead, their expressions were heavy with sorrow and gravity. Thor, Volstagg, the burly, boisterous warrior, struggled to find the words. A look of deep sadness clouded his face. We weren't sent by Odin. Fandral, the dashing and charming swordsman, lowered his head. His voice was weighed down with seriousness. We came to warn you. The destroyer is coming. You are its target. Sif, the valiant and steadfast warrior woman, stood tense and resolute. Her tone was somber and filled with concern. Hearing the name, Destroyer, Thor was stunned into silence. He couldn't understand why Loki would send the destroyer after him. The destroyer was Asgard's mightiest weapon, meant to guard the vault and quell rebellion. How could it? How could it be unleashed against him? The destroyer? Why? Why would Loki do this? Last night, he said. Thor's voice trembled with shock and confusion. He couldn't fathom Loki's motives, nor why his brother had become so distant and cold. Thor, this isn't the time for questions. We have to leave now. Hogun, ever the silent and steady warrior, cut Thor off. Urgency and worry sharpened his tone. Jane watched Thor and his 4 friends, feeling the weight of the moment. She sensed how grave the situation had become. Thor, who are they? What are you all talking about? Jane's voice was filled with uncertainty and anxiety. She didn't know who these people were to Thor, nor what the destroyer meant. There was no time for explanations. Thor made up his mind. He would head to where Mjolnir had fallen. He needed answers. He needed to know Loki's true intentions. Sif, stay here and protect Jane. I'll be back soon. Thor addressed Sif with firm resolve, determination ringing in his words. No, Thor, we're coming with you. Sif refused to stay behind. She insisted on facing the danger at Thor's side. Trust me, I'll be all right. Thor met Sif's gaze, his eyes full of confidence and trust. Though Jane didn't fully understand what was happening, she was resolute. She refused to let Thor face danger alone. Thor, I can't let you go by yourself. I'm coming too. Jien's voice was firm, yet laced with worry. She couldn't bear to let Thor face danger alone. Thor, unable to refuse Jien's insistence, reluctantly agreed to let her come along. The 5 of them hurried to the place where Thor's hammer had fallen, only to find the area in utter chaos. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who had been guarding the site were all sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain. Their bodies were marked with wounds, blood soaking the earth, a sight that sent a chill down the spine. Standing beside Thor's hammer was Wang Xiaoming, as if awaiting someone's arrival. Wang Xiaoming, what are you doing here? Thor's surprise was evident as he called out to Wang Xiaoming. Me? Oh, I'm just a passing Kamen rider. Wang Xiaoming replied with a shrug, his tone casual and unconcerned. Suddenly, Loki appeared before Wang Xiaoming, a false smile curling on his lips. Kamen Rider Decade, we meet again. Loki's voice dripped with mockery and playful malice. Loki, you really are impossible to get rid of, aren't you? Wang Xiaoming looked at Loki with scorn, his words biting. What's this? You still want to stop me? Do you really think you alone can stand against all of Asgard? Loki taunted, convinced that Wang Xiaoming was overestimating himself. Asgard? You mean the Asgard under your rule? A kingdom built on lies and schemes. Wang Xiaoming countered calmly, his voice brimming with disdain for Loki. Lies? Schemes? That's just what the weak use as excuses. The strong have never needed such things. Loki sneered, certain that only strength was the enduring truth, that only the powerful survive. No, Loki, you're wrong. True strength is about protection, not destruction. Wang Xiaoming shook his head, his voice resolute, filled with unwavering conviction. Protection? Huh, what a joke. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, power alone is the only eternal truth. Loki scoffed, dismissing Wang Xiaoming's ideals as childish and naive. Kamen Rider Decade, your existence has already disrupted my plans. So you must die. Loki dropped all pretense, his murderous intent unmistakable. He had decided to eliminate Wang Xiaoming, the obstacle before him. Unleashing his magic, Loki conjured multiple illusions, trying to bewilder Wang Xiaoming. The world around them began to twist and change. The barren desert transformed into the opulent halls of Asgard's royal palace. Countless illusory Lokis, each brandishing a dagger, struck from every direction. These illusions were so lifelike, radiating powerful waves of magic, that it was nearly impossible to tell the real Loki from the fakes. Yet Wang Xiaoming saw through the trick at a glance. He wasn't fooled by the illusions. Instead, he kept his cool, analyzing the situation with sharp clarity. Illusions? Such petty tricks are useless against me. Wang Xiaoming thought to himself with quiet confidence. Loki's true form was concealed within the illusion, and while Wang Xiaoming let his guard down, Loki launched a surprise attack. Suddenly, Loki appeared behind Wang Xiaoming, his dagger glinting with a chilling light as it thrust toward Wang Xiaoming's back. This was no ordinary dagger. It was forged by Loki's magic, impossibly sharp and capable of piercing any defense. In that split second, just as disaster seemed imminent, Wang Xiaoming spun around and kicked the dagger out of Loki's hand. His reaction was lightning fast, as if he had already foreseen Loki's ambush. "Loki, your tricks have become tiresome," Wang Xiaoming said, his voice brimming with scorn and mockery. He pulled out the Decade driver, strapped it around his waist, and slid in the Decade card. Henshin, Kamen Ride, Decade. An explosion of dazzling magenta light erupted, and Wang Xiaoming transformed into Kamen Rider Decade. Seeing Wang Xiaoming's transformation, Loki's eyes flashed with surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. "Oh, so this is your true form? Honestly, I'm not impressed," Loki sneered, trying to rattle Wang Xiaoming with words. Decade ignored Loki's taunts. Drawing his Ridebooker in sword mode, he charged at Loki with a swift slash. Loki conjured a magical energy shield, blocking Decade's attack. A deafening clash of metal rang out as sword met shield, sending sparks flying in every direction. The battle between Decade and Loki raged fiercely, blade and magic colliding, each blow thunderous as a storm. Decade kept switching between card abilities, creating illusions to bewilder Loki, turning invisible to evade attacks, and firing off shots with his Ridebooker in gun mode. Attack Ride, Illusion, creates decoys. Attack Ride, Invisible, turns invisible temporarily. Attack Ride Blast, enhanced shooting. Decade's figure flickered across the battlefield, as elusive as a phantom, impossible to predict. Watching Decade's barrage of attacks, Loki only smirked with disdain. Invisibility? Decoys? Huh, such childish tricks. Do you really think these little games could work on me? I am Loki, the god of mischief. I am the true master of illusion and stealth. Loki scoffed, convinced that Decade's powers were insignificant in comparison to his own. Loki unleashed his magic, breaking through Decade's clones and invisibility. With both hands, he released a surge of powerful magical energy, obliterating every one of Decade's duplicates and forcing the hidden Decade out into the open. "Well, Kamen Rider Decade, your tricks are all laid bare before me now. What else do you have up your sleeve?" Loki proclaimed with smug satisfaction, convinced that he had seized control of the situation. Decade looked at Loki, the corners of his mouth curling into a confident smile. "In that case, let's use this card." He drew a card from his deck, its surface emblazoned with Kamen Rider Wizard's emblem. "Watch closely, Loki. This is what real magic looks like." He slid the wizard card into his driver. Kamen Ride, Vizard. A brilliant flash of crimson light burst forth as Decade transformed into Kamen Rider Wizard in his flame style. His armor shifted to a deep, fiery red, and his helmet was crowned with Wizard's signature gemstone, blazing like a live flame, brimming with both power and enigma. "Let's go showtime." Flexing his fingers, Decade, now Wizard, called out, his voice brimming with confidence and anticipation. Loki, seeing Decade's transformation into Wizard, betrayed a flicker of surprise in his eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. "Oh, so you can wield magic as well? But do you really think that's enough to defeat me? How naive." Loki sneered, utterly convinced that Decade's magic could never compare with his own. "Mjolnir, can you hear my call? I need you. I need your strength." Thor, his steps heavy and labored, began to make his way toward the hammer of the Thunder God. His body, still reeling from a fierce hangover and lingering weakness, swayed with every motion. He looked as though he might collapse at any moment. Each step felt as though he were treading on blades. Each stride was accompanied by waves of excruciating pain. But he did not stop. In his eyes still burned a glimmer of hope, a yearning for strength, and a longing for the glory of the past. Slowly, he reached out his trembling hand and closed his fingers around the handle of Mjolnir. The familiar touch, cold and unyielding, seemed to whisper tales of past triumphs, while also mocking his present frailty. He closed his eyes, drew in a deep breath, and then, with all his might, tried to lift the hammer. "Ah!" Thor let out a low cry, his face flushing, veins bulging on his forehead, and the muscles in his arms quivering. Yet, for all his effort, the hammer did not budge an inch. Why? Why can't I lift it still? I already know I was wrong. I've reflected on everything. Why am I still not worthy?" Thor's voice was filled with pain and confusion. He simply couldn't comprehend why he was still unable to lift Mjolnir, why Odin's forgiveness continued to elude him. Slowly, he released his grip, his body collapsing backward, drained of all strength, as if all hope had been stripped away. So this is how it ends for me. Am I really going to die here? Despair and unwillingness flooded Thor's heart. He felt utterly cornered, as though he had lost all purpose for being. At that very moment, a heavy footstep echoed through the air, the ground trembling with each impact. Thud, thud, thud. Each step sounded like the approach of death itself, drawing ever closer. With every beat, Thor's heart pounded violently in his chest. With every beat, the threat of death pressed in upon him. The destroyer had arrived. Its towering form loomed over him, as grim and cold as the Reaper, advancing toward Thor with slow inevitability. The metallic sheen of its body glimmered, merciless and cold, as though announcing Thor's doom. Those heavy footsteps tolled like a funeral bell, striking chords of dread deep within Thor's soul. Thor stared at the approaching destroyer. For an instant, fear flickered in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by resolve. He knew, in his current state, he stood no chance against the destroyer. Death was all but certain. But he could not retreat. He could not turn away, because behind him were people he had to protect. Jane, go. Get out of here, as far away as you can. Thor shouted to Jane Foster, who stood not far off. His voice was urgent, brimming with worry. No, Thor, I can't just leave you here alone. Jane's eyes shone with tears as she shook her head, refusing to abandon him. She could not simply watch as Thor marched to his doom. She could not bear to lose him. Listen to me, Jane. I can't let you take this risk. This is my responsibility. I have to stop it. Thor's voice rang with unyielding determination. He was prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. Turning, he faced the destroyer, slowly rising to his feet. Though his body trembled, he did not back down. In his eyes blazed a spirit of defiance and resolve. Father, if you are watching me now, please forgive my failings. But I cannot stand by while my friends are in danger. Even stripped of my power, even if I am no longer the god of thunder, I will still defend those I love. Thor spoke silently within his heart, his thoughts filled with heroic sorrow and unwavering resolve. He was ready to lay down his life. On the other side, the three warriors of Asgard and Sif saw the arrival of the destroyer and instantly realized the danger Thor was in. They wanted to rush over and help Thor, but were also worried about Jane's safety. Thor, run! Volstagg, the burly and hardy warrior, shouted anxiously. His voice was heavy with worry and unease. He knew the destroyer's power, and he knew Thor stood no chance against it now. The destroyer is far too strong. We have to think of something. Fandral, the charming and dashing swordsman, spoke with concern. The usual ease and confidence had vanished from his face, replaced by grave seriousness. I can't let Thor face danger alone. I'm going to help him. Sif, the valiant and resolute female warrior, declared with unwavering determination. Her eyes burned with resolve. She was ready to fight side by side with Thor, even if it meant dying with him. Sif, you stay here and protect Jane. The three of us will go. Hogun, the silent and steady warrior, stopped Sif. His tone was calm and decisive. He knew this was no time for emotion. Only by dividing their efforts did they have any hope of survival. Meanwhile, Decade transformed into Wizard in his blazing form and unleashed a fierce magical assault on Loki. Wizard's fire magic had a certain advantage over Loki's illusions and frost spells. Fire, please. Decade, as Wizard, leapt into the air, his right foot engulfed in roaring flames, and kicked toward Loki. The fire traced a beautiful arc through the sky, like a phoenix spreading its wings or a meteor streaking downward, bearing the force to destroy all in its path as it raced toward Loki. Decade, Wizard, brandished his Wizard sword gun in sword mode, unleashing a barrage of fireballs at Loki. Each fireball streaked through the air like a blazing comet, searing with intense heat, shrieking as they hurtled toward Loki as if to consume him whole. The fireballs exploded mid-air with thunderous force, sending shockwaves and scorching heat rippling outward, warping the very air around them. Decade, Wizard, summoned a shield of flames around himself, fending off Loki's magical attacks. The shield burned like a miniature sun, radiating dazzling light and blistering heat, shutting out Loki's assault. In response, Loki conjured a volley of frost spears with his magic and hurled them at Decade. The frost spears shot out like a deadly arrow, carrying a bone-chilling cold. Wherever it passed, the air itself froze, and a thin layer of frost quickly formed on the ground. Once again, Loki conjured multiple illusionary clones to bewilder Decade. These illusions were so vivid, so lifelike, that it was impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. Each one radiated a powerful magical aura, making them all seem as if they could be Loki himself. Using spatial magic, Loki teleported in an instant, evading Decade's attacks. His figure flickered across the battlefield like a phantom, appearing and vanishing unpredictably, impossible to pin down. Decade's thoughts. Loki's magic is bizarre, but Wizard's fire magic is perfectly suited to counter him. Still, his mastery of magic far surpasses mine. I need to end this quickly. Loki's thoughts. This Kamen Rider can use magic? And his fire spells seem to restrain my illusions. But it doesn't matter. I possess even greater power. Flames ignited beneath Decade's feet. With every kick, a blazing arc trailed behind him, like a reaper's scythe slicing through the air, leaving charred scars in its wake. Fireballs streaked across the sky like meteors, erupting in violent blasts that sent shockwaves and waves of heat surging outwards, tossing debris high into the air. Once more, the frost spear flew forth like a razor-sharp arrow, its icy aura freezing the very air, leaving a delicate layer of frost wherever it passed. The collision of magical energies distorted the atmosphere, while the ground bore blackened scorch marks and trails of ice, a battlefield torn between fire and frost. Loki, why are you doing this? Why betray your own family? Why do you want to destroy Asgard? Decade demanded, his voice ringing out between blows. Betrayal? Haha, I'm simply claiming what should have always been mine. The throne, power, glory. These were meant for me. Loki's voice brimmed with madness and bitterness. In his heart, he believed he was the finest prince of Asgard, more deserving of the crown than Thor. And what you call, rightfully yours, is that built on lies and cunning? Is your so-called glory forged through destruction and bloodshed? Kamen Rider Decade, you understand nothing. In this world of the strong devouring the weak, power is the only eternal truth. Only the strong have the right to make the rules. Loki's words overflowed with reverence for power and scorn for the weak. In his eyes, strength alone determined fate. Only the strong could survive. Strength? True strength is about protecting the weak, not oppressing them. Loki, you've lost yourself. You're walking a path from which there's no return. Wang Xiaoming's voice was filled with determination and conviction. He was set on proving to Loki, through his own actions, the true meaning of strength. Decade kept switching between Wizard's different forms, using a variety of magical attacks against Loki. Water, please. Decade transformed into the water form. Blue streams of water swirled around his body, surging like ocean waves. He unleashed water magic at Loki. Torrents of water coiled around Loki like giant serpents, trying to bind him in place. Hurricane, please. Decade shifted into the hurricane form. Green whirlwinds circled him, howling fiercely like a raging tornado. He attacked Loki with wind magic. Blades of wind sliced into Loki's defenses, making a sharp, slicing sound with each strike. Land, please. Decade assumed the land form. Golden rocks clustered about him, forming a fortress-like barrier. He launched earth magic at Loki. Boulders crashed down like cannonballs, and jagged stone pillars erupted from the ground, all aimed at trapping Loki. With every transformation, Decade's armor shifted, accompanied by dazzling magical effects that delivered a stunning visual spectacle. Under Decade's relentless barrage, Loki gradually lost the upper hand. Decade's onslaught shattered Loki's magical defenses, leaving his body battered and bruised. His robe was scorched by flames, his skin numbed and marked by frostbite, and his body bore the scars of being struck by stone. Damn it, this Kamen Rider. His magic. How can it be so unpredictable? Loki cursed under his breath. He hadn't expected Decade to be so troublesome, nor had he imagined being pushed to the brink by him. Using Wizard's myriad spells, Decade kept Loki suppressed from every angle. Realizing he couldn't defeat Decade this time, Loki let out a cold snort and decided to retreat for now. Oomph. Kamen Rider Decade, you're impressive, but don't get cocky. Our game has only just begun. Loki's voice was thick with resentment and unwillingness. He resolved to conserve his strength and wait for a better chance to strike back at Decade. With a flash of magic, he teleported to the destroyer's side, merging himself with the colossal machine. Loki's body turned into a streak of emerald light, blending seamlessly into the destroyer's armor, as if a ghost had taken possession. The destroyer's eyes glowed with a menacing red light as it slowly rose to its feet. Every joint in its massive body groaned and cracked, echoing like the chilling herald of a demon lord returning from the depths of hell. Ha ha! Kamen Rider Decade. Now you shall witness the true meaning of power. Loki's voice boomed from within the destroyer, brimming with wild delight and twisted pride. He was certain that with the destroyer's might at his command, he could finally defeat Decade. Thor, my dearest brother, watch closely. Watch as I tear apart everything you've ever cherished. You will walk the path I have set before you. The throne of earth, That is your ultimate destiny. Because we were born to be kings. The destroyer's cold metal faceplate lifted slowly, revealing the blazing core within. Energy gathered at a pace visible to the naked eye, accompanied by a deep, ominous hum, like the tolling of a death knell from the underworld. The air grew suddenly hot, as if the very light itself warped under the weight of this gathering force. Its target, the golden figure, collapsed on the ground, nearly drained of all strength. Thor's pupils constricted in terror. He could feel, with unmistakable clarity, the annihilating power swelling within that energy. The shadow of death had never loomed so close. He struggled, forcing his mortal, exhausted body to stand, willing himself to shield Jane and his companions. Agonizing pain tore through his muscles. His bones cried out under the strain, but he clenched his teeth, and in his eyes there was no fear, only an instinctive, unbreakable resolve to protect. So this is the end? To be reduced to dust like a mere mortal, crushed by the very power I once scorned? No, at the very least they cannot. Thor's heart screamed in silence, hoarse and desperate. For Asgard! Thor, get up! We stand with you. In that critical instant, the warriors Three and Sif, battered and bloodied, rushed to Thor's side with unwavering resolve. With their own bodies, they formed a trembling yet unyielding human shield before him. Volstagg let out a booming laugh, swinging his battered axe once more. His broad, sturdy chest braced for the oncoming impact. Beneath his hearty war cry lingered a faint tremor, the brush of death's shadow. Fandrel's sword was broken, yet he still struck a defiant pose, his gaze as sharp as ever, searching for the smallest chink in the destroyer's armor. Behind his elegant movements was a weighty solemnity he could not disguise. Hogun remained silent, winding the broken chain of his flail around his arm like a cornered beast ready for a final, savage attack. In his calm, there was a grim resolve, a willingness to fight to the very end, no matter the cost. Sif held her cracked shield tightly before her, the point of her sword leveled at the destroyer. Her steadfast gaze, unwavering and resolute, passed over the shield to rest upon Thor, brimming with silent loyalty and determination. Once more, their attacks rained down, axes cleaving, swords thrusting, chains lashing, shields ramming, striking against the destroyer's cold metallic shell. Brief sparks flew, accompanied by shrill, grating sounds. Yet, despite giving their all, their resistance was like a passing breeze to the destroyer, utterly ineffectual, leaving it unscathed. A metallic clang rang out, sharp and thunderous. The destroyer seemed infuriated by the defiance of these insects. With a casual swing of its massive metal arm, it brushed them aside as one might swat at annoying flies. Vostagg's battle axe shattered completely with a dull crack. The immense force struck him squarely in the chest, sending his bulky frame hurtling through the air like a discarded sack. Blood sprayed from his mouth in a crimson arc as he crashed heavily into distant ruins, his fate uncertain. Fandrel tried to dodge, but his arm was instantly twisted at an unnatural angle, a sickening snap of bone echoing through the air. He screamed in agony and collapsed to the ground. Hogun was swept by an unstoppable wave of energy. It felt as if his organs had been pummeled by a sledgehammer. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose as he dropped to his knees, unable to rise again. Sif managed to deflect the edge of the blow with her shield, but she too was hurled aside. Her shield shattered completely. Blood welled at the corner of her lips as she struggled to get up, her vision beginning to blur. "Look at you, Asgard's brave warriors." Loki's mocking, icy voice resounded from within the destroyer, so fragile and weak. "Is it really worth it for this exiled wretch? And you, Sif, your loyalty is cheap and laughable." Despair spread like a plague among those who remained. Jane stood nearby, her face drained of color, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. She clamped her hands over her mouth to stifle any sound, her body shaking violently with fear. The destroyer lifted its mask again, the blazing light within now even more blinding than before. It was ready to utterly annihilate these bothersome vermin. Just then, "Your opponent is me." A calm voice sounded, like a stone dropped into still water, shattering the oppressive silence. Decade appeared before the destroyer in a blink, blocking the path of its impending energy blast. His stance was composed, as if he had just finished a trivial task. Loki, inside the destroyer, hesitated for a split second, then roared in renewed fury. But Decade gave him no opening for another attack. Wang Xiaoming, with unhurried grace, drew a card from his deck, a card glowing with vivid emerald light. Embossed upon it was a giant letter J, as if it pulsed with the heartbeat of the ancient earth. Kamen G. The driver emitted a deep, earthy sound, heavy with the essence of nature, like the heartbeat echoing from the depths of a forest. Brilliant emerald light erupted forth, not harsh but gentle, brimming with an overwhelming vitality. It felt like the first tender shoots breaking through the soil in early spring, like the world awakening from its slumber, enveloping Decade completely. Within that radiant glow, Decade's armor underwent a dramatic transformation. The magenta plating faded away, replaced by green armor teeming with insect-like features and the raw power of nature. His compound eyes gleamed with the pure brilliance of jade, shimmering with the light of life. The breastplate grew thick and robust, as if forged from the hardest shell, traced with vein-like patterns reminiscent of leaves, a primal beauty both wild and magnificent. But that wasn't the end. Without a moment's pause, Decade, in his J form, drew another card, marked with the same J, but bearing an even more intricate background, and slid into the driver once more. Final Formide, GGGG. This time, the driver released a deep, thunderous rumble, like the pulse of the earth itself, as if the very heartbeat of the planet was resonating with him. The ground beneath. Decade's feet began to quake and split apart. Countless emerald sparks surged up from the depths of the earth like fireflies, flowing together in a torrent and converging upon Decade. A deafening rumble shook the air. In open defiance of physical law, Decade's body began to swell and rise at an astonishing speed. The green armor blazed with a dazzling brilliance, like a star in the throes of nuclear fusion. The air shimmered and warped around him, rippling from the overwhelming surge of energy. In a matter of seconds, a colossal green giant, jumbo formation, stood tall upon the land, dozens of meters high. His massive form cast a vast shadow, blotting out the sky and sun, like an ancient titan reborn in the modern world. For one breathless moment, time itself seemed to stand still. Thor craned his neck upward, his jaw dropping so wide it looked as though he could swallow an egg whole, utterly unable to comprehend what he was seeing. "They can get bigger," he muttered hoarsely, his voice raw with shock. Jane and Darcy, who had just arrived, found their minds completely blank. Everything they'd ever learned about physics was overturned in an instant. The scene before them was so far removed from science that it was as if myth itself had come alive. The three grievously wounded warriors of Asgard and Sif, fighting through the pain, managed to lift their heads and gaze up at the mountain-like figure of Decade. In their stunned eyes, all mingled with a faint but stubborn flicker of hope. What was this power? Could it be the will of Yggdrasil? Even Loki, hidden within the body of the destroyer and observing the scene through the destroyer's senses, was utterly stunned. The mind he prided himself on, so full of cunning and guile, seemed, for the first time, to short-circuit completely. What the hell is this thing? It can get bigger. Are you kidding me? How am I supposed to fight that? This is cheating. Loki screamed inwardly, panic surging through him as his carefully laid plans unraveled before his eyes for the very first time. With a furious roar, the destroyer, driven by Loki, launched the first attack. But the giant Decade, or Jumbo J, was nothing like the sluggish brute Loki had imagined. Jumbo J bent his knees slightly, his waist twisting with raw power. His massive green fist, accompanied by a howling wind, came crashing down on the destroyer's head like a falling meteor. The punch was steady, solid, and carried the weight of the earth itself. The destroyer reacted quickly, crossing its arms above to block the blow. A deafening crash exploded through the air, loud enough to make ears ring. The shockwave blasted outward in a circle from their clash, tearing apart several meters of concrete and hurling chunks of debris in every direction like shrapnel. The destroyer's hulking frame was sent sliding backward by several meters, and a clear imprint of a fist was left behind in the metal plating of its crossed arms. Jumbo J, having landed a solid hit, gave not a moment's pause. He twisted to the side, and his thick right leg swung out like a colossal battle axe. The movement tore through the air with a piercing shriek, aiming directly for the destroyer's waist joint. The destroyer tried to dodge, but Jumbo J's movements, though seemingly slow, were packed with an explosive force that defied belief. A grating screech of twisting metal echoed out as Jumbo J's kick struck home. The destroyer staggered, massive body lurching awkwardly, its movements suddenly sluggish. Sensing an opportunity, Jumbo J pressed the attack. He spread his enormous arms wide, trying to lock the destroyer in a wrestling hold and execute a throw. But the destroyer's armor was slick and its own strength formidable. With a sudden burst of energy, it broke free from Jumbo J's grip. The energy cannon on the destroyer's face fired once more, launching a searing beam straight at Jumbo J's chest. Jumbo J quickly raised a gigantic arm to shield himself. The energy blast struck his armored forearm, scorching it black and filling the air with a crackling, sizzling sound, but it failed to pierce through Jumbo J's defenses. In the very heart of these ruined remains, two colossal beings unleashed a battle that shook the heavens and the earth. Fists and feet clashed, metal roared, and the ground quaked as shockwaves tore through the land. This was no one-sided slaughter, but a fierce struggle of strength and skill. Each exchange threatening to tip the scales, every mistake courting disaster. With every blow, the world around them crumbled further. What little was left of the buildings collapsed entirely, and the streets sank into yawning chasms. Thor gazed up at this mythic struggle, overwhelmed by a shock unlike anything he had ever felt before. He saw the mysterious Decade, transformed into a giant that towered over the devastation, fighting desperately against the mighty, despair-inducing destroyer, all to protect strangers he had never met. His eyes then shifted to the three warriors of Asgard and Sif, lying not far away, blood pooling beneath them as they struggled to rise. They were his friends, his comrades in arms, willing to lay down their lives to protect an exiled failure like him. Their blood, spilled for his sake, seared itself into his memory like an indelible brand. And then he noticed Jane, that gentle earth woman, in this moment heedless of her own safety, was crawling towards the gravely wounded Sif. Her face was etched with worry and desperation, yet her eyes held no fear, only pure, selfless concern. A mortal, faced with such terrifying chaos, yet acting with a courage and selflessness that far surpassed what he, a so-called god, had ever shown. Scene after scene hammered at Thor's heart, striking deep into his soul. What am I doing? What have I been asking for? Power? The throne? Are those truly what matter most? Look at them, my friends, bleeding and sacrificing themselves for me. Look at her, a mortal, braver than I ever was. I've always pursued strength, prided myself on being a hero. Yet when the time truly comes to protect others, I am powerless. I even need others to protect me. Wasn't it because I only knew how to conquer and destroy, and not how to protect, that Father stripped me of my power? Wang Xiaoming was right. The true essence of a hero isn't innate divine might, nor a lofty throne. It's the will to protect, the strength within. Thor slowly closed his eyes. In that moment, he let go of all his pride, all his anger, all his resentment and stubbornness. He no longer thought about how to lift his hammer by brute force, nor about proving himself worthy to Odin. In his mind's eye, he could see his friends, locked in desperate battle, their figures stained with blood. He saw Jane's worried yet resolute gaze, the vision of Asgard in need of protection, and all those fragile lives he had once overlooked, lives now depending on him for their safety. A sense of guardianship, pure and unlike anything he had ever known, quietly took root within him like a seed, swiftly growing into a mighty tree. No longer did he fight for himself. Now he yearned for strength to protect others. He wanted to shield them all, Jane, his friends, and this vulnerable realm of Midgard, even if it meant sacrificing himself. Thor opened his eyes once more. They were now impossibly clear and unwavering, as if every trace of doubt and pride had been washed away, leaving only the most unadulterated conviction. Slowly, he reached out his hand and grasped the cold handle of Mjolnir once again. This time, his heart held no anger, no resentment, no arrogance. Only calm, only humility, only the steadfast resolve to protect all that he loved. The very instant Thor's fingers brushed against the handle, Mjolnir, the mighty hammer that had lain silent for so long, seemed to tremble ever so slightly, letting out a faint, barely perceptible hum. The ancient runes, etched upon its surface, appeared to awaken under some mysterious force, flickering for a heartbeat with a subtle, elusive spark of energy, like a breath of lightning. That gentle, almost inaudible resonance, as if it were an ancient sigh, quietly echoed within Mjolnir, now gripped tightly in Thor's hand. The old runes glimmered like slumbering stars roused by a hidden power, casting brief, flickering blue sparks, so faint they could scarcely be seen or grasped. This delicate yet utterly pure surge of energy rippled outward like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly sensed by the two mightiest beings upon the battlefield. In the midst of his fierce clash with the destroyer, Decade, in Jumbo J form, landed a powerful punch, driving the titanic metal foe back several steps. His colossal, mountain-like green frame shifted, and the crimson glimmer of his compound eyes swept toward the source of the energy, Thor. From somewhere deep within his massive body, a low murmur of confusion seemed to arise. Within the destroyer, Loki too sensed this strange energy. The machine halted its imminent blast, its cold metallic head turning mechanically toward Thor. From inside, Loki's voice emerged, layered with electronic distortion and incredulity. What? This energy? Impossible. Could it be? Mjolnir suddenly broke free from Thor's grasp. With a roar like a mighty lion unleashed after millennia of captivity, it shot skyward in a blaze of dazzling blue lightning, streaking across the heavens like a meteor. At that very moment, the sky changed in an instant. What had been bright and clear was now smothered by rolling, inky clouds, as though the gods themselves were roused to fury. Countless bolts of thick lightning danced wildly through the storm, silver dragons weaving, clashing, and colliding among the clouds, each crash of thunder shaking the world to its core. Thunder rolled and boomed, like an army of 10,000 horses galloping across the plains, proclaiming the return of a king. Lightning flashed, sharp and unyielding as swords of divine retribution, piercing through the suffocating darkness of despair that had settled on all hearts. With thunder as its anthem, the saga of heroes swelled once more, its melody fierce and triumphant. Mjolnir traced a perfect arc through the air, a vision of power and beauty, as if blessed by the very sky. It plummeted earthward with the fury of 1,000 storms, tearing through the air with a shriek so sharp it seemed to rend the world itself. And then, with flawless precision, it landed back in Thor's trembling, yearning hands. Araya! The moment his fingers closed around the handle, a wild, unstoppable torrent of lightning surged into Thor's body, as if a dam had burst and a flood of pure power was pouring in. Blinding blue light engulfed him, spinning into a massive cocoon of crackling energy that shimmered and sizzled with every pulse. Within that cocoon, Thor's body was undergoing a wondrous transformation. The wounds and scars left by battle and exhaustion began to heal before the eye could follow. His dirt-stained, bloodied mortal clothes were torn away in an instant by the unleashed might of the gods. In their place, a magnificent suit of armor, regal and resplendent, the very symbol of Asgard's glory, materialized out of thin air, covering him from head to toe. A silver helm, like the wings of a soaring eagle, crowned his head with kingly majesty. A crimson cloak, blazing like fire, billowed fiercely in the storm, snapping in the wind. Thor gripped Mjolnir tightly and slowly opened his eyes. In those deep blue irises now danced a pure, primordial lightning, the light of creation itself. With a sudden leap, he launched himself upward like a cannonball, tearing through the heavy clouds in a burst of thunder and light, hurling himself into the very heart of the storm. There, in the ocean of lightning, he received his baptism, drinking in that endless surge of power. Moments later, he descended to the earth as if the true god of thunder had returned, radiating an awe-inspiring, unmatched divinity. Arcs of electricity crackled around him, the very ground beneath his feet trembling with every step, each footfall accompanied by a flash of light and the distant rumble of thunder. A low sizzle, then a deep, resounding boom. I, Thor Odinson. His voice no longer held confusion or pain, but instead was filled with power, confidence, and the majesty of a god. His words rolled across the battlefield like booming thunder. Have returned. Thor! Oh, thank goodness. I knew it. I just knew you could do it. Seeing Thor regain his divine power, Sif, Volstagg, Fandral, and Hogun were overwhelmed with joy, tears mingling with blood on their faces, unable to contain their emotions. Their expressions radiated pure delight and hope, shining through their exhaustion. My God, myths are real. Jane and Darcy stood gaping, barely able to breathe. The miraculous sight before them shattered everything they thought they knew about the world. Darcy's eyes sparkled with excitement as she whispered, "This is awesome. Is this what peak boyfriend power looks like?" In the distance, Coulson adjusted his sunglasses, his eyes behind the lenses reflecting unprecedented shock and gravity. Threat assessment needs to be redefined. This is beyond the category of anomalous individual. The destroyer froze completely, as if caught in a binding spell. From within, Loki's voice burst out in a shrill, furious, utterly disbelieving scream. No. Impossible. How could you? Father stripped you of your power. How could you possibly be worthy of Mjolnir again? You brute. You useless fool. What? Loki's voice, twisted by shock and rage, was laced with wild, hysterical madness. At that moment, Wang Xiaoming released his Jumbo J form, reverting back to Decade. He strolled over to the newly revitalized Thor, a playful smirk tugging at his lips. Well, Uncle Thunder God, You finally decided to come back? I was starting to think you planned on lying there forever, contemplating the meaning of life. Loki, within the Destroyer, seethed with rage at the sight of Decade, as if all his failures and humiliation were Decade's fault. The Destroyer's metal head snapped toward Decade, and Loki's voice, thick with venom, echoed from within. You again? Decade, you damn meddler. What are you anyway? Why do you keep interfering with my plans again and again? Decade shrugged, his tone casual, as if stating a simple truth. Interfering? I just can't stand bullies or people who twist family for their schemes. Besides, I like to clean up the trash that disrupts history and tries to invite in outside forces as threats. Trash? Did you just call me trash? Loki was utterly enraged now, the energy within the Destroyer beginning to fluctuate wildly and uncontrollably. Fine. Very well. Since you two bothersome brothers are both here, and both seem so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. But before I deal with you, let me start by wiping out these pesky insects. The Destroyer's mask lifted once again, and this time the gathering energy was even more frenzied, even more unstable. So much so that it coalesced into a searing beam of light, hot enough to melt steel and destroy everything in its path. Its target, the three warriors of Asgard and Sif, who had only just kindled a spark of hope but were now badly wounded and barely able to move, as well as Jane, Darcy, Coulson, and the others, completely defenseless before this onslaught. A piercing, vibrating hum crackled through the air as the energy built to a deafening crescendo. The beam of annihilation was about to be unleashed. Just as the deadly light was about to fire, Thor's figure burst forth in a flash of dazzling blue lightning, appearing instantly. In front of everyone, he moved so quickly that a faint trail of residual electricity lingered where he'd stood a moment before. Lifting Mjolnir high above his head, Thor summoned a surge of lightning brighter than ever before, forming a colossal and seemingly unbreakable shield of thunder and light. The Destroyer's beam slammed into the lightning shield with a shattering force, unleashing a blinding radiance and a shockwave as fierce as a Stargone. Supernova. The entire battlefield was illuminated in that moment, and the terrifying storm of energy tore outward, flattening what little remained of the ruins. The lightning shield quaked violently, arcs of electricity leaping madly across its surface, but Thor stood firm as a mountain, utterly unyielding. With a mighty roar, he spun Mjolnir, turning the enchanted hammer into a vortex of power that absorbed the Destroyer's energy, mingling it with his own unending thunder, and then hurled it back at the Destroyer with even greater ferocity and destruction. A tremendous, thunderous roar split the air as the unleashed energy slammed into the Destroyer. What? Loki's voice rang out from within the armored giant, startled and disbelieving. The Destroyer was struck head-on by its own devastating beam, now supercharged with Thor's fury and lightning. The massive metal body staggered backward, a cacophony of tortured steel filling the air. Its chest armor was scorched and melting, and the energy core within flickered erratically, on the verge of collapse. With a great metallic crash, the Destroyer reeled from below. Loki! Thor's eyes blazed with righteous fury, lightning leaping in his gaze. How dare you harm my friends? Your crimes are beyond forgiveness. Inside the Destroyer, Loki could feel the thunderous fury radiating from Thor, a force so tangible it seemed to crackle in the air, and a surge of power even greater than before. His heart was overwhelmed by disbelief and a wild, hysterical madness. No, this can't be. How could you possibly withstand the Destroyer's attack, and even turn it back on itself? Your strength, it seems even greater than before. No, this is impossible. He couldn't accept it. The brother he had always considered foolish and reckless, the failure he had so easily manipulated and banished, had truly regained his godly power, and had become even more formidable. Jealousy gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent, while rage consumed what little reason he had left. Thor! Loki bellowed in madness, pouring all his negative emotions into his control over the Destroyer. The massive metal body lurched to life once more, stomping forward with heavy, uneven steps, like a mindless, rampaging beast, charging at Thor with reckless abandon. Its enormous metal arm swung high, slicing through the air with a deafening roar, before smashing down with tremendous force. Thud! 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 Bring it on! Thor's eyes blazed with lightning, his fighting spirit at its peak. He showed not a trace of fear, gripping Mjolnir tightly, and shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. At the same moment, Decade sprang into action. He didn't confront the Destroyer head-on. Instead, he darted to its flank like a wraith, his ride booker shifting smoothly into gun mode. He aimed precisely at the armor joints and energy nodes exposed during the earlier battle. Power of thunder. Thor roared, raising Mjolnir high and calling down the endless lightning from the skies above. A bolt of lightning, thicker and brighter than any before, lanced down from the churning storm clouds like a divine spear, striking Mjolnir. With pinpoint accuracy, the hammer erupted in a blinding blue glow, wild arcs of electricity crackling and snapping across its surface. Harnessing the force of the lightning strike, Thor rocketed toward the destroyer like a cannonball, Mjolnir in hand blazing with the fury of 1,000 storms. He crashed into the destroyer's massive metal arm with unstoppable might. A deafening explosion tore through the air. This clash was even more powerful than before. A shockwave of unimaginable force rippled outward like a tsunami, tearing the ground apart and leaving a massive impact crater in its wake. The explosion's blinding flash forced Jane and Darcy, watching from afar, to shield their eyes. For the first time, the destroyer's metal arm, meeting the pure power of Mjolnir's thunder, was visibly bent and warped. The once impenetrable metal was now laced with spiderweb cracks. Now's my chance. A flash of determination lit up in Decade's eyes. Attack Ride Blast! He pulled the trigger, and the ride booker unleashed several beams of concentrated, high-density energy from its muzzle. Like sniper rounds, they shot out in rapid succession, targeting the destroyer's waist, legs, and the joints connecting its limbs. Bang, 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 bang. Each beam struck its mark, erupting into dazzling bursts of sparks against the destroyer's hardened armor. Though the blasts couldn't pierce the plating completely, the relentless barrage was enough to disrupt the monster's balance, causing its massive form to stiffen for a split second. Thor seized this fleeting opportunity. He spun his body with explosive force, and Mjolnir became a whirling meteor in his grasp, slicing through the air with a piercing howl before crashing down on the destroyer's knee joint. A jarring screech of rending metal echoed out as the destroyer's left knee was smashed to pieces. Its colossal body, robbed of support, toppled sideways like a felled tree, crashing down with earth-shaking force. Fall! Fall before me, Loki! Thor pressed his advantage, leaping high into the air. His body twisted mid-flight as he channeled every ounce of strength in the full fury of thunder into Mjolnir. He descended like a god of judgment, landing a crushing blow aimed straight at the already fractured energy core in the destroyer's chest. Meanwhile, Decade was far from idle. He swiftly switched cards. Attack Ride, slash. Ride Booker transformed into a sword, and Decade's figure flickered like a phantom to the destroyer's other side. The glowing blade in his hand gleamed with deadly light as he drove it with precision into a gap in the armored back, hoping to disrupt the energy flow within. The sword found its mark, sliding into the joint with a screech of grinding metal. Inside the destroyer, Loki felt a surge of panic unlike anything before. He frantically tried to maneuver the machine away from Thor's lethal strike, but the damaged joints and Decade's interference rendered the destroyer slow and clumsy. No! Loki's voice broke in a scream of despair. A deafening crash followed. With the wrath of the god of thunder behind it, Mjolnir smashed down like a hammer of divine retribution, striking the energy core at the heart of the destroyer's chest. The armor caved in and shattered in an instant. Furious lightning surged inside like a flood breaking through a dam. Overwhelmed, the energy core wailed in agony. Crack, crack, crack. Countless fractures spread like spiderwebs across the destroyer's massive frame. Explosions thundered from its interior, while blinding blasts of energy burst forth from every fissure. At last, under the combined assault of Thor and Decade, the mighty weapon that once guarded Asgard's vault finally lost all control. Its massive form could no longer bear its weight. Like a lifeless behemoth, it toppled with a tremendous crash, slamming into the ground and sending a storm of dust and a shower of metal shards into the air. A deafening roar echoed through the battlefield. With the destroyer utterly shattered, Loki's figure was flung from the twisted, smoke-belching armor like a discarded rag doll. He crashed hard onto the ground, tumbling several meters before coming to a stop. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his breath ragged and weak. The battle was at last over. Thor descended slowly, landing in front of Loki. He leveled Mjolnir at his fallen brother, lightning crackling along the hammer's head, radiating an authority that brooked no defiance. Decade appeared like a phantom on the opposite side, cutting off Loki's escape. His crimson compound eyes glowed coldly, fixing Loki with a chilling stare. Loki struggled to his feet, his clothes in tatters, his hair undone, blood staining his lips. His face was etched with bitterness, venom, and a manic, almost deranged smile. Ha ha ha. You think you've won? Is this what you call victory? He laughed, the sound edged with madness, his gaze like a poisoned dagger flicking between Thor and Decade. Thor, you're as foolish as ever. Always so damned lucky. And you, Decade, the accursed meddler. This is just a game where I never lose. A strange glint flashed in his eyes, as if he'd just remembered something. A twisted smile crept onto his face. True terror, you know nothing of it. Just wait. The real show is about to begin. Suddenly, a look of grim determination flickered in Loki's eyes. He reached inside his cloak and pulled out a bizarre belt, wreathed in thick black mist and radiating a piercing, icy cold. If you want a show, then let me give you one. Behold my true power. I am the one destined to rule. Loki slammed the belt around his waist, his voice ringing out, proud and laced with malice. In the name of trickery and frost, lies become the truth. Kneel, mortals, and behold your king of deceit. The belt let out a strange, otherworldly mechanical chime, as if echoing from another dimension. Spectre of winter, my name is Loki. In an instant, black mist and bone-chilling frost erupted from the belt, surging forth like a nest of icy vipers, coiling around Loki's body. The shadows and freezing energies quickly solidified, shaping themselves as though alive, forging a new suit of armor around Loki, a suit that radiated wicked beauty and unmistakable menace. The armor was dominated by a dark green that symbolized cunning and a deep black that evoked the chill of ice, adorned with energy. Patterns of icy blue and eerie violet. These lines flowed across the surface like venom, radiating an unmistakable sense of danger. The helmet retained Loki's signature curved horns, but now they were more menacing and sharper than ever, resembling the horns of a hellish demon, glinting with an unsettling sheen. His compound eyes glowed with a cold, abyssal green light, betraying endless malice and madness. Across the breastplate and pauldrons, twisted serpentine designs and razor-sharp ice crystal reliefs stood out, their lines fierce and aggressive, as if ready to transform into deadly weapons at any moment. A tattered yet ethereal black cloak billowed behind him, its edges releasing visible cold mist and drifting tendrils of dark vapor, like a shroud drawn from the very underworld. Loki, now in his king of deceit form, slowly lifted his head. At some point, an icy scepter had materialized in his hand, sculpted from pure frost and crowned with a gem that flickered with purple light. A twisted, confident smile played on his lips, and his eyes brimmed with intoxication at his newfound power, mingled with boundless contempt for the enemies before him. A presence stronger, colder, and more perilous than ever before swept across the battlefield like an overwhelming tide. As the final piece of black metal, shimmering with ghostly blue frost, encased Loki's body, the new armor, radiating infinite evil and bone-chilling cold, was fully forged. In that instant, an indescribable pressure settled upon the entire battlefield. The very air seemed frozen, even. The flames burning nearby appeared to dim. That strange, frigid force, thick with negative emotions, surged like a current from the depths of Niflheim, or the gaze of the abyss itself, silent, yet piercing every soul present with an uncontrollable shudder that rose from deep within. Loki! Thor's roar erupted like a long-dormant volcano, tearing through the air with raw power. It was a cry laced with disbelief, heart-wrenching betrayal, and a fury fueled by the unknown. Mjolnir, the mighty hammer, responded to its master's turmoil. Lightning crackled and danced wildly across its surface, blue-white bolts whipping and writhing like a frenzy of serpents. Each explosive crackle threatened to break free, to scorch everything around into cinders. What have you done? This belt, this power. This isn't the power of Asgard, and it's certainly not the frost magic of Jotunheim. Where did you get it? For the sake of power, for that damned throne, have you truly abandoned every last shred of decency, even the bond between us as brothers? Thor's voice trembled with emotion. His accusation, more than anger, was a cry of deep, wrenching sorrow. Sif and the warriors three struggled to rise from their wounds, desperate to support their prince. But the moment their eyes fell upon Loki's current form, terror swept across their faces. This was no longer the brother they once knew, the mischievous, cunning second prince who, deep down, perhaps still harbored a trace of warmth. What stood before them now was a being encased in armor forged from ice and nightmare, exuding a pure, suffocating evil and chill, like a demon in a god's guise risen from the depths of the underworld. Jane and Darcy were pale with fright, their bodies trembling uncontrollably as they clung tightly to each other, as if only each other's warmth could offer the faintest comfort. They didn't understand the magic or technology at play, but the malice radiating from Loki was so raw and soul-freezing that their instinct screamed with alarm. Coulson, on reflex, pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, his gaze behind the lenses grave in the extreme. On his wrist, a discreet device flashed with urgent red light, rapidly logging the staggering surge of energy Loki's new form emitted. Energy readings spiking exponentially. Threat level classified as Omega. I need to report to Director Fury immediately. Yet, standing at the center of the storm, Loki, in his King of Lies form, was utterly unmoved by the shock, anger, or fear swirling around him. With a grace that bordered on rapture, he extended his gloved fingers, sheathed in black crystal frost, and gently caressed the breastplate of his armor, a masterpiece both exquisite and radiating an ominous, icy glow. His touch was light, as if he were admiring his own flawless reflection in a mirror. A twisted smile slowly unfurled on his face, brimming with delight and arrogance, at odds with the glacial murderous intent that lurked deep in his eyes, a contrast so chilling it sent shivers down the spine. Decency? Aha! Loki let out a low, cold chuckle, his voice echoing metallically through the armor, like the grinding of ice against ice. My dear brother, you're always so naive. So naive, it's almost laughable. He jerked his head up, his crimson eyes like two poisoned ice picks, stabbing straight into Thor's gaze. In this universe, where only the strong survive, power is the sole measure of all worth. What you call morality, emotion, and principles, they are nothing but excuses the weak invent to cover their own ineptitude. He slowly spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the entire world, or more likely, to showcase the power he had just acquired, to display what he believed to be the true bearing of God. Look at me, Thor. Feel this power. This is the true majesty that a god should possess. This is the might of a king who reigns over the 9 realms. His gaze swept over Thor with utter contempt, brimming with undisguised pity and mockery, as if looking at a pitiful creature still wallowing in the mire, struggling for those illusory things called morality and emotion. As for the origin of this belt, you don't need to know, nor are you worthy of knowing. His voice suddenly turned icy, laced with an authority that brooked no argument and the arrogance of someone born to rule. All you need to understand is that from this day, from this moment on, Asgard, Midgard, the 9 realms, and everything you have ever cherished, past, present, and future, will grovel at my feet. Bow before me, Loki Laufeyson, the King of Lies. Decades stood quietly to the side, watching it all unfold like a detached spectator. Yet his crimson compound eyes worked with the precision of the finest scanner, capturing every detail of Loki's armor, every pathway of flowing energy, every subtle fluctuation in power, all instantly analyzed and processed in his mind. This belt, its design, and energy signature clearly don't belong to any known technology or magic in this universe. The black motif, radiating with the essence of absolute frost, and beneath that chill, a shadowy aura of deception. In Wang Xiaoming's mind, the analysis raced on, each detail overlapping faintly with something from his memory. Black mist, frost, deceit, and then there's what Quicksilver mentioned earlier, God King Doom and his mission. Could it really be Battle World, that twisted realm ruled by Victor Von Doom, stitched together from fragments of countless universes? This speculation cast a shadow over Wang Xiaoming's heart. It seems that the historical deviation in this world is even more outrageous and severe than I'd imagined. Has the power of the battle realm already begun to interfere with this point in time? Could this world truly not be the simple Marvel cinematic universe I remember? Or has my arrival already thrown history into chaos, sending it down an entirely unknown path? A string of questions hammered at his mind like warning bells, stirring a vigilance he had never felt before. The power granted by this belt is indeed extraordinary, and it seems to mesh perfectly with Loki's own nature, deception, frost, and magic. It feels as if it was tailor-made for him. And Doom, with his cunning and insatiable hunger for power, creating something akin to a knight system, it's not beyond the realm of possibility. His crimson compound eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze sharpening with resolve like a sword about to be drawn from its sheath. No matter what, since I come across this, I cannot stand by and do nothing. Loki's power has become far too dangerous, and his mind is utterly twisted. If he's allowed to succeed, the consequences will be catastrophic. I have to stop him. No longer hesitating, Decade stepped forward, his magenta armor catching the firelight and making him stand out more than ever. He raised his hand and pointed at Loki, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable, fate-declaring authority. Loki, no matter where you stole that power from, no matter who stands behind you, your ambition, your madness, will end here. Kamen Rider, we'll stop you. Ah, stop me? You. Loki burst out laughing, as if he'd just heard the most ridiculous joke in the universe. His laughter was wild and unrestrained, brimming with contempt for Decade. You dare to threaten me, yet you don't even dare to show your true face? You think your little tricks from before could actually hurt me? Loki, enough. Thor could no longer bear his brother's stubbornness. Lightning gathered at the head of Mjolnir, reaching its brightest, blazing peak. Come back to Asgard with me. Confess to Father. There's still time. All is not lost. We are brothers. He clung to a faint, desperate hope, trying to use the bond of family to awaken whatever shred of conscience might still be buried in his brother's heart. Turn back? Brother, you're always so naive it's infuriating. Loki looked at Thor with mocking disdain, as if he were staring at a child who would never grow up. I've finally seized the power I've dreamed of. I now stand at the pinnacle of authority, so why would I ever go back? Back to that cold, unfeeling throne? Back to a home filled with lies and deceit? No. His voice suddenly soared, ringing with unshakable resolve. Here, this world, about to be crushed beneath my feet, utterly conquered. This is my true stage. This is where I, Loki, truly belong. We're brothers. Loki, have you really forgotten the days we grew up together in Asgard? Have you forgotten the oath we swore beneath the world tree? Thor's voice trembled with emotion, thick with heartache and sorrow. His blue eyes brimmed with pain. Brothers. The word seemed to strike Loki at his very core. Instantly, his gaze turned as cold and cutting as the eternal ice at the heart of Jotunheim, stripped of all warmth. From the moment I learned the truth, from the moment I found out I was nothing more than Odin's bargaining chip, a cast-off frost giant child he picked up, everything changed. From then on, we were never brothers again. His crimson eyes locked onto Thor like a serpent poised to strike, every word dripping with bitter hatred. I am Laufey's son. I am heir to the frost giants. I was Odin's stolen trophy, nothing more. And you are his true son, his chosen heir. Now, I will take back everything that was meant to be mine, including your life. The last shred of tenderness vanished with his words. In Thor's heart, rage and grief exploded in a storm. He knew it was too late. Nothing could be undone. His brother had plunged into the abyss, lost to darkness. With a roar that echoed like the anguished cry of a wounded lion, Thor unleashed his pain and resolve. There was no more pleading, no more hope for redemption. Raising Mjolnir high, he gathered all his fury, all his sorrow, and the solemn duty of a god, channeling them into a cataclysmic storm. Thunder rumbled and crashed. The sky was instantly shrouded in swirling black clouds, split by blinding streaks of lightning. Mjolnir became a mighty lodestone, drawing down the wrath of the heavens. Blue-white bolts coiled around the hammer's head, blazing with unrestrained brilliance. Thor became a living bolt of blue lightning, charging toward Loki with the unstoppable force of a world-shattering tempest. This was the purest, wildest strike of the god of thunder, his power unleashed, with nothing held back. Facing Thor's world-shattering assault, Loki, now in his king of deceit form, still wore that calm, almost playful smile on his lips. It was as if he'd foreseen Thor's every move, and perhaps was even savoring the thrill of driving his brother to the brink. He raised the icy scepter in his hand with effortless grace. The scepter was pitch black, its shaft appearing to be forged from twisted shards of ice, crowned by a massive gemstone that glowed with a ghostly violet light. Loki made no attempt to clash head-on with Thor's raging thunder. Instead, like a masterful conductor, he unleashed an even more sinister, formidable magic, one brimming with deceit and the chilling force of winter. "Freeze," he whispered, his words slicing through the chaos. The violet gem at his scepter's tip blazed, releasing coils of ghostly blue energy that writhed and twisted through the air like venomous serpents. Rather than strike directly at Thor, these beams danced across the battlefield, spreading out as if they possessed a will of their own. Wherever the beams passed, time itself seemed to halt. The very air crystallized into countless tiny ice particles, drifting down like glimmering dust. Raging flames were snuffed out in an instant, leaving only blackened ash in there. Wake, the ground, the walls, the debris. Everything was swallowed beneath a thick, glistening layer of frost, shimmering with the cold gleam of death. In the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield was transformed into a frozen wasteland. Thor, now incarnate as living lightning, was forced to cleave through these web-like streaks of frost. Where the searing heat of thunder clashed with the absolute chill, the collision erupted in a fierce, crackling hiss, like boiling oil thrown onto ice, sending up billowing clouds of acrid white steam that quickly enveloped the field, obscuring all sight. "Ice Thorn," Loki called out, pressing one hand to the frozen ground beneath him. Instantly, the ice at his feet seemed to come alive, spreading outward in a wild, uncontrolled surge. Shards split and cracked with a thunderous snap, one after another. Countless jagged ice spikes, as sharp and menacing as the fangs of some colossal beast, exploded from the ground, the walls, even the shattered remnants of the ceiling. These icy thorns came in all sizes and angles, springing up like a deadly forest after a storm. More than mere obstacles, their needle points could pierce steel without effort. Thor's movements were now hemmed in, forced to dodge at every turn to avoid these lethal spears that might erupt from beneath his feet or beside him at any moment. His speed and momentum were drastically cut, every step fraught with peril. Absolute zero field. But that was not the end. Centered around Loki, a visible, bone-chilling, translucent field of energy spread outward like a rapidly expanding bubble. Everywhere this domain touched, the temperature instantly plummeted to well below theoretical freezing. The air thickened, turning as viscous as syrup, and every breath stabbed at the lungs with the pain of icy needles. Thor suddenly felt his whole body sink, his movements growing markedly sluggish and stiff, as if he had been trapped in an invisible quagmire. Even the power of lightning that normally danced and crackled around him seemed to falter under some deeper, fundamental law. Its brilliance dimmed, its might diminished. Within this field, Loki's ice magic grew even more potent, while Thor's thunderbolts were stifled. Mirror image. In the next instant, Loki's figure blurred, wavering like a reflection rippling upon water. Then slash, 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 dozens, even hundreds of identical Lokis appeared out of thin air, each clad in the same armor, each wielding the same staff, completely surrounding Thor. These mirror images were no longer the frail illusions of the past that shattered at a single blow. Now, they seemed infused with a strange, tangible energy. Though weaker than the true Loki, each one could unleash formidable blasts of ice rays and razor-sharp shards. Hundreds upon hundreds of attacks rained down from every direction, impossible to distinguish real from illusion, reality from trickery. Thor was thrown into utter chaos. He swung his hammer, lightning crackling as he shattered clone after clone, but for every one destroyed, more surged forth, endless and inexhaustible. Space warp. Meanwhile, Loki's true self moved like a phantom, wielding his newly mastered, exquisite spatial magic to blink and vanish across the battlefield. He always reappeared in Thor's blind spots or just outside the arc of attack, launching cunning and lethal strikes with his ice-forged staff. Every blow that landed upon Thor's armor left a stubborn layer of frost, further slowing his movements. Loki could even subtly twist the fabric of space itself, causing Thor's mighty swings to strike only empty air or to veer off unpredictably from their intended target. Roar of Jotunheim. Raising his staff high, Loki began to chant an ancient, sinister spell, each word laced with a murderous, glacial intent. Beneath his feet, the ground split open with a thunderous crack, revealing a vast, bottomless fissure of ice. From its depths came a guttural roar that chilled the soul, and slowly, a monstrous beast, entirely sculpted from pure, ghostly blue ice, climbed forth from the crevasse. This monstrous frost beast bore a silhouette reminiscent of a frost giant, but its size was even more colossal, and its appearance far more menacing and terrifying. Its body was encased in armor of crystalline ice, as hard as diamond and glinting with a chilling, cold light. Its massive claws, formed from jagged ice, were sharp as blades. Each swing stirred a biting, freezing wind that cut through the battlefield. From its abyssal maw, it unleashed terrifying breaths of frigid air, capable of instantly freezing steel and even snuffing out flames in a heartbeat. This frost beast was like Loki's most loyal hound. The moment it appeared, it charged at Thor with a guttural roar, each thunderous step shaking the ground. Using its immense bulk and savage attacks, it pinned Thor down and prevented him from making any move. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Thor, the god of thunder of Asgard, renowned for his courage and might, found himself in a predicament unlike any he had ever faced. Though he possessed the destructive power of thunder and lightning, he was now like a tiger ensnared in a web, utterly entangled by Loki's endless magic and cunning tricks. Most of his attacks struck nothing but air or were blocked by countless mirror images and the relentless frost beast. Within the realm of absolute zero, the power of his lightning was greatly diminished. The numbing cold slowed his movements, and he had to be constantly on guard against Loki's unpredictable ambushes. Exhausted and pressed on all sides, Thor was left scrambling and disheveled, completely suppressed by Loki's tactics. Damn it! When did Loki become this troublesome? These blasted spells. Thor roared in frustration, swinging his hammer to shatter a freezing ray aimed at his back, while simultaneously dodging the frost beast's razor-sharp claws with a swift sidestep. Standing off to the side, Decade observed the entire battlefield with a cool detachment. His crimson compound eyes, like the world's fastest processors, swiftly analyzed every ability Loki unleashed, weighing the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. The core of his power is ice, supplemented by illusions, spatial distortion, summoned creatures, and that cursed domain suppression. His power system has become truly comprehensive, more bizarre and unpredictable than ever. Although Thor's lightning should counter ice in theory, his fighting style is far too direct. He's easily ensnared by Loki's tricks, unable to bring his full strength or speed to bear. To deal with an opponent who excels at long-range attrition, control, unpredictable movement, and a multitude of disruptive tactics, brute force alone won't do. What's needed is a form that's equally agile, precise in its attacks, capable of explosive bursts of speed, and able to adapt to a battlefield filled with chaos. Decade's decision was made in an instant. His fingers darted across the card case with lightning speed, drawing out the card emblazoned with the image of a White Fox, the Geats card. On the card, the clever and cunning White Fox seemed to sense its master's call, a spark of intelligence flashing in its eyes. Without hesitation, he slid the Geats card into the Decade driver at his waist. Kamen ride, Geats. Set. Magnum. Boost. Ready? Fight. Simulating the sound of belt activation. Whoosh. Suddenly, a brilliant light exploded forth, dazzling and magnificent, like the birth of stars across the cosmos. It was not a single color, but a radiant blend, the pristine white of technology. In the future, fused with the blazing red of speed and power. The light cascaded like a meteor shower, filled with the mechanical beauty of transforming robots assembling in perfect harmony. Within that radiant glow, the magenta armor on Decade's body seemed to be dismantled and reconstructed by an invisible force. Sleek, futuristic magnum armor in pure white flowed over his upper body like liquid metal, its streamlined design concealing a formidable firepower system. Upon his chest, the iconic White Fox head stood vivid and lifelike, as though it might spring to life at any moment, its gaze flickering with wisdom and cunning. At the same time, red propulsion armor, reminiscent of a high-performance sports car engine, enveloped his lower body. The armor on his legs resembled twin miniature jet engines, pulsing with explosive power. Red energy coursed within, poised to unleash breathtaking speed and impact that could tear through the air itself. In just a few seconds, the transformation was complete. Kamen Rider Geats, Magnum Boost form, had arrived on the battlefield. With the change in form, Decade's Ridebooker also transformed. The silver-white card case sword instantly shifted and reassembled, morphing into Geats' signature weapon, a sleek, futuristic silver-white sidearm, the Magnum Shooter 40X. The cold metal gleamed with lethal promise, energy swirling around the muzzle in a spectacle as dazzling as the stars. Decade, in Geats form, gave the simulated firearm a deft spin in his hand, his fingers nimbly squeezing the trigger. A crisp, satisfying click rang out, reminiscent of the classic showdown preparations in a Western duel. The Scarlet Fox's compound eyes swept over the battlefield, now teeming with frost and illusions, a confident curve lifting the corner of his mouth. Well, then, his voice resonated through the Geats armor, carrying an air of ease laced with undeniable pressure. It's high time. The show begins right now. No sooner had his words faded than Decade sprang into action. His movements shed their previous steadiness, replaced by a lightning-fast agility. His hands danced through the air, weaving like butterflies among flowers, so quick they left after-images in their wake. In that instant, the Mauser Shooter 40X in his grip unleashed a staggering torrent of firepower. A relentless volley burst forth, rapid, thunderous, like a hailstorm unleashed. The energy bullets, concentrated and sharp as laser beams, trailed white afterburn as they poured from the barrel, like a furious swarm of avenging hornets. Even more astonishing, this wasn't a mindless barrage. Each energy round seemed charged with intent, flying on cunning, precise trajectories like the bullets of an elite marksman. Without fail, every shot struck its target. Those mirror images conjured by Loki, darting around the battlefield and casting spell after spell. The bullets' velocity shattered the sound barrier, carving shimmering white ripples through the air, their passage marked by a piercing, whistling shriek. A crisp pop, 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 like bubbles bursting in rapid succession, echoed across the field. Each mirror image struck by a bullet shattered instantly, too fragile, even to cry out, collapsing in a flash with a faint crack. They dissolved into countless icy shards, glittering like fireworks before vanishing into the cold air. Loki's speed in conjuring new mirror images was nothing short of astounding. He could summon them with a mere thought. Yet, in the face of decades' overwhelming barrage, a seamless fusion of breathtaking speed and pinpoint accuracy, his efforts seemed feeble, a drop in the ocean. Each new clone barely had time to take form before the next bullet obliterated it. In mere seconds, the hundreds of mirror images flooding the battlefield were wiped out by Decade alone. One gun, one storm of bullets. What? Impossible. Loki's true body was forced into the open, exposed to Decade's relentless aim. For the first time, the ever-composed smile faltered, replaced by shock and disbelief. He simply couldn't fathom how his opponent had identified and destroyed every energy-infused illusion with such precision and speed. And in that instant, as Loki's mind wavered from the loss of his clones, boost time. Beneath Decade's feet, the propulsion armor erupted with a brilliant, blinding blaze, like the roar of an awakening engine. But this was no ordinary fire. It was a searing jet of flame, fierce as the sun's core, brimming with explosive energy. A thunderous blast shattered the silence. An overwhelming, incomparable thrust exploded in an instant. Decade's figure transformed into a streak of red and white, trailing a blazing tail of fire. He shot forward like a missile launched into the night, or a comet slicing through the darkness. With sheer force and momentum, he paid no heed to the dense, towering ice spikes below, spikes sharp enough to pierce a tank. Instead, he crashed through them with reckless abandon, smashing every icy obstacle that dared block his path to fragments. He tore through the frigid air with a deafening roar, the kind that echoes when a fighter jet breaks the sound barrier. In a flash, he crossed dozens of meters, arrowing straight toward the stunned Loki. A blaring alarm rang in Loki's mind. He sensed an unprecedented danger. Instinctively, he prepared to unleash his spatial magic and teleport to safety. But Decade was simply too fast, faster than thought itself. His charge did not follow a straight line, but instead traced an unpredictable arc, as if he had already anticipated Loki's attempt to teleport and was subtly sealing off the most likely escape points. Don't even think of running. Decade's cold voice whispered in Loki's ear, chilling as the murmur of the Reaper. The red and white silhouette was upon him in the blink of an eye. Yet Decade did not panic or try to pull away like an ordinary gunman faced with close combat. Instead, his smile grew even more dangerous. Like an elite agent or assassin, he unleashed Geet's signature technique, a dazzling blend of gunfire and close-quarters combat known as gun kata. He moved like a phantom, darting and weaving within a tight space, his body contorting in impossible ways as if he had no bones. He effortlessly dodged the hastily conjured icy beams and blades Loki unleashed in desperation. All the while, Decade's hand never ceased its relentless assault with the Mauser Shooter 40X. At point-blank, or nearly point-blank, range, he poured a deadly storm of energy rounds at Loki's most vulnerable spots. Bang, bang, bang. Each energy round struck Loki's hastily raised ice shields with tremendous force and scorching heat, triggering violent explosions that sent shards of ice flying everywhere. The shockwaves numbed Loki's arms and drove him back step after step. Under the relentless barrage, his shields shattered, reformed, and shattered again, caught in a cycle of desperate defense. Decade's martial arts assault erupted as fiercely as a raging storm. Harnessing the explosive power granted by his propulsion armor, every kick he unleashed shot forth like a cannon shell. Flames blazed along his legs, turning his strikes into burning meteors, each one searing with heat intense enough to melt steel as they crashed into Loki's chest, abdomen, and joints. Fire and ice, two diametrically opposed forces, clashed violently at point-blank range, their collision consuming both elements in a furious battle. The eruption sounded like boiling oil splashed into icy water, an intense, sizzling cacophony that filled the air. Clouds of superheated, high-pressure steam burst forth, accompanied by thunderous explosions that rattled the battlefield. Clangs of metal, explosive bursts of energy, the crisp shattering of ice, and the whistling rush of flames slicing through air. All these sounds crashed, together like the wildest percussion, composing a symphony of battle where ice and fire collided in a dazzling, tempestuous dance of speed and power. For Asgard, in the very moment Decade's relentless, close-quarters gun fu pinned Loki down, leaving him no room to maneuver, Thor seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With a mighty roar, he poured every ounce of his strength into Mjolnir. Lifting the hammer high, he became a conduit for divine retribution, calling upon the endless lightning that churned in the sky above. A deafening crack split the heavens. The storm clouds overhead twisted into a furious vortex, whirling with a wrathful energy. A bolt of lightning, even more massive and blinding than before, tore through the sky, so bright and powerful it seemed poised to cleave the world in two. It descended, like an enraged dragon, or Odin's own spear of judgment, shattering the darkness with a destructive force beyond mortal comprehension. At a speed faster than light, it struck down toward Loki, who was still entangled by Decade and had no chance to escape. Damn it! Loki's composure finally shattered. He felt the crushing pressure of Decade's close combat assault and the overwhelming fury of Thor's world-ending lightning, both bearing down on him. He knew that if he were struck by both forces at once, not even his new suit of armor could protect him from harm. With disaster imminent, he had no choice. Roaring in desperation, Loki drew forth nearly all his internal frost magic, channeling it above his head without hesitation. There he conjured a colossal, mountain-thick shield of shimmering, ethereal blue ice, a super frost barrier to withstand Thor's all-out attack. A cataclysmic boom shook the battlefield. The lightning dragon crashed headlong into the super frost shield. In this clash, the elemental law of lightning's dominance over ice came into play, tipping the scales of this titanic confrontation. A deafening explosion erupted once more. The massive shield of ice, like glass struck by a giant hammer, was instantly covered in a dense web of cracks. From those fractures, blinding bolts of lightning shot through. The shield creaked and groaned under the strain, trembling violently, on the verge of shattering completely. Roar! At this most critical moment, the frost behemoth summoned by Loki, having shaken off its earlier wounds, charged forward with another thunderous roar. Its colossal body barreled ahead like an armored train at full speed, exuding an unstoppable, crushing force as it hurled itself directly at Decade, who was so focused on attacking Loki that he seemed oblivious to anything else. The beast was determined to use its own body to buy even a single second for its master. At the same time, it opened its abyss-like maw, unleashing a breath of ice so frigid it could freeze molten lava in an instant, the blast spreading wide in an attempt to entomb both Decade and the surrounding space in solid frost. Out of my way! In the midst of his rapid-fire gunplay, Decade's crimson compound eyes caught sight of the enormous threat barreling in from behind. His gaze sharpened, but his movements remained utterly calm, betraying only a flash of cold, murderous intent. In that split second of peril, he kept up the pressure on Loki with his left hand gripping the gun, while his right hand moved like lightning, swapping a card onto his driver. Attack ride, zombie strike. A chilling, venomous finishing move sound effect. A surge of dark purple energy, reeking of death and poison, enveloped his left fist like living venom. The energy writhed and pulsed, exuding a nauseating scent of decay. Decade calculated the frost behemoth's trajectory and speed with precision. He stood his ground, spun sharply, and drove his left fist forward, deadly and precise, like the sting of a scorpion or the scythe of the Grim Reaper, straight at the creature's massive, ice-forged head. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a sinister, ripping sound like fabric being torn apart. The venomous purple energy, clinging like a parasite and burning like the strongest acid, invaded the frost behemoth's core in an instant. Before their very eyes, it began to corrode and unravel the icy energy that made up its body. Oh, the frost behemoth let out a harrowing, agonized wail, filled with pain and terror. Its massive body, like an ice sculpture doused in acid or a snowbank under the blazing sun, began to collapse, melt, and dissolve at an alarming rate. The once impenetrable crystalline armor flaked away like sand, and its enormous claws vanished into nothingness. In just 2 or 3 fleeting seconds, the mighty frost beast, so imposing and formidable, was utterly obliterated by Decade's bizarre and domineering punch. What remained was nothing more than a puddle of icy water, sending up wisps of cold vapor, and a cloud of purple poisonous mist that dissipated into the air, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, Loki had not abandoned his favorite weapon, deception magic, even amidst the ferocious struggle. While desperately fending off Decade's relentless close-quarters assault, and the lingering thunder unleashed by Thor, he quietly wove illusions, hoping to create an opening or, with a twist of spatial magic, launch a sneak attack from behind Decade. But this time, he had met his true nemesis. In his Geats form, Decade's crimson compound eyes seemed to possess a power that unraveled all illusions and pierced through every trick. No sooner had Loki's phantasms begun to take shape than Decade shattered them. With uncanny precision, his shots unerring. The moment Loki's spatial ripples emerged, Decade dodged in advance, as if foreseeing the future, and in the same smooth motion, launched a fierce kick into Loki's side. Geats' form was not simply the fusion of speed and firepower. It embodied the supreme intelligence, razor-sharp insight, and masterful control of the battlefield that belonged to the victor of the Desire Grand Prix. The cunning schemes that Loki took such pride in were effortlessly unraveled and dismissed, no more than child's play before this overwhelming power. After a dazzling, heart-stopping clash, the battlefield settled into a brief but tense standoff, a lull thick with silent menace. The air was heavy with scalding steam, the acrid tang of gunpowder, biting cold, and the faint coppery scent of blood. On Decade's Geats armor, streaks of water marked where frost had frozen and fire had melted, alongside fine scratches left by Loki's scepter or shattered magic. Fragments. The red and white armor still gleamed in the firelight, but his ragged breathing betrayed the tremendous exertion of the recent high-speed combat. Thor, down on one knee and leaning on Mjolnir, drew breath in deep, heavy gulps. The relentless discharge of thunderous power had drained even his godly strength. His face was visibly pale, yet the fighting spirit in his eyes burned undiminished. Loki, in his King of Deception form, was in the most disheveled state of all. His once magnificent and sinister black ice crystal armor now bore deep dents and cracks, most noticeably at his chest, and joints where black energy seeped out like blood. Blood traced the corner of his mouth. His breath was ragged and chaotic, and his fingers, clutching the frost staff, trembled ever so slightly. He gazed at Decade and Thor before him, partners whose seamless cooperation and formidable strength had far surpassed his expectations. The wild arrogance and disdain that once glimmered in his eyes were now nowhere to be seen. Instead, his gaze was heavy, filled with disbelief, and tinged with a wariness he could hardly admit even to himself. He realized, perhaps, he had underestimated the enemies standing before him, especially that mysterious, ever-evolving Kamen rider Decade, who seemed almost monstrous in his unpredictability. At the same time, Decade was swiftly assessing the battlefield, adjusting his breathing as he analyzed the situation. Loki, after obtaining this belt, has indeed taken his magic and trickery to a troublesome new level, and the power of ice he wields is both pure and overwhelming. However, his close-quarters combat skills haven't truly evolved, and it's clear he hasn't fully mastered this newfound strength. The instability of that last outburst was obvious. The flexibility, speed, and sharpshooting of the Geats form do give me a tactical edge against him, but his defense and resilience are formidable, and with his endless array of spells, defeating him outright will require a more decisive force. Or perhaps, I need to find a weakness in his armor, or in that belt. The battle had lapsed into a brief stalemate. Yet everyone knew it was only the calm before the storm. The air was thick with tension, as if drawn taut like a bowstring, ready to snap at any second. Decade, Thor, and Loki each stared down the others, like predators coiled in anticipation, searching for even the slightest opening, ready to unleash a new assault. One more ferocious, more lethal, and perhaps enough to decide the fate of this bitter struggle. Thor's gaze pierced through the energy-soaked battlefield, locking onto the figure that was at once both familiar and utterly changed. Lightning danced deep within his eyes, not just the fury or impulsiveness he once knew, but a resolve that bordered on sorrow, a clarity weighed down by the burden of duty. "Loki," Thor whispered, his voice heavy with an anguish that words could scarcely express, every syllable scraping across the shattered pieces of his heart. "You've gone too far. The hopes of our father, the future of Asgard, the peace of the Nine Realms. Do all these really mean so little to you? You say, I am the favored son, and perhaps I am. But that favor comes with the burden of guardianship. This responsibility is mine to bear. I cannot run from it. I cannot stand by and watch you stray further down this path. Even if it means I, as your brother, must be the one to return you to Asgard, to our father's judgment, no matter how harsh it may be. His voice grew ever more resolute, and the final words rang out with the force of steel striking steel. Gripping Mjolnir tightly, the lightning crackling along the hammer surged, as if sensing its master's unwavering resolve. Thor stepped forward, a single stride that shattered the last fragile thread of brotherhood, leaving only the heavy weight of an heir's duty and mission. Loki, come back to Asgard with me. Confess your crimes to our father. This is your only chance at redemption. Faced with Thor's words, which sounded almost like an ultimatum, Loki, in his King of Lies form, let out a low, chilling laugh. The sound was like the splintering of ice, warped and tinged with a sickly pleasure, echoing through the desolate ruins and sending chills down the spine. Return to Asgard? Confess? My dear brother, you are still so naive, it's almost laughable. Loki's voice filtered through his armor, carrying a strange metallic timbre. These crimes you speak of, what are they exactly? Is it my desire for the power I rightfully deserve? Is it my pursuit of truths long buried beneath layers of lies? Or is it simply because I am not Odin's own flesh and blood, not that perfect son who carries the noble blood of the Aesir? His tone suddenly sharpened, brimming with deep-seated resentment. Look at this universe, Thor. The righteous path you follow is nothing but a castle built on lies. Peace. It's just sugar to lull the weak, handed out by those with power. Our father raised me on lies, hiding my abandonment and exploitation behind the mask of his so-called fatherly love. Is this the Asgard you fight for, the one you take such pride in? How absurd, how utterly revolting. Loki's eyes blazed with fanatic, deranged obsession, like a man lost within the closed circle of his own logic. Once I thought myself a god. Then I learned I was just a cast-off of the frost giants, a pitiful monstrosity. But now I finally understand. Gods and monsters, there's no real difference. They're just different names for those with more or less power. Only by seizing absolute strength, greater than any other, can one break free of destiny's chains. Only then can those hollow morals and truths be trampled beneath my feet. He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the battlefield frozen by his own power. This belt, this surge of unparalleled strength flooding into my body, it has shown me a world that is more real, more vast than anything I've ever known. A world where power reigns supreme, where only the strong survive, and rules are written solely by those mighty enough to enforce them. And you, Thor, along with your soon-to-rot Asgard, your hypocritical father, and everything you hold dear, will all be utterly crushed beneath this torrent called reality. You will all become mere stepping stones for the coming of a new era. His crimson gaze fixed on Thor once more, mixed with a cruelty that was almost tinged with pity. Atonement? No, I have no need for atonement. Everything I have done is to shatter this false equilibrium, to tear open the veil and reveal the brutal truth. I will become the god of the new world. With absolute coldness and merciless order, I shall reshape this rotting universe, infested with lies and deceit. And you, my dearest brother, Loki's voice suddenly turned as cold and merciless as ancient glacial ice, will be the very first sacrifice on my ascent to the throne of the gods. Before the last word had even faded, Loki gave Thor no chance to reply. He slammed his palm onto the belt at his waist. A low, ominous hum erupted, sharper and more menacing than before, like the wailing cry of something rising from the abyss. Blinding cold energy, pure white streaked with an eerie blue sheen, fused with the abyssal, viscous, and sinisterly glowing purple power of deceit. The two forces twisted and warred with each other, like twin serpents, poisonous dragons, each symbolizing destruction and chaos, exploding violently from within him. A thunderous roar shook the air. The two wildly incompatible, yet strangely harmonious energies collided and tangled in a frenzy, instantly unleashing a storm of annihilating power. The bitter cold swept outward with palpable force, freezing and distorting even the light in the air, spawning bizarre crystalline prisms that refracted dizzying, warped shadows. Meanwhile, the viscous shadow energy writhed like a living thing, greedily devouring the surrounding light, creating vast swaths of pure darkness, so chilling it seemed to draw in the very soul. In that instant, the entire battlefield was dragged into an icy hell's cape, as if caught between Nibelheim and hell, where despair and death ruled supreme. Loki's body slowly rose from the ground, black crystalline armor gleaming with even more wicked light amid the raging energy storm. His tattered yet still flowing black cloak flared behind him like the wings of a dark deity. From on high, he gazed down at Thor and Decade upon the battlefield below, as if a true god passing judgment on insignificant, powerless mortals. Feel the depths of despair, Thor. Kamen. Loki's voice seemed to echo directly within their very souls, icy cold and brimming with destructive intent. Before this absolute zero and endless deception, your so-called courage, justice, hope are nothing but fragile bubbles. All will be reduced to cold, meaningless dust. Bear witness. This is the power of God. This is your apocalypse. He raised the frost scepter high with both hands, and the purple gem at its tip erupted in a blinding light, dazzling as a supernova. Countless arrows of pure, icy energy and shadow, dark as black ice crystals, poured down from the heavens like a deadly storm. They swarmed like locusts, blotting out the sky, trailing long, ominous purple tails as they rained indiscriminately over the entire battlefield. Each arrow carried a bone-chilling cold that could freeze the soul, along with a corruptive force capable of twisting minds and warping reality itself. This was no ordinary attack. It was a catastrophic, inescapable judgment day. With a thunderous roar, Thor faced the onslaught. Lightning exploded around his entire body as he spun Mjolnir, the mighty hammer whipping up a blinding blue electrical storm. The spinning hammer conjured a massive, swirling barrier of lightning, a vortex of thunder and power, striving to draw in and shatter the incoming arrows. The black ice crystal arrows hammered against the lightning shield in a relentless barrage, each impact erupting with violent blasts. The shield shuddered and flickered with every strike, cracks spiderwebbing across it only to be sealed again by wild surges of electricity. Thor was forced back under the sheer force of the assault, the ground beneath his feet splintering and cracking. He gritted his teeth, struggling mightily to hold his ground, but it was clear he couldn't last much longer. Decade, on the other hand, responded in a completely different way. He didn't try to withstand the attack head-on. Instead, using the extraordinary agility of his Geats form, he darted through the arrow storm with ghost-like speed. His figure flashed red and white, weaving through the gaps between arrows like a bolt of lightning, each evasive move a breathtaking dance on a razor's edge. At the same time, his Mauser shooter 40X kept up a blistering rate of fire, expertly blasting apart the most dangerous or cunningly angled tracking arrows that threatened him. Decade, Thor shouted, straining to keep the lightning barrier intact, his voice distorted by the immense pressure. Loki's power. It's even stronger and stranger than I imagined. If this keeps up, we'll both be worn down. We have to find a way to break through. Understood. Decade slid to the side, narrowly dodging several tracking arrows that whistled by, nearly grazing his body. With a swift, practiced motion, he fired a few shots behind him, shattering the ice arrows aimed at his back with pinpoint accuracy. Calm and composed, he responded. His domain suppression is formidable. His ranged attacks come fast and furious, and each one packs a punch. Plus, he's floating in midair, using space magic to stay elusive up close. A real tough nut to crack. But it's not impossible. Decade's crimson compound eyes swept across the battlefield, his mind working at supercomputer speed as he instantly devised a new strategy. We'll need greater mobility, heavier firepower, and a touch of the cosmic, he called out. Get ready, Thor. We're taking to the skies to beat him. Before his words had faded, Decade was already swapping cards at his belt. The Geats card snapped out, replaced by one emblazoned with a white rocket silhouette. The Fours card. Kamen Ride Fours. His driver responded with a burst of youthful, futuristic energy, the electronic voice brimming with excitement. 3, 2, 1. The familiar countdown rang out. Boom! A blinding white glow erupted like the roaring tail fire of a rocket launch, or a morning star tearing through the darkness, shooting straight into the sky and engulfing Decade's body completely. Sleek, white armor reminiscent of spacesuit snapped into place, molding to his form. His helmet sported a bold rocket-shaped crest, forever poised to reach for the stars, and those vibrant orange compound eyes shone with unstoppable youthful vigor, the very essence of this form's unique charm. Cosmic, Decade, now in Fours form, struck his signature pose, arm outstretched to the heavens like a youth destined to conquer the stars. With all the strength in his being, he shouted, "I'm coming." His voice rang with a fierce, irrepressible spirit and the heat of youthful determination. Rocket on! Without a second's hesitation, Decade hit the switch on his driver. A massive, powerful white rocket module, like something straight out of a transforming robot anime, locked on his right arm in an instant. The orange energy indicator flared to life, and a deep, powerful rumble filled the air. Boom! Thor's rocket thrusters ignited. Like a true launch vehicle, he shot upward from the ground, trailing a blazing white tail. With astonishing acceleration, he punched through Loki's storm of energy arrows as if they were nothing, rocketing toward the hovering trickster like a cannonball unleashed. Well done! Thor's eyes blazed with renewed fighting spirit as he witnessed the scene. He spun Mjolnir with a sudden burst, whipping up a wild gale and blinding flashes of lightning. In the blink of an eye, his body became a thick bolt of blue lightning, like a thunder dragon chasing a comet, surging after Thor's and shooting skyward. Oomph! Futile struggle. Loki sneered, his lips curling in a cold, mocking smile as he watched the two streaks of light racing toward him. Towering above them, he seemed like a cat toying with its prey, weaving an inescapable net in the sky. He swept his frost staff through the air, and a torrent of piercing cold energy poured forth as if there were no end. In an instant, massive ice walls as thick as fortress ramparts solidified in midair. Giant icicles, sharp as claws from the depths of hell, thrust out menacingly. Frosty vines, twisting and writhing like the tentacles of a living octopus, snaked through the air. These icy obstacles layered upon one another, transforming the path to Loki into a labyrinth filled with deadly traps. At the same time, a rain of black, crystalline ice arrows poured from the sky, now seeming to have a hunter's instinct. Like a swarm of bloodthirsty wasps, they veered in pursuit, growing denser and more frenzied as they targeted the speeding Thors and Thor. A fierce aerial battle, pitting thunder and flame against ice and deceit, was about to erupt in full force above Midgard, far beyond the Nine Realms. Faced with Loki's deadly web, Decade, in Thor's form, flashed a spark of orange light in his compound eyes. There was not a hint of fear, only the boundless courage of a youth charging forward. Obstacles like these can never stop my resolve to reach for the stars. With a shout, he slammed the switch on his left arm. Drill on. With a surge of mechanical power, a massive spiral drill gleaming with cold, metallic light instantly formed on his left arm. The tip of the drill spun at dizzying speed, slicing through the air with a screech like tearing through steel. Like a living battering ram, Thors hurled himself straight at the thick ice walls. The whirling drill shattered the frozen barriers with ease, sending shards of ice flying in a flurry like a raging blizzard. Forcing his way through Loki's frozen maze, he carved a straight path ahead. At the same moment, his left leg switch was activated. Radar on. A radar array unfolded instantly, resembling a satellite dish. Invisible scanning waves rippled outward from Thors, swiftly spreading like rings in water. With uncanny precision, they locked onto every black crystal arrow streaking toward him, tracking their trajectory, velocity, and energy signature. Thor. 3 o'clock, front left, 5 high-energy reaction arrows incoming. 7 more, upper right. Watch out for the frost vines. Thors relayed the data he'd analyzed in real time through the internal comms, keeping Thor right behind him in the loop. Copy that. Thor roared, trusting his mysterious knightly ally without hesitation. He swung Mjolnir in a wide arc, the hammerhead unleashing a dazzling, fan-shaped chain of lightning. Like a web of thunder flung wide, it detonated or shattered most of the homing arrows flagged by the radar before they could even get close. At the same time, his mastery over Mjolnir allowed him to twist and turn mid-air with breathtaking agility. He darted through the sky like a streak of blue lightning, neatly dodging those massive, writhing frost vines that coiled and snapped at him like venomous serpents. The first wave of interception was broken through in an instant by the seamless teamwork of the two. In the blink of an eye, Thors was already closing in at high speed on Loki, who hovered in midair ahead. Launcher on. He flipped the switch on his right leg. 5 barrels sprang open like a beehive, instantly locking onto Loki. 5 small missiles, each trailing a fiery tail, shot out in a furious swarm, whistling toward their vengeful mark. At the same moment, the drill module on Thor's right arm disengaged, switching back to the explosive power of the rocket module. The orange energy indicator flared to life. He was primed and ready to launch a high-speed charge or land a powerful close-range blow at a moment's notice. Parlor tricks. Loki sneered, unimpressed by the incoming missiles and not even bothering to dodge. He flicked his icy scepter, conjuring layer upon layer of thin, yet exceptionally resilient, ice shields before him in the blink of an eye. A thunderous barrage erupted as all 5 missiles struck the shields nearly at once, setting off a fierce chain of explosions. Fire and shock waves rippled outward, cracking the ice all around. But as the smoke and flames cleared, Loki still hovered exactly where he'd been. Though his icy barrier was crisscrossed with fractures, it held just shy of shattering. In that fleeting moment when Loki blocked the missiles, Thor seized his chance. He hurled Mjolnir with all his might, sending it spinning like a spear thrown by a god. The hammer streaked toward Loki like a bolt of pure blue energy, tearing through the air with a piercing screech, too fast for the eye to follow. Arcs of electricity danced wildly along the head, so intense they melted the ice crystals in its path. Simultaneously, Thor himself rocketed forward like a cannonball. He meant to reach Loki at the very instant Mjolnir struck, to catch the hammer and unleash a thunderous close-quarters assault. Faced with this sudden, deadly assault, Loki's expression finally shifted ever so slightly. He could feel the terrifying power contained within Mjolnir, enough to inflict grievous harm upon him. He dared not slack for even a moment. Immediately, he began to invoke his spatial magic, attempting to warp the hammer's trajectory. But just as he was about to complete the spell, magic hand on, Thor switched modules once more. The rocket unit on his right arm rapidly transformed, unfurling into a massive, flexible, and incredibly sturdy mechanical arm. This magical hand, as though imbued with its own life, shot toward Loki's spell-casting right hand, clutching the scepter, with breathtaking speed and precision. Gatling on. At the same instant, the Gatling module on Thor's left leg whirred to life. A relentless storm of energy bullets, like a metallic hurricane, was unleashed without restraint. But instead of targeting Loki himself, the barrage covered every possible location where he might teleport to evade. With this overwhelming firepower, every escape route was completely sealed off. What? Loki was inwardly shocked and alarmed. He hadn't expected his opponent's tactics to be so precise and swift. The interference from the magic hand caused a split-second stall in his spell casting, while the Gatling's barrage made it impossible to use spatial magic to flee. In that fleeting instant of vulnerability, Thor's eyes flashed with fierce brilliance. With a surge of willpower, he altered Mjolnir's trajectory. The hammer, which had been hurtling straight for Loki's face, suddenly veered in midair, tracing an impossible, physics-defying arc to appear behind Loki. Now, charged with even more ferocious lightning, it crashed down toward Loki's back. At the same time, shielded by Thor's suppressive fire, Thor's form shot forward with blinding speed, appearing at Loki's side as if he had teleported. With a thunderous roar, his fist, crackling with the limitless power of the storm, smashed toward the black ice-armored plate on Loki's chest with the force of a battering ram. Assaulted from both front and rear, trapped with no escape, Loki let out a furious, unwilling roar. At this moment of life and death, he made the wildest and only possible choice. He forcibly detonated the immense, unstable frost energy that had been gathering around him. A deafening explosion érupted. A colossal nova of frost burst out with shocking force, an Arctic shockwave sweeping outward like a tsunami. The frigid blast and raging energy surged in every direction, threatening to engulf, freeze, and tear apart Thor and Thors, who were mere steps away. Shield on. Thors reacted in an instant. The very moment the explosion erupted, he immediately activated the shield module on his left arm. A massive, circular barrier radiating with a brilliant white energy shimmered into existence, unfolding in a flash like an unbreakable fortress, firmly shielding both himself and Thor, whom he had already pulled behind him with a swift magical gesture just before the blast. The shockwave from the explosion slammed into the energy shield with a thunderous crash, deep and resonant like distant thunder. The shield trembled violently, its glow flickering and wavering, but it stubbornly withstood this desperate, self-sacrificing attack. As the echoes of the explosion gradually faded away, Thors fired up the rocket module on his right arm, jets of steady flame bursting forth to stabilize himself and Thor in midair, preparing for their next assault. Thor, too, was rattled by the blast, his blood surging and breath caught in his chest, but he quickly steadied himself, exhaling slowly as he regained his balance. With a single motion, he summoned Mjolnir back to his hand in a flash of lightning. The hammer's head crackled with energy, his fighting spirit undimmed. After their recent teamwork, an unspoken bond seemed to have formed between him and this mysterious knight, a tacit understanding that made their coordination increasingly seamless and their attacks more precise, pressing Loki with a relentless, suffocating force. Then, in a moment of even more exquisite and unexpected cooperation, Thor's sharp eyes detected that Loki appeared to be chanting a spell, one that would clearly take some time to prepare, but whose power could be catastrophic if unleashed. "Now's our chance, Thor!" Thor shouted, his voice ringing out. "Rocket on!" The rocket module on his right arm surged with maximum thrust. His entire body shot forward like a cannonball, propelled by sheer determination, crashing headlong into Loki just as he was focusing on his incantation, interrupting the spell in its tracks. "What?" Loki's concentration shattered, the magical backlash surging through him. He let out a strangled gasp, his body freezing for an instant, left wide, open, and vulnerable. At that very moment, as if sensing Thor's move instinctively, Thor launched his attack from above, channeling the full might of his godly power into Mjolnir. The lightning crackling around the hammer became almost tangible, blazing with energy. Like a deity descending in judgment, Thor unleashed a cataclysmic, thunderous blow. For Asgard, a deafening crash split the air. There was nowhere for Loki to escape. First, Thor's rocket charge knocked him off balance, and a split second later, Thor's Mjolnir, brimming with the unrestrained fury of thunder, came crashing down squarely onto Loki's back. A ragged gasp burst from Loki's lips. Loki let out a muffled groan of unbearable pain, blood gushing from his mouth. The black crystal armor that once seemed unbreakable shattered inch by inch under the onslaught of Thunder's power, as fragile as glass. He plummeted from hundreds of meters in the air, tumbling like a kite with its string cut, or a warplane shot from the sky. His dark figure, trailing a plume of smoke and fragments of broken armor, crashed mercilessly onto the ruin-strewn ground. A thunderous boom erupted. The earth shook violently once again. At the point of impact, a massive crater gaped open, as if a meteorite had struck. Smoke billowed, stones flew in all directions. As the dust slowly settled, Loki struggled to his feet, swaying like an indestructible cockroach refusing to die, clawing his way out of the deep crater. His appearance at that moment was the very image of defeat. His once magnificent and sinister black crystal armor was now tattered and broken, most of it shattered and peeled away, exposing the undersuit beneath, stained black with blood and grime. The energy pulsing from his body flickered, unstable and weak, like a candle guttering in the wind. His black cloak, too, was reduced to tatters, hanging from his shoulders like a beggar's rags. Blood dripped constantly from the corner of his mouth as he coughed violently, each breath racked with agony. Yet in his eyes, fixed on the sky, the madness and venom burned brighter than ever, undimmed, like ghostly flames in the depths of hell, never to be extinguished. Cough, cough. Loki hacked violently, each cough sending up blood flecked with shards of ice. "You think this is the end? Fools! Utter fools!" He laughed with a manic edge, his voice hoarse and grating. "You have no idea the kind of power I'm connected to. This brittle shell, this wretched planet. They're nothing but stepping stones for that great being's arrival. Your so-called victory, it only hastens your own doom and the final ruin of this pitiful world." His words were a torrent of mad prophecy and venomous curses, as if he already gazed upon the world's end. Decade, clad in his Thor's form, and Thor descended gently to the ground, coming to a halt not far from Loki. Decade released his Thor's transformation, morphing back into Wang Xiaoming. There was a hint of amusement on his lips, but his eyes were cold and sharp as eternal ice, as if they could pierce straight through Loki's twisted soul. Wang Xiaoming brushed invisible dust from his clothes with a graceful, unhurried gesture, as if the earth-shattering battle just moments ago had nothing to do with him at all. "Oh, great power? Stepping stone? Destruction." Wang Xiaoming's tone was light, but behind it was a knowingness that seemed to see through everything, an absolute confidence that left no doubt, as if he had long since unraveled everything behind Loki's facade. "Loki, it seems your understanding of power is still stuck at a shallow, frog at the bottom of a well level." A dangerous curve played on Wang Xiaoming's lips, his eyes glinting with a devilish light. "Well then, let me give you a little lesson. Let me show you what true despair really means." His voice turned frosty all of a sudden, carrying a weight and authority that brooked no argument. "What does it mean to be the destroyer of worlds?" The battlefield was as silent as a grave. The smoke of battle hung heavy, refusing to disperse, and the air was thick with a tension so intense it felt suffocating. Wang Xiaoming, in his decade form, stood alongside Thor, the god of thunder, while nearby Loki, the so-called king of deceit, lay battered on the ground, his armor shattered. The three of them seemed frozen on this ruined stage, like actors at the end of a play, waiting for the final curtain to fall. Wang Xiaoming looked at Loki, who was in utter disarray, yet whose gaze still burned with venomous hatred, and on his face appeared a calm smile, part pity, part cruelty, like a scientist observing a failed lab rat. "Loki," he said, his voice cool and unhurried, yet so cold it seemed to cut straight to the soul. "Earlier you spoke of great power, stepping stones, destruction, such grand words, so full of that cheap, mock-epic grandeur. What do you think you've gained?" Wang Xiaoming's voice flowed, cold as a mountain stream, every word biting with chill. "A belt that someone else gifted you? A power that isn't fully your own, one that's even eating away at you from the inside? You're like a child who's picked up a sharp knife, swinging it about without understanding, hurting others, and inevitably, you'll end up cutting yourself." He paused, his crimson compound eyes seeming to pierce through every layer of Loki's bravado, straight to the fragile core beneath. "You crave power. You want to prove yourself. You want to escape the shadow of being a pawn. I understand all of that. But the path you've chosen is the most foolish and most pathetic of all. Handing your fate over to yet another, perhaps even stronger Odin, and becoming just one more piece to be discarded on someone else's chessboard." Wang Xiaoming's words were like the sharpest ice pick, stabbing mercilessly at the deepest wounds in Loki's heart. "You hate Odin's lies, hate that he never told you the truth. But have you ever considered?" Wang Xiaoming's tone remained calm, yet his words curled around Loki's ears like the devil's own murmur. "Why would a father king who only meant to use you spend 1,000 years raising you, teaching you, granting you status? Was it all just to create a tool for peace that he might never even use? Or could it be that the fatherly love you so readily scorned was never holy? False, just tainted, perhaps, by too much calculation, too much helplessness, and the desperate struggle of an old king against a fate he could never change. You envy Thor's favor, his strength, and his right to inherit. But it seems you've never truly understood what your 1,000-year brotherhood really meant. Was it mere rivalry? Manipulation? Or was it that, even after your countless pranks and even betrayals, he still chose to trust you, stubbornly trying to pull you back to the right path, clinging to that foolish persistence?" Each word struck Loki's twisted heart like a hammer blow, pounding relentlessly at the core of all he had become. "You think you've defied fate, become the god of lies? No." Wang Xiaoming's lips curled into a near-cruel smile. "You've simply leapt from one cage into another, even larger one. The truth you hold so dear might only be another, more powerful being's carefully woven illusion, a trap far more hopeless than the last. You could have chosen differently, Loki. You could have faced the truth and earned respect with wisdom. You could have mended broken bonds and redefined what brother truly means. You could have left it all behind to seek a path that was truly yours. But instead, you chose the simplest, the most extreme, and, ultimately, the most self-destructive road of all." At last, Wang Xiaoming's voice took on the distant chill of a narrator from another world, cold and indifferent. "I have witnessed, too. Many worlds, too many gods, too many brothers turning against each other. Every story is steeped in the same greed, jealousy, resentment, and ends inevitably in ruin. Your story is no different, Loki. You're just another pitiful footnote in the endless cycle of tragedy. And I, his crimson, insectal eyes fixed on Loki, am merely a passing observer. One who, from time to time, cleanses away those sources of contamination that try to spread their tragedy to other worlds. A destroyer. Shut up. Just shut up." Loki's whole body trembled, raging like a wild beast finally provoked beyond endurance. Wang Xiaoming's words hurt him far more than any physical blow ever could. In that moment, everything Loki had built, his self-image, his reasons for hatred, the power he clung to, were all torn to shreds by merciless truth. "You don't understand anything. You know nothing at all. You're just a bystander. What gives you the right to judge me?" His voice was hoarse and wild, brimming with incoherent rage. "Lies. All of it is lies. Odin is nothing but a sanctimonious old man. Thor is just a brainless brute. They don't care about me. They only care about themselves. Only power can earn me respect. Only power can let me break free from all this. The price? I don't care what it costs. As long as I can gain power, as long as I can destroy them. Destroy Asgard. Destroy everyone who ever looked down on me. I'll pay any price." Loki roared like a wounded beast, his crimson eyes burning with a fire that threatened to consume everything. "Loki!" Thor's voice rang out, deep and powerful, no longer filled with anger, but with a more profound determination. Wang Xiaoming's words had struck a chord in him as well. Staring at his brother, who seemed on the edge of madness, Thor wrestled with turmoil deep within. The throne, the glory, in the face of his brother, so utterly lost these things seemed to lose all importance. Perhaps father was wrong. Perhaps I myself have made mistakes in the past. Thor drew a long, steady breath, his gaze unshakable. But none of that justifies what you have become. The throne? Glory? They no longer matter to me. What matters is that you're my brother. No matter what you've done, no matter what you've become, you are still my brother. I can't just stand by and watch you be swallowed by this darkness, lost to destruction forever. I won't let you succeed. I will stop you. And then, Thor's voice faltered for a moment, laden with a heavy, undeniable resolve. I will bring you home, no matter what it takes. As Thor uttered these words, the will within his heart to protect collided with a storm of feelings for his brother, reaching its peak. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. Wang Xiaoming sensed the newly formed Thor, God of Thunder, card in his deck suddenly burst forth with an unprecedented, dazzling light. The image of Thor on the card grew vivid, crackling with divine thunder, as its data was finally complete. A glimmer flashed in Wang Xiaoming's eyes. He looked at Thor, the weight of his resolve unmistakable, and made up his mind. He didn't transform. Instead, with a flourish like a master gambler, he flicked the thunder-lit Thor, God of Thunder, card with precise aim, sending it spinning straight toward Thor. Thor, Wang Xiaoming's voice was calm, yet carried a strength beyond words. He's your brother. This so-called family drama, the final curtain should fall by your own hand. Use this your own power. Thor instinctively caught the card, and the moment it touched his hand, a surge of thunder, familiar yet new, more pure and powerful than ever, rushed into his body. The card, as if alive, pressed itself against the chest of his armor of its own will. What is this? Thor stared in shock at the card on his chest. Thunder. Unleash. Transform. The card erupted with a blue-white lightning, brighter and more divine than before. The electric light, as if imbued with life, raced over Thor's armor, enveloping him completely. The card erupted with a blue-white lightning, brighter and more divine than before. The electric light, as if imbued with life, raced over Thor's armor, enveloping him completely. Thor's Asgardian armor began to shift and transform, restructuring itself. The new design fused modern elements with the mysterious style of a Kamen rider. His shoulder guards grew sharper, edged like wings of thunder, a crest combining the motif of Mjolnir and A. Knight's emblem appeared on his chest plate, and his helmet's faceplate closed, forming compound eyes streaked with blue lightning. A suit of armor unlike any before, radiant with the majesty of thunder and the spirit of night, was born. Kamen rider Raijin Thor. Thor felt an unprecedented surge of power within him, more refined, more potent than his previous godhood, as if this strength had fused perfectly with his very soul. No. Why? Why is it you again, Thor? Loki stared at Thor's new form, feeling the overwhelming divine might, purer even than the power he himself had just obtained. Despair twisted him into madness. I refuse to lose. I'll destroy you. I'll destroy everything. Loki screamed in a frenzy, recklessly channeling every ounce of his belt's power. The twisted belt groaned under the strain, splintering with countless cracks. Black, mist, and icy energy erupted like an out-of-control volcano, swallowing Loki whole. He abandoned all defense, pouring everything into one pure, destructive attack. Loki became a colossal cyclone of energy, a swirling storm of black ice crystals and violet shadows, brimming with power enough to rend space and freeze the soul. He hurled himself straight at Kamen rider Raijin Thor, a final, desperate assault meant to drag them both into oblivion. Yet faced with this cataclysmic onslaught, Kamen rider Raijin Thor did not dodge, nor did he strike back with thunder to annihilate it. Instead, he simply began to walk forward, step by steady step, straight into the heart of the tempest. The energy storm slashed at his new armor like countless icy blades, shrieking as they scraped across the metal, leaving deep scars in their wake. Black, shadowy energy twisted around him like venomous serpents, seeking to corrode his will. The marrow-chilling cold seeped through his armor, threatening to freeze his very blood. Each step he took was an immense struggle, as if he carried the weight of the entire world upon his shoulders. Waves of energy battered him, making his body shudder violently, while the ground beneath his feet cracked and broke apart. Yet his stride never faltered, never retreated. Through the multifaceted visor of his knight's helmet, one could glimpse Thor's eyes. There was no anger there, nor fear, only a profound sorrow as deep as the ocean, and a steadfast resolve as unyielding as stone. He was not fighting. He was enduring, embracing, trying to salvage the shattered bond of brotherhood. Loki, Is this what you truly wanted? Is this the final consequence of the power you sought? Even so, I cannot give up on you, Thor whispered silently in his heart. At the very heart of the energy storm, the armor of Kamen Rider Thor began to fail, splintering and peeling away piece by piece, like petals falling from a withering flower. But Thor pressed on, moving ever forward, until he reached the eye of the storm, until he stood before the figure consumed by madness and despair. Thor reached out with his gauntlet hand, the armor cracked and broken, not to strike, but to rest it gently, like soothing a wounded beast, on Loki's shoulder. It's enough. Loki, this must all end. His voice was soft, yet carried a power that pierced through all turmoil, reaching straight into the deepest chaos of Loki's mind. The moment Thor touched him, a flood of distant, nearly forgotten memories flashed through Loki's mind. As children, Odin would gather them both onto his lap upon the throne, his deep voice quietly explaining the meaning of a king, not conquest, but protection, responsibility. He recalled sneaking out of the palace with Thor to play beneath the world tree, Thor awkwardly comforting him after a failed prank had left him in tears. Don't be afraid, Loki. I'm here, your big brother. Before the coronation, watching Thor so radiant and full of hope, Loki had felt jealousy. Yet somewhere, deep down, a complicated feeling he could hardly admit to himself stirred for his brother's coming ascension. These fragments of warmth, memories he had tried so hard to bury, now shone through his inner darkness like sunlight breaking through clouds. The frenzy and resentment that had fueled him began to melt away like snow and ice. The wild, malevolent energy that raged within him was unraveled, purified by the dual forces of Thor's thunderous guardian will and the power of the night. From Loki's waist, his weapon gave a final mournful cry before shattering completely, dissolving into countless motes of black light that faded away like dust on a breeze. The black crystalline armor that had bound him likewise crumbled and disappeared. Deprived of his strength, Loki's body went limp and collapsed helplessly to the ground, losing consciousness. The twisted expression on his face faded, replaced by an exhaustion almost childlike. And was that serenity? The battle was over, and a strange silence settled over the battlefield. After a brief pause, shouts of joy erupted in the distance, the triumphant cries of those who had survived. Sif, the Warriors 3, Jane, Darcy, Coulson. Everyone who witnessed this moment could not help but cheer for this hard-won victory. But Kamen Rider Thor slowly raised his hand, bringing an end to the celebration. He released his transformation, returning to his true form as Thor, the newly forged rider armor, dissolving into motes of light. He walked to the unconscious Loki's side, gazing at his pale face with a complicated look in his eyes. Thor bent down and, as if lifting a precious treasure, carefully hoisted the unconscious Loki onto his shoulder. He looked up toward the sky, and with every ounce of strength in his being, called out from the depths of his soul, Heimdall, open the Bifrost, bring us home. A pillar of radiant, shimmering colors descended from the heavens like a miracle, enveloping both Thor and Loki. In the final moment before the Bifrost swept them away, Thor turned his head and looked toward Wang Xiaoming, who stood not far away, his eyes filled with heartfelt gratitude and acknowledgement. Wang Xiaoming, Decade, thank you. Whoever you are, wherever you come from, you will always be my friend. Asgard owes you a debt. Loki, still unconscious, seemed to stir ever so slightly, the corner of his mouth curling in a barely noticeable smile. Whether of relief or mockery, it was impossible to tell. It seemed as if, in that moment, he too was looking at Wang Xiaoming, and in a barely audible whisper that only Wang Xiaoming could hear, he said, "Be careful, in other universes they're already watching you." Before the words had faded, the pillar of rainbow light shot skyward, and Thor and Loki vanished into the brilliance of the Bifrost. Wang Xiaoming stood where he was, gazing up at the now empty sky where the Bifrost had disappeared, then lowered his head to look at the Thor, god of thunder, card in his hand. Its light dimmed, but still pulsing with the power of the storm. I forced my hand and changed the course of Loki's fate. But is that truly a good thing? He murmured, the crimson compound eyes of his mask glimmering with an unfathomable light. I shattered the original tragedy of this world, but may have summoned greater threats from the realm of battle, perhaps even... A smile played at the corners of his lips, equal parts excitement and curiosity. Things are getting more and more interesting. At the very least, the story of this world has, for now, reached a pause. Loki has received the ending he deserved, and Thor has completed his journey of growth. As for what the future holds, well, that's not something a passing Kamen Rider like me needs to worry about. The battle realm, God King Doom, it seems my journey is far from over. Deep beneath the roots of the world tree, in a shadowy cavern. The immense tapestry before the three fates was undergoing a fierce, unprecedented transformation. The thread representing Loki's fate grew blurred, with faint glimmers of light appearing, tiny sparks that hinted at redemption or new possibilities. The threads, symbolizing Asgard and the Nine Realms, rippled and surged in response. Impossible. The course of fate has been forcibly altered. Ord exclaimed in shock. Who is it? Who possesses such overwhelming power, daring to interfere with the flow of destiny itself? Verdandie's voice trembled. Skuld's eyes shimmered with the visions of countless tangled futures. Her voice weighted with a gravity and hint of fear never heard before. It's him. The one who belongs to no world, yet is bound to all worlds. The one who walks the cracks of time and space, bringing both destruction and rebirth. The voices of the three goddesses overlapped, echoing through the vast cavern, filled with awe and unease. The world breaker. On the outskirts of New York City, inside a makeshift military command tent, the chaos and clamor of the outside world were shut out. Only the deep thrum of equipment and the faint sting of disinfectant in the air remained, creating a cold and solemn atmosphere. Tony Stark, clad in a perfectly tailored casual suit, lounged at an angle on a rickety folding chair. He absent-mindedly toyed with a scrambled Rubik's Cube, his long fingers spinning the pieces with a series of soft, precise clicks. A carefree smile played on his lips, yet deep within those sharp brown eyes was a glint of scrutiny and subtle contemplation. Seated across from him was General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross. The iron-fisted military man wore a crisp, metal-laden uniform, his granite-like build radiating a natural air of authority. He sat broad-shouldered and commanding, leaning forward ever so slightly, his hawk-like eyes locked onto Tony, as if intent on seeing through every layer of the genius's nonchalant facade. Inside the tent, the air was taut as a drawn bowstring, heavy with tension and silence. Stark, General Ross broke the silence, his gaze fixed on the ever-shifting colors of the cube in Tony's hand. His voice was deep and gravelly, carrying that unmistakable military authority tinged with a hint of weariness. You always manage to find your own amusement in the midst of chaos. There was a trace of rigidity in his tone, a soldier's discipline, and beneath it, an almost imperceptible bewilderment at Tony's irreverent attitude. Before Tony could respond, General Ross's eyes drifted toward the open tent flap, where the ruined cityscape and the bustling cleanup crews could be glimpsed in the distance. But this world is no longer your personal playground, where you can toy with a Rubik's Cube at your leisure. Just look at what's happening out there. He began to list the recent events, each one enough to rob any leader of sleep. His voice was low, but it carried an undeniable, pressing weight. The Hulk, a force of nature gone rogue, a living gamma bomb wandering through the city, still beyond our control. The abomination born from a military experiment gone wrong. He nearly leveled all of Manhattan, leaving devastation and terror in his wake. Damage we can scarcely begin to measure. And then there's General Ross's brow furrowed, clearly unsettled by the mere mention. That masked rider, Decade. He appeared out of nowhere, vanished just as suddenly. His powers bizarre and unfathomable. No one knows where he came from. No one knows what he wants. He's like a phantom, a wild card that can't be contained. General Ross's gaze returned to Tony, his tone growing even more grave. The world is becoming more dangerous by the day, teeming with forces we can't hope to control. The old order is falling apart. Stark, we need new power, new rules to face the storm that's coming. Tony paused, his hand stilling atop the cube. He looked up, wearing his signature smirk, a blend of mockery and curiosity. Oh, General, your doomsday speech sounds oddly familiar. He leaned forward slightly, his interest clearly piqued. Not too long ago, another one-eyed mystery man showed up at my place. Talked about a larger universe, about forming a team, but he was so cryptic, it felt like I was solving riddles. Not nearly as straightforward as you, General. Tony's words were pointed, a clear reference to Nick Fury. He was probing, trying to gauge just how much Ross knew about SALD's plans. He suddenly shifted gears, a flicker of almost fanatical excitement, a scientist's gleam shining in his eyes. But as for the Hulk, Dr. Bruce Banner, yes, I know of him. A remarkably talented gamma-ray physicist. His research was nothing short of astonishing. I never imagined he'd become that. Truly a fascinating subject for study. He deliberately emphasized the words subject for study, making it perfectly clear that this brilliant inventor's interest in the unknown far outweighed any simple sympathy. Then he turned to General Ross, his tone taking on a teasing edge, like a cat toying with a mouse. And as for the abomination, I heard your people have that brute safely locked away. So, General, you've dragged me all the way to this temporary doghouse of yours. Are you hoping I'll help fine-tune your super monster program? Let's be clear. Stark Industries doesn't take military contracts anymore, especially not for projects that sound this inhumane. Tony's words were razor-sharp, poking right at Ross's sore spots and drawing a clear line between them. General Ross's cheek twitched almost imperceptibly, clearly stung by Tony's merciless jabs. But he was a seasoned veteran and quickly regained his composure. He forced down his irritation and tried to play the old friend's card. Stark, let's not be like this. Sure, there's no business between us now, but the friendship, the long-standing cooperation between the Stark family and the military, that's always been there, hasn't it? He'd considered mentioning Howard Stark by name, but thinking of the complicated history between Tony and his father, he opted for a more general reference. Tony, however, seemed thoroughly unmoved by Ross's well-worn rhetoric. He gave no reply, only bowed his head and focused on the cube in his hands, his fingers moving with lightning speed. Click, click, click. The crisp sounds echoed through the tent. A few seconds later, with a final click, every side of the cube was perfectly aligned. Tony set the solved cube on the table with a sharp, decisive thud, a clear signal that the time for small talk had ended. He looked up, the smile gone from his face, replaced by a gaze that was sharp and direct. Enough pleasantries, General. Time is precious. What do you actually want? Just say it. Seeing this, General Ross decided to cut to the chase. He leaned forward again, lowering his voice as if confiding a crucial secret. Those politicians at the hearing, always full of empty talk, along with the folks in the Pentagon eyeing your technology, they all want your Iron Man suit. They want a piece of the action, maybe even to nationalize it. I know how much this annoys you. I can make this problem disappear for you. Make those buzzing flies finally shut up. Ross had pinpointed the political pressure Tony was under, laying his first card on the table. Tony arched an eyebrow, that playful grin returning to his face. Oh, sounds awfully tempting. But tell me, General, when the politicians want it, and so does the Pentagon, you're not here to get a cut yourself, are you? Try to represent the military and ask for my suit? He deliberately twisted Ross's words, turning the tables with a sly remark. No, not at all. Ross immediately shook his head, his tone turning both serious and enticing. Stark, I have a much better idea, one that could free you from all this trouble, and put you in control of what comes next. He began to lay out his plan. Although he never mentioned the words Brotherhood of Steel, the core concept was already clear. We've all seen it. There are far too many dangerous technologies and uncontrollable forces appearing in this world. Politicians are only interested in power games. Bureaucrats just stall and pass the buck. Handing these things over to them would be like giving nuclear weapons to a troop of monkeys. It's pure irresponsibility toward humanity. General Ross's voice was low and forceful, brimming with frustration and concern for the current system. Only people like you and me, those who truly understand power, who can shoulder responsibility, and who possess unwavering resolve, are fit to hold these technologies, to decide how they're used, to keep them from being abused, and to guide humanity down the right path. His words carried a distinct tone of elitism. He fixed Tony with an intense gaze, as if appraising a masterpiece. And you, Tony Stark, your genius, your inventiveness, the future technology you represent, you would be at the very heart of this new order. We don't want to take your suit from you. Instead, we want to build an elite organization around you. A group made up of the most exceptional warriors, scientists, and strategists, working together to safeguard and manage these world-changing powers. He sketched the organization's outline in broad strokes. This group would have a strict hierarchy and operate with the efficiency of a military unit. The top decision-makers would hold the final authority, the strongest. Fighters would handle the most dangerous missions. The brightest minds would research and master the technology. And we would keep bringing in and training new blood to maintain the organization's vitality. At last, he played his most tempting card. We can share intelligence and resources. I can even give you the complete experimental data on Hulk and Abomination, including our latest breakthroughs in super soldier serum research. All for your eyes only. You'd be free to refine and improve upon it, to create power that's both stronger and far more controllable. Imagine it. Your Iron Man technology fused with optimized, absolutely loyal human beings. What kind of unstoppable force would that be? A force powerful enough to change the balance of the world. Tony listened with genuine interest as General Ross laid out his vision, his fingers absent-mindedly tapping on the tabletop. Ross's proposal was certainly intriguing. Those exclusive experimental results would be irresistible to any scientist. Still, Tony harbored deep doubts about any elite squad rooted in military ambitions, and the dangers of human enhancement made him uneasy from the start. Looking up, he countered, "It all sounds impressive, General. But why this fixation on people? Human enhancement? The risks are enormous. Just look at what happened to Dr. Banner and that brute Blonsky. They're hardly role models. I have a better solution. I could build an army of Iron Men, all controlled by artificial intelligence. They follow orders without question, know no fear, and, most importantly, they'd never turn into monsters because they lost control." Tony put forward his AI alternative, casting doubt on both the risks and necessity of Ross's plan. General Ross shook his head, a flicker of exasperation in his eyes at what he saw as Tony's naivety. Artificial intelligence? Tony, machines will always be machines. They lack human ingenuity, the potential for greatness in the face of adversity, the capacity to adapt on the fly, and, above all, the human soul. On the battlefield where everything changes in an instant, when we're up against threats we can't even imagine, be they from the depths of space or other dimensions, you need allies who can think for themselves, people you can trust to watch your back, not a horde of cold, unfeeling programs that only know how to follow orders. He added, trying to lend his plan more credibility and a sense of historical weight. Besides, this isn't just a whim of mine. Plans and preparations for something like this have been underway for quite some time. What we've been missing is a core figure like you, a mind capable of bringing all these disparate strengths together. Tony fell silent for a moment, neither agreeing nor outright refusing. The grand blueprint Ross painted and the lure of that exclusive data stirred something inside him, but the risks and hidden dangers kept his guard up. That does sound rather interesting. Tony stood up, signaling it was time to end the conversation. All right, General, I'll give your proposal some serious thought. Give me a little time. This was classic Tony, delaying for space to maneuver. Just as Tony reached the entrance of the tent, General Ross's voice rang out again, carrying a weighty seriousness and a subtle, almost imperceptible note of provocation. Stark, I know that Nick Fury from S.H.I.E.L.D. is courting you as well. Sooner or later, you may have to choose which team to join. I hope that when the time comes, you'll decide to be the one who leads us into the future, not just a pawn on someone else's board, ready to be sacrificed at any moment. Tony paused for a heartbeat, not turning around. A faint, elusive smile curled at his lips, as if he'd seen straight through General Ross's intentions, or perhaps was quietly mocking the whole exchange. Without another word, he strode out of the tent. Inside, General Ross watched Tony's departing figure, his gaze flickering with uncertainty, weighing the outcome of their conversation. At that moment, a colonel hurried in, snapping a crisp salute before reporting. General, Mr. Justin Hammer is here. He says he has important news to share with you. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. In a command center brimming with futuristic technology, the air was heavy, like the ocean before a coming storm. On a massive holographic screen, footage from the battle in New Mexico played on a silent, endless loop. The destroyer rampaged like a demon. From the underworld, Loki, transformed, wielded a chilling, uncanny power that sent a shudder down the spine. Thor, restored, descended. With the might of a god, his new style blending the grace of a knight. And most enigmatic of all was the so-called Kamen Rider decade, shifting seamlessly through wizard, fours, and other forms, finally joining forces with Thor to defeat the seemingly invincible king of deceit. Nick Fury stood with his back to the screen, one hand braced on the cold, metallic console. His iconic black trench coat hung around him like a shadow, separating him from the shifting lights and darkness that filled the room. Reflected in his single eye were the flickering images from the screen, his expression so dark it seemed a storm might break. He didn't turn, but with a voice low, taut with displeasure and immense pressure, he shattered the stifling silence. Coulson, give me your evaluation report. About this family reunion. The final words were spoken with deliberate emphasis, laced with anger at the chaos and a deep resentment toward those so-called gods who treated Earth as their battleground. Phil Coulson stood a few steps behind Fury, his head slightly bowed. He kept his tone as objective and composed as any good agent should, but if one listened closely, there was an undercurrent of gravity not easily detected. Yes, Director. Coulson delivered his report swiftly and clearly. The preliminary assessment of the incident points to an internal struggle for the throne within Asgard. Loki Odinson somehow acquired powers far beyond his own, using unknown means, and then unleashed the destroyer to hunt down the exiled Thor Odinson on Earth. The battle broke out in New Mexico and caused a considerable degree of destruction. He paused, as if searching for the right words. The new powers Loki exhibited, based on residual energy analysis at the scene, contain an extremely potent frost attribute, along with a force that resembles reality distortion or the creation of illusions, a deceptive, almost fraudulent energy signature. As for the black belt he wore, our database, including Norse mythology, holds no record of such an item. We preliminarily conclude that it doesn't belong to any known technology or magical system. Its origins are unknown, and it is extremely dangerous. The destructive force of the destroyer far exceeded our prior estimates. Conventional weapons were virtually useless against it. Though the warriors 3 and Lady Sif fought valiantly to resist, the losses were devastating. The turning point came with the return of Thor Odinson's power. The exact cause remains unclear, but not only did he regain the full might of the god of thunder, he also displayed a new, knightly form of augmentation. Whether this is connected to Kamen Rider Decade is, for the moment, undetermined. Coulson drew a deep breath, finally addressing the presence that troubled him most. As for Kamen Rider Deckphil, Coulson stood a few paces behind Fury, his head slightly bowed. He tried to keep his tone as objective and composed as an agent should. But if one listened closely, there was a subtle heaviness beneath the surface. Yes, Director. Coulson reported quickly and clearly. Our preliminary assessment is that the incident began as an internal struggle for the throne of Asgard. Loki Odinson gained powers far beyond his own through unknown means and sent the destroyer to pursue the exiled Thor Odinson to Earth. The ensuing battle broke out in New Mexico, resulting in considérable destruction. He paused, as if carefully choosing his words. Based on residual energy at the scene, the new powers Loki displayed contain an extreme frost element, as well as a wave of energy reminiscent of reality warping or illusion crafting trickery. As for the black belt he wore, there's no record of it in our database or in Norse mythology. For that matter, our initial assessment is that it belongs to neither known technology nor magical systems. Its origins are unknown, and it is extremely dangerous. The destructive capability of the destroyer far exceeded our previous estimates. Conventional weapons proved almost completely ineffective. The warriors 3 and Lady Sif fought valiantly to resist, but they suffered heavy losses. The critical turning point was the return of Thor Odinson's powers. The exact cause remains unclear, but not only did he regain his Thunder God abilities, he also manifested a new, enhanced form with, well, something reminiscent of a knightly style. Whether this is connected to Kamen Rider Decade, we cannot determine at this time. Coulson took a deep breath, finally addressing the presence that unsettled him most. As for Kamen Rider Decade, Wang Xiaoming, once again, he played a pivotal role in this incident. He demonstrated the ability to transform into multiple forms, Kamen Rider Wizard, Fours, and even briefly exhibited a giant form, Jumbo J. In the end, he joined forces with Thor to defeat Loki. As for the nature of his powers, we still have no way to fully analyze them. The diversity and unpredictability of his abilities have already pushed beyond the limits of our current understanding. Coulson's voice grew heavier. Director, my personal assessment is that Decade, while appearing to be on our side this time, is a massive and unpredictable X factor. His motives are unclear, his actions difficult to anticipate. He could be a powerful ally against future threats, or he could become an uncontrollable danger in his own right. With the emergence of so many high-level powers beyond our control, S.H.I.E.L.D. must develop contingency strategies as soon as possible. Fury listened to the report in silence for a moment, then slowly turned around. In his single eye, a sharp gleam flashed like that of a hunting falcon, keen and calculating. The struggle for Asgard's throne has turned into a catastrophe here on Earth. Fury's voice was icy, with an anger barely contained beneath the surface. A bunch of self-proclaimed gods using our planet as their battlefield. The arrogance is simply staggering. He strode over to the screen, fixing his gaze on the frozen image of Loki's sinister figure. Loki's new power, that belt he's wearing, is no ordinary artifact. Coulson, look into it. Use every resource we have and find out where it came from. I want to know exactly who's backing him. Thor, the god of thunder, has returned, and now he's got some new form. Fury's eyes shifted to Thor, clad in thunder-laced, knightly armor. What's the real connection between him and Decade? Is this some kind of power-sharing or imitation? Or could there be something deeper at play? At last, Fury's gaze settled on the magenta-clad figure of Decade. Decade? Wang Xiaoming. He murmured the name, his solitary eye filled with wariness and a curiosity bordering on obsession. Like a ghost, he flits through every incident, sometimes a hero, sometimes a wild card. What is he after? Who is he really? Swiftly, Fury connected the events in New Mexico to the previous incidents with Hulk and Abomination. Monsters, gods, mysterious knights. This world is growing more insane and more dangerous by the day. His fist clenched involuntarily. My plan, the Avengers, it has to move forward. Now. Just then, the command center's doors slid open without a sound. Natasha Romanoff slipped in like a cat, merging with the shadows, her movements silent and precise. Calm as a finely tuned instrument, she approached Fury and, in a voice just audible to the two of them, delivered her concise report. General Ross just made a secret approach to Tony Stark in New York. Fury's single eye narrowed sharply. Oh, that stubborn old man moves fast. What do they discuss? The specifics are unclear. Their communication was heavily encrypted, Natasha replied. But based on intercepted fragments, Ross's recent movements, and his usual methods, it appears he's trying to form a team of special talents as well. And, she paused, emphasizing her next words, he seems to want Stark as the team's chief technological pillar. Or perhaps its leader, not just the key member we envisioned for our plan. Natasha added her own assessment. General Ross has always had an aggressive stance towards superhuman power, and he craves absolute control. His interest in recruiting Stark is anything but simple. It's very likely tied to his obsession with the super soldier program, or perhaps connected to Abomination, the creature he's secretly holding captive. Ross, Fury muttered under his breath, his single eye flashing with cold fury, rage nearly bursting forth. That stubborn old man. Of course he's still scheming. Does he think he can beat me to it? Build his own army of monsters? Not a chance. I won't let him succeed. Fury drew in a deep breath, forcing down his anger as his mind raced, issuing a rapid series of orders. Romanoff. Fury's voice was calm again, but carried a tone that brooked no argument. Your primary mission remains the same. Stay close to Stark. Keep your eyes on him, especially any interaction between him and Ross. I want every detail of their conversations. If necessary, his one eye fixed on Natasha with a glint of icy warning, take whatever steps you must to make sure Stark doesn't fully side with Ross. I don't care what it takes. Charm, leverage, whatever. At the very least, keep him neutral. Ideally, have him on our side. Coulson. Fury turned to him next. Keep following up on the decade lead. Do not let up. Use maximum clearance to analyze every ability he's shown. Try to establish a behavioral pattern and look for any chance of renewed contact. At the same time, Fury's tone softened slightly, but his intent was sharper than ever. Pay another visit to Stark Industries. See Pepper Potts. Represent S.H.I.E.L.D. and make it clear just how seriously we take Mr. Stark's safety. Give her a thorough rundown of our security protocols there. Professionalism and absolute reliability. Stress that this is nothing like the military's heavy-handed approach. Coulson, use the good rapport you've built with Miss Potts. Make her understand that S.H.I.E.L.D. is the one, true, and most trustworthy protector Tony Stark could ever have. Yes, Director. Coulson and Natasha nodded in unison, accepting their orders. Fury asked offhandedly, what about Barton? Clint is in Europe on a covert assignment. He's radio silent for now, Coulson replied. Fury nodded, his gaze drifting back to the screen, where a still image showed Decade and Thor standing side by side. His brow furrowed. I have a feeling bigger trouble is coming. Stay sharp, all of you. Especially you, Natasha. His single eye was razor sharp as it fixed on the Black Widow. Stark's safety is crucial to everything. Natasha's lips seemed to curve upward in the faintest hint of a smile, but she quickly regained her professional composure. She nodded, then melted back into the shadows of the command center as quietly as a phantom. Tony Stark's seaside villa was like a work of art in itself. Sunlight streamed through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the living room with a golden glow. The gentle sound of the waves drifted in, bringing with it a pleasant, salty tang that lingered in the air. Tony had just finished an unpleasant secret meeting with General Ross and now returned to the comfort of his familiar sanctuary. He walked over to the bar, picked up an expensive bottle of whiskey, and was about to pour himself a drink to unwind his tightly wound nerves. Suddenly, the air at the center of the living room shimmered and twisted. Out of nowhere, a familiar, dazzlingly iridescent portal tore through space and time, as if a scene straight out of sci-fi movie had come to life. Tony arched an eyebrow, his hand pausing mid-motion. He was hardly surprised by this sort of dramatic entrance anymore, and simply gave a wry twist of his mouth. Sure enough, in the next moment, Wang Xiaoming strolled out of the portal as casually as if he were wandering through his own backyard. Well, look who it is. Tony set down his glass, his face breaking into an exaggerated expression of delight. Striding forward, he clapped Wang Xiaoming heartily on the shoulder. My lifesaver and temporary knight in arms? You left in such a hurry last time. I still owe you a meal for saving my skin. Honestly, he grumbled, after you took down that hulking, greasy, moss-green brute, you just vanished. I wrapped things up in Europe as fast as I could. Got the call, and rushed back to New York for the show, only to find you'd already gone. If I'd known, I wouldn't have bothered. What a wasted trip. Wang Xiaoming put on a perfectly measured look of regret, as if he'd missed out on some spectacular drama, then gave Tony a playful grin. Is that so? What a shame. But, if I missed the main event, maybe you could make it up to me with that meal you owe me? Huh, of course. Tony laughed heartily, throwing an arm around Wang Xiaoming's shoulders. But today might not work. I'm heading to Monaco tomorrow. You know, the historic Grand Prix. And, well, I've got a bit of minor trouble to take care of while I'm there. He brushed off the impending crisis as if he were merely attending an ordinary party. He turned to Wang Xiaoming. A glint of challenge, belonging only to true racers, sparkled in his eyes. So, Mr. Mastrider, how do you feel about speed and adrenaline? Do you have the guts to race me, the so-called Iron Man, on the track? Of course, he added with a sly grin. We won't be using my F1 car. That'd be far too unfair for you. But I can set you up with an equally top-tier supercar, so you too can experience what it means to truly tear through the wind. A flicker of interest crossed Wang Xiaoming's eyes. Racing? That sounded a lot more entertaining than dealing with politicians and schemers. Racing? Sounds good to me. The corners of his mouth lifted into a confident smile to match the challenge. I'm in. Let's do this. Monaco, Monte Carlo. The Mediterranean sun spilled down like scattered gold, gilding the luxurious race track and the densely packed buildings around it. The air was thick with the scent of high-end perfume, the salty tang of the sea, and the raw, electric hint of high-octane fuel about to ignite the course. Socialites and tycoons dressed to the nines mingled on balconies and in VIP suites. The roar of engines rumbled through the city, like a volcano waiting to erupt, heralding a festival of speed and passion. Yet, beneath the surface glamour, unseen currents of intrigue were already beginning to stir. In the pit lane, the atmosphere was charged to the limit. Tony Stark, clad in a flamboyant red racing suit emblazoned with the Stark Industries logo, strode toward his sleek, custom-modified F1 car with unmistakable swagger. A smile of absolute confidence played on his lips, as if victory were already his for the taking. He paused, glancing at Wang Xiaoming, who was now dressed in a discreet black racing suit. With a trademark air of arrogance, Tony pointed to his own car, then gestured to a nearby supercar, jet black, exuding understated luxury, the kind of Koenigsegg that would make any car enthusiast's heart race. Hey, Mr. Knight, Tony called out with a provocative grin. See this? Now that's a man's toy. And that one over there, as low-key as your outfit today, he nodded toward the Koenigsegg. It's specs. Match mine, down to the last detail. Fair enough, right? Just don't go losing your brakes halfway through, or end up crying if you lose. Monaco's narrow street circuit doesn't care for passing heroes. Hands tucked nonchalantly into the pockets of his racing suit, Wang Xiaoming responded with a playful smirk. His gaze remained calm and unruffled, as though Tony's taunt was nothing more than a gentle breeze. Oh, is that so? He replied coolly, his eyes glancing over Tony's undeniably flashy F1 car. Let's hope your little toy is tough enough, not falling apart at the slightest touch from a pebble on the track. Or anything else, for that matter. Instead of worrying about me, you'd better keep a close eye on your own rearview mirror, Mr. Tin Can. The nickname Tin Can made Tony's eyebrow twitch, but he quickly regained that cocky look of, I'm the king of the world. Their gazes, locked for a brief moment, as if invisible sparks crackled between them, mixed with a subtle anticipation for the upcoming race. Without another word, both men spun around almost in unison, slipping with style into their respective cockpits. The engines of these mechanical beasts exploded into a deafening roar, like ancient monsters awakened from slumber, announcing their presence with thunderous might. The starting lights went out. Like arrows released from top bows, the red F1 car and the black Koenigsegg shot off the starting line. On the narrow, twisting, and fiercely challenging Monte Carlo street circuit, a breathtaking chase began. The scene cut rapidly, capturing hair-raising moments as the cars skimmed past crash barriers and sliced through apexes with razor-sharp precision, the sheer velocity almost bursting off the screen. Relying on his near-instinctive command of the car and a fearless, devil-may-care driving style, Tony leveraged the F1's superior downforce and handling. After a few corners, he began to eke out a slender lead. He even had the leisure to taunt Wang Xiaoming over the comm system, gloating as he sped ahead. Hey, can you still see my taillights back there? Feels like you're chasing a phantom, doesn't it? Want me to slow down a bit and wait for you last night? Just as Tony guided the F1 car through the tunnel's famous exit in a perfect arc, ready to tackle the next curve, disaster struck. Suddenly, like demons bursting from the underworld, more than 20 metal automatons, bristling with arcing electricity, their forms menacing and brutal, wielding long, crackling energy whips, sprang from the shadows of nearby buildings and from behind camouflaged billboards along the track. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, their intent chillingly clear. The target, the Red Stark Industries F1 car leading the pack. Energy whips tore through the air with a venomous, ear-splitting shriek like angry vipers lashing out. They struck the racetrack with terrifying force, ripping and melting the hard asphalt in an instant. Countless whips lashed down like a net from the heavens, closing in on Tony's car, showers of sparks and shards of debris flying in all directions. The arena, once ablaze with excitement and opulence, was instantly drowned in the shrill wail of alarms, the terrified screams of the crowd, and the thunderous clatter of robots' metal footsteps. Panic spread like a plague. Inside the VIP box, Pepper Potts' face turned deathly pale in an instant. Almost on instinct, she gripped Happy Hogan's thick arm tightly. Though her voice trembled with fear, her instructions were sharp and clear. Happy, a case. Now, get the suit down to Tony, hurry. Happy's usually genial face was now etched with grim determination. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized an unremarkable silver briefcase at his side and dashed toward the stairs. Pepper forced herself to stay calm, glancing anxiously at Phil Coulson, who still wore his gentle smile, but now had a piercing, focused gaze. The very moment the whip-wielding robots appeared, Coulson's mild-mannered expression vanished, replaced by utter seriousness and composure. While rapidly issuing orders through his earpiece, all embedded units, emergency protocol, codename Anvil, Stark safety is top priority. Engagement authorized. Identify enemy units and firepower immediately. He pushed through the crowd without hesitation, heading straight for the heart of the chaos, Tony's racing car. All around the stadium, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents disguised as spectators or staff sprang into action at the same moment. From inconspicuous hiding spots, they drew concealed weapons and opened fierce fire on the whipbots closing in on Tony. Gunfire, the crackle of energy blasts, and the metallic roars of the robots collided in a cacophony. Confronted with this sudden, nightmarish assault, Tony was stunned for a split second. Then a surge of fury shot through him, though a hint of disdain for such a cliché attack flickered across his face. Again with this junk heap? Seriously? Can't they ever pick a better time? Always when I'm having the most fun. Angry as he was, Tony's reflexes were lightning fast. He jerked the steering wheel, expertly working the gas and brakes in perfect sync, pulling off a near impossible drift in the narrow lane of the racetrack. His car, a streak of red like a phantom, barely dodged several energy whips that could have sliced the vehicle clean in half. Yet the barrage was so intense that shards of flying metal slashed across his forehead. A thin line of blood trickled down his cheek, only adding to his battered, dangerous aura. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents fought valiantly, managing to hold off some of the outer robots for the moment, but against these heavily modified, armored whipbots, their standard weapons could do little more than buy precious time. At this critical, hair's-breadth moment, the black Koenigsegg, which had been tailing Tony closely and was now caught in the same danger zone, pulled off a move that left everyone utterly stunned. That black supercar, moving like a living dancer, glided through the dense barrage of whip attacks and the chaos of shattered vehicles. In a seamless, visually stunning series of drifts, an art form in itself, it deftly avoided every threat, finally, coming to a steady stop in a relatively safe, open area at the edge of the track. The door lifted skyward, and Wang Xiaoming stepped out with unhurried composure, as if the heart-pounding chase and ambush moments before had nothing to do with him. His gaze swept over the chaotic battlefield with an icy calm, and he whispered inwardly, "So they've come, just as I expected, but Ivan Vanko himself isn't here? That's interesting. Has the story changed, or has some new variable entered the fray? Well, it doesn't matter. These henchmen still need to be dealt with." Before the thought had fully faded, the Decade driver materialized at his waist. He drew out that magenta car in a motion as smooth as flowing water, swift, precise, and utterly decisive. Henshin, a blinding magenta light erupted, wrapping his entire body in its glow. Kamen Ride, Decade. Magenta armor enveloped him from head to toe, compound eyes blazing to life. Kamen Rider Decade had arrived. Almost the instant his transformation was complete, nearly half of the whipbot units that had been assailing Tony redirected themselves. One robot's head-mounted red scanning beam locked on a Decade, and it uttered a cold, mechanical voice devoid of emotion. Warning: high-energy reaction detected. Cross-referencing database. Identity confirmed. Kamen Rider Decade. According to top-level directive database, classified as S-Class high-threat entity. Objective updated. Priority: eliminate this key disruptor. No sooner had the announcement ended than more than 10 whip bots whirled around, energy whips crackling with arcs of lightning, and lunged at Decade like a pack of ravenous wolves. They seemed to know instinctively that this newly arrived rider was now the gravest threat. Oh! Decade watched the oncoming tide of machines, a teasing curve playing at his lips. They even have my data? Looks like today's attackers are far better prepared than the last sneaky coward who just sniped from the shadows. He remained calm, even finding the time to make this wry remark. Then, with a magician's flourish, his right hand reached to the card case at his belt, drawing forth a card that sparkled with the holy brilliance of thunder. The very card that had taken its final form after the battle with Loki. The Thor, God of Thunder card. Since you all love playing with electricity so much, Decade's voice echoed from within his armor, laced with a hint of mockery. Then let me show you the true power of thunder. He slid the card into his driver. Kamen Rider, Thor. A deafening rumble shook the air, like the very Lord of the Nine Realms had answered his call. In an instant, Decade's magenta armor was sheathed in gleaming silver-blue metal, radiating a holy brilliance. The new armor pieces bore all the grandeur and strength unique to Asgard. His helmet grew even more imposing, now adorned with classic wing motifs and lightning patterns that symbolized the god of thunder. His orange compound eyes blazed, as if they contained the fury of endless storms. At the center of his chest plate, a circular rune, akin to the one on Thor's own battle armor, pulsed with powerful, surging energy. But what truly drew the eye was the weapon that materialized in his right hand, a war hammer crackling with blinding blue lightning. It was a flawless replica of Mjolnir itself, the hammer of the thunder god. Snapping arcs of blue lightning coiled around him like living serpents, casting his figure as the very incarnation of the thunder god descending to the mortal world. The overwhelming aura of divinity, fused with a knight's might, spread outward, making the air heavy and electrified with heat. What the WEF? This was the scene that Tony Stark witnessed, every detail seared into his mind, as he struggled into his suitcase-style Mark V armor, barely kept safe by Happy and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents risking their lives to protect him. Behind his faceplate, Tony's brown eyes went wide as saucers, his pupils shrinking in utter shock. For a moment, he completely forgot the danger around him, staring fixedly at Decade, who was now bathed in lightning. His mind had gone utterly blank, as if struck by real thunder. The god of thunder. Thor. Are you kidding me? The muscle-bound guy from Norse mythology? Wait, just how many transformation forms does Decade have? Where the hell did he get godly powers? Don't tell me those damn myths and legends are all freaking real. A tidal wave of existential shock crashed over Tony Stark, a lifelong believer in science and atheism. Decades of carefully constructed understanding groaned, under the strain, threatening to collapse at any moment. This was even more absurd and more shocking than seeing aliens land a spaceship on his doorstep. And just as Tony teetered on the brink of a worldview meltdown, Decade, now the god of thunder, made his move. Faced with more than a dozen menacing whiplash robots, each brandishing their energy whips and charging in, Decade, in his Thor form, didn't even bother to move his feet. With effortless ease, he simply swung the Mjolnir in his hand. A deafening explosion thundered through the air as the hammer sliced forward, trailing a blast so powerful that it didn't even need to strike its targets directly. Thick, writhing chains of blue lightning burst from the hammer's head, each bolt snapping out with impossible speed, far beyond human reaction time, and struck the lead robots with pinpoint precision. A piercing crackle filled the air, mingled with the harsh sizzle of melting metal. Those seemingly indestructible whiplash robots were instantly overwhelmed by the furious storm of lightning. They were reduced to twisted, blackened wreckage, smoking and charred, as if they'd been tossed into a blast furnace, obliterated before they could even attempt to resist. Without missing a beat, Decade flicked his wrist, and Mjolnir seemed to come alive, slipping from his grasp and soaring forward. With a rushing howl, the hammer spun through the air like a blazing blue meteor, surging with unstoppable force. Moving too fast for the eye to follow, it whirled into the remaining robots. One after another, bang, 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 the spinning hammer punched through the chest armor of 3 or 4 more robots, tearing through them as easily as threading beads on a skewer. Lightning exploded from within, tearing the machines apart and scattering their smoldering pieces in every direction. Then, with divine precision, the mighty war hammer arced gracefully through the air and flew straight back into Decade's hand, as if the entire display had been nothing more than a trivial exercise. But it wasn't over yet. There was no need for Decade to even approach the remaining Whiplash robots, who now hesitated in the distance, clearly stunned by the devastation they had just witnessed. In his Thor form, Decade slowly raised his empty left hand and pointed it skyward. As if answering his command, the clear sky instantly gathered with destructive thunderclouds. Blinding bolts of lightning, each thicker than a barrel, crashed down from above like the wrath of the gods. Every last one of the remaining Whiplash robots was struck with unerring accuracy. A rolling wave of explosions echoed down the entire racetrack, fire and smoke billowing into the air. The whole encounter was swift, decisive, and overwhelming, a display of power that swept aside all opposition as effortlessly as slicing through ripe fruit. In less than a minute, the more than 20 terrifying Whiplash robots, machines that had even troubled S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and Tony Stark, were utterly, irreversibly, and without the slightest suspense, crushed and annihilated before Decade's might. All that remained was a field of scorched, sparking metal wreckage, still smoldering with the aftershocks of battle. The battle was over. Decade, in his Thunder God form, stood silently at the center of the ravaged racetrack, an area that looked as if it had just survived a small-scale war. The fierce lightning that had crackled around him slowly faded, ebbing back into his body like the retreating tide. He released his transformation and reverted to his true self, Wang Xiaoming. With studied nonchalance, he brushed off the non-existent dust from his racing suit, as if the world-shaking storm of lightning had been nothing more than a bit of post-dinner exercise. Then, with a leisurely stride, he walked up to Tony Stark, who had just suited up in his Mark V armor and was still holding a combat stance, scanning the surrounding wreckage for any threats that might have slipped through the net. A faintly teasing smile played on Wang Xiaoming's lips as his gaze swept over Tony's undeniably cool, yet rather battered Mark V, lingering on the fresh cut across Tony's brow. Mimicking a classic movie line, with a twist of his own, he asked in a light, easy tone, "Hey, Tin Can, did you find your, racing groove yet?" Tony Stark, he looked at the perfectly unscathed, utterly composed man before him, someone who appeared to have taken a pleasant stroll and tidied up some trash along the way. Then Tony glanced at his own disheveled state and the hellish tableau of robot remains littering the track. A vein throbbed on his forehead, betraying his irritation. In the end, the proud billionaire and genius inventor could only let out a huff, stubbornly maintaining his trademark swagger, or perhaps just trying to mask the shock roiling inside him. Through clenched teeth, he snapped, "Shut up. I'm in perfect form. But you, next time you show up, can you pick a look that's a little less over the top?" Anyone who didn't know better would think Asgard's muscle-bound bruiser dropped by for a visit. Nearly gave me a heart attack. Despite his bluster, Tony Stark's gaze toward Wang Xiaoming had changed completely. Now it brimmed with incredulous questions, a deep-seated curiosity, and, though he'd never admit it, a sense of awe for this unknown power. Meanwhile, Agent Coulson was already orchestrating the swift, professional S.H.I.E.L.D. team, moving to secure the area, collect samples from the destroyed Whiplash robots, and diplomatically assume control of the aftermath. Local police and any bystanders were politely but firmly ushered out. In the midst of the chaos, Wang Xiaoming and Tony's eyes met again, their shared glance charged with lingering questions, and a new, more complex kind of understanding. Who had sent these Whiplash robots, clearly targeting Tony Stark? Or had the mastermind, Ivan Vanko, disappeared too? And what role, if any, had General Ross played in this attack? After witnessing firsthand just a glimpse of divine power and Decade's unfathomable strength, how could Tony Stark's understanding of the world not undergo a seismic shift? The Monaco sun still shone brightly, yet the shadow looming over this lavish city of casinos seemed only just beginning to take shape. Inside Stark Tower, in that high-tech laboratory resembling a fortress from the future, an intangible restlessness filled the air. The harrowing scene on the Monaco racetrack replayed in Tony Stark's mind like a film in high definition, vivid and unrelenting. Robots wielding energy whips, fearless to the point of recklessness, and Decade, transforming into a thunder god, wielding a force that swept through everything like a judgment from the heavens. All of it became a tangible shock that crashed into his proud, scientifically grounded mind. Jarvis. Tony had just stepped off his private jet, not even bothering to change out of his casual suit, before plunging straight into the lab. His voice was edged with barely contained frustration and urgency. "Run a search. All that junk from Monaco. Their attack modes, energy signatures, structural materials. And especially that damned mastermind behind it all. Pull every shred of related data you can find and start analyzing, now. At once, sir. Jarvis' calm and efficient electronic voice responded immediately. In the center of the lab, the holographic display flared to life. Countless streams of complex data cascaded across the air like waterfalls, alternating between waveform graphs and structural analyses. Jarvis was processing information at a speed far beyond human limits, drawing from everything collected at the Monaco scene, as well as some basic data that S.H.I.E.L.D., thanks to Coulson's friendly insistence, had reluctantly shared. Even so, Tony could hardly believe what he was seeing. Moments later, Jarvis spoke again, his voice carrying an unusual, almost resigned calm. Sir, preliminary analysis is complete. The attacker's technology displays extremely advanced counter-surveillance features. All traceable network footprints have been deliberately and expertly erased. Their energy source does not correspond to any known terrestrial technology, conventional or otherwise. Furthermore, the attack protocols and defensive logic suggest an unexpectedly deep understanding of certain Stark Industries systems. At this point, we are unable to directly identify the mastermind. Damn it, Tony growled under his breath, glaring at the screen where the final verdict, untraceable, stared back at him. He raked a hand through his perfectly styled hair, leaving it a tangled mess. They came prepared, and they know my systems? This is a nightmare. He spun around abruptly, and his gaze instantly locked onto that uninvited guest who always managed to show up at the most critical moments, Wang Xiaoming. At this moment, Wang Xiaoming was lounging casually in the corner of the laboratory, draped across an expensive leather sofa, as if it were his own. In his hand, he held a sleek bottle of what looked like premium sparkling water, probably pilfered from Tony's private bar. His demeanor was so relaxed, one would think he'd just enjoyed a dazzling fireworks show rather than survived a high-speed, life-or-death attack. Tony's current frustration and the investigation deadlock seemed to trouble him not in the slightest. That air of indifference, as if the whole situation had nothing to do with him, instantly stoked the flames of Tony's irritation. Striding over to Wang Xiaoming, Tony's tone was a mix of disbelief and barely suppressed anger. Hey, you did. You see that? Even Jarvis can't dig up a single clue. Aren't you the least bit curious who's behind this mess? Those robots were clearly after me. They almost turned my brand-new race car into scrap metal. Can't you, I don't know, show a little camaraderie? Wang Xiaoming took a slow sip of water, set the bottle down, and flashed that trademark inscrutable, slightly irreverent smile. Looking up at Tony, who was teetering on the edge of losing his cool, he replied in a light, teasing tone. Curious? Maybe just a little bit. Then, his expression shifted. Leaning forward slightly, his eyes took on a probing gleam, as if he were observing a fascinating specimen in an experiment. But honestly, rather than fussing over who unleashed a few buzzing bugs, I'm far more interested in how the story itself unfolds. For instance, I'd very much like to see what the great and all-powerful Iron Man does in response to all this. What kind of interesting reaction he'll have. He deliberately emphasized the word reaction, shifting the focus from tracking the enemy to Tony's own choices and actions. Tony was left speechless, as if he'd swung a punch and hit nothing but air. This guy was always like this, never zeroing in on the point, or rather, his priorities were always utterly different from everyone else's. Just as Tony was about to press Wang Xiaoming further, determined to pry some useful information from him, the laboratory's glass doors slid open with a soft whisper. Pepper Potts strode quickly into the room, her face pale, but her gaze unyielding. She scanned the lab with practiced efficiency. On seeing Wang Xiaoming, her heart skipped a beat, but she kept her composure, nodded politely, and said, Mr. Wang, I see you're here as well. Immediately, she turned to Tony, her voice trembling with lingering fear and firm resolve. Tony, what happened in Monaco was terrifying. I can't let you take risks like that anymore. I've had an in-depth conversation with Mr. Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. He said they can provide the highest level of security and deploy the most professional team to ensure your personal safety. I really think we should accept their help. Hey, Pepper, relax. Tony cut her off right away, his face shifting instantly back to that confident, almost flamboyant expression. He spread his arms wide, as if to sweep Pepper into a hug, but she stopped him cold with a single look. I'm Iron Man. Did you forget what I said on TV? A couple of lousy robots? Please, they weren't even enough to get me warmed up. But under Pepper's unwavering blue gaze, filled with worry and determination, Tony's tone softened. He dropped his usual devil-may-care attitude. And for once, a trace of unguarded sincerity shone in his eyes, though his words still carried that signature, bossy billionaire flair. But, you're right, Pepper. What matters most is your safety. I'll talk to that suit-wearing agent, Coulson, the one who looks like he's about to sell me life insurance. I'll have him send a reinforced squad to protect you, around the clock, not leaving your side for a second. Before Pepper could protest, Tony was already striding off toward his armor display, as if he'd found a new mission to throw himself into. His fingers danced across the massive holographic screen like butterflies in flight, calling up the Mark V's combat data from Monaco, the damage reports, and schematics of previous armor models. His gaze sharpened, mind racing like a supercomputer in overdrive, and he muttered to himself, "Energy whips, incredible flexibility and destructive power. Unpredictable attack patterns, high-speed assault capability, need faster armor deployment and stronger defenses," and his fingers paused. On the holographic screen, a few blurry frames appeared, footage from the Monaco racetrack, capturing Decade's transformation into the Thor form. The image quality was poor, but the sheer force with which he summoned lightning and crushed everything in his path radiated through the screen. And the energy output of that Thor form, plus the way his armor shrugged off energy attacks, almost completely immune. Tony's eyes grew razor-focused, even a hint of obsession flickering within them. The scene of Decade transforming into Thor, wielding a force that seemed almost magical and utterly defied the known laws of physics, struck him like a heavy hammer, smashing into both his pride as a top scientist and the very foundations of his understanding. He couldn't make sense of it, and that was unbearable to him. He had to get to the bottom of it. No, he had to surpass it. Pepper gazed at Tony, who was once again completely absorbed in his technological world, and let out a long, helpless sigh. She knew that once Tony was in this state, any attempt at persuasion would be futile. Walking over to his side, she gently patted his arm and said softly, "All right, I know I can't talk you out of this, but promise me, Tony, whatever you do, be careful. There's still plenty waiting for you at the company, and you have a very important board meeting this afternoon. You promised you'd be there, remember?" I know, don't worry, Pepper. I'll have it all sorted before the meeting," Tony replied, waving her off without even turning around, his attention wholly captured by the ever-changing design parameters on the holographic screen. Pepper shook her head in resignation, bid a polite farewell to Wang Xiaoming on the sofa, and then turned to leave the lab, her heart heavy with concern as she hurried away. With Pepper gone, the lab fell into a temporary hush, broken only by the deep hum of machinery and the faint, rapid tapping of Tony's fingers on the holographic interface. After a while, still working swiftly at the console and sketching out the outline of new armor components, Tony spoke, half talking to himself, half unable to resist seeking confirmation from Wang Xiaoming, his voice tinged with a mix of shock, skepticism, and a reluctant curiosity that even he failed to notice. "So, in this world, all those myths and legends, they're real? They really are? Aliens? Like that guy, the big one with the hammer who can summon lightning?" He was, of course, referring to the kind of extraordinary power Decade had displayed when transforming into the Thor-like form, a force that transcended anything known on Earth. Wang Xiaoming remained lounged on the sofa, looking utterly relaxed, as if listening to a story that had nothing to do with him. Watching Tony's shoulders tense from the upheaval in his worldview, he replied in his usual ambiguous, almost teasing tone. That unequivocal answer made Tony freeze in his tracks. Wang Xiaoming continued, his voice calm, yet each word fell like a stone into a tranquil lake, sending ripples through the air. However, the term alien might be a bit too narrow. You could also think of it as the existence of beings who either come from different dimensions or have gained powers far beyond ordinary human imagination through means we can't yet fully comprehend. Myth? Legend? Advanced technology? Genetic mutation? Magic? Or perhaps? He tilted his head ever so slightly, his gaze seeming to pierce through the laboratory walls, looking far into the unknown. A mysterious smile played at the corner of his lips. Someone like me? Sometimes, the boundaries between these sources of power aren't as clear-cut as you imagine. Is that so? Tony echoed softly, the words lingering in the air as his eyes flickered with uncertainty. Inside, a tempest raged. Wang Xiaoming's words were still shrouded in ambiguity, but when Tony thought of what he'd witnessed in Monaco, the might of the God of Thunder, and the information he'd just learned about the New Mexico incident, it unsettled him. He didn't fully trust Coulson's report. In fact, he suspected it was just Fury's way of pulling him in or trying to intimidate him. Yet the existence of these extraterrestrial gods seemed undeniable. It was as if countless scattered puzzle pieces were being forced together in his mind, appending the worldview he'd built over decades. one founded entirely on earthly science and the laws of physics. Gods, aliens, interdimensional beings, humans with superpowers, whatever the truth was, or even if it was all of them, it meant there were powers in this world that his Iron Man technology simply couldn't grasp, predict, or perhaps withstand. Uncontrollable power. Tony's gaze sharpened, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. Shape-shifting at will? Drivers? Carts? And even the ability to become a legendary god? This guy. His eyes flicked, almost involuntarily, to the unruffled Wong, Xiaoming, lounging on the sofa. Decade's abilities are a complete black box, an unpredictable wild card on the move. I have to figure out how it works. Tony immediately dismissed the thought. No, now's not the time to break down the mechanics. What matters more than understanding is creating something that can counter or even suppress powers at this level. A surge of resolve swept through him, a scientist's fervor in the face of the unknown and the unyielding pride of Iron Man who refused to lose. Jarvis. Tony's voice was suddenly ice-cold, but beneath that chill was a will of pure iron. Create a new project, maximum encryption level. Codename, Godkiller. Ugh, that's way too edgy, and it doesn't sound right. He frowned, his fingers swiping through the air to erase the name. Let's call it Counter. Project Objective. His speech quickened, eyes sparkling with excitement and intelligence. Conduct a thorough analysis and simulation of Kamen Rider Decade, as well as any similar entities that may emerge in the future to study all known energy patterns, combat styles, and defensive characteristics they exhibit. Design a brand new conceptual armor with highly specialized defensive capabilities, energy absorption and countering functions, and formidable solo combat power. I want these so-called riders who skulk in the shadows, and even those lofty so-called gods, to see for themselves the technology of Earth, the genius of Tony Stark, the power of Iron Man. None of it is to be underestimated. When I finish building this counter-armor, a confident, almost wild smile curled on Tony's lips, brimming with anticipation. It'll be sure to absolutely blow everyone away. Completely absorbed in his initial vision for the countersuit, Tony watched as the holographic screen began to display a blurry but unmistakably new design. A silhouette bulkier, more angular, and clearly integrated with some kind of advanced energy flow structure and a complex defense matrix, unlike anything from previous generations of Iron Man armors. In the corner of the lab, Wang Xiaoming observed Tony's energized, almost frenzied figure, thrown headlong once more into the throes of invention, and a subtle, meaningful smile played across his lips. It seemed as if everything was unfolding according to some curious script, or perhaps just as he'd hoped it would. The gears of this new story had begun to turn, set in motion by this small accident, clicking into place with a crisp, unmistakable sound. The camera slowly zoomed in, coming to rest at last on the holographic screen before Tony, where a newly created folder, marked with the highest level of access, stood out. Project Counter. A deep, somber hue now colored the bustling streets of New York. At the very top of Hammer Industries Tower, Justin Hammer's private office looked less like a place of business and more like a lavishly decorated, icy prison. The enormous floor-to-ceiling windows reflected the dazzling city. Lights, but they did nothing to dispel the chill that clung to the shadows, where vanity and ambition mingled, casting a cold, oppressive air. A few carefully placed spotlights shone starkly on Hammer and his prized collection of weapon models, illuminating them like stage props in a theater. Wagner's Ride of the Valkyries, that rousing, majestic movement, was now perversely twisted into the backdrop of Justin Hammer's own private fantasy, echoing through the empty expanse of his office with a particularly jarring and ostentatious edge. He stood alone, cradling a glass of amber-hued, expensive whiskey. His face was alight with a feverish, almost pathological excitement, his smile contorted in a show of warped delight. Approaching the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, he gazed out over the sea of New York's city lights, which glittered as the grand backdrop for his own imagined stage. He waved his arms in silence, conducting an invisible orchestra, whether for his own reflection or for the city sprawled below, that symbol of wealth and power. To the swelling music, his body lurched into a clumsy, rigid dance of victory, awkward, yet brimming with an arrogance and delirious joy that knew no bounds. Yes, victory. He could almost taste its sweet flavor. General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross, that shrewd old tactician who embodied military might and official sanction. Ivan Vanko, the deranged Russian genius wielding technology to rival Stark himself. These once unruly forces, were they not now cleverly woven into Hammer's own grand design, with himself at the very center? Ross's ambitious Iron Brotherhood project? Huh. It was nothing more than a stepping stone, a lever he could use to climb to the pinnacle of power. He was certain he could manipulate this plan, playing those old men like pawns in the palm of his hand. Very soon, he would utterly crush that damned Tony Stark, the perpetual obstacle in his path. He would trample that arrogant fool and his ridiculous tin toys beneath his heel. When that moment arrived, the entire American arms industry, no, the eyes of the entire world, will be fixed upon none other than Justin Hammer himself. The thought sent a feverish light burning in his eyes, filled with a jealousy and resentment towards Stark that ran bone deep, and a twisted anticipation of long-awaited revenge. The fruits of victory beckoned, so tantalizing. The taste of power was intoxicating. Greedily, he drank his whiskey. Just as greedily, he drank in this false sense of satisfaction, built on fragile pride and warped desire. Yet, just as Hammer reached the ecstatic peak of his self-spun symphony, a sudden, wrenching screech. The triumphant symphony in the office was as if throttled by an invisible hand. Wrenched, distorted in an instant. The triumphant brass became a shrill, mournful wail. Smooth strings were clawed and torn, scraping with a sound that set one's teeth on edge. The lights flickered wildly, stuttering between brilliance and shadow, slicing his rigid smile into jagged fragments. Without warning, an icy chill swept in from all directions, freezing the air and, in a heartbeat, snuffing out the wild rapture on his face. Hammer's smile froze completely, as if his face had been covered by a cheap plaster mask. A flicker of confusion and unease swept over him, banishing the triumphant smugness he wore just moments before. Who's there?" he shouted, his bravado faltering and his voice quivering ever so slightly under the weight of the unexpected intrusion. Yet the reply didn't come from any corner of the room. Instead, a cold, commanding voice echoed in his mind, deep and emotionless, stripped of any trace of human warmth. It was as chilling as ice from the depths of the underworld, as distant and merciless as judgment passed from a god's throne. Unannounced and abrupt, the words slithered into the very depths of his consciousness like a venomous serpent. "A clown's jig? Is this how you celebrate victory, Justin Hammer?" That voice was saturated with an indescribable contempt and an undeniable authority. Each syllable struck like an icy chisel, cutting straight through his layers of vanity and arrogance, exposing the pitiful core beneath, craven, envious, and riddled with resentment. Basking in borrowed power and hollow alliances, did you really believe that could bring you true greatness? The voice hammered relentlessly at his fragile composure, every word a cold blow to his nerves. "You're nothing but a poor imitation of Stark, a shadow desperate for attention, forever trapped beneath his radiance. No matter how high you climb, your soul has long since been corroded and torn apart by envy." "No, that's not true. You're lying. I am Justin Hammer. I run Hammer Industries." Hammer cried out in terror, clutching his head as if to block out the nightmarish voice. But the words clung to him like an unshakable curse, echoing ever louder in the depths of his mind, exposing his deepest fears and insecurities to the cold, pitiless scrutiny of the intruder. The voice seemed to bristle with barely contained irritation, as if it were restraining some immense, invisible power. "The rules of this dimension, no, of this very planet, are tiresome. Some ancient guardians have set boundaries that restrict the full extent of my power. Otherwise, why would I waste words on the likes of you? A creature not even worthy of being called dust." That offhand remark carried with it a far more terrifying implication, pushing Hammer's fear to its breaking point. What kind of being was this that could speak such words? As his mental defenses crumbled, and he thrashed desperately between terror and indignation, the voice returned, now sultry with a devil's promise, dangling a single, deadly lifeline before him. "But even ants can bite the lion, if only you're willing to pay the price and embrace true power." A sound tore through the silence, sharp and sudden, like reality itself being ripped apart. In front of Hammer, the very air seemed to split open like a curtain slashed by an invisible blade. Suddenly, a narrow, jagged rift appeared. From its edges flickered arcs of sinister violet-black energy, radiating a heavy aura of foreboding and chaos, as though this tier was a gateway to some abyss overflowing with madness and destruction. Then, accompanied by a sickening, slithering squelch, like some grotesque creature writhing in the shadows, a bizarre, twisted belt was violently spat out from the rift. It looked as if cold metal had been forcibly fused with some unsettling, living tissue. The belt itself bore a dull metallic sheen, but its surface was covered with bulging, vein-like green patterns that pulsed and shivered ever so slightly, casting a nauseating, ominous glow. It lay quietly on the expensive carpet, coiled like a venomous serpent lying in wait, brimming with unspeakable danger and insanity. Hammer stared at the belt in terror, his body shaking uncontrollably with fear. Reason screamed at him that this was nothing good. This was a trap, a curse. Yet he had no time to make any choices. He couldn't even finish the thought of hesitation before it was snatched away. Time is short. The choice has already been made for you. The cold voice rang out, final and inescapable as a sentence of doom. In an instant, a formless energy, as dark as shadows from the abyss, seized Hammer's limbs and spine, pinning him firmly in place. He couldn't move a muscle. Wide-eyed with terror, he watched, helplessly as a strangely shaped syringe materialized out of thin air beside his neck. The syringe was filled with a viscous, bubbling liquid that glowed with a piercing, fluorescent green. He didn't even have time to scream. With a brutal, merciless force, the syringe drove straight into the artery of his neck. No! Hammer's shriek was raw and inhuman, a scream torn from the depths of his soul. The cold, aggressive green serum was injected into his body with the violence of boiling acid. Unimaginable agony exploded through every nerve in an instant. His body convulsed and twisted wildly, like a fish thrown into boiling oil. His skin drained of color before their very eyes, replaced by a sickly, horrifying shade of deep green. His muscles swelled, tore, and contracted in unnatural waves, writhing like maddened vines. Inside his body, his bones grated and popped with a sickening crunch, as if they were about to burst through his very flesh. His expression flickered wildly between excruciating pain and a newly born, maniacal pleasure, twisting his face into something inhuman and grotesque. He began to emit nervous, broken noises, a cross between the guttural growls of a dying beast and eerie, choked laughter. This unhinged, terrifying laughter mingled with the warped, shattered echoes of symphonic music in the background, weaving together a bone-chilling symphony, a birth song of destruction and madness. All around him, the office's expensive ornaments and delicate models were sent crashing to the floor by the wild, unconscious swings of his mutating arms, each impact ringing out in a sharp, shattering cacophony. His eyes reddened rapidly, pupils dilating and contracting until they settled into a murky yellow, gleaming with the savage light of a wild animal. His fingernails grew razor-sharp, raking effortlessly through the lush carpet. The muscles in his face twisted and locked, finally settling into a monstrous grin, like a demon mask from ancient legends, filled with pure malice and endless insanity. His custom-tailored suit, worth a fortune, had already been torn too, tatters by the violent changes racking his body, revealing beneath its skin slick with greenish slime and muscles warped and knotted into unnatural forms. As he lay curled on the floor, transformation nearly complete, chest heaving with harsh breaths and deep, deranged laughter, a cold voice pressed itself like a final brand onto the chaos of his mind. Excellent. Feel this surge of power, my new knight. Use it to tear apart your nemesis, the man who has kept you forever in the shadows. Tony Stark. The voice paused, as if tossing out an afterthought, yet carried the weight of an undeniable command. Oh, and by the way, while you're at it, erase that troublesome variable called decade from the board as well. He's disrupted far too many interesting possibilities. As the words faded, the invisible force that had bound Hammer suddenly vanished. The suffocating pressure and ominous rifts that had warped the office air dissolved like illusions, as if they had never existed at all. Now, in the shattered luxury of the office, only broken furniture, a ravaged floor, and the creature that had just clawed its way out of hell, Justin Hammer, remained. He staggered to his feet, swaying like a child learning to walk, or perhaps more like a beast newly freed from its cage, slowly rising. From the ground, his transformed body radiated explosive power, but every movement was laced with a disturbing, unnatural distortion. He walked up to the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, now riddled with cracks. The shattered glass reflected his current, grotesque, and terrifying visage. The once stirring symphony had long since come to a complete halt. In the silent office, only his own labored, raspy breathing remained, rough and ragged, like an old bellows, accompanied by an uncontrollable, guttural chuckling that escaped from deep within his throat. It was the mournful cry of a night owl, mingled with the manic laughter of a demon. He extended a hand, now fully green, its nails sharp as claws, and, with a twisted curiosity, slowly scraped it across the fractured glass. A harsh screech rang out, He lowered his gaze to his trembling hands, now brimming with unfamiliar power, and a wild, chaotic light flickered in his eyes. Fragments of painful memories, a bone-deep hatred for Stark, the savage exhilaration brought by newfound strength, and the insane hallucinations triggered by that green serum. All of it boiled and collided within his tormented mind, as if molten lava churned restlessly inside his skull. He was no longer the vain, timid, approval-seeking Justin Hammer. And yet, he was not entirely the fabled Green Goblin either. He was a fusion of both, a more twisted, more pitiful, and infinitely more dangerous patchwork monster. Power? Power. He murmured in a voice that was harsh and grating, tinged with a hollow madness. This is the power I deserve. This is what should have been mine. Stark. Tony Stark. Did you see? You'll see soon, very soon. You'll know what true fear is. His laughter grew louder and more unhinged with every second, yet there was not a trace of triumph in it. Only endless emptiness and a chilling, soul-freezing madness. And that night, Decade, that meddlesome circus clown. Suddenly, his gaze turned vicious and obsessive, as if he could see that magenta figure standing before him. Anything in my way, all who stand in my way, must be crushed. Crushed. All traces of reason vanished from his eyes, leaving only the pure, chaotic urge to destroy burning within. Recognition? Surpassing others? Seizing the throne? The desires that once sustained him had all crumbled into nothing. Now, his sole purpose seemed to be destruction, the destruction of anything that could reflect his own failure, his misery, his insignificance. Especially Tony Stark. And that masked rider, Decade. The green monster unleashed a shattered, frenzied howl, his own twisted birth cry, toward the city outside, still bustling with life yet warped and distorted in his eyes. Deep beneath Hammer Industries. This was no bustling, innovative research center as touted to the outside world, but rather a vast, frigid, secret facility, almost entirely sealed off from natural light. The LED lights, cold and merciless as those in an operating theater, cast their stark glare over row upon row of steel shells standing in precise formation. They stood silent and motionless, not yet imbued with life, their metallic exteriors reflecting the chill of the lights, each chest branded with Hammer Industries' somewhat ostentatious logo. The air was thick with the odors of machine oil, coolant, and the sharp tang left by freshly worked metal. A mix that, together with the uneasy silence, conjured the sense of a steel womb quietly gestating destruction. Justin Hammer, clad in a flawless custom suit, hair perfectly slicked back, wore an expression of near-manic excitement. Arms outstretched, he stood like a monarch atop his own kingdom, unveiling his masterpieces to the two distinguished guests at his side. General, Ivan, look at them. Just look at these perfect creations. Hammer's voice rang out with almost feverish enthusiasm, echoing through the cavernous base in a sharp, grating timbre. This is the true shape of future warfare. Absolute obedience. No fear. Costs under control. Imagine an entire legion built from these. What an unstoppable force that would be. Compared to my legion, a relentless iron tide, his fragile, pilot-dependent toys would be crushed with ease. He boasted wildly about the formidable capabilities and limitless potential of these unmanned suits, but deep within those unnaturally bright eyes flickered a twisted pleasure, one that owed nothing to business success and everything to chaos and destruction. When he spoke of potential, it sounded far more like a hymn to an impending symphony of ruin. General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross stood there, as expressionless as a granite statue. His sharply pressed uniform gleamed with metals that caught the pallid light, casting a cold sheen. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swept over the ranks of lifeless machines, as though reviewing a force of perfectly obedient soldiers about to be unleashed on the battlefield. Occasionally, he would give a slight nod in approval, but deep in his eyes burned a longing for absolute control. These emotionless, unquestioning, order-executing iron soldiers were the perfect pieces in his blueprint for an iron-fisted rule. Hammer's theatrics grated on his nerves, but for now, he would tolerate this preening clown, because he still had his uses. Ivan Vanko stood silently in the shadows, his plain work clothes allowing him to blend almost seamlessly into his surroundings. His gaze was brooding as he watched Hammer's flamboyant, almost absurd posturing, making no attempt to hide the contempt flickering in his eyes. Now and then, he would step forward, running rough fingers over an energy interface or power unit, examining each detail with the pride of a creator, a sneer at the misuse of technology, and, if one looked closely, a cold, calculating glint betraying his ruthless expectation for the fate of these creations. He could sense a dangerous, inhuman aura radiating from Hammer, which made him all the more wary. This foolish American businessman seemed even more unstable than he had anticipated. Well done, Hammer. General Ross finally broke the silence, his voice low and commanding, cutting through Hammer's self-congratulatory haze. These soldiers look promising. However, his tone shifted, his gaze sharpening. Weapons alone are not enough. The times we live in are growing ever more chaotic. He began to quietly steer the conversation, guiding it toward his true intentions. A rampaging gamma monster. That elusive, unpredictable Kamen Rider decade. And Tony Stark, that arrogant man treating powerful weapons as if they were his personal toys, calling himself a hero. The old order is unraveling. We need greater strength and a more unyielding organization to meet these challenges. General Ross's eyes swept over Hammer and Vanko, radiating an undeniable authority as he formally presented the concept of the Brotherhood of Steel, an organization where elites would command technology, enforce order with an iron fist, and eliminate all instability. In this new brotherhood, Ross's voice rang out, hard as iron striking iron. Each of us will have our role, and together, we will forge true order. The elders, he declared, his gaze settling on Hammer before glancing at himself. You and I, Mr. Hammer. You represent industry and production. I represent the military's strength and resolve. Together, we will set the rules and chart the path forward. The paladins and knights, he continued, gesturing toward the rows of cold, unmanned suits of armor. These and the super soldiers. We may recruit or optimize. In the future, we'll be the Brotherhood's iron fist, carrying out our will and upholding absolute order. The scribes, his attention now turned to the silent Vanko. Mr. Vanko, your technology underpins everything we do. You will be responsible for developing, maintaining, and continually upgrading our knights. Recruit/apprentice, initiate/aspirant, Ross spoke with a hint of strategic foresight in his tone. In the future, we will only recruit new members who have undergone strict selection and conditioning, ensuring the Brotherhood remains pure and endures. Only in this way, General Ross concluded, his words sharp and resolute, can we place power in the hands of those truly accountable. Only then, in this chaotic world, can we forge an unshakable order. When he finished, a brief silence settled over the base. Well said, General. Brilliant. Hammer was the first to shatter the silence, his applause echoing through the room, the smile on his face so wide it bordered on manic. A brand new order, led by us. I love this plan. Stock? Soon, they'll all realize who truly controls the future. Meanwhile, the Green Goblin's voice was howling in his mind. Elders? Huh. Soon enough, you'll see who the real master is. These little toys are just appetizers. Once I crush Stark like an insect, turn New York into my playground. Ross, that stubborn old fool? Vanko, that filthy Russian? They're nothing but jesters in my grand performance. Decade? That meddling pest. I'll show him true despair. Chaos. Destruction. That's the sweetest music of all. Vanko remained silent, only letting out a dismissive snort. He lowered his head, studying the miniature model of a core power unit in his hands, as if it were the only thing in the world worth his attention. But his mind was anything but calm. Two fools. One intoxicated by power, the other lost in vanity. They think they can control me? My technology? Soon enough, when these tin cans turn to scrap at the crucial moment, or point their guns the other way, they'll learn who truly holds the reins. Stock. I will take back everything that's mine with my own hands, and use his most prized technology to utterly destroy him. As for these two who seek to use me, they will pay the price. General Ross caught every nuance of their reactions, the faintest of cold smiles flickering at the corner of his mouth, his mind already spinning with schemes. Order must be founded on absolute strength and control. Hammer's greed and Vanko's resentment, tools to be exploited. These machines will be my sword, cutting down every root of chaos. Stark, Fury, even those self-proclaimed Iron Men and Knights, all will kneel or be broken before the weight of true order. The presidency? Merely a stepping stone to even greater power. On the surface, the three of them reached a consensus to complete the testing and final optimization of this batch of unmanned battle suits as soon as possible, and then unveil their unparalleled power to the world through a meticulously staged public exercise, or counter-terror operation. On one hand, they sought to thoroughly intimidate Stark and that enigmatic shield, on the other, they aimed to prove the suit's worth to the military and upper echelons of government, securing the coveted permissions for mass orders and deployment. For this shared goal, Ross would wield his military resources and political clout to pave the way for the demonstration. Hammer would dedicate the full production capacity of Hammer Industries to guarantee both the quantity and quality of the suits, while Vanko would take charge of the final technical tuning and refinement of the remote control systems. So then, to our common future, to the new order that's about to dawn, Hammer exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he raised a glass of champagne that seemed to appear from nowhere, proposing a toast. General Ross picked up another glass, his expression as stern as ever. Vanko hesitated for a moment, then finally took one as well, his gaze inscrutable and shadowed. The three glasses touched lightly beneath the harsh, pale lights, ringing out with a crisp clarity. It was a symbolic celebration for a great partnership, founded on lies, betrayal, and each man's secret schemes. The scene slowly pulls back, settling on the cold, unfeeling rows of unmanned battlesuits. Their electronic eyes, like the pupils of slumbering demons, reflected eerie glimmers of green and red beneath the lights. In the background, the steady, low drone of machines filled the air, steady as a heartbeat, persistent as a lullaby of steel being composed. An alliance built on lies and betrayal is like a castle made of sand. Beneath its surface, ambition gnaws away at the foundations, hollowing them out. They fancied themselves the masterminds, carefully orchestrating every move, weighing gains and losses. Yet, from the very beginning, each was nothing more than a piece on destiny's board, manipulated by deeper malice or purer chaos. The lullaby of steel would inevitably turn to a wail of destruction, while the devil's whisper had already begun to echo in each heart, heralding a tragedy from which no one could escape. Soon, upon the stage called the future, the blood-red curtain would slowly rise. At dawn, New York was like a colossal machine that had been fast-forwarded, awakening swiftly in the dim light and plunging into the clamor of a new day. Yet today, something was different. The air was thick with an intensified, deliberately stoked sense of unrest and anticipation. All the major news channels, from the most authoritative television stations to the traffic-driven online media, had almost simultaneously turned their cameras toward a single name, Justin Hammer, and his impending Future Security Press Conference. On the dazzling, giant electronic screens of Times Square, Hammer Industries' meticulously crafted promotional video played on a loop. Shadowy, yet powerful silhouettes of steel flickered in and out of sight to stirring background music, while provocative slogans scrolled by. Operation Iron Curtain, Beyond the Times, revolutionizing defense, defining the future, absolute security. Online headlines were set ablaze with speculation. Hammer Industries challenges stark. The military's new favorite. Justin Hammer's ambitious masterpiece. Will it upend the status quo? All signs pointed to one central theme. This press conference was to be the moment when Hammer Industries, and Justin Hammer himself, would flex their muscles before the world, aiming straight at the looming shadow that had long hung above him, Tony Stark and the legacy of Iron Man. The air of anticipation was deliberately heightened to its extreme, like the heavy silence before a storm, with the faintest rumble of thunder echoing through the stifling air. Far removed from the seething crowd below, at the edge of a rooftop atop one of Manhattan's skyscrapers, Wang Xiaoming stood alone, quietly surveying the scene. Dressed casually, hands in his pockets, he looked for all the world like a tourist set apart from the spectacle, gazing down at the noisy trailers flashing across the Times Square screens. The morning breeze ruffled his hair. There was no excitement or tension on his face, only that habitual calm marked with a trace of scrutiny and amusement. "Oh, another clown in a hurry to take the stage?" he muttered under his breath, so softly his words were almost swept away by the wind. "Change the world? What a cheap and uninspired line." Still, a faint smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth, and a glimmer of interest flickered in his eyes. Judging by the pageantry, this show might turn out to be a bit more entertaining than I expected. He harbored an almost instinctive disdain for Hammer's ambitions. But as for the unfolding story itself, this so-called passing Kamen rider never lacked curiosity as an observer. Just as he withdrew his gaze, ready to turn away from the heart of this noisy overture, a surge of murderous intent, so subtle it was nearly indistinguishable from the wind, brushed the edge of his awareness like the prick of a cold needle. There was no time to think. Wang Xiaoming's body shifted a half-step to the left, his movement as natural and instinctive as a reflex. Fwip, 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 fwip. Almost the moment he finished moving, 5 nearly inaudible whooshes sliced through the air at once. Several specially modified rounds, each fitted with a high-efficiency silencer, shot out like venomous snakes flicking their tongues. Fired from hidden corners around the rooftop, the stairwell exit, the side of a massive air conditioning unit, even a concealed spot on the neighboring rooftop, all homing in with deadly precision on the spot where he had just stood. The bullet struck the hard cement floor and parapet, leaving behind only a few inconspicuous shallow pits and scattered fragments of stone. At that very instant, 5 shadowy figures emerged from the darkness like wraiths, clad in matching black tactical suits, thoroughly equipped and wrapped. From head to toe, their faces were impossible to discern. No insignia marked their uniforms. Nothing betrayed their allegiance. Their movements were swift and coordinated, as if they were killing machines calibrated to perfection. In the blink of an eye, they fanned out into a semicircular formation, closing in on Wang Xiaoming. Clearly, these were highly trained professional assassins, determined to finish the job quickly and leave no witnesses. TSK. What a buzzkill. Wang Xiaoming's brow furrowed, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face at the interruption. Instantly, he deduced their origins and intent, recognizing that these were no ordinary hitmen or mercenaries. Yet, even in the face of this sudden and lethal ambush, there wasn't the slightest hint of tension in his demeanor. He didn't so much as reach for the driver device at his waist, a weapon that could be summoned at any moment. After all, to deal with small fry of this caliber, the destroyer of worlds need not show his true power. Seeing that their long-range assault had failed, the 5 agents immediately abandoned their firearms. Almost as one, they drew gleaming combat knives or flicked out sturdy telescopic batons, pouncing at Wang Xiaoming with the silent ferocity of a wolf pack. Every movement radiated lethal efficiency and teamwork. They clearly intended to use their superior numbers and close-quarter skills to subdue or kill their target in a matter of seconds. Wang Xiaoming's eyes remained calm, his sharp gaze flicking over each approaching enemy. In an instant, their movements, weapons, and angles of attack formed a precise 3-dimensional image in his mind. No flashy moves, no wasted motions. As one of the agents lunged straight at him from the front, Wang Xiaoming didn't retreat, he advanced. His wrist twisted with the agility of a snake, deflecting the flashing blade by a hair's breadth. Flowing seamlessly, his fingers clamped onto the attacker's knife-wielding wrist like a steel trap, yanking forward and harnessing the opponent's momentum. At the same time, he dropped his center of gravity and drove his shoulder forward with explosive force. A swift, decisive shoulder throw. The agent let out a muffled grunt as his body slammed onto the hard rooftop like a discarded sack, losing most of his fighting strength in an instant. His dagger flew from his hand, clattering across the ground. Every motion carried the steady, precise combat rhythm reminiscent of Kuga's basic form, focused, powerful, and expertly controlled. At the same time, agents on both sides closed in. On the left, a baton sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, aiming for him in a sweeping arc. On the right, a vicious straight punch shot forward, targeting his face with deadly intent. Wang Xiaoming rocked ever so slightly, as unyielding as a roly-poly doll. The muscles of his left arm tensed in a flash, turning as solid as forged steel, and he blocked the incoming baton with a dull, metallic thud. Simultaneously, his right hand transformed from an open palm to a clenched fist, and without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a powerful straight punch of his own. The blow, packed with enough force to shatter stone, landed first, crashing squarely into the right side agent's abdomen. The agent doubled over as if struck by a battering ram, his body curling up like a shrimp. He spat out a mouthful of bile and crumpled to the ground, completely stripped of any will to resist. The sheer force behind that punch echoed the overwhelming power of Kuga's mighty form, a fist that could shake the world. Seeing his comrades fall, the third agent instantly shifted tactics. He launched a rapid, cunning sweep kick, his legs skimming low across the ground and aiming to take out Wang Xiaoming's legs from beneath him. But Wang Xiaoming seemed to have anticipated the move. Instead of retreating, he moved forward, tapping his toes lightly on the ground and springing upward as if weightless. He soared, just high enough to evade the sweeping leg. While still airborne, he twisted mid-flight, adjusting his stance with lightning speed, and his right leg came whipping down like a lash. A crisp, sickening crack rang out, bones shifting out of place. His heel struck with pinpoint accuracy, smashing into the wrist of a fourth agent who had just swung his baton. The impact snapped the agent's wrist, forcing a cry of pain from his lips. The weapon tumbled from his grasp, and he staggered backwards, clutching his injured arm. The flawless precision and speed of the move carried a trace of Kuga's agility and grace. The last special agent had been lurking off to the side, waiting for the perfect chance to strike. Now, seeing his opportunity, he crept in like a venomous snake, silent and deadly, his dagger glinting coldly as he thrust it straight at the vulnerable spot in Wang Xiaoming's lower back. Yet Wang Xiaoming reacted as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Just as the dagger was about to pierce his flesh, he spun around with explosive force. His body twisted like a spinning top, and he brought his forearm up an impossible angle to block the stabbing blade. A screech of metal scraping against metal filled the air. At that very instant, his right knee shot upward like a cannonball, striking with blinding speed. The blow landed squarely on the last agent's unsuspecting jaw. His vision went dark, and his body collapsed backward like a marionette with its strings cut, crashing heavily to the ground and slipping into unconsciousness. The entire sequence unfolded with seamless fluidity and precision. From the moment the first bullet was fired to the instant the last agent fell, barely a dozen seconds had passed. Wang Xiaoming's breathing hadn't even quickened. He stood among the 5 incapacitated, black-clad agents as if he'd just finished a casual warm-up. With a nonchalant air, he brushed imaginary dust from his casual jacket, a signature gesture of his, marked by a hint of careless ease. No trace of triumph lit up his face, nor was there any relief at having survived. There was only a flicker of irritation at the disturbance, and a cold detachment that came from seeing through it all. "Hydra," he muttered under his breath, his voice tinged with undisguised contempt and a chilling edge. "A bunch of rats skulking in the shadows, and yet they dare crawl out and provoke me. They really are playing with fire." His tone sounded less like anger and more like the simple stating of a fact. You picked the wrong person to mess with, and now you'll pay the price. Lifting his gaze, he looked once more toward the distant, bustling city, toward the grand spectacle that was about to unfold. "Well, that's enough time wasted on clearing out these pests," he said, half to himself, half as if making a decision. "That Hammer Industries launch tonight sounds rather interesting. It would be a shame not to see for myself how the story develops." He glanced down at his own street clothes, the corner of his mouth curling into a faint smile. "But still, if I'm going to the show, I ought to dress the part." Paying no further attention to the Hydra agents sprawled on the ground, awaiting whatever came next, Wang Xiaoming turned and, with the leisurely air of an ordinary city tourist, strolled toward the stairwell and vanished from the rooftop. As for the attackers' identities and why they'd targeted him, those questions barely lingered in his mind. His curiosity was drawn instead by the unfolding event, compelled by the irresistible urge of a passing Kamen rider to witness how the story would play out. At this moment, all his attention had shifted to the imminent Hammer Industries press conference. A meticulously orchestrated launch was about to begin, and an uninvited guest was preparing to slip inside. Tonight, under the New York sky, peace would not be on the agenda. Night fell like an immense swath of black velvet, slowly draping itself over the bustling city of New York. As the city lights blinked on, they transformed this forest of steel and glass into a dazzling spectacle of brilliance and color. At the heart of downtown, the sprawling convention center now resembled a giant energy core on the verge of eruption, drawing every gaze in the city toward it. This was the stage for Hammer Industries' highly anticipated future security launch. Inside, the hall was packed with people, the air thick with the scent of expensive perfume, the tang of brand-new carpet, and a deliberately amplified sense of feverish anticipation. Reporters jostled with cameras of all shapes and sizes, claiming every prime spot for the perfect shot. Flashes strobed in relentless bursts, so bright they threatened to sear the retinas. Security personnel in black suits and discreet earpieces stood stationed at every corner, their sharp eyes sweeping the crowd, maintaining a careful facade of order. Yet beneath this surface of glitz and noise, unseen currents of tension surged and twisted. The launch began right on schedule, but when the spotlight snapped on, it was not Justin Hammer himself, whom everyone had eagerly awaited, who strode to center stage. This minor deviation immediately stirred a ripple of hushed commotion and whispered speculation among the press. Stepping in was a poised, sharply dressed blonde hostess, her practiced smile and polished presence radiating confidence. Clearly a consummate professional, she took the brief murmur in stride, merely adjusting her microphone with assurance. Then, her voice, powerful and compelling, rang out across the auditorium, instantly recapturing every wandering attention. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to an evening destined for the history books." Her words, amplified through the speakers, brimmed with authority. "We stand upon the threshold of a new era, an era of absolute security, defined by Hammer Industries. Tonight, together, we will witness the birth of revolutionary technology, a a creation that will forever transform our understanding of defense, of safety, and of the very future itself. With deft command of evocative language, she continued to raise the crowd's anticipation, expertly building the atmosphere to its first crescendo. Meanwhile, backstage in the control room, the lighting was dim, with only the cold glow of countless screens illuminating the space. Ivan Vanko sat alone before the main console, his weathered face a mask of calm, save for the brooding intensity in his eyes, locked onto the lines of code scrolling across the displays. His fingers moved with mechanical precision over the keyboard, making certain that every unmanned suit of armor was primed and ready, set to deliver a flawless performance according to his pre-written commands. Deep in his gaze burned the creator's hunger for absolute control over his invention, and just beneath that, the chill of a vengeance that threatened to ignite. On the other side of the venue, inside a VIP box or a designated military observation area, General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross was engaged in a hushed conversation with several other high-ranking officers, their uniforms immaculate and epaulets gleaming. General Ross wore a grave expression as he watched the promotional video playing above the stage and listened to the host's impassioned speech. Every so often, he would give a slight nod, sharing his thoughts with his colleagues in a calm, yet authoritative tone. Hammer's technology still has room for improvement, but its stability and controllability are commendable. In the face of increasingly complex future threats, we need more direct and efficient tools like this. Though he skillfully avoided any sensitive terms, his words made it clear that the military should strongly support Hammer Industries' technology, quietly laying the groundwork for his vision of a brotherhood of steel. Back in the VIP section of the main hall, Tony Stark looked anything but comfortable, radiating an unmistakable get-me-out-of-here energy. Pepper Potts had practically forced him to stay in his seat, a seat that, to his dismay, was front and center, directly in the line of countless cameras. "Oh, come on, Pepper," Tony muttered, leaning in to grumble in her ear. "I honestly can't understand why we're wasting precious time watching this painfully boring circus. I'd rather watch paint dry. It'd be less torturous than this." Pepper shot him an exasperated glare, gently patting his restless hand to remind him to keep his voice down and be mindful of the occasion. But Tony seemed oblivious, continuing his complaints unabated. "If I'd known it would be like this, I would have stayed in the lab and installed a laser guidance system on my toaster. At least that would have had some technical merit. Look at this over-the-top stage, and that host. Did she accidentally pick up the wrong speech? Maybe someone's inauguration address?" Pepper couldn't help but stifle a laugh at his ridiculous comparison, but her eyes quickly clouded with concern. She squeezed his hand softly, offering silent reassurance. Beneath Tony's childish complaints, she could sense a deep, unspoken anxiety about the potential dangers lurking beneath the surface. Not far away, shrouded in the shadows, Phil Coulson stood watch with several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents disguised as guests or security personnel. Blending seamlessly into the background like ghosts, they maintained a discreet but vigilant guard over Stark. Coulson's gaze was razor-sharp, sweeping across every corner of the hall with practiced subtlety, ever alert for the slightest hint of trouble. At the back of the crowd, tucked away in an inconspicuous corner of the second-floor balcony, Wang Xiaoming stood with his hands in his pockets, blending in like any ordinary onlooker who'd simply come to enjoy the spectacle. He watched everything unfold in silence, giving no outward sign of interest. Even when Coulson's sharp gaze swept across his direction, Wang Xiaoming didn't so much as twitch an eyelid, as if the man was nothing but thin air. His entire focus was fixed on the center of the stage, on the main character who was about to make an entrance. Wang Xiaoming furrowed his brow in thought. So Hammer himself isn't opening the show? That's not what the script called for. It's far too subdued, not at all in line with his flashy, attention-seeking personality. His eyes flicked toward the backstage area. Besides, if I go by what I've glimpsed in other worlds, Ivan Vanko's tech should have a certain ruggedness to it, a raw, almost savage aesthetic. But what they're about to present here, if Vanko's really in charge, everything feels too polished, too uniform. Has Hammer really managed to keep him completely under control? Or has my interference changed the story of this world so much that nothing is the same anymore? As he pondered, the excitement on stage reached its peak. "Now, ladies and gentlemen, open your eyes wide. Hold your breath." The host's voice trembled with excitement. "Let us welcome the Guardians of the Future, Hammer Industries' Iron Curtain series of unmanned combat units." A tremendous roar filled the arena. Amid a thunderous sound effect and dazzling stage lights, the center of the stage slowly parted. Dozens of combat drones, each with a distinctive design and brimming with metallic might, rose up like a steel army awakening from deep beneath the earth. There were army models built for urban warfare, clad in heavy composite armor from head to toe. There were sleek, streamlined Navy models equipped with massive turbine engines for aerial combat. There were burly Marine units armed with heavy artillery, designed for amphibious assaults, and even a handful of unique submersible models, shaped like leviathans from the ocean's depths. All were painted in Hammer Industries' signature dark gray, each bearing a prominent company logo emblazoned across the chest. Their electronic eyes glimmered with cold blue or red light as they lined up in perfect formation, exuding an almost suffocating sense of power. Then, at the host command, these Iron Curtain drones began a series of jaw-droppingly seamless tactical demonstrations. They moved in absolute sync, executing combat stances, weapon targeting maneuvers, and squad assaults with uncanny precision. Several Air Force models even simulated hovering flight and evasive action. Every move was executed with the mechanical perfection of a finely tuned machine, displaying not only their extraordinary coordination, but also an unyielding obedience that left the audience breathless. Although there were no live rounds fired, the atmosphere was electric, enough to send the entire venue into a frenzy. Thunderous applause erupted, mingling with shouts of excitement and cries of amazement. The reporters, now seemingly supercharged, frantically snapped photos, eager to capture every heart-stirring moment. Watching the impeccably performing unmanned armors on stage, Tony curled his lip and whispered to Pepper, "See that, Pepper? Sure their movements are synchronized, almost like a well-rehearsed dance. But just look at them, all stiff and clueless, with eyes as empty as a brand-new fridge." Honestly, if Jarvis whipped up a random program, those tin cans would be dancing circles around what we just saw. He paused, his voice dripping with disdain. When a real threat shows up, these soulless hunks of metal will just be slow-moving targets, flashy, but useless. Pepper gave him a helpless look. She didn't say a word, only tightened her grip on his hand. The press conference, wrapped in overwhelming praise and endless applause, seemed to be a resounding success. The host announced that there would be a more detailed technical briefing to follow and warmly invited all distinguished guests to the upcoming celebration banquet. Just then, Justin Hammer, who had been absent from the stage until now, finally appeared. Dressed in a flashy silver suit, he waved energetically to the audience below, his face beaming with the smile of a victor, greedily soaking up this long-awaited, spotlight-stealing glory. Wang Xiaoming watched Hammer, who looked every bit the clown now crowned with borrowed splendor, then glanced at the crowd below, all seemingly mesmerized by the flawless performance. His frown deepened. The chaos he'd anticipated never came. Ivan Vanko didn't betray anyone on the spot, and the so-called perfect armors didn't show a single malfunction. Everything was proceeding too smoothly, so smooth it felt almost unnatural. No explosions, no hacking, no dramatique betrayals. Wang Xiaoming muttered under his breath, his voice swallowed by the dispersing crowd. Ivan Vanko, you revenge-driven maniac, what are you really planning? And you, Justin Hammer, what secrets are you still hiding? He could feel it, the climax of this spectacle was still far from over. Burdened with doubts and a growing sense of foreboding, he quietly turned away, melting into the departing throng like a drop of water vanishing into the sea, making his way back to his temporary base in the suburbs, a seaside villa. The night grew deeper. The coastal wind carried the tang of salt and moisture, brushing past the luxurious villa perched along the shoreline. Wang Xiaoming pushed open the villa's heavy wooden door and stepped inside. The entryway's motion sensor light flickered on, casting a pool of warm amber glow, while the rest of the house remained cloaked in deep shadow, eerily quiet. Just as he reached out to flick on the main living room light, suddenly, SHFF, SHFF, SHFF. Several heavy, shadowy figures emerged with the grinding sound of metal, as if demonic spirits had clawed their way out from the depths of hell. In an instant, they burst forth from the darkness of the living room, from the turn of the staircase, even from the shadows cast by the ceiling. In a flash, they sealed off every possible escape, forming an impenetrable ring around him. Wang Xiaoming's pupils contracted ever so slightly. These were nothing like the Hydra-foot soldiers he had encountered during the day, nor were they the mass-produced Iron Curtain armor showcased at the press conference. What now confronted him were 6 menacing suits of whiplash armor, each one a savage testament to violent design, a brutal evolution, visibly and heavily modified far beyond their original form. They stood taller and bulkier than the prototype Vank had once used. Thick hydraulic lines and power conduits snaked across exposed joints, while rough welding seams Deep claw marks and the scorched black scars of energy burns all screamed of wild modifications and brutal combat. In their hands, the energy whips they wielded no longer arced with the familiar blue sparks, but instead glowed with a dangerously unstable orange-red light, blazing like molten iron and radiating heat and destruction. One suit stood out as the clear leader. Its armor was even more heavily reinforced, with additional weaponry, miniature missile pods, or perhaps energy cannons, mounted on its shoulders. A twisted skull-like emblem was etched vaguely across its chest. Its electronic eyes glowed with a cold, crimson light as they locked onto Wang Xiaoming, and the massive frame stepped forward with a weighty thud, issuing a threat in a voice processed by electronics, rasping, metallic, and chilling to the bone. Kamen Rider Decade. You're passing through ends here. The voice paused, thick with undisguised malice and murderous intent. Someone asked me to send you a greeting with steel and thunder. Meanwhile, in the heart of New York City, the night was ablaze with the neon glow of 1,000 lights along a major avenue. Happy Hogan was at the wheel of an extended luxury limousine, guiding it smoothly through the steady traffic. In the back seat, Tony Stark was animatedly mocking Hammer's ridiculous silver suit from the earlier press conference and the awkward movements of his robots, eliciting a smile from Pepper that she tried and failed to suppress. The mood inside was light, as though the terror in Monaco and the farce of the press event were already fading into memory. Nearby, a convoy of unremarkable black SUVs kept their distance, neither too close nor too far. They were SHLD security detail, quietly shadowing the car. Suddenly, a deafening explosion tore through the night without warning. Ahead, one of the lead black SUVs was blown apart in an instant, erupting into a tumbling ball of fire and debris. Immediately afterward, like a chain reaction, a fierce barrage rained down as if the heavens had opened, a relentless hailstorm of bullets, energy blasts, and even small explosives assaulting from every direction. Happy gripped the steering wheel with desperate force, and the luxury sedan careened wildly on the edge of losing control, tires screeching in protest. Nearby vehicles scattered in panic, their frantic flight causing an even greater swell of chaos and a cascade of collisions. The roar of gunfire, the thunder of explosions, shrieks of terror, and the clang of metal on metal all fused together, transforming this bustling street into a war-torn inferno in an instant. SHIELD agents reacted with lightning speed, leaping from their damaged vehicles and taking cover as they engaged in a fierce firefight with the mysterious attackers. And amid this blazing chaos, a bizarre figure slashed through the smoke-choked night sky, ghost-like and swift. He stood atop a peculiar flying device, a green metallic board shaped much like the wings of a bat, darting through the bursts of fire and light, leaving in his wake a series of piercing, manic, bone-chilling wails. He was clad in a skin-tight suit of green, scale-shaped armor, a helmet twisted into a fiendish grin like the face of a demon, eyes glowing yellow with a wild, unhinged light. Completely ignoring the raging battle between SHIELD agents and their attackers below, he seemed to move through the chaos as if it were no more than a backdrop, utterly irrelevant. He had only one target. Behind that mask, his eyes, filled with pure malice and delirium, locked with unwavering focus on a single car, a luxury sedan battered by bullets and barely limping through the chaos, the very car carrying Tony Stark. With a sudden dive, the Green Goblin swooped down like a predatory falcon, landing squarely atop the burning wreckage of an overturned car. Towering above the scene, he stood like the deranged, lead actor on the stage of hell itself. Spreading his arms wide, he addressed Tony Stark, who had just managed to crawl out of the battered vehicle under Happy's cover, still reeling from shock. Tony Stark, surprised? Your party's over. Tonight it's my turn, the great Green Goblin, to give this city an opening act it will never forget. His laughter echoed through the night, the cry of a night owl twisted into something far more sinister, a banshee's wail rising above the chaos of explosions and screams, chilling and terrible. Listen well, Stark. Listen to the city's screams. Bask in this beautiful chaos. Let these sounds be the grandest symphony to accompany your ironclad tomb. Ha 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 ha. Elsewhere, under the cloak of night, Wang Xiaoming found himself surrounded by 6 menacing armored suits, each one exuding a killing intent so cold it seemed tangible. And on the other side of the city, just as Tony Stark had escaped the flaming wreckage, he came face to face with the murderous proclamation of the mad Green Goblin. The applause at the end still lingered in the air, while the screams at the opening had already pierced through the night sky of New York. Now, the real crisis, like a flood released from its gates, erupted in full force at this very moment. Surrounded by 6 armored suits, their reinforced whips crackling with ominous orange-red light and exuding murderous intent like an impenetrable iron wall. Wang Xiaoming's face showed not the slightest trace of tension. Instead, a playful smile tugged at his lips. "Oh, an upgraded version of your little toys." He gave these violently modified, killing machines a leisurely once-over, his tone as casual as if he were commenting on a neighbor's new lawnmower. "Interesting. Looks like someone really went to a lot of trouble, just for me." As if in response to his remark, or perhaps acting on a silent command. All but the one suit that was clearly the leader suddenly sprang into action. Deadly intent surged, swift and unhesitating. A sharp, electric crack split the air. 5 orange-red energy whips lashed out like venomous snakes come alive, searing hot and shrieking as they tore through the night. They struck from different angles, so fast they were almost invisible to the naked eye, each aiming to strike Wang Xiaoming with ruthless precision. The crisscrossing whips instantly sealed off any possible escape, and even the air itself shimmered under the onslaught of their wild energy. At the same time, 2 other suits abandoned their whips altogether. Their heavy steel frames unleashed a burst of raw propulsion, and with the force of runaway trucks, they charged at Wang Xiaoming from both sides. Their intent could not have been clearer: to smash this seemingly fragile human out of their path, to crush him outright, or at the very least, to pin him in place and create the perfect opening for their comrade's killing blow. The attack was ferocious, coordinated, and executed with a chilling efficiency meant for slaughter. Yet Wang Xiaoming moved even faster. Just as the whips closed in, just as the collisions were about to happen, his figure flickered, vanishing like a ghost. With a tiny, impossible sidestep that defied all normal momentum, he narrowly slipped past the lethal crossing point of the first whips. Almost simultaneously, the decade driver appeared at his waist, as if conjured from thin air. Without a moment's hesitation, Henshin, he slid the magenta card into the driver with a flourish, the crisp click of the mechanism echoing out. Kamen Ride, Decade. Blinding magenta light exploded in all directions, spreading out like a shockwave. When the brilliance faded, the figure of Kamen Rider Decade stood where Wang Xiaoming had been, his crimson compound eyes glowing with a cold, predatory gleam. A trio of metallic impacts rang out, clang, clang, clang. Decade drew the ridebooker in sword mode, his arm moving with lightning speed as he deftly blocked and deflected the incoming energy whips with flawless precision. Each impact burst forth with a harsh metallic screech and dazzling sparks. His movements were ghostly and agile, weaving through the dense barrage of whips at high speed, as if dancing on the edge of a blade. Facing the 2 charging armored suits, Decade didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced. With a sudden sidestep at a cunning angle, he allowed one suit's charge to barely graze past the edge of his body. At the same time, he reversed his grip on the ridebooker, swinging it in a swift, slicing arc. The blade cut fiercely into the shoulder joint of the other suit, the strike carrying a sharp, slicing wind. A dull, heavy sound of metal fracturing rang out, not crisp but muffled. Decade clearly felt the resistance as his blade cut into the metal, and sensed the armor's internal shock-absorbing structure dispersing most of the impact. Decade's mind sharpened. Their defense has definitely improved. A lot of the force was absorbed. Looks like these aren't just cobbled-together machines. Just then, the leader among the armored suits, who had remained motionless, fixed Decade with its electronic eyes, glowing cold red. It let out a deliberately distorted, grating laugh that sounded like rusted metal scraping, its tone mimicking Ivan Vanko's signature deep voice. "Pointless Decade. We've already analyzed your combat data and power patterns inside out, especially that ridiculous lightning ability of yours." The voice paused, dripping with undisguised malice. "These new toys are specially reinforced for energy absorption and physical defense. Your attacks? To us, they're nothing but a tickle." Hearing this, Decade paused for a heartbeat, then let out a soft laugh, as though he'd just heard something utterly absurd. "You've analyzed me? With these half-baked modifications?" His voice carried from behind the mask, dripping with a lofty, mocking tone. How delightfully naive. He sheathed the ridebooker with a flourish, then, with a practiced flick, drew a brand new card from the case at his waist, the one marked with a white rocket head. "The Fours card. If you're that confident," Decade's voice turned almost playful, as if choosing the next round in a game, "then let's switch the channel and see how you like this." The card slid into the driver with perfect precision. Kamen Ride Fours. Boom! Like the roaring plume of a rocket launch, a dazzling burst of white light shot skyward, engulfing Decade's magenta form completely. A suit of armor, sleek and streamlined like an astronaut's, rapidly materialized, brilliantly white and futuristic. The helmet, crowned with a distinctive rocket-shaped crest and vibrant orange compound eyes brimming with energy and passion, heralded the arrival of the Cosmic Rider. Cosmic, Decade, now transformed into his Force form, struck his signature pose, pointing boldly to the heavens, and unleashed a full-throated shout with all his might. Has arrived! But that was only the beginning. Without a moment's pause after transforming, Decade immediately drew another card from his deck, a card symbolizing the power of flames. He slid the flame switch card directly into the driver. States change, fire. A deep hum vibrated through the air. Four's white armor seemed to ignite in an instant, shifting to a vivid, blazing red, as if wreathed in living fire. On his left arm, a uniquely designed weapon appeared, part extinguisher, part flamethrower, the he-hat gun, reminiscent of a powerful fire hose ready for battle. Decade, in his Four's Fire States form, entered the fray in his fiery incarnation. When the whip-armored enemies lunged at him again, Decade chose a dramatically different approach this time. Take this! He swiftly switched the he-hat gun to its flame mode, aimed it at the two armored foes charging at him with their crackling orange-red energy whips, and unleashed a torrent of fire. A searing blast, fierce as a dragon's breath, erupted forth, radiating a heat intense enough to melt steel. The flames engulfed the two armored suits, their heavy exteriors sizzling and crackling under the Inferno's assault. Exposed circuits and sensors warped and melted in the heat, their movements growing visibly sluggish and stiff as tendrils of black smoke began to rise. Take him down, barked the leader. The remaining three suits, including their commander, immediately shifted tactics. They spread out quickly, using their energy whips for harrying, long-range attacks. The orange-red whips, blazing like living serpents of fire, lashed out at Decade from every direction. At the same time, the leader's shoulder-mounted launchers locked on and fired, sending a volley of small homing missiles streaking toward Decade, their fiery trails streaking through the air. However, Decade in his flame form was like a god of fire, bathing in molten lava. He paid no heed to the energy whips lashing against his body. The flame-shaped armor granted him extraordinary resistance to heat and fire-based attacks. Those whips, capable of melting ordinary metal, struck him only to spark a flurry of insignificant embers, unable to inflict any real harm. As missiles came hurtling toward him, Decade's movements became ghostly. He slipped and twisted through the tight space with uncanny agility. At the same time, he abruptly switched the he-hat gun in his hands to extinguishing mode. A violent hiss split the air. A blast of ice-cold, high-pressure water, sharp as a jet cutter, shot forth with unstoppable force, striking one of the armored suits that was trying to circle from the side. The impact was so great that the cumbersome suit staggered, knocked off balance, and lurched backward, finally slamming with a heavy crash into the villa's reinforced load-bearing wall. The freezing stream and foam smothered its optical sensors, blinding it temporarily and completely halting its movement. Without missing a beat, Decade repeated his tactics. He switched back to flame mode and unleashed a concentrated burst of searing heat at the joint of another suit's leg. The high temperature quickly weakened its structural integrity, making movement nearly impossible. Then, switching the he-hat gun once more to extinguishing mode, he blasted the suit with another powerful surge of water, toppling it like a bowling pin. It crashed to the ground, unable to rise again. In a matter of moments, the 6 imposing, reinforced suits had been reduced to chaos. Decade's deft combination of fire and water had completely dismantled 4 of them. Only the leader and 1 companion remained barely operational. Sensing the sudden turn of the battle, the lead suit's electronic eye flashed a rapid, urgent red. The energy core in its chest flared brightly, as if preparing to activate some devastating weapon, or perhaps trigger a self-destruct sequence, determined to take everything down with it. Try to go all out? Not a chance. Decade caught the intent in an instant, his gaze turning steely cold. No longer hesitating, he slid the card marked for the flame switch into the main slot. The driver belt emitted the telltale standby sound for the finishing attack. Final attack ride. FOFOFO force. Decade raised the he-hat gun high above his head, keeping it in flame mode, and aimed the barrel squarely at the leading battlesuit. At the muzzle, a massive, searing energy, so hot. It nearly turned white, gathered and compressed, raging like a miniature sun. The air around the weapon twisted and shimmered in the unbearable heat, crackling with explosive pops. Rider exploding shoot. Decade roared, pulling the trigger with all his might. A deafening blast erupted. A colossal beam of fire, so bright it nearly lit up the entire villa's living room, shot forth, brimming with terrifying heat and unstoppable destruction. It surged, like divine wrath, engulfing the lead battle suit in an instant, along with the one beside it, which tried to shield itself but was vaporized as easily as paper. A violent explosion tore through the villa, flames and shockwaves sweeping across the entire first floor with the force of a tsunami. The orange-red inferno cast Decade's crimson figure in a hellish light, as if he were some fire god wielding destruction itself. When the echoes of the blast faded and the flames slowly died down, only devastation remained. The ground was littered with twisted, melted metal wreckage, thick black smoke billowing upward. Not a single intact battlesuit was left, barely even any recognizable parts. Decade, now in forest fire states, stood quietly at the center of the charred ruin. Slowly, he released his transformation, returning to his true form as Wang Xiaoming. He gazed at the scene before him, his face expressionless. As if by habit, he gently brushed off his clothes, which, miraculously, had emerged from the explosion without a single mark. "Warm-up's over," he murmured, his gaze shifting toward the window and the heart of the city beyond. "Now, let's see how the other protagonist is doing with his big performance." Meanwhile, the Green Goblin raised his voice in a frenzied declaration, brandishing a pumpkin bomb that flickered with deadly light. With a wicked grin, he prepared to hurl it straight at Tony Stark's head. Stark had just crawled from the wreckage of Twisted Train Car, still shaken and barely finding his footing. Crisis was upon them, danger at its peak. Just then, in that breathless moment, a black streak tore through the night, swift as a meteor and just as elusive, its path so precise it seemed to defy belief. It shot out from the shadowed rooftop of a distant building like a phantom, impossible to trace. So fast was its flight that it left a barely audible whistle in the air. A crisp, echoing snap followed. The arrow was not aimed at the Green Goblin's vital points, but with an almost supernatural precision, it struck squarely at a minuscule connecting joint on the wrist of the arm he held aloft. A sudden explosion rang out, not deafening, but forceful enough to shatter his spellcasting. The Green Goblin let out a stifled, pained grunt, and the pumpkin bomb in his hand was jolted free by the abrupt shock, tumbling away before erupting with a distant boom. Well away from Tony. With this unexpected arrow, the Green Goblin's assault was forcibly interrupted. The Green Goblin's head snapped up in disbelief and fury, his yellow eyes glinting venomously as he locked his gaze onto the direction from which the arrow had come. Who was it? Who dared to disrupt his grand performance? On the edge of a distant rooftop, a lithe, formidable figure slowly emerged. He wore a dark, form-fitting tactical suit, a sleek compound, bow in hand, and already another arrow nocked and ready. The arrowhead glimmered with an icy sheen under the neon lights of the city. Moonlight and city glow outlined the sharp, resolute lines of his face. Clint Barton, codename Hawkeye, had arrived at this critical moment to turn the tide. The Green Goblin stared, momentarily taken aback by Hawkeye's sudden appearance. Then, with a shriller, more deranged cackle, he spat. "Ha yet another little fly who doesn't know when to quit. Are you SHIELD's lapdog? Or maybe Stark's latest hire bodyguard? What's this? Do you really think you can stop me with that outdated stick of yours? Stop the great Green Goblin." Hawkeye's face was expressionless, his gaze razor-sharp as he focused on the lunatic in green, gliding below on his flightboard. His voice, carried clearly and coolly by a compact amplifier, held a note of subtle mockery. "The party's over, monster." Hawkeye's tone was flat, as if stating a simple fact. "Your performance is a little too loud. Disturbing the peace, you know, is rather inconsiderate." Having just been snatched back from the jaws of death, Tony Stark watched this dramatic turn of events, first breathing a sigh of relief before his mind could quite catch up. He took in the sight of the rooftop archer, like some modern-day outlaw, and his face wore a classic Stark expression, baffled, incredulous, and itching to make a snarky remark. Instinctively, he steadied the still-shaken Pepper beside him and muttered under his breath. "Are you serious right now? What's going on here? Did Robin Hood just stroll out of some medieval fairy tale? Hey, you with the bow over there." His voice rose, tinged with his trademark sarcasm. "Did you forget your green tights at home? Or was this retro cosplay thing suddenly all the rage? Come on, can't you be a little more original? I mean, how about handing me a laser bow or something?" The chaos of the city raged on beneath the night sky. The firefights between the unknown assailants and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, the blasts, the wailing sirens, all echoed and overlapped in a relentless cacophony. Up high, Hawkeye and the Green Goblin faced off, tension crackling in the air. Tony Stark had managed a narrow escape for the moment, but he was still smack in the middle of the battlefield, danger pressing in from every side. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoming, having taken care of the little trouble inside the mansion, was ready to set out, headed straight for this press conference that had spiraled completely out of control. The night in New York was far from over. The echoes of shrill screams that had torn through the sky still lingered. Clint Barton, Hawkeye, stood at the edge of a skyscraper, a resolute wedge driven into the cities. Chaos, calm and unyielding. His bowstring still quivered ever so slightly from his last shot. Below, atop the burning wreck of a car, the green nightmare of a figure, the green goblin hammer, was left in a state of furious, twisted rage, his attack forcibly interrupted. His glider hovered unsteadily, emitting a menacing drone. The grotesque demon mask snapped toward Hawkeye's perch, yellow lenses ablaze with manic fury, and another shriek tore through the night, sharp enough to make the darkness itself shudder. Cackling echoed out, Green Goblin's laughter, manic and unhinged, a surge of twisted arrogance finally unleashed after too long in the shadows, laced with his signature madness. How amusing! A little insect hiding in the dark, taking potshots, dares to stand in my way? Are you one of those shield rat's lapdogs? Or did that bastard Stark just pay for a bargain bin archer? His voice, distorted by the electronic modulator, sounded even more bizarre and grating. And with those museum piece sticks you call arrows, you think you can stop me? Stop the great Green Goblin, the true artist about to bestow his masterpiece on this city. Before the words had even fully left his lips, without giving Hawkeye the slightest chance to respond, the Green Goblin gave a sudden, sweeping gesture. Instantly, several razor bats, their metallic edges gleaming with a dangerous, cold light, shot from his hand like deadly projectiles. They seemed almost alive as they traced bizarre, looping paths through the air, slicing toward the edge of the rooftop where Hawkeye was concealed. Their flight was accompanied by a shrill, ear-splitting whoosh, cutting through the night from all directions, an attack as much a furious test as an unmasked show of intimidation. See for yourself. My toys are far superior to yours. Yet faced with this ferocious and cunning assault, Hawkeye's features remained as calm and immovable as a frozen lake. He made no dramatic effort to dodge. Instead, his body moved with ghostly precision along the narrow rooftop edge, sliding, leaning, twisting just enough. Every motion was measured to the millimeter, just barely avoiding the spinning razor bats as they grazed past his body, some even brushing the tip of his coat, only to embed themselves uselessly in the wall behind him or drop, spin to the ground below. His icy composure was a stark contrast to the goblin's manic aggression. Almost the instant his evasive dance ended, Hawkeye's bow was already drawn tight, the string taut. Arrows shot forth in rapid succession, each one flashing through the air so quickly that only blurred afterimages remained. But his target was not the goblin's seemingly vulnerable flesh. Whip! The first arrow struck with uncanny accuracy, piercing the center of a razor bat that had just veered around, attempting a sneak attack from behind. The miniature electromagnetic pulse device attached to the arrowhead triggered with a faint sizzle. The razor bat, as if its very spine had been ripped out, spun helplessly and crashed to the street below. Whip! The second arrow did not aim for the Green Goblin himself, but rather for the burning wreckage of a car beneath his feet. Not at the fuel tank, but at a tire. The high-explosive arrowhead detonated in a controlled blast, not violent enough to be lethal, but strong enough to send up a burst of flames and thick, choking smoke. Instantly, the goblin's view was obscured, and the turbulent air rocked his flying glider, forcing him to yank it sharply upward and retreat a short distance. Whip! The third arrow, a custom smoke arrow, streaked down toward the chaotic street below the goblin. Dense, acrid gray smoke billowed forth, spreading rapidly and sowing confusion. It clouded the vision of any would-be pursuers and bought precious time for the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents still battling below, as well as any trapped civilians, to either escape or find cover. This was no act of reckless bravado, but a coolly calculated maneuver to control the battlefield. All of this unfolded in a flash, a brilliant display of elite skill and tactical mastery, a testament to the professionalism and far-reaching vision of a top-tier agent. Hawkeye didn't even glance at the result of his arrow's impact. He simply tilted his head slightly and spoke in a low, rapid voice into his earpiece. Barton calling Control Center. I am now engaged with a hostile target. Codename Little Green Man? Let's go with Green Goblin for now. Identity unknown. Target is confirmed as extremely dangerous. Possesses individual flight capability and multiple explosive devices. Threat level assessed as Alpha. Immediate evacuation of a 500-meter radius around the combat zone is advised. Repeat, Evacuate a 500-meter radius. Battlefield clearance and aerial fire support required. Over. His tone was steady and devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if he were simply reporting the weather. Arg, you damned insect. The Green Goblin was completely enraged by Hawkeye's unervingly calm, precise counterattack and tactical interference. He let out an even wilder, sharper scream. If there had been any hint of probing or showmanship in his previous attacks, now there was only pure brutality, a savage urge to tear this infuriating archer to pieces. With a violent jerk of the control lever, the flight board under his feet emitted a piercing shriek of protest, like a drunken bat careening through the air. The board twisted and dived with impossible, dizzying maneuvers, utterly defying the laws of aerodynamics, yet displaying an eerie, unpredictable agility. Pumpkin bombs flew from his hands in a relentless barrage, as if he had an endless supply. Some whistled straight toward the rooftop where Hawkeye was positioned, exploding with thunderous force. Shards of stone and concrete rained down, forcing Hawkeye to constantly shift his position. Others were deliberately hurled onto the surrounding streets, into shop windows, even at innocent vehicles, each explosion triggering screams of terror and escalating chaos. The goblin seemed to revel in the destruction, delighting in the way fear spread through the city below. His attacks appeared chaotic and wild, lacking any discernible pattern, yet he fully exploited the flight board's ability to ignore terrain. From all manner of tricky angles, he harassed and launched deadly strikes like a swarm of venomous wasps, seeking to completely overwhelm Hawkeye's shooting space and squash this unflappable fly against the wall. For a moment, the scene cuts away from the fierce aerial clash, shifting to the other side of the chaotic street below. Happy Hogan, moving like a human fortress, shielded Pepper Potts, pale, but her gaze still resolute, with his massive frame. Flanked by two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, providing alternating cover, they made a rapid retreat toward a sturdy-looking cafe at the corner that had been hastily cleared for safety. Not far away, Coulson leaned against a bullet-riddled patrol car, calmly coordinating the agents on-site through multiple channels, directing counterattacks, evacuations, and intelligence gathering. The sounds of gunfire, explosions, blaring sirens, and people's cries blended together, creating a symphony fit for the end of days. Tony Stark was being half-supported by Happy, but it was clear his mind was elsewhere. He stared anxiously at the night sky, where a green figure darted about like some ghostly specter, and at the solitary archer on the rooftop, dodging and firing arrow after arrow. Inside, Tony felt as if he were being roasted over an open flame. "Let go of me, Happy. Listen." Tony struggled against Happy's iron grip, his voice tight and distorted with impatience. "That guy, he's after me. Did you see him? That damn green-skin monster. I have to help. Quick, give me the spare Mark V from the car. Or have Jarvis drop me the latest suit, right now." Just then, Coulson appeared in front of him as if he'd materialized out of thin air, blocking his path. His face was utterly expressionless, but his calm eyes and steady tone left no room for argument, carrying an authority impossible to ignore. "Mr. Stark, that's not an option right now." "Not an option?" Tony nearly leapt to his feet. "Phil, did you see that lunatic out there dressed like it's Halloween? And that woodland friend with the bow? They need Iron Man. Right now. This instant." Coulson's voice remained as calm as ever, his explanation precise and orderly. "Agent Barton is one of SHLD's top field agents. He has extensive experience with these kinds of emergencies. He can handle it. Second," he paused, his tone turning even more resolute, "if you rush out there now, you'll be the most obvious target on the battlefield, drawing all enemy fire, including threats we may not have even identified yet, those lurking in the shadows. That would only make things worse. Third," Coulson met Tony's eyes directly. "By Director Fury's highest order, your absolute safety is SFLD's top priority in this operation. Please cooperate with us, Mr. Stark." "My safety?" Tony let out a bitter laugh. "My armor is the best security there is. Get out of my way, Phil." He was about to force his way past Coulson, but Pepper, standing beside him, grabbed his arm tightly. Tony turned to see her eyes brimming with fear, worry, and silent pleading. Her lips trembled, but no words came. She just shook her head desperately, begging him not to take the risk. Seeing her like this, the surge of heroism and anger inside Tony was doused, as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water over it. He let out a heavy sigh, raked his hand through his hair in frustration, and finally shrugged in resignation, a trace of bitterness and self-mockery on his face. All right, you win, suit and tie. I'll do it your way." He cast a quick glance at Hawkeye, still locked in fierce combat in the distance. Let that Robin Hood have his fun for a while. Let's just hope he brought enough arrows. But listen carefully. If things spiral out of control, or if he starts firing those ridiculous arrows with suction cups, his disdain and deep-seated mistrust of S.H.I.E.L.D. were as plain as ever. Coulson gave the slightest, almost imperceptible nod, then signaled the nearby agents to keep escorting Tony and Pepper back toward the makeshift safe zone at the coffee shop. At the same time, his fingers worked swiftly over his earpiece, continuing to coordinate and command the chaos unfolding across the battlefield. The fires of battle flared anew. High above, Hawkeye and the Green Goblin skirmish had reached a fever pitch. Recognizing the Green Goblin's frenzied agility and destructive power, Hawkeye quickly abandoned the tactic of holding a single sniper spot. With a sharp whistle, a grappling arrow shot out and buried itself in the protruding edge of a taller building opposite him. He drew back on his bowstring in a single, fluid motion, and, agile as an acrobat, used its tension and his own coordination to vault through the air in a daring arc, landing silently on a new vantage point. The entire maneuver was seamless, a testament to his astonishing parkour skills and ability to adapt in the thick of battle. With his new position came a shift in tactics. He now unleashed a greater variety and more specialized arrows, his shots flowing one after another with practiced precision. A shock arrow, its tip crackling with blue arcs of electricity, darted out like a hunting viper, striking the energy core beneath the Green Goblin's flying glider. Although the glider seemed to have some kind of energy shield, or interference field, and the shock arrow couldn't completely disable it, the violent arcs still burst across its surface in a shower of blinding sparks. The glider jerked hard, its controls faltering for a split second, and just as the Green Goblin scrambled to regain his balance, another arrow was already on its way. An explosive arrow. It didn't strike the Green Goblin directly, but detonated with a thunderous blast right in the path where he was about to fly. The powerful shockwave and gust of wind sent him tumbling wildly, completely throwing off his attack rhythm. Hawkeye even tried a tripwire arrow, aiming to snare the glider's turbines or joints, but the spinning metal wire was instinctively severed by the Green Goblin. Either with a rapid twist of his machine or by the razor-edge bats, he fired in a blur of speed. Even so, every shot from Hawkeye was as precise as a surgeon's scalpel, undermining the Green Goblin's developing attacks, restricting his movement, disrupting his judgment. Like the most skilled of hunters, Hawkeye managed to keep this raging beast tightly contained, using the bare minimum of movement and the utmost precision to play out a deadly symphony on his bowstring. His gaze stayed razor-sharp, his composure chillingly unshakable. "Hey, Ark, damn Archer, you're as annoying as an immortal fly." The Green Goblin was being driven utterly mad by Hawkeye's persistence. His attacks became even more wild and unhinged, firing the microenergy weapons mounted on his glider in a frenzied, haphazard barrage, hurling heavier and more bizarrely effective pumpkin bombs with mounting frequency. One bomb even exploded mid-air, releasing a nauseating cloud of yellow-green gas, a clear sign that it was some kind of toxic agent. Fortunately, Hawkeye anticipated the threat and loosed an arrow fitted with a powerful fan, dispersing the poisonous cloud before it could reach anyone. Inside the Green Goblin, a raging storm was erupting. Hammer's bone-deep jealousy and inferiority, entwined with the pure madness and destructive urge brought on by the green serum, wrestled and fused inside him like two venomous snakes in Mortal Kombat. Why? Why does someone always have to get in my way? Where's that bastard Stark? Where's he hiding? I want him to watch. Watch as I tear apart everything he holds dear. Watch as I revel in the absolute power he's never had. This is art. This is freedom. This is my stage. He turned his fury on the buildings around him, unleashing a new wave of chaos. Towering glass windows shattered in violent bursts. Cars on the streets below were tossed and set ablaze, the night erupting with the roar of explosions and the shrieks of terrified civilians. He no longer seemed to care if he actually hit Hawkeye. He was intoxicated by the twisted pleasure of pure destruction. Yet, just as his laughter reached a fever pitch and he prepared to hurl another bomb, a sudden warning tremor ran through the newfound power inside him, like an engine overheating and sputtering. Adida lived. At the same time, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of his main target, Tony Stark, being escorted into a reinforced shelter by those meddling S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. It was time for change in tactics. The thought flashed through the Green Goblin's mind. Or perhaps it was that cold, insidious voice whispering from within. He unleashed another shrill, piercing cackle, this one laced with rage, madness, and a chilling sense of grim promise. Suddenly, he veered his glider, rocketing into the distant, inky night like an arrow loosed from a bowstring. Before disappearing, he made a grand, theatrical exit, tossing his remaining pumpkin bombs down into the chaos of the street below, each set with a delayed fuse. The exhaust at the back of his glider flared with scorching fire, a final, blazing farewell. He turned his head, the twisted mask seeming to pierce the darkness, fixing Hawkeye with a venomous glare. Or perhaps it was a parting look. At the city he'd thrown into turmoil, leaving behind a proclamation, one filled with malice and madness, that would echo in the night. Remember this moment. You with the bow. Remember the terror that the Green Goblin brings. This is only the beginning, a prelude to a grand masquerade. Once I drag that tin can out of hiding and crush him like an insect, you'll be next. I'll make you, all of you, taste true despair. I'll show you what real destruction looks like, what true annihilation really is. Ha 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 ha. His maniacal laughter echoed through the night sky as his green figure shrank rapidly, finally disappearing beyond the distant city skyline, leaving behind only a trail of imminent threats and a ravaged street scarred by chaos. High above the ground, Hawkeye slowly lowered his bow, his sharp, calm gaze fixed on the direction in which the Green Goblin vanished. He didn't give chase, perhaps. He judged he couldn't catch up, or perhaps he'd been ordered to hold his position, or maybe he simply needed to prioritize the bombs about to explode below. He simply lifted his communicator once again and reported to the other end. Target has broken contact. Initial assessment, fleeing east. Repeat, target has escaped. Multiple explosives left on site. Countdown, 15 seconds. Request EOD team to intervene immediately. Over. Just a few seconds after the Green Goblin's figure was swallowed by the night. Not far from the battlefield, atop another skyscraper, in a corner swallowed by shadow. The air rippled faintly, almost like water, as a shimmering aurora of rainbow light appeared for an instant, then vanished without a trace. Wang Xiaoming stood quietly there, hands in the pockets of his trench coat, his calm eyes following the direction in which the Green Goblin had departed, as if the harrowing aerial battle moments ago was nothing but a noisy street performance. A thoughtful expression lingered on his face. Green Goblin, he murmured, curiosity in his voice. So this world has birthed such a being, filled with chaos and twisted power. Intriguing. He slowly extended a hand, fingers splayed as if to catch something invisible in the night wind. Traces of residual energy, fragments of information. Left behind by the Green Goblin, undetectable to the naked eye. Faint arcs of electricity and ghostly green sparks danced at his fingertips. Let me see, he closed his eyes. His senses extended outward, invisible tendrils parsing the clues he'd gathered. This power, raw, ferocious, full of forced infusion and rejection. Definitely Justin Hammer's brand of clownishness. But his brow furrowed as he perceived something deeper. The source of this power doesn't seem entirely of this dimension. There's something else mixed in, colder, older, laced with a malice that manipulates everything, a distorting noise. The corners of Wang Xiaoming's mouth curled into a knowing, enigmatic smile. It seems on this chessboard, aside from the visible pieces, there are other players who have quietly slipped in, he mused. He withdrew his hand, his gaze once again sweeping over the chaotic New York nightscape below, a city still reeling, but for the moment, freed from its most immediate danger. The wail of sirens, the blare of fire engines, and the shouts of people intertwined in a cacophony, all foretelling that this night was far from over. It's getting more and more interesting, he whispered to himself. SHIELD headquarters, Director Nick Fury's office. The lighting was deliberately dim, casting the room in deep shadows. Beyond the massive floor-to-ceiling bulletproof windows, the outline of New York stretched out, still weary, not yet fully awakened from last night's chaos. Wisps of lingering smoke drifted across the morning sky, leaving faint traces in the early light. Inside, the office was unusually silent, broken only by the steady, low hum of sophisticated machinery, like a muted heartbeat tapping against the weighty atmosphere. Nick Fury stood with his back to the window, one hand clasped behind him. Clad in his signature black trench coat, he seemed almost to merge with the darkness at the heart of the office, a silent, unyielding statue surveying the city below. A gentle knock at the door. With the slightest whisper of air, the heavy alloy door slid open without a sound. Maria Hill entered, dressed in a sharply tailored deep blue uniform. Her steps were measured and confident, her expression serious, eyes keen and composed. Upon seeing Fury's silhouette, she didn't approach immediately, but stopped several paces from the desk. Director, Hill said, her voice crisp and efficient, breaking the hush in the room. She began her report. Agent Melinda May's team failed to track the Green Goblin. The target exploited the extreme maneuverability of his glider and his uncanny familiarity with the city's complex terrain. He deliberately triggered explosions and chaos in multiple districts, successfully disrupting our pursuit and ultimately vanished into the intricate maze of buildings on the city's east side. His current whereabouts are unknown. The initial on-site damage assessment is being compiled. Property loss is extensive and casualties are still being counted. She paused, then continued. Additionally, Agent Romanoff has completed her initial infiltration of the Hammer Industries press event and backstage. As you predicted, the launch itself proceeded unusually smoothly, without any technical failures or unexpected incidents. However, Natasha was unable to make direct contact with the core armor's designer. Justin Hammer himself was absent from the backstage area for most of the demonstration, his movements conspicuously discreet. Fury turned slowly, the cold light in his solitary eye glinting like a shard of winter starlight, utterly devoid of warmth. Vanished. His voice was low, thick with restrained dissatisfaction and a skepticism that threatened to spill over. A lunatic on a hoverboard, tossing explosives, simply vanishes right under SLD's nose. He paced over to his desk, his fingers tapping lightly against the frigid surface. Hammer's laughable press conference went off so successfully, yet the source of the core tech for those drones of his remains a complete enigma. Hill, isn't the timing of all this just a little too convenient? At that moment, the office door slid open again without a sound. Clint Barton stepped in, having shed his dust-stained battle gear for the standard shield uniform, though a trace of exhaustion from the recent combat still lingered about him. His eyes, however, were as piercing and predatory as a hawk's. Director, Barton offered a brief nod. Barton, Fury looked his way, report directly. You've had up-close contact with our green surprise. Barton nodded and began a concise account of his direct encounter with the Goblin, focusing on the adversary's key traits. On the tech side, his flying board is incredibly advanced, extremely agile, capable of maneuvers that outright defy the laws of physics. But overall it feels unstable, like something cobbled together and pushed far beyond its limits. The weapons he uses are mostly various small explosives. Powerful, diverse, but his attack patterns are erratic, lacking any tactical logic. Mentally, he's deeply unstable. Barton's brow knitted slightly. His behavior is manic, hysterical even. He seems to revel in chaos and spreading fear, attacking civilians and public infrastructure far more often than targeting me directly. It's as if he's putting on some deranged performance. His strength and endurance are well beyond human. Barton added, he took at least 2 point-blank blasts and still managed to recover. Almost instantly, his speed and reflexes are extraordinary. There's no doubt he's undergone some form of biological enhancement or chemical stimulation. Finally, Barton offered his personal assessment. To sum it up, it's like fighting a lunatic overdosed on something nasty, wielding a bag full of dangerous, high-tech toys. He's completely unpredictable, extremely dangerous, driven by nothing but pure malice. Fury listened in silence for a moment, then turned to Hill. Hill, what's your first impression of this Goblin? Set aside the technicals, and Kumba, I want your psychological read. He sought the insight of his trusted deputy, hoping for a profile that went beyond tactics and tech. Hill pondered for a moment before replying. Unstable, extremely dangerous. His actions are more like bouts of uncontrolled rage than calculated terrorist attacks with a clear strategy. Yet, the level of equipment he wields and his extraordinary physical abilities are far beyond what any ordinary criminal or psychiatric patient could possess. There must be advanced technical support behind him and, perhaps, a deeper reason driving him into this almost self-destructive state of mind. She maintained the calm, objective detachment of a seasoned agent. Just then, the office door opened for the third time. Natasha Romanoff slipped in, silent as a cat melting into the shadows. Director. Her voice was low, with a barely perceptible metallic undertone. I bypassed Hammer Industries' outer security systems. After the press conference ended, I conducted a deeper recon around their back-end production areas and data center. Natasha got straight to the point, reporting her key findings. The security level around their production lines and research zones is unusually high, far beyond what you'd expect for even military or commercial standards. And all the new core security personnel in these areas, their backgrounds don't check out as employees of Hammer's regular security contractors. There are very clear signs they're ex-special forces with the latest military issue gear, but every insignia or identifying mark has been deliberately removed. Military personnel? Fury's one good eye narrowed sharply, the way a viper coils before it strikes. When he heard this, military, guarding Justin Hammer's production line, he murmured, his mind immediately conjuring up the rigid, ambitious face of Thaddeus Ross. His thoughts leaped ahead, snapping back to the press conference itself. Fury suddenly asked, those drones Hammer showed off tonight. There were so many, and their movements were fluid. They need enormous power to operate like that. But during the demonstration, I didn't see them connected to any external power source. What kind of energy are they running on? Some sort of miniaturized power core? Something like arc reactor technology. He cut straight to the heart of the technological mystery. Hill's eyes lit up, instantly grasping Fury's line of thinking. She quickly spoke into her earpiece, contacting the data team. Pull up all of Hammer Industries' recent procurement records, energy technology patent, applications, and related transactions. Focus on anything involving miniaturized or high-output power sources. Cross-reference the energy output profiles against early Stark Industries' arc reactor technology. A moment later, Hill lifted her head, her expression growing even graver. I found a possible connection, although there's no direct evidence that Hammer Industries possesses similar technology on their own. Cross-referencing the database, tracking unusual purchases of rare materials and energy components, points to a single name, Anton Vanko. She quickly pulled up the relevant files and summarized. Anton Vanko, a renowned Soviet physicist. During the Cold War, he collaborated with Mr. Howard Stark on early theoretical research for the arc reactor. Later, due to involvement in espionage and fundamental disagreements over technology, Stark exposed him, resulting in Vanko's expulsion and deportation to the Soviet Union. There, his life took a downward turn, and he faded into obscurity. In the office, Barton and Natasha both exchanged looks of sudden realization. It all made sense now. Anton Vanko had been supporting Hammer from the shadows, or perhaps Hammer had simply acquired Vanko's technology. But, Hill immediately added, breaking through the simplicity of that assumption, according to available records, even if Anton Vanko were still alive, he would be well past his prime. However, he had a son, Ivan Vanko, who is also an exceptionally talented physicist. It said he inherited all of his father's research and his deep-seated grudge against the Stark family. Ivan Vanko's whereabouts have long been shrouded in secrecy, and for years, multiple intelligence agencies have listed him as a potential international security threat. In an instant, all the clues snapped together like iron filings drawn to a magnet, pointing unerringly at two individuals, Ivan Vanko and Justin Hammer, whose secret dealings with the military and involvement in the armored suit demonstration were now impossible to ignore. A cold glint flashed in Fury's eyes. All hesitation vanished. His voice was as sharp and commanding as a blade drawn from its sheath. Natasha, your new primary target is Ivan Vanko. I want to know which rat hole he's hiding in, what he's doing, and what dirty deals he struck with Hammer and Ross. Use every resource and every method at your disposal. Dig him out for me. Barton, you've had the closest look at that green ghost. Support Natasha. Focus on tracking and developing tailored tactical plans. If we encounter the green ghost again, priority is to capture him alive. We need to find out the source of his enhancements. But if things go south, you're authorized to use lethal force. Hill, coordinate all intelligence resources. I want every detail of General Ross's recent movements, his communications, every transaction, and suspicious personnel transfer at Hammer Industries. Leave no stone unturned. I need to know just how deep the military's involvement runs. Yes, Director. Natasha, Barton, and Hill answered in unison. Their voices were quiet, but they carried the weight and tension of a storm about to break. At that moment, Phil Coulson, having finished the initial on-site coordination and calming down Stark, finally stepped into the office. Sensing the air inside was so heavy it seemed about to drip with tension, he instinctively tried to break the ice with his trademark deadpan humor. Looks like I just missed the most exciting part, huh? So, our new conclusion is that Justin Hammer, dressed up like a bargain bin disco ball, has risen to the top of our most wanted list? Should we send a rapid response team to his place to check his plumbing? Hill, Natasha, and Barton all twitched the corners of their mouths ever so slightly. Clearly, they still saw Hammer as little more than a foolish and pathetic pawn, pushed to the front by Vanko or General Ross, a clown really. The true threat, they all knew, lay with the powers behind him. But Nick Fury's face remained utterly impassive. In that solitary eye of his, there was a depth and vigilance no one could ever quite fathom. He didn't mock or dismiss Hammer's idiocy, as the others did. Quite the opposite. Fury understood all too well. A cornered fool, unbalanced and suddenly armed with dangerous power, could be far more unpredictable and potentially destructive than any shrewd, calculating enemy. The scene lingered at last on Fury's inscrutable face, as if shrouded in eternal shadow. Clearly, he was contemplating this murky situation, stirred up by known and unknown forces alike, with a deeper concern and a longer game in mind. Outside the window, New York glimmered, its lights twinkling in the night, everything seemingly calm. But the real storm was only just beginning, gathering silent strength beneath the horizon. On the outskirts of the city, deep within the decaying shell of an abandoned concrete factory, Justin Hammer had found his latest makeshift safe house. The air was thick with rust, mildew, and the lingering odor of engine oil, a biting contrast to the luxury office he once commanded above Manhattan's skyline. Pale emergency lighting cast meager beams through the cold walls and over scattered, broken machinery, throwing warped shadows and creating an atmosphere of suffocating paranoia. With a harsh clang of metal, Hammer stumbled in. He ripped off the battered Green Goblin exoskeleton, damaged during his skirmish with Hawkeye, and flung it aside like so much garbage. The heavy armor crashed to the dusty floor, pieces scattering everywhere. Even his signature glider was snapped in two, its lights sputtering with dying sparks before going dark for good. At this moment, he himself was far from looking respectable. His skin still bore that sickly, unhealthy greenish tint, like the color of decaying leaves. His eyes, clouded and bloodshot, flickered with exhaustion. Each breath he drew was as rough as an old bellows, and every inhale brought a burning stab of pain. His body, still trembling slightly and uncontrollably, was battered by the remnants of that wild force inside him and by the lingering rush of overexerted nerves. He stared at the pile of battered armor on the ground, once his pride, now reduced to fragile, worthless scraps. Slowly, a twisted smile crept across his face, a grin laced with contempt for this toy, and with a sick satisfaction that could only be born from pure, wanton destruction. Staggering over to the wall, Hammer found himself standing before a battered old mirror, its surface webbed with cracks. The reflection was warped, a distorted outline with features too blurred to make out. He gazed at that strange, unfamiliar apparition in the glass, and began to mutter under his breath, his voice hoarse, the words steeped in a disquieting, feverish cadence. Order? Just look at the peace they protect. What is that, really? His tone twisted with mock philosophical disdain. It's nothing but a sandcastle built on lies and self-delusion. So fragile, a mere touch and gone. He reached out with a green-tinged finger, tracing the cracks in the mirror as if caressing the wounds of the world itself. Heroism? Those mask-wearing would-be saviors? What do they even know? His voice rose, charged with venom that seemed to seep from his very bones. They dress up weakness as strength, wrap fear in the trappings of courage. How hypocritical! How laughable! They have no idea. Chaos, destruction. That's the universe's only true foundation. He spoke Stark's name, but the envy in his gaze was gone, replaced now by something deeper, more warped. A recognition that Stark was the very embodiment of this hypocritical order. Stark, that dazzling idol, the hero bathed in applause and praise. He laughed quietly, the sound dry and rasping, like an owl in the night. The brighter his light shines, the more it reveals the world's hollowness. To drag him down, to pull him into darkness with me, to plunge him into the same raw madness and pain. Isn't that the truest, most merciful redemption of all? He could feel it with crystal clarity, the force surging through his body, wild and alien, like boiling magma. It raged within him, tearing at his nerves, delivering excruciating agony. Yet at the same time, it brought a rush of euphoria, so intense it was almost ecstatic. This pain, this madness, he drew a deep breath, as though savoring poison. This is the proof of existence. So much more real than those people cowering in their iron shells, playing hero behind their false masks. So much more interesting. His gaze grew feverish and hollow, as grander, more chaotic schemes began to form in his mind. Business rivalry? Liebling stark? Those ambitions now seemed petty dull. What he craved was something purer, destruction, chaos. He wanted all of New York, no, the entire world, to witness the truth he had grasped. This show is only just beginning, he whispered to his twisted reflection in the mirror, as if forging a pact with the devil. I'll make this city offer me the grandest hymn to destruction. Their screams will become the most magnificent fanfare for my arrival. As Hammer became utterly lost in the world of madness he had spun for himself, relishing this manic soliloquy before the coming devastation. A cold, calm voice, utterly emotionless, echoed suddenly from the depths of the deserted factory, slicing through his fevered hallucinations with spectral precision. How does it feel, drowning in borrowed madness, Justin Hammer? The voice paused, a barely perceptible hint of mockery in its tone. Or should I call you Green Goblin? Hammer reacted like a wildcat whose tail had been stepped on. Every hair on his body bristled in an instant. He jolted, spinning around as if wound tight on a spring, instinctively dropping into a twisted pose, equal parts defense and attack. His murky yellow eyes glinted with ferocity as he locked his gaze on the source of the voice. In the dim light, he saw it. A figure had silently appeared in the shadow by the safe house entrance. In the stranger's hand was a weapon of unusual design, the gun mode of the Ride Booker. The cold barrel was trained steadily on Hammer, the metallic sheen catching the faint light, while magenta lines traced across the gun like some ominous warning. Tell me. Wang Xiaoming's voice remained calm, yet there was an invisible, irresistible gravity behind it, sharp and precise as a scalpel, piercing straight into Hammer. Who turned you into this? That power, not of this world. Where does it come from? After Hammer's initial shock faded, the terror on his face was quickly replaced by a more twisted, more sinister grin. It seemed as if Wang Xiaoming's question had somehow amused him, or perhaps it was the madness burning inside him that left him utterly fearless. Oh, ha ha ha. He let out a low, grating laugh, rough as sandpaper. You're interested in my new look. Curious, are you? You want to know? Fine. Suddenly, his smile turned vicious, almost feral. Ask me again, when you're in hell. With a wild roar, Hammer lunged like a rabid beast, throwing all his strength into flipping a heavy metal workbench beside him and hurling it toward Wang Xiaoming. The massive table cut through the air with a sharp rush of wind. At the same moment, Hammer's own movements were the opposite. His body shot backward and sideways like a cannonball, instantly widening the distance between himself and Wang Xiaoming, landing in a more open part of the room. The workbench crashed thunderously to the ground as Wang Xiaoming sidestepped with ease, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. But his gun remained trained on Hammer, unwavering and relentless, like a shadow that clings to the bone. You think that flying clown from before is all I've got? Hammer steadied himself, his gaze locked on Wang Xiaoming's calm face. His smile grew even wilder, filled with contempt and a preacher's manic zeal. Naive, so naive, you simply don't understand. You'll never understand. You have no idea what kind of despair I've embraced. How vast, how merciless this truth really is. He broke into frenzied laughter, as if revealing a priceless treasure. With a sudden motion, his right hand plunged into his tattered clothes, or perhaps into some hidden recess that appeared half-fused with his very flesh, and produced a bizarre, twisted belt that radiated an ominous aura. The belt was forged from a dull metal, its sheen tarnished as if stained by old blood. Along its length pulsed raised, vein-like patterns, glowing faintly with a sickly green light. As it emerged, the air itself seemed to grow thick and icy. Come on, then, let me show you what real power is. In an instant, Hammer's eyes burned blood red, the muscles of his face contorted by hatred and madness. With a movement that was almost self-destructive, he slammed the belt onto his waist with brutal force. The belt seemed to writhe with a life of its own, snapping shut with a sickening crunch that echoed like bones breaking. And then, summoning all his strength, Hammer let out a curse that seemed to rise from the depths of hell itself, the words dripping with venom and madness. Shattered order. Embodiment of envy. Green demon. He suddenly raised his right hand and smashed his fist down hard onto the center of the belt, right on that demon-like emerald green core. Rampage. There was a deep, resonant surge. The devil's eye at the heart of the belt burst forth with a blinding, piercing green light, like a dam breaking, a torrent of chaotic, filthy energy, tainted with every imaginable negative. Emotion erupted from the belt, surging out in writhing streams like a nest of venomous serpents. In an instant, Hammer's entire body was bound and consumed by this poisonous flood. Aha! Hammer's scream tore through the air, more harrowing and agonized than ever before. No longer human, but a raw, primal shriek. Wrapped in that ghostly green light, his body underwent a transformation so violent, so grotesque, it bordered on the monstrous. His skin, which had only been tinged with green before, now deepened into a murky, abyssal shade, like the depths of a swamp. Hard, scale-like plates surfaced across his body, giving him the armored hide of some nightmarish creature. His muscles, as if injected with a wild catalyst, bulged and twisted, swelling at a rate visible to the naked eye, ripping what was left of his clothes to shreds. Inside, his bones shifted and popped with a sickening series of crunches and snaps, his spine arching forward unnaturally, forcing his whole body into a crouched, predatory stance. No longer human, but more akin to some menacing reptilian hunter. The twisted grin on his face solidified, hardening into a grotesque, mask-like visage, one that bore a striking resemblance to the demon masks of Eastern legend. His eyes clouded over, turning a dirty yellow, burning with a feral, unrestrained madness. Even his frame seemed to swell larger and taller, each movement radiating raw, explosive violence. As the crackling energy built to a crescendo, emerald power flowed down his forearms, pooling and hardening into two monstrous gauntlets. From the ends of these gauntlets, three long, razor-sharp claws extended, each one shimmering with deadly green light, radiating an aura sharp enough to rend steel. As the emerald glow slowly faded, a new creature emerged before Wang Xiaoming. Something more terrifying, more inhuman than ever before. Hammer, or rather, the green demon in his monstrous form, slowly lifted his head and straightened his body, flexing his grotesquely twisted limbs, each muscle brimming with explosive potential, yet moving with a strange, disjointed rhythm. From deep in his throat came a guttural, rasping laugh, the kind a beast might make in its final moments, equal parts menace and madness. He crouched low, adopting a warped, inhuman pose brimming with defiance, like a spider coiled to strike, or a predator ready to pounce on its prey. Do you feel it now? His voice grew even rougher, more monstrous, echoing with a chilling hollowness that sent shivers down the spine. This boiling jealousy, this raging fury, this is the real me. Come on, Kamen Hider. Let me tear off that ridiculous mask of justice of yours, along with your bones. He suddenly jerked his head up, his yellow, bestial eyes locking onto Wang Xiaoming with a deadly glare, and unleashed a final, earth-shaking roar. Rip you to pieces? Wang Xiaoming stared at the monster before him, a creature now utterly enslaved by power and radiating the thick, corrupting aura of the battle realm. His eyes were cold, unwavering. So that's it. You've been tainted by the power of the battle realm. What a hopeless tragedy. Slowly, he holstered the gun mode of his ride booker, every movement calm and unhurried. At the same time, his other hand reached for the card case at his waist, drawing out his own magenta card. Henshin, wasting no words, he slid the card into the driver. Kamen Ride, Decade. A brilliant magenta light blazed forth, slicing through the darkness like a blade. Kamen Rider Decade had returned. The battle was about to explode. A guttural roar tore through the air. The green demon, Hammer, struck first. He let out a howl utterly inhuman, dropping to all fours and launching himself at Decade like a cannonball. His dark green form blurred across the ground at a staggering speed. With a vicious swing, the armored gauntlet of hatred on his right arm slashed forward. Three claws crackling with eerie green energy, shrieking through the air as they tore toward Decade's chest armor. Decade's eyes narrowed, unwavering. He stood his ground, lowering his stance, left foot stepping forward to anchor himself. In a flash, Ride Booker transformed into sword mode in his hand, rising in a flawless upward block. Clang! Claw met blade with bone-rattling force. A burst of blinding sparks and a deafening crash of metal ringing out. A surge of wild, overwhelming power raced down the sword, making Decade's arm tremble under the strain. This strength far surpassed that of any previous whip-armored foes. In the instant of his parry, the green demon's left fist shot out like a viper, whistling through the air with deadly speed straight for Decade's face. The assault was relentless, savage, brimming with bestial instinct. Decade bent back, his body swaying like a tumbler, dodging the brutal punch by a hair's breadth. At the very same moment, his left leg coiled like a spring and lashed out, landing a precise kick to the joint of the green demon's supporting left arm. A dull thud echoed through the air. The green goblin's left arm, which he'd been using to support himself, suddenly gave out. His follow-up attack was abruptly interrupted, and for a split second, his body wavered, unsteady. Decade seized this fleeting opportunity. The ride booker in his hand slashed out with lightning speed, striking again and again in rapide succession. The magenta blade flashed like a raging storm, hacking down fiercely onto the green goblin's chest and shoulders. Clang, clang, clang. But, unexpectedly, the green goblin's mutated, scale-like dark green skin proved incredibly tough. Decade strikes landed as if on hardened leather, leaving only a few shallow white marks and a shower of dazzling sparks. no real damage was done. Ha ha ha. It's useless. Useless. The Green Goblin let out an even more deranged laugh, seeming to revel in the futility of these attacks. Ignoring the slashes on his body, he suddenly flung his arms wide. Several energy nodes on his arm guards flared to life in a burst of light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A volley of spite bolts, unstable, ghostly green energy projectiles condensed from pure malice, erupted from his arms in a fan-shaped blast, hurtling at Decade from point-blank range like shotgun pellets. Decade's eyes narrowed with focus. Instantly, he leaped back, brandishing his ridebooker in a rapid, spinning defense, deflecting and parrying the incoming blast like a whirling shield. Boom! 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 The energy bolts exploded across the ground and walls, splattering everywhere with a viscous, ghostly green liquid that sizzled with corrosive fury. Wherever it landed, concrete and metal hissed and smoked, blackening as deep, widening pits of corrosion ate away at their surfaces. Taking advantage of the moment as Decade retreated to widen the gap, the Green Goblin lunged once more, wild and relentless, like a rabid beast, abandoning all pretense of technique. He lashed out with clawed arms in a savage, chaotic flurry. His attacks were fierce and frenzied, driven purely by instinct, a raw, primal assault of tearing and destruction. Decade met this raging onslaught with icy composure. His movements stayed nimble and precise, weaving through the storm of attacks, dodging and parrying in the narrow gaps between the Green Goblin's wild swings. His swordsmanship was sharp and efficient, each block skillfully redirected most of the feral force, while every counterattack struck with pinpoint accuracy at the goblin's possible weak points. The joints where armor connected, the core regions pulsing with unstable energy, and those yellow eyes gleaming with a mad, feverish light. The two clashed once more like a pair of hurricanes, spinning at breakneck speed, locked in a furious struggle. Fists and claws collided with thunderous force. The blade of a sword scraped against armored hide. The shockwaves from their blows sent tremors through the entire abandoned factory. Fragile walls were punched through, leaving gaping holes. The floor was gouged with deep furrows by razor-sharp talons. Rusted metal pipes were ripped apart with ease, sending sparks flying and debris scattering in every direction. The aftermath of their battle reduced everything around them to dust and rubble. After a round of even more intense and savage close-quarters combat, both fighters seized upon a fleeting opportunity at almost the exact same moment. The Green Goblin let out a deafening roar, pouring every ounce of his power into the jealous rage that fueled the armor on his right arm. The three energy talons instantly surged in size, gathering an almost tangible mass of sinister emerald energy, and with a momentum that threatened to tear the world apart, he brought them crashing down toward Decade's head. Decade's eyes narrowed, and this time he chose not to evade. He planted his feet firmly, bracing himself for impact. Along the blade of his ridebooker, a dazzling magenta energy ignited, an aura that embodied both destruction and connection. Gripping the sword with both hands, he faced that devastating strike head-on. A metallic clang shattered the air. Kloschmidtsteel. Emerald clashed with magenta. Two opposing, equally ferocious forces collided with explosive violence in midair. In an instant, a blinding light, as intense as a supernova, erupted from their clash. An overwhelming shockwave of energy rippled outward like a tidal wave, swallowing everything in its path. The concrete beneath their feet, unable to withstand such monstrous power, shattered like glass struck by a sledgehammer, spider-webbing out in a massive pattern of cracks. The sheer force of the recoil hurled both combatants backward. Their heavy footsteps tore deep grooves into the ground as they skidded away, only coming to a halt when they slammed into distant walls or derelict machinery, barely managing to steady themselves. Once again, the two faced each other from across the ruin. The Green Goblin's chest heaved with ragged breaths, and his murky yellow eyes burned with a madness that had only grown more intense, like ghostly flames in the depths of hell, never to be extinguished. Decade slowly raised his ridebooker, the sword's tip angled toward the floor, while residual magenta energy still flickered along its edge. His crimson compound eyes, cold and unyielding as twin searchlights, fixed unerringly on the abomination before him. For the briefest moment, the battle fell into a tense stalemate. Yet the air, thick with murderous intent and the scent of destruction, was more oppressive than ever. The true dance of madness had only just begun. Deep within the abandoned factory, swirling clouds of dust hung in the air like frozen phantoms, drifting slowly under the stark, pale glow of the emergency lights. The aftershocks of the recent energy clash had yet to fully subside, leaving the atmosphere charged with a strange mingling of blistering heat and biting cold. Standing silently at the heart of the devastation was Decade, in his basic form. His magenta armor shimmered with a distinctive luster in the gloom. The tip of his ridebooker, sword tilted toward the ground, its residual energy pulsing with a rhythm that seemed almost like breathing. Across from him stood the creature that Justin Hammer had. Twisted in two, the Green Goblin. The monster's chest rose and fell with harsh, ragged breaths, each inhalation sounding like an ancient bellows, straining and wheezing. From its throat came a low, bestial growl, and its murky yellow eyes, wild and animalistic, now blazed with an even fiercer, more frenzied fire, locked unblinkingly onto Decade. The brief standoff between them was like the suffocating stillness before a storm, so tense it seemed to press the very air from the lungs. At that moment, a faint yet unmistakable disturbance emanated from the card case at Decade's waist. He frowned slightly, sensing the unusual resonance of energy, and instinctively reached in. His fingertips brushed against two cards. They were cool to the touch, yet each thrummed with a completely different aura of power. He drew them out. Under the drifting motes of light, remnants from the energy clash, glowing in the air like fireflies, the images on the card stood out clearly. One card bore the wild, primal visage of Kamen, Rider Amazon, brimming with untamed life force. The other was emblazoned with the emblem of Kamen Rider Black RX, shining like a sun in the night, a symbol of hope and unyielding resolve. The Amazon card flickered violently, as if responding in kind to the savage, inhuman presence of the Green Goblin, longing for a collision of raw, primal strength. But almost immediately, as if recognizing something twisted and unnatural at the core of the Green Goblin's power, the card's glow faded, falling silent and still. The Black RX card, however, came alive with a steady, golden radiance, gentle, yet brimming with power, warm as sunlight, and unwavering in its strength. That light seemed to speak a silent vow, shining with quiet determination. Oh, hee. Switching to a new toy already, passing through Kamen Rider? The Green Goblin, Hammer, caught sight of the cards in Decade's hand and let out a laugh, high-pitched and manic-like. Broken glass scraping. He cocked his head, his twisted features contorted in a sneer of pure mockery, a taunt sharpened by what he'd learned earlier about Decade's mysterious abilities. Let me guess, his voice rasped, rough as sandpaper. Whose pathetic hero skin are you wearing this time? Is it that ridiculous popsicle with the laughable shield, frozen for decades? Or maybe that hammer-wielding musclehead who shouts, "For Asgard," all day long with nothing but brawn in his brain? Oof. He scoffed in contempt. No matter how many dazzling shells you wrap yourself in, you can never hide what you truly are. You're just like me. Both of us, pitiful creatures struggling beneath different masks, wandering, never finding a place to belong. The Green Goblin's voice suddenly rose, laced with a twisted, almost evangelistic fervor, like a mad philosopher preaching his own brand of dark gospel. Do you really think changing your form a few times will bring about some laughable justice or hollow hope? Don't make me laugh. Look at this rotting world. Look at that emptiness in your eyes. Order has long since collapsed. Heroes are nothing but lies, spun by cowards to deceive themselves. There is only pain, only madness, only those like me, willing to stare into the deepest shadows of their hearts, willing to embrace this endless jealousy and hatred. Only we can grasp the truth of power. Your so-called transformations are nothing more than escape. Escape from the incurable, nauseating despair that is the true nature of this world. Decade slowly lifted his head, his gaze drifting from the dim Amazon card in his hand to the Black RX card, which still glowed with the radiance of the sun. He paid no mind to the goblin's rabid tirade, replying in that usual, almost detached tone, one that seemed to state facts with a chilling hint of disdain. A pitiful creature? Perhaps. But at least, I'm not like you, tossed aside at someone's whim, reeking of corruption, flaunting borrowed power as if you've grasped some absurd truth, barking like a clown on this stage. His focus returned to the Black RX card. Deep within his crimson compound eyes, it was as though a figure could be seen, struggling through endless darkness, yet always yearning for the light, never yielding to despair. He could feel the will contained in the card, the will of Kotaro Minami. Even in the deepest abyss, he would never abandon hope. His indomitable spirit burned as fiercely as the sun. But Decade's voice paused, now carrying a strange kind of strength. This card seems to disagree. It tells me that even if this world is truly steeped in foul darkness, there will always be light, enough to pierce it completely. Light? That's the dream of the week. It's poison that numbs your senses. The Green Goblin howled as if he'd just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world, his laughter. Sharp and unhinged. Only darkness is eternal. Embrace it. Embrace this endless envy. Embrace the sweet taste of destruction. That's the sole law of survival. The only truth. Darkness is only temporary. Decade's voice was calm, yet carried an unshakable resolve, steady and solid as bedrock. Like storm clouds, darkness can never truly eclipse the brilliance of the sun. And someone like you, so utterly consumed by darkness, lost to yourself, you've been fated from the very start to only one end. Decade's crimson, compound eyes sharpened in an instant, turning into the glint of two blades ready to leave their sheath. And that is, to be utterly purified by the light. Even before the last word faded, Wang Xiaoming acted without a hint of hesitation. With a smooth, resolute motion, he drew the black RX card, shimmering with the radiance of the sun, and slid it with perfect precision into the Deca driver at his waist. Black RX! The driver spoke the name of the rider with a voice that was deep and resonant, brimming with power. He snapped the driver shut with a forceful gesture. Kamen ride, Black RX. A thunderous burst, like the eruption at the very heart of the sun, unleashed a golden light that instantly engulfed Decade's magenta armor. Within that blinding brilliance, the armor's form was swiftly reshaped and transformed. When the radiance finally faded, the figure standing there was no longer the magenta destroyer, but the warrior clad in black beneath the sun, the legendary Kamen Rider Black RX. The iconic black bodysuit gleamed with a tough, unyielding shine. Across his chest, the golden solar emblem, the Kingstone, a gem of infinite possibility, glowed with a warmth and power that radiated outward in waves. His helmet's deep crimson eyes, mirrors to both the darkness of night and the promise of dawn, shone with unwavering strength, serenity, and a hope that could never be extinguished. Simply by standing there, Decade in his RX form exuded a completely different aura. It was the unbreakable will unique to a warrior who had endured countless trials and battles, yet never lost faith in the light, never ceased to protect the world. But this was only the beginning. Without a moment's pause after taking on the Black RX form, Decade, now RX, reached again into his card case, drawing forth another special card, this one adorned with the image of Biorider, a mysterious blue, water-like figure. He slid this card, symbolizing the power of the Prince of Sorrow, into the driver once more, ready to transform yet again. Form Ride, Biorider. The driver emitted a sound effect completely unlike anything before, accompanied by a clear, unique resonance, like water droplets merging into the vast ocean, or gel flowing and shifting. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. In an instant, Decade, in RX form, saw his sturdy black armor come alive. It began to liquefy and ripple, as if imbued with its own will. The black plating receded like a tide, replaced by a strange new form, a layer of deep blue, flowing like water, yet with a half-transparent, gel-like appearance. The surface of this armor shimmered with a moist luster, as if it could change shape at any moment. On his left wrist, the iconic Bio Bracer also materialized, ready to summon the Bio Blade at a moment's notice. Kamen Rider Decade, Bio Rider form, had arrived. What kind of freaky trick is this? The Green Goblin across from him stared in disbelief at Decade's transformation. For a split second he was stunned, but then a wild, mocking gleam erupted in his yellow, beast-like eyes. You think turning into a puddle of sludge will scare me? Dream on, just die already. With another animalistic roar, he dropped onto all fours, his dark green silhouette darting forward like an arrow loose from a bow, a foul wind trailing in his wake as he lunged at Decade, Bio Rider. The claws on his armored arm gleamed with a fierce, toxic green energy, filled with corrosive malice, as he slashed down at what seemed to be the fragile blue gel body. But what happened next completely shattered Hammer's, Green Goblin's, understanding of reality. His deadly claws, poised to tear through anything, swung down with unstoppable force. Yet it felt as if they struck nothing but air. Those talons, sharp enough to rip steel apart, passed straight through Decade, Bio Rider, blue, gelatinous form without the slightest resistance. It was as if the body had no substance at all, nothing more than a shifting mass of liquid. The attack was utterly useless. What? Green Goblin gasped in utter disbelief. At that moment, with his attack having missed and his body lunging forward, he was left wide open. A portion of Decade, Bio Rider, As liquefied body suddenly surged out, alive like a blue tendril, coiling tightly around Green Goblin's outstretched arm. The powerful elasticity and suction of the gel instantly locked down his movements. In that same instant, the bio-bracer on Decade BioRider's left wrist flashed with light. A sword of pure, radiant blue energy, the bio-blade, materialized in his grip. With a swift swing, Decade BioRider brought the bio-blade down. The sword's blue edge pulsed with a strange energy, as if it could cut through molecules themselves. Like the most precise scalpel, it slashed directly at the joint where Green Goblin's tough green skin met his armored arm. The tough hide that even Rydebooker had struggled to pierce was now sliced open by the bio-blade, as easily as a hot knife slips through butter. Though the wounds squirmed and tried to heal under the goblin's grotesque regenerative powers, the cuts from the bio-blade were obviously deeper, more thorough. Ark! The goblin roared in pain, tearing free from the gel's hold. In a frenzy, he swung the talons of his other hand in a wild counterattack. But Decade Bioform melted his body once again, slipping effortlessly away from the assault. Like a specter, he reappeared at the goblin's flank, the bio-blade flashing down with surgical precision once more. In an instant, the tide of battle reversed. Decade Bioform fully exploited the almost shameless liquefaction powers of the Bio-Knight, rendering himself immune to the goblin's furious physical strikes and most of his crude energy blasts. The goblin's vaunted strength, speed, and claws, all rendered meaningless in the face of a body that could morph and flow, letting attacks pass harmlessly through. Meanwhile, Decade Bioform became the image of a cold and ruthless hunter. Using the superior mobility and evasiveness his liquid form granted, he darted around the goblin, his bio-blade slashing down. Like the scythe of death itself, leaving fresh, deep wounds with every strike. Even with his astonishing regenerative abilities, each cut inflicted excruciating pain and drained the goblin's energy further. How does your true power feel now? Decade Bioform's voice seeped out from his liquid form, cold and mocking. You can't even lay a finger on me. No, impossible. This can't be. The goblin was now utterly enraged. Like a beast caught in a trap, he howled in madness, his attacks growing ever more erratic. But no matter how he lashed out, he could never grasp that elusive, fluid blue shape. The strength he once took pride in, the madness he relied on for survival. All seemed absurd and powerless in the face of such a bizarre ability. What is this cursed power? Why? Why can't my strength, my pain, my hatred do anything to you? Utterly suppressed, shamed by being unable even to touch his foe, the goblin's humiliation was compounded by the searing backlash of the wild power raging inside him. He teetered on the edge of insanity. Suddenly, he halted his assault, his body shaking violently. The demon's eye at his waist blazed with an eerie green light, brighter and fiercer than ever before, as though it might combust at any moment. All of you just die. He let out a final, soul-rending scream that barely sounded human. In a frenzy, he summoned every last ounce of spiteful energy within him, even going so far as to drive that force to further twist and corrupt his own body. His grotesquely deformed muscles swelled and twisted once again, ballooning out as if inflated from within. Even his skin began to ooze a viscous, fiercely corrosive green venom. The energy talons on his forearms grew larger and even more menacing, nearly as tall as half a man, shrouded in a sinister, almost black aura of venomous hatred. The very air around him warped under the weight of this overwhelming negative energy, reeking with a stench as foul as rotting corpses buried deep within a swamp. Even if I can't kill you, the Green Goblin's voice was so distorted it was barely human, saturated with madness and malice. I'll make you suffer. I'll make you taste agony that seeps into your bones. The hatred of being abandoned by the whole world. Come on, Kamen Rider, join me in this abyss of eternal despair. Suddenly, he snapped his head upward, those yellow bestial eyes blazing with ghostly madness, locking on a Decade biochemical, with a predatory glare. All the hatred he had amassed, burning away his very life and soul, surged into his belt and the armor encasing his arms. Let's dance together. This was his final, ultimate attack. He unleashed it. With a flash, the demonic eye on his belt fired off two devastating beams of ghostly green energy, like the venomous fangs of some hellish serpent. At the same time, he brought his massive arms together, merging the phantasmal energy talons into a single, gigantic spectral claw. It blotted out the sky itself, brimming with boundless malice and a will to destroy, tearing through the very fabric of space as it crashed down toward Decade biochemical. This was the Green Goblin, Hammer, burning everything in his last, desperate frenzy. Confronted with this earth-shattering assault, the flowing blue form of Decade, biochemical, slowly came to a halt. How unsightly. Decade, biochemical. S voice was calm, yet carried the chilling weight of judgment. Is this the truth you're so proud of? It's nothing but the putrid muck festering in a gutter. Your performance, he continued, lifting his head. Around his blue, polymer body, pure streams of water energy began to swirl and accelerate. Alive with purpose, is over. In an instant, it was as if the force of the entire ocean had gathered around Decade, biochemical. He struck a classic pose belonging to the legendary child of the sun, gazing up at a sky that wasn't truly there, his voice merging Tsukasa Kadoya's cold detachment with Kotaro Minami's unwavering resolve, solemnly declaring, I'm the child of the sun, the one who inherits its light. He paused, his voice ringing out clearer and stronger, like dawn's first light piercing the darkness. Kamen Rider, Decade. His declaration made, Decade, biochemical, hesitated no longer. From his card case, he drew the card that symbolized the ultimate judgment, and, with perfect precision, slid it into the driver. Finala Tatskride, Bio, 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 Spark, Spark Cutter, Spark Slash. The driver unleashed its ultimate finishing sound, roaring like a surging torrent. Decade, Bioform, raised his left wrist high, the bio bracer gleaming above him. Pure, blue energy, like the very source of life itself, began to surge wildly, converging into the bio blade, forming in midair. In an instant, the blue edge swelled, becoming a massive blade of energy, at once a raging river and a solid stream, radiating a force that promised to cleanse all corruption and cut through every evil. Huh! With a furious shout, he swung the colossal blue energy blade straight at the apocalyptic beam of sickly green energy and the looming phantom of the ghostly claw. Pure blue energy, flowing like water, met the corrupted, venomous green of hatred, head-on. In that split second, the entire abandoned factory was as if cast into the heart of an energy furnace. Blue and green, purity and corruption, hope and despair. Two forces, opposite in every way, clashed at the very center of the factory, their collision reaching a fever pitch, devastating and absolute. A blinding, indescribable light devoured everything in an instant. Violent surges of energy burst outward like a tidal wave, tearing through the fragile concrete walls, the rusted steel beams, the hulking, abandoned machines. Everything was ripped, shattered, and vaporized as if made of paper before this storm of power. The factory's structure began to unravel and collapse from the epicenter of the clash. At the heart of the energy storm, the pure blue current, like a river of cleansing power, broke through the foul green defense with unstoppable force. The brilliance of the bio blade pierced the phantom of the giant claw, struck Hammer's true body, and sliced through the sinister, glowing belt at his waist. No, I haven't yet. I haven't finished with Stark. I haven't destroyed you self-righteous heroes, all of you. Hammer let out one last, piercing scream, filled with bitterness, malice, and utter madness. His body, along with the evil belt from the battle world, was engulfed by the blue torrent of purifying energy, dissolving rapidly like frost beneath the burning sun. The sickly green energy evaporated to nothing, twisted flesh scattered to ash. And at last, even his soul, consumed by jealousy and insanity, was utterly erased. Boom! Ugh. The final explosion erupted, not in sinister green, but in dazzling blue, purifying all. Like a newborn sun blossoming within the factory, the radiant light devoured every remnant, every stain, every shadow, leaving nothing but pure, cleansing brilliance. The blazing explosion lit up half the night sky, its fiery brilliance consuming everything in its path. Atop the ruins, now completely collapsed, there remained only searing heat and utter devastation, the aftermath of pure energies colliding. At the heart of the flames, the swirling smoke began to slowly recede. Having shed his transformation, Wang Xiaoming turned around with deliberate calm, his back to the inferno blazing like a vision of hell in the ruins. Reduced to nothing, he didn't look back at the destruction behind him. Instead, he walked forward step by steady step, moving away from the wreckage. His solitary figure, cast in flickering firelight, seemed both lonely and unshakably resolute. A voice rose, distant as if from another time and space, yet whispered from the depths of his own heart. It carried the bittersweet reflection and unwavering resolve of Nongguang Taro. The light of the sun can always pierce even the deepest darkness. For those twisted souls, perhaps only destruction can bring final release. The voice paused, then shifted, now edged with the cool detachment and persistence of Wang Xiaoming, the eternal wanderer. But this is far from the end. So long as evil festers in the world shadows, so long as stories remain to be witnessed, my journey will never cease. In the realm of battle, a world grotesquely stitched together from the shattered remnants of countless universes by the will of the God King, a fortress rises at its very core. A marvel of impossible architecture, Gothic spires twisted in menace, the cold, jagged steel of Ladovinia, and unfathomable cosmic energies fused into one grand edifice. Castle Doom. At the fortress's deepest heart lies the throne room of the God King Doom. To call this space a mere room would be a disservice. It is more a domain of solidified will. The light here is almost suffocatingly dim, the air colder than a tomb. Only the throne itself and a massive orb of pure energy floating. Before it cast a ghostly light, shrouding everything in an oppressive gloom. Ozone stings the air, mingling with the musty scent of ancient magical parchment and a pervasive, metallic tang. The unmistakable presence of absolute power. Victor Von Doom, the God King, sits enthroned upon a chair of unknown black metal and roiling energy, grim and imposing. His iconic green cloak hangs like a frozen waterfall, draped over his iron throne. Unmoving, behind the impenetrable mask of steel, his face is hidden. Only his eyes remain visible, deep and unfathomable, gazing calmly through the slits at the hovering sphere of energy before him. Within the sphere, a scene was silently replaying, clearer than the highest definition image, a battle that had unfolded in another numbered universe, inside a derelict factory. It began with Justin Hammer, consumed by jealousy, frenziedly transforming into a monstrous green goblin. Then, the magenta-clad Kamen Rider Decade shifted forms, first unveiling the black warrior's stance, radiant as if bathed in sunlight, then morphing into a bizarre, blue liquid body, at last with a blade of blue light, as pure as a cleansing river. Decade utterly obliterated the pitiful creature, banishing both the monster and the evil force festering within. Every detail, every burst of energy, every transformation was captured with unerring precision by this device, far beyond mortal comprehension, and displayed before Doom's eyes. When the battle's vision ended, the energy sphere slowly settled, leaving only a faint, ghostly glow swirling within. Doom remained motionless, as if he were a timeless statue wrought in steel. For a long while he was silent. Then, at last, a deep and almost inaudible remark escaped him. His voice filtered through a mask of metal, cold, utterly devoid of emotion, as if a flawless instrument were analyzing the data of a failed experiment. Foolish vessel, so easily set ablaze by the fire of envy, and just as easily crushed and destroyed by the terror of an equal force. It failed even to fully demonstrate the value of a preliminary experiment designed to test possibility. His tone brimmed with utter contempt, touched by a clinical detachment. In the end, still only a mortal. Even when granted power that transcends their understanding, the poverty and fragility of their soul makes mastery impossible. Ultimately, the power itself turns on them, devouring them whole. Pathetic and yet, entirely as Doom predicted. This was not regret, but a final, condescending confirmation of humanity's inherent weakness and his own lack of trust in it. When the sphere's vision replayed the moment Decade transformed into Kamen Rider Black RX, Doom's gaze, hidden behind the mask, seemed to flicker ever so slightly. The sphere's energy shifted, zooming in on the golden emblem on RX's chest, shining like a miniature sun. Kingstone, the Sunstone. Even separated by dimensions and observation devices, Doom, the supreme being who straddles both magic and technology, could still distinctly perceive the qualities of energy radiating from that form, from that stone. It was a pure energy, blazing and incandescent like the heart of a star, the unwavering, indomitable will of hope that refuses to yield. This energy was utterly at odds with everything the Battleverse represented: chaos, fragmentation, destruction, and rebirth, as well as with Doom's own creed of iron-fisted order and mastery over the powers of darkness. They were as incompatible as ice and fire, fundamentally unable to coexist. This pure light stirred in Doom a deep, visceral aversion, a discomfort that came straight from instinct. It was as if some ancient creature, long accustomed to the shadows, found itself recoiling against the touch of sunlight. The cheap radiance of hope, he sneered under his breath, his tone dripping with contempt. A childish emblem of idealism. Do they truly believe such ethereal light could stand against the harshness of reality? Against the absolute despair and order brought by doom? It's as feeble as a firefly, snuffed out in an instant. Yet when the scene shifted, revealing Decade transformed into a blue, liquid-like biochemical night, Doom's reaction changed entirely. The earlier disgust vanished, replaced by a keen and unmistakable curiosity, a scholar's hunger when confronted with the unknown. Fascinating transformation. Is it a manifestation of pure energy or a complete liquefaction of form? It seems to bypass the laws of physics and can even cleanse energy sources tainted by the Battleverse corruption. The mechanisms behind this, the fundamental composition of its energy. It might be worth Doom's while to investigate further. But then, as Doom observed the biochemical knight brandishing the blade of purification, he caught the underlying intent, the will to protect and to purge evil. Yet the foundation of this power still appears to rest on some fragile obsession with protection, or perhaps a desire to purify. Such a feeble cornerstone could never support true greatness. Once more, Doom delivered his verdict with an icy finality. Slowly, Doom drew his gaze away from the observation sphere. He recalled Decade's words spoken before purifying hammer. Those familiar refrains, darkness can never defeat light, hope will endure, and other such worn-out platitudes. Light? Justice? Hope? Doom's murmur echoed through the vast, empty throne hall, carrying an air of detached superiority, as if looking down upon all creation. They are nothing but the pitiful lullabies the weak tell themselves, delusions spun to numb their pain and cling to a miserable existence in the face of cold, merciless reality. Look at this shattered multiverse. How many times has it been destroyed and remade, each time brutally exposing the impotence and hollowness of these so-called ideals? His gaze seemed to pierce through the castle walls, sweeping over the realm beyond, a land forged from countless fragments of shattered worlds, forcibly stitched, twisted, and fused together by his will alone. This was the battle world, a bizarre continent perpetually trapped in twilight or night, brimming with broken ruins, yet governed by an ironclad order. Look upon it. These remnants of universes, once plunged in chaos, locked in endless, destructive conflict. Under my will, they have been granted a new, absolute order. The agony of their fusion was necessary. An iron-fisted rule is essential. The sacrifice of the weak for the survival of the whole is only natural. Only I, Victor Von Doom, God Emperor Doom, can put an end to this ceaseless cycle of foolish repetition. Only I can bring true, eternal peace to all that has been shattered. His tone brimmed with undeniable confidence, infused with a savior's zeal, so twisted it bordered on madness. He believed, with unwavering conviction, that all he had done was the greatest salvation this dying multiverse could hope for. And that passing Kamen Rider. Doom's gaze grew cold once more. He's like a deadly virus, a remnant of the old world, wandering everywhere, spreading a plague, called chaos, and that laughable, unpredictable thing he calls possibility. He must be corrected, brought under Doom's order. Or, a glint of cold light flickered beneath the mask, utterly eradicated. He reflected that his previous approach, directly bestowing power upon Hammer and violently amplifying his negative emotions, might quickly create an effective instrument of destruction, but the vessel itself was far too fragile. Its soul could never bear the might of Battle World. Inevitably, it would flare up like a firework, only to spiral out of control and be destroyed in a flash. Such a method was too inefficient and, above all, lacked elegance. A more subtle approach was needed, one that struck at the very weaknesses of so-called heroes or human nature. Come fort. Doom uttered the command in a low, measured tone. It was not loud, yet it seemed to resonate directly within the target's very soul. From the shadows at the far end of the throne hall, something stirred and writhed. A tall, slender figure slid out in utter silence, melting seamlessly into the darkness. He wore a form-fitting, unmarked black bodysuit, his face concealed behind a thin mask that seemed to swallow the light itself, exposing only a pair of lifeless eyes that radiated absolute obedience. He dropped to one knee, bowing his head in profound reverence, as if kneeling before a god of creation. This was a Latvian elite, one of Doom's countless nameless instruments, specially remade, stripped of nearly all emotion, and left with nothing but utter loyalty. Doom slowly raised his right hand, encased in a metal gauntlet. In his palm, an object materialized out of thin air. It was not a belt, but rather a strangely shaped black amulet, as if carved from obsidian and the bones of some unknown creature. The amulet resembled a twisted eye, its center set with a faint, flickering crimson glow, reminiscent of a candle's wavering flame. Unlike the wild, overt energy that emanated from Hammer's belt earlier, this amulet exuded a subtler, more insidious aura, like a slow-acting poison, hidden but deadly. This is an improved seed, built upon the data from the last failed prototype. Doom explained, his voice icy and precise. It won't grant the bearer uncontrollable, raging power as before. Instead, it will infiltrate the host's soul with far more gentle methods, seeking out and amplifying the deepest, most secret trait within their heart. His tone twisted with a malicious pleasure at the thought of manipulating human nature. Perhaps it will be that inescapable fear, or a deeply rooted obsession, or maybe that self-righteous, hypocritical sense of justice. The seed will guide its host, and as they believe themselves to be chasing some noble ideal or true self, it will lead them, step by step, toward the abyss of their own destruction. In this plague called truth, it will spread to everyone around them. He extended the ominous amulet through the air, offering it to the kneeling envoy. Go to the dimension marked as Prime Universe, 6XX derivative variant. Find the one called Kamen Rider Decade, that meddler as well as the arrogant mortal named Tony Stark. Do not rush into direct confrontation. That would be far too crude. Observe them. Study the vulnerabilities and contradictions that lurk behind their so-called heroism. Then, plant this seed in the right soil. Someone whose heart is torn by inner conflict and desire. Someone desperate to prove themselves but achingly fragile. Or perhaps a soul burning with obsession yet lacking the strength to realize it. Let them become the new actor, staging a tragedy of their own making, with themselves both director and star. At this point, Doom's voice adopted a rare gravity, a solemnity that bordered on a warning. But proceed with caution. His fingers drummed lightly on the armrest of his throne. According to our observations, the fabric of reality in that dimension is guarded by a powerful protector, a supreme sorcerer known as the Ancient One. Her presence is one of the few things in existence that I find even remotely troublesome. Avoid drawing her direct attention. Sow the seeds in the shadows. Do not arouse her excessive suspicion. At last, Doom waved his hand, a rift flickering with unstable light. A silent gateway to the target universe opened before the messenger. Go now, my emissary. His voice, a whisper rising from the depths of the abyss, brimmed with both blessing and malice. Go and bring to that world, so full of false hope and cheap light, the revelation of truth. Let them struggle, in the grip of their own contradictions and pain, until they finally see the hideous nature buried deep within their souls. Let their so-called light be utterly consumed by the darkness that festers in their own hearts. That is the greatest mercy Doom will grant them. Like an emotionless automaton, the messenger silently accepted the ominous amulet, bowed once more in reverence, then rose without hesitation and stepped into the rift, a wound in space that gaped like the maw of an abyss. The portal sealed behind him without a sound, as if it had never existed at all. The throne room fell once more into utter silence. God King Doom slowly returned his gaze to the orb of energy, which now flickered with ever more intricate visions of the cosmos, displaying real-time surveillance from every region of the battle realms. The shifting lights reflected off his metal mask, making it seem colder and more unyielding than ever, like his indomitable will to rule and the absolute, merciless order he had built upon the ruins of countless worlds. A low voice echoed through the vast, empty chamber, as if resounding for all eternity. All is within Doom's grasp. Deep within a heavily guarded military facility, its coordinates erased from every public map. The air was cold and thin, heavy with the mingled scents of disinfectant and ozone. Harsh, lifeless lights cast a stark glow from the ceiling, illuminating polished floors and frigid metal walls, yet failing to banish the thick shadows lurking in every corner. The only sound was the steady, monotonous hum of intricate machinery, a subdued heartbeat pounding against the suffocating silence that filled the place. At the center of the office, General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross sat as immovably as a granite statue, his crisp uniform immaculate, his gaze fixed with razor-sharp intensity on the briefing file before him, the one stamped with the words "Target Missing." His fingers tapped on the desk, each tap carrying a mounting tension, like distant thunder heralding an imminent storm. On the far side of the room, Ivan Vanko stood silently in the shadows. Clad in simple work clothes, he looked out of place amid the high-tech, militarized surroundings, but the dangerous gleam in his brooding eyes was unmistakable. He could feel the air thick with suspicion and impatience, a pressure almost tangible. Hammer is missing. General Ross finally broke the silence, his voice low and rumbling, like thunder rolling over frozen ground. A sound that shattered the stagnant air. Right after that ridiculous press conference of his, he vanished in a thin air like a coward. His gaze locked onto Vanko, sharp as a hawk's. Mr. Vanko, do you have any explanation for this? Or perhaps you know something I don't. After all, the core technology behind those drone armors came from you. Hammer's sudden disappearance is hardly good news for our mutual interests. Ross's tone seemed calm, but every word was edged with barely concealed suspicion and a warning. Ivan Vanko slowly lifted his head, his face expressionless save for a flicker of open contempt deep in his eyes. Hammer? That loud-mouthed American fool. His voice came out rough, thick with his Russian accent. He bounces around like a headless chicken, or maybe some blonde has led him away by the nose. What's so strange about that? He's unreliable trash. As for how his disappearance affects me, Vanko gave a scornful snort. I only care about my technology, about whether my birds are getting the respect they deserve. Where that clown's run off to, I don't know, and I don't care to know. He flatly denied any involvement, dismissing responsibility and pinning Hammer's disappearance on the man's own unreliability and foolishness. Yet beneath his calm exterior, Vanko was anything but undisturbed. Hammer's vanishing act had indeed thrown his plans into disarray. The idiot might have been infuriating, but Hammer had been essential, a pawn whose vast resources, access to the upper echelons of the U.S. military, and role as a white-glove public front made him indispensable to Vanko's ultimate scheme of revenge against Stark. Now that his mouthpiece had disappeared, Vanko's plans for vengeance and his fragile, mutually exploitative alliance with Ross were suddenly teetering on a knife's edge. General Ross stared coldly at Vanko, his gaze sharp with suspicion. He certainly didn't fully believe the Russian story. Hammer might be a fool, but disappearing at such a crucial moment seemed all too unlikely. Could Vanko be pulling strings behind the scenes? Or was there another force at play here? Whatever the truth, without Hammer, the official figurehead, and Hammer Industries as their legal front, the unmanned armor project before them had become a hot potato, a massive risk that could be exposed to public scrutiny at any moment. For a brief instant, Ross considered whether he should take immediate, forceful action, seize total control of Vanko, force every technical secret out of him, and then discard him like a used tool. But he dismissed that thought almost immediately. Trying to strong-arm Vanko was far too dangerous. The Russian was as slippery as a viper, and if pushed too hard, there was no telling what he might do. More importantly, they still needed a Justin Hammer, someone to stand in the limelight, keep the project moving forward, draw in military contracts, and deflect public attention. A perfect puppet. Then, a wild and audacious idea took root in Ross's calculating mind, winding through his thoughts like poisonous vines. He leaned forward ever so slightly, his eyes as sharp as scalpels, dissecting every flicker of emotion on Vanko's face. His voice dropped to a near whisper, the words carrying a chilling weight that sent a shiver through the air. Mr. Vanko, since Hammer has proven himself to be such an unreliable failure, perhaps what we need is a more dependable Hammer. Vanko's eyebrows knit together, clearly not grasping Ross's meaning. A cold, thin smile curled at the corners of Ross's mouth as he unveiled a proposal that struck the room like a thunderclap. Our military possesses certain unconventional technologies, methods capable of completely altering a person's appearance, voice, even some physiological traits. We could create a new Justin Hammer. His gaze, sharp and poisonous as a serpent's tongue, locked onto Vanko. He articulated each word with deliberate precision. You, Ivan Vanko, would become the new Justin Hammer. You would assume his identity, his company, his entire life. You would personally complete the final adjustments on the unmanned armors, and, under the Hammer name, unveil them to the world. To Ross, this was nothing short of a stroke of genius. It solved both the project's stalled progress and the absence of a legal facade, while placing the dangerous technical mastermind, Vanko, inside a gilded cage, where he'd be far easier to monitor and control. With Vanko wearing Hammer's face, every move he made would be under Ross's careful watch. Upon hearing this proposal, Ivan Vanko's eyes narrowed sharply, shock, utter disbelief. They wanted him to impersonate the very person he despised and loathed most. A pompous American businessman? Had this old man lost his mind? Yet his astonishment lasted less than a heartbeat. Like a bolt of lightning slicing through the darkness, Vanko instantly saw what Ross's mad scheme truly meant for him. Replace Hammer? take control of Hammer Industries. This was a gift from the gods of vengeance. No longer would he have to sneak around making do with scraps. No longer would he have to suffer that fool Hammer's idiotic whims. He would own Hammer Industries, an empire of production lines, state-of-the-art laboratories, a shield of legitimacy, and untold wealth. With all this at his fingertips, he could openly transform those drones into the ultimate machines of retribution he had always dreamed of. At the upcoming Stark Expo, in front of the whole world, and using Tony Stark's own pride and joy, he would finally tear apart the man who stole his father's glory and ruined his life. Tony Stark himself. Ross thought this would keep him on a leash? How naive, how laughable. When the day of vengeance came, this cunning old general and his ridiculous dream of a brotherhood of iron would shatter like an illusion. Besides, Vanko was hardly a stranger to the art of reinventing oneself. Years ago, in order to evade the KGB and Interpol, and in the forbidden research, notes left behind by his father, he had already delved into the fringes of bioengineering, genetic disguise, even theories of consciousness transfer. The risks were enormous, but not impossible to overcome. In fact, he was confident that with the technology Ross offered, he could add a few of his own special touches to ensure the final result matched his vision, and made it all the harder for Ross to ever truly control him. Suppressing the volcanic joy and excitement raging inside, Vanko deliberately put on a mask of hesitation, suspicion, and even a touch of wounded outrage. "General, you must be joking, and it's a poor joke at that." Vanko's voice was hoarse, laced with a feigned mistrust. "Turn me into that clown? Impossible. Even if it can be done, what about the risks? The side effects? And why should I risk everything for you?" He began to haggle, like a shrewd merchant counting every coin. "If I agree, I require absolute, unrestricted access to the core code of every suit. I want complete freedom of movement. No more of your military's ever watchful eyes. And I expect ample compensation for the sacrifice I'd be making." He deliberately pitched his demands sky high, probing for the limits of Ross's patience. General Ross watched the greed and calculation flickering in Vanko's eyes, a cold sneer lurking in his heart, though outwardly he wore an expression of sincerity. He knew the bait had been taken. "Of course, Mr. Vanko, your concerns are perfectly reasonable." Ross made a show of generosity as he offered some concessions. "We will provide the world's top medical teams and bioengineering experts, using the safest and most advanced technology to complete this transformation, guaranteed to be flawless and reversible. As for access to the core code, while you operate the project as Hammer, you will naturally hold the highest level of authority. Freedom of movement? As long as you don't threaten project security or the interests of the nation, we will place the utmost trust in you. As for compensation," Ross smiled meaningfully, "once you've successfully replaced Hammer, won't the entire fortune of Hammer Industries be enough to satisfy you?" Of course, in Ross's mind, the decision was already made. The so-called reversibility of the technology was a lie. The backdoors in the core code were long prepared, and this trust was nothing but an empty promise. With military power and resources, he would keep this Vanko-turned-Hammer firmly under his thumb, squeezing every ounce of value from him until there was nothing left. After a round of guarded maneuvering, both men with their own hidden agendas, they finally concluded this devil's bargain. General Ross stood up and extended his hand. "Then, to our shared future, Mr. Vanko. Or should I say, Mr. Hammer." Vanko eyed Ross's outstretched hand, a glint of icy malice flashing in his gaze, quickly veiled by a mask of feigned geniality. He reached out and gripped Ross's calloused, iron-hard hand firmly. "A pleasure to work with you, General," Vanko said in a low, measured voice. But within him his thoughts raged. "Go ahead, old man, shake my hand. Savor your fleeting little victory while you can. Soon, very soon you'll realize just what kind of bloodthirsty serpent you've set loose. The stage will be mine. Tony Stark, are you ready to face your doom? And as for you, General Ross, and your filthy American friends, just wait. Once I have what I want, you'll all learn the price of crossing Ivan Vanko. I've already lined up buyers. My technology is in high demand. After my revenge, I'll vanish forever, taking the Vanko family's honor with me, far beyond your reach." The symbolic handshake ended. Both men wore false smiles, but their eyes glittered with cold calculation. Thus, in the depths of a secret base, a new and even more dangerous alliance, founded on lies, deceit, and mutual exploitation, was formally born. The next phase of action had already begun quietly. Elite medical teams and cutting-edge bioengineering equipment were being gathered in secret. All available information about Justin Hammer, his habits, mannerisms, personal connections, and business strategies was pouring toward Wank like an unstoppable tide. Meanwhile, those cold, unmanned suits of armor, under the relentless and reckless drive of their new supervisor, were entering their final sprint, preparing to deliver an unprecedented surprise and destruction at the upcoming Stark Expo. A storm was brewing, heavy with the scent of vengeance, ambition, and betrayal, swelling in the shadows of New York City. Dawn's sunlight struggled to pierce the thin haze above the city, attempting to rouse a metropolis that had just endured a night of chaos. On the massive electronic screens in Times Square, the usual barrage of advertisements had given way to a live exclusive interview with Justin Hammer, broadcast by a major media outlet. Wang Xiaoming, dressed inconspicuously in casual clothes, sat nonchalantly beneath the umbrella of a street corner cafe, a steaming cup of coffee in hand, his calm gaze fixed on the giant screen. On screen, Justin Hammer appeared immaculate in a finely tailored suit, hair perfectly combed, his face set in a confident and carefully practiced smile. His voice, transmitted through a high-end microphone, sounded nearly identical to the Hammer everyone knew. But on closer listening, the overly precise pronunciation and the occasional cold glint in his eyes betrayed something amiss beneath the polished facade. The success of the Iron Curtain series of unmanned armor is not my personal glory, but the collective achievement of the entire Hammer Industries team, made possible by our close partnership with the military end. Our commitment to national security. Hammer spoke eloquently into the camera, hailing those chilling war machines as an unshakable new cornerstone of American defense and the ultimate guarantee of world peace. He deftly sidestepped the previous night's chaos, twisting it instead into the work of destabilizing elements who fear and seek to undermine America's advanced defenses. He pressed on, unlike certain independent operatives whose actions are ruled by emotion and lack control, the core advantage of the Iron Curtain series lies in their absolute stability, efficiency, and 100% controllability. They are purely defensive weapons, guardians of order, and will never unleash disaster due to any individual's impulse or mistake. These words were a thinly veiled attack on Tony Stark and his Iron Man persona. On the big screen, Hammer radiated the false brilliance of a man reformed, seemingly dedicated heart and soul to the cause of national security. Oh! Wang Xiaoming took a sip of coffee, his eyes fixed on the screen where the actor playing Hammer seemed a little stiff in his performance. The corners of his mouth curved in a wry, amused smile. The body's not even cold, and someone's already scrambling to wear his skin, eager to take the stage and continue the show. Now, that's far more entertaining than a simple resurrection. He murmured softly to himself, his voice barely audible, meant for his ears alone. Who could pull off a trick like this? Those soul-obsessed players from the arena? Or maybe the military, who only care about someone's worth as a tool. Or perhaps it's a messy collusion between the two? Whoever's pulling the strings behind the scenes, it looks like the story of this world is only getting livelier. He didn't care much about who was playing this new Hammer. Ivan Vanko, perhaps? Or just another poor sap? That hardly mattered. What mattered was that such blatant identity swapping was a clear sign that the schemes lurking beneath the surface were far deeper and filthier than they appeared. The script of this world was hurtling ever faster towards something more twisted and unpredictable. Meanwhile, in a long-abandoned industrial district somewhere in New York City, so decrepit it didn't even show up on most maps, rusted train tracks snaked through overgrown weeds, vanishing into the shadows of a collapsed factory. A shadowy figure, black-clad and silent as a specter, glided between the crumbling walls. This was Silas, an emissary from the arena. He wore the most unremarkable black combat gear, his face shrouded in the deep shadow of his hood. His movements created not even a whisper of sound, blending him seamlessly into the desolate surroundings. Silas came to a halt and drew from his breast a black talisman, twisted and unsettling like a malformed eyeball. This was the seed, a token bestowed by Lord Doom himself. The charm trembled, faintly in his cold palm, emanating a dim, dark red glow only he could perceive. A heartbeat of light, pulsing steadily, pointing toward a decrepit, half-collapsed warehouse not far away. The seed has sensed a suitable host. Efficiency within expected parameters. Commencing sewing operation. Silas affirmed the directive with mechanical calm, his mind as unruffled as a precision instrument. He was not surprised to find this nest of festering negativity so quickly. It had been accounted for in the calculations of his god. Pocketing the talisman, he melted back into the shadows, like a serpent stalking its prey, slipping silently toward the warehouse, where despair hung thick in the air. Inside the old warehouse, the light was as dim as a cellar. The air was heavy with dust, the stench of machine oil, and the sharp tang of burnt electronics. This was Quentin Beck's secret workshop. A cramped space cluttered with holographic projectors, heaps of electronic junk, failed blueprints, and empty liquor bottles. A physical reflection of the chaos and desperation roiling inside him. Quentin Beck slumped in a battered swivel chair, his gaze fixed intently on the flickering screen of an old monitor. Playing on it was a spirited interview with the new Hammer, the very image of confidence and success. The screen's reflection danced in Beck's bloodshot eyes etched with resentment and jealousy. "Damn you, Stock, you bastard." Beck suddenly snatched up a wrench from the table and hurled it at the metal rack beside him. The impact rang out in a harsh, metallic clang, shaking loose clouds of dust that drifted to the ground. BARF. Vomit. That was revolutionary art. A true breakthrough, and you tossed it away like garbage. You destroyed everything I had. He gasped for breath, his voice dropping to a wounded growl, like a beast cornered and in pain. Now, even Hammer, the pathetic copycat, parading around in the spotlight with tech he probably stole from who knows where. And me? I'm trapped in this godforsaken dump of a workshop, barely scraping together rent. Why? Why is the world so unfair? Why do my talent and hard work earn me nothing but scorn and oblivion? His composure finally shattered. Years of suppressed helplessness, his deep-seated hatred for Stark, and his fury at the world's injustice erupted within him, a volcano about to blow. He teetered on the edge of total collapse. Just then, a voice as cold and emotionless as a winter wind from the abyss suddenly cut through the air behind him. "Quentin Beck, your illusions are exquisite, but they cannot deceive me. Nor can they fill the emptiness and despair within your own heart." "Who?" Beck sprang from his chair like a startled rabbit, terror flashing in his eyes. He seized the nearest heavy projector component, brandishing it toward the source of the voice, a shadow where a dark, indistinct figure now stood, unnoticed until this very moment. "Who are you? What do you want?" Beck's voice trembled with fear. "My name is unimportant," the stranger replied, his tone icy and mechanical. "What matters is this. I am a messenger. I bring you a chance to see the truth." He stepped slowly from the shadows, just enough for Beck to make out the hooded contours of his face. "All the success, the order, the heroes you see, they're nothing but grand illusions woven by the powerful to protect their own positions. And you, Quentin Beck, a visionary artist, have been ruthlessly cast aside from these illusions. Your brilliance, your suffering, your bitterness, they go unnoticed like trash in the gutter." Silas's words were like poisoned needles, striking with precision at the most fragile and painful corners of Beck's heart. Beck's breathing grew rapid. His gaze flickered with uncertainty, a blend of terror and a strange, unsettling sense of being understood. Slowly, Silas opened his palm, revealing the black amulet, the seed, that pulsed with a faint, ominous crimson glow. "You long to be seen. You ache to prove yourself. You crave revenge. These desires themselves are your prison, the very roots of your suffering. The harder you struggle, the deeper you sink. Isn't that true?" What are you trying to say? What is that thing?" Beck stared at the amulet radiating its sinister aura, instinctively sensing danger. Yet Silas's words slithered into his mind, planting the seeds of temptation like the whispered promises of a devil. "This is not power, Quentin Beck." Silas's voice remained cold, but carried an insidious, persuasive force. "It's a mirror that will reflect your soul after it's been twisted and contorted by hatred. Your soul's true form. Embrace it, and your pain will no longer be a silent wail. Your illusions will gain the strength to rend reality asunder. But the price..." Silas paused, as if pronouncing a final judgment. "The frail, fragile self you cling to now will be utterly set free, or perhaps utterly destroyed. Do you dare? Do you have the courage to face this brutal truth? Destroy himself? Gain power? Tear reality apart? Vengeance?" A fierce battle raged within Beck's heart. Reason screamed at him to run, to refuse. And yet, the seething resentment, the humiliation, and that bone-deep envy of Stark twined around his soul like venomous vines. Silas's words had become the key, unlocking the Pandora's box within him. In the instant his mental defenses faltered, battered by agony, despair, and temptation, Silas struck. His figure flickered, ghost-like, closing in with a speed far beyond human limits. Before Beck could even react, the amulet, the seed, glowing ominously red, was slammed into his chest by Silas's unyielding hand. The talisman, as if alive, melted instantly into Beck's body and vanished from sight. "Aya!" Quentin Beck let out a heart-rending, inhuman scream of agony. An indescribable surge of darkness, both icy cold and searing hot, exploded from within him in an instant. Ominous lights, dark red mingled with ghostly green, engulfed him completely. He felt as if countless icy claws were clutching his soul, tearing, twisting, and forcibly remolding it. Around him, a wild storm of failed blueprints and shattered fragments of holographic images flickered, overlapped, and warped, chaotic echoes of his own collapsing, frenzied mind. His body began to undergo a horrifying transformation. His skin turned pale and withered, like ancient parchment, while some areas became semi-transparent, shimmering with an uncanny, unstable holographic texture. His bones shifted with a nauseating, grating crackle, and his limbs stretched, twisting into the long, spindly forms of some monstrous insect. The muscles on his face melted and reformed, finally settling into a terrifying countenance, ever-changing, blurred, as if made from 1,000 broken illusions. The signature fishbowl helmet reappeared on his head, now more twisted and fractured than ever, and no longer empty inside. Instead, too, blazing, poisonous green flames, burning with malice and madness, flickered within. Countless tendrils of energy, woven from lies and illusions, or fragmented streams of data, wriggled around him like living things. He jerked his head up, and, racked by excruciating pain and the rush of new power, he let out a desperate, frenzied howl with all his might. Forsaken phantom, veil of reality, maze. He clenched his hands, now gnarled and inhuman, like the claws of a withered corpse. Dominion. A monster was born, a terrifying being, consumed by his own illusions, trapped between reality and hallucination, seething with resentment and deceit. At that very moment, the warehouse's battered doors were flung open with a crash. Beck's team members, William King Riva, the weapons specialist, Victoria Snow, expert in drone technology, and Gutman, the scriptwriter, walked in. Their faces were still etched with the anxiety of their recent strategy discussion. But in the next heartbeat, their expressions froze, replaced by utter, unadulterated terror. What did they see? Their leader, Quentin Beck, transformed into something neither man nor ghost. A monstrous, nightmare figure. And standing beside this abomination was a mysterious figure clad in black, radiating a palpable aura of death. Quentin, my God, what on earth happened? Rivas stammered, his voice trembling. Silas's icy gaze swept over the terrified trio, cold and precise as a scanning beam. In his hand, 3 identical seed amulets appeared once more, as if he had prepared these deadly gifts long ago. You have shared in his resentment, and you crave, just as fiercely, to overturn the hypocritical reality that treats your talents as worthless. Refuse. Silas's voice was utterly flat, as if announcing an unchangeable truth. Now embrace his rebirth together. This is your only way out, and your inevitable destiny. He gave the 3 no chance to react, let alone escape. Silas's figure flickered through the air, splitting into 3 spectral blurs in an instant. With 3 muffled, sickening thuds, the seed talismans were embedded into their bodies, precise and merciless. No! Agonized screams erupted, one after another. Riva's body was engulfed by a wild surge of electricity and writhing metal, filling the air with a grating shriek of grinding machinery. Stolen code. Iron Tide unleashed. Machine control, tyrant. He roared, his body fusing in horror with the berserk machinery, his arms morphing into monstrous mechanical claws and energy cannons sparking with dangerous arcs of light. Snow let out a piercing, insectal shriek. Her body twisted, transforming into something nightmarishly insectoid, from her back unfurled. Broken energy wings pulsing with ominous light, while her forehead split open to reveal multiple pairs of glowing red compound eyes. Broken swarm, eyes everywhere. Skywatch calamity. Countless warped energy drones buzzed and swarmed around her, their hum filling the air. Gitman's body shriveled rapidly, turning pale and gaunt like a lifeless mummy. Strange, writhing symbols and glyphs crawled over his skin, while his mouth tore open to a grotesque width, pouring out whispers that threatened to drive listeners mad. Twisted script, rotten words, lies weaver. From beneath his feet, the shadowy tendrils of warped reality began to spread. Inside the abandoned warehouse, the 4 newly born monsters howled in agony and wild exhilaration, writhing as they adapted to their new forms, shapes twisted by hatred and despair. Silas watched with icy detachment, like a gardener admiring the bloom of a deadly flower. Satisfied that the seeds had truly sprouted, he lingered no longer. His form faded silently into the shadows, dissolving like ink into water, until he was gone. He left behind 4 pitiful souls, utterly warped by their own resentment, ready to let loose their madness, their illusions, their hunger for destruction, spilling into this cold world they both despised and longed to control as relentlessly as a plague. The new pawns had taken their places. The breeding ground for evil was set, and soon, a carnival of chaos, ruled by mirage and despair, would raise its dark curtain upon the stage of New York. Hammer Industries' secret underground manufacturing facility. This place resembled a forgotten steel womb, cold, immense, and utterly devoid of life. Harsh, pallid LED lights shone mercilessly down there, glare glinting off the neatly lined, unmanned exosuits with a chilling, metallic sheen. The air was thick with the acrid odors of engine oil, coolant, and the unique sting of freshly cut metal. Only the monotonous drone of the assembly line and the steady whir of robotic arms disturbed. The oppressive silence, pulsing through the vast expanse like a stifled, mechanical heartbeat that hammered against the suffocating stillness. High above, on the control platform, Ivan Vanko gazed down, his face sheathed behind a high-tech bionic mask that mimicked Justin Hammer's confident, almost flamboyant, features. From this vantage, he overlooked the Iron Curtain legions standing row upon row below, armored shells rising like tombstones. They were nearly complete, waiting in silence like grim reapers for the command to awaken. What a ridiculous creation! For an instant, a flash of somber darkness flickered in Hammer's eyes, utterly at odds with the mask's expression. Cold steel, endowed with the will to kill, yet shamelessly proclaimed as the cornerstone of peace. Hammer, that fool, dreams of trading them for hollow glory. Ross, that old dog, wants to pile up power with them. But me? I see only tools of vengeance, whips forged from the blood and tears of the Vanko family. Stark, you built your kingdom from stolen light, and soon I will use that very light to burn your kingdom, and you to ash. This isn't hatred. It is inevitability, the inescapable reckoning that was always destined to come. Just as this cold steel, in the end, can have only one fate, destruction. His gaze swept across the cold metal bodies below, as if he were looking at a heap of kindling, soon to be set ablaze and consume everything. Without warning, a piercing alarm shattered the silence, tearing through the oppressive calm like a blade. In its wake came the chaos of gunfire. From the base entrance, the deep clangor of metal colliding, and, most unnervingly, a guttural, inhuman shriek that sent chills down the spine. At the mouth of the corridor, several security guards clad in Hammer Industries uniforms, actually elite military personnel, scrambled to establish an emergency barricade. Their gunfire was sharp and relentless, but against the intruders, their efforts seemed feeble and hopeless. Suddenly, a shadowy tendril, as if woven from pure darkness, lashed out from the depths of the corner. In an instant, it coiled around a soldier's neck, pulling him wordlessly into the deeper gloom before his scream could even escape. Another guard barely had time to raise his weapon before a savage arc of electricity, bright and visible to the naked eye, struck him with brutal force. He dropped to the ground, convulsing violently as a barrage of crackling sparks filled the air and the acrid scent of burnt flesh and circuitry rose. His tactical gear fizzled and died, rendered useless in the blink of an eye. The third soldier was forced to stagger backward by a relentless barrage of miniature energy blasts, as dense and frenzied as a swarm of enraged hornets. Each strike exploded against his thick bulletproof vest in a spray of tiny sparks, and the overwhelming force finally hurled him hard against the metal wall. He slid to the ground and lost consciousness completely. The last few soldiers stared in terror as the space before them suddenly began to twist and blur, like a screen suffering from a broken signal or a mirage shimmering above desert sands. In that moment of confusion and hesitation, when the surreal sight left them vulnerable, several shadows darted past. So swiftly, they were nothing but phantoms in the corner of the eye. The dull, sickening crunch of bones breaking and the heavy thud of bodies hitting the ground signaled the total collapse of their defenses. Quentin Beck emerged slowly from behind the shattered defensive line, flanked by three companions who each exuded the same ominous, unsettling aura: William Riva, Victoria Snow, and Gutman. Though all four still wore human forms, the twisted power and wild malice born of the seed flickered openly in them. An eerie green flame burned in Beck's eyes. Now and then, faint arcs of electricity crackled unpredictably along Riva's arms. Snow moved with a speed and vigilance that was almost insect-like, her actions betraying something far from human. Around Gutman, a faint layer of writhing black mist clung to him, as if it were alive. A sickly confidence and an air of predatory arrogance marked their faces, as though they had just finished a trivial bit of house cleaning and were now ready to claim their spoils. With a look of disdain, Beck's gaze swept over the intimidating rows of machinery before coming to rest on the figure atop the platform, the one wearing the hammer mask. He didn't even bother to look at the man's face. Hammer. Beck's voice dripped with scorn and the casual authority of someone addressing a servant. You miserable wretch, cowering in the shadows of others. Did you really think you could hide from me just by scurrying into some darker hole? Look at all this soulless scrap. What a monumental waste of resources. He spread his arms wide, his words echoing like a proclamation. From this moment on, this place and all these so-called toys belong to me. Take your nauseating, hypocritical grin and get out of my sight before you pollute my space any further. On the platform, Hammer's face first flashed with a perfectly measured hint of surprise, as if genuinely caught off guard by the sudden intrusion. But the look quickly shifted to one of keen interest, his lips curling into a cold, Ivan Vanko-style smirk. He even raised an eyebrow in mock amusement. Oh, Hammer's voice still mimicked that slightly overblown tone, but now every syllable was edged with a chill sharp as a Siberian wind. Where did these lost vermin crawl out from? A garbage dump somewhere. And yet you dare barge into my lair? Yapping at your master? Just looking at you, I'd have thought you just slunk away from some loser's convention. He let out a derisive snort, his mockery naked and unrestrained. You want my production line? You must still be drunk on last night's cheap booze. Or perhaps you're simply itching to experience firsthand what it feels like to be torn to shreds by the toys I've so carefully crafted. As Hammer finished speaking, he casually pressed a conceal button on the control panel. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. In an instant, dozens of Iron Curtain combat drones that had been idling in standby mode sprang to life across the entire factory floor. Their cold, electronic eyes flared up with a bloodthirsty red glow. The weapon systems mounted on their shoulders, and arms whirred softly as they powered up, gun barrels and cannons swiveling in perfect unison to lock on a Baker and his 3 companions below. The encirclement was airtight, and the room grew heavy with the lethal, steely tension of imminent violence. Yet, faced with a force that could chill the heart of any army, the four showed not a hint of fear. On the contrary, their faces twisted with excitement, bloodlust, and a wild, manic glee. It was as if the deadly machines before them were not threats, but prey. Prey they were eager to tear apart. Toys, you say? Baker's handsome features contorted, the green fire in his eyes blazing ever brighter. He erupted in a mad, almost deranged cackle. Ah, let me show you, you arrogant fool, what true artistry and fear really looks like. With a guttural roar, the 4 of them unleashed their transformations at once, each scream dripping with boundless malice and frenzied power. Baker, abandoned phantom, veil of truth, labyrinth sovereign. A terrifying surge of energy exploded, shattering illusions as it swept out. His body became enveloped in spectral green and blood-red energy, twisting and morphing at breakneck speed. That signature fishbowl helmet seemed to materialize out of thin air, its interior ablaze with the infernal fire of a mad soul. Riva, stolen protocol, backlash of iron, mech control, tyrant. His body was battered and reforged as if by an invisible hammer, cold metal spreading over his skin and fusing with flesh in grotesque union. Wild arcs of electricity snaked across him like silver serpents, crackling and snapping in the air. His arms mutated into monstrous mechanical claws and overloaded energy cannons, sparking dangerously as they powered up. Snow cried out, broken winged swarm, scattered vision, heaven's eye calamity. Her body emitted a sickening crack as her bones shifted unnaturally, reshaping her into something like a grotesque, upright insect. Several pairs of tattered, membrane wings, glowing, with an ominous energy, suddenly unfurled from her back. On her forehead, multiple sets of compound eyes split open, glowing crimson, while a high-pitched, unsettling hum filled the air. Gutman shouted, twisted script, rotten words, weaver of lies. His body shriveled and turned ghostly pale, like a mummy drained of all moisture. All across his skin, countless black, writhing and ever-shifting symbols and glyphs appeared. His mouth split open to an inhuman, horrific angle, releasing a guttural, soul-corrupting whisper, while the shadows at his feet spread outward as if alive. For distinct yet equally chaotic, maddening, and destructive waves of energy erupted all at once, instantly shattering the crushing presence that the unmanned war machines had imposed. Where once stood humans, now from monstrous beings, each terrifying and grotesque in its own way, loomed, exuding an oppressive aura that made it hard to breathe. On the high platform, Vanko's disguise as Hammer finally shattered completely. His eyes widened in shock, his face a portrait of disbelief, and, just barely perceptible, a flicker of wariness. What are these monsters? The shock hit him like a jolt of electricity, short-circuiting his thoughts. This power, it's warped, chaotic, overflowing with negative emotion. This isn't Earth technology. It's even stranger and more deranged than that damn Masked Rider. What in the world are they? After the initial shock came a surge of caution and quick calculation. Almost on instinct, Vanko immediately used his deepest backdoor programs and highest-level overrides to force every Iron Curtain unit that had been primed to fire to halt and hold position. Against such unimaginable creatures, the conventional unmanned armors were little more than toys. A head-on fight would be sheer folly. Drawing a deep breath, Vanko made his decision. Slowly, under the cold, malicious stares of the four monsters, he lifted his hand and peeled away the flawless, high-tech, synthetic mask from his face, revealing the battered, scarred, and coldly glinting visage beneath. The true face of Ivan Vanko, eyes as harsh and chill as a Siberian winter. He tossed aside the Hammer mask as carelessly as if discarding a piece of trash. It seems, Vanko's voice now rang with his signature raspy Russian accent, tinged with self-mockery, but even more with icy appraisal. We've all been keeping a few little surprises from each other. He swept his calm gaze over the four grotesque monsters before him. There was no fear in his eyes, only a calculating, appraising look, as if he were sizing up his own kind. Justin Hammer? That bragging American. Fool who couldn't even keep his own woman. Who knows which gutter he's rotting in by now. I am Ivan Vanko. These birds, he gestured toward the standby drone armors encircling him, are under my command now. He paused, letting his eyes linger on the obvious leader, the one radiating waves of intense resentment, Beck, in his master of illusions form. Ivan's voice acquired a subtle note of interest, almost probing. Your powers are quite unusual, and your target, if I'm not mistaken, it seems you were after that arrogant thief. Tony Stark, am I right? He caught the surge of seething hatred for Stark nearly overflowing from Beck's monstrous form. Perfect. Vanko's voice dropped lower, now as seductive and dangerous as a serpent's hiss. I am too. Stark stole everything from my father. He'll pay for it in blood, since we share the same enemy. Perhaps, he let a cold, merciless smile spread across his lips. We can send him straight to hell, together. My Iron Legion, combined with your unique brand of art. The upcoming Stark Expo will be the perfect guillotine for him. The four monstrous figures exchanged glances, their throats emitting guttural growls or harsh, metallic laughter that grated on the air. At last, it was Riva, the one crackling with arcs of electricity in his machine tyrant form, who replied, his voice grating and distorted like a broken speaker. Cooperate? Oomph. We don't give a damn about cooperation. All we want is Tony Stark dead. We want to see him torn apart in despair. The rest doesn't matter. So everyone's here to see Tony dead, huh? A flash of ruthless understanding lit up Vanko's eyes, his resolve hardening even further. Hatred for Stark, it seemed, was the perfect glue. A twisted sense of unspoken understanding settled in the air, an unholy camaraderie forged by a shared desire for destruction. The monstrous forms of Beck and the others receded like a tide, slowly returning to their human shapes. Yet the madness in their eyes, the inhuman aura clinging to them, and the malice they radiated remained undiminished. Since our goals aligned, Beck licked his cracked lips, a feverish excitement flickering in his gaze. Ivan Vanko, is it? Then let's not waste any more precious time. The Stark Expo. Yes, it's the perfect stage for a grand funeral. Let the whole world witness how his sham of a technological empire comes crashing down at our hands. Very good. A cold, vengeful smile curled at the corner of Vanko's mouth. Then let my birds offer the grandest, most thunderous volley of fire to this grand funeral, destined to go down in history. There was no handshake, no pact, only a meeting of eyes, with destruction burning fiercely in each of their hearts. Here, in the icy depths of this steel lair, a mad scientist driven by vengeance, and four monsters twisted by hatred and despair, empowered beyond human limits, formed an alliance, dangerous, volatile, yet united by purpose. They would combine their strengths, sharpen their claws, and focus all their malice and destructive power on what was to come. The much-anticipated Stark Expo. The scene slowly pulls back, freezing on a close-up of Vanko and Beck's faces, filled with cunning madness and a thirst for annihilation. Behind them, the cold steel army waits, poised to strike, while, from the shadows, the silhouettes of monsters seem ready to erupt at any moment. A symphony of destruction is about to begin. At Stark Industries headquarters, sunlight streamed through the vast floor-to-ceiling windows of Tony's office, a space that merged cutting-edge technology with a personal touch of luxury. The air was rich with the aroma of coffee, laced with a faint, peculiar hint of gunpowder. Of course, the gunpowder wasn't from any real weapon, but from a poker game that was anything but fair. Happy Hogan, the ever-loyal head of security and chauffeur, sat across the table, staring miserably at the pitiful handful of chips left before him. Sweat beaded on his forehead. As he scratched his head and muttered, "This can't be happening, what a terrible hand, and one more round. Just one more," desperately trying to salvage his sinking fortune. Opposite him lounged Wang Xiaoming, dressed casually as always, slouched comfortably on the sofa. His chips were stacked high, nearly overflowing the table. He wore a faint, enigmatic smile, idly twirling a card between his fingers. Every call and raise was made with effortless ease. He seemed less interested in winning than in watching Happy's slow unraveling. On the other side of the office, near the windows that offered a sweeping view of the New York skyline, Tony Stark was animatedly painting a picture of the evening's grand event for Pepper Potts. His hands moved in wide, sweeping gestures, punctuated by dazzling holographic projections, as he exclaimed, "Trust me, Pepper. Tonight, the whole world will see the future of Stark Industries. Clean energy, smart cities. These are just the appetizers. The main event is my brand new masterpiece." He pointed to a suit of armor designed gleaming with metallic luster. "Look at those perfect lines. The surging energy output. The unrivaled firepower configuration. Those clunky tin cans Hammer makes, compared to his so-called Iron Curtain, which needs remote control and moves like a marionette even when it tries to dance. My Mark VI is a work of art. It's the true guardian of the future. After tonight, no one will remember that clown who only knows how to imitate." Pepper wore a smile that held both pride in Tony's genius and a hint of indulgence. But deep within her beautiful blue eyes, a trace of worry was impossible to conceal. "I know your designs are always the best, Tony," she said gently, trying to steer the conversation back to reality. "But tonight's expo is huge. There will be tens of thousands of people there. Are we truly prepared enough on the security front? Especially after what happened in Monaco. And with that green maniac." "Security? Pepper, relax." Tony interrupted her with absolute confidence. "I've upgraded every security system as far as they'll go. Plus, we've got those professionals from S.H.I.E.L.D. Though honestly, I think most of the time they're more of a nuisance than a help." At that moment, Pepper's gaze happened to drift toward the card table, where she caught sight of Happy looking utterly defeated, as if he'd just lost his entire month's salary. She shook her head helplessly, walked over, and gently patted Happy on the shoulder, interrupting his attempt to borrow more chips. "Happy, let's take a break from the game. How's the coordination going between you and Mr. Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. regarding security for tonight's expo?" It was as if Happy had just been granted a royal pardon. He escaped the hell of poker in an instant, switched back to full professional mode, and straightened up to report. "Don't worry, Miss Potts. Mr. Coulson has everything under control. They've assigned a sizable team, plainclothes agents, are covering the whole venue. Surveillance systems have all been upgraded, and the emergency plans have been double-checked. Oh, and," he added, "Mr. Coulson would like to have a brief final meeting with you and Mr. Stark before the expo officially starts, just to confirm a few details." "What? I have to meet that suit-and-tie relic again. The one who looks like an artifact from the last century, with a receding hairline. That seen better days?" The moment Tony heard Coulson's name, he cried out dramatically, sidling up to Pepper to complain. "Come on, Pepper. I really don't want to talk with a guy whose face practically screams, 'I'm boring, but I don't realize it.' Especially when it's about security stuff I've already handled about 100 times more professionally than they ever could." Pepper shot Tony a helpless glare, shaking her head at the ever-childish genius. Then she turned to Happy, her tone gentle, yet leaving no room for argument. "Happy, please let Mr. Coulson know. That will wait for him in my office." She deliberately emphasized the word "my," making it clear that Tony wouldn't be allowed to slip away or tinker with some dangerous gadget in the lab. "Yes, Miss Potts." Happy, as if granted a pardon, immediately turned to contact Coulson, eager to escape from Wang Xiaoming's terrifying poker table. Night had fallen, and the Stark Expo grounds had long since transformed into a sea of lights and people. Beneath the massive dome, futuristic exhibition booths were scattered like stars, while elegantly dressed guests moved among them, an air of excitement and anticipation hanging over everything. The main stage area was a dazzling spectacle, reminiscent of a rock concert, with countless cameras aimed at the center, waiting for the true star of the night to appear. In a backstage observation area, Wang, Xiaoming, and Happy Hogan stood together, watching the figure under the spotlight at center stage. Tony Stark, in his element, commanded the platform like a rock star. His words were sharp and witty, enhanced by dazzling holographic projections as he unveiled Stark Industries. Sweeping vision and astonishing achievements in clean energy, artificial intelligence, and future cities. Time and again, he drove the energy of the crowd to new heights. At last, the presentation reached its climax. Ladies and gentlemen, Tony's voice rang out across the venue, brimming with irrepressible pride and passion. The future isn't just about blueprints and energy. The future needs to be protected, and the power to protect that future. A tremendous crash exploded through the hall, punctuated by triumphant music and the thunder of stage machinery. Several new Iron Man suits, sleek, powerful, and glowing in red and gold, rose dramatically from below the stage or descended from above, hovering in perfect formation behind Tony. In an instant, all the lights converged on these iron giants. Is right here. Tony flung his arms wide, striking his most iconic pose, radiating confidence and swagger. Behind him stood the Iron Legion, a shining symbol of the pinnacle of human technology. The whole place erupted. Applause thundered like a storm, camera flashes blazed like daylight, and cheers and gasps threatened to blow the roof off the hall. This was Tony Stark's moment in the spotlight, the pinnacle of Iron Man's glory. Tony closed his eyes, soaking in the tidal wave of applause and adulation. And then, a deep, rolling rumble shook the air. A sudden, deafening explosion erupted from the direction of the venue's glass curtain wall. In its wake came even more blasts, louder, closer, together, accompanied by the harsh clangor of metal upon metal, rolling across the feverish expo hall like thunderbolts splitting the sky. Under the stunned gaze of every attendee, dozens, no, hundreds of Iron Curtain unmanned battle suits, all emblazoned with the Hammer Industries insignia, stormed into the exposition with the violence of a plague of locusts. They smashed through the reinforced bulletproof glass, crashed down from ceiling vents and maintenance shafts, and some even burst up directly from beneath the stage floor. These uninvited guests, their cold electronic eyes flickering with a bloodthirsty red glow, wasted not a moment. Without warning, they unleashed a wave of indiscriminate destruction upon everything in sight. Beams from energy weapons slashed through the air, while small missiles and grenades trailed fire as they exploded at random. The stage was obliterated in an instant. Expensive displays and equipment were torn apart and set ablaze as if made of paper. The terrified crowd scattered in panic, running in every direction, their screams and cries merging with the cacophony of explosions, erasing all trace of the applause and cheers that had filled the hall moments before. In the blink of an eye, the entire expo was transformed into a nightmare of chaos and horror. A living hell on earth. Son of a bitch. In the VIP section, Phil Coulson, ever vigilant, turned pale as he drew his sidearm, the curse slipping out in a rare moment of shock and fury. Without hesitation, he barked into his earpiece, "All units, listen up. Initiate maximum emergency protocol. Lay down suppressive fire. Cover the civilian evacuation. Repeat, suppressive fire, cover the evac. Team, protect Miss Potts. Get her to the designated safe point now." He issued orders with ice-cold precision, then switched to another encrypted channel, calling urgently, "Hawkeye Widow, immediate backup at the expo. Repeat, we need support now. There are at least, a few hundred enemy drones here. Over." Fury's measured but grave voice came through the earpiece. "Copy, Coulson. Follow the contingency plan. Support is en route. Keep Stark and Potts safe." Amid the chaos near the stage, Tony's easy smile had vanished, replaced by a steely anger and a razor-sharp intent to kill. He took in the bedlam below, his eyes lingering for a moment on Pepper as agents hustled her to safety. Then, his expression set, he spun and sprinted toward the nearest Mark 6 suit on display behind him. "Jarvis!" His voice, roughened by adrenaline, rang out. "Suit me up, now. Initiate the family reunion protocol. Get every available suit to me. Right now. At once, sir." The crimson and gold armor seemed almost alive, swiftly disassembling, sliding over his body, and locking into place. In a matter of seconds, Iron Man was back online. At the same time, dozens of streaks of red and gold shot through the New York night sky like meteors, racing from Stark Tower and the Seaside Mansion toward the expo at incredible speed. But just as Iron Man's boots ignited with a burst of searing energy, ready to plunge into the chaos below and tear those damned hunks of metal to pieces. Suddenly, four figures materialized in front of him, as if out of thin air, blocking his path with ghost-like silence. It was Quentin Beck, William Riva, Victoria Snow, and Gutman. Though they still wore human faces, there was something uncanny about their twisted smiles. Their eyes shimmered with unrestrained malice and a hint of inhuman madness. The warped, ominous aura radiating from them was enough to make the sensors inside Iron Man's armor trigger a low warning chime. Iron Man hovered in the air, staring at the four faces that were vaguely familiar, yet felt utterly alien. Beneath his helmet, his brow furrowed tightly. You? Former Stark Industries employees? What are you doing here? Didn't you notice there's a party going on down there? Meanwhile, in another corner of the expo, Wang Xiaoming had just taken down a few oblivious, Iron Curtain suits that had dared to attack him. He was about to head toward the center of the chaos to see what this new hammer, or rather, Ivan Vanko, was plotting when a shadowy figure melted out of the darkness, silently blocking his way. It was the very same Daosphere emissary, Silas, who had implanted the seed in Quentin Beck back at the abandoned factory. Your journey ends here. Silas's voice was cold, utterly devoid of emotion. Wang Xiaoming studied the black-clad man, radiating danger. His gaze remained calm, as if he had expected this encounter. Silas slowly raised his hand. In his palm appeared another black seed, talisman, twisted and ominous like a warped eyeball. But instead of implanting it into himself, he crushed it in front of Wang Xiaoming with a sudden, decisive motion. The moment the talisman shattered, a surge of chaotic, destructive energy from the Daosphere erupted forth. The power writhed, condensed, and took shape in midair, until, accompanied by a soul-shaking roar, it formed a nightmarish monster, its body a mass of twisted black metal blades and writhing shadows. It had no face, only a pair of glowing red energy cores burning with pure malice, locked unerringly on Wang Xiaoming. The monster roared, blocking Wang Xiaoming's path, exuding an oppressive aura so heavy it was almost suffocating. As for Silas, he acted like a tool that had completed its mission. With a final, indifferent glance at Wang Xiaoming, his figure melted back into the shadows, vanishing as silently as ink dissolving into water. The symphony of the exposition played out its most chaotic and perilous movement amid the thunder of steel and the murmurs of illusions. Iron Man found himself halted by old resentments, while the Destroyer of Worlds was confronted by a direct challenge from the battle realm. Two radically different battles were about to erupt simultaneously. Above the main stage of the Stark Industries Expo, Iron Man hovered in his iconic red and gold suit. Below him, the scene was a tableau of chaos straight from the depths of hell, explosions lighting up the night, crowds fleeing in panic, and Iron Curtain drones locked in fierce combat with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Tony Stark was just about to descend like a savior, ready to tear these rogue machines to pieces, when four figures appeared before him, ghost-like and out of place, blocking his way. It was Quentin Beck and his three former colleagues. Twisted, almost sickly grins played across their faces, with eyes burning with undisguised malice. You? Tony frowned inside the Iron Man suit, recognizing these faces from their days at Stark Industries. His tone was laced with irritation and exasperation. At the interruption, "Hey, the party's down there. Looks like you've got the wrong address. Can't you see I'm busy putting on a fireworks show? Move aside." Anxious to resolve the urgent crisis below, Tony barely spared a thought for these four, whose demeanor was clearly unhinged. He wrote them off as lunatics looking for attention amid the chaos. He fired up his thrusters, aiming to quickly maneuver around the obstacles in his path. But the moment he shifted his stance, disaster struck. All four attacked almost in unison, not with some earth-shattering display, but each in their own unsettling way. Beck's eyes flashed with a cold green fire, sending illusory phantoms to scramble Tony's senses. Riva's arm crackled with electricity, releasing a faint yet precise energy pulse aimed right at a sensor node on the Mark 6. Snow's silhouette flickered eerily, emitting a disquieting, high-pitched whine. But what truly caught Tony off guard was Gutman, the silent one, cadaverous and still. He raised his foot with an almost comical slowness, as if moving through molasses, and gave a gentle, seemingly clumsy kick forward. It looked harmless, even ridiculous. Yet that simple kick twisted reality itself, defying the laws of physics, and landed squarely on the armored chest plate of Iron Man's Mark 6 with a force that belied every expectation. Clang! A deep, bone-rattling crash reverberated through the air. Iron Man was struck as if by an invisible sledgehammer. His red and gold armored body shuddered violently, then was hurled backward several meters, utterly out of control. Inside the suit, warning alarms blared in shrill, piercing tones. Warning! Abnormally high-intensity Physical impact detected. Exceeds standard for conventional heavy anti-material weapons. Chest plate structural integrity compromised. Jarvis's calm, yet urgent voice reported in Tony's ear, each data point pounding into his nerves like a hammer blow. What the? Tony was completely blindsided by the sudden strike. He steadied himself, staring in disbelief at the figure below. Gutman, who was still frozen in a kicking stance, his face utterly expressionless. Behind the helmet, Tony's eyes were wide with shock. The force behind that kick. Impossible. No human could possess such power. Any trace of contempt vanished in an instant, replaced by a surge of shock and wariness. Okay. Tony's voice, cold and razor-sharp, came through the suit speakers. Looks like you didn't just come here for a reunion. That kind of strength. What the hell are you guys on? In response to Tony's accusation, the four of them slowly spread out, subtly closing in and surrounding Iron Man. Their faces twisted into wilder, more deranged smiles. Then, with voices dripping with resentment, obsession, and fanatical conviction, they began to unleash the pent-up pain and truth that had festered within them for so long. Drugs? Quentin Beck, the master of illusions, spoke first, his eyes flickering with an eerie green fire that danced like will-o'-the-wisps. His tone was feverish, almost sick with excitement. No, Stark, this isn't some drug. It's truth. The truth you created with your own hands. You destroyed my art. You tossed aside my life's work, my revolutionary vision, like garbage, and even called it vomit. Do you see it now? The talent you trampled, the resentment you ignored. See how dazzling, how blindingly real an illusion they can become. Tonight, I'll use that truth to rip apart you and this world of lies you built. Gears have dignity too, Stark, bellowed William Riva, the techno-tyrant, his arms crackling with electric energy just beneath the skin. We're the gears that built the foundation of your mighty tech empire. We bled for you, sweated for you, gave you our brilliance, yet you tossed us aside like scrap parts. Tonight, this shiny, high and mighty war machine of yours will be torn down, piece by piece, by the discarded parts you left behind, until there's nothing left but a heap of junk. Victoria's Snow, known as the calamity of the all-seeing eye, let out a piercing, high-pitched laugh, an unnerving sound, sharp and relentless, like the incessant flutter of insect wings. Her laughter dripped, with venom and obsession as she hissed. You've never truly seen any of us, Stark. In your world, we're nothing more than blurred figures in the background, data you can swap out at will. But now, we are everywhere. Your fear, your struggle, every single heartbeat. You can't escape our gaze. We will strip away that false halo of heroism, piece by piece, and leave you howling in despair. That will be the most exquisite, the most beautiful note in our grand symphony of revenge. At last, it was the silent one, Gutman, the weaver of lies, who slowly raised his head. His eyes were void of any spark, hollow pits of chaos as deep as the abyss itself. In a voice that seemed to echo from another dimension, low, raspy, and otherworldly, he spoke, everything you believe in, Stark. Your technology, your so-called future, your grand rhetoric about saving the world. It's all just a more elaborate cage, built on even greater lies. Let me reveal the only truth this world has to offer. Endless chaos and inevitable destruction. And you, Tony Stark, are the first to take a final, dramatic bow in this grand performance. Their words slashed at Tony's convictions, daggers laced with venom, aiming to undermine everything he stood for. Tony reeled at the extremity, the sheer distortion of their ideology and the clearly unnatural origins of their powers. Yet, his pride and sense of responsibility refused to let him yield. So, this is your choice. Iron Man's voice was cold as steel. To become monsters, neither human nor ghost, just to unleash your failures and misfortunes upon the world? What a tired, pathetic script. Even if the world wronged you, even if I once overlooked you, that doesn't give you the right to hurt the innocent or sow chaos. Your so-called truth? It's nothing but the desperate howling of those who've failed. Excuses for cowards to justify their cruelty. Inside the armor, Tony forced himself to stay calm, quickly analyzing the threats before him. Jarvis, record their energy patterns and biological responses. This power is bizarre, heavily charged with negativity and some kind of contaminant. Reminds me of that green-skinned lunatic, but even more unstable and unpredictable. Just a bunch of lunatics who stumbled into some freakish powers. Once my Iron Legion arrives, no matter how monstrous they are, there'll just be more data for me to clean up. For a brief moment, confidence surged through Tony again. He believed that if he could just hold out a little longer, wait for backup to arrive, he'd be able to resolve this crisis head-on. However, the four, Beck and his companions, seemed to see right through his attempt to stall for time. Or perhaps, they had simply grown weary of this tedious war of words. It looks like words alone can no longer make you understand the wonder of reality or the value of pain. Stark. Beck's grin was a final ultimatum, twisted and merciless. Then bear witness. Witness our return from hell itself, and the final act we present to you. A furious roar erupted, raw, guttural, and thunderous. Almost simultaneously, the four of them, driven by bottomless resentment and madness, threw their heads back and unleashed their own transformation howls, each packed with a surge of warped power. Beck, abandoned phantom, veil of truth, labyrinth, sovereign, Riva, stolen code, iron reversal, Mecha, tyrant, snow, broken swarm, all-seeing gaze, sky-eye catastrophe, Gutman, twisted script, rotting words, lies, weaver. In an instant, four surges of dark energy exploded with devastating force, each one distinct, yet all radiating chaos, insanity, and the scent of destruction. Beck's body was engulfed by torrents of ghostly green and deep crimson energy. Countless shattered illusions whirled around him like a storm. His skin turned parchment pale, certain areas flickering with the unstable shimmer of a holographic projection. A terrifying mask, ever shifting, was frozen onto his face. The signature fishbowl helmet reappeared, now fractured and menacing, within which two ghastly green soul fires burned. Riva's form seemed to be thrust into a steel furnace, accompanied by a sickening screech of twisting metal. Cold, rust-streaked armor erupted from beneath his skin, merging hideously with muscle and bone. Wild currents of electricity snaked around his frame like rogue silver serpents. His arms transformed entirely, one into a monstrous, excavator-like mechanical claw, the other into an energy cannon, its barrel crackling with lethal arcs and building power. Snow's body emitted a rapid-fire symphony of snapping bones as she grew taller, her form grotesquely stretched and warped into something resembling a gigantic, upright insect. Her back split open, revealing several pairs of ragged, translucent wings edged with ominous energy. On her forehead, clusters of multifaceted eyes cracked open, gleaming with a wicked, ruby-red light. A piercing, high-frequency buzz, enough to disrupt electronic devices, filled the air. Around her, swarms of twisted, moth and mosquito-like energy scouts whirled in a frenzied storm. Gutman's transformation was the most bizarre of all. Before their very eyes, his body shriveled and turned deathly pale at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if every drop of life had been drained from him in an instant, leaving behind a mummy wrapped in human skin. On his flesh, countless black symbols and runes writhed and twisted, shifting and combining in unnatural patterns as if alive. His mouth split open to a terrifying inhuman angle, revealing a pitch-black abyss within, as if it was a gateway to the depths of the void, from which issued a low, broken, and soul-corrupting whisper of madness. At his feet, his shadow churned and swelled with a life of its own, extending countless twisted tendrils of darkness, as if seeking to drag everything around into utter despair. For monsters, each grotesque and horrifying in their own unique forms, radiating an overwhelming sense of evil and madness, had replaced their former human shapes and now stood revealed before all. This scene, captured by cameras and sensors from every angle, was instantly broadcast throughout the expo, both inside and out. Within the designated safe zone, Pepper Potts stared at the screen in horror at the four monsters that seemed to have crawled straight out of hell. She let out a short, sharp scream, her face turning deathly pale as if all color had drained away. Nearly fainting, she was caught and held upright by Happy Hogan, who himself was frozen in shock, his expression etched with terror and helplessness. At the command center, Phil Coulson's face grew more grave than ever before. Almost immediately, he shouted into the encrypted channel, "Director, the target has undergone an unknown biological or energy mutation. The traits are similar to the Green Ghost power system we encountered previously, but now much more diverse. Threat level assessment. Escalating to the highest tier, Omega. Repeat, Omega level threat confirmed. Requesting maximum level response authorization." "Understood, Coulson." "Omega level confirmed," came Nick Fury's voice in Coulson's earpiece, steady as ever after a brief pause. "Maintain observation. Have Stark hold the line for now. I need to assess the full capabilities of these new surprises. If necessary, prepare to activate the contingency plan." And at the very center of it all, Tony Stark, Iron Man himself, stood the closest, witnessing every detail firsthand, utterly stunned. The transformation, straight out a nightmare, the suffocating wave of evil so thick it seemed to solidify the air, the suit's sensors sending back incomprehensible biological readings and terrifying energy surges. All of it struck his science-rooted worldview like a barrage of sledgehammers. "Jarvis, tell me, what the hell is this?" For the first time, his voice beneath the helmet quivered with disbelief. Meanwhile, deep beneath Hammer Industries, inside a secret control room, Ivan Vanko was watching the live feed from the expo, his interest peaked through the hidden drone cameras and the monitoring program. He'd implanted inside the Iron Curtain armor. The moment he saw the four Beck brothers transform into terrifying monsters, the Hammer disguise mask on his face had long since been tossed aside. In its place appeared a grotesquely twisted, almost sick smile. A smile brimming with delight at the chaos, anticipation of destruction, and the exquisite satisfaction of vengeance drawing near. Ha! Ha ha! His laughter rumbled low in his chest, echoing through the empty control room, chilling and sinister. What a delightful surprise. More monsters. More chaos. Stark, look at you. Look at the kind of worthless trash you've attracted. Your precious expo. Your technological empire. It's burning. It's collapsing. How marvelous. He watched the screens with the greed of a madman admiring his own masterpiece, his eyes ablaze with the fire of revenge, drinking in every image of turmoil and despair. Burn. Let all burn. Let this chaos become the grand overture to my feast of vengeance. Ha ha. So absorbed was he in his delirious vision of revenge, laughing nearly to the point of mania, that he failed to notice a silent threat. In the deepest shadows behind him, at the far end of the control room, a black seed talisman, twisted and staring like a grotesque eyeball, identical to those seen before, hovered soundlessly in the air. It emitted a faint but unyielding crimson glow. It seemed to wait, patiently, for this soul already steeped in resentment and the desire for destruction to finally drown in the whirlpool of his own negative emotions, to reveal his most vulnerable flaw, and then to quietly take root. Outside the Stark Industries Expo, what had once been a broad plaza was now little more than a wasteland. In the distance, explosions thundered from the exhibition halls, mingling with shrill alarms and the terrified screams of crowds, layering the scene with an apocalyptic atmosphere. The air was thick with the stench of smoke and an ominous energy. Wang Xiaoming stood among shattered stones and twisted metal, his gaze calm as he watched the figure of the dual-world emissary, Silas, meld away into the shadows like ink dissolving in water. Before him stood a being formed from the energy of a shattered seed talisman, the Shadow Blade Demon. At its core, a pair of crimson energy lights glared at him, cold and unblinking, like the eyes of a venomous snake locking onto its prey. Without hesitation, without so much as a warning roar, the Shadow Blade Demon sprang into action. A part of its body liquefied, stretched, and solidified in an instant, forming several razor-sharp blades of shadow, as if crafted from obsidian. With a piercing shriek that tore through the air, these blades shot toward Wang Xiaoming from different angles, each one as precise as a javelin hurled by a master. Their speed was so great, they nearly surpassed the limits of human perception. At the same time, the monster's twisted body, composed of jagged, blade-like limbs, let out a guttural roar. Muscles tensed, it lunged forward with the sudden ferocity of a beast that had lain in wait for too long, radiating an aura of pure annihilation as it charged straight for Wang Xiaoming. Yet, faced with the sudden assault, brimming with chaotic energy from the battle realm, Wang Xiaoming's eyes remained calm and clear as still water. His sharp gaze instantly analyzed the creature's structure and attack pattern. A being of pure energy, unstable in physical form, relying on primal instinct for its wild, direct assault. His movement was as natural as a willow leaf swaying in a gentle breeze. He shifted just half a step to the side. The shadow blades, each capable of piercing an armored vehicle, swept past him so closely. They nearly grazed his clothes, slamming into the concrete ground and the shattered metal wall behind him. They left deep holes, their edges still smoldering with traces of corrosive black energy. As the monster itself barreled toward him like a bolt of black lightning, Wang Xiaoming did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. In that instant, the Decadriver appeared at his waist as if conjured by magic. Watching the grotesque, twisted monster surge closer, exuding nothing but pure malice, a hint of playful amusement curled Wang Xiaoming's lips. His tone was light, as if critiquing a flawed industrial product. Oh, a makeshift creation composed solely of malice, and fragmented energy? Not even a proper biological code to speak of. Really now, to deal with a bug so obscure it can't even be found in the Z satellite database. I suppose I'll need a special kind of program. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the monster's chaotic, disorderly energy flows, then continued. To handle something like you, I'll use this card. Even before he finished speaking, his movement was smooth and confident, like the deft flourish of a master magician. He drew a card from the holder at his waist, its surface gleaming with a vivid fluorescent yellow. On it, the image of the new era's knight, Masked Rider 01, who stood for dreams and the future. With perfect precision, he slid the card into the decadriver. At once, the belt responded with a crisp, futuristic chime, reminiscent of a high-tech company's product powering up. 01. He snapped the card slot shut with a decisive motion. The device declared with solemn power. Kamen right, ZZZZ01. A thunderous boom resounded, like the very world itself answering the call. The dazzling magenta light lasted only a fleeting moment before it was instantly overtaken and reshaped by an even brighter, fiercer energy, a radiant neon yellow, blazing like the first rays of a newborn sun. Decade's iconic magenta armor seemed to dissolve in a torrent of data, stripped away and replaced in a flash by a brand-new suit pulsing with futuristic technology. The core was a deep, midnight black bodysuit, hugging every contour like the most advanced stealth gear. Over it, sharply defined neon yellow armor. Plates flowed in seamless lines, reminiscent of elite athletic equipment, sleek, angular, and aerodynamic. The chest plate was minimal yet exuded explosive power, while the armor on the shoulders, arms, and legs was etched with razor-sharp lines, evoking the carapace of an insect and radiating both strength and speed. Most striking of all were the helmet's enormous, luminous compound eyes, clear as rubies, sparkling with intelligence and vitality. They glimmered with boundless computational power and infinite possibilities. The overall design was crisp and bold, a testament to the aesthetics of a new technological era, and captured the unparalleled speed and leaping prowess of the mighty Locust. Kamen Rider Decade 01 high-jumping Locust form had arrived. The instant the transformation completed, Decade, in his 01 form, instinctively struck a pose reminiscent of Hayden Naruto's iconic gesture, pointing his forefinger skyward. Yet, even in this classic stance, there lingered a trace of Tsukasa Kadoya's signature nonchalance and flair. Facing the Shadow Blade Fiend, its claws just inches away, poised to strike, he spoke in a tone that blended Naruto's declarations with a deliberate touch of Decade's irreverent mockery. All right, authorization complete. He tilted his head slightly, the massive red compound eyes sweeping over the creature. I don't know which shady corporation produced a defective product like you, but you look like a critical bug in need of an emergency patch and immediate deletion. So now let me show you. His voice paused for dramatic effect, taking on a teasing emphasis. In the end, only one will reach the finale, and that's me. Or, before his words had even faded, the battle erupted. The Shadow Blade Fiend's twisted, blade-like limbs slashed down with hurricane force, threatening to tear through everything in their path. But Decade 01 moved like a true locust, his legs unleashed an explosive surge of power, launching him skyward in an instant. The leap was beyond anything humanly possible, propelling him dozens of meters into the air like a missile, effortlessly dodging the monster's relentless pounce and sweeping attacks. He deftly adjusted his posture in midair, his large crimson compound eyes swiftly scanning the monster's movements below. He even made clever use of a shattered wall from a nearby half-collapsed building, springing off it for a nimble, lightning-fast second jump. His movements were as agile as an electric pulse darting through streams of data, or like lightning dancing gracefully amid a storm of blades. The instant he landed, Decade 01 wasted no time, launching straight into a flurry of close-quarters combat that came as swift and relentless as a raging tempest. His strikes no longer carried the measured steadiness of his basic form. Instead, they were stripped down, faster, sharper, and more forceful, echoing the techniques of modern martial arts. Every punch and kick exploded with raw power. Thud, thud, thud. His luminous yellow fists slammed hard into the Shadow Blade Demon's blackened body, each blow landing with a heavy, reverberating sound of a hammer striking reinforced steel. With every hit, dazzling bursts of energy sparked and flashed. The Shadow Blade Demon's body was incredibly tough, seemingly able to absorb or deflect most physical impacts. Although Decade 01's attacks packed tremendous force, they only left fleeting ripples of energy or shallow dents on the surface. unable to inflict any critical damage for the moment. Driven back by this sudden onslaught, the Shadow Blade demon staggered and let out a roar of fury. It lashed out in return, slashing wildly with limbs like gleaming blades, a berserk cutting machine, weaving a dense, impenetrable web of death in black steel. Forced onto. The defensive, Decade 01, relied on an agility that defied reason, darting and weaving through the assault at high speed, leaving ghostly afterimages in his wake. Just fists and kicks alone is not enough, Decade 01 quickly judged, sidestepping a swipe of those deadly claws. With a decisive gesture, he summoned a ride booker at his waist, which responded at once. Accompanied by a surge of high-tech transformation sounds, it instantly shifted form and became a unique weapon, a gleaming, metallic hybrid of briefcase and sword. The attaché calibre, gripping the sword one-handed, Decade 01, held its blade aloft, the metal reflecting the chaos of the burning surroundings. As the monster hurled another volley of shadowy blades like javelins and then lunged with razor-sharp claws, the attaché calibre in his hand seemed to come alive. The blade flashed, moving with uncanny precision, parrying, slicing, and deflecting every attack. Each clash between sword and energy claws sent out a shrill screech, like metal grinding against metal, showering the air with a storm of sparks. He made full use of the astonishing speed granted by his grasshopper form, darting in like a phantom to strike at the monster's weaker sides and the joints, where its defenses were thinnest. His sword flashed like lightning, landing blow after blow on those shadowy points that looked like connection nodes. Slash, slash, slash. This time, the strikes from his briefcase king sword did noticeably more damage. Wherever the blade landed, inky black energy spilled out like ink from a shattered bottle, and the monster's body faltered and became unstable. Although it still seemed capable of some self-repair or reconstitution, the shadow energy writhing to try and seal its wounds, the rate of recovery couldn't keep up with Decade 01's relentless onslaught. A furious roar burst forth, harsh, savage, and piercing. The Shadow Blade Fiend was now completely enraged. It could feel the very foundation of its existence being chipped away by this infuriatingly agile foe. Its body surged with violence, the shadowy energies that composed it boiling and churning with barely contained fury. In an instant, several thick shadowy tendrils shot out from within its body, writhing like predatory serpents or chains from the abyss. From every direction, they lunged toward Decade 01, intent on binding him tightly and putting an end to his vexing speed. At the same time, the monster's core, those twin crimson energy lights, flared, pulsing with waves of energy that grew ever more volatile and dangerous, as if building up for a devastating final attack. Oh, backed into a corner at last, Decade 01 immediately sensed the monster's intent and the wild, unstable fluctuations of its core energy. His massive crimson compound eyes flashed with resolve. No more time to play. Data garbage like you needs a full wipe. He hesitated no longer. The time had come to finish this. With a tremendous leap, he shot skyward, breaking free of gravity's pull like a rocket and soaring dozens of meters into the air, easily evading the tangle of shadowy tendrils that writhed below, hungry for his capture. Midair, he twisted his body, gripping the briefcase king sword tightly, then brought it down in a mighty, earth-splitting strike. The gleaming blade plummeted like a meteor, slamming into one of the Shadow Blade Fiend's upraised, knife-like limbs just as it tried to strike back. There was a sharp crack as energy shattered. The limb was severed instantly, sending shards of black energy flying in all directions. The moment he landed, Decade 01 wasted not a second. He immediately swiped his card to activate his ultimate finishing move. He bent his knees slightly, and around his right leg, a crystal-clear projection of a locust, composed entirely of pure energy, began to materialize in the air. Streams of golden data flared and spiraled like a hologram around his leg, pulsing with a sense of cutting-edge technology and explosive force. The Deca driver emitted a rousing, powerful sound effect as it entered its finisher standby mode, then solemnly announced, "Rising impact." Ah! Decade 01 let out a mighty battle cry, brimming with strength. Both legs surged with the full force of the high-jump locust form, unleashing a leap at the very limits of what was possible. Like a supercharged rocket, launched skyward, he shot up with unstoppable momentum, so fast that a ring of compressed air briefly shimmered in his wake, a sonic boom marking the spot. In the blink of an eye, he soared to a dizzying, breathtaking height. At the apex of his ascent, he shifted his posture, his body tracing a flawless arc through the air, a rider kick radiating both power and grace. His massive crimson, compound eyes locked onto his target below, the Shadow Blade Fiend's core, where an ominous red glow, like the eye of a demon, pulsed with malignant energy. His right leg, now fully enveloped in a dazzling, sun-bright yellow energy, blazed with an intensity almost too bright to behold. The energy was so dense and concentrated that it stretched behind him in a comet-like trail of golden light, clearly visible in the air. He descended like a golden meteor of retribution, carrying an unstoppable force and a resolve to purge every last-day error. Hurtling toward the Shadow Blade Fiend on the ground below, he embodied righteous fury. A shrill, piercing shriek rang out. The Shadow Blade Fiend had sensed the fatal threat that could obliterate it completely. In terror, it tried to raise its remaining bladed limbs in defense, desperately gathering its last reserves of energy in a frantic attempt to counterattack. But it was far too late. Decade 01 unleashed his ultimate finisher, combining the full might of the high jump locust and the core computational power of the 01 system. Rising impact, with pinpoint accuracy and devastating force. His kick struck directly at the creature's crimson energy core. A moment of blinding brilliance. Instead of the earth-shattering explosion one might expect, there was an uncanny hush, a moment of unnatural silence. First, from the core, came a sharp, crystalline crack, like glass shattering in a silent cathedral. And then, in the very next instant, a burst of pure, searing yellow energy erupted from the shattered core, as if the heart of the sun had detonated within. Countless golden bolts of lightning shot out, an unstoppable data torrent that surged through the Shadow Blade Fiend's entire energy body in an instant. Those twisted black blades and viscous shadow energy that made up its body met their nemesis in this surge of pure, high-dimensional energy. They didn't even have time to struggle. They began to disintegrate rapidly and silently, unraveling, dissolving. No flames, no shattering debris. There was only the utter annihilation of energy. It was as if this being, hastily cobbled together by the malice of the Battle Dome, was having its very code completely deleted and erased from existence. In the end, not the slightest trace remained, as though it had never appeared in this world at all. Only a faint, crimson glimmer lingered, for a moment where its core had shattered, flickering stubbornly like a candle's last gasp in the wind, before fading away into oblivion. Decade 01 landed lightly on the ground, slowly drawing back his right leg from the kick. Where he touched down, nothing of the monster was left, only the deep scars in the floor left by the shadow blades remained. The air still shimmered with a lingering aftershock of pure energy from his soaring strike. He held the classic rider post-landing pose for a moment, his fluorescent yellow armor standing out boldly against the chaotic firelight and explosions raging in the distance at the expo. He was a beacon of hope amid the turmoil. The brief interlude was over. The obstacle before him had been cleared. Decade 01 slowly raised his head, his massive red compound, eyes casting their gaze once more toward the heart of chaos in the expo grounds. There, the real trouble was only just beginning. The Stark Industries Expo had long since lost its former glory as a showcase of technology and a gathering of the elite. In its place lay a wasteland, scarred as if bombarded over and over again. Twisted steel wreckage littered the ground, burning stages sent columns of thick smoke into the sky, and shattered glass walls gaped like wounds torn open by monsters. The air was thick with the stinging odor of gunpowder, burnt wiring, and a persistent sense of panic. Hundreds of Iron Curtain drones, each emblazoned with the Hammer Industries insignia, rampaged like a swarm of rogue, steel locusts through this once hallowed hall of the future. Their cold, electronic eyes gleamed with merciless red light. Cannons mounted on their shoulders, machine guns bristling from their arms, and even some army models equipped with drills and cutting tools, all unleashed mindless, indiscriminate destruction. Explosions erupted one after another. Energy beams swept through the air like the scythes of death, pulling exquisite exhibits, sturdy structures, and the unfortunate souls who failed to escape in time into a whirlpool of devastation. Damn it, we can't suppress their fire. Repeat, we can't hold them back. Requesting heavy fire support. We need an airstrike. A SHIELD agent was crouched behind a toppled slab of concrete, shouting desperately into his communicator. In the very next instant, several energy blasts shattered his cover, and the force of the explosion hurled him through the air. His fate was left uncertain. Phil Coulson, his expression grim, was sheltering behind a relatively intact service counter. With steely composure, he switched between communication channels. coordinating the last stand and rescue efforts among the remaining agents. Yet, faced with the overwhelming, relentless tide of mechanized enemies, his elite squad was as feeble as a drop in the ocean. The casualty numbers flickered relentlessly across the comms, each update more harrowing than the last. The evacuation routes for civilians were in shambles, battered again and again by waves of drones. The scene had devolved into utter chaos, a slaughterhouse utterly out of control. And just as despair threatened to consume the battlefield, the sky was suddenly lit up by dozens of red and gold streaks, tearing through the night like falling stars. Sir, the family reunion protocol is active. The first wave of support units has arrived. Jarvis is calm. Electronic voice chimed in across the comms connected to Iron Man and every Stark suit. Unmanned armors, mainly modified from the Mark IV and Mark VI platforms, descended like avenging angels from the heavens, accompanied by a thunderous sonic boom. They dove into the heart of the chaos with pinpoint precision. Their arrival instantly revealed a combat style entirely unlike the Iron Curtain armors. One Mark VI suit, agile as a hunting falcon, swept through the air in a graceful arc. Its repulsors fired in rapid, precise bursts, expertly, targeting and blasting apart several Iron Curtain aerial drones that had been strafing the people below, transforming them into brilliant balls of fire. In the next moment, the suit flipped nimbly, evading a volley of incoming missiles. Its shoulder-mounted micro-missile pods deployed, launching streaks of white exhaust that snaked through the air like guided vipers, hunting down and detonating the enemy launchers mid-flight. On the ground, a squad of sturdy Mark IV suits landed heavily, like armored knights crashing onto the battlefield, ignoring the rain of conventional bullets and minor energy blasts that ricocheted off their plating. They charged headlong into the ranks of the Iron Curtain ground units. Wrist-mounted lasers, as searing as surgical blades, sliced through the thick armor of enemy suits, striking straight at their vulnerable power cores. The chest-mounted shockwave generators roared to life, sending nearby enemy armors stumbling and staggering, opening them up for the next precise strike. In an instant, the battlefield, both in the air and on the ground, was engulfed in a fierce clash between the red and gold Stark armors and the gray-black Iron Curtain Legion. Beams of energy crisscrossed like a deadly web, while missile explosions burst within the arena like relentless holiday fireworks. The shrill screech of metal colliding and tearing, mingled with the thunderous roar of energy weapons, combined to create a wild and tragic symphony of steel. This was not merely a collision of metal against metal. It was a contest of intellect and command. Jarvis, that nearly omnipotent artificial intelligence butler, now processed the immense flood of battlefield data at speeds beyond human capability, using the sensors of every Stark armor in combat. Each movement, every shot, every surge of energy from the Iron Curtain armors was captured and analyzed with flawless precision. Detected a structural weakness at the chest plating joint of Iron Curtain Army Model B. Marked. Recommend prioritizing high-penetration weapons. Enemy aerial units have initiated concentrated fire mode. Calculating evasive routes. Route established. Executing lateral barrel roll maneuver and deploying countermeasures. Attempting to breach enemy control network. Multiple encryption barriers and root-level backdoor commands detected. Attempting to crack. Jarvis, calm and efficient as a master strategist, directed the outnumbered Stark armors with meticulous fire allocation, tactical evasion, and coordinated maneuvers. It even sought to exploit the superior computing power of the Stark armors to launch electronic interference at the Iron Curtain's control systems. As a result, several Iron Curtain armors faltered, their movements freezing or turning erratic for a split second, just long enough for the Stark armors to seize the opening and destroy them. Meanwhile, deep within the underground base of Hammer Industries, Ivan Vanko, his face stripped of all pretense, stood at the main control console. Like a mad gambler, he manipulated this game of destruction with cold precision. The loss of individual armors meant nothing to him. His aim was simply chaos and devastation. Left flank units, charge. Target the main stage power station. Blow it up. Aerial units, lay down covering fire on evacuation route A. Don't let anyone escape. All units marked as damaged. Initiate self-destruct sequence. Get close to those red and gold tin cans before you go off. His orders were blunt and brutal, laced with a vicious cunning. He exploited the overwhelming numbers of the Iron Curtain armors, launching wave after wave of attrition and suicide attacks against the Stark armor. Defenses try to submerge them under sheer force of numbers. His fingers hammered wildly at the console, his eyes burning with the fire of vengeance and a twisted anticipation for the chaos yet to come. This was a silent yet fiercely intense battle of intelligence and calculation. Jarvis was straining every ounce of wisdom and technology to make up for the numerical disadvantage, protecting the scene and minimizing casualties. Meanwhile, Vanko was like a madman wielding a butcher's blade, recklessly throwing his Iron Legion into the furnace of destruction, caring for nothing but igniting the flames of his revenge. The battle had reached a deadlock, though the Stark armors were marvels of performance, each one fighting like an elite warrior on the battlefield, able to take on 10 foes at once. The sheer number of Iron Curtain armors seemed inexhaustible, surging in from all directions like an endless tide. Stark's suits began to show visible damage. Energy shields flickered unsteadily, their armor pockmarked with scratches and craters, and several Mark IVs, after enduring relentless concentrated fire and kamikaze assaults, finally buckled under the pressure, collapsing in a fiery heap of twisted metal. "Sir, our casualty rate is rapidly increasing, and energy reserves are being depleted too quickly. I have detected an unusual low-level access privilege within the enemy's control system, possibly a backdoor program, which may be used for ultimate control or self-destruction. Attempting to exploit this access for large-scale system paralysis." Jarvis's voice remained calm, yet the words spilled out faster than before, as if sensing Jarvis's intentions, or perhaps simply finding the current destruction insufficiently spectacular. Vanko's face twisted into an even more deranged smile in the control room. Suddenly, he triggered a hidden program. In an instant, the electronic eyes of every Iron Curtain armor still in action flared red, surging with a frenzy of malicious commands. They no longer attacked indiscriminately. Instead, as if united by a single suicidal order, they dropped all defensive maneuvers, channeling every ounce of energy into their thrusters and weapon systems. Without hesitation, they charged en masse toward the main stage of the expo, the very heart where Tony Stark had just delivered his speech and displayed his armors. It was a suicidal assault in perfect formation, a moth-to-flame rush of steel, hurling themselves toward annihilation. At that moment, the battle escalated sharply, entering its most perilous and frenzied stage, a white-hot crucible of chaos. Yet, just as this flood of steel was about to crash down and reduce the entire expo to rubble, the scene, as if yanked back sharply by an invisible hand, shifted. We were now high above the main stage, that relatively confined private battlefield. Iron Man, resplendent in red and gold, Mark VI, was in a dire predicament. He was beset by 4 monstrous foes, each grotesque and chilling in their own right. Quentin Beck, the Master of Illusions, William Riva, the Mech Tyrant, Victorious Snow, the Calamity Seer, and Gutman, the Weaver of Lies, and none of them showed any intention of letting him go. The Lord of the Labyrinth kept weaving illusions, so lifelike and deceptive that Tony's senses, both human and technological, struggled to discern fact from fiction. One moment, he heard Pepper's desperate cries for help. The next, old nightmares resurfaced, each vision timed perfectly to distract him, while the other 3 launched lethal surprise attacks. The Mech Tyrant's raging currents and energy cannons clung to him like an unshakable curse, relentlessly pounding against the Mark VI's energy shields and armor. With every direct hit, Tony felt the violent tremors reverberate through the suit, as if the whole frame might collapse around him. Meanwhile, Calamity Hawkeye moved with ghostly speed, darting in and out of sight. Swarms of energy drones peppered him from every angle, never letting up, while piercing high-frequency noise flooded his comms, scrambling communications and targeting systems alike. But most unnerving of all was the corpse-like Weaver of Lies. He didn't attack directly, yet every time he muttered those twisted words under his breath, Tony felt the suit's power drain away even faster. Jarvis, usually flawless, began to stutter and glitch, as if reality itself was warping under the weight of that rotting voice. Tony barely twisted aside in time to avoid a devastating energy blast from Riva. The projectile grazed his shoulder plate, searing a deep, charred scar and stripping away a layer of armor. Before he could recover, a phantom of his father, Howard Stark, conjured by Beck, materialized before him, eyes cold with reproach. The shock jolted Tony for a split second, just long enough for shadowy tendrils at Gutman's feet to lash out like vipers, wrapping tight around his ankle and trying to drag him down. With a furious roar, Tony fired his boot thrusters, wrenching himself free, but the maneuver left his flight path badly destabilized. Critical warnings flashed across the helmet's HUD. Energy reserves plummeting, multiple armor breaches, and even the flight systems beginning to falter. He clenched his jaw, eyes hard with a pressure he'd never known, and a flicker of grim resolve. The battle between the Iron Legion and its foes raged unresolved, but Tony Stark, the Iron Man himself, was now being dragged down by 4 vengeful specters, each more bizarre and deadly than the last. Above the main stage of the Stark Expo, the sky had transformed into a brutal arena, where 4 nightmare creatures hunted a lone wolf. The red and gold Mark 6, battered and scorched, looked like a candle flickering in the wind, cracked and blackened from the onslaught. Fine sparks leaping from its wounds like a faltering heartbeat. The virtual display inside Tony's helmet had long since dipped below the danger line. Every breath burned with a raw scrape of metal. Every move drew a tortured groan from the overburdened suit. Below, the once magnificent expo grounds had become a living hell on Earth. Explosions blazed like the infernal flames of damnation, licking at shattered walls and twisted ruins. The clash of ironclad titans raged on, with energy beams and live ammunition weaving a dense web of death. Piercing alarms, desperate screams, and thunderous blasts mingled together, composing a frenzied requiem for the end of days. Quentin Beck, the master of illusions, hovered in midair at the perfect vantage point, like a deranged artist admiring his own masterpiece. His fishbowl helmet, wreathed in ghostly green flames, turned toward Iron Man, battered and struggling below. From inside, Beck let out a manic, twisted laugh, brimming with wild ecstasy and seething hatred. Amplified by some unknown energy, his laughter echoed sharply across the chaos of the battlefield. "Look at you. Just look at yourself, Stark." Beck's voice was a feverish blend of mockery and near-hysterical delight. The once arrogant, dazzling hero, now, don't you look like a pitiful bird, stripped of all your beautiful feathers, shivering in a cage, waiting to be slaughtered? Is this the peace you swore to protect? Huh. All that grandeur is nothing but a castle in the air, built atop a mountain of lies and the bones of us, the so-called failures you tossed aside without a second thought. Suddenly, his words turned razor-sharp, each syllable like a poisoned dagger stabbing deep into Tony's soul. Did you really think that donning this clanking suit of iron could wash away the countless sins you committed selling death? Every weapon you ever sold could become a cold blade thrust into the chest of an innocent mother, or a helpless child. You bask in the glory and riches that technology brings, blind to the agony of ordinary people reduced to ashes by your so-called sparks of inspiration. I know we are the truest retribution born from your ingrained arrogance and selfishness. Admit it, Stark. Beck's voice dripped with poisonous charm, seductive as the devil's own whisper. You know, hero, never have been. Deep down, you're still the same ruthless, profit-chasing arms dealer. Just a hypocrite in a shiny suit, fooling the world and yourself. Your hands are stained with blood. That will never come clean. All this talk of protection, it's nothing but a coward's excuse, a shameful cover for your pathetic vanity and your desperate need to silence the guilt gnawing at your heart. Shut up, Tony roared back, trying to fight through the words. His voice, distorted by the damaged speakers of his suit, rang out with raw emotion. I shut down the weapons division long ago. I'm not that man anymore. I wear this armor because... For what? For redemption. Beck cut him off sharply, his laughter growing ever more manic. Don't make me laugh, Stark. Your very existence is the greatest mockery of justice there is. You'll never truly atone for the damage you've done. All you can do is drag that crushing guilt with you until it finally breaks you. Beck's words struck Tony like icy venom, injected straight into the deepest wounds of his soul. The shadows of his past, those irreparable mistakes, were scars that would never truly heal. He opened his mouth, but found himself unable to argue back with any conviction, especially when it came to everything he'd done before becoming Iron Man. That, indeed, was a stain he could never wash away. At the very moment Tony's mind reeled from the blow and he slipped into a momentary daze, the 4 monsters launched another assault, as fierce and relentless as a hurricane. Now, tear him apart. Beck's eyes blazed with a wild green fire. Countless energy missiles, laser beams, and even twisted phantoms of monstrous forms surged toward Iron Man in a tidal wave, overwhelming his sensory systems in an instant. William Riva, the machinist tyrant, charged forward with a roar, like a runaway freight train. He paid no heed to the few weak repulsor blasts Tony fired off by instinct. His mutated mechanical claws came crashing down with bone-crushing force, while the energy cannon mounted on his shoulder hummed with a piercing charge, targeting the Mark VI's chest plate, already fractured and battered. Victorious Snow, the Calamity Seer, swept around behind Iron Man with ghostly speed. Swarms of energy scout drones, like bloodthirsty mosquitoes, swarmed over him, their high-pitched whine jamming the suit's electronics. At the same time, her insect-like arms extended, razor-sharp energy blades forming at the tips, stabbing toward the suit's vital thruster connections. Meanwhile, Gutman, the weaver of lies, remained at a distance. His withered lips moved soundlessly, as though chanting some venomous curse. An unseen, reality-warping force spread like a cold spider's web. Iron Man felt the suit's energy drain accelerating, and Jarvis's attempts at evasive maneuvers and counterattacks were suddenly lagging, plagued by inexplicable delays and logic errors. Most menacing of all, the shadows beneath his feet swelled as if alive, morphing into thick, serpentine tendrils that lashed around his legs, holding him fast in midair, utterly immobilized. Sir, energy shields are about to fail. Multiple critical systems are severely damaged, unable to break free. For the first time, Jarvis's voice was tinged with something close to panic. A deafening explosion shook the world. Reva's energy cannon struck squarely against Iron Man's chest plate. Even the resilient Mark VI armor could not withstand such a powerful, point-blank assault. In an instant, the chest plate caved inward and cracked apart like a shattered eggshell, revealing the intricate mechanisms and flickering, dangerous arcs of current within. The violent impact, combined with Snow's energy blade slashing from behind, sent Iron Man hurtling brutally from the air. He plummeted, like a puppet with its strings cut, trailing smoke and sparks, and crashed hard into the shattered ruins of the main stage below, sending clouds of dust and debris billowing skyward. The red and gold suit was embedded deep within the twisted steel and broken concrete, utterly motionless. Only the arc reactor in his chest still flickering weakly, its light quick and faint, like a candle guttering in the wind. Ah, ha 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 ha. Reva unleashed a harsh, metallic laugh that grated on the ears. Listen to that beautiful wail of metal. Is this the proud suit of armor you brag about? Pathetic, utterly worthless. Snow hovered above like some ghostly apparition, countless crimson compound eyes locked onto the immobilized Iron Man below. She let out a high-pitched, insectal cackle. Nowhere to run, little bug. Once so arrogant, now every grimace of pain, every desperate struggle. It's all reflected in our billions of eyes. What a beautiful sight. At Gutman's feet, shadows surged like a rising tide, threatening to engulf Iron Man where he lay. In a voice as dry and hollow as an abyss, Gutman whispered, lies are finally shattered. That ridiculous hero's disguise, it's time for it to be stripped away completely. As the dust gradually settled, the Mark VI armor was revealed in its battered ruin. Pieces of plating torn away to expose charred, broken machinery, one arm twisted at an unnatural angle. Tony lay amidst the cold wreckage, every bone in his body seeming to come apart, each breath searing him with pain. Inside his helmet, the virtual display blazed with urgent red warnings, flashing like grim harbingers of doom. Their cruel jeers, the agony radiating from his body, the desperate knowledge that his armor was on the verge of failure. All of it, along with the crushing weight of guilt from past sins, pressed down on Tony's heart like a mountain. He felt as if he could barely breathe, as though this endless darkness was about to swallow him whole. No, I can't give up, not like this. Tony suddenly clenched his jaw, summoning every last ounce of strength he had left as he struggled to lift his head. Beneath his helmet, his face was contorted in pain. Sweat mingled with blood trickled down from his brow. Yet deep within those brown eyes, after enduring unimaginable agony and inner turmoil, a new light was rekindled, as if forged anew in the heart of fire. It was a light that was weary, hoarse, even tinged with a choked emotion, but also unwaveringly clear and resolute. Why? His voice came out in ragged bursts through the damaged speaker, sounding more exhausted and hoarse than ever. Yet each word cut through the air with surprising clarity. A lot of what you said is true. He gasped for breath, as if admitting these truths had drained the last of his strength. I used to be a complete bastard. Arrogant, selfish, conceited. All I cared about were fast cars, beautiful women, and grabbing the headlines. My weapons, they really did hurt countless innocent people. That the past I can never deny, never wash away. I really was a hypocrite, a jerk. At this point, his voice sank, heavy with self-reproach and pain, as if he were being swallowed by endless guilt. But in the next instant, he jerked his head up, those eyes blazing with an unyielding fire as he locked his gaze on the four monsters closing in. His voice rose sharply, ringing with a force and conviction that brooked no argument. But all of that is over now. When I was lying in that damned cave in Afghanistan, staring at this cold reactor in my chest, watching the lives destroyed by my weapons, that's when I made my choice. I personally shut down every weapons division at Stark Industries. I put on this damned armor, not to run from some bullshit guilt, not to feed some pathetic vanity, but to stop any more bastards like I was, dealers of death, from rising, to protect the innocent, people like you, who might have once been hurt by my weapons. To finally do what's right, even if it cost me my life. He struggled, trying to prop himself up with the one arm that still obeyed him, his gaze sweeping over the four monsters before him like a burning blade. I may never be that perfect, unblemished hero you imagine. I may never wash away the stains of my past. But everything I do now, everything I defend in the name of Iron Man, that's the truth I, Tony Stark, have chosen. And that is 10,000 times more real than you wretches, devoured by hatred and power, who have become neither man nor monster. This heartfelt declaration, brimming with anguish and struggle, yet unwavering in its resolve, rang out across the chaotic battlefield like a thunderclap. Even the four monsters closing and faltered for a brief instant, thrown off by its force. Beck's eyes, burning with an eerie green flame, flickered violently. Something in Tony's words seemed to strike a chord within him. His crazed expression clouded for the briefest moment with something like confusion, almost as if he'd been momentarily stunned. Quite the speech. He sneered, but the madness and malice quickly returned to his face, twisting his features into an even more sinister grin. Too bad, Stark. It's far too late for that. Far too late for anything. Your truth is worthless before absolute power. Now, go to hell and atone for your filthy past. He raised his hands high overhead. Countless shards of illusionary energy and venomous green fire swirled together in a frenzied maelstrom, coalescing into a massive vortex like the gaping maw of a demon. Beck was ready to unleash his final, deadly blow, to devour this man who dared to challenge his reality once and for all. But just as disaster seemed inevitable, a sudden, unrelenting barrage exploded from above, the rapid staccato of a Gatling gun roaring like the wrath of death itself. Blazing tracer rounds poured down in a relentless hailstorm, smashing into Beck's energy vortex and shattering it in an instant. The sheer kinetic force and exploding shockwaves sent both Beck and the advancing Reva reeling, forcing them back. With a thunderous crash of metal, a war machine clad in thick, gunmetal gray armor landed heavily at Tony's side. The brutal lines of a shoulder-mounted Gatling gun gave it a menacing, indomitable presence, a steel guardian fallen straight from the heavens to shield Tony with its unyielding frame. "Hey, buddy," came James Rhodes's voice through the external speakers, laced with his trademark blend of exasperation and dry humor. "Looks like you managed to ruin the party again. Seriously, can't you ever make things easy for your oldest friend?" "Shut up, Rhodey," Tony retorted, managing a weak, breathless laugh as he gazed at that familiar silhouette, his voice tinged with the relief of a man who'd just cheated death. "You bastard. You sure took your sweet time. Any later, and you'd have been scraping me off the floor." "More lambs to the slaughter?" Reva snarled, his voice crackling with mechanical fury as he glared at the newly arrived war machine. The energy cannon on his arm began to charge again. "Just another ugly tin can? You really think this changes anything? Numbers are meaningless." He was just about to open fire when, all of a sudden, Snow let out a piercing shriek. She darted forward with ghostly speed, and countless energy probe units swarmed like a hive of bees toward the war machine's back, attempting to disrupt and ambush it. A whistling arrow, crackling with blue arcs of electricity, shot in from a distant vantage point as if guided by an unseen hand. It pierced through several energy probes in a single instant, and just as Snow was about to reach the war machine, the powerful shock device attached to the arrowhead erupted. Electricity surged through her, causing her entire body to convulse and freeze, her movements stuttering noticeably. At the same moment, a dark figure, lithe and agile as a panther, flipped silently from a broken overhead beam, landing without a sound behind Gertman. Natasha Romanoff's icy gaze was unwavering as the Widow's Bite devices snapped out from her wrists, unleashing high-voltage currents that struck with precision at the shadowy tendrils creeping toward Gertman's feet. The tendrils recoiled as if burned, snapping back abruptly, and Gertman let out a pained, rasping howl, brittle as the snap of a dry branch. "Looks like we got here just in time for the end of warm-ups." "Hawkeye," Clint Barton chimed in over the encrypted comms, his trademark easy humor evident in his tone. "Natasha, $5 says Tony's new armor lasts maybe 5 more minutes this time." "Save it, Clint. Focus on clearing out these surprises." Natasha's voice was calm and steely as she settled into a fighting stance, every bit the Black Widow's spider poised to strike. "Oh, fantastic," Tony quipped, clearly relieved to see familiar reinforcements arrive. He forced a weak joke through his exhaustion. The archer and the gymnast are here. Maybe our little Avengers circus will finally have a full cast. Just then, a timid and awkward voice rang out, completely at odds with the thunderous chaos of battle all around. Excuse me. I was wondering, do you need any help here? Baker, Riva, and the other three monsters all froze, instinctively glancing in the direction of the voice. Who's there? At the edge of the battlefield stood a man in an ill-fitting, faded t-shirt and jeans, glasses perched on his nose. He looked scholarly, almost frail, and clearly out of his element. None other than Bruce Banner. Natasha and Clint exchanged glances, each wearing an expression that said, "Just as I thought, here we go again." Natasha even rolled her eyes, so subtly it was barely noticeable. Bruce Banner pushed his glasses up, looking a bit embarrassed as he shrugged at the crowd. He tried to explain, It's Mr. Wang Xiaoming. He said things here might get a little tricky, so he decided to, bring me over in a rather special way, just to check on the situation. And, well, he said I might need to bring the big guy along." As he spoke, he drew in a deep breath. That familiar, complicated look crept onto his face, the one that always appeared before his transformation. A mix of pain, struggle, and, finally, grim resolve. All right, looks like there's no other way. With a guttural, tormented growl that seemed to come from the depths of his soul, he could no longer hold himself back. A surge of green light burst violently from within him. His body began to expand at an astonishing speed, muscles bulging and swelling as if inflated by some unstoppable force. His skin hardened, turning into a resilient shade of green. His poor t-shirt and jeans didn't stand chance. They were ripped to shreds in an instant. A roar thundered out, so powerful it seemed to shake the very soul. An earth-shattering cry, overflowing with boundless rage and primal might, that made the entire expo quake in fear. Like the very embodiment of fury summoned from the depths of hell, the colossal green giant smashed through the ground beneath his feet, descending on the chaotic battlefield with an overwhelming presence and world-shattering force. His eyes, blazing with pure, unrestrained anger, swept across the four monsters before him and the rampaging machines of metal that still wreaked havoc around them. He let out a low, menacing growl that radiated his readiness for battle. In that instant, the tide of the conflict was turned once more, utterly and completely. Another deafening roar exploded, like a shockwave made real, sweeping across the main expo hall, now reduced to little more than ruins. That massive green figure, pulsing with fury and raw, primordial power, needed only to stand there to radiate a terror so profound that every living being felt it in their bones. The Iron Curtain armors below, still on their rampage, and the four monsters, who had just completed their own transformations and were thirsting for the thrill of the hunt, were all struck by a sudden, unmistakable hesitation. But that pause lasted only for a heartbeat. Chaos surged forth again, as violently as boiling oil, erupting into fresh conflict. The battlefield, as if by silent agreement, quickly split into separate fronts. Hulk smash! The Green Titan charged forward like an unstoppable battering ram, ignoring the Iron Curtain suits that tried to block his path. They were tossed aside and crushed like paper as Hulk zeroed in on his target, the one that looked the toughest, crackling all over with wild arcs of electricity. William Riva, the mech tyrant. "Well done, you ugly green fool," Riva snarled, his voice laced with grating mechanical noise. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, his mutated mechanical claws crashing toward Hulk's fist with the force of shredding steel. At the same time, the energy cannon on his shoulder and the arc emitters on his arms unleashed a torrent of firepower. High above, War Machine Rhodes caught a fleeting shadow of concern in his eyes. Instantly, he locked his sights on Victoria's Snow, Calamity of the All-Seeing Eye, who flitted ghost-like through the air, releasing swarms of jamming drones. "Jarvis, help me target that buzzing pest. Clear the sky," he growled, and his shoulder-mounted Gatling gun erupted in a stream of blazing gunfire. A dense hail of bullets formed a deadly web, sweeping towards Snow and the Energy Scout units humming around her. On the ground, Hawkeye and Black Widow moved almost in unison. Sharing a knowing glance, they set their sights on the most enigmatic and ominous figure, Gutman, the Weaver of Lies. Hawkeye swiftly climbed onto a half-collapsed overpass, searching for the perfect vantage point, while Natasha, panther-like, used shattered cover and deep shadows to silently stalk closer to Gutman. Meanwhile, Quentin Beck, master of illusions, wore a sinister grin as if he'd just spotted the most exquisite prey. His gaze once again found Tony Stark, Iron Man, below, who had barely managed a moment's respite, his armor battered and failing. To Beck, everyone else was merely an appetizer in this feast of vengeance. Only by tearing Stark apart with his own hands could he satisfy his twisted, all-consuming hatred. The battle raged, chaos on every front. A green fist smashed against sparking mechanical claws in a brutal collision. The clash rang out with a deafening metallic clang, sending a visible shockwave rippling through the air. Hulk's raw power was overwhelming, the impact so fierce that Reva's mechanical arm wailed under the strain, forcing him to stagger backward. Yet even as he reeled, Reva's close-range energy blasts and arcs of electricity hammered Hulk's impenetrable green hide, scorching it with char marks. The searing current drew a furious roar from Hulk, momentarily slowing his movements. Hulk smash! Anger fully ignited within the Jade Giant. Ignoring pain and wounds, he lunged forward again, massive hands clamping down like iron vices on Reva's armored frame, intent on ripping him apart like a broken toy. Reva fought back with a frenzy, using her thrusters and immense mechanical strength to struggle wildly, while unleashing all her firepower on Hulk's eyes, mouth, and other vulnerable spots. Man and monster clashed like two rampaging prehistoric beasts, locked in a primal and brutal contest of strength amid the ruins. With every collision, the ground trembled violently, and the surrounding structures toppled and shattered like toy blocks. The battle in the sky was just as fierce. War Machine moved like a heavily armored knight, struggling to hold his own as swarms of energy drones beset him from every side, while Snow's true form darted in and out of view, attacking with ghostly speed. The thunder of the Gatling gun tore through the air, blasting apart those pesky bugs one after another, but Snow was too fast, changing direction midair in ways that defied all logic, as though inertia simply didn't apply. Under the constant barrage of high-frequency noise and energy interference, War Machine's targeting systems struggled to keep up. Damn it, there are too many of these things. Rhodey left flank. Watch out for her energy blade. Tony's weak voice crackled through the comm channel now and then, still looking out for his friend. Snow responded with a piercing, high-pitched shriek, sharp as the scraping of insect wings. The sound carried a strange, unsettling effect that seemed to gnaw at Rhodey's nerves, leaving him on edge. She was a cunning assassin, using the drones for cover, striking from War Machine's blind spots or between the seams of his armor. Her razor-sharp energy blade flashed by his joints several times, leaving shallow cuts, each swipe probing for the perfect chance to bring him down in a single blow. Gertman's powers were the most uncanny of all. He was like a phantom melting into shadows, darting and leaping swiftly among the broken walls. Wherever he passed, the light itself seemed to dim and twist. The shadows at his feet writhed and stretched like living things, slick and unyielding, reaching out to entangle, trip, or even drag his opponents deeper into the darkness. His lips moved in silent incantation, sending out a low, indecipherable mutter that drifted through the air like a poisonous curse. Though the words couldn't be made out, both Natasha, who was close by, and Hawkeye, watching from afar, felt waves of irritation and fatigue wash over them, making it harder and harder to keep their focus. Natasha moved with the grace of a dancer, weaving between the lunging shadow tendrils, her widow's sting crackling as it sent high-voltage arcs through the air in a bid to paralyze the attacking limbs. But only worked for a moment. The tendrils would stiffen briefly, then quickly regain their vigor. Every time she tried to close in on Gertman himself, he would conjure a wall of shadow or warp the space around him, forcing her to retreat yet again. Hawkeye, meanwhile, made full use of his anything-you-need-in-the-quiver advantage, unleashing a flurry of specialized arrows, illumination shafts banishing the shadows, explosive arrows disrupting the enemy's movement, sonic arrows striving to break that eerie, low murmur, and even an arrow tipped with a powerful adhesive, attempting to pin down those slippery tentacles. Each shot landed with flawless precision. While they couldn't deal a fatal blow to Gertman, they effectively limited his range of movement, carving out openings for Natasha. The two of them moved like the most efficient hunting pair imaginable, using patience and skill to gradually hem in this bizarre prey, shrinking its territory inch by inch. Tony's situation was by far the most dire. The heavily damaged Mark VI suit felt as heavy as if it were filled with lead, and its energy reserves were draining away as fast as sand through an hourglass. Not only did he have to fend off Beck's relentless onslaught of terrifying and near-indistinguishable illusions, But he also had to divide his focus, staying alert for ambushes from the other three monsters that could strike at any moment. Pepper, help me. Suddenly, a vision of Pepper, startlingly lifelike, appeared at the edge of a crumbling building not far from Tony, crying out in desperate distress. Tony's heart clenched. Instinctively, he lurched forward to save her. Sir, that's an illusion. Energy readings are abnormal, Jarvis urgently warned. Just as Tony forced down the desperate urge to rush to her rescue and recognize the illusion for what it was, several very real energy blasts erupted from behind the vision, slamming hard into his already damaged shoulder armor. Do you see her, Stark? Your beloved. Very soon, she'll die right in front of you, just like this. And it's all because of you, you worthless failure. Beck's voice, dripping with malice, clung to Tony's mind like a parasite, gnawing at his nerves. Gritting his teeth, Tony fought through the surge of pain and the relentless psychological assault, firing off repulsor blasts with the last dregs of his suit's power, trying to disperse the illusions that swarmed around him. Like gnats, all while desperately dodging the real attacks. His mind raced under the pressure, relying on Jarvis to cross-check a flood of sensor data, straining to survive in the razor-thin gap between reality and hallucination. Jarvis, what's left in the tank? Get the Iron Legion to prioritize clearing out the bastard making these illusions. Tony gasped, struggling for breath. Sir, power is below 15%. Multiple critical systems are offline. The Iron Legion is currently pinned down by heavy enemy forces and cannot break away immediately. For the first time, Jarvis's voice betrayed a sense of urgency that could not be concealed. The deadlock on the battlefield was short-lived. Suddenly, the crisis erupted all at once. In a head-on clash with Riva, Hulk was caught off guard when his opponent activated some sort of energy overload mode. In an instant, Riva's mechanical arm glowed a blazing red, his energy cannon's power surging to new heights. The blast struck Hulk square in the chest, sending him hurtling through the air like a kite with its string cut. He crashed into a distant section of ruined bleachers, the impact collapsing. What little remained. For a moment, he lay buried beneath the rubble, only the muffled roar of his fury echoing out from the debris. Riva didn't give chase. Instead, a cruel smile twisted his lips as he swung his cannon around, apparently deciding to take care of the other targets first. Up in the air, War Machine had just brought down dozens of energy reconnaissance drones when Snow seized the moment. She unleashed a dense, fog-like cloud of special energy interference, instantly blinding his radar and most of his optical sensors. Before he could recover, the remaining drones, like a swarm of kamikaze bombers, plunged fearlessly at the now-blinded War Machine, triggering a rapid succession of violent explosions. The blasts rocked War Machine's armor, sending a shower of sparks flying and throwing his flight path into chaos. He nearly plummeted from the sky. On the ground, the shadow zone conjured by Gertman suddenly expanded as if it had a life of its own, threatening to engulf Hawkeye and Black Widow completely. As Natasha dodged a giant shadowy hand erupting from beneath her feet, her ankle twisted, and she let out a muffled gasp of pain. Seeing this, Hawkeye instantly loosed a high-intensity flare arrow to drive back the darkness and cover Natasha's retreat. But the arrow struck an abruptly appearing, warped glass-like barrier and vanished in a blink. The distance between them was forced open, separating the two into pockets of impenetrable darkness, and Gertman's maddening whispers seemed to grow even clearer. Elsewhere, Iron Man was struggling. Beck watched Tony's resistance weaken with every passing moment, his grin growing more twisted and menacing. Clapping his hands together, Beck conjured his most diabolical illusion yet, a final, ultimate trick. Suddenly, the entire expo hall snapped back to normal. Lights blazed overhead, guests filled every seat, and the air pulsed with thunderous applause. Tony stood center stage, basking in the adulation of the crowd, as if everything before had been nothing more than a terrible nightmare. It's over, Stark. Beck's voice coiled through the air, hypnotic and insidious. None of this was real. You're still the hero everyone admires. Let go. Return to your beautiful dream. Utter exhaustion, searing pain, and inner torment. All of it crashed down on Tony at once. This abrupt, haunting calm was the final straw, threatening to break his spirit. Was it possible? Had it all really been just a nightmare? Sir, warning. Psychic attack detected. Forcibly severing some sensory links. Jarvis's voice rang out, sharp as an alarm bell. But it was already too late. In that split second, when Tony's mind wavered, from within the hazy outline of Beck's true form, a beam of venomous green energy, concentrated with the utmost malice, shot out like a viper. It struck with pinpoint precision at the nearly shattered chest plate of the Mark VI armor. With a sickening hiss, the energy beam sliced effortlessly through the battered armor, though the emergency internal shielding managed to stop the blast from harming Tony directly. The massive energy surge completely destroyed the last of the power supply lines. Inside Iron Man's helmet, the display flickered with static for a brief moment, then went utterly dark. Every light died out. The roar of the thrusters faded. The entire Mark VI suit, now nothing but an empty shell bereft of its soul, lost all power and plummeted heavily toward the ground below. Tony! Pepper's voice rang out from the distant safety zone, a scream laced with utter despair. The Hulk lay buried under the rubble, his fate uncertain. Only his furious roars echoed out, proof that he still fought somewhere beneath the ruins. War Machine struggled desperately within the thick clouds of interference, like an eagle robbed of its sight. Hawkeye and Black Widow were separated, each trapped alone in that ominous, twisted darkness, fighting desperately in a world filled with peril. Iron Man had lost all power, falling from the sky, a legend brought low, his wings broken. Meanwhile, the four monsters, though bearing wounds from earlier battles, now wore the savage, triumphant grins of victors, faces twisted with cruelty and madness. And Beck, arms spread wide like a conductor before his orchestra, prepared to usher his masterpiece of destruction to its final, devastating crescendo. Yet, just as the world seemed shrouded in its deepest shadow, and all hope faded, a brilliant figure, glowing fluorescent yellow as if forged from streaming data, appeared midair in a flash, almost as if he had teleported. He caught the powerless, falling Mark VI armor with perfect precision, setting it gently upon a relatively safe platform. His massive crimson eyes swept over the four monstrous shapes below and across the chaos of the distant battlefield. Decade, in his 01 form, had finally arrived at the heart of the struggle. Amid the ruins of the Stark Expo main pavilion, that fluorescent yellow figure stood like lightning frozen in a single, decisive moment. He caught the red and gold iron shell of the Mark VI, now drained of every glimmer of life, holding it with a touch both gentle and unwavering, like placing down a delicate work of art. Then, slowly he turned. Those great, luminous, crimson eyes, cold as searchlights, swept calmly across the four grotesque monsters, who only moments before had been reveling in their victory. Quentin Beck, the master of illusions, William Riva, the tyrant of machine control, Victoria Snow, the calamity of the all-seeing eye, and Gertman, the weaver of lies. The chaos, madness, and aura of destruction radiating from them hung over this scorched wasteland like a tangible, oppressive storm cloud. When yet another meddlesome figure appeared, threatening to disrupt their impending final curtain call, Beck's helmet, his signature, fishbowl aflame with an eerie green fire, snapped toward Decade. His voice, mingling a sneer with disdain, grated through the air. Oh, another fearless hero come to die? Or perhaps you're just another forgotten reject rolling off the Stark Industries assembly line? Here to avenge your useless master, are you? He tried to shake this new adversary's resolve with his biting words and an onslaught of seething negativity. But Decade 01 showed no hint of emotion behind his massive, crimson compound eyes. He tilted his head slightly, as if observing a curious specimen. When he spoke, his voice was so calm it bordered on apathy, yet it carried an undeniable, crushing authority. Failure? No, I'm just passing through. His words echoed through the knightly armor, clear, cold, and unyielding. And while I'm here, I'll clean this stage of its unworthy actors in your chaotic script. Clean us up. Riva, the machine tyrant, let loose a roar as harsh as grinding metal. His mutated, mechanical claws slammed into the ground, sending shards of stone flying. With that ridiculous armor that looks like a plastic toy, you must have a death wish. Kill him, Snow. The Calamity shrieked, her voice slicing through the air like an order to attack. In an instant, the four monsters, as if responding to a single command, launched their assault from four directions at once. Beck's eyes blazed with green fire as countless illusions, indistinguishable from reality, surged at Decade like a tidal wave. Burning explosions, barrages of energy blasts, and even more monstrous forms, all designed to overwhelm his senses. Amid the chaos, Beck channeled a deadly beam of ghostly green energy, hoping to strike from the cover of illusion. Riva thundered forward like a runaway tank, charging headlong with mutated claws swinging down in a gust that tore at the air itself. His shoulder-mounted energy cannons and arm-mounted arc launchers fired in tandem, weaving a deadly crossfire. Meanwhile, Snow shot skyward like a specter, carving erratic, unpredictable paths through the air. Swarms of energy scouts, like bloodthirsty gnats, fanned out in all directions, peppering Decade with harassing fire. Hidden within the swarm, she waited like a venomous serpent, searching for the perfect moment to strike. The shadows at Getman's feet spread like living creatures in a wild frenzy. Several thick, resilient shadow tendrils shot forth like venomous serpents emerging from their lairs, slithering rapidly along the floor and walls, all attempting to coil around Decade and bind his movements. At the same time, that maddening, unsettling whisper returned, and an invisible weakening force, as delicate and pervasive as a spider's web, closed in on Decade. Confronted by this storm of attacks from every direction, each wielding a different power, Decade 01 sprang into action. In an instant, his body blurred into a streak of glowing yellow, his high jump, grasshopper-like form unleashing its full, astonishing speed and leaping prowess. With a powerful kick against the shattered ground, he shot upward like a cannonball, soaring several dozen meters into the air. He easily evaded Riwa's direct charge and Getman's shadowy snare from below. While airborne, he twisted with weightless agility. His massive red compound eyes swept the battlefield, cutting through the illusions conjured by Beck and immediately picking out the true lines of attack. With the slightest turn of his body, he narrowly dodged several hidden energy blasts and Riwa's cannon fire, all cleverly disguised within the barrage of phantoms. As he landed, he wasted not a second, diving in like a bolt of lightning. The attaché calibre, his briefcase turnsword, was already in hand. When Riwa lunged at him once again, the blade flashed, precisely parrying the mighty mechanical claw with a shrill clash of metal. Using the force to slide back, he sidestepped the sweeping follow-up and, with a swift reverse strike as quick and precise as a viper's tongue, slashed at a weak spot, the joint in Riwa's arm where energy lines converged. Sparks burst forth. Riwa roared in pain, his assault disrupted. At the same moment, Decade 01 didn't even glance back. He snapped his left hand up, the attaché calibre instantly shifted into gun mode. He fired a rapid volley at Snow, who was darting through the air like a specter, aiming to ambush him from behind. The glowing yellow energy rounds homed in like guided bullets, forcing Snow into desperate, acrobatic evasions. More than a dozen of the energy scouting units she'd released were shot down with pinpoint accuracy. Getman's shadow tendrils struck again, as venomous as ever, but Decade 01 seemed to have springs in his feet. He leapt laterally in quick succession, weaving through the gaps between the tendrils like a butterfly dancing among flowers, his blade slashing down any that ventured too near. And then came Beck's illusions, relentless as the tide. One moment, burning cars rained down. The next, giant monster claws crashed from above, or a deluge of energy blasts swept across the field, so real and so relentless that it was almost impossible to tell truth from trickery. Their aim was clear, to overwhelm Decade's senses and drag his judgment to the breaking point. The battle raged with unparalleled intensity. Decade 01, relying on speed that defied logic and battle instincts honed to perfection, danced nimbly among the four monsters, besieging him. He moved like lightning weaving through a storm, every dodge executed with flawless precision, every counterattack delivered with ruthless accuracy and force. Yet, the combined assault of the four monsters proved truly vexing. Riva's brute strength and firepower were ferocious. Snow's speed and relentless harassment made her nearly impossible to guard against. Getman's weakening and binding abilities clung to him like a shadow, and Beck's illusions turned the entire battlefield into a treacherous maze. Although the 01 form granted him incredible speed, its offensive power fell just short, making it difficult to deal decisive blows against Riva's tough hide or Getman's bizarre abilities. The fight gradually devolved into a battle of attrition. Getman's invisible weakening force began to subtly sap Decade's energy output and slow his reflexes. This can't go on. I need better field control and elemental attacks. Decade quickly assessed the situation in his mind. With a sudden backflip, he put some distance between himself and the four monsters. His left hand shot to his card case and drew a card shimmering with magical light. Kamen Ride, Wizard. The driver's sound effect shifted, and a crimson magic circle erupted beneath Decade's feet, swirling upward in a dazzling display. His fluorescent yellow armor was overtaken by blazing red, his form becoming lighter and more agile, and in his hands now gleamed the Wizard sword gun, capable of switching between sword and gun modes. Kamen Rider Wizard, flame style, made his entrance. Just swap for flashier shell? Beck sneered, conjuring a torrential illusion of fire rain in an attempt to suppress him with matching elemental power. Fire. Decade, now in wizard form, intoned in a low, commanding voice, swiftly brushing his left hand over the magical ring at his waist. Firewall. With a roaring surge, a towering wall of fire erupted from the ground, instantly devouring and nullifying Beck's illusory firestorm. It also temporarily cut off Riva, who was charging from the front. Without missing a beat, Decade switched the Wizarsaur gun to gun mode and fired a rapid volley at Snow, who zipped through the air at high speed. The bullets, charged with flame magic, tracked her like heat-seeking missiles, forcing her into a desperate scramble. The energy scout units, swarming around her, once menacing, were consumed by the fire and sent plummeting in flames. Wind. Another ring flashed across his hand. Hurricane. A wild gale swept forth, scattering some of the shadowy tendrils Getman had sent slithering across the battlefield and, for the moment, blowing away the maddening whispers that threatened to cloud his mind. The power of magic did indeed restrain the monster's abilities to a certain extent, especially when it came to illusions and groups of enemies. Decade, in his wizard form, moved across the battlefield. Like an elegant magician, deftly weaving through attacks with a variety of magical rings and the Wizarsaur gun. Flames and howling winds intertwined, temporarily halting the assault of the four monsters. Yet he soon realized that for all its versatility, the wizard form was ill-suited to counter Riva's raw, rampant physical might and mechanical body. Fire and wind could barely scratch the surface. What's more, Gutman's curse-like weakening powers seemed to interfere with even magical energy, suppressing and hindering Decade with an invisible force. It's not enough. I need greater frontal power. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Decade switched cards once more. Kamen ride, oh. The driver sang out. Green light enveloped his body like the hardened shell of an insect. Locust-like leaps, mantis-like slashing. The Gatakiriba combo had entered the fray. Clones! The sight of Decade, transforming yet again and instantly splitting into multiple forms left Beck and the other stunned. Combo change, Gatakiriba. A buzzing surge. Dozens of Decade clones in Gatakiriba form materialized on the battlefield in an instant. In that moment, the tide of battle completely reversed. Riva tried to charge through with brute force, but was immediately engulfed by a swarm of green figures. Powerful kicks from locust-like legs hammered relentlessly against his mechanical frame, thudding with heavy, muffled blows. Razor-sharp mantis blades slashed like streaks of emerald lightning, carving dense scars into his thick armor and sending sparks flying. He was like a rhinoceros beset by a horde of insects, mighty, yet unable to break free, pinned in place, and forced into a furious, helpless roar. High above, Snow and her remaining energy scout units faced a similar disaster. Dozens of Gatakiriba clones swarmed the sky like a plague of locusts. The mantis blades spun like whirling saws, tearing the fragile scouts to shreds with ease. Surrounded by several clones, Snow herself found her speed advantage gone. She could only struggle to parry with energy shields and blades, but wounds were rapidly multiplying across her body. On the ground, the spreading shadowy tendrils of Gertman suddenly seemed to meet their nemesis. Countless duplicates surged into the darkness like mowing machines, their razor-sharp mantis blades hacking wildly, severing swathes of those slick, resilient tendrils. The advance of the shadows was completely halted. Gertman's real body was entangled by several duplicates at once, although he kept unleashing reality-warping energy in an attempt to force them back. The overwhelming numbers left him with no choice but to retreat, step by step. Even his eerie murmurs became broken and sporadic. In an instant, the three monsters found themselves beset on all sides, helplessly battered. Meanwhile, the true body of Decade, Gatakiriba, locked onto its final prey like a mantis zeroing in for the kill, charging straight at Quentin Beck, who was desperately trying to conjure more illusions to disrupt the battle. It's useless, the true body growled, grasshopper legs bursting with incredible speed as it appeared before Beck in a blink. The mantis arms swept forth in a relentless flurry, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek as they bore down upon Beck's real form again and again. The illusions Beck conjured were seen through one after another, unable to fool the main body with its rapid movements and keen compound eyes. Beck was left with only his mutated, half-energy form to desperately block and dodge the onslaught. Yet every blow from those blades felt as if it sliced through his very soul, and a ghostly green energy oozed from him like blood. Gone was his previous composure and mad confidence. Only terror and utter disbelief remained on his face. No, impossible. Seeing his comrades utterly suppressed and his own end drawing near, Beck let out a hoarse cry of rage and fear. What are you? What kind of monster are you? How can one person possess so many, such powerful abilities? You're not even human. What are you really? Decade, Gadakiriba, paused, if only for a moment, halting his storm-like assault. Countless duplicates continued to press the attack on the other. 3 monsters. Turning his head, the OOO's piercing green compound eyes fixed coldly on the blustering, hollow master of the labyrinth before him. Who am I? His voice echoed from the driver, calm and still as the depths of Silent Lake. I told you, I'm just a passing Kamen rider. He paused, then added, a subtle edge of mockery and deeper meaning threading through his words. Rather than worrying about who I am, maybe you should be asking yourselves, what have you become? Twisted by hatred and foreign power, you're nothing now but pitiful puppets, so lost you can barely remember who you once were. In your so-called reality, who handed that to you? The word struck Beck's heart like icy needles, merciless and sharp. Yes, what were they now? Monsters, devoured by hatred? Or just discarded pawns in someone else's game? The man in black, that strange seed. At the very moment when Beck's mind was shaken to its core by Decade's words, and his mental defenses cracked even further, a sudden, resonant hum filled the air. Something extraordinary erupted, not from the enemy, but from Decade himself. Without warning, the card case at his waist burst forth in a radiant, dazzling brilliance, purer and more intense than anything seen before. The light was like a million diamonds igniting all at once, as though the combined radiance of countless stars had gathered here, instantly illuminating the shadowed, chaotic battlefield. Within that glow pulsed an indescribable, transcendent power, an unwavering will of hope that defied all material limits. Decade, in his Gadakiriba form, paused for a heartbeat. Even he was caught off guard by this sudden, overwhelming resonance. His emerald compound eyes turned to the card case, now blazing like a miniature sun at his hip, and a knowing glimmer flickered in his gaze. Slowly, he reached out, and from that sea of light, he drew a card that shone with endless brilliance. Upon its surface was not a rider in any base form, but the magician who kindled hope at the very edge of despair. His most powerful, ultimate transformation. Kamen Rider Wizard, Infinity Style. On the card, Wizard's infinity form sparkled with a prismatic radiance, as if sculpted from pure diamond. In his hands, the dazzling Excalibur blazed with a light of hope strong enough to sever any trace of despair. Even the card itself radiated mighty waves of energy, its pure aura of light and hope so intense that the 4 monsters, still steeped in negative energy, recoiled as if seared by the midday sun, racked by agony and a terror that reached down to their very souls. Holding this new card, a symbol of infinite possibility and hope, Decade slowly lifted his head. Behind him, the monsters were still being relentlessly suppressed by his clones, forced to retreat step by step, while in the distance the battlefield churned with chaos and smoke. For a moment, even the air seemed to freeze. The dazzling prologue to the end was about to begin. The cacophony of explosions and shrill cries still swirled above the ruins of the expo, but all eyes were now drawn to the main stage. The green aura swirling around Decade in his Gadakiriba form receded like a tide. In an instant, dozens of clones dissolved into streams of energy and flowed back in his body. The transformation faded, and once again he stood in the heart of devastation, his iconic magenta basic form, calm and resolute. Across from him stood the 4 monsters, battered and scarred, but now more ferocious than ever, having just broken free from the brutal assault of the Gadakiriba clones. Quentin Beck, the master of the Mirage, appeared especially wretched. His half-ethereal body was covered in countless slashing wounds, and ghostly green energy oozed from him like blood, constantly seeping out. Decade slowly raised his head. His crimson compound eyes swept coldly over the 4 twisted creations before him, each one radiating warped resentment. His voice was calm, as if stating a detached fact. Yet there was an undercurrent, a subtle hint of the final form to come, and a quiet reaffirmation of his own convictions. To be utterly consumed by envy and hatred, to revel in the reckless joy brought by borrowed, uncontrollable power. Do you really believe that is what you call reality? He shook his head slightly, his tone tinged with a clear-sighted pity, mingled with the stubborn hope of a mage. Though from his lips, it sounded all the more severe. What a pitiable delusion. Even in the deepest abyss of despair, those who abandon hope so easily aren't even worthy of being called magicians. And you? His gaze sharpened, piercing the ominous, flickering seed cores that pulsed within each of the 4 monstrosities. Your souls have been forcibly twisted by foreign powers, issuing a stench so foul that even the dead would recoil. You aren't even fit to be called proper gates for the birth of phantoms. It seems Decade's voice rang out like a final verdict. The time has come for a thorough cleansing. Pitiable? Delusion? Not even worthy of being gates. Decade's words, as precise and cold as a scalpel, ignited the last, wildest fuse deep within Quentin Beck's soul. He burst into hysterical, maniacal laughter, his voice echoing through the desolate ruins, thick with venomous hatred and the madness of a desperate man. You laughable fool. What do you know? You know nothing. Beck's fishbowl helmet, ablaze with ghostly green fire, shook violently. This pain, this hatred, this jealousy that cuts to the bone, that is the only true proof of existence. It's 1,000 times more real than your hypocritical hope and your laughable, worthless justice. His voice suddenly twisted, sharp and shrill, filled with the resolve to annihilate everything. If you self-righteous heroes refuse to embrace the truth, then let me show you the true form of despair. Even before his words died away, the black seed, talisman within Beck's body, erupted in an unprecedented flare of darkness, as if answering the call of his overwhelming negativity. He flung his arms wide, unleashing a roar so inhuman it seemed to shake the very air. Come to me, all of you. Become a part of me. In an instant, countless twisted tendrils of energy, interwoven with ghostly green illusionary power and Getman's shadow force, burst forth from Baker's body like a nest of venomous snakes on the hunt. They ignored the barriers of space, stabbing instantly into the bodies of William Riva, the machine tyrant, Victoria Snow, the calamity of the all-seeing eye, and Getman, the weaver of lies, who were still struggling to regroup and launch another attack. No! Aya! Three screams rang out at once, each one laced with unbearable agony, terror, and bitter defiance. Riva's mechanical body began to smoke and hiss as if being dissolved by acid, arcs of electricity frantically snaking across his form. Snow's insectoid shape convulsed violently, her energy wings shattering in an instant. Getman's shriveled frame withered away as if being wrung dry, dissolving with a sickening, teeth-grinding crack. The seed, energy inside them, was forcibly activated and ripped away by Baker in a manner so violent, so utterly predatory, it bordered on plunder. Their bodies crumbled and twisted, breaking down into 3 streams of chaotic energy, each symbolizing berserk machinery, warped swarms, and decaying deception, that surged like rivers rushing toward the sea, drawn inexorably into Baker's body, now a ravenous black hole devouring all. The fusion was a storm of unimaginable pain and chaos. At its center, consciousness was dominated by Baker, or perhaps more accurately, by the vengeful amplified to infinity by the seed. Racked by agony and the rush of newborn power, it let loose a howl, shouting the words of transformation that marked the final descent into despair. Quadruple despair. Truth annihilated. Phantom. With a sudden, sky-splitting roar, he unleashed all the fused, chaotic energy in a single, cataclysmic detonation. Devour. Attendre explosion érupted. In an instant, a massive cocoon of pure darkness and chaotic energy enveloped Baker. Across the surface of the cocoon, shattered holographic illusions flickered, twisted fragments of metal writhed, glimpses of insect carapaces shimmered in and out of view, and black runes crawled and shifted with unsettling speed, all radiating a suffocating, soul-corrupting aura of terror. The cocoon pulsed violently like a living heart, then, with a final brutal surge, exploded outward. And in that moment, as the wave of annihilation threatened to consume everything, Decade moved. Facing the terrifying spectacle of this primordial chaos, his gaze sharpened, utterly unshaken. With calm deliberation, he reached his waist and drew from his now-blazing card case a card that seemed to contain all the brilliance of creation itself. Wizard Infinity Style. Kamen Ride, Wizard. The driver first confirmed the identity of the base rider. Immediately after, Decade placed that card, shining with boundless brilliance, into the very center of the driver. The instant the card fused, the driver erupted with an unprecedented proclamation of final form, soaring and solemn, like a sacred hymn. Final form right, vous visart. A powerful, resonant hum filled the air. Radiance, an indescribable brilliance exploded from within Decade, as if the universe itself were being born anew. His magenta armor shattered in an instant, scattering like crushed rubies. Then, a surge of pure, dazzling silver light, liquid and luminous like flowing diamonds, rushed out from within, rapidly coursing, covering, and solidifying as if it were alive. When the light faded, a brand new, holy, and formidable figure stood proudly in its place. His entire body was clad in resplendent silver armor, adamant stone, as if sculpted from countless facets of tiny diamonds. The surface gleamed smooth as a mirror, yet refracted brilliant, shifting rainbows, with every edge shining with the indomitable light of hope. The helmet's design grew sharper and more sacred, the red compound eyes now perfectly encased by silver, diamond-shaped structures, as if containing the wisdom to pierce through all illusion. At the center of his breastplate, a mysterious silver insignia, symbolizing infinite possibilities, glowed clearly, radiating a warmth and overwhelming energy. In his right hand, light gathered and coalesced, forging his exclusive final weapon, a magnificent, radiant hybrid of axe and sword. The Excalibur, the blade and axe head, were as transparent as crystal, coursing visibly with the power of hope, while the unique hand-shaped pommel, axe hand, exuded a sense of warmth and unwavering resolve. Kamen Rider Decade, Wizard Infinite Form, had arrived, like the dawn that banishes an endless night, descending upon these ruins of despair. The pure, mighty aura of hope and light that radiated from him, eternal as the sun, instantly purified the lingering smoke and malice, forming the most striking and dramatic contrast to the monstrous terror before him. A creature just born from the explosion, exuding nothing but utter chaos and hopelessness. My God, what is that thing? Diamond Man. From the wreckage, the war machine's sensors caught sight of this dazzling new form. Lord's voice rang out, filled with disbelief and a touch of awe. This guy, just how many sets of this level of armor does he have hidden away? Hulk, who had just clawed his way out of the rubble, also ceased his furious roaring. His eyes, ablaze with anger, fixed unblinkingly on that silver figure, as if he sensed a force utterly different from before, a power that calmed him instinctively, even elicited his respect. On the other side, Hawkeye and Black Widow also halted in their tracks, their keen gazes locked onto Decade's new form. Unprecedented energy readings. Natasha murmured under her breath, her eyes shimmering with a calculating light. Incredibly intense, and the nature of it, pure light. Inside the safe zone, Pepper Potts watched the scene through a drone's live feed. That figure, like the very incarnation of hope, brought a trace of color back to her face, which had gone pale with Tony's fall. In her eyes, the faint spark of hope was rekindled. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury's single eye flashed with sharp intensity as he stared at the dazzling silver knight on the main screen. Record every detail of this form. Energy levels, material composition, special abilities. Analyze it with top priority. Who is he? What does he want? Deep beneath Hammer Industries, Ivan Vanko stared at the screen, watching that form burn like a second sun, an infinite mode of blinding power. He glanced at the grotesque monster beside him, born from the fusion of Beck and others, radiating a terrifying aura of despair. Vanko's sickly smile froze in an instant, replaced by unprecedented shock, disbelief, and a surge of rage and unease as his plans unraveled. Impossible. This can't be. That power. That pure light. What is he? And at this very moment, the final monster, fused from fourfold despair energies, finally revealed its true form. The Despair Phantom Tyrant. This was a grotesque, towering, and wildly asymmetrical abomination. Its core structure was based on Beck, the master of the labyrinth, poised between illusion and reality, but now its size had swelled many times over, like a nightmare made flesh and forced upright. One arm had transformed entirely into the monstrous mechanical limb of Riva, the mech tyrant, bristling with crackling arcs of electricity and oversized energy cannons, flickering with unstable currents. The other arm retained some of Beck's original features, yet had grown elongated and twisted, its fingertips stretching out endlessly like the shadowy tendrils of Gertman, wreathed in dense black mist. From its back, several pairs of Snow's tattered, insectal energy wings flailed chaotically, membranes crawling with Gertman's writhing black. Runes and Riva's exposed power conduits. Every beat of those wings filled the air with a disturbing cacophony and waves of energy interference. That iconic fishbowl helmet was still there, but it had long since shattered completely, like a broken cage. Inside, no longer burned a single ghostly green flame, but rather a swirling vortex of dark purple energy, slow and nebula-like, churning with a chaotic mix of four negative forces: the deception of illusion, the frenzy of machinery, the watchful malice of the swarm, and the corrosive power of lies. It was wilder, filthier, and more unstable than ever before. The entire creature radiated waves of negative energy, many times stronger than before, chaotic, nauseating, and overwhelming. It was as if all the resentment, pain, and despair of the four failed souls had fused into one final, monstrous amalgam. Even its mere presence seemed to twist the light and warp reality itself. A monstrous, soul-shaking roar erupted from the despair phantom tyrant, now dominated by Baker's madness. The sound was enough to make steel tremble. In that instant, the forcibly fused seed of core energy within him erupted, spreading like a virus and invading the control systems of the Iron Curtain, armor still tangled in battle below. Perhaps this was a backdoor left by the seed itself. Or maybe it was a new trick born from the fusion with Riva's mechanical command. My audience, my props, my loyal army, come to me, all of you. The tyrant's order was delivered in a twisted, grating voice, a hideous blend of 4 different tones. In an instant, every remaining Iron Curtain drone on the battlefield, hundreds of them still stubbornly resisting, suddenly froze in place as if yanked by invisible strings. Their cold, electronic eyes flared a brighter red as they abandoned their fights with Stark's armor, Hulk, War Machine, and the rest. They spun on their heels as one, surging like a black steel storm cloud to rally behind the despair phantom tyrant. A dense, shadowy mass, their weapon muzzles, snapped up in unison, targeting the single, blindingly bright silver figure ahead, Decade, in his wizard infinity form, and the heroes poised to decide. Would have been a battle of individuals instantly escalated into an all-out war, the few against the many. This is bad, Hawkeye muttered, brow furrowed, as he knocked another explosive arrow, watching the reassembled Iron Horde sweep in. That's a lot of them, War Machine said grimly, his shoulder-mounted Gatling gun spinning up once more. Hulk, not afraid, the green giant growled, planting his feet and squaring up for battle. Looks like we'll have to clear out this scrap metal before anything else, Natasha said coldly, flexing her wrists in preparation. In the face of this apocalyptic scene, before him, the ultimate boss fused from fourfold despair. Behind him, an endless legion of steel. Warriors, poised and ready, Decade, in his infinite form, merely raised his radiant holy axe sword, Excalibur, with deliberate calm. The silver edge of the blade, part sword, part axe, caught the chaotic light around it, scattering dazzling, star-bright reflections. His voice was steady, yet carried a force that cut through all turmoil and despair, a power that allowed no room for doubt. Looks like it's time to pick up the pace. The final battle, where light and shadow would collide, was about to erupt in full fury atop the shattered ruins. Upon the wreckage of the exposition's main hall, the curtain rose on the ultimate showdown. Like a deathly storm cloud, the Iron Curtain, armored legion assembled behind the despair phantom tyrant, their ranks dense and foreboding. Cold steel muzzles and cannons aligned in perfect unison, all aimed forward, exuding an oppressive aura of destruction. Looks like we need to clear out these metal nuisances first. The rotary barrels of War Machine's shoulder-mounted Gatling gun spun up with a whir, and Rhodey's voice rang with grim determination. Hulk, not afraid. The green giant let out a guttural roar, squaring up once more, ready to meet the oncoming onslaught. Hawkeye and Black Widow exchanged a quick glance, then split apart, each seeking the best vantage points for attack and support. Their aim, to stall this massive steel army for as long as possible, buying Decade the opportunity to face the final boss in single combat. With unspoken coordination, the battlefield fractured into zones of conflict. War Machine's heavy firepower formed a wall of steel, clashing head-on with the first wave of the Iron Curtain. Hulk tore into the enemy ranks like a living whirlwind, each swing of his fists, twisting and shattering metal with explosive force. Hawkeye's arrows flew with surgical precision, picking off key weapons in command. Units. Black Widow moved like a lethal shadow through the iron jungle, her agility and electric batons disabling isolated foes. The battle raged with renewed ferocity, the cacophony of explosions and rending steel echoing across the ruins. And at the center of the chaos, Decade, in wizard infinite form, fixed his gaze entirely upon the monstrous foe before him, the despair phantom tyrant, a being forged from fourfold despair. The Excalibur in his hands shimmered with iridescent light, the tip rising to point at his enemy. With a roar that sounded like the wails of countless tormented souls, the despair phantom tyrant surged into motion, its immense and twisted form charging forward. His grotesque mechanical arm, fused with the machina tyrant, suddenly swung upward. Overloaded arcs of electricity danced wildly, and a massive, searing plasma cannon, so intense it seemed to ignite the very air, roared forth with destructive force, launching straight at Decade. At the same time, the tattered energy membrane wings on his back beat violently, unleashing a plague of shattered illusions that spread outwards, seeking to disrupt Decade's senses and warp the world before his eyes. Another limb, as shadowy and sinuous as a tendril, silently reached out from the darkness on the ground, coiling toward Decade's feet like a venomous serpent. Yet, in the face of this bizarre onslaught, an attack blending multiple powers, Decade, in his infinite form, displayed overwhelming calm and confidence. He didn't even bother to dodge. Instead, he casually swept his radiant axe sword forward in a defensive arc. The raging plasma blast struck the diamond-bright, silver armor head-on. It was as if a stone had been thrown into an ocean. Only a few insignificant ripples of energy danced across the surface, accompanied by a clear, crystalline clang, like diamonds striking together. The unbreakable adamant stone armor easily shrugged off the attack, not even a scorch mark left behind. As for the illusions meant to disrupt his perception, they melted away under the pure, luminous energy radiating from his infinite form, like thin ice vanishing beneath the noonday sun. Their effectiveness diminished to nothing. They couldn't shake Decade's resolve in the slightest. The shadowy tendril that lashed out from the darkness recoiled with a sizzling hiss the instant it neared the silver armor, burned and repelled by that immaculate light. What? The tyrant, Beck's consciousness, cried out in disbelief. The attacks he had taken such pride in were neutralized so effortlessly. In that instant of his shock, Decade moved. Shining strike. The radiant axe sword shifted into sword mode. Decade's body transformed into a streak of silver lightning, moving faster than the eye could follow, trailing a cascade of dazzling after images through space and time. In a blink, he appeared at the tyrant's flank, right where the relatively fragile shadow energy of the original Gutman fused with Beck's own form. Sheshrip, a blade of silver light, as sharp and unstoppable as dawn slicing through darkness, swept down with peerless force and purifying power. There was not a hint of resistance, accompanied by the shriek of energy being cleaved in a wild eruption of foul, dark purple power. One bizarre appendage, twisted with runes and shadowy tendrils, was severed clean at the shoulder. Ruahar. The tyrant let out a howl of excruciating pain. From a wound where he had been severed, chaotic energy surged and boiled uncontrollably, but instead of healing quickly, it was relentlessly eroded and purified by the lingering pure light energy. Why? Why can't my pain, my hatred, my despair destroy you? It's not fair. The tyrant, Beck's consciousness, descended completely into madness under the agony and terror. This world was meant to rot in despair. Hope is nothing but a poisonous illusion. Only the weak need it as a crutch. Despair? That's merely the end for those who give up. Decade's voice was as cold and unyielding as a diamond, devoid of emotion, yet infused with unwavering conviction. As long as anyone dares to believe, the light of hope will never be extinguished. Once again, he unleashed Shining Strike. The silver figure darted around the tyrant at blinding speed like a phantom, every flicker accompanied by a deadly slash. The blade of Excalibur cut with the precision and ruthlessness of a master sculptor's chisel, severing the fragile connections of negative energies that held the tyrant's form together. Energy conduits and mechanical arms were sliced through, crackling with sparks as power leaked out. The energy membrane wings on his back were sheared off completely, leaving him earthbound. The illusionary energy armor that covered his body shattered and fell away like fragments of a broken mirror. Decade's figure appeared before the tyrant after a passing strike, the tip of his shining sword nearly touching the shattered fishbowl helmet, his tone still calm. We'll protect that final hope. Reeling from the relentless onslaught, the despair phantom tyrant staggered back, his massive, twisted body carved with wounds so deep they exposed the bone. Dark purple, tainted energy gushed from him like a broken dam, his aura growing weak and wildly unstable. He stared at the radiant, unscathed silver knight before him, a being dazzling as a god, and for the first time, true fear flickered in his eyes. No, stay away from me. Decade paid no heed to his final, desperate pleas. He slowly raised his radiant holy axe sword and shifted it into its devastating axe form, seizing the moment when the tyrant's energy spun into utter chaos, leaving him unable to muster any real defense. Decade channeled a surge of brilliant light and unleashed a mighty, earth-shaking sweep. A tremendous impact thundered through the air. Like a baseball struck out of the park, the Despair Phantom Tyrant's enormous, twisted form was sent flying, smashing into the last standing support pillar in the distance with the force of a meteor. He crashed deep into the collapsing ruins, rubble raining down in torrents to bury most of his body, leaving only faint pulses of energy to show he had not yet completely faded from existence. Decade, in infinite form, slowly advanced toward the monster that was struggling, desperately trying to claw its way out from the debris. The radiant blade of the glorious holy axe sword scraped along the ground, tracing a dazzling golden spark, each step echoing like the footsteps of death, drawing ever closer. No, I can't lose. I'm the real one. I am. The tyrant let out a broken, fear-filled, and resentful final roar, his voice trembling with despair. Your performance is over. Decade halted, his words resounding like a final verdict. Now it's time for the finale. He reached slowly into his card holder, drawing out the card that represented the ultimate judgment. The card slid into the Decade driver at his waist. Finalität, vuvuzart. The driver erupted with an unprecedented, resounding proclamation, soaring like a sacred hymn, heralding the final, ultimate attack. Raising his right hand, Decade gently scanned the infinity ring, the embodiment of limitless hope, across the hand author at the end of the glorious holy axe sword's hilt. Turn on. The synthesized mechanical voice rang out. Dragon shining. The driver announced it once more, bold and triumphant. In that instant, Decade lifted the glorious holy axe sword, now switched back to sword mode, high into the air. Behind him, a colossal and awe-inspiring spectral dragon of pure golden light, a fusion of Wizard Dragon and Decade's own power, flashed into existence, unleashing a roar that pierced the heavens. Boundless energy, as primal and radiant as the birth of the cosmos, surged into the sword like a raging river of starlight. The blade blazed as brilliantly as a second sun, unleashing a sacred brilliance capable of purifying all darkness and corruption from the world. A magnificent dragon, as if sculpted from millions of flawless diamonds, coiled vividly around the blade. Its head was held high, exuding an indomitable aura that could sever any despair. The very air warped violently with the purity of this power, ringing with a chorus as ethereal and uplifting as angels singing. Decade gripped the divine sword, forged of infinite hope and power, with both hands. He lowered his stance, gathering strength. Then, with a swift, decisive motion, charged with the force to sever destiny itself, he struck forward. A colossal, overwhelming slash of holy energy, so immense it seemed poised to tear the entire exposition's ruins, along with this very space apart, swept forth, accompanied by the dazzling, diamond-like shadow of a dragon. Like a ray of judgment descending from the heavens, it surged forward with unstoppable force, targeting the final wellspring of despair within the ruins, the phantom tyrant of despair, and a legion of Iron Curtain war machines behind him, still fiercely resisted and barely held back by the embattled heroes. No. The phantom tyrant of despair let out one last, harrowing scream, a cry filled with boundless hatred, terror, and utter hopelessness. The energy slash struck him first. His massive, twisted form, exposed to the purest brilliance imaginable, began to unravel in an instant, like snow under the scorching noon sun, dissolving and vanishing before it could even struggle. The four foul, corrupt energies that made up his body, along with the evil seed from the battle world at his core, and the final, fractured remnants of Quentin Beck and the other's deranged consciousness, all were utterly annihilated and purified by the holy light, leaving not a single trace behind. It was as if they had never existed at all. The aftershock of that divine strike surged onward, transforming into an unstoppable flood of purifying energy that swept over the dense ranks of the Iron Curtain war machines. Against this sacred light, so pure it seemed to cleanse the soul, their armored bodies proved more fragile than paper. Like scrap metal cast into a smelter, they were torn apart, melted, and vaporized in an instant. Chain reactions of explosions bloomed across the battlefield, not in the red and black of destruction, but in radiant gold and brilliant silver, the colors of hope and rebirth. In the end, every last Iron Curtain war machine was obliterated by this earth-shattering blow, leaving not even a scrap of wreckage behind. The tremendous light from the explosion blazed across New York's night sky, turning darkness to day before slowly fading away. All that remained was a battlefield swept clean, devastated, yet utterly devoid of enemies. Scattered flames still burned stubbornly in the corners, and the air was thick with the unique, crisp aftertaste left by the clash of searing heat and pure energy. War Machine, Rhodey, landed heavily on the ground, battered and breathless, smoke curling from the barrels of his shoulder-mounted Gatling gun. Not far away, Banner, having reverted from the Hulk, stood panting, taking in the scene before him. Hawkeye and Black Widow emerged from their cover, the shock still playing upon their faces. They stared in awe at the miraculous sight before them, and at the solitary, silver figure standing quietly amidst the fading glow, like a statue carved from living diamond. Decade, in his infinite wizard form, slowly lowered the radiant holy axe sword in his hand. That artifact, brimming with the light of hope, dissolved into countless dazzling particles of light and vanished into the air. He did not turn to look at the spectacular scene behind him, where creation and destruction were woven together in breathtaking grandeur. He didn't greet anyone, nor did he exchange so much as a glance. Like an actor who has finished his appointed role and is about to step onto the next stage, he turned calmly and began to walk away. His silver figure, framed by flickering flames and drifting motes of light like stardust, strode step by step toward the shadows at the edge of the ruined world. At last, it was as if he melted into the air itself, gone as though he had never been there at all. All that remained was the silhouette of a legend, bathed in boundless radiance, fading into the distance. The heroes scattered throughout the battleground, survivors of the catastrophe, were left with a profound and wordless awe in their hearts. The morning sunlight struggled to pierce the lingering haze over New York, casting a weary and pale halo over a city that had only just survived a night of devastation. The vast dome of the exposition center, now battered and skeletal, looked like the gnawed bones of some colossal beast. Emergency lights still blinked futilely amid the ruins, mingling with the rising wail of sirens in the distance. SHIELDs, black SUVs and cleanup vehicles bearing special insignias had taken control of the site, and workers in protective suits moved with cautious precision, beginning the painstaking process of collecting debris and assessing the dangers. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, burnt plastic, and dust that refused to settle. In the silence that followed survival, invisible currents of tension stirred quietly. On a relatively intact platform, Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton stood side by side, overlooking the apocalyptic landscape below. The noise of the cleanup seemed distant and muffled. Such unbelievable power. Natasha folded her arms, gazing at the expanse that had been utterly purified. Even in her eyes, normally as calm and deep as an ancient well, a trace of shock lingered, impossible to conceal. Pure light, strong enough to erase a negative energy construct of that level outright. Yeah, Hawkeye leaned against a broken steel beam, his tone laced with lingering fear and amazement. I swear, for a second there, I felt like I was standing right next to the sun. Is that really the world destroyer we know? How many trump cards like that is he hiding? He patted his quiver out of habit. If we run into him again, maybe I should start carrying a few arrows blessed with holy oil, just in case. Don't joke about this, Clint. Natasha turned her head and shot him a glance, her eyes once again cold and sharp, the way only a seasoned agent's could be. His power system goes far beyond any of our current assessment models. Every time he appears, he brings with him a fresh set of unknowns. We need to reevaluate his threat level and consider whether it's even possible to bring him under some kind of controlled cooperation framework. Hawkeye shrugged, eyes sweeping the scene below. Speaking of which, where's our big guy friend? Gone missing again. Where else could he be? Natasha replied, her tone flat, as if she'd grown used to this routine. Most likely Wang Xiaoming has whisked him back to the meditation center in Kolkata with that convenient service of his to help him cool off. Let's just hope he doesn't end up tearing down the new huts they just built there again. Not far away, outside the makeshift medical tent, the atmosphere was even heavier. Tony Stark had just been rushed into the tent for a more thorough examination. He'd slipped into a coma. His life was not in danger, but the severity of his injuries and the battered state of his armor told the story of a brutal fight. Pepper Potts was pale, but her eyes burned with determination. She clung tightly to the edge of the tent curtain, while Phil Coulson gently helped her settle onto a folding camp chair by her side. Happy Hogan, having just finished a round of emergency PR and internal crisis control for the company, hurried over, exhaustion written all over his face. His voice was hoarse as he delivered his report to Pepper. Miss Potts, we've got the perimeter under control. The first official statement has gone out to the media following the emergency protocol. We're calling it a sudden, premeditated terrorist attack. But the board's already in an uproar, and the government won't stop calling with questions. I'm afraid this is only the beginning of our troubles. Pepper rubbed her forehead, weary, her gaze fixed anxiously in the direction of the medical tent. Understand, Happy. Thank you. Go and get some rest. Mr. Coulson is here with me. Coulson gestured for Happy to take a break nearby, then turned to Pepper. His tone was gentle, but carried the crisp authority of official business. Miss Potts, please don't worry. S.H.I.E.L.D. has taken full control of the investigation. We'll use every resource at our disposal to track down the attackers and whoever's behind them. As for damage assessment, public relations, and government communication about the expo, we'll offer all necessary support. Of course, the unspoken implication was that this support meant a deeper involvement in Stark Industries' affairs. Thank you, Mr. Coulson, Pepper replied, her voice heavy with exhaustion. Government hearings, the board's accusations, public panic. The expo in ruins, and all those suits destroyed, and Tony. She closed her eyes, as if she could see a tidal wave of troubles surging toward her, making her head throb with pain. Coulson handed her a glass of water, his tone steady and calm. We'll handle it. Right now, the most important thing is to make sure Mr. Stark is safe and to find out where those monsters came from as soon as possible, especially the mastermind behind the remote-controlled armored suits. Meanwhile, far away in Kolkata, India, sunlight streamed through a narrow window, bathing the modest but tidy room in a warm glow. Bruce Banner was holding a cup of warm water, sipping it slowly, trying to calm the restless energy still simmering within him after the harrowing battle he had just endured. Wang Xiaoming stood at the doorway, watching him. Dr. Banner, I really have to thank you this time. Wang began sincerely, genuine gratitude in his voice. You showed up at just the right moment and made all the difference. Banner set down his cup, looking a bit embarrassed as he adjusted his glasses, a trace of awkwardness and fatigue on his face. I just did what I had to do. But honestly, Wang, next time, could you at least give me a heads up? Or maybe find a gentler way to bring me in? Every time you drop me in out of nowhere like a care package, I think my heart can't take much more. He paused, then asked, Tony, and the others, are they all right? Don't worry, they're fine. They just need a little time to recover, Wang replied, turning to leave. Wait, Banner called after him suddenly. The big guy, he wants to say something to you. Banner closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, as if struggling to communicate with another presence within. After a moment, he opened them again, a strange look on his face as he mimicked Hulk's simple, direct manner of speech. Hulk says, that shiny knight, very strong, really strong. Hulk doesn't mind. But next time Hulk wants to fight himself. No stealing. Watching Banner try so hard to imitate the Hulk, Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but smile knowingly. He took out the Hulk card, now subdued in its glow yet brimming with immense power, and gave it a little wave in Banner's direction. Message received. Tell him I'm looking forward to it. Seeing Banner's puzzled expression, Wang offered no further explanation and simply prepared to open the curtain of time once again. Just before leaving, he seemed to remember something, and casually pulled out the Hawkeye and Black Widow cards as well. Sure enough, both cards flared with renewed brilliance, nearly reaching their complete forms, as if infused with new energy. So the radiance of infinite forms, even you too can feel it, Wang murmured softly, his fingertips brushing over the cards. The power of hope, the strength of bonds, it truly is remarkable. He nodded at Banner as a farewell, then stepped through the open veil of time. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished inside the shabby little hut. Hammer Industries' secret underground base. Ivan Vanko's command room. The place had long since been abandoned. All that remained was the forcibly destroyed core control console and scraps of blueprints scattered across the floor. Melinda May, clad in a sleek black stealth suit, moved like the most seasoned hunter, meticulously inspecting every corner of the scene, searching for any clue that might have been left behind. Made a director, she whispered into the communicator on her wrist. Command room confirmed cleared. Core data drives physically destroyed, backup line severed. Based on residual energy signatures and traces left in a few incomplete operation logs, I can confirm Ivan Vanko was the one directly controlling the Iron Curtain armor. He escaped through a secret passage he'd prepared, right at the height of the chaos at the expo. She paused, then added, no biological traces or signs of struggle from Justin Hammer were found at the scene. But given Vanko's methods and how well hidden this base is, we can reasonably conclude Hammer's met a grim end, most likely eliminated and disposed of by Vanko. Understood, May, came Nick Fury's steady voice through her earpiece. Vanko's a snake, cunning and ruthless, even more so than we anticipated. Keep scanning. See if you can find any leads on where he escaped to, or what his next move might be. Hammer's fate was always a matter of time, but Ivan Vanko, we cannot allow him or his technology to slip beyond our control. With the communication ended, silence once again settled over the offices at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Fury stood alone before the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze fixed on a screen, replaying the moment Decade transformed into Wizard's infinity form, purifying all with a radiance like divine judgment. In his solitary eye, that dazzling silver brilliance shimmered, reflecting a storm of conflicting emotions. This kind of power, so pure, so immense, filled with hope. Even I can't help but feel a trace of awe. His fingers tapped the desk unconsciously as he muttered under his breath. Is this truly the destroyer of worlds? Destruction and rebirth. Light and shadow. Wang Xiaoming, just what part are you playing in all this? Are you really a hero? New York City. Deep within a dank, fetid, and foul-smelling abandoned subway tunnel, Ivan Vanko leaned against the cold wall, gasping for breath. He tore off the high-tech bionic mask from his face, revealing a visage smeared with oil and sweat, etched with malice and madness. In his tightly clenched fist was a small USB drive, containing the core data he had copied from Hammer Industries' database, blueprints for the Iron Curtain, armor, and classified information on several military projects. Stark, just you wait, he growled hoarsely, his voice trembling with the fire of vengeance. This setback is only temporary. With this data, I can build a stronger, more perfect whiplash. A whip of pure retribution. He glanced around the space, which resembled a rat's nest, a flash of disgust and unwillingness passing through his eyes. But I need resources, equipment, a new, obedient puppet, or perhaps a more powerful ally. Those monsters that had appeared so suddenly had surprised him, but more importantly, they had made him realize just how deep and how perilous these waters truly were. At that moment, the faintest sound of footsteps echoed behind him. Who's there? Vanko spun around like a startled animal, a makeshift energy whip already in hand, aimed warily into the shadows. Silas, the messenger of the arena, slipped silently from the darkness like a wraith. He wore an all-black tactical suit devoid of any markings, his hood casting his face in shadow. Only his chilling eyes caught the faint light from deep within the tunnel. Ivan Vanko. Silas's voice was cold and mechanical, utterly devoid of emotion. Your creations caused quite a stir. But your allies, it seems they all left the stage a little early. Who are you? Vanko eyed the stranger, sensing a subtle, dangerous aura, but did not lower his guard. What do you want? Me? Silas's tone remained flat. I am merely a messenger, here to deliver a gift, one that could grant you the vengeance you truly desire. Vanko arched an eyebrow, suspicion and curiosity flickering in his gaze. But Silas gave him no time to think. In a blur, the messenger's form flickered like a specter. Before Vanko could react, an invisible force clamped down on him, binding his limbs and body in an instant, leaving him utterly helpless. In the next moment, Silas's icy hand pressed firmly against Vanko's chest. A black talisman, twisted and orb-like, reminiscent of a warped eyeball, pulsed with a sinister crimson glow as Silas drove it relentlessly into Vanko's body. A scream ripped from Vanko's throat, raw and agonized, echoing in the dark. Ivan Vanko let out a scream far more piercing and agonized than even Quentin Beck and the others before him. In an instant, a furious surge of arc energy burst uncontrollably from within him, writhing outward like a storm of silver serpents. It clashed violently with the invasive seed energy, a force brimming with the chaos and darkness of the battle realm, gnashing and tearing at one another, until at last they fused together in a way even more twisted and terrifying. A blinding radiance, mingling the harsh gleam of electricity with ominous streaks of black and violet, erupted around him like the explosion of a supernova, consuming him completely. Under the assault of unbearable pain and the tidal wave of newfound power, his body began to mutate, far more violently, far more horrifically than any of the four before him. His muscles swelled and contorted as though injected with high voltage. Current, blackening, charring, collapsing, and rebuilding anew. His bones cracked with a sickening crunch, while countless shards of metal, each flickering with dangerous arcs, burst from beneath his skin, layering over him like scales. The weathered flesh on his face aged in seconds, shriveling and tightening like burnt leather, until at last it solidified into a grotesque metal mask, radiating endless malice and a will to destroy. In the final moment before his consciousness was swallowed by darkness, Ivan Vanko summoned every ounce of strength he had left. His final transformation words tore from his lips, a howl of agony, hatred, and desperate hunger for power. Thief's End, Arc Shine, Whiplash. He clenched his hands, now mutating into savage metal claws and energy whip launchers. The world. A terrifying storm of energy raged through the depths of the abandoned subway tunnel. In that moment, a new shadow was born, more dangerous, more deranged than ever before. Meanwhile, dawn's pale light struggled to pierce the thin haze blanketing New York, casting a weary filter over a city that hadn't slept all night. The once proud dome of the Stark Expo, a symbol of the future, now loomed above the ruins like the gnawed carcass of a slain beast. Emergency lights flickered futilely in the gloom, while the distant wail of sirens rose and fell, a grim reminder that last night's chaos was far from over. Every major news channel's broadcast was dominated by scenes of devastation. Stark Expo turns into a battlefield. Iron Man critically injured, fate unknown. New York suffers another terror attack, serious doubts raised about government security. Runaway hammer drones? The shocking conspiracy behind the chaos. Sensational headlines, paired with shocking scenes from the incident, spread through the city like a virus, injecting panic and unease into every corner. Stark Industries' stock price plummeted in free fall, while inquiry calls from Washington nearly overwhelmed every phone line. On one floor of Stark Tower, hastily converted into a crisis management center, the atmosphere was as heavy and suffocating as a block of solid lead. Pepper Potts stood before a massive holographic screen, which was scrolling endless loss reports and grim news briefings. Dressed sharply in her professional suit, she wore exhaustion on her face that was impossible to hide, yet her eyes still burned with unwavering determination. Calmly, she fielded call after call, soothing anxious board members one moment, facing off with aggressive government officials the next, and issuing precise orders to the PR team, all in an effort to steady the colossal ship of Stark Industries amid this sudden tempest. Phil Coulson stood quietly to the side, the very image of steadfast reliability. He offered a cup of warm water at just the right moment, or supplied a crucial piece of information when needed. Ms. Potts, please rest assured. His voice was as steady as ever, carrying a reassuring strength, though Pepper knew it also signaled a deeper involvement. From S.H.I.E.L.D., our most professional team is handling the site cleanup and evidence collection. Preliminary analysis suggests the technology used by the attackers is linked to the Monaco incident. We're doing everything we can to track down Ivan Vanko. As for the government and media, we'll coordinate resources and provide the necessary support. Thank you, Mr. Coulson. Pepper rubbed her brow in fatigue, her gaze drawn helplessly toward the medical bay, where the person she cared about most was lying. The mess at the scene, the pressure from the board, those I can handle. But Tony, the memory of Tony's light nearly extinguished, plummeting from the sky the night before, gripped her heart in an invisible vice, making it almost impossible to breathe. Coulson's expression softened. Mr. Stark is resilient. He'll pull through. What matters now is finding the truth and bringing those responsible to justice. In the luxury medical suite at the top of Stark Tower, the gentle, rhythmic beeping of advanced monitors filled the air. Tony Stark slowly opened his eyes, squinting instinctively against the harsh lights overhead. The ache and weakness coursing through his body reminded him that last night's ordeal was no nightmare. Sir, you're awake. Happy Hogan, who had been keeping vigil by his side, rushed over, relief and concern written all over his face. Tony coughed, his throat dry and voice hoarse. Pepper, where's Pepper? Is she all right? Those are the very first words he spoke upon waking. A complicated expression flickered across Happy's face, a mix of relief and deep worry. Miss Potts, she's doing well, sir. It's just, there's a lot of trouble outside that needs her attention. Mr. Coulson is helping her. Tony fell silent at those words. He stared up at the stark white ceiling, and memories from the previous night surged over him in relentless waves. Beck and the others there. Accusations dripping with venom. His own desperate outcry when he hit rock bottom. And finally, that brilliant silver light, descending like a miracle to cleanse everything. Suddenly, he let out a dry, self-mocking laugh. His voice was hoarse as he spoke to Happy, and perhaps, more to himself, if I were following the usual script, I'd be acting like some scared little kid right about now, right? Locking myself away, complaining that the suit isn't strong enough, blaming the whole world for my problems, and then waiting for Pepper to hover over me, soothing this battered hero of hers, never leaving my side. Isn't that how it always goes? He was painfully aware of just how childish and self-centered his ways of coping with trauma had been in the past. But right now, he drew a deep breath. Something inside him felt different. Those accusations, as vicious as they'd been, hadn't come out of nowhere. He really had messed up, hurt a lot of people, especially Pepper. He could still see her eyes, filled with both relief and fear, as she'd thrown herself into his arms after the Obadiah ordeal. That look had been branded into his memory. Maybe those lunatics were right about some things. His voice dropped to a murmur. I really have been a jerk, made Pepper shoulder way too much for me. He couldn't let her face the storm alone anymore, couldn't let her worry herself sick while he hid behind his armor or wallowed in the shadows of his past. Savior, huh? That dazzling silver figure flashed through his mind, the pure radiance that had seemed to cleanse not just his enemies, but some long-standing shadow within himself. For the first time, the crushing weight of guilt and responsibility he'd carried seemed to lighten, if only a little. Suddenly, he turned to Happy, who looked completely bewildered, and spoke with a sense of clarity and unshakable resolve that came only when everything finally fell into place. Hey, big guy, what do you think? Once all this mess is over, how about I propose to Pepper? Wouldn't that be the perfect time? What? Propose? Happy Hogan froze on the spot, scratching his head helplessly. Sir, I really don't have any experience with that. I mean, I don't even have a girlfriend. Sure, there are plenty of ladies who say your driver/bodyguard is quite the catch, but Tony feebly waved his hand, interrupting Happy's rambling. Yet, for the first time in a long while, a relaxed and resolute smile appeared on his face. I'm not asking you how to propose. You idiot. What I'm saying is, I've made up my mind. No matter how much trouble lies ahead, I can't let her shoulder it all alone anymore. I want to make her a promise. I want to give her a real home. He looked at Happy, his eyes more serious than ever before. So, buddy, this time you have to help me. Think hard about how we'll do it. I want the grandest proposal ever. Even lying in a hospital bed, the genius's drive to act was as unstoppable as ever. Meanwhile, in another dimension, in a New York City that seemed both familiar and strange, the streets had a slightly retro feel. Floating billboards flickered overhead with a variety of brand logos, and pedestrians' clothes carried subtle differences. The air itself seemed to hum with a quieter, more peaceful energy. Like ripples on water, the curtain of time faded away, and Wang Xiaoming appeared on a relatively quiet street corner. He glanced around, his brow furrowing slightly. HM. The coordinates drifted off the plan course. He pulled out the decadriver. There was no obvious error code on the magenta device, only some faint turbulence in the energy readings. Is it interference from the battle realm, or is it the cards themselves guiding me? He ran his fingers across the card case at his waist, sensing a faint resonance from the rider cards within. Doesn't matter. He put the driver away, a familiar, mischievous smile curling at his lips. Wherever I go, the story follows. There must be a new story, waiting for me here. With that, he set off, blending in as an ordinary tourist, ready to explore this world that was both new and strangely familiar. Battle Realm. The Doomsday Castle. The shadows of the throne room stretched on. The God King Doom still sat upon his iron throne, as unchanging as an eternal deity. Before him, the energy observation sphere had only just faded from the dazzling, purifying light of Wizard's infinity form, leaving behind nothing but emptiness and a faint gleam in Doom's eyes behind his mask. Such pure hope to utterly erase a seed, empowered by the battle realm's energy. Doom's voice was low, for the first time tinged with a trace of subtle surprise. Beyond all predictions, intriguing. Yet he did not linger in his astonishment. His cold gaze returned to the energy data lingering on the sphere and to the records of decades past transformations. The light of RX, the combinations of 000, the magic of Wizard, the data of 01. Each force operated on a different system, yet all seemed to point toward a deeper, shared origin, a rider essence, a power that, even when it manifested as destruction, was innately destined to stand against evil. Same origin for both enemy and myself. Doom murmured, the concept striking a chord within his mind, one honed to perfection by technology and magic. Perhaps, rather than crudely bestowing power to create disposable instruments of destruction, the act of transformation itself, using the host's own despair to give birth to a kindred darkness, is a far more effective and elegant approach. Just then, the observation sphere picked up the lingering energy trail from Wang Xiaoming's dimensional crossing. He's left that troublesome dimension under the protection of the Ancient One. Entered new. Hunting ground? Perfect. A glint of cold calculation flickered in Doom's eyes. He extended his gauntlet hand, where dark energy and twisted magical runes gathered, spiraled, and took shape in his palm. This time, rather than crafting a mindless, raging seed, he drew upon his understanding of the phantom concept from the Kamen Rider Wizard universe and fused it with the darkness of the realm of strife. He began to forge an entirely new, more potential-rich breed of dark entity. Power surged. Before the throne, a vague, pitch-black figure began to coalesce. A prototype phantom radiating a dense aura of despair. Its form was ever-shifting, as if composed of pure darkness and warped metal, its surface etched with icy patterns reminiscent of Doom's own armor, exuding an unsettling chill. No sooner was it born than it knelt in utter silence at Doom's feet, the picture of unwavering loyalty. "Go, my phantom." Doom's voice was frigid and laced with malice, an order issued from the depths of the abyss. "Enter that new world. Seek out the passing Kamen Rider. Watch him, test him. But your most crucial task is to find the world's latent gates, those humans whose hearts brim with despair, anguish, and burning desire." His tone grew cruel, as if relishing the game of unraveling human souls. "Find them, and then shatter the last scraps of hope clinging to their hearts. Drive them into utter despair. Spawn more phantoms. Go, multiply your kin. Spread the plague of hopelessness to every corner of that world. Let Doom see if, when faced with a darkness born from hope itself, that laughable light of his can still shine." The phantom prototype accepted the command in silence, dissolving into a swirl of warped black smoke. In a blink, it vanished into a spatial rift that had opened to bridge the worlds, disappearing without a trace. Doom watched the direction of its departure, the corners of his mouth beneath the metal mask curling into a cold, knowing smile. New York City. A city basked in sunlight on a weekend, so ordinary it could not be more so. Yet for some, that very ordinariness was the most perfect stage for the extraordinary to unfold. The iconic figure in red and blue moved like the most agile of pendulums, tracing smooth, energetic arcs between the towering skyscrapers that pierced the clouds. His webs, like silvery streamers, connected every node of the steel jungle, and with each swing, he drew scattered yet enthusiastic exclamations from the streets below. Suddenly, the sharp wail of a bank alarm shattered the weekend calm. "Looks like I'll have to postpone my little fan meet and greet," Peter Parker said to himself with a youthful exuberance and a barely perceptible hint of pride in his voice beneath the mask. Like a diving falcon, he flipped midair with effortless grace, landing precisely atop the car that was desperately attempting to flee the scene in front of the bank. There was a heavy thud as the roof buckled under his weight. The robbers inside barely had time to react before his web shot through the shattered window like a living, white serpent, instantly binding them, guns and all, into a tightly wrapped bundle. "Hey, fellas, seems like you forgot your get-outside permit," Spider-Man quipped in his signature, playful tone, effortlessly dodging a bullet that one panicked thief fired, sending sparks flying as it struck the wall nearby. Seconds later, all four robbers hung from a lamppost, immobilized and dangling like strings of sausages. Spider-Man hopped down from the car roof, and with a flourish, stuck a small note beside his handiwork. "Bad luck? Don't worry, better luck next time. From your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man." Below, the crowd erupted in cheers and applause. "Spider-Man! Spider-Man!" Children waved their arms in delight, while some bold onlookers whipped out their phones, snapping photos. With wild excitement, Peter soaked it all in, waving back in his trademark fashion, savoring that intoxicating sense of recognition, of being needed, a sweetness like the richest honey. "New York loves me. MJ loves me. Life couldn't get any better. Maybe being a hero isn't so hard after all." Deep down, a voice whispered quietly, tinged with the thrill of success, and, unbeknownst to him, beginning to sow the seeds of a subtle, buoyant pride. He fired off another web and swung skyward like a streak of red and blue lightning, aiming for a secluded rooftop to change back into a civilian. Closed before his date with MJ. At last, he landed behind a water tower on a nearby high-rise, open enough for a good view, yet hidden from prying eyes. Peter glanced around warily to make sure he was alone, then quickly pulled off his mask, revealing the boyish, sunlit face of Tobey Maguire. He drew a deep breath of city air. "Phew, all done. Time clock out." However, just as he let his guard down and reached into his backpack for his street clothes, a voice rang out behind him, casual, tinged with mischief, and as if its owner had been waiting there for quite some time. "Not bad, kid. Swinging from rooftop to rooftop like that. Honestly, it's way more interesting than some tin who can only fly." Peter froze in an instant, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head. That nickname, and the way it was said, he spun around, almost instinctively reaching for his mask, ready to put it back on. But what he saw was a young man, someone he didn't recognize, dressed in casual clothes, hands in his pockets, leaning lazily against the low wall not far away, an inscrutable, teasing smile playing on his lips as he studied Peter with obvious interest. But as for that nickname, the young man, Wang Xiaoming took a few steps closer, his gaze sweeping over Peter like a scanner, carrying a penetrating quality that made Peter deeply uneasy. I'm guessing you're more used to people calling you Peter Parker, am I right? Boom. Peter's mind went completely blank for a moment. How'd he know? Who was this guy? Instinctively, he shifted into a defensive stance, his whole body tense, as if he were a tightly drawn bowstring. Who are you? How do you know? Wait, the memory of all the trouble that had come from his exposed identity rushed back to him, and a wave of helplessness washed over him. His tone turned weary, almost resigned. Forget it. Seems like half the world knows who I am these days anyway. What do you want from me? Are you a reporter? Or did Osborn send you? Or maybe, are you with the government? His eyes narrowed in suspicion, words tumbling out as he tried to find any clue about this stranger. Reporter? Digging up your little secrets isn't exactly my thing. Wang Xiaoming stepped right up to Peter and stopped. There was something strange about his presence. No obvious hostility, but an invisible pressure, as if he were looking down from a higher plane of existence. I'm just a passerby, who happens to be curious about this world's friendly neighborhood hero. His eyes swept over Peter once again, as if evaluating an exhibit, and there was a hint of provocation in his tone. Let's see if that so-called with great power comes great responsibility, and all this adoration from the city actually holds up. I don't know what you're talking about. Peter could feel the contempt and unsettling insight in the stranger's words, and his guard snapped. Up to its highest level, he clenched his fists, the web shooters at his wrist silently aimed at Wang Xiaoming. Stay away from me, or else. Don't blame me if things get rough. Before the words had even faded, Peter sprang into action. Years of combat instinct drove him to strike first. A strand of white web shot out like lightning, aimed straight at Wang Xiaoming in an attempt to bind him. But Wang Xiaoming's body slid to the side as lightly as a willow leaf, dodging the web in an unbelievably smooth motion. The web landed with a sharp smack against the wall behind him. Without missing a beat, Peter lunged forward like an arrow released from the bowstring. The astonishing speed he had honed from. Years of swinging between skyscrapers exploded forth as his right fist cut through the air, aimed directly at Wang Xiaoming's face. Wang Xiaoming's playful smile never faded. He raised his left hand seemingly without effort, yet with the precision of an iron claw he blocked Peter's punch. At the same time, his right hand sliced through the air like a blade, striking Peter's elbow with lightning speed. Peter grunted as a numbing jolt shot through his arm, instantly breaking up his force. But he reacted in a flash. His left leg whipped out low along the ground in a sweeping kick. With barely a touch of his toe to the floor, Wang Xiaoming floated half a step back, as if weightless, easily evading the attack once again. A chill ran through Peter's heart. This guy, what incredible reflexes. And his movements, they're so odd. Nothing like any opponent I've ever faced before. Refusing to back down, Peter launched another assault, using the cramped space and the walls to leap in rapid, angular bursts. Like a whirlwind in red and blue, he attacked from every tricky angle, fists and feet flying. But no matter how fast or unpredictable his attacks, Wang Xiaoming always managed to deflect or evade them with the smallest movement, at the perfect moment, sometimes with just a casual block, a subtle shift, or a gentle redirection. Peter felt as if he were fighting a cloud. His strength dissipated with every blow, every move anticipated and neutralized. The frustration was enough to drive him mad. His reflexes and strength are indeed beyond ordinary, but his fighting technique is still crude, relying almost entirely on instinct and superpowers. As Wang Xiaoming effortlessly neutralized Peter's furious assault, he quickly sized him up in his mind. All right, warm-up's over. Seizing a gap in Peter's offense, Wang Xiaoming stopped playing defense. He leaned forward slightly, a sudden, invisible pressure emanating from him. Peter's danger sense blared in his mind, prickling his nerves like needles. He instantly tried to retreat, hoping to put some distance between them. But Wang Xiaoming was even faster. In a blur, he closed the gap, his right hand forming a precise spear with his index and middle fingers. With razor-sharp accuracy, he struck a seemingly insignificant spot on Peter's chest. Peter had no time to react. He felt a jolt of numbness in his chest, as if struck by a surge of high-voltage electricity. All his strength drained away, and he stumbled backward, barely managing to keep from collapsing to the floor. Damn it. Peter clutched his chest, staring at Wang Xiaoming in a mixture of shock and anger. Who on earth are you? Already told you. Just a passerby, Wang Xiaoming replied, calmly withdrawing his finger. His face remained composed and unhurried. Slowly he drew a magenta-colored driver from his pocket. Under Peter's astonished gaze, he snapped it onto his waist as though performing a magic trick. It seems that just being an ordinary person isn't enough to get you to calm down and talk things through, Wang Xiaoming said, producing a card with his own name on it. There was a touch of resignation in his voice, and yet, as if he had finally found the perfect toy, a glimmer of anticipation as well. Guess I'll have to get a bit more serious. Henshin, he slid the card in. The driver snapped shut. Kamen ride, decade. A dazzling magenta light erupted like a shockwave, engulfing Wang Xiaoming in an instant. When the brilliance faded, the enigmatic and destructive aura of Kamen Rider Decade stood tall and proud. Whoa! Peter Parker gaped at the scene unfolding before him, completely forgetting his pain and wariness. His eyes went wide, his mouth dropping open so far he could have fit an egg inside. It was as if he'd just laid eyes on his favorite limited edition comic or the latest breakthrough gadget. He began to babble in awe. T-transformation. Oh my god, what is this? Some kind of super cool high-tech armor. Wait, what was that sound effect? Do you have your own transformation jingle? This belt, wow. It looks 100 times more complicated than my web shooters. How do you even make this work? Is it nanotech? Or some energy conversion I've never seen before? This is amazing. Can I study it? Just for a second. The tech geek and superhero fan inside him exploded in that moment. He was all but ready to rush forward and examine Decade's armor up close. Decade tilted his head slightly, his crimson compound eyes giving off a sense of speechless disbelief at Peter's sudden burst of enthusiasm. Settle down, little spider. Decade's voice came through the mask, cold and steady, carrying an undeniable authority. If you keep buzzing around like a fly, I won't mind sticking you to the wall like those robbers. No sooner had he finished speaking than Decade moved. He didn't even draw a weapon, just a blur of motion, appearing before Peter as if he'd teleported. Peter's spider sense screamed in alarm. Instinctively, he flipped backward, trying to get out of the way. But Decade's fist was faster. There were no fancy moves, just sheer speed and power. The heavy punch whooshed past the edge of Peter's mask, the rush of air stinging his cheek. Peter twisted his body mid-air, firing several strands of web in an attempt to entangle his opponent or put some distance between them. With a casual wave of his arm, Decade's magenta armor shimmered, scattering the tough webs as easily as water parting before a blade. In the next instant, Decade closed in again, swift and ghost-like, delivering a powerful sidekick that struck Spider-Man squarely in the ribs, fast, fierce, and precise. A thunderous crash, like being slammed by a speeding truck. Peter let out a pained grunt as his whole body was hurled through the air like a severed kite, smashing violently against the thick metal supports of a distant water tower. The impact rang out with a deafening clang, and the metal girders even bent slightly under the force. Ugh! Peter slid to the ground, feeling as if every bone in his body had been shattered. A stabbing pain radiated from his ribs, and his vision swam with darkness at the edges. He struggled to get up, only to find his limbs felt as heavy as lead. He's too strong. This guy. We're not even in the same league. Decade strode forward with the slow, measured steps of a king surveying a defeated foe, closing in on Peter with an air of unyielding authority. The magenta armor caught the sunlight, reflecting a cold, steely sheen that radiated suffocating pressure. All you can do is swing around and shoot webs? That's a bit dull. Decade paused, looking down at Peter, who was barely holding on, as if he found the battle disappointingly one-sided. This is ending too quickly. Since you call yourself a spider, maybe it's only fitting to spice things up with this card. He casually drew a card from the case at his waist. Through his blurry vision, Peter could just make out the image on it. A knight's helmet in shades of purple. Decade regarded the card in his hand, the steady aura emanating from the purple knight's visage, speaking silently of precision and insight. This was none other than the Hawkeye card, infused with the essence of Clint Barton's legendary archery skills. All you can do is swing around and shoot webs? That's a bit dull, Decade muttered again, as if the warm-up had already grown tiresome. Since you're a spider, let's see how you handle a little something extra, shall we? With that, he slid the purple card smoothly into the Deca driver at his waist. Kamen ride, Hawkeye. The driver responded with a sharp, piercing sound, cutting through the air, utterly distinct from any effect that had come before. In an instant, Decade's magenta armor was suddenly etched with deep, powerful purple energy lines, as if traced by a precise laser. His shoulder plates shifted and bulged ever so slightly, the angles becoming sharper, infused with the tactical sensibility of advanced combat gear. Around the crimson compound eyes on his helmet, a ring of sharp violet trim emerged, making his gaze appear even more focused and penetrating. But the most striking transformation happened to the ridebooker in his hands, with a cascade of mechanical clicks and whirs that radiated futuristic sophistication. its original sword gun form rapidly reconfigured and extended. Silver-white metal components unfolded like the limbs of a precision-crafted bow, an energy channel materializing at its center, while the string was formed entirely from a pure, radiant purple energy beam. Suddenly, was wielding a sleek, high-tech composite war bow, an instrument that radiated both deadly precision and the allure of cutting-edge technology. Kamen Rider Decade, Hawkeye form, had arrived. Hawkeye, what on earth is that supposed to mean? Peter Parker struggled to push himself off the ground, staring at Decade's latest transformation. His mind felt like it was about to crash from information. Overload. Your armor can actually change color and shape? And now you got a bow. This is totally unscientific. How does the energy keep its shape? Is the material even strong enough? This completely breaks all. He started up his trademark rambling, a fusillade of shock, curiosity, and scientific nitpicking. But Decade, now in Hawkeye form, clearly had no patience for further analysis. Peter took a deep breath, forcing down his astonishment and pain, and returned to a fighting stance. He couldn't give up now. He still had his webs, and speed and reflexes far beyond any ordinary human. He snapped his hand up, trying to fire another web to ensnare or distract his opponent. Yet Decade, without so much as a deliberate aim, simply raised the high-tech compound bow in his grasp. In an instant, a glowing purple energy arrow materialized on the string. No hositashchen. The energy arrow shot forth with a faint, piercing whistle, slicing through the air at a blinding speed, its trajectory unerringly precise. Peter felt a sudden, numbing jolt at his wrist. Glancing down, he saw that his prized web shooter was sparking at the nozzle. That arrow had struck with pinpoint accuracy, hitting the core of the device and shorting it out in an instant. My web shooter, Peter cried out in despair. This was his main weapon, and his ticket to swift movement. Deprived of the restraining power of his webs, Peter swiftly adjusted his tactics, relying instead on his astonishing speed and agility to engage in close combat. He sprang from the ground, darting toward Decade like a blur of red and blue lightning. Twisting and flipping midair, he tried to evade any attacks that might come his way. He even considered using the nearby skyscraper's wall for a triangle jump, hoping to launch a surprise assault from the side. Yet Decade, now in his Hawkeye form, remained rooted in place, steady and unmoving, as solid as a boulder. He simply drew back the energy bowstring once more. A second arrow of violet energy shot forth. This time, its target was not Peter himself, but rather the very section of the wall where he was about to land. A thunderous blast. Energy erupted against the wall, and though the force wasn't overwhelming, the shockwave and scattering debris instantly disrupted Peter's landing and rhythm. He was forced to twist his body awkwardly in midair, losing his optimal angle of attack. Then came the third arrow, the fourth, each one released in rapid succession with the precision of a master chess player making his moves. These arrows weren't meant to hit him directly. Some struck the ground ahead of his path, erupting with energy and forcing him to change direction. Others sealed off his escape to the left, whistling past him with a sharp, cutting sound. Some even anticipated his backward leaps, detonating at his landing point before he could touch down, the surging shockwave throwing him off balance once again. Peter felt as if he were a spider toyed with by an invisible hand. No matter how he twisted or dodged, no matter how fiercely his spider sense screamed warnings, Decade's arrows always appeared at the precise spots that would trouble him most, blocking every avenue of escape and driving him step by step into a dead end. The sensation of being utterly seen through and controlled with such uncanny accuracy left him feeling a helplessness and defeat like never before. Damn it, how is this happening? Peter roared inwardly, powerless to change the situation. Just as he staggered through another desperate roll, not quite steady on his feet, another energy arrow came streaking in, swift and spectral. This time, it was aimed right at his shoulder. Peter's eyes widened in alarm, and he tried to twist away, but his body was a fraction too slow. The energy arrow grazed his shoulder, and the impact within its tip detonated in a burst of force. Pain flared instantly, and Peter felt an irresistible power slam. Into him, his balance vanished. It was as if his bones had been ripped from his body. He crashed hard onto the icy rooftop, unable to rise for several long moments. Ugh, Peter lay sprawled across the ground, gasping for breath, every muscle feeling broken, his shoulder blazing with pain. He tried to fire his web shooters once more, but all he got was a faint, futile fizz. Utterly overpowered. On the rooftop, the lingering smoke and dust slowly dispersed. Decade, now in his Hawkeye form, gently lowered the energy bow in his hands. The bow and arrow dissolved into shimmering particles of light, reverting back into the ride booker. The purple lines and special armor that adorned his suit faded away as well, restoring him to his basic magenta form. Then, in a flash of light, he went even further, lifting the transformation entirely and returning to his original self, Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming walked unhurriedly toward Peter, who lay sprawled on the ground in utter disarray. Looking down at him from above, his gaze was calm and unruffled, as if the overwhelming battle just now had been a mere trifle. He made no move to attack again, simply watching as Peter struggled to get back on his feet. Test complete. Wang Xiaoming's voice rang out, laced with a barely noticeable hint of teasing. Looks like this world's friendly neighborhood hero is tougher than I expected. Still, he paused for a moment. You've got a lot to learn about technique. As he spoke, he extended a hand to Peter. Peter, breathing hard, lifted his head to look at the hand reaching out to him and at the face that still wore that playful, enigmatic smile. A storm of emotions churned within him. The throbbing pain coursing through his body, the humiliation of being utterly overpowered, his awe and intense curiosity toward the mysterious man and his unfathomable strength. All these feelings surged like a tide in his heart. He hesitated, staring at the clean, slender hand, then gritted his teeth and, despite the tremor from the earlier impact, reached out his own hand to grasp Wang Xiaoming's. A gentle yet irresistible force pulled him easily to his feet. Test. Peter, finally steady, rubbed his aching shoulder and couldn't hold back any longer. Who are you really? You call that a test? All those transformations, and those energy arrows like something out of a comic book. You're definitely not just some regular guy. What are you after? Told you already, just a passing Kamen rider, Wang Xiaoming replied as he released Peter's hand. Like an old friend, he brushed imaginary dust from Peter's shoulder with a casual, practiced air, as if they'd known each other for years. Happened to get lost in this neighborhood. Thought I'd taken the sights while I was here. He glanced around at the rooftop, now left a little worse for wear from their battle, and an even more mysterious smile played on his lips. Seems your story is only just beginning, and I must say, it's quite interesting. He turned away, seemingly about to leave. Hey, wait, Peter called out quickly. You haven't told me. Wang Xiaoming paused, turned his head slightly, and a faint smile played at the corners of his lips. If you have time, maybe you could buy me a cup of coffee? Then, perhaps I'll tell you something even more interesting. With those words, he lingered no longer. Like an ordinary passerby in the city, he strolled leisurely toward the edge of the rooftop, then leapt gracefully into the air. In an instant, his figure vanished amid the towering buildings, leaving behind only the faintest, nearly imperceptible ripple in space, shimmering like the trace of an aurora. On the rooftop, Peter Parker was left standing alone, frozen in place. He looked down at his web shooter, still short-circuited, then gingerly touched his shoulder, which throbbed with a lingering ache. Finally, he gazed in the direction Wang Xiaoming had disappeared, his face a mixture of unprecedented shock, confusion, and the bewilderment of someone whose door to the unknown had just been flung wide open. A test? A passing Kamen rider? Transformation? Energy arrows? That mysterious stranger, powerful beyond belief. Who was he, really? And what did he mean by stories? Peter had the distinct feeling that his life, which until now had been relatively calm, if that was ever true, was quietly steering onto a track filled with far more unpredictability and challenges, all because of this so-called passing Kamen rider. Perhaps the peace of this world was truly about to be shattered. The cracks in the multiverse pulsed quietly behind the curtain of reality, like dark, indistinct veins. Some intangible presence, called the phantom archetype by the lords of the battle realm, was spreading silently along these fractures, as insidious as the most voracious plague. It had no physical form, yet its senses were keener than any hound's, greedily sniffing out the flickering flames of souls burning. In different dimensions, those gates, fragile as thin ice, filled with unresolved obsessions, searing pain, and twisted desires. Its whispers did not travel through the air, but pierced directly into the softest, most vulnerable core of its target's soul, cold as poison needles. The atmosphere was dank and chilling. This place had once been the site of one of Oscorp Industries' ambitious projects, now only cold. Metal walls and scattered, dust-covered remnants of equipment remained. The air was thick with the mingled scent of chemicals and despair. Harry Osborn stood alone at the center of the ruins. He wore an expensive, custom-tailored suit, a stark contrast to the devastation around him. Or perhaps, the desolation within him had already fused with this shattered place. On the metal control console before him lay a familiar, menacing green helmet, his father, Norman Osborn's legacy, and the source of his own curse. From the wall, a massive screen played silent footage of Norman being interviewed in life, that confident, all-controlling smile, now painfully glaring. Harry's gaze was as deep and tumultuous as an abyss. Hatred, pain, resentment, and a crushing pressure. The urge to surpass his father yet never escape his shadow, wove an invisible web that ensnared him completely. "Father," he murmured, letting his fingers brush lightly over the cold helmet. "I'll prove it to you. I'll be stronger than you ever were." Just then, the polished metal of the console caught his reflection. But the image began to ripple and twist, as though disturbed by invisible waves. The Harry in the reflection grinned with a twisted, eerie smile, his eyes wild and alien. Suddenly, a cold, low voice echoed through the empty laboratory, as if it had risen straight from the depths of his soul. "Prove yourself. Prove yourself to a phantom already turned to dust. Harry Osborn, this blade of vengeance you sharpen day and night, is it meant to sever hatred or only to wound yourself more deeply?" Startled, Harry's head snapped up as he looked around warily. "Who's there? Who are you?" But all that answered him was silence, and his father's deceitful smile, still frozen on the screen. "You heard it, didn't you? It's right there inside you." The whisper carried a trace of mockery. "Your father's brilliance shone so blindingly bright, you can only struggle and imitate in the vast shadow he left behind, like a pitiful creature. You crave his approval, even just a sliver of it, yet you've never truly had it." "Shut up," Harry snarled, veins bulging on his forehead. "And the one you once called brother, Peter Parker, Spider-Man." The voice grew more venomous. "He stole everything that should have been yours. Respect, attention, even your father's twisted love in his final moments. He stands atop your father's grave, basking in the foolish cheers of New York citizens, while you are left here among cold machines and the memories of your failures. I'll kill him. I'll make him pay." Harry's breath came heavy and ragged, his eyes blazing with uncontained fury. "Kill him? And then what?" The whisper dripped with disdain. "Will the world cheer for you, the Friendslayer? Will the name Osborn be redeemed and bathe in glory? No. What's left behind will be an even emptier, more lost version of yourself. Look at your father. He pursued ultimate power, the shattering of every rule. And you? Your so-called revenge is nothing but a doomed, pathetic imitation." Harry felt as if his heart had been pierced. An indescribable mix of humiliation and rage surged within him. It was true. He had always been imitating, always chasing, but never truly surpassing. Why settle for shallow revenge? The whisper grew more seductive, curling like a serpent's tongue. Why not become fear itself? Become something even your father could never have imagined, a true embodiment of despair. That isn't inheritance. That is transcendence. Forge this pain, this hatred, this burning refusal into a new, unique crown of darkness, yours alone. Make them all kneel at your feet, even that spider kid. Make him understand who the true master really is. Harry's pupils contracted sharply. A wild, shadowy thought, darker and more twisted than anything he'd ever known, began to sprout and coil through his mind. Revenge? No, it wasn't enough. He wanted power above all, absolute control. He wanted everyone to taste the despair that had once been forced upon him. He jerked his head up, eyes now cold and feverish, all hesitation gone. He seized the goblin helmet from the table. The helmet, as if sensing his warped resolve, glimmered with an ominous violet light behind its lenses. Around him, the scattered pieces of goblin gear began to tremble, metal parts twisting and reshaping themselves into more savage, lethal forms. In the corner, the glider sprouted razor-edged barbs, and its engines pulsed with the inky glow of abyssal power. A more dangerous, despair-infused new goblin was quietly taking shape amid these ruins. The chill sea wind swept up grains of sand, its moan low and mournful. In the distance, the city's lights shimmered, faint as unreachable stars. Flint Marco, or rather, what little remained of him, now a pile of living sand, was struggling to pull himself back into human form. The grains flowed and shifted, but he could never quite reassemble a stable, clear outline. He looked down at the faded, creased photo of his daughter Penny in his hand. The little girl's smile, pure and innocent, gazed up at him from the worn paper. A wave of helplessness crashed over him, cold as the ocean. He possessed a power beyond any mortal's dreams, yet he couldn't even give his daughter a warm embrace. He was a monster, a thing so wretched he could barely stand himself. The sound of the wind seemed to shift, no longer a simple, howling rush. Now, woven into its currents, there came faint, almost imperceptible echoes, the agonized moans of his daughter, Penny, racked with illness, and the hopeless, reproachful voice of his estranged wife, Emma. "Penny, I'm so sorry," Marco whispered in torment, his voice so hoarse it was barely audible above the wind's restless sigh. Before him, the patterns etched by the wind on the sand began to twist and merge into something strange, gradually taking on the frightened outline of a little girl stumbling backward, her silent form crying out, "Monster, stay away from me." Then, a cold and hollow whisper crept into his mind, chilling as the wind that coiled around his very soul. "All for your daughter." What a noble excuse. But look at yourself, Flint Marco, a heap of cold, useless sand. You can't even give her warmth, can't wipe away the tears from her cheeks. Your so-called love is nothing but a heavy shackle, prolonging her suffering. No, that's not true. Marco tried to protest, but his words felt feeble, stripped of all strength. You think that getting money to cure her will solve everything? That it'll turn back time? The whisper was cruel, laced with biting mockery. Stop lying to yourself. You'll always be a monster, eh? Walking disaster, feared and despised by all. Your very existence is the greatest threat to your daughter's happiness. Every time you try to draw near, all you bring is terror and pain. I can't control. Control? Can you control this body when you can't even manage a simple embrace? Can you control the way the world looks at you? Can you control the mockery of fate? The whisper pressed closer, relentless and sharp. Do you truly want to save her? Or is this just about feeding your own pathetic pride as a father? Your so-called rescue will only ever drive her deeper into despair. Perhaps complete hopelessness is the only mercy you can offer to her and to yourself. Mercy to spare. Marco's heart clenched as if caught in an invisible fist, the suffocating pain threatening to break him. Yes, what else could he do? What good could he possibly bring? But this unstable form, it is both a curse and a gift. The whisper shifted, its tone suddenly seductive, almost bewitching. If your humanity only brings pain and struggle, why not cast off that useless part entirely? Why not embrace the true nature of this power? Become the eternal wind and sand. Become the unstoppable calamity itself. When all hope is ground to dust, pain will simply cease to exist. That is the only fate you can ever truly control. Abandon his humanity. Become the disaster. Seize his own fate. The last flickers of human struggle and tenderness in Marco's eyes faded away, like a candle guttering in the wind, slowly extinguished. In their place surged a coldness and stillness as relentless as a sandstorm. His love for his daughter and his despair, at reality twisted together, warping into a destructive obsession. Perhaps only by gaining overwhelming power could he shatter this cursed fate. Perhaps only by dragging this pain-ridden world into the ocean of despair could he find ultimate peace. He rose slowly to his feet. The once loose, shifting sand of his body began to gather and compress with astonishing speed. The grains darkened, shifting from ochre to deep brown, finally settling into a somber, obsidian hue, glimmering with a dangerous sheen. His form grew larger, more angular, losing every trace of human softness, becoming a moving mountain sculpted from the very essence of despair. In the hollows where his eyes once were, fine black sand swirled, exuding a chilling emptiness that threatened to swallow everything. He was no longer a fugitive scrambling for money. He had become the embodiment of despair, the master of storm and sand. Garbage, newspapers, and fast food boxes littered the cramped, dim room. The only source of light was an old computer screen, glowing in the gloom. On the monitor, the front page of the Daily Bugle's website displayed a heroic photo of Spider-Man saving lives, the headline gushing with praise. Eddie Brock sat before the screen, his face pale and filled with bitterness and resentment. Scattered across the desk were several photographs, one of which, showing Peter Parker's smiling face, had been violently scratched out with a ballpoint pen. Once a spirited photographer, Eddie now resembled a rat skulking in the gutter, forced to gnaw on his own failure and hate in this filthy corner. "Parker, Spider-Man, it's all you. You ruined everything I had." Eddie growled through clenched teeth, his fingers turning white with the force of his grip. A mirror, a cheap one hanging on the blotched wall, reflected Eddie's haggard, twisted face. Suddenly, the image in the glass began to blur. Eddie's features melted and distorted, his mouth stretching into an inhuman, fanged grin, merging with the nightmarish figure haunting his memory. At that moment, a cold, emotionless voice echoed directly in his mind, intimate as a confidant, amplifying and affirming the burning hatred inside him. "That's right, it's all his fault. That sanctimonious fraud, Peter Parker. He stole everything that should have been yours, your job, your reputation, Gwen's affection, even your last chance to make it in this cursed city. And you're left here, cursing him in the dark like a loser. I'm not a loser. I'm more talented than he is. I understand photography better than he ever will. Eddie slammed his fist down on the table, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Of course, you're far superior to him. The voice was filled with a feverish persuasion. But why? Why is he the one who gets to be the hero in the spotlight, adored by everyone? Why does he get to bask in the glory and success that should rightfully be yours? And you, with all your talent, are left to endure this injustice? Look at the world, Eddie. It's twisted at its core. It rewards hypocrisy and punishes honesty. It's not fair. It's so unfair, Eddie muttered, jealousy coiling around his heart like poisonous vines. That's why you're not seeking revenge. You're seeking to reveal the truth. The voice grew ever more fervent, as if bestowing a sacred mission upon him. You're the one who will rip away the mask of that sanctimonious hero. You'll show the world the filth and cowardice hidden beneath his polished exterior. That is the glory you deserve. That is true justice. Justice, a wild, feverish light began to burn in Eddie's eyes. Anger, jealousy, resentment. These aren't your weaknesses, Eddie. They are your fuel. They are the deepest, most potent source of power within you. They are the key that will let you surpass that fraud. The voice was hypnotic, seductive. Embrace them. Feel them surge through your veins. Let them become your new skin, your new armor, your new fangs. Become the darkness that will devour him and everything he holds dear. Devour darkness. In that moment, the hatred and jealousy in Eddie Brock's eyes ignited and soared, utterly consuming him. No longer was it simply about reclaiming what he'd lost. It became a pure, overwhelming urge to destroy Peter Parker and the world of light he represented. He longed to become something greater, something more fearsome than Peter, a force of judgment that would utterly upend this unjust world. His state of mind grew dangerously obsessive, teetering on the edge of madness, like a barrel packed with high explosives, just waiting for a single spark to ignite a cataclysmic blast. His gaze turned as cold and deadly as a viper's, and a malicious smile crept across his lips, brimming with pure malevolence. Even before crossing paths with the alien symbiote from the stars, Eddie Brock had already become a vessel overflowing with the darkest energies, a perfect gateway, yearning for any shadowy power to pour through him and unleash his boundless resentment. 3 different dimensions, 3 shattered souls. A wild, violet glint flickered in Harry Osborn's eyes, and the new goblin's gear began to undergo a sinister transformation. Flint Marko had transformed into a monstrous being of obsidian sand, his eyes now nothing but a lifeless storm poised to consume all in its path. Eddie Brock stared at Spider-Man's smiling face on the screen, his lips curling into a cruel, devilish grin. In the shadows, the original Phantom's whispers echoed. The seed has been planted, and now despair begins to take root. When the heroes bask proudly in their false sunlight, the true darkness is quietly gathering strength in corners no one notices, waiting for the day it will fully blossom. This was not a force of nature, but the rampage of a twisted soul unleashed. In the heart of New York City, a grand bank, an emblem of wealth and order, saw its thick, bulletproof glass shatter like fragile webs, splintering inch by inch. Countless grains of sand and debris exploded outward, accompanied by shrill alarms that split the air. A massive, oppressive figure crashed through the revolving doors, bringing with it a suffocating wave of dust and sand, and descended at the very heart of that gilded hall. Flint Marko, or rather, what had once been Flint Marko. Now, his form was far larger and more solid than ever, the sand that made up his body darker, almost damp with a deep brown hue, radiating an icy and violent aura. He was no longer the desperate fugitive fighting for his daughter's medical bills, but a walking sand dune brimming with rage, a living embodiment of hatred for the world. He was not here to rob. With a sudden swing of his enormous sand hand, he smashed apart the solid counter with ease, sending stacks of paperwork and computers flying. Yet he ignored the bills scattered across the floor. In an instant, he sealed every exit with towering walls of sand, trapping the terrified bank employees and the few customers inside. You build your high walls with cold numbers, blind to the suffering that festers outside. His voice, grating and deep, reverberated through the hall, gritty as sand grinding on stone. This filthy money is the soil where despair grows. Today, you'll taste despair for yourselves. Outside the bank, the wail of sirens drew closer, quickly surrounding the street. Dozens of police cars, including several armored riot vehicles, formed a tight barricade. Armed officers took cover behind vehicles and shields, their eyes fixed anxiously on the dust-shrouded entrance. "Listen up inside. Drop your weapons now. Hands in the air and surrender." The commander's warning, amplified through a loudspeaker, sounded hollow and powerless against the Sandman's guttural roar. In the next moment, the bank's glass facade exploded. The mutated Sandman burst forth in a storm of fury and violence. Orders rang out, and the crackle of gunfire erupted instantly. The first volley came from the officers' standard-issue handguns. Countless bullets tore into the Sandman's massive form, but it was like throwing pebbles into a bottomless pond. They raised only a few insignificant sprays of sand before their energy was easily absorbed. The Sandman let out a raspy, low chuckle, harsh as sandpaper scraping together, brimming with disdain. The second wave followed. Riot police at the front unleashed their shotguns. Larger caliber steel pellets struck the Sandman with tremendous force, like sledgehammers pounding into a muddy bog. His enormous body, briefly warped and caved in, sand spraying outward like an angry swarm of bees. Yet in the blink of an eye, the dents smoothed out, restoring him to his original shape, as if he had never been attacked at all. "Bring in the high-pressure hoses," the commander bellowed, as a fire truck that had just arrived quickly adjusted its water cannon. A thick jet of water blasted against the Sandman, its immense force slamming into his body. This time, it had a noticeable effect. The impact made the Sandman's hulking form pause. Parts of his sandy mass were scattered, and his shape wavered, suddenly unstable. But the disruption lasted only a moment. With a guttural roar, the Sandman summoned the ground sand and dirt to surge toward him, soaking up the water. His body grew heavier, its color deepening, like a sponge saturated to its limit. If anything, he now radiated an even more formidable strength. "A little water. Is that all you've got?" the Sandman bellowed, and his giant sand hand swung upward, smashing down on a police cruiser as if swatting a fly. With a thunderous crash, the sturdy police car was flipped and crushed like a toy. Immediately after, he stomped both feet on the ground, and the pavement instantly became a stream of quicksand. Like wicked vines, it wrapped around the ankles of several officers who couldn't leap away in time, locking them in place. At the same time, he whipped up huge swirls of sand, conjuring miniature sandstorms that swept over the scene like cheap stage smoke, instantly obscuring the police's view. Hardened clumps of sand shot out like cannonballs, pounding against riot shields with a dull, grating impact that set teeth on edge. The police's barrage was utterly futile. Though there hadn't yet been any casualties, the situation was now completely under the Sandman's control. Panic and helplessness crept into the hearts of the officers. And then, the Sandman did something even wilder. His massive sandy hand reached once more into the shattered bank, yanking out several heavy cloth bags stuffed with cash. Before everyone's astonished eyes, his rough fingers ripped the bags wide open with ease. A shower of green rained down from above. Fistfuls of American bills fluttered through the air like snow, and with a deliberate sweep, he tossed them over the police barricade toward the gawking crowd. For a heartbeat, there was stunned silence. Then, the crowd erupted into chaos. Some people recoiled in terror, but even more, especially those dressed in plain clothes, bearing the weary look of life's burdens, found, after a fleeting hesitation, a near-maniacal gleam bursting forth in their eyes. Like sharks catching the scent of blood, they threw caution to the wind and stormed past the police's barely maintained cordon, lunging for the scattered bills strewn across the ground. In an instant, the area erupted into chaos. Shoving, scrambling, shouts and curses all crashing together in a deafening uproar. The scene was utterly out of control. The officers, trying to maintain order, found themselves in an impossible predicament. They had to stay wary of Sandman's next move while also preventing the panicked crowd from causing a deadly stampede. In that moment, the greed and fear within human nature were laid bare, shamelessly exposed under the bright light of day. The Sandman watched it all with cold indifference. In those hollow sockets of sand that served as his eyes, a twisted flicker of pleasure seemed to dart by. A low, mocking rasp, grains of sand grinding together, rose from him again, grating harshly against the backdrop of chaos. A sharp, slicing sound cut through the din. A classic flash of red and blue swung in like a pendulum between the high rises, racing toward the heart of the turmoil. Peter Parker looked down from above, momentarily stunned by the scene below. Thick clouds of sand choked the whole block. Police lights strobed wildly. The crowd, a seething, boiling anthill, swarmed in panic. And at the very center of it all stood an enormous, ominously dark Sandman. Oh my god, did Sandstorm just hit Wall Street? Wait, is that Marco? Why is he so much bigger and way darker? And is he throwing out money? This is getting weird. The police are pinned down. People are scrambling for cash. This is bad. I need to get things under control, and fast, without anyone getting hurt. Peter muttered to himself as he adjusted his course, gliding like a nimble bird straight toward the eye of the chaos. Marco, stop! Spider-Man called out, his voice urgent. He fired several strong webs, aiming to bind the slimmer core parts of Sandman's body. But the moment the webs touched that darkened sand, they began to sizzle and dissolve, as if they were plastic film pressed against a hot iron, quickly eaten away by some mysterious force. Even the few strands that managed to latch on were shrugged off with a casual twist of Sandman's massive frame. This transformed Sandman was far stronger, wielding new and terrifying control over his form. He could even instantly harden parts of his body, forming tough shells to block attacks. This isn't going to solve anything. You're just going to hurt innocent people. Spider-Man shouted, dodging a massive, sweeping sand fist as he tried to reason with him. Innocent. The Sandman's voice grew even lower and rougher, thick with a hatred that seemed carved into his very soul. In a world that devours humanity, who can claim to be innocent? Is it those capitalists who claw their way up over the corpses of others? Or these so-called citizens who would abandon their conscience for a handful of worthless paper? You, Spider-Man, you're only protecting a fragile illusion, a bubble that bursts at the slightest touch. I know you've suffered, but that doesn't give you the right to hurt others. Your daughter. Shut up. The Sandman roared, cutting Spider-Man off before he could finish, as if that name struck a nerve too painful to bear. Rage exploded from him, shattering his composure. Don't talk about her. What do self-righteous heroes know? Only power matters. Only utter destruction can bring true peace. Before his words had even faded, a massive wall of sand rose like a tidal wave, crashing toward Spider-Man. Within that surging sand, countless hardened spikes swirled, sealing off any path of escape. Calling on his spider sense and extraordinary agility, Spider-Man narrowly dodged the deadliest part of the assault. Still, the shockwave clipped him, striking. Like an invisible sledgehammer, he was slammed hard against the side of a nearby building with a heavy thud, almost losing his grip and tumbling down. He was completely pinned down. Against such overwhelming strength and the sheer range of Sandman's attacks, his speed and skill felt almost useless. For a moment, the Sandman ceased his assault on Spider-Man. His huge, shifting face, composed of a million swirling grains, turned toward the police commander. His voice dripped with mockery. Do you see now? This is your so-called hero. Don't worry, gentlemen, the game has only just begun. At that same moment, in the city's shadowy corners, other dark intentions were quietly taking shape. In the abandoned underground labs of Oscorp, Harry Osborn stood beside a heavily modified, even more menacing goblin glider, its edges pulsing with an ominous violet glow. Before him, a screen displayed a live heat map of Peter Parker and Spider-Man's movements across the city. His eyes were cold and wild, a cruel smile curling at the edge of his lips. In Eddie Brock's dingy apartment, Eddie stared into a filthy mirror, his own reflection twisted and blurred, hinting at something less than human. With nervous energy, he repeatedly scrawled a torn and defiled Spider-Man emblem on a scrap of paper, a pure and unfiltered venomous grin stretching across his face. Unbeknownst to each other, their targets were the same, the red and blue figure locked in a desperate struggle with the Sandman. The clamor faded away, leaving only the cold sea wind moaning in the night. On the outskirts of the city, at an abandoned pier, the Sandman, his form slightly diminished from the day, sat alone on the frigid concrete edge. With great care, he extended a hand of sand, delicately gathering the grains together to sculpt the petite outline of a little girl, his daughter, Penny. The sand statue was lifelike, yet icy and devoid of breath. He leaned toward the sandy figure, whispering in a voice tinged with a strange excitement and a love twisted to its very core. Penny, do you see it? Daddy taught those bad people a lesson today. Daddy is strong now. Soon, very soon, what an interesting piece of art. A calm, slightly lazy voice unexpectedly drifted from the shadows behind him. A daughter shaped from sand and despair. Is this the only warmth left to you now, Flint Marco? The Sandman froze. In an instant, his sandy daughter crumbled away. He shot to his feet, his massive form rippling with agitation, turning sharply toward the source of the voice. There stood Wang Xiaoming, hands casually tucked in his pockets, leaning idly against a rusted bollard. Who are you? Get out! The intrusion upon his twisted father-daughter time, and the blunt exposure of his sandy illusion, drove the Sandman into sudden fury. Just someone passing by who's seen how despair blooms in a fruit. Wang Xiaoming replied evenly, his gaze as sharp as a scalpel. You think you're avenging your daughter, speaking for the downtrodden? Look at yourself. All you sow is fear and chaos. You're becoming a purer disaster than anything you ever hated. Disaster? I am purification. I am judgment. The Sandman roared, darkness swirling inside him, fueled by his rage. This world is already rotten to the core. It needs to be cleansed. Hope is the greatest lie. Only by letting everyone sink together into an endless sea of despair can there be eternal peace. My pain, my power, is proof of this so-called mercy. Mercy through destruction? Peace through despair? Such a twisted logic. Wang Xiaoming shook his head, his tone laced with a hint of pity, but mostly cold. It seems that thing parasitizing your soul has devoured the last scrap of your humanity. A guttural roar tore from the Sandman, primal and thunderous. Wang Xiaoming's words struck like a spark to a powder keg, igniting the despair and fury warped and magnified within the Sandman by the Phantom prototype. He let out an inhuman roar as his body suddenly swelled with power. The once dark brown grains of sand were now utterly transformed. They became as deep and hard as obsidian, glinting with a cold, ominous luster that seemed to devour all light. His form grew even larger, all sharp edges and angles, brimming with pure, destructive force. Every joint jutted out like a chunk of rock, and his arms had become massive battering rams. The obsidian sand colossus, revealed in its full, terrifying form. Just as his transformation completed, a faint, glowing female apparition appeared quietly behind his enormous frame. She resembled Penny, but was even more ethereal and elusive, like a ghost. Woven from moonlight. Instinctively, the obsidian sand colossus stepped forward, shielding the Phantom with his massive body, as if it were the only thing left in the world that mattered to him. Wang Xiaoming stood silently, watching the hulking creature before him, a being wreathed in pure despair, and the specter behind it, the embodiment of a twisted, unyielding obsession. His gaze was sharp but calm. As I thought, the Phantom has completely devoured its host's consciousness, leaving nothing but a warped, magnified obsession as its driving core. What he's protecting is merely a mirage cast by despair itself. How pitiful. And because of that, there's no hope left for him. Slowly, he raised his hand and produced that familiar, wine-red driver. Since you've become nothing but a monster spreading despair, there's no reason for you to exist. With practiced ease, he snapped the Decadriver onto his waist. It's time to end this. The obsidian sand colossus, devoid of reason, was now driven by nothing but a primal urge for destruction and a deep hostility toward any intruder. With a furious roar, it charged, shrouded in a swirling storm of darkness and sand that could grind steel to dust and swallow everything before it, rushing straight at Wang Xiaoming. The abandoned dock was steeped in night's shadow, the only sound the cold sea wind keening through rusted cranes and forgotten shipping containers, like the wail of lost souls. The air was thick with the brine of the sea and the metallic tang of rusted iron. A thunderous roar shattered the silence of the night. The obsidian sand colossus, the monstrous incarnation of Flint Marco's twisted despair, barreled toward the lone figure standing calmly at the center of the dock. The brute's massive form tore up stones and dust from the ground, conjuring a miniature black tempest. Its enormous, obsidian-glinting fist rose high like a battering ram, coming down with overwhelming rage, intent on reducing everything in its path to rubble. Yet, at the very instant that annihilating fist was about to strike, Wang Xiaoming moved. His figure slipped to the side with the effortless grace of a specter, fluid and unhurried, as if he were merely strolling through a quiet garden. A deafening crash exploded through the night. The obsidian giant's fist crashed down with tremendous force onto the spot where he'd just been standing. The solid concrete pier, struck as if by heavy artillery, erupted with a deafening roar as spiderweb cracks raced outward across its surface. Henshin! A cold, clear command rang out, and the magenta Decadriver at Wang Xiaoming's waist burst to life in an instant. Kamen ride, Decade! Blinding magenta light exploded around him like a shockwave, enveloping his entire body in a heartbeat. As the radiance faded, the mysterious and destructive figure of Kamen Rider, Decade, stood firm amidst the raging winds, his hand gripping the sword mode of the ride booker. Confronted by the monster radiating pure despair and annihilation, Decade didn't immediately unleash his full power. His crimson compound eyes remained calm, studying his opponent intently. The basic form of his armor gleamed with a cold, metallic sheen under the pier's dim lights. The sand colossus, enraged by its missed attack, grew even more furious. Its thick obsidian arms, like twin pillars of stone, swept through the air with a howling gust, aiming to crush Decade in a single, bone-shattering blow. Decade dropped low in a flash, executing a flawless sliding maneuver, like a swallow skimming just above the ground, slipping beneath the sweeping arms. With breathtaking precision, simultaneously, the Ridebooker's blade flashed with a streak of silver as he struck at the sand giant's supporting ankle. A harsh, metallic screech rang out as the blade collided with the obsidian-hard sand, scattering tiny black sparks. The attack left only a faint white scratch, and even that was swiftly filled and repaired by the writhing, dark grains of sand. With a guttural roar, the sand giant howled in pain. Though the wound was trivial, the sting of being taunted by a mere insect made it all the more enraged. It lifted its massive foot and stomped down with brutal force. The entire pier seemed to shudder. At the point of impact, countless sharp spikes of glowing, obsidian sand burst from the ground like venomous snakes, lunging at Decade in a dense, deadly cluster. Decade reacted instantly, flipping backward several times with the grace of a gymnast to evade the onslaught of sand spikes. While still airborne, he quickly switched the Ridebooker to gun mode and fired a rapid volley toward the raging sand giant below. Bang! 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 The energy bullets struck the giant's massive body with precision, but the results were disappointing. The shots splashed against its thick, mire-like exterior, producing only ripples of energy and scattering a few grains of black sand. Apart from slightly slowing its advance, the attack did little to inflict any real harm. The colossal sand monster seemed to be utterly enraged. It suddenly opened its massive maw. An abyssal void formed entirely of swirling sand grains. From its gaping jaws, a high-density sandstorm, mingled with shattered stones, gravel, and a thick tide of dark energy, burst forth like a flood breaking through a dam. The onslaught swept toward Decade, aiming to consume and drown him completely. Without hesitation, Decade launched in a high-speed movement. His figure flashed and weaved across the dock like a phantom, darting just beyond the reach of the shadowy sandstorm. The crimson, compound eyes of his helmet scanned every move of the sand monster, probing for the location of its energy core, perhaps in its chest, or maybe in the indistinct facial outline on its head. Pure physical attacks were proving almost useless. Ever since this creature had been possessed by the Phantom, not only had its strength surged, but its near-immortal regenerative power had become a formidable obstacle. Putting some distance between them, Decade gazed at the obsidian sand monster rampaging before him like a natural disaster gone wild. His voice carried a cold, scrutinizing edge. So, you're nothing but a puppet driven by destruction now. How does it feel to be swallowed by despair? Then let me show you what true hope looks like. He hesitated no longer. With precision, Decade drew a shimmering, magic-infused card from the case at his waist and, with a swift motion, slotted it into his driver. Kamen Ride Wizard. The driver erupted with a new, fantastical electronic chime, vibrant and otherworldly. Shabadooby Touch Henshin. Flame. E. In that instant, Decade's magenta armor was engulfed in flames, transforming rapidly into a brilliant red, the color of burning hope. Across his chest, dazzling ruby-like magical sigils appeared while sharp, flame-shaped edges extended from either side of his helmet, unique to the wizard's flame form. On his left hand, a ring symbolizing the power of fire was already fitted snugly on his finger. Now clad in wizard's flame form, Decade snapped his fingers with casual confidence and gestured forward with his right hand. The space before him rippled like water disturbed by a stone. Connect! The magic surged forth. From the magic circle, a uniquely crafted weapon, part sword, part gun, materialized and landed firmly in his grasp, its blade gleaming with a razor's edge. Upon seeing Decade's transformation, the sand monster faltered for a split second, as if some dark instinct sensed an imminent threat. But the urge for destruction soon overwhelmed all hesitation. With a deafening roar, it charged again, raising an even more massive obsidian fist and swinging it down like a meteor crashing from the sky. This time, Decade, in wizard flame form, didn't choose to dodge. Instead, he moved straight towards that world-shattering fist, advancing. Rather than retreating, he brought the flame ring on his left hand close to the magical scanning area on the hilt of the mage sword gun. Flame, / strike. A deep hum resonated. In an instant, the blade of the mage sword gun was engulfed in raging magical fire, blazing so fiercely it seemed able to burn away all evil. Gripping the sword with both hands, Decade swung it upward against the descending giant fist, unleashing a searing arc of flame. A sharp hiss, then a thunderous explosion. The flaming blade collided head-on with the obsidian fist. A piercing sound, like molten lava eating through stone, filled the air mixed with a brittle crack of shattering obsidian. The intense magical fire had a pronounced restraining effect on this sand entity, formed from condensed dark energy. Rapidly, wide cracks and melted patches appeared on the giant fist's surface, the black sand. Grains writhed in agony within the flames and then vanished. For the first time, the sand giant's regeneration was clearly slowed. A guttural roar of pain erupted. Overcome by the searing pain, the sand giant let out its first truly anguished howl. It staggered back a few steps, shaking its charred, cracked fist. Enraged, it slammed both arms down onto the ground with a furious force. A deep, rolling rumble followed. The earth split open even wider beneath them. Waves of black sand surged forth like tsunamis, and countless sharper, denser obsidian spikes shot toward Decade in a relentless storm. Decade remained calm, switching the mage sword gun from sword to gun mode. Once more, he brought the flame ring on his left hand near the scanning area. Flame, shooting strike, a flash of red at the muzzle, and then a barrage of bullets, each one spinning at high speed and infused with blazing magical fire, poured out like a meteor shower. These fire rounds struck down the incoming obsidian spikes and rolling sand waves with pinpoint accuracy. Blast after blast echoed through the chaos. Ferocious explosions of flame erupted in rapid succession. The scorching shockwaves blasted apart and vaporized huge swaths of dark sand, the intense heat preventing the scattered grains from reforming, at least for now. Seizing this opening, Decade quickly removed the flame ring from his left hand and replaced it with a ring engraved with a drill motif, scanning once more. Drill, please. A deep hum sounded again. Decade's right leg was instantly engulfed by a massive, rapidly spinning drill of fire. He pushed off the ground with a sudden force, shooting forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, racing towards the sand colossus that had been momentarily stunned. The blazing drill tore a scorched trail across the earth as it spun at incredible speed. The sand giant, acting on instinct, raised its arms in an attempt to block the attack. Yet its obsidian defense, which had seemed unbreakable, crumbled like paper before the unstoppable force of the flame drill. With a harsh, searing sound, the fire drill ripped through the defenses, burrowing deep into the sand giant's chest, straight to its core. Under the intense heat and force, dark sand was melted, crushed, and vaporized in an instant. The massive body of the sand monster trembled violently, letting out a howl of agony, sharper and more desperate than ever. Decade knew this was his chance. A single, decisive blow could finally purify the phantasmal core that had taken root within. He leapt backward, putting distance between himself and the creature. With a swift motion, he removed the drill ring from his left hand and replaced it with the kick-strike ring, the symbol of a finishing move. Without hesitation, he brought it close to his driver for scanning. Kick-strike. Psycho. The best. The perfect moment. A deep, resonant hum filled the air as a massive, intricate red magic circle burst into existence beneath Decade's feet. At the same time, an identical magic circle appeared like a death mark before the struggling sand giant. Decade soared high into the air, passing through the magic circle beneath him, as if drawing upon boundless hope and strength. His right foot ignited with a golden flame, even fiercer and more radiant than before, charged with a holy, purifying energy. Like a comet slicing through the darkness, his kick zeroed in on the shattered core in the sand giant's chest. Decade magic kick. The flying kick, ablaze with hope's fire, struck its target with unerring precision. With a cataclysmic explosion, light erupted, so bright, so overwhelming, it was as if the sun itself had detonated right before their eyes. A mighty wave of pure, cleansing fire swept outward, expanding like a nuclear blast. From the point of impact, the obsidian shell began to dissolve rapidly, melting away like frost. Under the morning sun, countless writhing strands of phantasmal energy, black as smoke, were wrenched from the sand body by the purifying flames. In the golden blaze, they gave silent, anguished shrieks, twisting and contorting, until, like shadows exposed to daylight, they vanished utterly, erased from existence. The sand giant's once massive, despair-inducing form shrank swiftly within the cleansing fire, its obsidian sheen fading away, reverting at last to its most basic, ordinary shade of sandy yellow. In the end, all the dark energy was completely purified. The sand body lost its support and collapsed with a tremendous crash, like a tower of building blocks falling apart. Flint Marco now returned to his human form, crashed heavily onto the cold ground. Racked with pain, he curled up, gasping for air. He opened his eyes in a daze and stared at his hands, dusty, but once again made of flesh and blood. Disbelief filled his face as he looked around at the devastated dock, ravaged by battle. His expression was haunted by terror and deep confusion, the look of a man who had just come back from the brink. What did I just do?" he murmured, his voice barely a whisper. Countless frenzied images of slaughter and destruction flashed through his mind. Those terrible thoughts, that murderous urge. No, no. He clutched his head in agony, his body trembling with fear and dread of what he'd become. Wang Xiaoming released his transformation and walked slowly toward him, looking down from above at the man who had just become human again. His tone was calm and even. "You were consumed by despair. A dark force from another dimension exploited your pain and obsession, turning you into a creature driven only by destruction. A monster." Marco's voice broke with a sob, his eyes dull and lifeless. "Yeah, I've always known. I was a monster all along." Wang Xiaoming watched Marco's utterly hopeless state and frowned slightly. Then he crouched down, extending his right index finger. A soft, golden light, warm as a miniature sun, began to glow at the tip. He gently touched that light to Marco's forehead. As the light seeped in, a gentle force seemed to calm Marco's chaotic mind, and the trembling of his body gradually eased. Wang Xiaoming withdrew his finger. During that brief contact, he had clearly sensed that deep within Marco's soul, a faint but stubborn trace of the shadow energy still lingered, like a parasite clinging relentlessly to a bone impossible to uproot. The insidiousness and persistence of his power deepened his wariness toward the distant God King Doom in the battle realm, the one capable of creating such sources of corruption. "I've stabilized your mind for now and dispelled most of the lingering dark energy," Wang Xiaoming said, rising to his feet, his voice steady. "But real protection is something you have to build for yourself. That thing, it could come back at any time." He looked at Marco, his tone softening a little, though it still carried a note of harsh reality. "Sculpting your daughter out of sand won't solve anything. Turning into a monster and unleashing your rage won't save her, either. What your daughter needs isn't a giant sand beast that terrorizes the city, or a pile of cold cash stained with other people's fear and despair. What she needed was a father who could truly hold her hand, look into her eyes, and tell her that everything would be all right, even if that father owned nothing, even if he was just an ordinary man." Wang Xiaoming looked at the defeated man before him and continued, "Go back, Flint. Use your mind, not that uncontrollable power of yours, to find a way that can genuinely help her. Face all of this as a human being. Don't let despair turn you into someone you can't even stand yourself. Your power, maybe it's a curse, or maybe it could be the very thing that lets you protect her. The key isn't how you choose to use it." Marco listened in silence. His body had stopped trembling, but his eyes remained hollow. A long, long time passed before, within that emptiness, there flickered the faintest glimmer of struggle and pain, fragile as a candle in the wind. And at last, it seemed to kindle the tiniest spark of hope, almost too subtle to notice, but they're all the same. He lifted his head and looked at the mysterious young man before him. His voice was rough, each word forced out with difficulty. "Thank you. I need some time to think this through." With that, he slowly stood up. His form dissolved into countless grains of sand, as if all strength had left him, and he drifted away on the cold sea breeze, vanishing into the shadows of the dock. Wang Xiaoming quietly watched the direction Marco had gone, making no move to stop him. Just then, the card case at his waist, which had been dormant all this time, suddenly grew warm. Surprised, he reached down and drew out not one, but two brand-new cards. The first card was the color of desert earth, the image on its face depicting a knight clad in armor, his body formed from flowing sand, a figure radiating weight and power. The card's name was clearly inscribed, Kamen Rider Sandman. The second card was even more remarkable. It shimmered with a gentle golden glow, and on its upper half was the pure, innocent smile of a little girl, Penny Marco herself. Her smile seemed to hold the power to dispel all darkness, radiating a soft, healing light. The lower half of the card depicted a figure reminiscent of Kamen Rider Sandman, yet this one appeared more stable, more substantial, its intricate details emanating a sense of guardianship. The grains of sand that formed its body no longer bore the ordinary earthen yellow. Instead, they shimmered with a golden luster, radiant as sunlight itself. The card's name was even more peculiar, Pure Heart and Guardian of Sand. There seemed to be a special power sealed within this card, a force capable of utterly purifying the darkness within Sandman's body, and, drawing upon the purest intent in his heart to protect his daughter, elevating that power into a stronger, more protective form. Holding these two cards he had acquired by chance, Wang Xiaoming's eyes flickered with surprise and contemplation. These cards, they seemed even more intriguing than he had imagined. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse in the direction where Flint Marco had vanished, a faint, nearly transparent silhouette of a young girl, lingering in the air like the last trace of wind, gone in a blink. On the face of that ghostly figure, there seemed to be an unspoken sorrow, a wistful reluctance that tugged at the heart. Wait! Wang Xiaoming's mind snapped to attention. The feeling that apparition gave him, it was more than just a lingering obsession. Within it, there seemed to be a faint yet genuine ripple, a pulse of the soul itself. His gaze sharpened instantly. Without hesitation, he reached into his card case and drew out another device, the white eye-light ghost driver. Enshin, he pressed his icon into the driver. Kagen, Ore, let's go. Kakugo, go 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 ghost. With a rhythmical surge of electronic sound, an orange ghostly parka swooped down from above and enveloped Wang Xiaoming in an instant. The transformation was complete, Kamen Rider Ghost, icon form. His iconic orange hoodie fluttered wildly in the cold sea breeze, and the helmet's enormous blue compound eyes, deep as midnight lakes, lit up all at once, shining with a mystical light that could pierce the essence of souls and see through the very boundary between life and death. Ghost lifted his head, those empowered eyes fixed unblinkingly on the spot where Flint Marco had disappeared and where the little girl's phantom had flickered out of sight. Just what was hidden there? The night pressed down, heavy as a velvet shroud soaked in the city's restless noise, draped over the skies of New York. In Peter Parker's apartment, only. The fractured neon from outside filtered through the slats of the blinds, casting shifting, silent patterns of light and shadow across the walls and floor. Peter sank deep into the softness of his bed and drifted into a heavy sleep. The exhausting battle with the Sandman during the day, along with the unpleasant test from that mysterious passerby, Decade, had drained every ounce of his energy. Yet beneath his fatigued body, a faint sense of satisfaction, born from at least apparently stopping the Sandman's rampage, bubbled up quietly in the ocean of his subconscious, as delicate as tiny, rising bubbles. In the silence, something almost imperceptible stirred. A wisp of matter, darker than any shadow and fluid as midnight itself, silently slipped from the inside of Peter's motorcycle helmet, carelessly tossed in the corner of the room. It was weightless and soundless, alive with darkness, and instinctively drawn toward the unique waves of energy emanating from the sleeping figure in the center of the room. A blend of radiation-induced mutation, superhuman vitality, and the subtle emotional undertones swirling within his heart. Greedily and without a whisper, the black substance slithered across the floor, always avoiding the patches of moonlight, until at last it crept up the side of the bed like a poisonous serpent. A chill, viscous sensation, like a second skin, began to spread over Peter's sleeping body. Black, living patterns unfurled across his exposed arms and neck, entwining and merging with the delicate fibers of his thin sleepwear. Even in his sleep, Peter's brow furrowed, as if he could sense a strange, addictive cold power seeping deep into his bones. His dreams began to distort. Gone were the sunny streets, the cheering crowds, or the romantic swings through the city with MJ. Instead, he found himself clad in a suit of pure black, sleek, fluid, and brimming with explosive power. He felt as if he could tear the air apart with his speed, flip a truck with effortless strength, and react faster than he ever imagined possible. Standing atop a towering skyscraper, he looked down at the city below, an intoxicating sense of control flooding his senses. The warped figure of the Sandman appeared again, even more ferocious than before. But Peter simply swung his fist, and a massive sand form exploded apart in a thunderous burst, his movements crackling with raw power and a twisted thrill of cruelty. Jonah Jameson's chattering face loomed from a newspaper headline, mocking him with the largest font. Peter merely sneered and smashed the newsstand to pieces with a single punch, sending the dream version of Jameson fleeing in terror. The crowd's cheers grew wild, almost frenzied with fear, but Peter reveled in it, savoring this absolute dominance. He saw MJ and Harry, those he was meant to protect, gazing up at him in awe, their eyes filled with reverence and submission. With great power comes great responsibility. A voice, seductive and beguiling, whispered from the depths of his dream. That's nothing but an excuse the weak use to shackle the strong. Look at you. This is your true strength. This is what freedom feels like. They are only worthy to look up to you. Rules? When you possess the power to define everything, you become the rule. A dark thrill surged through his body like a jolt of electricity. No. Peter jerked awake from the nightmare, drenched in cold sweat, his heart pounding like a war drum. The sensation from his dream, so immense, so dark, so hungry for control, still clung to his consciousness like a brand, leaving him with a strange rush of excitement and a tidal wave of fear in its wake. He glanced down abruptly, catching a glimpse in the faint light from the window of something draped over him. Smooth, pitch black, and seemingly alive, the suit rippled across his skin as if it were breathing. What the hell is this? Peter cried out, panic and shock seizing him in an instant. He scrambled to claw the uncanny black suit from his body, desperate to rip it off. But the suit clung to him like a living thing, gripping his skin with a will that was faint yet unmistakable, half petulant, half warning. No matter how hard he fought, he couldn't loosen an inch. A suffocating terror rose within him, the horror of being invaded, of something strange feeding off him. As Peter's mind reeled, caught between chaos and a desperate struggle against the alien suit, a presence emerged, silent and sinister, from the deepest shadows of the room. Its form was blurred and warped, exuding a sense of looming doom. The symbiote's true essence. It was like a masterful predator, homing in with uncanny precision on the storm of negative emotion raging within Peter. Pride, anger, the thirst for control, the longing for strength, and the inexhaustible dark energy the symbiote brought. Here was a perfect vessel, a soul ripe to be sculpted into a bearer of endless despair. Why resist? A cold, emotionless thought drove into Peter's frantic mind like an invisible spike of ice. This power is the answer to your deepest desires. It heard your voice, it answered your call. Embrace it, and you will become stronger. So strong that no one can ever hurt you again. No one will dare question you. Strong enough to crush everything you despise beneath your feet. Let go of this pointless struggle, Peter Parker. This is your true self. Set it free. The symbiote's psychic whispers, venomous and precise, struck at Peter's most vulnerable places, already battered by nightmare and shock. It sought to shatter his will, to drag him down completely into the abyss of darkness. However, just as the phantom attempted to deepen the psychic corruption, the black symbiote enveloping Peter suddenly began to shudder violently. It reacted with extreme intensity to this foreign, direct, mental intrusion. It could sense the purer, larger, more concentrated surge of negative energy within the phantom. A dark core from the battle world, whose essence was to spread despair. And within that core, it detected an intelligence and will far beyond the inner turmoil Peter harbored. Compared to the lingering glimmers of goodness and Peter's wavering struggle, this sudden presence, the phantom, was the embodiment of a more perfect, powerful, and boundlessly potential host for darkness. It was the ideal environment for the symbiote to evolve to a higher state. Primitive survival instincts and an insatiable craving for greater power drove the symbiote to make a choice that even the phantom itself hadn't foreseen. The black fluid, like a receding tide, abruptly peeled away from Peter. That once clinging sensation, as if it had grown into his very skin, vanished in an instant, leaving behind a sudden wave of weakness and a fleeting sense of relief, barely recognized before it slipped away. Before Peter could even process what was happening, he watched as that living mass of blackness tore itself from his body and, with the speed of a released arrow, launched itself at the shadowy, indistinct figure lurking in the room. The phantom was clearly caught off guard by this unexpected turn. Instinctively, it tried to repel the lunging black substance with psychic force, but the symbiote's sheer, untamed physical aggression and affinity for negative energy instantly shattered its defenses. It sensed the symbiote's intent to merge, and the overwhelming power within, so perfectly aligned, yet fundamentally different from its own. Dark essence. For a split second, shock flickered in its mind, only to be swept aside by an icy calculation and a gnawing greed. Such power, if harnessed, would be worth more than creating 100 ordinary phantoms. The fusion had begun, and departure was just as necessary. A sizzling, hissing sound filled the air, like acid eating through metal or high-voltage current surging through thick liquid. The black symbiote, alive like sentient tar, wrapped and wormed its way into the phantom's ethereal energy form. Shadowy magic runes from the battle world pulsed within the black ooze, sometimes swallowed, sometimes stubbornly resurfacing, as the two forces repelled and attracted each other in a wild, bizarre dance of union. Their shape twisted and morphed, swelling at times into a monster's silhouette bristling with fangs and dripping with viscous fluid, then shrinking down to abstract symbols aglow with dark violet energy patterns. At last, The chaotic merging reached a strange equilibrium. A new being has been born. It is no longer a mere phantom of illusion, nor a symbiote acting solely on instinct. Part of the symbiote's living essence now resides within it, its body sheathed in a glossy black carapace, slick as congealed oil, with fingers sharpened into claws that glint with a chilling light. Its form can shift and swell, adapting to its needs. Yet everything about it now feels more substantial. Its surface is no longer a uniform black, but veined with patterns that resemble dark purple. Blood vessels, magical circuits pulsing with energy, radiating a malice more intense and concentrated than ever before, paired with a cold, cunning intelligence. The newborn phantom symbiote slowly lifts its head. On its blurred face, a rift splits open, revealing a row of ghastly white fangs. From somewhere, deep within, it lets out a guttural sigh, as if echoing up from the depths of an abyss. An exhalation saturated with the satisfaction of newfound power. It savors the explosive force coursing through its body. The symbiote's unparalleled adaptability, physical might, and shape-shifting ability melded perfectly with the Phantom's original powers: energy manipulation from the battle realms, psychic infiltration, and the core capacity to birth despair. An ambition like never before unfurls within its consciousness, sprouting wildly like poisonous vines. Lord Doom. The voice that rises in its mind is icy and laced with mockery, no longer reliant on any outside vessel. He dreams of building a world of lifeless order out of despair, turning everything into puppets dangling from his will. How narrow-minded, how dreadfully dull. Despair? No, despair is merely sustenance, a ladder for me to climb. The true joy is in tearing apart those false lights, and feasting on the taste of so-called noble souls as they shatter before absolute power, in dragging every struggling life into the most primal, brutal contest for survival. This chaotic, unvarnished hell. This is the paradise I promised myself. This world doesn't need some damned excuse for order. What it needs is a reality defined by absolute power, truth. Its gaze seems to pierce the boundaries of space, sweeping across the city. Spider-Man? Just a pitiful wretch shackled by the absurd chains of responsibility, an abandoned and flawed host. And that Kamen Rider decade, his power to wander between worlds, to bring so-called possibilities and hope. That is the greatest blasphemy against this truth. The light he embodies must be devoured and erased before all others. I am no longer a nameless phantom, nor a symbiote to be commanded at another's whim. I am a new king, born from shadow and hunger. I am destined to swallow this fragile world whole, along with that self-important divine sovereign far away in the battle realm, into the depths of my abyss. With this wild proclamation, it slowly raised its hand, gathering its newborn will. The peculiar magic within its body, once used to shatter hope and give birth to phantoms, now merged with the symbiote's formidable power to shape biomass, fusing and flowing together in a way never seen before. Black symbiote matter surged from its waist like a living thing, guided, compressed, shaped, and solidified by dark purple currents of magic that crackled like lightning. Energy coursed and clashed within, producing a deep, resonant hum, as if some blasphemous ritual to create a god-defying artifact was underway. Moments later, a belt appeared around its waist, strange in form, radiating a palpable sense of power. This belt was fashioned from material akin to obsidian, yet twisted with organic patterns, glimmering with a cold metallic sheen. Across its surface, dark purple energy circuits pulsed and flickered like a living breath. At its center, the buckle stood out most of all. Not a card slot, rotating core, or handle as seen on any known rider's belt, but a devouring maw, half open and half closed, forged from a fusion of solidified symbiote tissue and dark energy crystal, brimming with a predatory malice that threatened to consume all. As the belt took its final form, the phantom symbiote let out a deep, powerful declaration, as if crowning its own birth. To feast on despair, to cloak myself in shadow, and to claim reality as my name. Abyss Devour Driver, forged. The newborn driver resonated perfectly with its power, sending an unprecedented wave of mastery and strength surging through every fiber of its being. Its gaze seemed to pierce through walls, locking unerringly onto a red and blue figure elsewhere in the city, someone who had just escaped the symbiote's grip, still shaken, utterly bewildered. The game has begun. First, let my former host, the one I cast aside, taste the true meaning of venom, and then it will be your turn, passing masked rider. Its form melted into the shadows like inky darkness, vanishing without a trace. All that remained was an empty, ravaged room, and on the bed, a bewildered Peter Parker, clad only in thin pajamas, staring at his hands and trying desperately to make sense of what had just transpired. He knew only that something unspeakably dreadful had just left him, and then, somehow, become something even more terrifying. Tonight, sleep would be impossible. Dawn in New York was meant to be the overture of a city awakening, carried on the scent of coffee and the faint aroma of newspaper ink. But today, the first thing to pierce the sky was not gentle morning light, but a menacing streak, an ominous, dark purple gleam slashing across the horizon. Mary Jane Watson had just stepped out of her apartment building, on her way to an important audition, her heart still swirling with dreams of the future. Suddenly, a shrill, metallic screech tore through the air above her. Startled, she looked up in terror, only to see the Green Goblin's glider, now heavily modified, its edges sparking with unstable arcs of energy, diving down like a predator from hell. At its helm was Harry Osborn, or rather, what he had become, the Dark Goblin, his face hidden behind a grotesquely twisted mask, his eyes cold and crazed. MJ! Harry's voice, distorted by the modulator, came out rough and grating. It all happened too fast. MJ didn't even have time to scream before a large hand, encased in black metal, snatched her up and yanked her onto the speeding glider. The rush of wind and the sudden loss of gravity overwhelmed her, and she blacked out instantly. The glider carved a wicked arc through the sky, leaving behind a smoking pumpkin bomb, its surface etched with the outline of a tower. It landed precisely where MJ had just stood. Then, with its new prize, the glider shot toward the heart of the city, toward the still unfinished Osborn Tower, piercing the clouds above Manhattan. Breaking news. Famed actress Mary Jane Watson has been attacked and abducted outside her apartment by an unidentified assailant. Authorities have discovered what appears to be an explosive device linked to Osborn Industries. The device was found near the site of the new Osborn Tower, which is still under construction. Repeating. On television screens across the city, shaky footage from a news helicopter and the frantic voice of a reporter stabbed through Peter Parker's already battered heart like icy steel needles. He was still reeling from the nightmare and the bizarre separation from his symbiote. MJ. Harry took MJ. Osborn Tower. His blood seemed to freeze, only to ignite an instant later in a volcanic surge of rage, terror, and crushing guilt. Him again. Harry had put MJ in mortal danger once more. There wasn't even time to think about the departed symbiote or the mysterious decade. Only one thought remained. Save MJ. The red and blue suit snapped over his body like a second skin. He smashed through the window, web shooters firing, hurtling through the city. With a speed and resolve he'd never felt before, racing toward that iron monolith. Osborn Tower, symbol of both the family's pride and its sins. At the summit of Osborn Tower, the wind howled, whipping loose steel beams and making them moan with an eerie wail. Below, all of New York sprawled like a delicate model. Traffic streaming like ants, city lights flickering like stars. MJ was tightly bound to a protruding steel beam at the edge of the tower. The icy wind cut straight through her clothes, and beneath her feet yawned a dizzying abyss. Terror-stricken, she stared at the figure standing nearby, his back to her, clad in the menacing armor of the Green Goblin. Harry Osborn, or rather, the Dark Goblin, stood at the tower's brink, surveying his domain like a king awaiting his old adversary's arrival. Osborn, a cold, suppressed voice rang out from the other side. Eddie Brock climbed onto the rooftop, his face pale, his eyes burning with unfiltered malice. I got the word. I know you hate Parker too, the bastard who ruined everything for me. Let's join forces. It's simple. We make him pay with his life. His voice was desperate, reckless, as if he were clinging to his last hope. Harry slowly turned, his gaze from behind the mask dripping with disdain and arrogant superiority. You? A washed-up loser who couldn't even hold a job, tossed out of the Daily Bugle like yesterday's trash. His voice, distorted and metallic, grated like steel on steel. Your grudge? Compared to mine, it's nothing but the squeaking of a sewer rat. Get out of my sight. Don't meddle here. This is between me and Peter Parker, a private matter. Before the words had faded, the Dark Goblin flicked his wrist, sending a blade of dark purple energy whistling toward Eddie. He hardly regarded this failure as a threat, wanting only to sweep aside this unexpected nuisance. Eddie's eyes widened with terror, and the brush with death triggered a surge of hidden power within him. The darkness, seated quietly and catalyzed by the phantom's whispers, erupted from deep inside. With a guttural roar, a thin but Resilient layer of black energy flashed across his skin, unleashing strength and speed far beyond any normal man. He hurled himself to the side. The energy blade skimmed past him, carving a deep, searing groove into the steel plate behind. Harry paused, a frown creasing under his mask. This useless fool actually dodged? And that surge of energy just now? Eddie clambered to his feet, acutely aware of this strange new force within him. He glared at Harry, his eyes brimming not just with hatred, but now also with suspicion and wary intrigue. Both men sensed it in each other, a chilling, dark power of the same origin. Harry's was stronger, more violent, but the underlying connection was unmistakable. You're not an ordinary man either. Eddie's voice was rough, edged with disbelief. Harry let out a cold snort, temporarily setting aside his urge to strike immediately. Perhaps this useless fool still had some value. A shared enemy, similar powers. In the silence and suspicion, a fragile and highly unstable alliance, more like a wary truce between two reluctant allies, took shape, forged from mutual wariness and necessity. Yet, just as this brittle consensus was about to solidify, disaster struck. A formless, overwhelming pressure descended upon the tower's summit, suffocating and inescapable, as if the maw of an abyss had yawned open overhead. Even the raging winds seemed to freeze in place, the air growing thick and frigid. Harry and Eddie both felt the darkness within them, so restless only moments before, suddenly. Cower, whimpering in terror, as if kneeling before an absolute monarch. The power recoiled, turning against its hosts, sending sharp, needle-like pain coursing through their bodies. Ugh! Both men grunted in pain at the same moment, instinctively staggering back half a step, eyes wide in horror, searching for the source of this crushing presence. In the center of the rooftop, the shadows began to writhe and converge. Slowly, a figure emerged, rising from the liquid darkness as if surfacing from deep water. Its entire form was encased in a shell as black and glossy as hardened oil, every contour sleek and brimming with a threatening vitality. Its fingertips ended in claws, gleaming with an icy, predatory light. Unlike a simple symbiote, intricate lines of energy, dark purple, like veins pulsing beneath the surface, formed. Arcane patterns across its body, reminiscent of magical circuits. The aura it exuded was 100 times more potent and refined than the darkness Harry and Eddie carried. At its waist hung a bizarre device, the Abyssal Devourer Drive, shaped like a mouth half open, half closed, radiating a cold, predatory malice. It had no eyes, yet both Harry and Eddie felt utterly exposed, as if every secret had been laid bare. That chilling, cunning intelligence, regarding everything as prey, sent a tremor through the very core of their souls. How pitiful! Your struggle, came a voice, cold and distorted, echoing in their minds as if slick with slime and crackling with digital static. It brimmed with the disdain of a predator. Addressing insects. 2 ants, licked by darkness, and you think you possess power. That pitiful scrap you're so proud of is nothing more than the crumbs fallen from my table. Their faces drained of blood. In that instant, understanding struck them like lightning. The true source of the power within them was this terrifying monster before them. The very force they had counted on for vengeance was utterly insignificant in the presence of this creature. I am no longer the nameless shadow of the past, nor the mindless symbiote that knew only how to consume. The monster intoned, raising a claw to its chest. I am the devourer of despair, the arbiter of reality, the new king born from the suffering of failures like you. Venom Phantom. Its gaze swept over the terrified MJ, lingered on the wary Harry and Eddie, and finally seemed to pierce into the distance, carrying a cold, predatory fascination. And the appetizer for this grand feast, naturally, is that Spider Kid basking in his false glory. As for the main course, a subtle excitement and a deeper malice crept into its voice. That eyesore, the passing Kamen Rider decade, his tiresome ability to spread hope must be eliminated first. The bright anomaly he represents, I will utterly devour and erase it. No sooner had the words left its mouth than Venom Spectre suddenly raised a hand, unleashing a surge of psychic energy that stretched downward from the tower like invisible tentacles. Moments later, the elevator atop the tower whirred to life with a shrill, mechanical screech. Several news reporters and cameramen, their eyes vacant, moving like marionettes, emerged carrying their cameras and live broadcast equipment, stiff and unnatural. Start streaming, Venom's shadow commanded in a tone that brooked no argument. Broadcast this spectacle to all New York, to the entire world. Let everyone watch closely. Watch as your so-called heroes howl in the mire of despair. Witness the mask of false light being torn to shreds. See how true darkness descends. The cold lens of the camera is locked mercilessly onto the rooftop, now transformed into a stage fit for the end of days. In the New York Police Department Command Center, the air was heavy as ice. Every screen was tuned to the live feed from the top of Osborne Tower. The police chief stared at the bound MJ and the three sinister figures radiating terror, his fists clenched tight, yet he felt a helplessness deeper than ever before. At Times Square, the giant electronic screens, which had been running advertisements, were abruptly hijacked by the broadcast. Countless pedestrians stopped and looked up, their initial curiosity quickly giving way to disbelief, shock, and fear. In a modest apartment in Queens, Aunt May watched the television, her eyes fixed on the trembling red-haired girl bound at the edge of the tower, and a shadowy figure of the Green Goblin looming nearby. Her heart twisted painfully as she pressed both hands over her mouth, her eyes brimming with worry. MJ! At that moment, a cry laced with desperation and fury tore through the sky. A flash of classic red and blue shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, swinging, leaping, and weaving through the forest of steel beams at breakneck speed. With a flawless somersault, he landed squarely atop Osborne Tower. Peter Parker, Spider-Man, had arrived. The moment he landed, his eyes immediately locked onto MJ, who was tied to the edge of a steel beam. Seeing she was, for now, unharmed, he allowed himself a fleeting sigh of relief, only for his heart to plummet again the very next second. His gaze swept across the scene in a rapid scan. Harry, clad in that unmistakably more menacing dark goblin armor. Eddie Brock, the reporter whose life Peter had inadvertently ruined, now glaring with a fire of vengeance blazing in his eyes. And that figure in the distance, a monstrous black creature exuding an abyssal, terrifying aura, with a belt around its waist that radiated an instinctive, chilling sense of danger. 3 enemies, MJ in their hands. And this entire ordeal wasn't just being broadcast to the entire city, but to the whole world. Desperation, a predicament more hopeless than any he'd ever faced. Peter, look at yourself. Look at what you've done. Harry spoke first, his voice twisted with venomous hatred by the modulator. My father's death. MJ tied up here. All of this. It's all because of you, you coward in a mask. You brought this disaster upon us. He raged, hurling every accusation he could muster onto Peter's shoulders. Parker, Eddie roared as well, his glare nearly burning with spite. You destroyed my life. You took everything from me. Today, right here in front of the whole world, I'm going to rip off your pathetic mask. I'll make you feel what it's like to lose everything, to be utterly ruined. Venom's shadow didn't strike yet. Instead, its voice slithered out, cold and cutting, stabbing at Peter's heart like a serpent's fang. A hero? With great power comes great responsibility? What a laughable lie. Do you hear them? Listen to the voices of those you protect, Spider-Man, their most honest condemnations. The more you struggle, the faster everything you cherish falls to ruin. Maybe you never should have existed at all. Harry, let MJ go. Whatever's between us, let's settle it ourselves. Please. Peter's voice wavered with pleading as he turned to Harry. Then, facing Eddie, his tone sharpened, angry, yet tinged with a desperate hope to awaken his conscience. Eddie, calm down. You're being used. That thing. He didn't get a chance to finish. Venom's shadow seemed to decide the prelude had gone on long enough. It was time to unveil its hand and drive the drama to its climax. It didn't even need to move. With a single, chilling command sent out by will alone, Harry Osborn, as if a marionette jerked by unseen strings, suddenly raised his arm. A surge of dark violet energy erupted, not targeting Peter's vital organs, but aimed with surgical precision straight at his face. Peter's spider sense screamed in warning. He instinctively tried to dodge, but, shaken by the confrontation and the emotional storm, his reaction was just a split second too slow. And this attack, it came so suddenly, so unerringly. A harsh, grating sound tore through the air, the unmistakable ripping of fabric. The red and blue mask was shredded right down the middle by a surge of energy, ripped away and flung aside. Beneath it, a young face was revealed, speckled with dust, and now etched with shock, terror, and utter disbelief. Peter Parker. His true identity was laid bare, exposed without a shred of cover, naked before the cold, unblinking eye of the camera, exposed to the gaze of billions around the world. Venom's phantom shape stepped forward, turning its face toward the live broadcast lens. Its voice, cold and dripping with malice, rang out like a funeral bell, proclaiming to the entire world. Do you see now, New York? Do you see now, world? This is your idol, the one you cheer for, the hope you cling to, Spider-Man. A fraud hiding behind a mask, the architect of countless disasters and suffering. He is Peter Parker. A deathly silence fell over the rooftop, so profound it seemed even the howling winds were stilled by this earth-shattering revelation. The camera held relentlessly on Peter Parker's young face, etched with horror, despair, and confusion. MJ's cry of disbelief caught in her throat. On Harry and Eddie's faces, twisted, unhealthy delight spread without restraint. Venom's phantom form gave a noiseless laugh, sinister and resounding, as if it echoed across the heavens. The live broadcast signal, like a virus, swept across the city, television, internet, the giant screens in Times Square, spreading to every corner and carrying with it waves of shock, uproar, and panic. Spider-Man's mask was shattered, and with it, Peter Parker's world crumbled. That announcement atop the tower hit the world like a boulder thrown into a tranquil lake, sending tidal waves rippling across the globe. On the top of Oscorp Tower, Mary Jane Watson stared in disbelief at the familiar yet suddenly alien face, so full of terror and despair. Peter? Spider-Man is Peter? Her mind reeled with confusion, worry, shock, and a tangle of complex feelings born from past deceptions. Harry and Eddie's faces lit up with unrestrained, twisted exultation. Venom's phantom form let out a silent, abyssal chuckle, savoring the moment their meticulously orchestrated plan had dragged a hero down from his pedestal. NYPD Command Center. Captain George Stacy sprang from his chair, his eyes locked onto the young face on the screen. Peter Parker? The realization hit him in an instant. This meant panic among citizens, a media frenzy, questions about law enforcement, and then, inevitably, his thoughts flew to his daughter Gwen and her connection to Peter. A wave of deep anxiety surged through him. He snatched up his communicator and began issuing rapid-fire emergency orders. Seal off all areas surrounding Oscorp Tower. Media blackout. Prepare for possible public unrest. In Queens, in a modest apartment, Peter's face, now exposed to the gaze of the entire world, stabbed through May Parker's heart like the sharpest dagger. Her breath caught. For a moment, the world seemed to lose all sound. After a brief, stunned silence, her aged eyes showed not a hint of blame or doubt, only a fierce, unwavering light born of maternal instinct. Peter, she called softly, as if her voice could send strength across the distance to her nephew. The very next moment, she snatched her coat from the sofa and grabbed the keys by the door. Without even turning off the television, she rushed out of the apartment, stumbling but resolute, repeating under her breath, "Peter, I have to go. I have to be with him." At the Daily Bugle newsroom, the atmosphere was as volatile as a lit powder keg. Jonah Jameson, incredulous, yanked off his glasses and rubbed his eyes hard just to make sure he wasn't seeing things. The next instant, he shot out of his executive chair, jabbing a triumphant finger at the television and unleashing his signature roar, a mix of wild elation and outrage. I knew it. I knew it. That masked menace, that public threat. He's just a kid. Parker. Peter Parker. Robbie. Front page. Give me the biggest, boldest headline in the Univers Spider Menace Unmasked. High schooler Peter Parker. Move it. I want those presses running at full speed. He was practically foaming at the mouth, caught up in a frenzy, but deep in his wild eyes flickered a trace, one he himself didn't recognize, of complicated concern for the young man who'd been his exclusive source of photos. Nearby, Robbie Robertson and Secretary Betty Brandt stared at each other, stunned and speechless, their faces etched with shock and a profound worry for what the future now held for Peter. Inside the university laboratory, Gwen Stacy stared at the breaking news alert on her phone and the unmistakable photograph that accompanied it. The test tube in her hand slipped and shattered on the floor. Instinctively, she covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Peter is Spider-Man, the same boy who was a little shy in class, who would discuss tough physics problems with her, the one who once used her to make MJ jealous. A wave of bitter betrayal washed over her, but as she watched the live broadcast of the perilous standoff atop the tower, that feeling was quickly overtaken by a deeper, all-consuming worry. Peter, she whispered, her thoughts a tangled storm. At the Osborne estate, in the grand living room, the television was tuned to the earth-shattering live coverage. Bernard, the faithful old butler, stood nearby without a hint of expression, as if he were merely watching a routine play unfold. Yet deep within his weathered eyes, there flickered a trace of understanding and an almost imperceptible sigh, as though he had long foreseen the Osborne family's fate entwined with this young man's. an inevitable march toward tragedy. In Times Square, crowds gathered before the giant electronic screens, their initial curiosity giving way to a stunned silence, which then erupted into chaos and panic. My God, he's just a kid. Spider-Man is that college student? How did he get away with it for so long? Where are the police? Why haven't they arrested him? A cacophony of shocked voices, accusations, shouts, and sirens crashed together, and confusion began to spread. Within the crowd, an elderly man with silver hair and dark sunglasses, Stan Lee's cameo, gazed at the desperate young face on the screen, slowly shook his head, and let out a quiet, heartfelt sigh. Our kids these days, always carrying so much on their shoulders. Meanwhile, the global online world erupted as if a bomb had been dropped. The hashtag Spider-Man is Peter Parker soared to the top of every trending list at lightning speed. Countless posts, comments, and videos surged forth like a tidal wave. Speculation, conspiracy theories, furious accusations, and a handful of voices expressing understanding and concern. All these collided and merged, sweeping Peter Parker's name to the very center of the storm. At the top of Osborn Tower, Peter Parker stood against the raging wind, his body trembling from the overwhelming impact and fear. It felt as though the gaze of the entire world had become a crushing weight on his back. He could sense the shock, suspicion, anger, and fear in those unseen eyes, everything except for the understanding and trust he had once longed for. Forcing himself to look away from the cold, unfeeling camera lenses, he fixed his gaze on MJ, bound to the steel beam. In his eyes shone one last, unwavering promise. Don't be afraid. I will save you. The shadow of Venom glided slowly to a stop before him, disregarding the restless Harry and Eddie on either side. Its voice, cold and brimming with malice, stabbed straight into Peter's mind, not just through some psychic channel, but also, by deliberate manipulation of amplifiers, was broadcast clearly to the entire world. Do you hear that, Peter Parker? The clamor of the world. Right now, it all begins with you. This is the result of the responsibility you so proudly claim. Your loved ones in peril, your identity laid bare, every ounce of trust shattered, and the world plunged into panic. That phrase of yours, with great power comes great responsibility, how grand and noble it sounds. But in truth, it's nothing more than a self-deceiving cover for the weak, a way to gloss over their own incompetence and rationalize disaster. Each time you step forward, each time you try to save someone, you only sow deeper seeds of calamity. Think, Peter, Uncle Ben's death, Harry's father's demise, Mary Jane's plight at this very moment. Weren't all of these born from your laughable sense of responsibility? Or perhaps, more precisely, weren't they born because of you? Look around you. Your best friend has become a madman, desperate to tear you apart. The one whose life you ruined unintentionally is now a vengeful spirit, bent on your utter ruin. Light? Hope? They are nothing but faint matches you strike in endless darkness, destined to be snuffed out by the first cruel gust. Despair, Peter, despair is the world's truest color. Accept it, embrace it, and perhaps you'll find some twisted, hollow peace amid this endless spiral of pain. Give up, Peter Parker. Venom's phantom voice told like a final judgment. You were never a hero. You are nothing but a misfortune, a harbinger of pain and disaster, toyed with by fate and unleashed upon the world time and again. Your very existence may well be the greatest mistake of all. Each word landed like a poisoned icicle, piercing with precision the deepest fears and guilt in Peter's heart. His face turned ghostly pale, his lips trembled, as he tried to protest, only to find his throat parched, no sound coming out. Venom's vision was the very nightmare festering in the darkest corners of his soul, the one he never dared to confront. Was he truly wrong? Was his perseverance only causing more harm? Yet, deep in his eyes, that core of Spider-Man's responsibility fused into his bones, and his untainted love for MJ still burned, like a candle flickering stubbornly in the wind, barely holding his spirit together. No, that's not. He struggled to squeeze out the broken fragments of a reply. The Venom Phantom seemed deeply satisfied by Peter's state of near collapse. It slowly turned around to face Harry and Eddie, issuing its command in a tone that brooked no argument. The prelude has been exciting enough. Now, let him truly taste what real despair feels like. With the greatest pleasure, Harry Osborn's eyes erupted in a blaze of violet light as he let out a twisted, frenzied roar. For my father, for the glory of the Osborn family, for everything you hypocrite, have stolen from me. Peter, watch closely. This is the true form that surpasses all your nightmares. With that, he suddenly unleashed the armor's deeply buried power core, one that had been thoroughly tainted by darkness. The hatred of my father forges my demonic form. Dark Goblin. With his furious proclamation, the green goblin armor on Harry's body groaned under the strain. The once sleek lines of the suit shattered in an instant as countless dark purple energy circuits spread across him like sinister veins. The armor twisted and warped, sprouting sharper barbs and blades along its edges. The jet vents on his back no longer spewed blue flames, but now belched foreboding black fire, as if conjured from the depths of hell. The lenses over his mask's eyes were wholly consumed by a wild purple glow, radiating an aura of hatred so fierce it seemed to freeze the soul. A new, far more powerful and deranged dark goblin was born, one utterly consumed by the fire of vengeance. Meanwhile, Eddie Brock's eyes were bloodshot, crimson veins crawling across them. He stared into the camera, and at Peter, letting out a roar like a wounded beast. "Parker, you destroyed my dignity. You cast me out and made me crawl like a dog. Now, I'll tear you apart before the whole world. Destroy you. Feel my hatred, the endless malice that you alone have caused." In that instant, the dark seed that the Phantom had quietly planted inside him exploded to life. Jealous rage and malice devour all falsehood. Vengeance. Phantom. A torrent of black and crimson energy, as if forged from pure, negative emotion, surged from deep within Eddie, enveloping his entire body in an instant. His muscles bulged and twisted in grotesque, unnatural ways, while his skin erupted in dark, terrifying patterns like cooled magma. His hands swelled to monstrous proportions, his fingernails turning sharp and black as obsidian. He grew taller, his features still vaguely human, but his expression was now completely overtaken by madness and malice. His eyes shone with a destructive, red light, intent on dragging all that is good into the abyss. He had transformed into something between man and demon, a monster of pure vengeance, radiating unadulterated evil. The live broadcast captured, with unflinching clarity, the terrifying spectacle of this double transformation. In New York City, and indeed all across the world, countless viewers watching the stream let out gasps and screams, some suppressed, others breaking free in panic. Fear, like a plague, spilled forth from every screen, sweeping across the globe. The moment their transformations were complete, the Dark Goblin, Harry, and the Phantom of Vengeance, Eddie, did not hesitate for a second. Like two arrows, loose from a bow, each charged with the will to destroy, they launched themselves at Peter Parker, who stood paralyzed by the shattering of his spirit. Thus began the battle, or rather, a desperate and merciless hunt. Harry, a menacing grin on his face, piloted his glider, which spewed black flames, weaving unpredictable and sinister paths among the steel beams crowning the tower. Gone were the days of simply hurling ordinary pumpkin bombs. Now he unleashed a new kind of compact grenade, their surfaces crackling with dark purple arcs of energy. These bombs exploded with even greater power, releasing a strange force that disrupted nerves and provoked a swell of negative emotions. At the same time, the energy blade extending from the nose of the glider sliced through the air like a venomous fang, striking at Peter from cunning angles, not only targeting him directly, but also cutting off any route he might take toward MJ, forcing him into a tormenting choice between protecting his beloved and saving himself. Meanwhile, down on the ground, Eddie, transformed into the Phantom of Vengeance, presented a wholly different kind of threat. All finesse abandoned, he was pure, rampaging beast, his body amplified by the darkness, moving with speed and power far beyond any human limit. He launched into a relentless, close-quarters assault, each blow of his now massive, rock-hard fist slicing through the air with a deadly force. His black, razor-sharp claws slashed repeatedly, each strike aimed to cripple or kill. From his mouth came guttural, unintelligible roars, and in his eyes burned nothing but a raw, all-consuming hatred, intent on annihilating the man before him. Peter Parker found himself plunged into an ordeal unlike any he had ever faced. The shock of having his identity exposed weighed on him like invisible chains. Every reaction slowed, every movement burdened. Yet somewhere deep inside, the instinct to protect still screamed for action. He forced himself to focus, drawing on years of battle-hardened reflexes and his spider sense to maneuver desperately between the onslaught of distant projectiles and the brutal, up-close attacks. His web's silver ribbons flickered through the steel wilderness, sometimes yanking at girders to wrench himself away, sometimes trying to bind Eddie's rampage, sometimes shot futilely at Harry's rapidly darting glider. Every breath tasted of blood, Every dodge drained the last reserves of his strength. His suit tore again and again beneath the onslaught of blades and claws, exposing skin already battered and bleeding. His stamina poured out of him, unstoppable as a breached dam. "Did you see that, Peter?" Harry laughed maniacally from above, his voice twisted and sharp through the voice modulator. "This is the path you choose. A one-way ticket straight to hell. Every frantic dodge of yours is just postponing the moment when you and she will fall from here together. Does it hurt? Are you in despair?" Eddie's attacks grew more frenzied, his roars laced with a sick satisfaction. "That's exactly how I felt when you crushed me under your heel. Now, I'll pay it back 100-fold. I'll let the whole world watch as you're beaten down like a stray dog. Where's your responsibility now? Your damn power and duty, where are they?" Their taunts were like sharpened blades, slicing into Peter's body and mind with every blow. He gritted his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his vision starting to blur. Then, as he barely managed to dodge another energy blade hurled by Harry, his footing faltered for a split second. With a heavy, bone-shaking thud, the vengeful phantom, Eddie, seized the fleeting chance. He drove a fist, pulsing with black and crimson rage, straight into Peter's gut. Peter felt his organs twist as a mouthful of blood burst from his lips. He was flung back like a severed kite, crashing into a thick steel beam with a resounding clang, then slid helplessly to the ground. Harry's glider, like a vulture drawn by the scent of blood, swooped down in an instant. Its razor-sharp energy blade gleamed with deadly intent, aimed directly at Peter's barely conscious heart. Eddie followed close behind, leaping high, both fists crackling with black-red destructive power, like twin meteors of vengeance, hurtling down toward Peter's skull. "No! Peter!" From afar, MJ's scream tore through the chaos, raw with despair and heartbreak. Peter forced his eyes open, watching those two harbingers of death closing in. The agony in his abdomen and the rapid drain of his strength left nothing in his eyes but endless hopelessness. "I'm sorry, M.A. I'm sorry, Emyot. I did my best." He slowly closed his eyes, bracing himself for the final darkness. Death seemed inevitable. At that critical moment, time itself seemed to slow to a crawl. A magenta blur, like lightning ripping through space, appeared before Peter without warning. It was Decade. He didn't even bother to adopt any exaggerated defensive stance. His movements were so effortless, it was as if he were merely brushing away dust. With a casual lift of his left hand, the ride-booker in his palm had already switched to sword mode, and he parried upward with flawless precision. The blade met Eddie's twin fists, which were brimming with destructive energy, in a direct collision. A deafening metallic clang erupted, so piercing it felt as if it could tear through one's eardrums. Eddie was overwhelmed by an irresistible force surging through his fists. The dark energy he had gathered scattered in an instant. He was forcibly shoved back 7 or 8 steps, his arms left tingling and numb. At the same time, Decade's right leg lashed out like a whip, delivering a swift and precise kick to the weakest joint of the plummeting glider's side wing. With a heavy thud, Harry felt a violent tremor course through the glider. It lost balance at once. The energy blade, which had been locked on Peter's heart, grazed Decade's shoulder instead, veered off course, and struck the distant tower's steel framework with explosive force, setting off a chain of crashes and a shrieking twist of metal. The sudden turn of events left both Harry and Eddie momentarily stunned. "Damn you! Where the hell did you come from?" Harry, struggling to regain control of the faltering glider, hovered midair, shouting in a mix of shock and fury. "And you? Who are you anyway?" Eddie shook out his numb arms, fixing his gaze on the stranger in bizarre armor who had appeared out of nowhere. Wariness flickered in his eyes. Decade slowly withdrew his weapon and lowered his leg, not even sparing a glance for Peter, who had narrowly escaped death behind him. His crimson compound eyes swept calmly over the two monsters before him. His voice was dispassionate, bordering on indifference, as if stating an irrelevant fact. Yet there was a faint, almost undetectable trace of mockery, as though he were examining particularly curious specimens. Just a passing Kamen rider. His gaze seemed to measure the kindred darkness radiating from the two men, and perhaps pierce even deeper, as if seeing past them to something more profound. Two wretches, so blinded by hatred and envy that they become pitiful fools. Add to that a self-important fungus hiding in the shadows, pulling all the strings. Could this villain lineup be any more textbook? But he paused, as if passing final judgment on this chaotic farce. Your little self-stage concerto of despair ends here. Venom Phantom watched Decade's arrival and the way he effortlessly defused the crisis, and the cold malice radiating from his body intensified several times over. Kamen Rider Decade. So you finally couldn't help but show yourself, could you? That stench of possibility you spread everywhere. So nauseating. Perfect. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down. Today I'll wipe you out completely, along with this utterly failed spider. Even as his words faded, something began to shift. On the far side of the tower's rooftop, the gravel, dust, and even small chunks of concrete scattered across the ground started to stir, as if summoned by a mysterious, unseen force. The particles slowly, yet steadily, began to gather and spiral together. Dust swirled and condensed, and finally, a figure formed from sand, smaller than the previous monstrous form, but solid, substantial, and with eyes full of complex struggle and a resolute will, rose to his feet. It was Flint Marco, the Sandman. This time, he didn't turn into that rampaging obsidian giant. Instead, he maintained a human-sized form, his entire being exuding a sense of weighty, steady power. Mr. Marco? Peter struggled to raise his head, gazing at the man who had once been his enemy, but now, at this moment, seemed to choose his side. Peter's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Decades still hadn't looked back, as if he had foreseen all of this, or perhaps he simply didn't care whether there was one more ally or one less. He simply addressed the battered Peter behind him in a calm, matter-of-fact voice, as if issuing assignments. 3-on-3. Fair enough. That friend of yours who's completely lost it. That's your responsibility. You can handle him, can't you? The words sounded almost casual, but they struck Peter's near-extinguished resolve like an invisible whip. Harry, he is my responsibility. With that, Decade ignored everything behind him. His gaze, as sharp and unfathomable as an abyss, locked onto the venom phantom ahead. Slowly, he raised his hand, pointing at the new, terrifying king, his voice cold and final, as if announcing the beginning of the ultimate hunt. All right, your turn now, your majesty. Let me see just how much weight this so-called final evolution, a blend of cosmic parasite and the dregs of despair, really carries. A guttural, distorted laugh spilled from the venom phantom, a chorus of broken voices overlapping, brimming with boundless arrogance and madness. Ignorant destroyer. Soon you'll realize that what I represent is a reality far beyond your feeble imagination. You, and your laughable, worthless hope, will become part of my power. You'll be nothing more than stepping stones as I ascend my throne. It slowly raised its hand, sheathed in those razor-sharp, beastly claws, and slammed it down onto the device at its waist. A bizarre contraption shaped like a half-open, half-closed predator's maw. The Abyss Devourer Driver. With a harsh, metallic snap, the demonic buckle sprang wide open, revealing within a core of swirling darkness, like a whirling galaxy or a bottomless abyss, composed entirely of pure, dark energy. This ultimate darkness, which devoured all light, erupted forth in a torrent, as if a volcano had burst from the shadows themselves. Dark abyss, devour everything. Symbiotic despair, reality descends. Henshin, Kamen Rider, Abyss Venom. The driver unleashed a horrifying sound, one that seemed capable of siphoning away the soul itself. That peerless dark energy surged like a living creature, instantly engulfing the entirety of Venom Phantom's form. Its body swelled visibly, growing larger by the second. The black, oil-slick bioarmor coating its body became even more menacing, denser and thicker, though it now fused the strength of the hardest alloys with the resilience of living flesh. Across the armor, veins of dark purple energy pulsed like burning arteries, flaring with a sinister, blinding light. From its back, several black appendages burst forth, part octopus tentacle, part shattered. Skeletal wings, wriggling and undulating, exuding a pure, soul-chilling pressure that seemed intent on dragging the entire world down into eternal darkness. A being had been born, more powerful, more complete than ever before, and closer than ever to the ideal king of the abyss it had always envisioned. Its terrifying aura poured out like a tangible veil of night, instantly shrouding the summit of Osborne Tower. The final battle was about to begin, at the very peak of despair, just as the hero's identity lay shattered and the symphony of hopelessness reached its crescendo. Atop Osborne Tower, the raging wind still howled, but now it was frozen in place, thick and heavy with a new, chilling malice. Kamen Rider Abyss Venom felt an unprecedented fusion of power surging within. The Abyss Devourer Driver, pulsing like a living heart, kept flooding him with wave after wave of dark energy. He let out a low, guttural hiss, thick with satisfaction, as the toothed maw on the buckle spun its vortex of pure darkness. He raised his clawed, monstrous hand and, with a careless flick, pointed toward the dark goblin, hairy, and vengeful phantom, Eddie, standing not far away. His command, cold and dripping with absolute dominance, stabbed straight into the minds of those already corroded by hatred and darkness. Go, my puppets. Let that spider boy savor the bitter fruit he brewed with his own hands. Let him finally understand just how foolish it is to resist reality. The last glimmer of human struggle in Harry and Eddie's eyes was finally extinguished, replaced by unending madness and absolute obedience to command. In unison, they unleashed inhuman, beast-like roars as the darkness within them erupted in full force. Peter, the dark goblin, Harry, rode his glider, now spewing black flames, swooping down like a vulture from hell toward the staggering figure dressed in red and blue. He held nothing back. Countless new pumpkin bombs, crackling with dark violet arcs, and razor-sharp energy blades rained down in a relentless storm. His onslaught targeted not only Peter, but every inch of space between him and the imprisoned MJ, forcing Peter into a desperate dance for survival. Parker, the vengeful phantom, Eddie, charged like a runaway tank. With a powerful stomp, the reinforced concrete platform beneath him fractured and split. He surged forward, driven by a force fierce enough to crush steel and an endless well of resentment, straight toward the Sandman, Flint, whose form had only just solidified, a complex mix of struggle and resolve burning in his eyes. Peter Parker fought through searing pain in his abdomen and the tremendous shock of having his identity exposed. Almost on instinct, he fired webs, trying to swing to the steel beams and evade Harry's attack. But the relentless explosions and slicing energy blades left him battered and cornered, his space to move shrinking rapidly. He caught a glimpse of MJ's terrified face, his heart twisting with agony, yet he was powerless to reach her. Meanwhile, Sandman, Flint, locked eyes with the charging Eddie, a flicker of determination passing through him. No longer the obsidian monster consumed by despair, Flint chose to face the chaos he had helped unleash in a form closer to his human self. He let out a deep, rumbling growl. His arms, instantly transformed, morphing into massive, rugged pillars of sand and stone that crossed before him, forging an impenetrable wall. At the same time, the grains at his feet surged to life, swirling up into gigantic sand fists under his control, ready to meet Eddie's furious assault head-on. A tremendous crash echoed through the air. In an instant, the rooftop battlefield split in two, above, a desperate aerial hunt, below, a ground-shaking clash of brute force. The top of Osborne Tower became a true arena, where despair and defiance collided in a brutal contest. Kamen Rider Abyss Venom seemed indifferent to the chaos. Its inhuman, chilling gaze never wavered, fixed squarely on Decade from the very beginning. And in the next second, it moved. The ground suddenly caved in and cracked open. The massive body of Abyssal Venom vanished from its original spot, as if it had teleported, reappearing before Decade in the blink of an eye. Its speed was so great that only a blurred, shadowy afterimage remained. Behind it, several appendages, an eerie fusion of bone wings and tentacles, lashed out like vipers striking from their lair. With a sharp, slicing shriek that tore through the air, they darted toward Decade from every direction, aiming at his head, heart, joints, and every vulnerable spot all at once. At the same time, its black, carapace-covered claws shimmered with a cold, lethal light as they slashed straight for Decade's face, each attack swift and merciless, radiating a pure, murderous intent. Decade reacted with lightning speed. Even under this furious, relentless assault, he remained calm and unshaken. The ride booker in his hand had already shifted into sword mode. With a flick of his wrist, the magenta blade swept up before him, forming an impenetrable barrier that caught the deadly claws aimed straight at him with perfect precision. A sharp, metallic screech rang out, so piercing it felt as if it might tear through the eardrums. Sparks burst forth in a dazzling spray. At that very moment, Decade's body bent backward with agility and reflexes far beyond human limits. Powered by his waist, he spun like a top, the magenta figure weaving an incredible path through the dense, stabbing tentacles. He narrowly dodged nearly all of the piercing attacks. Only the tip of one bone-winged tentacle grazed his side, leaving a shallow scorch mark across his magenta armor. A faint sizzle echoed as a cold, corrosive energy tried to seep in, only to be temporarily repelled by the energy field protecting Decade's armor. Using the centrifugal force of his spin, Decade leaped backward, putting a dozen meters of distance between himself and Abyssal Venom. Without hesitation, the ride booker, and his hand switched instantly from sword to gun mode. He leveled it at the monstrous figure exuding that terrifying aura and fired several shots in quick succession. Bang, 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 bang. Magenta energy bullets shot forth like meteors, striking abyssal venom's thick, black carapace with pinpoint accuracy. Yet the result was disappointing. The bullets hit the armor as if sinking into the depths of the sea. Only a few insignificant ripples of dark purple energy appeared, quickly absorbed and deflected by the living, writhing shell. It was as if his attacks had barely any effect at all, failing even to slow his opponent down. "Is that all you've got, Destroyer?" Abyssal Venom's voice rumbled, deep and laced with mockery, taunting Decade's feeble attack. Suddenly, it flung open its maw, lined with ghastly white fangs, as if an abyss itself, and unleashed a surge of pure darkness and despair. A dark purple shockwave, the despair blast, erupted forth like a cannon, hurtling toward Decade with the fury to obliterate everything in its path. Wherever this surge passed, the very air seemed to freeze and warp, radiating a terror that gnawed straight at the soul, awakening the deepest kind of fear. Decade's eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, he rolled sharply to the side. The despair blast grazed past him, missing by a hair's breadth, and slammed with tremendous force into the steel beams of a distant tower. A deafening crash followed. The reinforced steel, upon contact with a shockwave, dissolved and vaporized instantly, like ice doused in acid, leaving a massive, jagged hole that continued to seep with black energy. The air around it was thick with a nauseating stench, a blend of sulfur and rot, a tangible aura of corruption. Regaining his balance, Decade swept his crimson compound eyes calmly over the monster before him, analyzing the attack that was so clearly laced with psychic contamination. So that's how it is. The symbiote gives you a powerful body and adaptability, while the phantom grants you this venomous power to strike directly at soul and will. Decade muttered coldly, a note of icy comprehension in his voice. A truly twisted combination. Attacks targeting the spirit and mind. Now it's interesting. It seemed he already knew how to respond. In that case, Decade raised his hand, drawing deftly from the card case at his waist a knight's card glowing with a gentle orange light, to face something neither human nor ghost like you. This feels like the perfect choice. The card slid into the driver. Kamen Ride Ghost. The driver erupted with a fresh electronic beat, ethereal and rhythmic, filling the air with a new energy. Kagan, Ore, let's go. Kakugo. Go, 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 Ghost. Open your eyes. Me. I'm on. Resolve. Go, 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 Ghost. Decade's once magenta armor seemed to be replaced in an instant. A vibrant orange parka ghost, brimming with life, descended from above as if it had a will of its own, swiftly enveloping his body. His helmet transformed. An enormous blue compound eyes lit up like the depths of a mysterious lake, suddenly glowing with a light that could pierce the soul and see through the very boundaries of life and death. Kamen, Rider Ghost, or Damashii form, had arrived. In his hand appeared the iconic weapon, the Gon saber, manifesting at the very same moment. Abyss Venom watched as Decade seamlessly shifted into this entirely different ghostly form. The massive blue eyes seemed to unsettle it, though barely perceptibly. But that faint discomfort was instantly overwhelmed by a surge of ravenous hunger and violent rage. It let out a low, greedy laugh, its voice thick with desire. "So you've become a ghost? Perfect. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down. Let me devour that pitiful soul of yours as well." Before it had even finished speaking, it charged again, this time even faster than before. The bony, wing-like tentacles at its back lashed and stabbed from every direction like the whips of death, sealing off any hope of Ghost dodging physically. Yet, in the very instant those deadly tendrils were about to strike, Decade Ghost's body suddenly became semi-transparent, like a phantom flickering through the shadows. Every physical attack, be it the sharp tentacles or the claws crackling with corrosive energy, simply passed through his ghostly form as if slicing through empty air, utterly unable to touch him. In that same fleeting moment, Ghost's form flickered, and he reappeared at the side of Abyss Venom's massive body, silent and swift as an apparition. The Gon saber had already shifted into its sharp blade mode, its edge wreathed in a faint orange soul fire that burned with the will to purify evil. With a decisive strike, Ghost slashed at the device on his opponent's waist, the Abyss Devourer driver, swirling with dark energy. Abyss Venom clearly hadn't expected such an uncanny evasion, but its battle instincts were formidable. One of its bony tentacles whipped around like a shield, just in time to block the blow in front of the driver. The The gun saber crashed down upon the tentacle, erupting in a shrill clash. Though the driver itself was spared, the sword's soul fire still seared a deep, charred mark into the tentacle, filling the air with the acrid stench of burning flesh. Abyss venom howled in pain and fury, a guttural, agonized screech echoing in the darkness. Enraged, it retaliated at once. Its claw, armored in chitin and blazing with energy potent enough to rend steel, swept toward Ghost's head in a lightning-fast attack. Ghost once again transformed into his spectral form, easily dodging the swipe of the deadly claws. At the same time, without a moment's pause, his left hand swiftly pulled a new card from the case at his waist and slid it across the driver in one fluid motion. Kamen Ride, Ghost Musashi. The sound effects of the driver shifted instantly. Kagen, Musashi, open your eyes. Musashi, Keto, Zabato, Chokengo, Duel, Slash Down, Supreme Swordmaster. The orange parka was instantly replaced by a blazing red, and samurai-like armor adorned his shoulders. Ghost switched into the Kamen Rider, Ghost Musashi's soul form. In a flash of light, the icon saber in his hand split into two flaming katanas. Dual blades. With a low shout, Ghost moved as if possessed by the legendary swordmaster Miyamoto Musashi. Wielding a sword in each hand, he unleashed a ferocious dual blade technique, as swift and fierce as a raging storm. For a moment, his crimson figure blazed like undying fire, clashing at close quarters against the massive, ebony body of abyssal venom, countering its wildly slashing claws and whipping tendrils with a seamless flurry of parries and ripostes. Blood met, carapace and bone wings again and again, sending up a barrage of ringing clashes and dazzling sparks, much like steel striking steel in a furious forge. Though abyssal venom boasted tremendous strength and formidable defenses, under the relentless and masterful swordplay of Ghost in Musashi soul form, it found itself unable to mount an effective attack. Forced to rely on its powerful regenerative abilities to endure the onslaught, it let out one enraged roar after another. Frustrated by its inability to gain the upper hand, abyssal venom seemed to lose patience. With a thunderous, ear-splitting roar, the dark purple energy veins across its body suddenly flared with intense light. A wave of invisible, icy despair swept forth, a psychic field of corruption known as the Domain of Despair. Like a tide, it surged over the entire rooftop, seeking to erode Ghost's will and plunge him into an abyss of terror and helplessness. Olympio, mea politics. Ghost felt the cold, invasive force try to worm its way into his mind, but only scoffed, his movements never faltering. With lightning speed, his left hand drew another card. Kamen Ride, Ghost Edison. The driver's sounds shifted once more. Kagen, Edison, open your eyes. Edison, Ariganto, Hiramiki, Hatsumi-io. Elegance, inspiration, king of invention. In an instant, the Crimson Warrior soul was replaced by a yellow and black electric soul. Decorative lights like bulbs appeared on his shoulders, and the eye gun saber instantly shifted back into gun mode. The moment the transformation completed, Ghost Edison's soul thrust both hands forward, unleashing from his palms a brilliant, blinding surge of electricity, a crackling sphere of power that resembled a ball of lightning. A sharp, sizzling sound rent the air. Blinding arcs of electricity shot forth like an enraged dragon, slamming mercilessly into the colossal form of abyssal venom. A guttural roar tore from abyssal venom's throat, raw with pain and shock. The fierce current coursed through its entire body in a flash, and the dark purple energy circuits that once flowed steadily across its surface now flickered and surged in chaotic, uncontrollable bursts. Black, organic armor erupted with bursts of snapping sparks, while the symbiote's primal aversion and fear of electricity flared up in that moment. Though the overwhelming despair energy within it raced to suppress and repair the discomfort, its body faltered, if only for a split second. Seizing that fleeting moment of paralysis, Ghost acted without hesitation and swiped his card once again. Kamen Ride, Ghost Newton. The driver's audio effect blared to life. Kagen, Newton, Ringogaraka, Hikios Maka. The apple falls. Gravity unleashed. The yellow and black electric soul was replaced by the deep blue gravity soul. Swirling, star-like decorations appeared on his shoulders. As the transformation finished, a powerful, gravitational field erupted from Ghost, so intense that it seemed to bend the very air around him. Its focus, the abyssal venom, only just recovering from the electric shock. Abyssal venom was suddenly seized by an overwhelming, irresistible force from all directions. yanking its massive body toward Ghost. The abrupt shift threw off its attack rhythm. Not a chance. Abyssal Venom snarled, low and furious. Several of the bony, wing-like tendrils on its back stabbed down like iron rods into the rooftop, piercing even the thick concrete, desperate to anchor itself in place. At the same time, it wildly summoned the despair energy within, forming a repulsive force to clash head-on with Ghost's gravity. Gravity and repulsion, pull and resistance. The two invisible forces crashed and strained against each other in the cramped rooftop space. The air itself vibrated with a heavy, ominous hum, while debris was instantly pulverized by the swirling currents of energy. The struggle between the two powers grew ever fiercer, rising to a fever pitch, until at last it reached its breaking point. A thunderous explosion shook the night. A thunderous explosion shattered the air, shaking the city to its core. The rooftop edge, unable to withstand the tremendous clash of energies, burst apart with a deafening roar. The collision between the gravitational and repulsive fields triggered a violent surge of power, hurling both Decade, Ghost, and the abyssal Venom far into the distance. The two combatants shot through the office building's glass facade like kites with their strings cut, plummeting toward the street hundreds of meters below. Midair, Ghost quickly righted himself. The orange parka on his back billowed out like a cloak, allowing him to hover and soar with perfect control. The abyssal Venom, on the other hand, let out a guttural, savage roar. The bone-like tendrils on its back unfurled like sinister wings, beating powerfully to slow its fall. At the same time, several tendrils lashed out like hooked claws, anchoring into the walls of nearby towers. With a sudden swing, almost like a monstrous trapeze artist, it changed direction and lunged at Ghost once more. An electrifying chase and aerial battle erupted amidst the steel jungle of New York City. The orange Ghost Rider and the black abyssal fiend wove through the forest of skyscrapers, streaking after one another in a desperate dance of light and shadow. Ghost switched deftly between his eye gun and saber, sometimes taking precise shots at Venom's vital points, other times transforming his weapon into a blade to launch swift, airborne assaults. The abyssal Venom countered with raw, overwhelming power and bizarre tendril attacks, spewing corrosive energy that scarred the facades of entire buildings, leaving them pocked and ruined. Beams of energy, gleaming sword arcs, shadowy claws, and wild, whipping tendrils flashed, collided, and intertwined again and again between the towers. Down below, the few civilians who hadn't been evacuated stared up in terror, gasping as they witnessed a battle out of legend unfold above their heads. At last, after a series of brutal clashes and explosions, both fighters crashed down onto the roof of a relatively low, yet unusually spacious, deserted office building. The impact gouged two massive craters into the rooftop, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. For a moment, the two drew apart, facing each other from a distance, locked in a tense standoff. So tenacious, like a cockroach that just won't die. Abyss Venom panted heavily, its breath ragged and harsh. Its black chitinous armor was marred in several places, bearing clear damage from the eye gun saber and various energies. One of its bony wing tendrils was even twisted out of shape, yet all these wounds writhed and healed before the eyes, mending at a speed visible to the naked eye. On its blurred face, the cracked maw curled in a sickly excitement, tinged with mockery. So, how does it feel to have gathered so much power from the dead? Do you sense the touch of so-called eternity? How laughable. All of this is nothing but the rotten dust of history, cast aside by reality itself. The possibilities you cling to are merely breeding grounds for suffering and chaos. Scum of history? Decade, Ghost, replied, his voice ringing out through his mask, thick with unmistakable scorn. At least they truly lived burned with passion and left behind their own mark of brilliance. Unlike you, he continued, his gaze piercing Abyss Venom like a blade. You're nothing more than a patchwork monster, cobbled together from hatred, despair, and cosmic parasites, with not even a clear sense of self. This so-called reality you speak of is just a filthy rag you use to cover your own emptiness and fear, a delusion to spare yourself from facing what you really are. You dare. Decade's words struck Abyss Venom right at its sore spot, sending it into an instant, violent rage. It seems, Decade, Ghost, said, watching his opponent's furious transformation as he slowly raised his hand, his voice turning cold and resolute, that merely borrowing the strength of others isn't enough to wipe away a stubborn stain like you from this world. In his hand, a card appeared, burning with blazing flames, brimming with indomitable fighting spirit. A crimson card, the soul of battle. Inspiration card, embodying Ghost's own surging emotions. Without hesitation, he swept the burning card through the driver at his waist. Final form ride, GGG Ghost. The driver unleashed a surge of sound, bursting with unprecedented power and soaring fighting intent. Toucan Kagen, boost. I am inspiration itself. The rousing Ghost, go. Fight. Win. A thunderous roar shook the air. A searing, crimson flame, so intense it seemed capable of igniting the very soul, erupted like a volcanic blast and swept over Decade Ghost. In an instant, the once orange ghostly parka was now completely transformed, dyed a deeper red, brimming with explosive power. Upon his chest, a blazing emblem of fire shimmered with unrestrained fury. Even the helmet's contours sharpened, growing more aggressive and battle-ready. Kamen Rider Ghost, in his Toucan Boost Damashii form, had arrived. At the same moment, a unique weapon materialized in his hand. A sunglass slasher, a striking fusion of sunglasses-shaped design with formidable slashing and shooting capabilities. A pure and overwhelming fighting spirit, as if it could set the world itself ablaze, surged skyward like an invisible tempest, momentarily dispelling the heavy pall of despair that had shrouded the rooftop. Abyss Venom gazed at his opponent, now bathed in scarlet flames and utterly transformed in presence. He could feel the scorching, radiant power, charged with unyielding will, and the light of hope coursing through the air. The monster's blurred face split wider in a grotesque grin, and it let out a guttural, twisted laugh, filled with malice. Oh, you're burning now? Like a foolish moth, desperate to plunge into the eternal dark flame? Excellent. Very good. Excitement and cruel anticipation twisted through its voice. Let me witness for myself how your laughable hope, set aflame, will wail when I crush it, defile it, and reduce it to frigid ash. After all, the sweetest despair is born in the moment when the fiercest hope is utterly destroyed. Its massive body shuddered violently, dark purple energy circuits across its form erupting with a wicked, unnatural light. Around its waist, the Abyss Devourer driver thrummed with a sinister, demonic rhythm, each beat sending a wave of unease through the air. It was ready to drag this blazing hope into the endless abyss. Scarlet fighting spirit and pitch-black abyss stared each other down atop the rooftop, tension stretched to its breaking point. The final clash was about to ignite. On the rooftop of an abandoned office building in New York City, the wild wind howled like a startled beast, yet even it couldn't dispel the chilling malice and burning resolve hanging heavy in the air. Crimson Soul and Shadowy Abyss faced off across the rooftop span. Kamen Rider Abyss Venom felt the pulse of the Abyss Devourer driver at his waist, beating like a devil's heart, the heat of hope radiating. From Toucan Boost Damashii stoked a primal disgust and ravenous urge within him. He let out a guttural snarl, laced with savage intent. It stopped probing. With an inhuman roar, the massive body of the abyssal venom shot forward like a cannonball. The ground beneath it shattered and caved in instantly. The dark purple energy circuits on its surface erupted with an unholy brilliance, propelling it so fast that only a blurred shadow remained in its wake. The bone wings and tendrils on its back writhed like a living forest of death, whipping about to form an impenetrable black storm. Like venomous serpents, they lashed and stabbed from the front, the sides, even from below, its claws encased in bioarmor, slashed with the power to rend anything as they aimed straight for Decade's face. Each blow was more than just raw physical force. It carried a chilling, suffocating despair, seeking to seep into and corrupt its opponent's will. Yet, faced with this relentless, storm-like onslaught, Decade showed not a hint of retreat. His crimson armor blazed as if fueled by an undying fire, and his indomitable fighting spirit led him to make a bold choice, to meet the attack head-on. With a fierce shout, Decade surged forward instead of backing down. In his hands, the uniquely designed sunglasses saw blade, in sword mode, burst into flames of fighting spirit, the serrated edge tracing a blazing red arc through the air. Clang, clang, boom, clang. In the blink of an eye, the crimson figure clashed with a monstrous shadow. The flaming sword met the cold, razor-sharp claws and the resilient bone tendrils in a barrage of parries and slashes at breakneck speed. Each collision sparked violent bursts of fire and energy, red and black light entangling, clashing, and consuming each other atop the rooftop. Drawing on the immense strength and speed of his fighting spirit form, Decade attacked with ferocious resolve. Every strike of his blade carried the determination to sever darkness itself, engaging the abyssal venom in a ferocious, close-quarters struggle. The rooftop floor cracked and collapsed under the ferocity of their battle. The more the abyssal venom fought, the more alarmed and enraged it grew. Pure brute force was failing to overwhelm this blazing adversary. With a shrill screech, it abruptly shifted tactics. Abyssal tendril execution. The bone wings and tendrils on its back suddenly ceased their chaotic assault, as if obeying a single command. They shot out, lengthening and multiplying at a terrifying pace. The black tendrils, bristling with barbs, surged from every direction, at unnatural angles, twisting, piercing, and constricting, sealing off all avenues of escape for decade. At their tips, they began to ooze a foul, corrosive slime, laced with a psychic toxin, seeking to bind, pollute, and crush Decade completely. Meanwhile, the Abyss Devourer drive, at its waist with a buckle like a demon's gaping maw, suddenly flung itself wide open to its very limit. At its core, the swirling vortex of dark energy began to spiral furiously, condensing into a highly compressed orb, a miniature black hole, radiating a terrifying gravitational pull and an overwhelming sense of psychological oppression. This orb, a deep violet sphere of despair, took shape in an instant. It was preparing to detonate the orb at close range, aiming to obliterate Decade and the crushing formation along with him. A deadly sense of danger surged forth, accompanied by a chill so biting it seemed to gnaw at the soul, as the energy of despair threatened to erode his very mind. Decade's crimson compound eyes flashed with fierce light, and the fighting spirit within him was driven to its absolute peak by this ultimate crisis. With a sudden motion, he switched his sunglasses saw blade into gun mode. The barrel burst forth with energy rounds, each one blazing with the fire of his fighting spirit, carving a narrow path through the writhing mass of tentacles that sought to ensnare him. Enduring the needle-like stings of mental pain brought on by the encroaching despair, Decade's left hand shot to the card case at his waist with lightning speed. With flawless precision, he drew out a special card, one that glowed with a gentle golden light, a stark contrast to the searing heat of battle now burning within him. It was the Pure Heart and Guardian of Sand card. Without an instant's hesitation, he slammed this card, brimming with special power, into the slot at the hilt of his sunglasses saw blade, as if loading a soul into the weapon itself. A resonant hum filled the air. The moment the card locked into place, it was as if a wondrous chemical reaction had occurred. The blazing crimson flames of his fighting spirit, characteristic of his current form, were instantly infused with a brand new source of energy, warm and unyielding. A gentle yet sacred golden radiance poured out from the card, weaving itself perfectly into the searing red flames of his fighting spirit. All across Decade's crimson armor, especially the fiery emblem on his chest and the sunglasses saw blade in his hands, a new light began to shine, a resplendent crimson gold aura that was both fierce as fire, pure as light, and steadfast as stone, embodying the power of guardianship. But this glow was more than just a visual spectacle. It radiated a warmth that felt capable of dispelling all shadows, purifying every trace of evil, and soothing even the most wounded of souls. Even the chilling aura of despair that had filled the air began to recede before its brilliance. This is it. Decade felt the surge of this newfound power coursing through him, and a look of realization flashed in his eyes. Gripping the blazing crimson gold saw blade tightly in both hands, still in gun mode, he gathered every ounce of his fighting spirit, now burning at its zenith with the will to protect, and merged it fully with the purifying force of the pure heart and the steadfast resolve embodied by the Guardian of Sand. Not a drop of power was held back. Aiming at the Abyss Venom's chest, where a terrifying sphere of despair energy was about to detonate, and, at its waist, where a drive device gaped like the maw of the Abyss. Soul of battle, burning gold, purification of hope. With a furious shout, Decade pulled the trigger. An explosion of crimson gold energy, so dazzling and magnificent it defied description, burst forth from the muzzle of the sunglasses saw blade. It was as if a solar flare had erupted, carrying the overwhelming power to cleanse all evil and protect every last hope. A thunderous roar tore through the air. The crimson gold torrent crashed headlong into the dark purple sphere of despair. But the earth-shattering explosion everyone expected did not come. Instead, something more uncanny, more awe-inspiring unfolded before their eyes. The golden light, indomitable like a holy radiance, forcefully penetrated and unraveled the sphere's ultimate concentration of despair. The dark purple orb, exposed like frost beneath. A blazing sun, sizzled and crackled as if every trace of filth within it was being seared away and purified. The sphere shrank and broke apart at a pace visible to the naked eye. No, impossible. What is this light? The lingering shockwave of golden energy slammed into Abyss Venom's chest and the drive device at its waist with unrelenting force. For the first time since its creation, Abyss Venom shrieked, a true scream, raw with agony, terror, and disbelief. Wherever the golden light touched its black carapace, the surface dissolved and vaporized in great patches, like demon skin scorched by holy water. Acrid smoke billowed, the sizzle of burning flesh filling the air. Beneath, unstable arcs of electricity flickered across the now exposed, writhing dark purple tissue, which seemed even more vulnerable. At its waist, the drive device flared wildly, the darkness inside beginning to unravel. A pain unlike any it had ever known, pain that seemed to sear its very soul, struck Abyss Venom. The purifying force was not just agony. It was an assault on the very essence of its being, a denial and unmaking of its existence. Its massive form staggered backward, each heavy step shattering the rooftop beneath its feet. At last, it crashed through the thick concrete railing at the edge, half its body left dangling hundreds of meters above the ground, teetering on the brink of a deadly fall. Desperately, it tried to muster the darkness within to heal itself. But the lingering golden light clung to it like a relentless curse, burning and purifying its tissue and energy core, slowing its regeneration to a crawl. All traces of its previous arrogance and pride had vanished. Its voice became twisted and broken, saturated with an intense hatred for the light, and beneath that, a deeper madness and hunger, something that seemed to claw its way out from the darkest corners of the universe. The words echoed in Decade's mind, half-muttered ramblings, half-curses. Light. Damn that light. Falsehood, it burns. Purity is a lie, a venom that corrodes reality. No, it shouldn't be this way. The abyss is calling. Hungry, it must devour. More despair, more fear. That is the true feast. It writhed its shattered body, its blurred face turning toward the top of Osborne Tower, as if it had caught the scent of some irresistible delicacy. Insignificant beings, you understand nothing. That cold, boundless, true darkness. It watches, it waits. All things will return to nothingness, will be consumed. Puppets, my puppets, their negative emotions, their suffering, delicious. I must go there. It no longer wished to fight. It had realized that this decade, burning with a bizarre flame of hope, especially the crimson gold light he had just unleashed, a force fusing purification and protection, was a nemesis it could not easily overcome, a power that threatened its very existence. To recover and evolve, it needed more nourishment, that fresh, potent despair and terror currently running rampant at the top of Osborne Tower, conjured by Harry and Eddie. Without a moment's hesitation, the Abyss Venom spun around. Its remaining bone wings and tendrils beat furiously, unleashing a final surge of darkness. Like a wounded black comet startled into flight, it shot toward the top of Osborne Tower, the heart of chaos and despair. At breakneck speed, Decade, his spirit blazing with resolve, watched as Abyss Venom fled in disgrace. His scarlet compound eyes were cold as ice. He didn't hesitate. With a dramatic sweep of his crimson cloak, he transformed into a streak of crimson gold light, a blazing meteor tearing through the air, hot on Abyss Venom's trail and racing toward the top of Osborne Tower. In the night sky above New York, one streak of black and one of gold shot through the heavens like fated rivals in pursuit, hurtling toward that iron giant, the top of Osborne Tower, a place that symbolized glory, sin, despair, and the final stand. The stage for the ultimate battle was about to return to where it all began. At the top of the Osborne Tower, the howling wind raged like the wails of vengeful spirits, whipping mercilessly through the forest of cold steel beams. Below, the lights of New York City glittered brilliantly, 1,000 indifferent eyes watching this desperate drama unfold on screens everywhere, exposed to the gaze of the entire world. Mary Jane remained tightly bound to the edge of the tower, her body pressed against the steel girders. With each vicious gust, she felt herself drawn ever closer to the abyss yawning beneath her. Peter Parker struggled, forcing his battered body up from the freezing ground. The shock of having his identity exposed gnawed at his nerves like a poisonous chill, while the agony in his abdomen made every breath a ragged, tearing effort. His strength was slipping away, sand spilling through the hourglass. Yet he raised his head. Through the raging wind and swirling dust, he saw the helpless terror in MJ's eyes. He saw, too, the figure standing opposite, Harry. Osborn, once his best friend, now reduced to a puppet of darkness. In that moment, a primal instinct to survive, fused with the Guardian's will that had long become part of his very bones, pulled his fractured mind back together, as if he were a drowning man grasping at the last straw. He staggered, upright, his gaze a chaotic whirlwind of color, pain, anger, confusion, and buried deep, a fatigue with this twisted fate he barely recognized in himself. Opposite him, Harry, or rather, the Dark Goblin, had reached the peak of his strength and madness. Behind a mask, his eyes burned not just with hatred, but with a pure, fanatic urge to destroy, as if a deeper darkness was pulling his strings. He grinned savagely, savoring the sight of his prey struggling in despair. Elsewhere on the rooftop, the brutal brawl between Sandman, Flint, and the vengeful specter, Eddie, continued unabated. Heavy blows landed with bone-rattling force, accompanied by feral roars, gritty, fierce sounds that became the grim symphony of this hopeless stage. Every so often, these sounds broke through the wind, a reminder to all that this was far from the only battlefield. Peter, Harry's voice, distorted and sharp through the voice modulator, tore through the storm. He commanded his jet-black, flame-spitting glider with predatory precision, swooping down like a demonic bat hungry for blood. The wing's energy blades carved deadly arcs through the air as he hurled several new bombs, each one sparking with dark purple electricity. These devices weren't just designed to explode. They released a strange energy, warping emotions and clouding the mind like a psychic toxin. His attack was devilishly calculated, not just to strike Peter, but to block every path that might lead him closer to MJ. Peter gritted his teeth against the searing pain, relying on his spider sense and the last remnants of his strength to weave and dodge at breakneck speed through the steel and glass jungle, deadly as a web of death itself. His webs, shining like silver lifelines, yanked him away time and again from the slicing energy blades and the thunderous shockwaves of explosions. Yet the mounting injuries and overwhelming psychological pressure made his movements falter. He was fighting desperately, far from his usual grace. He fired sticky webs in a frantic attempt to block Harry's line of sight, but Harry swept them aside with ease, his energy shield unyielding. Every time Peter tried to reach MJ, a barrage of explosions forced him back, step after staggering step. His suit was little more than blood-stained shreds, the red and blue fabric soaked through. "Harry, stop!" Peter gasped, his voice raw and hoarse, edged with a despair so deep it bordered on hopelessness. "Look at yourself. Look at what you're doing. Look around you. Is this really what you want? To be consumed by hatred, to turn yourself into something even you can't recognize?" He reached out, desperate to stir some last shred of reason in his friend, no matter how futile the effort. "Monster!" Harry's laughter spiraled into outright madness, echoing through the air as his glider twisted in impossible arcs, defying the laws of physics. A razor-edged blade of energy swept past Peter's shoulder, slicing deep, bone exposed. "Peter, you're as naive as ever. This is what it means to be free. This is real power. Your fake sense of responsibility only brings pain and destruction. Look at MJ. Look at this city. This is all because of you. You forced me into this. You destroyed the Osborn family. You killed my father." He hurled every accusation at Peter, flinging them like garbage, twisting reality to justify his own madness. "It was an accident. Your father was destroyed by his own insanity, not me. We were friends, Harry." Peter's voice was raw with agony and urgency. "Friends?" Harry's tone turned icy, bitter hatred lacing every word, as if the very word itself was the cruelest insult. "Don't taint what we had with that word. The moment you put on that mask, the moment my father fell, there was only one thing left between us, war, until one of us is gone." As the words left his lips, Harry surged forward, his glider a streak of black lightning barreling straight for Peter. In a split second, Peter fired a web that latched onto one side of the glider, yanking it off balance, dragging them close, too close. They crashed together, locked in close-quarters combat. The razor-sharp energy blades on the glider clashed against Peter's fists, every punch fueled by the last of his strength, his web straining to hold them both together. Sparks burst, metal shrieked and twisted. Harry's speed and power, amplified by the darkness within him, were overwhelming. Though Peter's skill and reflexes held, his energy was spent, his body battered and broken. Each desperate block rattled him to his core, bones threatening to shatter. It wasn't long before Harry had him completely on the defensive, barely able to hold on. Why? Why is it you? Harry's attacks grew more and more frenzied, each blow landing with brutal force. Blades of energy tore through the air, and in his blind rage, he lashed out at the surrounding steel framework, sending tremors through the structure. Chunks of debris rained down like a sudden storm. Why are you the one everyone worships? Why are you the one who survived? Father, do you see this? I'll make him pay. I'll make the whole world see. Osborn is the strongest. His roar was laced with resentment, jealousy, and a desperate, almost self-destructive despair. At that very moment, a massive slab of concrete broke loose above and plummeted straight toward the bound MJ. MJ! Peter's pupils shrank in horror as he saw what was about to happen. He could no longer hold back. Summoning every last ounce of strength, he abandoned all defense and hurled himself toward MJ with reckless desperation. That split-second opening was exactly what Harry had been waiting for. Now, a twisted grin spread across his face, his eyes gleaming with the ecstatic thrill of revenge. He poured every drop of dark energy into the main cannon at the tip of his glider. A thick, concentrated beam of deep purple destruction erupted from the weapon with the force to bring about utter annihilation, striking Peter's completely exposed back with merciless power. A harsh, guttural sound tore from Peter's lips. It felt as if his spine snapped in an instant, a wave of indescribable agony crashing through his body. Darkness surged before his eyes. His consciousness plummeted into the abyss. With the last flicker of will, he managed to shoot a web, just barely catching the massive stone before it could crush MJ. But he himself was flung away like a rag doll by the tremendous impact, slamming into the very center of the tower's rooftop. He tumbled across the floor, coming to a halt in a broken heap, silent, motionless, not even a finger twitching. Harry descended slowly, his glider hovering above Peter. He looked down at his once dearest friend, now a mortal enemy, barely clinging to life. Behind the mask, his face was twisted, a storm of triumphant ecstasy, vengeful satisfaction, and, for the first time, a vast emptiness and pain he himself could scarcely comprehend. Raising the energy blade mounted on the glider, he aimed it straight at Peter's heart. "It's over, Peter. Go to hell, and beg my father's forgiveness." The lethal blade was about to fall, poised to end Spider-Man's life forever. And then, in that split second, when fate hung in the balance, a deeper, colder darkness swept over the rooftop in an instant, like an invisible tide, swallowing everything in its path. Just moments ago, the masked rider known as Abyss Venom had escaped from another battlefield, without any warning and without so much as glancing at the barely breathing Peter. In a sudden, savage motion, it unleashed several tendrils, slick with viscous black fluid and etched with dark purple energy veins. Like predatory hands reaching from the depths of hell, these tendrils shot forth with a speed faster than the eye could hope to follow, striking simultaneously at two targets. The Dark Goblin, Harry, who was about to deliver a fatal blow, and on the other side of the tower summit, the vengeful Phantom, Eddie, who had Sandman, Flint, reeling and on the verge of defeat. A pair of agonized, bone-chilling screams, one hoarse with endless pain, fear, and disbelief, rang out almost in unison atop the tower. "No, road, no." The tendrils, as vicious as the most malignant of parasites, pierced and coiled around Harry and Eddie's bodies in an instant. The dark energies within them, Harry's dark purple goblin power and Eddie's red-black vengeance, burst forth like floodwaters from a broken dam. These visible streams of energy were violently siphoned through the tendrils, pouring relentlessly into the Abyss Venom's core. Their bodies began to tremble and convulse violently, their forms growing wildly unstable. The Dark Goblin's armor cracked under the strain with a sharp, splintering sound, quickly webbing with fissures before even beginning to melt, corroded and assimilated by the black, symbiotic substance. The vengeful Phantom's hulking form fared no better. Black smoke billowed from his shrinking muscles, his skin turning gaunt and shriveled, as if his very life force was being drained along with his power. Abyss Venom's figure seemed to swell ever so slightly, the dark purple energy veins along its body glowing more fiercely, pulsating with a life of their own. The aura it exuded grew even more terrifying, fathomless, as if it were engaged in the most wicked of feasts, devouring these two sources of dark, tainted power and transforming them into nourishment for its own monstrous growth. It unleashed a low, guttural hiss, thick with the ecstasy of consumption. Sandman, Flint, locked in desperate combat with Eddie, froze in shock. He saw the once fierce, vengeful phantom suddenly writhing in agony, ensnared by those sinister black tendrils, his strength draining away at a pace visible to the naked eye, his form collapsing into ruin. The abruptness of the disaster forced Flint to halt his assault, his massive sandy form recoiling slightly. In the hollow sockets that served as his eyes, grains of sand swirling in silent horror, there was only disbelief and a profound sense of confusion. Peter Parker, mustering the very last remnants of his strength, struggled to lift his head. Through his blurred vision, he caught sight of a scene so horrifying it defied description. Harry, Eddie, they were being devoured by that monster, a creature that seemed to embody the abyss itself. An overwhelming shock, boundless terror, and a crushing sense of utter helplessness flooded over him like icy seawater, drowning the last flicker of his consciousness. He tried to shout, to stop it, but only faint, broken whimpers escaped his throat. The life-and-death battle atop the tower came to an abrupt end, cruel and bizarre in equal measure. But a deeper, more terrifying banquet belonging to the abyss had only just begun. The blurred, nightmarish face of the abyssal venom turned toward the barely conscious Peter and the stunned Sandman nearby, its gaping maw silently proclaiming, "You next." The summit of the Osborne Tower had already become a wasteland of twisted steel and shattered concrete. The wind keened, a mournful dirge for the tragedy unfolding here. The tendrils of the abyssal venom, greedy as leeches, were frantically siphoning the last traces of dark energy and life from Harry Osborn and Eddie Brock. The armor of the dark goblin groaned under the strain, fracturing as the purple energy within faded rapidly, the eyes behind the mask losing their final glimmer. The vengeful specters, hulking form, too, shriveled and collapsed like a deflated balloon, the black and red veins of energy winking out completely. Their final cries, sharp and harrowing, echoed for a moment before silence claimed them. Now, their bodies were half-shrouded in the twisted symbiote, transformed into ghastly specimens utterly drained of soul. Yet the aura of the abyssal venom only grew more terrifying, its fathomless darkness churning until it spilled out invisible, viscous black mist. Having completed its merciless feast, it immediately turned its attention to the barely breathing figure in the ruins. Peter Parker, who radiated a peculiar energy that repulsed and attracted it in equal measure. Without hesitation, several tendrils, thicker than before, slick with black ichor and streaked with dark purple energy, lashed out like venomous serpents from the abyss, surging for Peter's heart and head, brimming with murderous intent. It meant to consume this failed former host completely, to claim that unique energy for itself. But at the very instant the tendrils were about to strike Peter, a blazing, golden-red meteor, radiant as a solar flare, came hurtling down before Peter, slamming into the ground with thunderous force. The shockwave blasted the rubble and dust away in a whirlwind. It was Decade, racing to the rescue, his fighting spirit surging, his form ablaze with newfound power. He didn't spare even a glance at the abyssal venom. The sunglasses saw in his hand, now in its sword form, had already swept out in a blazing arc. The blade was wreathed in a radiant, crimson gold light, pure enough to cleanse all evil. His movements were as swift as lightning, each strike precise and unerring as he severed every deadly tendril flying toward Peter. Sizzling, sizzling, sizzling. The severed tendrils shriveled and smoked at the ends, writhing as if scorched by sacred fire, emitting an intense hissing that carried a sense of agony. Black smoke poured from the wounds, and the writhing limbs swiftly shrank and vanished into nothing. It's rather rude to interrupt someone's meal. Decade straightened up slowly, the crimson gold glow framing him like an immortal war god. His scarlet compound eyes calmly watched the abyssal venom, whose presence now surged with fury. His tone was level, yet laced with unconcealed mockery and an absolute sense of control over the situation. But your food seems a little stale, and honestly, your table manners are appalling. The abyssal venom, provoked once more and stung by such humiliating taunts, was completely consumed by rage. The immense energy it had just absorbed churned wildly inside, threatening to tear it apart from within. It unleashed a roar so deafening, so monstrous, that it could have rent steel, a roar that reverberated through the ruins. Again, you destroyer. Your noise contaminates every corner. This time, Venom's voice wasn't just a psychic echo but a physical roar, the sound waves shaking the entire ruined structure. You think hacking off a few tendrils will stop the coming of the real? You understand nothing. Their hatred, their despair. How delicious. Now all of it is part of me. This power, this pain, it's the very foundation of your fragile world. And your laughable, cheap hope? It's nothing but a bubble I will soon crush completely. In its frenzy, the abyssal venom gathered the vast, undigested darkness it had just absorbed, not to lash out directly at Decade, but to unleash it in a wild, reckless assault upon the already overburdened, crumbling core supports of the Osborne Tower. A thunderous explosion ripped through the air, like the dying wail of a colossal beast. The entire tower groaned with a bone-grinding shriek of twisting, snapping steel. The building convulsed so violently it seemed it might snap in two at any moment. More glass cascaded down in shimmering torrents, smashing to pieces. Massive chunks of concrete and mangled rebar plummeted from hundreds of meters above, raining down like the end of days. From deep within, the tower's structure began to collapse completely. A cataclysmic, all-consuming collapse that threatened the entire city block was about to erupt. Not good. Decade's eyes widened at the sight, his crimson gold figure tensing in an instant, and for the first time, a note of genuine urgency crept into his voice. The abyssal venom's frenzy had surpassed all his expectations. This fiend was determined to drag the entire area into utter ruin. Without hesitation, he abandoned his confrontation with the abyssal venom and spun around abruptly. In an explosion of spirit, his fighting soul form blazed with an even more dazzling crimson gold radiance. Thrusting his hands forward, he unleashed a massive, almost tangible barrier of golden energy, forcefully pushing away and scattering the enormous debris that was raining down like a storm toward Peter and the Sandman sighed, just as they were struggling to their feet. His timely shield won them a precious sliver of hope. At the same moment, his scarlet cape flared behind him, and, harnessing his formidable flight, he darted through the collapsing ruins at blinding speed. Waves of energy pulses shot from him, smashing apart any hulking wreckage that threatened to crash onto the streets below. Meanwhile, Peter Parker caught sight of MJ in the distance, the woman he'd just saved, now staring back at the tower in terror. As the structure shuddered violently and steel beams snapped, she once again found herself in mortal danger from the falling debris. An instinctive will to survive and a resolve to protect that transcended even fear of death erupted within Peter like a volcano, drowning out every shred of pain and despair. MJ! His voice was raw with desperation as he cried her name. Summoning the last of his strength, he fired a web line, snagging a relatively stable girder far away, and swung himself across the gap like a human pendulum. At the critical moment, he hurled his battered body forward, becoming a living shield of flesh and blood as he smashed aside a massive fragment of a falling billboard that was about to crush MJ. He wrapped her tightly in his arms, shielding her from harm. On the other side, Sandman, Flint, looked at the journalists and photographers around him. Their faces were vacant with shock, their bodies trembling, paralyzed by the sudden catastrophe. In a flash, a vision of his daughter Penny's pale, vulnerable face, so in need of protection, flitted through his mind. He hesitated no longer. With a guttural roar, his vast sandy form surged, reshaping into flowing walls and giant arms, transforming himself into a living fortress. Gently, yet firmly, he scooped up the terrified bystanders, shielding them from the hailstorm of falling rubble and ferrying them away from the collapsing heart of Donji. He brought them to a makeshift safe zone below, hurriedly cleared by the police on the street. With his own body of sand, Flint held up a small, temporary sky of safety for these complete strangers. Below the tower, New York police officers had already set up a tight security cordon. Faced with a disaster that seemed to tear the very sky apart, all they could do was futilely evacuate the remaining crowd and radio for heavy rescue reinforcements. The terrifying collapse of the Osborne Tower, broadcast live to the world through still-running cameras, ignited even greater panic and intense global attention to the fate awaiting those trapped at the top. Fortunately, thanks to earlier evacuations and the tower's structural design, this sudden catastrophe did not immediately claim new large-scale civilian casualties. Amid the chaos, Decade relied on his formidable strength and ability to fly, temporarily stabilizing the most dangerous sections of the collapsing structure, thus buying precious time for the rescue teams. After making sure that MJ had been picked up by first responders and was momentarily out of harm's way, Peter, battered and barely able to stand, gazed down the chaotic street. He watched as MJ was loaded onto an ambulance, catching her anxious, lingering glance back at him. Then, lifting his eyes to the ruined tower summit, where debris continued to rain down, he saw the monstrous abyss venom hovering like the devil himself, exuding an aura of terror. Before that dark presence blazed Decade, shining like an undying beacon in radiant gold. Peter's expression shifted wildly. Confusion, pain, guilt, anger, all flickering across his face. But at last, these tides of negative emotion receded, replaced by something utterly new, a sense of grim, unyielding resolve, as if his bridges were burning behind him and there was no way back. On the other side, Sandman, having seen the reporters to safety, looked up at the wreckage of the tower, a disaster indirectly sparked by his own original acts of violence. Staring at the creature spreading despair, he too seemed to reach a fateful decision. In the sandy hollows of his eyes, a heavy, determined light began to shine. No words were needed. Peter Parker and Flint Marko, two men whose lives had become entwined by tragedy, caught each other's gaze at the edge of the debris. In that moment, each saw the same fierce resolve. Reflected back, without hesitation, they turned, dragging their exhausted or newly reformed bodies, and charged once more into the perilous, crumbling rooftop ruins, standing firm at Decade's side. Oh! Abyss Venom noticed the return of these two insignificant insects and let out a taunting laugh, thick and slithering like slime scraping against stone. You saved your little girlfriend and brought back the useless sand? Have you come back just to die? How touching, Peter Parker, such a sense of responsibility. But it's all the same to me. The more souls steeped in despair, the richer my feast becomes. Its gaze finally fixed on Decade, burning with hatred and a hint of unfathomable confusion. But you, Decade, what in the world are you? A feast? No, this is nothing more than taking out the trash. Decade gazed at Abyss Venom, his tone returning to that peculiar calm, an aloofness that suggested he had seen through everything long ago. He slowly turned around, facing Peter and Sandman, who stood behind him with resolute eyes. His iconic voice rang out, as if declaring the rules of the game. I'm just a passing Kamen rider. Remember that. His gaze seemed to sweep over Abyss Venom's twisted form, and then over the two battered souls behind him, who had found the strength to stand once more. There was a subtle, complex undertone in his voice. Still, it seems that some stories, once tainted, truly deserve a proper ending. For you, and for them. An ending? No, this is only the beginning. The prologue to reality devouring all. Abyss Venom let out a shrill, maniacal laugh. It seemed tired of this pointless standoff and was ready to bring this farce to a close. Its massive body suddenly writhed, as if undergoing cellular division. In an instant, it split off dozens of grotesque minions, twisted, malformed spawn crafted from pure black symbiote matter and dark violet. Despair energy, each like a miniature, corrupted Abyss Venom. These creatures had no fixed shape. They slithered like living tar, bearing jagged claws and hollow eye sockets, radiating pure, nauseating malice. Abyss lurkers. Go, my wretches. Tear them apart. Make them howl in endless despair. At Abyss Venom's icy command, the horde of Abyss lurkers surged forward like a tidal wave, shrieking as they barreled toward Decade and his companions. Yet Decade appeared utterly unfazed. He simply turned, calm and deliberate, to glance at Peter and Sandman, both ready, eyes burning with resolve. Instinctively, his gaze flickered to his belt card case. The Spider-Man card, marked with the red and blue spider emblem and long dormant, now shimmered faintly, as if awakened by the fierce determination in Peter's heart. A knowing smile played across Decade's lips, a smile only he could understand, tinged with amusement and anticipation. He reached out with both hands. In his left, he drew forth a card glowing with gentle gold. Pure Heart and Guardian of Sand, symbol of purity and the power to protect. In his right, a blank rider card, which he now held out toward Peter Parker. It seems your story isn't finished yet. Decade's voice carried a strange, ceremonial cadence, as if he were about to witness history itself. So, let's see what kind of possibility you can write. He suddenly channeled the power of the Pure Heart and Guardian of Sand card through his driver, injecting it into the sand core within Flint Marko's body, a core that had reformed out of his determination to protect his daughter. At the same time, he aimed a blank card at Peter Parker. The Deca driver at his waist burst forth with a dazzling magenta light. Final Form Ride, SSS Spider-Man. The device unleashed a brand new sound effect, vibrant and resolute, unlike anything heard before, brimming with vitality and unyielding spirit. A resonant hum filled the air. Within Peter, the remnants of power from the radioactive spider surged to their absolute peak, instantly awakened by this mysterious force from Decade. The energy of the once blank card now shimmered with the outline of a red and blue spider knight, resonating powerfully with his own. Meanwhile, the sand power inside Flint, guided purely by his desire to protect, was utterly purified and elevated by the golden card's energy. It condensed into a form never seen before, a new existence, heavy as the earth and warm as sunlight. The two men looked on, stunned, incredulous, their eyes wide with disbelief. A pillar of red and blue energy, blazing with the conviction that with great power comes great responsibility, shot skyward, engulfing Peter Parker in its glow. At the same moment, a torrent of golden energy, thick and warm as a sunlit sandstorm, imbued with endless resolve to protect, completely wrapped around Flint Marko. When the radiance and sandstorm faded, two new figures stood tall behind Decade, facing the surging army of abyssal stalkers and the final, monstrous form of abyssal venom. One wore a streamlined suit of red and blue bioarmor, perfectly blending the agility of a spider with the steadfastness of a knight. A bold spider emblem adorned his chest. His helmet bore enormous, luminous eyes sparkling with wisdom and resolve. Reinforced web shooters wrapped his wrists, and his entire presence radiated the aura of a friendly neighborhood hero, now more mature and unwavering than ever. Kamen Rider Spider-Man. The other's body was shaped from special energy particles that gleamed with a warm golden luster, like fine sand under the sun. His form was solid and stable, exuding the weight of the earth and the power of protection. Armor on his shoulders and chest resembled unyielding sandstone. His once empty eyes now blazed with golden fire, the fire of a father's love, burning to protect his daughter and the innocent. Kamen Rider Sandman. Here stood the proof of rebirth, new legends, forged and ready. Three pairs facing the abyss. The final battle, atop the ruins of the collapsed tower, officially marked the beginning of the end. At the heart of this apocalyptic stage, Kamen Rider Decade, soul-inspired Crimson Gold form, Kamen Rider Spider-Man, and Kamen Rider Sandman, Golden Guardian form, stood back to back, their breaths ragged but their eyes unwavering, forming a temporary defensive triangle. Crimson gold brilliance, red and blue energy, and golden sand-like radiance intertwined in the dim ruins, shining like three undying flames at the eye of a storm. All around them, dozens of twisted, tar-like abyssal stalkers let out bone-chilling hisses, surging in from every direction like a tide of darkness. Their claws dragged across the shattered ground, leaving deep, jagged marks in their wake. Further off, Kamen Rider Abyss Venom hovered in midair, the wound left by the crimson gold blast still writhing as it slowly healed. An even colder, stickier malice radiated from his form, suffocating the air with the oppressive calm that precedes a storm. Hundreds of meters below, the blare of sirens, cries of alarm, and the relentless crashing of collapsing tower segments blended into a chaotic symphony of panic and fear. Peter Parker drew a deep breath, his chest aching from earlier blows, but he forced himself to ignore the discomfort and push away the swirling thoughts in his mind. Through the lenses of his rider helmet, he peered down at the faint ambulance lights on the street, confirming Mary Jane's safety. The last trace of hesitation in his eyes vanished, replaced by a resolve stronger than ever before. Within him, the new rider energy merged with his original spider powers, creating a sensation both familiar and exhilaratingly new. He crouched low, like a leopard poised to strike, the enhanced web shooters at his wrists emitting a faint, electric hum as they powered up. "Let's go," Peter growled under his breath, shattering the standoff in an instant. He launched himself from the slanted steel beam, his red and blue figure shooting forward like an arrow loose from a bow, charging straight toward the horde of abyssal stalkers swarming from the left. Flint Marko remained motionless. He only tilted his head slightly, as if he could pierce through every obstacle and see toward the hospital below, where the hope for his rebirth awaited. In his eyes, golden light blazed, and the golden grains of sand forming his body seemed to answer a call of will, spinning faster, compressing, hardening. With a low growl, he crossed his arms over his chest, and in an instant, they transformed into two massive, weighty shields, their surfaces rippling with sunlight golden energy patterns. Along the shield's edges, there shimmered a stony luster. He chose to become the firmest bulwark, holding this narrow, crumbling foothold behind him for Spider-Man's charge and Decade's impending, decisive strike. Decade gripped his sunglasses, saw, now in sword mode, its blade blazing with a searing, molten gold light. Yet he did not immediately follow Spider-Man into the fray. His crimson compound eyes swept coolly across the battlefield like those of a master strategist, swiftly analyzing the number and formation of the abyssal stalkers, as well as the surging, unstable waves of dark energy within the distant abyssal venom. He was waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal blow and bring this catastrophe to an end. Spider-Man plunged into the enemy ranks, his movements swift and ghostly. He was no longer just a street hero who relied on instinct and webs. The Red and Blue Knight's armor endowed him with greater strength and defense, emboldening him to face the stalker's claws and energy blasts head-on. Webs shot from his wrists like living silver serpents, no longer simply binding and restraining, but wielded now with deadly precision. One strand latched onto a stalker's knee joint, and with a fierce yank, the creature lost its balance, crashing into a nearby companion. Another web snapped out like a whip, trailing a faint spark of electricity. It cracked sharply against the stalker's eye socket, drawing a tortured screech and throwing its attack into chaos. Spider-Man used his webs to swing, pivot, and flip between broken steel bars and teetering billboards, moving with the grace of a champion gymnast. Yet every motion was edged with lethal intent, as he deftly evaded attacks from all directions. His close-quarters combat was even more ferocious and unstoppable. With a swift side kick, infused with red and blue energy, he sent a lurking stalker that tried to ambush him flying through the air, smashing it into a large section of suspended glass wall that shattered spectacularly. Without missing a beat, he planted his feet against a vertical steel beam, launching into a series of rapid triangle jumps, swooping down like a flash of crimson lightning from above. Energy surged in his clenched fists as he crashed down onto the heads of two more stalkers below. Each strike left a clear trail of energy in its wake, hitting home with pinpoint precision at the core or weakest structural points of the stalkers, accompanied by the deep, resounding thuds of breaking force. Amidst the tide of darkness, he was a red and blue reef in constant motion, attacking relentlessly and single-handedly containing nearly half the enemy force. Meanwhile, at the rear, Kamen rider Sajin transformed into an unshakable golden fortress. The densely packed golden grains forming his body were as solid as the toughest alloy. The sharp, organic claws of the abyssal stalkers raked across his massive golden sand shield, producing heavy, metallic clangs, but all they could manage were a few shallow white scratches, quickly smoothed away by the flowing golden sand on the shield surface. The viscous black fluid spat by the stalkers, meant to corrode, met the golden energy running across the sand shield and was instantly neutralized, fizzling away, purified and evaporated in wisps of black smoke. Sajin was far from a passive defender. Seizing a brief pause after blocking a barrage of attacks, he unleashed a deep, thunderous roar and sent a colossal golden sand fist hurtling forward. The punch wasn't fast, but it carried the crushing power and unstoppable momentum of a battering ram. Each strike landed with precision, smashing into one or more stalkers daring to come near. Those monsters hit by the sand fist twisted and collapsed like tofu struck by a siege hammer, their bodies crumpling and hurling backward, already starting to disintegrate before they even touched the ground. Under his mental command, the golden sand beneath his feet flowed like a living thing, sometimes morphing into sticky quicksand traps that held stalkers fast other times, surging up from the ground as thick, razor-sharp golden spikes to skewer any enemy attempting a flanking assault. He didn't seek out flashy techniques, but every counterstrike radiated the steadfast resolve to protect, holding the rear line unyieldingly. Decade's focus, however, never wavered from the greatest threat hovering above, the Abyss Venom Kamen Rider. At the same time, the sunglasses shaped. Saw blade in his hand became a reaper's scythe, cutting down any abyssal stalker that dared approach or interfere with his vigilant gaze. The sunglasses saw danced in his hands with unparalleled dexterity, shifting seamlessly between sword and gun modes without the slightest pause. Each slash of the crimson gold blade carried a resolve fierce, enough to sever fate itself, slicing through the lurking predators with surgical precision, sometimes cleaving them in two, sometimes beheading them in a single, decisive motion. The flames of crimson gold that engulfed the blade burned like the purest fire of purification, utterly incinerating and erasing every trace of dark energy they touched. When switched to gun mode, the weapon unleashed blasts of crimson gold, energy from its barrel, each shot as devastating as a miniature missile. Upon impact, these blasts erupted in violent explosions, vaporizing the predators along with the surrounding shroud of darkness. The abyssal venom, too, recognized that Decade was its greatest threat. It hovered menacingly in midair, constantly shifting its position. From its back, bone-like wings and tendrils unfurled, firing relentlessly like artillery at Decade. Waves of dark purple, energy saturated with the essence of despair, and viscous black liquid brimming with corrosive power lashed out, attempting to suppress him from afar, while also splitting its attention to assail Spider-Man and Sandman as they fought with all their might. Decade moved across the battlefield like a ghost, his speed and reflexes amplified to astonishing heights by the warrior spirit's rallying. Form. He darted through the relentless barrage as if untouched by the hail of attacks, weaving and dodging with supernatural grace. In his hands, the sunglasses saw, now in gun mode, fired off crimson gold energy rounds with unerring accuracy, intercepting and detonating the incoming waves of darkness and globs of corrosive sludge. The crimson gold light clashed again and again with the dark purple energy. Above the crumbling tower's ruins, each collision and explosion painting the sky with the spectacle of an apocalyptic fireworks show. The shockwaves from these blasts rattled the already fragile structure, sending fragments of stone tumbling down like a storm of hail. Amidst this fierce long-range duel, Decade shot forward like an arrow loose from a string, relentlessly closing the gap between himself and the abyssal venom. He was searching for that one perfect moment to unleash a thunderous blow and bring this battle to its end. Thanks to the precise, clockwork coordination of the three knights, the once overwhelming horde of abyssal predators was rapidly thinned out. Though Spider-Man's breathing grew more labored in, fresh wounds peppered his body, his eyes only burned brighter. The newfound power of a knight merged seamlessly with his innate fighting instincts, transforming his once hesitant movements into actions that were smooth and assured. Sandman remained as steadfast as ever, the golden glow of the guardian form resonating perfectly with the deep-rooted will to protect that lay within him. Far from fading, the golden aura surrounding him only grew more brilliant as the battle raged on, shining so brightly that he seemed to have become a true, immovable guardian god. Watching as his foot soldiers were about to be completely wiped out, Kamen Rider Abyss Venom finally lost the last shred of patience and descended into a furious rage. It let out a piercing shriek, sharp enough to split the eardrums, overflowing with twisted hatred. At its waist, the core of the Abyss Devourer driver erupted with a dark vortex, spinning wildly at an unprecedented speed. If you're all in such a rush to die, then become food for the Abyss together. Abandoning all long-range harassment, its massive black form hurtled downward like an out-of-control meteor, brimming with overwhelming malice and destructive power. With terrifying momentum, it plunged for midair, not at Decade, the strongest among them, but instead toward Kamen Rider Spider-Man, who, after exhausting himself in the previous battle, was now caught vulnerable between attacks. The bone wings and tendrils at its back fused together and morphed in mid-dive, transforming into a colossal dark drill, its diameter nearly matching that of a small truck, the apex glowing with a despair so dense it seemed almost tangible. The drill spun at breakneck speed, emitting a shrill, grating sound, filled with the intent to pierce and pulverize the entire tower top and everyone upon it. With devastating force, it lunged straight for Spider-Man. At the same time, an even more powerful, even colder aura of despair field burst outward from Abyss Venom's core, spreading like a tidal wave of icy, negative energy across the tower summit. Peter, Flint, and even the resolute Decade felt a chill that cut straight to the bone, as memories of pain, failure, and fear unbidden rose in their minds, threatening to erode their will to fight from within. Peter, look out! Seeing the cataclysmic dark drill aimed straight at Spider-Man, Flint's eyes widened in horror, and he roared in defiance. Without hesitation, he abandoned his defense against the last few lurking hunters. In a flash, his massive golden sand body slid sideways, placing himself between Spider-Man and the oncoming attack. Once again, a gigantic golden sand shield materialized, this time thicker and denser than before, pulses of golden energy coursing over its surface like molten lava, bracing for the full force of the blow. Peter Parker's spider sense was blaring like an alarm siren, but having just used the last of his strength to ensnare the final two hunters in webs and hurl them into the collapsing abyss, he was caught. In a moment of weakness, his body frozen between spent and renewed strength. Helpless, he watched as the apocalyptic dark drill filled his vision, the shadow of death enveloping him in an instant. A thunderous explosion shook the air as the golden sand shield and the dark drill collided with the force of a comet striking the earth. An indescribable explosion thundered through the air. A violent shockwave of energy swept across the top of the tower like a hurricane at its fiercest. Golden grains of sand and fragments of dark purple energy scattered in all directions, raining down with relentless force. The golden sand shield, the instant it touched the dark drill, was covered in a dense web of cracks. The concentrated energy of utter despair at the drill's tip ravenously devoured and obliterated the golden grains that made up the shield. Flint let out a muffled groan of pain. His body, composed of golden sand, began to cascade away from the shield's edge, drifting down like a waterfall. Yet he gritted his teeth, feet planted firmly, and in his eyes blazed an unyielding golden fire, a will to protect pushed to its very limits. Behind him stood Peter Parker, the one person Flint could not, in this moment, allow himself to fail. "Mr. Flint," Peter cried out, seeing Flint endure such overwhelming pressure and injury to shield him, even as his body began to break apart. In that flash, Peter remembered the little girl waiting on a hospital bed for her father to return, Aunt May's worried gaze, MJ's voice calling his name in moments of peril, and Uncle Ben's dying words. All these memories surged through him like a raging flood, washing away the last remnants of doubt and confusion in his heart. Doubts born of his exposed identity and repeated setbacks. With great power comes great responsibility. It was not a shackle, nor a curse. It was the path he had chosen, the very meaning of his existence. A surge of pure, unwavering resolve and fighting spirit, like a volcano awakening deep within his soul, erupted from Peter for the first time. Without moment's hesitation, he looked at Decade, who was also resisting the mental onslaught of the despair domain, his gaze as sharp as ever, and nodded forcefully. A glint of understanding flashed across the crimson-gold eyes of Decade, and he gave a slight nod. The moment had come. This is it. The abyssal venom, seeing its most powerful attack held back by what seemed to be a fragile sand shield, let out a howl, even more frenzied and incredulous than before. It wrenched back the energy-draining dark drill, determined to summon every last ounce of dark energy within and unleash a final, all-devouring strike of despair. But the three knights moved even faster. Decade, Spider-Man, and Sandman, as if united by a single purpose, unleashed the entirety of their burning energies in that same instant, holding nothing back. Decade gripped the flaming, radiant crimson-gold sunglass blade with both hands, currently in sword mode, and raised it high above his head. The searing fighting spirit, inspired by battle, fused perfectly with the pure power of his heart's resolve, merging atop the blade and extending outward. It transformed into a colossal crimson-gold energy blade, stretching dozens of meters long, as if it could cleave through stars and pierce the heavens themselves. Around the blade, the very air shimmered and warped from its intensity. Spider-Man threw his arms back, then shot forward like an arrow loose from a bow. His red and blue knight armor burst forth with an unprecedented radiance. Within, his spider power and knight energy combined with unmatched efficiency. The armor over his knees slid open, revealing two high-speed, spinning energy drills, radiating red and blue, shaped like webs and crackling with the power to tear through anything. His entire figure became a spiraling meteor of red and blue, aimed straight at the heart of abyssal venom. Sandman, Flint, gathered every grain of golden sand energy into his arms. No longer simple sand fists or shields. His arms compressed and reshaped with intricate precision, transforming at last into two massive energy cannons. Their barrels were of staggering diameter, their surfaces laced with sun flare-like golden circuits. At each cannon's maw, a blazing core of pure golden energy coalesced, like miniature suns, packed with the will to protect, hot enough to vaporize steel. Blazing Soul Radiance Slash. Responsibility Spiral Kick. Guardian Sandstorm Cannon. Three roars, each woven with a different conviction. Rebirth from destruction, duty, protection, but all converging on a single goal: hope. Their battle cries thundered across the sky. Three ultimate techniques, embodying their final resolve, launched in unison. The colossal crimson-gold energy blade descended, divine and unstoppable, rending the void itself. The red and blue drills, like meteors slicing the darkness, spiraled forward with relentless momentum. The golden beam, pure as the rays of the sun, erupted forth with a weighty, unyielding force of protection. Three torrents of overwhelming energy, powerful enough to warp the very fabric of space, converged in midair. Rather than clash, they found harmony, fusing together, resonating and amplifying one another. At last, these forces became a single, immense, triple-layered radiance, vaster, brighter, and brimming with infinite hope and possibility, far surpassing what Decade could have unleashed alone. The brilliance was so dazzling, it threatened to illuminate the entire night sky above New York City. Meanwhile, Kamen Rider Abyss Venom had finally gathered the full force of its ultimate attack. At its waist, the Abyss Devourer Driver unleashed a shriek so chilling, so bone-deep, it seemed to echo up from the darkest pit of hell itself, making the soul tremble in terror. A deluge of energy, thick and viscous as liquid darkness, burst forth from the shattered maw of the demon, blotting out the sky. Within that torrent one could glimpse countless shadowy souls, writhing and struggling in torment, interwoven with shattered fragments of fear, hatred, envy, and other shards of negative emotions. This black energy rapidly condensed and twisted in midair, finally taking the shape of a colossal abyssal maw, so vast it threatened to swallow the heavens themselves, exuding an aura of pure void and finality. Abyssal cataclysm, devour all creation. Triple radiance. Abyssal maw. The ultimate forces of hope and despair collided head-on, like two supernovas crashing into each other. No embellishments, no evasion. Clashing on a rooftop of the Osborne Tower, a stage on the brink of utter destruction. A deafening explosion, beyond the threshold of human hearing. In that moment, time and space themselves seemed to freeze. All that remained was the absolute contrast. Blinding light and bottomless darkness locked in a primordial struggle. Triple radiance, as unyielding and unstoppable as a holy sword, drove itself directly into the cold, viscous darkness of the abyssal maw. Wherever the radiance passed, the shadows melted and evaporated like frost beneath the morning sun. The twisted souls within gave soundless cries of agony, then dissolved into pure points of light and vanished. The abyssal maw thrashed, desperate to devour, corrupt, and assimilate the invading brilliance. But the will within the triple radiance was too firm, too pure. It was the promise of rebirth after destruction, the weight of inescapable responsibility, the resolve to protect those most cherished. Three seemingly different, yet fundamentally linked convictions, each born of protection and hope, fused together into a supreme power, capable of purifying all evil and dispersing every shadow. The deadlock lasted less than a second. Light at last utterly overwhelmed the darkness. The triple radiance, unstoppable as the first light of dawn, tearing through endless night, ripped apart the enormous abyssal maw. Then, without losing any force, struck with unerring precision at the very source of the energy torrent. Kamen Rider Abyss Venom's battered, cracked Abyss Devourer Driver. A sharp, shattering sound rang out, as clear as the breaking of a mirror. The demonic buckle of the Abyss Devourer Driver exploded, utterly destroyed. The swirling vortex of darkness inside collapsed in an instant, vanishing like a punctured balloon. No. Kamen Rider Abyss Venom let out one final, inhuman shriek. A scream overflowing with endless resentment, venomous hatred, and the deepest curse against that blinding radiance. Its body, like an ice statue exposed to the sun, began to splinter from the shattered driver, golden and crimson blue cracks spreading rapidly across its form like a spider's web. Dark purple energy boiled and steamed out from the fissures, evaporating into the air. The black biological armor that made up its body crumbled inch by inch, flaking away like weathered stone and disintegrating into dust. At last, with a deep, almost liberating explosion, this terror, born of despair and devouring, fused from symbiote and phantom, bent on dragging the world into true darkness, completely unraveled and vanished. No corpse remained, not a trace left behind. Only a few wisps of feeble, nearly dissipating black symbiote remnants, rootless as drifting duckweed, were caught by the roaring wind atop the tower and swept off toward the unknown horizon. The abyss was finally and utterly banished, purified by the triple radiance. The battle was over. As Abyss Venom's bitter, final scream faded into the wind, the suffocating shadow that had shrouded the top of Oscorp Tower was swept away, cleared like morning mist under sunlight. The tower itself, teetering on the edge of collapse and seemingly about to come apart at any second, suddenly stabilized. After a violent tremor, defying all logic, as if by some miracle, those shattered rebar and fractured concrete still bore witness to the brutal struggle that had just ended. Perhaps some passing rider, in the chaos of battle, had reinforced a few unseen but vital points, almost as an afterthought. Almost simultaneously, three figures canceled their transformations. Peter Parker and Flint Marko could hold on no longer. They collapsed to one knee on the cold, rubble-strewn rooftop, gasping for breath, sweat and blood streaking down their brows. Wang Xiaoming seemed far less battered. The dazzling crimson gold aura around him faded away, leaving him in his casual clothes, his breathing steady, as if the apocalyptic battle just now had been nothing more than a slightly strenuous warm-up. He walked slowly over to the two kneeling men, looking down at their battered but somehow renewed faces. His eyes settled first on Peter, calm and unreadable, as if simply stating a fact. Revealing who you are might not be the end. It could be another beginning. He paused, giving Peter a moment to reflect, then continued. With great power comes great responsibility, but now you get to define what that means. His tone was level, without a trace of preaching, yet the words landed in Peter's storm-tossed heart like a pebble, sending ripples through the confusion within. Then his gaze shifted to Flint, almost casually sweeping over Flint's chest, where the once raging core of sand now glowed with a steady, gentle golden light. The power to protect comes from within, not from outward form. His voice remained indifferent, yet it seemed to lay bare the true nature of Flint's transformation. With these words, Wang Xiaoming seemed to feel he had said all that needed to be said. He no longer looked at either of them. Instead, he surveyed the ruined rooftop around them, a place that looked as if some great beast had gnawed it to pieces. On his face appeared a subtle expression, perhaps the final judgment on this drama as it drew to a close. Well then, the ending to this story isn't too bad. He turned away, his movements crisp and decisive, not a trace of hesitation. My little passing threw ends here as well. Even before his words had faded, his figure suddenly transformed into a dazzling, multicolored aurora, like lightning tearing through the fabric of space. In an instant, he shot skyward, disappearing into the pale dawn on the horizon. As he vanished, the two cards, emblems of Kamen Rider Spider-Man and Kamen Rider Sandman, that had resided within Peter and Flint, also dissolved. They scattered as tiny golden and red-blue lights, drifting away like fireflies, slowly, fading into the air. The foreign power belonging to Decade was gone for good. Yet in the wake of this battle and its trials, the strength and resolve that truly belonged to them seemed to have quietly awakened and settled deep within. Several days later, in a tightly guarded hospital in New York City, or perhaps a temporary safe house set up by S.H.I.E.L.D. The hospital room was pristine, filled with the faint scent of antiseptic. Peter Parker sat at the edge of his bed, dressed in loose hospital clothes and wrapped in bandages. Though his face was still a little pale, his eyes were clearer and steadier than before. Across from him, Mary Jane Watson sat quietly in a chair. There was still a lingering fear in her eyes, but more than that, a concern she could not put into words and a deeper, newfound understanding. There was little need for words between them. No frantic questions, no forced reassurances. After facing the terror of death and the trauma of unmasking, language itself seemed insufficient in this moment. Peter gazed at MJ, his eyes brimming with deep guilt, exhaustion from his narrow escape, and a profound gratitude for having her by his side once more. MJ looked back at him, gently reaching out to rest her hand over his bandaged one. Peter instinctively tightened his grip on her hand. That familiar warmth was the perfect balm, soothing the last traces of unrest deep in his heart. They simply looked at each other in silence, and then, just as they had countless times before, lightly pressed their foreheads together. Silence, in this moment, spoke louder than 1,000 words. Beyond the window, the rising sun pierced through the clouds, casting its golden light once again over this battered yet unbroken city. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, in a pediatric hospital ward, Flint Marco sat cautiously at the bedside, his large hands that had once easily overturned cars but now trembled ever so slightly with nervousness, held a pale little hand with a gentleness that was almost clumsy. On the bed, his daughter Penny slept peacefully. The breathing troubles that had plagued her for so long seemed to have vanished, and a faint, healthy blush colored her cheeks. On the nearby monitor, her vital signs were steady as if by some miracle. Though the power of the Heart of Purity card had faded, its lingering energy seemed to have quietly granted this fragile life a glimmer of unexpected hope. Just then, Penny's long eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. She blinked in confusion, and when she saw her father sitting at her bedside, her big eyes first showed a flicker of uncertainty. Then, though still weak, an utterly genuine and pure smile bloomed on her face, like the warmest sunlight on a winter's day. A faint call, soft yet heavy as a blacksmith's hammer, struck Flint Marco's heart with full force. This weathered man, who had struggled so long at the edge of guilt and despair, could no longer hold back his emotions. He bowed his head. Abruptly, and scalding tears, silent as pearls slipping from a broken string, fell onto the cold back of his daughter's little hand. They were tears of remorse, for the mistakes he had made, for the fear and pain he had once brought to his daughter. But they were also tears of rebirth and joy. At last, he could hold his daughter's hand, feel her warmth, and return her smile. Not as a monster, not as a heap of cold sand, but as a true father. The strength to protect really does come from within. Sunshine chased away the last traces of darkness before dawn, flooding every street in New York City. Around the ruins of the Osborne Tower, cleanup crews worked in careful order. After the terror and chaos, people's lives were slowly returning to normal with a newfound resilience. The debate over Spider-Man's true identity continued. But after witnessing that fierce battle and the final act of protection, public opinion was beginning to shift in subtle, unexpected ways. On the skyline of a city crowded with towering buildings, a familiar figure in red and blue emerges once more. He swings and weaves swiftly through the steel jungle, his movements fluid and brimming with strength. Yet, if you look closely, there's a new steadiness to each leap and landing, and in every gaze toward the distant horizon, his eyes shine with a firmer, more seasoned light. He is Peter Parker. He is Spider-Man. The revelation of his identity did not destroy him. Instead, like fire refining gold, it stripped away his youthful uncertainty and helped him grasp the true, weighty meaning behind those famous words. New challenges may be waiting just over the horizon, and darkness and danger will never truly leave this world. But as he lifts his head to meet the rising sun, that sense of duty and hope unique to heroes blazes within him once again, like an undying flame roaring back to life. Night has settled, deep and dense as ink, seeping into the Earth's core. Beneath this hush, a vast and heavily guarded facility, the Joint Dark Energy Research Complex, hums in silence. This is the secret nerve center codenamed Pegasus, born of S.H.I.E.L.D. and NASA's collaboration, and deep within its heart lies a power capable of altering the fate of the universe. Inside the core laboratory, a ghostly blue glow pulses like an ominous heart within its custom-built containment field. The Tesseract floats quietly, but tonight, its calm is broken. Energy readings are spiking out of control. The stabilization field generator is overloading. Dr. Eric Selvig, an expert physicist enlisted by S.H.I.E.L.D. to unravel the Tesseract's mysteries, cries out, panic threading his voice. His gray hair is disheveled, and his eyes are locked onto the rapidly climbing numbers and the growing web of blue arcs dancing across the device's surface. Around him, scientists scramble in confusion, racing to implement emergency protocols, but the Tesseract's unleashed energy rampages like a wild beast, smashing through the limits of human technology. Suddenly, a shrill alarm slices through the underground base. Red emergency lights pulse madly against the cold metal walls, throbbing like the last heartbeat of someone in mortal peril. With a low hum, the reinforced alloy elevator doors glide open. Nick Fury and Maria Hill stride out, faces set and grim. Phil Coulson is already waiting outside, his expression taut with urgency. Status. Fury's words are clipped and precise. Doctor says the energy's breaking containment. Nothing can stop it, Coulson rattles off. The Tesseract, it's like it's opening a doorway. Fury's single eye narrows sharply. His worst fear is coming true. Hill, initiate maximum level evacuation procedures. Coulson with me. The three of them charged toward the core laboratory. Through the thick, radiation-proof glass, they saw the blue energy source growing, ever more violent. Dr. Selvig's voice crackled over the comm, heavy with despair. It's too late. It's already locked onto the coordinates. It's coming. Before he could finish, the Tesseract exploded in a blinding flash of blue light. The energy containment device shattered in an instant, and a terrifying shock wave slammed into the lab's walls and the protective glass like an invisible sledgehammer, erupting in a deafening roar. At the center of the laboratory, space itself seemed to tear like the fabric of a painting. A deep, swirling blue portal took shape, whirring with a low, ominous hum as it stabilized. The first to step through the portal was a figure dressed in the dark, battle-worn garments of the realm of strife. His stride was unhurried, as if he were merely taking a stroll in his own backyard. In his hand, he gripped a staff crowned, with a gemstone that glimmered with a sinister blue light, the Mind Scepter. His gaze was icy and aloof, sweeping over the panic-stricken mortals in the lab with the indifference of God. This was the emissary of the Strife realm, Silas. Close behind him emerged a half-cybernetic figure. A blue mechanical eye swept the room with cold precision, her metal frame emitting quiet clicks with every movement. Her face was expressionless, her right hand resting instinctively on the weapon at her hip, ready for battle at a moment's notice. It was Nebula, Thanos' adopted daughter. The last figure to emerge from the portal sent Fury's pupils contracting in alarm. It was a man clad in a massive, brutal exosuit, like a monstrous hybrid of the earliest ironmonger, armor, and some twisted organic creature. The suit's surface was shrouded in heavy, dull metal, but here and there, patches of black, tar-like biological plating were exposed, laced with pulsing violet energy lines that flickered erratically, radiating instability. As he stepped forward, his body shook violently, racked by the clash of unleashed energy in his own brute strength. He staggered, letting out a guttural roar, thick with pain and furious madness. In his eyes burned the flames of vengeance, wild enough to consume everything. Ivan Vanko. He was not only alive, but had returned more terrifying, more twisted than ever before. As Vanko appeared, 6 hulking, menacing drones followed from the portal, his iron cavalry. Each was painted in ominous, muted tones, their energy cores throbbing with unstable violet light. They landed with heavy thuds or soared into position, like loyal iron hounds. Their weapon systems locked onto every shield agent still standing in the lab, gun barrels and cannons gleaming coldly in the artificial light. A suffocating sense of menace instantly filled the room. Vanko, Fury's voice was as cold as ice. You're alive. What are you trying to do? He turned to face Silas and Nebula, his single eye flashing with a steely glare. And who are you two? Drop your weapons now. A ragged, broken laugh, laced with pain and madness, rattled out of Vanko. He stared at Fury through the visor of his armor, his gaze locked and unyielding. Fury, S.H.I.E.L.D. That old dog Stark. Of course I'm alive, and I've become stronger. Today, every one of you will pay the price. He suddenly raised his twisted, armored arm and pointed it at Fury, his voice ringing out like a demon returning from the depths of hell. The target is the Tesseract. Proceed as planned. Silas's voice was cold, utterly devoid of human feeling. He didn't even spare Fury a glance. His words were a reminder to Nebula and the increasingly unhinged Vanko. We are ordered to reclaim what is rightfully ours, Nebula intoned. Her mechanical eye fixed on Fury, her tone utterly flat. Resistance is futile. In that heartbeat of tense standoff, Silas moved. A flash of blue light sparked in his eyes as he whipped the tip of the scepter toward the nearest threat, Clint Barton, Hawkeye, who had instinctively raised his bow to take aim. A pure beam of blue energy shot out like a striking viper, hitting Hawkeye squarely in the chest with pinpoint accuracy. Barton's body jerked violently. The light vanished from his eyes, leaving them empty and ice blue, like a puppet whose soul had been ripped away. With stiff, mechanical motions, he slowly lowered his bow. Silas wasted no time. He swept the scepter with clinical precision, tapping the foreheads or chests of several scientists trying desperately to operate the control panels and the security chief, who had drawn his weapon in a doomed attempt to fight back. Each time, the same blue glow flickered. Their eyes, too, faded into that same hollow, controlled emptiness. Puppets, just like Hawkeye. Open fire. Hill reacted instantly, barking the order before Silas could seize control of anyone else. The remaining SHIELD security officers sprang into action, using cover as they unleashed a hail of gunfire at the intruders. The thunderous crack of bullets shattered the stifling silence of the lab in an instant. Rounds hammered Vanko's monstrous Abyss Iron Knight prototype, armor like a blizzard of hailstones. Most of the bullets pinged harmlessly off the thick outer shell, the impacts ringing out with heavy, muffled clangs, leaving behind only shallow, meaningless dents. A few specialized armor-piercing rounds struck the exposed organic material, splattering foul, black ichor. Yet even those wounds squirmed and healed before their eyes, closing up in the blink of an eye. Ha! Not enough. Nowhere near enough. Vanko let out an even more maniacal laugh. The arm of his exosuit shot forward in an energy whip, crackling with unstable dark purple arcs, lashed out like a venomous snake. With a piercing shriek that tore through the air, it snapped viciously toward the security line. Wherever the energy whip struck, human bodies were tossed and torn apart like fragile ragdolls. Solid alloy barriers were reduced to scraps, and molten shards in an instant, as if made of paper. The walls bore deep, blackened scars, still smoldering from the whip's devastating path. Behind Vanko, 6 Iron Legion exosuits roared to life, opening fire all at once. Shoulder-mounted cannons unleashed searing beams of energy, while heavy machine guns on their arms swept across the room in a relentless hail of bullets, as merciless as the scythe of death itself. The overwhelming firepower shattered SHLD's already fragile resistance in moments. Energy beams punched through bodies, leaving gaping, horrific holes, while the hail of bullets tore through barricades and equipment, sending debris flying in all directions. Nebula moved through the crossfire like a phantom, her every movement precise, efficient, and lethal. Each dodge was perfectly timed, each strike brutally clean. She closed in on a security guard, her metal arm snapping his neck with effortless force. Spinning around, her wrist-mounted blaster fired a razor-sharp beam of energy, blowing a hole straight through the chest of an agent who tried to fight back. In that moment, she was the very embodiment of a killing machine, harvesting lives with cold efficiency. Silas stood a little behind the others, his staff occasionally flaring with a pulse of blue light. With each flash, a shock wave erupted, sending any agents daring to approach Vanko or the Tesseract flying, or blasting apart critical control terminals in their path. Meanwhile, Hawkeye, now under mind control, became the most deadly traitor of all. He moved with frightening speed, knocking arrow after arrow, each one finding its mark with uncanny precision, striking down former comrades without hesitation. Sometimes, he loosed explosive arrows from impossible angles, unraveling SHLD's final defensive lines. His eyes were icy, his face devoid of emotion, as if he weren't shooting at brothers in arms, but at nothing more than faceless, moving targets. Very quickly, the laboratory was awash in blood and the acrid tang of gunpowder. Once they had seized control, Vanko didn't immediately snatch up the case containing the Tesseract. Instead, his eyes, burning with a wild, unhinged light, were drawn to the pure blue energy seeping from the Tesseract's container, swirling and pulsing like a living thing. Power! This is true power, he muttered to himself, ignoring the warning glances from Silas and Nebula. He strode straight for the heart of the energy source, reaching out with an arm sheathed in warped armor and living tissue. The energy whip flickered out again, but this time not to attack. Instead, he extended it with careful deliberation, as if testing the waters, letting it just barely touch the surging blue cosmic energy. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. The instant he made contact, Vanko's entire body jolted violently. The dark purple energy circuits on his armor flickered madly, as though overloaded. Pure blue cosmic energy, writhing like a living creature, was forcibly drawn in and devoured by his body and armor. Two utterly different yet equally formidable energies clashed with explosive intensity within him, and, throughout his suit's systems, blue arcs and dark violet lightning intertwined and collided, erupting in piercing detonations. Vanko let out a howl, a mixture of agony and wild exhilaration, his body trembling uncontrollably. The organic shell on his armor began to multiply and twist out of control, as if something even more terrifying was about to be born from within. Vanko, stop this foolishness. Silas's voice was icy and biting. Our mission is to retrieve it, not to let you play with fire. The energy inside you is unstable. Nebula's mechanical eye flashed with a cold warning light. If you disrupt the mission, I will eliminate you. Eliminate me? Ha ha ha. Vanko's laughter rang out, distorted and manic, as energy surged and fused within him. Once I master this power completely, what is Stark to me? Where are any of you? I will surpass everything. I will become a god. Fury and Hill exchanged a quick glance, seizing the fleeting opportunity as Vanko became distracted by his own internal strife. Fury whipped out a custom high-energy pistol, aiming it directly at the cube's container, intent on destroying it once and for all. At the same time, Hill raised her weapon, covering Fury. But a sharp, whistling sound cut through the air. Hawkeye, still under mind control, reacted with astonishing speed. A crackling, electrified arrow struck Fury's gun hand. With perfect precision, Fury cried out as the gun flew from his grasp. Another explosive arrow detonated at Hill's feet, blasting her off her feet and onto the ground. Silas no longer paid any heed to the madman consumed by his lust for power. He pointed his scepter at the mind-controlled Dr. Selvig. Take out. Dr. Selvig's eyes were empty, his movements puppet-like. He walked to the console, deftly working the controls to release the final security lock. The cylindrical container holding the cosmic cube slowly rose. Silas stepped forward, calmly placing the container into a special briefcase, its surface gleaming with silvery gray metal. As the case snapped shut, the eerie blue glow was sealed away completely. Target acquired, Nebula confirmed. She strode forward, her tone brooking no argument, and forcibly interrupted Vanko, who was still desperately trying to absorb the energy. Her mechanical arm clamped down on Vanko's energy whip. The sheer force wrenched a furious roar from him, but in the end, he was forced to stop. Move out, Silas commanded. Though Vanko was seething with unwillingness, he knew that the energy here had spiraled completely out of control, and it was no longer safe to linger. Besides, he had already made initial contact with the cube's power and started channeling a portion of it. He needed time to absorb and integrate this new strength. With a roar seething with venom and frustration, he ordered the armored cavalry and his mind-control followers, including Hawkeye and the others, to stay behind and cover his retreat. The invaders, carrying the briefcase that held the cosmic cube and accompanied by Hawkeye, Dr. Selvig, and others under the scepter's thrall, moved swiftly. They slipped through a concealed emergency maintenance tunnel, already sabotaged and unlocked by Hawkeye, and boarded a specially prepared underground transport vehicle, possibly one that had been modified for this exact escape. In an instant, they vanished into the depths of the base. The moment they left, the energy core of the Pegasus facility, already destabilized by Vanko's reckless siphoning and now lacking the cube's containment, exploded into chaos like a powder keg set alight. A deafening, earth-shaking rumble thundered from deep underground, echoing like some ancient beast stirring to life. The entire base began to convulse violently. Ceilings buckled and collapsed as if made of paper. Equipment detonated in rapid succession under the strain of energy overload. The reinforced support structures groaned and snapped with a sickening, metallic screech. Icy groundwater, unleashed like a catastrophic flood, surged through the widening cracks, swallowing floor after floor beneath a rising tide. Move! Now! Fury, Hill, Coulson, and the few surviving agents sprinted for their lives through the trembling emergency escape tunnel. As darkness and floodwaters closed in and the base teetered on the brink of collapse, they emerged onto the surface at the very last possible moment. Above ground, the entrance that had once masqueraded as an unremarkable research facility was gone without a trace. In its place yawned an immense crater, belching smoke and steam, its edges crumbling as the earth kept caving in, swallowing everything below. Fury stood at the brink of the ruin, his gaze fixed on the abyss that now resembled the very maw of hell. His face was so grim, it seemed to absorb the surrounding darkness. Hill hurried over, reporting the preliminary tally of staggering losses and casualties. Her words faltered as she delivered the hardest blow. Agent Barton. He was taken by the enemy, his status unknown. Coulson joined them, his tone heavy with concern. Sir, in all the chaos, I caught a glimpse of Vanko's armor. The energy it was emitting, it was strange, and it seemed even stronger than before. Fury listened in silence, the reflection of the ruins and the distant city lights glinting in his solitary eye. Vanko's vengeance, the agents of unknown powers, the sinister influence of the scepter, the theft of the cosmic cube, the possibility of extraterrestrial forces lurking behind that half-cybernetic man, and above all, the elusive, unfathomably powerful masked rider known only as Decade. Hatred within, threats from without, the looming shadow of the cosmos. Never before had Earth been exposed to so many, so terrifying dangers all at once. The strength of S.H.I.E.L.D. alone was no longer enough. Hill, Fury's voice was low and resolute, carrying the weight of a desperate gamble. Raise the priority of that plan to the highest level. He paused, his gaze drifting into the distance, as if he could already see the faint outline of a team not yet formed, a team that would carry the last hope of Earth. We need a team capable of facing threats of this magnitude. It's time. Kolkata. The afternoon sun filtered through the narrow, crowded streets, breaking into a patchwork of light and shadow. The air was thick with a mingled scents of spices, dust, and the clamor of daily life. Amid this restless seclusion, Bruce Banner, dressed in a faded shirt, leaned over to gently dab ointment on the forehead of a timid little girl with a fresh scrape. His movements were careful, as if searching for a sliver of inner peace in this simple act of kindness, trying to keep the ever-present green giant within from awakening. This makeshift clinic, cobbled together from sheets of tin and canvas, was his temporary haven. Suddenly, the little girl, who had seemed so fearful just moments before, handed him a neatly folded slip of paper. In halting, heavily accented English, she said, "Doctor, outside, there's a beautiful lady here to see you." Banner was momentarily taken aback. He accepted the note and unfolded it. Inside, there was nothing but a simple address and a time. Looking up, he peered through the worn curtain at the clinic's entrance and saw her, a red-haired woman in an unassuming cotton dress whose poised presence was impossible to disguise. She stood quietly across the crowded street, blending in with the throng, yet unmistakably set apart, like a crane among chickens. Natasha Romanoff. Trouble personified. Banner sighed, knowing his fleeting peace had come to an end. After reassuring the little girl and tidying up, he stepped out of the clinic. Agent Romanoff. Banner's voice carried a note of fatigue and wariness. Natasha offered a professional smile, wasting no time. Dr. Banner, sorry to intrude on your solitude, but the world needs you. Nothing good ever follows those words, Banner replied, rubbing his temples. All I want is to be left alone, far away from trouble. The other guy only brings destruction. The last time I showed up, I nearly leveled half of Stark Expo. Remember? That's not something I can control. We remember, Doctor, and we also remember the power of the Hulk. The way it turned the tide when we faced those inhuman monsters, Natasha said, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Now, what we're up against may be even worse than those creatures. An unlimited energy source called the Cosmic Cube has been stolen by a group of extremely dangerous enemies. Its power is spiraling out of control, threatening to unleash a global catastrophe. We need your expertise and the strength of the other guy. Images from the last expo flashed involuntarily through Banner's mind. The chaos after being inexplicably teleported onto the battlefield by that guy, named Wang Xiaoming, the Hulk's brutal clash with those grotesque monsters, and, finally, that magenta knight transforming into a dazzling, infinite form. He had made a difference, though it was in a way he desperately wished to avoid. Was running away really an option? All right, he drew a deep breath, as if making a weighty decision. But if the big guy loses control? We have contingency plans, Natasha replied, a flicker of unshakable confidence passing through her eyes. As they made their way toward the hidden rendezvous point, Natasha brought up a question, almost as if in passing. By the way, Dr. Banner, have you seen that passing Kamen rider lately? Wang Xiaoming. Banner's face fell instantly, a look of exasperated headache clouding his expression. That guy. Last time, he dropped me on the battlefield and vanished in a thin air. Who knows which world he's off to pass through and cause trouble now? If you ever track him down, do me a favor. Tell him next time he wants to help, could he please give me a little warning first? My heart can't take much more of this. New York City, Stark Tower, penthouse level. Having just concluded a long, exhausting meeting, Tony Stark exited the conference room, pinching the bridge of his nose. The agenda had been a tangle of post-expo reparations, legal disputes, company image rehabilitation, and the safety assessment of new technologies, a wearisome slog. Yet despite the fatigue etched on his face, his eyes shone with a steadiness and resolve stronger than ever before. Pepper Potts, dressed in a sharp business suit, stood waiting at the door, holding a steaming cup of coffee. Looks like you survived the bloodthirsty lawyers and the endless chatter from aboard, she said, stepping forward to smooth out his slightly rumpled tie with practiced ease. Of course, sweetheart. Tony took the coffee and pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, murmuring, after all, Stark Industries now has the best CEO in the world at the helm. So, what do you want for dinner tonight? As long as you make it yourself. Even if it's the latest invention from the world of culinary disasters, I'll savor every bite. The tender, affectionate atmosphere lasted only a few seconds before an uninvited figure appeared at the end of the hallway, abruptly shattering the peace. Nick Fury, clad in his signature black trench coat, wore a stormy expression, his face as dark as the sky before a tempest. Well, look who it is, the one-eyed man. Every time I see that poker face of yours, it's never good news, Tony quipped, raising an eyebrow with his usual flair for sarcasm. Yet he couldn't help but notice the rare, almost oppressive gravity in Fury's demeanor. So what's new this time? Aliens taking their UFOs for a joyride, or has some lunatic I flattened decided to escape from the asylum again? Stark, this isn't the time for jokes, Fury replied, his voice low and urgent. We have a serious situation. The Tesseract has been stolen, Pegasus base destroyed, Ivan Vanko is back, and he's not alone. We need Iron Man. The smile vanished from Tony's face in an instant. He shot Fury a sharp look. Vanko, I thought he was... Wait, did you say the base is gone? The Tesseract's been taken. The gravity of it hit him immediately. He turned to Pepper, his eyes filled with both concern and apology. Honey, looks like that candlelight dinner might have to wait. Pepper stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Tony. She met Fury's gaze head-on, her expression resolute. Director Fury, the last Expo disaster is still fresh in my mind. I need your word. Tony's safety has to be the top priority. Ms. Potts, I completely understand your concern, Fury said, his single eye unwavering, his tone solemn. But the threat level we're facing now is beyond anything we've seen. Vanko has become even more dangerous, and he's joined by mysterious new allies with abilities we can't predict. We're assembling a special team. Tony won't be fighting alone. I give you my word. We'll use every resource we have to keep him safe. Words like team, Vanko's gotten more dangerous, and unprecedented threats struck a chord deep within Tony, fanning the flames of a newfound sense of duty. Gently, he drew Pepper behind him and gave Fury a decisive nod. All right, count me in, but my suit's gonna need some serious upgrades for this. And don't expect me to play by your bureaucratic rulebook. Deal, Fury said, visibly relieved. Then, as if a thought had just occurred to him, he added, by the way, Stark, are you still in contact with that guy, Decade? We need all the help we can get, but he seems to have vanished. Tony immediately rolled his eyes and threw up his hands in an exaggerated gesture. Contact him? That elusive guy in a magenta bodysuit? Last time he saved my life, he just vanished in a thin air. Didn't even stick around for a cup of coffee. Jarvis tried every satellite and network node, couldn't pick up a blip. For all I know, he's back in some other dimension, having afternoon tea. Don't count on him. That guy's even less reliable than I am. Several hours later, inside the colossal shield helicarrier hovering 10,000 meters above the Earth, a tense and solemn atmosphere filled a private briefing room adjacent to the bridge. Beyond the enormous alloy viewport, the churning sea of clouds rolled past like silent, surging waves. Tony Stark strolled in wearing casual clothes, arriving almost simultaneously with Bruce Banner, who was also dressed down but looked noticeably uneasy. Hey, big guy, Dr. Banner. Tony spotted Bruce and, to everyone's surprise, offered his hand with a smile that mixed curiosity and genuine friendliness. About last time? Thanks. Even if your entrance was a bit, well, earth-shattering. Nearly took out my entire expo hall. Banner shook Tony's hand a little awkwardly and managed a sheepish grin. Well, technically, you should be thanking that guy Wong. He's the one who express shipped me over. Honestly, I still have no idea how he pulled that off. A subtle, almost empathetic bond had formed between the two, born from their shared experience in that recent chaos, and their mutual complaints about Wong, their unpredictable courier. Just then, the door slid open. Agent Phil Coulson entered, his face betraying an uncontainable mix of excitement and reverence. Behind him strode a tall, broad-shouldered blond man, dressed in a retro, yet impeccably tailored red, white, and blue uniform, shield in hand. Gentlemen, everyone's here. Coulson's voice trembled ever so slightly. He turned to the blond man. Captain, this is Mr. Tony Stark and Dr. Bruce Banner. Steve Rogers, Captain America, regarded the two men with a level, steady gaze. When he looked at Tony, his eyes were thoughtful, not hostile. Perhaps Coulson had briefed him on Stark's recent changes, his public admissions of fault, his willingness to take responsibility, the very qualities Steve admired most. Tony, for his part, studied the living legend with clear interest, more curious than confrontational. Wow, straight out of comic book. America's captain. Heard a lot about you. And that uniform, you've kept it in great shape. Really vintage, but it still looks tough as ever. Steve only frowned slightly, clearly unaccustomed to Tony's irreverent way of speaking, but he responded with relative calm, Mr. Stark, I hope your abilities will live up to the contributions your father once made to this country, and to the sense of responsibility you've shown lately. Their first meeting didn't erupt into the fierce conflict many had anticipated. Although the atmosphere was tinged with the subtle distance born of their different backgrounds, it remained, at least for now, civil. Everyone, time is short. Fury and Hill appeared the doorway, breaking the slightly awkward tension of this initial encounter. The lights in the room dimmed, and a massive holographic projection flared to life. Fury's voice grew cold and grave. The screen first displayed the utter devastation of the Pegasus base, a hellish crater with underground water surging up endlessly. Next came a briefing on the cosmic cube's energy properties and the account of its theft. Then, the image shifted to information on their enemies. First appeared Ivan Vanko. The surveillance footage was blurry, but clear enough to reveal him clad in a monstrous suit of heavy armor, as if twisted steel and black, sinewy biomaterial had been forcibly stitched together. The prototype, known as the Abyss Iron Knight. The video froze on the terrifying moment when he was ravenously absorbing the cube's energy, blue-violet arcs crackling wildly across the armor surface as the biomass multiplied uncontrollably. Ivan Vanko, confirmed alive, empowered by an unknown dark force. Extremely dangerous, highly unstable, harbors an intense hatred for Stark. Fury's voice was devoid of emotion. Tony's face turned grim as he took in Vanko's new form. Damn it, the energy readings coming off this guy. They're a lot like the source behind those monsters at the expo, but even more violent, more chaotic. It's like someone crudely grafted unstable tech onto some incomprehensible biological corruption. This is bad. Instantly, his mind began racing through possible countermeasures. Next, the screen revealed Silas. The footage clearly captured him wielding the Mind Scepter, a flash of blue light at its tip, and Hawkeye Barton's eyes turned instantly vacant. Silas was then shown calmly issuing commands and controlling others. Codename, Messenger. Identity, unknown. Powers, mind control. He appears to belong to an organization we haven't identified yet. The scepter he wields draws energy strikingly similar to the cosmic cube, but its nature is bizarre, and it's exceedingly dangerous. Banner's brow furrowed as he watched the Mind Scepter's eerie blue energy and the scenes of mental domination. The Mind Scepter, its energy structure is extremely unusual, almost as if it can directly influence consciousness at the quantum level. That's already far beyond the realm of conventional physics. And the energy itself feels profoundly dark, profoundly dangerous. The final segment focused on Nebula. Her figure, ghost-like and elusive, darted through the base. Each move executed with lethal precision, every strike decisive and deadly. She displayed combat skills and killing efficiency that far surpassed human limits. Codename, Nebula, a semi-mechanical modified life form, presumed to be of extraterrestrial origin. Extremely formidable in combat, she serves an unknown power. Fury's voice resonated through the silent briefing room. The Tesseract itself contains the power to annihilate entire civilizations. If it falls into the hands of these maniacs and their mysterious allies, the consequences would be unimaginable. Vanko's mad vendetta, the messenger's insidious mind control, Nebula's deadly force, along with the even greater threat that could be lurking behind them. Ladies and gentlemen, we are facing a crisis unlike any we have ever seen. Steve watched the screen in silence. Only when all the information had been revealed did he straighten his posture, his expression grave, his eyes sharp. They move fast, their objectives are clear, their organization is tight, and their methods are ruthless. This isn't the work of an ordinary crime ring or terrorist group. Director Fury, we need an immediate action plan. First, track the Tesseract's energy signature at all costs. Second, rescue Agent Barton and the others under their control. Third, we must stop them from using the Tesseract to inflict further damage. We need unified command and a detailed tactical deployment. Fury nodded and looked around at the team. That's exactly why I've called you all here. Dr. Banner, Stark, I need your expertise to track down the Tesseract's whereabouts. Captain Rogers, I need your tactical mind and leadership to devise our ground operations. Agent Romanoff will handle intelligence infiltration. Hill and I will oversee overall command and resource coordination. He studied the faces before him. Their abilities and temperaments so different, yet each perhaps Earth's final hope. In his single eye, an unyielding resolve blazed bright. I know each of you has your own reasons. Maybe you don't fully trust each other. Maybe you don't even trust me. But right now, we have to stand together as a team. Avengers, assemble. Munich, Germany. The ancient opera square, steeped in history, quietly basked in the weight of the night. Gentle lights traced the ornate lines of Baroque architecture. Yet this tranquility was soon shattered by an uncanny and silent disturbance. At the center of the square, the air rippled and warped, as if a stone had been tossed into still water. A figure appeared, emerging quietly. He wore a tailored outfit of deep green and black, carrying an almost imperceptible air of Asgardian nobility. It was Loki. The arrogance that once marked his face was gone, replaced by an unfathomable calm, and deep within his eyes, a fleeting shadow of exhaustion. He slowly raised his hand, and from his fingertips flowed a pale, golden magical radiance, spreading out in silent ripples. In an instant, the once empty square was filled with hundreds of people, men and women, young and old, appearing out of thin air. Dressed in modern clothing, yet wearing expressions of fervent obedience, they moved in perfect unison, dropping to their knees before Loki as if worshipping a god. The sheer scale of the scene, coupled with its uncanny orderliness, created an atmosphere both grand and deeply unsettling. Loki stood before his followers, his gaze unfocused on them, instead cast far into the darkness beyond. His voice rang out with a unique resonance, as if amplified by magic, echoing clearly over the silent square. Hear me, mortals of Midgard. You wallow in fleeting pleasures, chasing after hollow power, yet remain blind to the storm brewing in. The darkness above your heads. The order you so proudly uphold is nothing but a castle built on sand, fragile and ready to crumble at a touch. There was a theatrical mockery in his tone. Perhaps the old gods have long withered in the soil of your forgetfulness, but the laws of the universe have never changed. When true danger descends, how long will your so-called heroes shield you? Perhaps it is time to welcome a new king, one who truly understands the rules. His words were ambiguous, sounding at once like a declaration of conquest and an intentional warning, aimed at those unseen ears lurking in the shadows, ever vigilant to global anomalies. Before he could finish, a blazing streak of red and gold tore through the night sky like a meteor, accompanied by a thunderous sonic boom, and came to a halt above the square. Tony Stark, clad in his latest suit of armor, hovered in the air. The arc reactor on his chest blazed with dazzling light, the energy weapons on his arms fully charged and locked onto Loki below. "Hey, Mr. Antlers, what's with the medieval lord cosplay?" Tony's voice crackled through the suit speakers, laced with his trademark sarcasm. "Planning to start your Emperor gig in Bavaria this time? Or are you just looking for a new place to embarrass yourself?" Almost simultaneously, a sleek Quinjet floated silently nearby. The hatch slid open, and Steve Rogers, Captain America, leapt from the cabin, vibranium shield in hand. He landed with the grace of a panther, a faint gust swirling around his feet. His blue eyes were sharp with vigilance as he fixed his gaze on Loki, his voice steady and commanding. "Stop this now. Release these people." As the targets began to appear one after another, a barely noticeable curve tugged at the corner of Loki's lips, a sign that his plan was unfolding, just as he'd intended. He didn't even bother with Tony's sarcasm, instead waving his hand dismissively, as if brushing dust from his coat. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of kneeling followers in the square vanished without a trace, as silently as soap bubbles bursting beneath the sun. All that remained was the vast, empty plaza, echoing with silence, and two Avengers, Iron Man and Captain America, momentarily stunned by the abrupt change. Huh, an illusion. Tony's helmet lifted to reveal a look of genuine surprise. "So, the whole time you were performing for an empty audience? Or is this your latest trick for picking up girls?" "I'll admit, it's a bit over the top." Steve's brow furrowed, his shield still held firmly before him. He realized that this so-called god, standing before them, was both more capable and more enigmatic than he'd first appeared. Loki shed his earlier theatrics, his expression settling into a calm so profound it was almost grave. His eyes lingered on the two Avengers, weighing them in silence. "Tony Stark. Steve Rogers, isn't it?" Loki's voice was unexpectedly clear and measured, stripped of both mockery and manipulation. "I haven't come to make war with you. In truth, I require your assistance. Or rather, I need the help of the organization you serve." He paused, then revealed his true purpose. "Tell me, do you know a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent named Phil Coulson?" "And someone who calls himself a passing Kamen writer. Goes by the name Wang Xiaoming." Tony and Steve were both caught off guard. Loki hadn't named them precisely, mentioned Coulson, and even brought up the mysterious decade who always seemed to appear at critical moments. Their expectations were suddenly overturned. "He knows Coulson and that decade?" The two exchanged a glance, each silently wondering, is he not our enemy? Though the urge to attack subsided for the moment, their vigilance remained razor-sharp. Aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, in a high-security briefing room, Loki had been invited here. Around him, Natasha Romanoff stood with her arms crossed, her gaze sharp and unblinking. Dr. Bruce Banner kept to a corner, doing his best to stay calm and avoid anything that might trigger the arrival of the other guy. Phil Coulson stood a little closer, his professional composure barely masking a flicker of curiosity. Steve Rogers, silent and imposing, stood at an unthreatening yet unmistakably commanding distance, a silent warning in his presence. Loki glanced around, finding the tense, ready-to-pounce atmosphere somewhat amusing, but also a little beneath him. He took the initiative. To break the silence. "There's no need to look as though you're about to tear me apart at any moment, since I've chosen to reveal myself. This way, I have no intention of becoming your enemy, at least, not right away." Besides, his gaze swept over everyone, a knowing glint in his eyes. "On my way here, I learned quite a bit about your names, your identities, and that little problem you've recently encountered." "Mr. Loki," Coulson stepped forward, maintaining a polite but cautious distance. "You've appeared voluntarily and mentioned both myself and Mr. Wang Xiaoming. What is your true purpose here?" "Coulson," Tony's voice chimed in from the side, filled with open skepticism. "Who is this guy, really? Thor's brother? The Loki from Norse mythology? What on earth is going on?" Coulson nodded, turning to address Tony and Dr. Banner, who both wore curious expressions. He offered a concise explanation. "Yes, Mr. Stark. Dr. Banner. This is Loki, second prince of Asgard and brother to Thor. Last time, in New Mexico, he gained some unknown dark power and fought a fierce battle against Thor, who tried to stop him, along with Mr. Wang Xiaoming, who just happened to to be there. In the end, it was only thanks to Thor awakening new powers and Mr. Wong's help that they managed to subdue him. Tony and Banner exchanged glances, their faces a mix of sudden understanding and information overload. Gods? Dark powers? Masked riders? The world was starting to make less and less scientific sense. Hearing words like dark power and battle, Steve's brow furrowed even deeper, his wariness toward Loki only intensifying. At that moment, the door to the briefing room slid open without a sound. Nick Fury entered, clad in his signature black trench coat, seeming to meld out of the shadows. His single eye, sharp as a hawk's, locked onto Loki with a gaze that brooked no nonsense. His voice dripped with barely concealed sarcasm. "Oh, look who's graced us with his presence. The illustrious prince of Asgard, Loki the trickster god. What's the matter? Wasn't the lesson from your righteous brother and that troublesome Magenta rider not painful enough last time? Forgotten it already? Or have you come back to our little Midgard just to stir up more trouble?" Loki heard this blatant mockery and, far from being angered, instead let a similarly cold smile curl at the corner of his lips. He shot back, sharp as a blade, right? "Back at you, Director Fury. Last time, when faced with nothing more than a rampaging tin can, the Destroyer, S.H.I.E.L.D. was utterly helpless. All you could do was watch as a small town nearly got wiped off the map. That sorry state really left quite a lasting impression on me. At the very least, this time I've come bringing vital intelligence that could save your fragile planet. I'm not like certain one-eyed moles who hide in the shadows, scheming and manipulating from the dark." Fury's single eye narrowed slightly, but he didn't rise to Loki's bait. He simply stared back, icy and unflinching. "Intelligence? Why should I trust a god whose very name is synonymous with lies and deception?" The sarcastic smile faded from Loki's face, replaced by a sudden gravity. "You don't have to trust me, but you must believe in the reality of the threat. I'm here at Thor's request, or more precisely, because of intelligence we intercepted together at the border of Asgard during a skirmish with the Chitauri vanguard. The Chitauri, they're not acting alone. They serve a far more terrifying master." He raised his hand, pointing to the massive screen where surveillance footage from the Pegasus base played in a continuous loop. The image froze precisely on Silas's figure. This man, Loki's voice dropped to a somber tone, his eyes flickering with a mix of complexity and wariness, is called Silas. He isn't from the Nine Realms, nor does he belong to any dimension we know. He hails from a place called the Combat Realm, a dimension ruled by absolute power and iron-fisted order, a world saturated with conquest and the energies of despair. He paused, as if exposing an old wound of his own. "I once briefly tapped into the power from that world. It's potent, seductive, but the price is far beyond your imagination." He gestured again at the screen. "For what I've intercepted, partially decoded Chitauri transmissions, this Silas represents a certain will of the Combat Realm. He struck some kind of bargain with the Chitauri Legion, under the mad titan Thanos. Their goal is to use your stolen Tesseract to open a stable, massive portal above Earth, allowing the main Chitauri fleet to descend and launch a full-scale invasion and occupation." Then his gaze fell upon the image of Nebula. As for this half-mechanical woman, she is Nebula, one of Thanos' most favored adopted daughters, a cold weapon forged through endless modifications, now driven solely by slaughter and a twisted loyalty to Thanos. Loki drew a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. The astonishing revelation had left their faces tense, some even etched with shock. In a voice that was almost chillingly calm, he spoke. "So, Director Fury, Avengers, what you're facing now is not just a mad scientist who stole the energy core, a mind controller, or an alien assassin. You're up against a calculated, organized interstellar invasion, one orchestrated by forces that reach into the darkest corners of other dimensions. And the Tesseract, that's the key they intend to use to open the gates of hell. Time is not on your side." Helicarrier briefing room. The bombshell Loki had dropped exploded like a flash grenade in the confined space. After a heartbeat of stunned silence, suspicion and silent confrontation thickened the air until it seemed almost a freeze. Nick Fury's single eye was sharp as a searchlight, fixed unblinking on Loki. He was the first to break the silence, his voice cold enough to bite. "The realm of conflict? Thanos? Chitauri invasion? Loki, your talent for spinning tales certainly lives up to your title as the god of mischief. Why should I trust a god whose very name is built on lies and deception? This sounds more like a carefully laid trap, something to throw us into chaos." He turned his head slightly and issued a quiet order to Hill behind him. "Level 1 lockdown. Watch him closely. He doesn't set foot off this ship." Steve Rogers stood with arms folded, his brow furrowed. His solid presence radiated unyielding vigilance. The threat may be serious, but the source of this information is highly suspect. His voice was steady and commanding. We have to independently verify every detail, prepare for every possibility, and never let a potential enemy lead us by the nose. And we can't forget, he could turn on us at any moment. Natasha Romanoff, sleek and dangerous as a panther, leaned against the wall. She looked relaxed, but her eyes dissected Loki's every move with an X-ray intensity. Mr. Loki always has his own agenda, Director Furi. We need to find out what he really wants from this sudden goodwill. She spoke with icy precision. I recommend deeper surveillance and a thorough psychological profile. Surprisingly, it was Tony Stark who showed the most interest in these otherworldly matters. Hey, wait a second. Battle world? Multidimensional? That sounds way cooler than Asgard's Rainbow Bridge and all that. Tony called out, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he turned to Loki. Mr. Antlers, care to share some technical specs? Are we talking wormholes for energy transfer? He suddenly shifted his attention to Fury and Steve, spreading his hands in a dramatic gesture. Look, Capsicle, Cyclops, whether this guy is lying or not, the threat he's describing, well, it's seriously Stark-level dangerous, am I right? And even if he's a con artist, he definitely knows more than we do about those flamboyantly dressed alien lunatics in this so-called battle world. Know your enemy. Know yourself. 100 battles, 100 victories. People. Dr. Bruce Banner looked visibly pale. The thought of the Tesseract's uncontrolled energy and the looming possibility of an interstellar invasion filled him with deep anxiety. I'm inclined to believe the threat is real. This isn't the time for infighting. Mr. Loki himself is certainly dangerous, but if he's telling the truth, stopping the coming disaster has to be our top priority. Phil Coulson stepped forward at just the right moment, trying to ease the tension in the room. Everyone, maybe we should consider. Last time in New Mexico, before Mr. Loki was subdued, he did issue a warning about Battleworld to Mr. Wang Xiaoming. At the time, we didn't fully grasp what he meant. That could lend a bit more credibility to this intelligence. My suggestion, we proceed with caution, work with him to gather more information, but keep our guard up at all times. Amidst the skepticism and varied reactions swirling through the group, Loki merely maintained his deep, inscrutable calm, the corners of his mouth sometimes curling into the faintest trace of a mocking smile. He wasn't in a hurry to defend himself. Instead, he spoke slowly, his voice carrying clearly to every ear in the room. Your mortal suspicion and internal strife, such an eternal performance. You may doubt me, but the threat that faces you won't pause while you hesitate. As for my motives, he let out a soft laugh, his eyes glinting with something mysterious. Perhaps I simply don't wish to see this rather entertaining Midgard utterly destroyed by a bunch of cosmic barbarians with even less taste than I possess. After all, the pleasure of destroying a world should be reserved for someone who truly appreciates the art, don't you think? As the initial briefing drew to a close and Fury was preparing to order Loki transported to the special holding cell deep within a mothership, Tony Stark stepped forward once again. Wait a second, Cyclops. Lock him up? Right now. Tony shot Nick a look that screamed. Are you out of your mind? We need his brain. He knows about those aliens. He knows about that damned battlefield. He might even know the weakness of that blue little scepter. What good does it do us to throw him in a cage? How does that help us track down the Tesseract or stop the invasion? That's just wasting valuable intel. Stock. He is extremely dangerous. Fury growled, his single eye sharp with warning. Oh, really? And who was it last time that got completely played by his tricks and nearly let a big guy tear the whole town apart? Tony shot back mercilessly, then shrugged. Look, it's my Stark Tower. My security system is at least as good as your oversized flying boat, if not better. I'll keep an eye on myself. Besides, we need to analyze that scepter and the Tesseract's energy signatures right away. Dr. Banner needs a safe, fully equipped environment. And we could use a helper who knows a thing or two about the magical side of things, right, big guy? He nudged Banner with his elbow. Banner gave him a helpless look as if to say, don't drag me into this, but didn't argue. With Tony's argument, a mix of technical superiority, practical necessity, and a dash of shameless logic. Fury's face turned the color of storm clouds. He was clearly reluctant, but with the urgent need for whatever info Loki might have, and with Tony's tech being crucial for tracking the Tesseract, he finally pinched the bridge of his nose and gave in, though with the greatest reluctance. Fine. But Natasha and Coulson keep top-level remote surveillance and intervention access at all times. If he tries anything, relax. I'll make sure he knows not to try anything funny, Tony said, snapping his fingers, his mission accomplished. Loki watched the entire argument unfold with an amused smile. When fury relented, he even let out a deliberately elegant whistle and straightened his already immaculate collar. With a tone that sounded more like he was heading to an exclusive club than into custody, he addressed Tony. It seems Mr. Stark truly has vision and knows how to make use of his resources. Lead the way. I've been longing to see your famed glass tower laboratory, the one that's the talk of the Nine Realms. He followed Tony out, and before leaving, shot Fury a sidelong glance, his eyes saying, "See, I win." Hours later, at the top-floor lab of Stark Tower, the space was bright, expansive, and pulsed with the aura of futuristic technology. Holographic projections floated and spun in midair, while the soft hum of precision instruments filled the room. Tony Stark and Loki stood before a massive holographic star map, locked in a heated debate. Every so often, Loki's fingertip traced arcs across the map, leaving behind faint, golden trails of magic. Off to the side, Bruce Banner worked anxiously, focused on operating a complex energy spectrum analyzer as he tried to decode residual energy signals from the Pegasus base, remnants left by the Mind Scepter and the Tesseract. Suddenly, a dazzling aurora of rainbow colors flashed without warning in the center of the lab. As the light faded, Wang Xiaoming appeared seemingly out of thin air, dressed in his signature casual attire, as if he had just teleported in. He glanced around, expecting familiar surroundings, but instead found himself confronted by this rather surreal scene. He froze for a moment, then rubbed his eyes, making sure he wasn't hallucinating from a dimensional jump. "Hey, Stock!" Wang Xiaoming's eyebrows shot up, his voice brimming with undisguised surprise and playful sarcasm. "Did I wander onto the wrong set, or something? Since when did you start running a villain rehabilitation and job skills training center?" This guy, he pointed theatrically at Loki, who was now watching him with great interest. "Last time we met in New Mexico, he was busy scheming how to crush me under his heel, as a stepping stone to the throne. Now, after just a few days apart, he's suddenly your partner in science? Isn't this plot development just a little too rushed?" Tony, seeing Wang Xiaoming appear, was momentarily startled before breaking into a look that said, "It's about time he got back." He strode over quickly and gave a concise explanation. The Tesseract had been stolen, the Chitauri invasion was looming, and Loki had brought important intel and was, for now, a collaborator. Long story short, things are urgent. We need to figure out where those bastards might open a portal, steal back the Tesseract, and save the world. Just a regular day for us. Loki's eyes flickered with a subtle light when he saw Wang Xiaoming. A knowing look mingled with deeper curiosity. "Oh, it seems our passing Kamen Rider always manages to make a timely entrance whenever the play gets interesting. So what world story are you planning to disrupt this time? Adding a little unnecessary possibility to what should have been a straightforward fate." His words dripped with the usual sarcasm, though there was an undercurrent of something more. Wang Xiaoming ignored Loki's verbal barbs and walked straight up to the holographic screen, his gaze sharp as it swept over the energy data and star map. Opening a stable, massive portal between two universes sounds like no small feat, he turned to Tony. "Stark, from your professional perspective, what critical conditions would that require?" "Good question." Tony immediately snapped into work mode, his fingers gliding swiftly across the holographic screen. "First, energy. A massive, extremely stable energy source is essential. The Tesseract itself is terrifyingly powerful, but to keep a portal open, one big enough for an entire Chitauri fleet to pass through, you need auxiliary power or a special environment that can withstand and amplify the Tesseract's energy. Next, location. It can't be too conspicuous, at least not during the preparation stage. And finally, materials. To build things like coordinate stabilizers and energy concentrators, you need rare metals or special alloys, right? Where do you get those? The fastest way is to steal them. So, Tony's eyes grew sharp. The target location is probably near a major industrial zone, an abandoned energy facility, or maybe a warehouse or transfer station stuffed with high-quality materials from Stark Industries that were accidentally left behind somewhere. Loki listened to Tony's analysis and nodded, adding his own thoughts, his tone laced with a touch of disdain toward mortal warfare, yet his assessment was uncannily precise. If it were up to me, I'd choose a place loaded with symbolic meaning, somewhere that could spread panic to the greatest extent, to announce the arrival of a god, a real spectacle. But Thanos and his horde of Chitauri brutes, who know nothing but destruction and plunder. A bunch of unimaginative savages. All they care about is maximum efficiency and grabbing resources the easiest way. So, Tony Stark's deduction is probably very close to the truth. Vast energy potential, abundant industrial materials, easy to set up a beachhead, and threaten the central zones. If I were planning this, he tapped a spot on the holographic map, a remote area rich in mineral resources, far from any significant population. I'd consider somewhere, like here, out of reach of the main defenses, but still within striking distance of the core cities. He paused, then shook his head, as if realizing his plan was too elaborate for the likes of them. But that's just my idea. Those guys will always choose the most direct, most convenient option. Wang Xiaoming ignored Loki's musings and turned to Tony. You mentioned Stark Industries materials and facilities just now. Besides this tower, what other places worldwide fit the criteria of high energy potential, large-scale storage or transportation facilities, relatively remote or weakly defended, and possible special minerals or industrial raw materials? List them all out. No problem. Jarvis, you know the drill. Let's start filtering. Tony snapped his fingers. At your command, sir. Jarvis's voice was gentle, yet unfailingly efficient. Initiating global database, scan, and risk assessment according to your input parameters. 7 potential high-risk locations have been identified in the initial screening. Among them, Sokovia in Eastern Europe stands out. It was once a major illegal transit hub for the rare metal vibranium, vital to Stark Industries, and it still holds remnants of unfinished Hydra-affiliated secret energy project infrastructures. Additionally, it is near several potential auxiliary energy sites, and its remote geography elevates its composite risk rating to critical. At the same time, Jarvis projected Sokovia's detailed location, topographical map, known facility layouts, and several alternative sites with slightly lower risk levels on the holographic display, such as a remote African region with unique mineral veins, an abandoned offshore oil rig in the Pacific, and even a forgotten Cold War-era secret base near the Arctic Circle. Tony Stark stared at the familiar map of Sokovia on the screen. The words vibranium, Hydra, and secret energy project blazed like warning signs, freezing his expression in an instant. Sokovia? Damn it, not this place again, and my father's mess still lingering. He drew in a sharp breath, slammed the table with sudden force, and spoke with a tone that brooked no argument. Fine, we'll start there. Jarvis, sync every classified file on Sokovia, immediately, right now, to those S.H.I.E.L.D. folks still floating up in the clouds. Let's make sure they stay busy too. He whirled around and strode briskly toward the armory, waving over his shoulder with a voice that mixed impatience, agitation, and an irrepressible flicker of excitement unique to him. All right, gentlemen, enough dawdling and debating about some damn dimensions. Let's hurry up and send these uninvited alien invaders back where they came from, so I can get home to the world's greatest CEO and enjoy a little peace for two. Sure, Earth needs saving, no argument there, but my romantic dinner is sacred and not to be messed with. Jarvis, prep the Mark 7. No, load up the newest suit. Let's move out. The sound of Iron Man's armor assembling filled the lab, ringing out like the rallying call of a counterattack. Along the vast curve of the Earth, a streak of red and gold blazed through the thinning atmosphere, trailing a fiery arc behind it. Tony Stark was fully suited up. The newest model of his streamlined Mark armor glowed faintly red from the fierce friction with the air, while the arc reactor at his chest shone with a steady, formidable light. Jarvis, how much farther to the target? Any unusual activity in Sokovia? Tony's voice came through the armor's comm system, tinged with impatience and a wary edge toward unknown threats. Sir, we are expected to enter Sokovian airspace in 5 minutes, Jarvis reported, calm and efficient as ever. Satellite scans have detected extraordinarily intense energy signatures in the region. The spectral characteristics are highly complex, a blend of the Tesseract's pure cosmic energy, the unique quantum fluctuations of the Mind Scepter, and a volatile, tainted dark energy reaction. The latter closely matches the signature from Mr. Ivan Vanko's last deployment of his technology. All readings converge on an abandoned industrial facility in eastern Sokovia. According to our database, the site was formerly linked to Stark Industries and Hydra. Meanwhile, high above the clouds, on the vast launch deck of the helicarrier, the Quinjet's engines roared to life, shaking the air with their thunderous might. The hatch sealed. Steve Rogers, clad in a brand-new, modern tactical take on his star-spangled uniform, sat at the command seat, his vibranium shield in hand and his expression grave. Natasha Romanoff swiftly checked her multi-function tactical device strapped to her wrist. Dr. Bruce Banner cradled a custom-built energy spectrum analyzer, his brows tightly knit as he kept himself as far from the swirling clouds outside the window as possible. By the door, Phil Coulson performed a final checklist. Captain, all personnel and equipment are accounted for. Flight path locked in. We're ready for takeoff. With that, the jet surged skyward, a streak of silver and gray chasing after Iron Man, racing toward Sokovia. Back at their point of departure, in the top-floor lab of Stark Tower, Loki stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His gaze lingered on the massive holographic map of Sokovia, focused on the abandoned facility marked by intense energy readings. A subtle, enigmatic smile played at his lips, a mixture of mockery and contemplation, as if weighing the drama that was about to unfold. Beside him stood Wang Xiaoming, also staring at the screen. His eyes lingered on Sokovia's landscape and the swirling data, but unlike Tony, he showed no urge to rush out the door. Turning his head, he spoke to Loki in a low voice, not loud but clear enough for Loki to hear. Hey, Antler God, that so-called battle world. Energy you've encountered before. Does it react in any special way to this place called Sokovia? Or is there something here that makes it especially attractive to that kind of dark, dirty stuff? His question was blunt and sharp, his gaze probing, as if he'd already glimpsed some deeper connection beneath the surface. 5 minutes meant nothing to Iron Man, who soared at several times the speed of sound. It was over in a flash. On the eastern outskirts of Sokovia, in a hilly, sparsely populated stretch of land, an abandoned industrial complex lay sprawled like a steel beast, its rust-stained walls and bullet-riddled ruins silently telling stories of the tangled history that haunted this place. Jarvis, confirm the energy readings, the source is right there, in that rundown factory below us. Prep for a low-altitude scan. Let's see what kind of trouble these bastards are stirring up. Tony muttered as he lowered his altitude, preparing to sweep the facility in detail. But before he could finish, alert, sir, multiple high-energy targets detected, rapidly approaching from underground. Count 8. Their energy signatures match the upgraded Iron Cavalry suits almost perfectly. Jarvis's warning rang out, sharp and urgent. Almost at the same instant, several well-concealed hatches cracked open around the derelict facility, sending up clouds of dust. 8 hulking, menacing heavy drones, bigger and more heavily armed than the Iron Cavalry units Tony had faced at the Pegasus base, burst out of the earth like iron hounds unleashed from the underworld. Their armor was painted in a grim, dried blood red and black. Their energy cores no longer just a simple dark violet, but streaked with the eerie blue arcs of the Tesseract, radiating an even more violent and unstable aura of dark energy. In a heartbeat, the 8 upgraded dark Iron Cavalry suits locked into a textbook aerial interception formation. Without the slightest warning, their shoulder-mounted cannons, heavy arm guns, and newly installed micromissile pods all opened up at once on Iron Man, twisting beams of blue and violet light. High explosive rounds trailing fiery tails, and rippling barges of kinetic slugs wove a seamless web of death in the sky, swallowing Tony whole in a blink. Damn it, they're really rolling out the red carpet for me. Tony cursed, his suit's engines flaring to full power. In a blur of red and gold, he pulled off impossible evasive maneuvers, dodging through the lethal storm. Energy blasts grazed his armor, showering sparks in every direction. Missiles exploded just behind him, the shockwaves tossing him about like a ship battling a raging sea. Jarvis, find their weak points. What's going on with those energy shields? They're a lot tougher than last time, Tony shouted, still weaving desperately through the onslaught. Analyzing now, sir. Preliminary assessment. Their energy shields have integrated aspects of the Tesseract's spatial refraction technology along with that corrosive trait of the dark energy, resulting in a significant boost in defensive capability. However, Jarvis's voice paused for a moment. Their dark energy supply appears extremely unstable. Under heavy assault, the shields exhibit brief, split-second flickers. Additionally, the bioengineered sections at their joints seem incapable of fully withstanding high-intensity energy impacts or physical torque. Copy that. A sharp glint flashed in Tony's eyes. With a sudden burst of speed, he dove and narrowly dodged a hail of concentrated fire. Then, in a split-second maneuver, he pulled up hard, reversing his ascent as the micro-missile pods on his shoulders snapped open. Try this on for size. Party time. Several small tracking missiles shrieked into action, not aiming directly for the Iron Cavalry's main frames, but instead, like cunning hunters, they curved around the frontal shields and struck with precision at the more vulnerable leg joint thrusters of 2 of the Dark Iron Knights. Boom! Boom! 2 thunderous explosions erupted. The pair of Iron Knights instantly lost balance, staggering drunkenly through the air. Their energy shields flickered violently, destabilized by the sudden damage. Seize the moment. Tony's repulsors switched to maximum output in an instant. Twin beams of searing energy sliced out like surgical scalpels, exploiting the Split-second vulnerability in the flickering shields, hammering down on the joint connections and the exposed, biomodified sections of the two Iron Knights. With a hiss, accompanied by the harsh sizzle of burning energy and the nauseating stench of charred flesh, their joints were instantly liquefied and vaporized. Like birds with broken wings, they plummeted earthward in a cloud of smoke and electric sparks, spiraling out of control toward the ground below. Nice work. Tony was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when the remaining 6 Dark Iron Knights regrouped into formation. Their firepower intensified, flooding his position with a barrage even more frenzied than before. Once again, he was plunged into the thick of battle, weaving through the hail of bullets and plasma, constantly searching for a chance to strike back. Stark to Quinjet reporting in, "I've reached the target zone. Engaged by 8, no, now 6 enhanced Iron Knights. Repeat, enemy fire is brutal. Their defenses are bizarre, and their energy sources are wildly unstable. They're definitely up to something big inside the facility. Move it, people. If you're any later, you'll only be here to collect my remains." Even as he fought, Tony relayed his urgent, impatient report via encrypted comms to the inbound Quinjet. In the cockpit, Steve watched the fierce aerial battle unfold on the main screen, his brow furrowing. "Stock, keep your distance. Don't rush in alone. We need you to maintain continuous fire reconnaissance and energy readings. Priority is to confirm the situation inside the facility and ensure the hostage's safety." Copy that, copy that. Popsicle, you just keep scheming back there. I'll serve these tin cans a little appetizer first. Tony snapped impatiently, accelerating once more toward a lone Dark Iron Knight. Natasha's fingers flew across her tactical terminal. Enemy communications and control signals are shielded by a barrier mixing high-level encryption with some unknown energy interference. "I can't break in." Banner stared grimly at the energy spectrum analyzer, watching the line spike and dance like a frenzied heartbeat, his face growing paler by the second. The energy levels are still climbing, and the mix is getting even more volatile. This is dangerous, extremely dangerous. If we try to attack the energy source directly, it could set off an uncontrollable chain reaction. Just as Tony, relying on his masterful piloting and Jarvis's pinpoint calculations, took down 2 more Dark Iron Knights and was preparing to make a final push into the heart of the facility. A deep, bone-shaking hum erupted from the depths of the abandoned complex, resonating as if it could stir their very souls. At that moment, a colossal energy beam, far brighter and more violent than any previous surge, blasted into the sky from the top of the facility. The beam shot out a massive metal tower, once disguised as a chimney, now blooming open like mechanical petals. The pillar of light shimmered with an uncanny, disturbing blend of colors, a core of pure, crystalline blue, the very essence of the tesseract, entwined with arcs of dark energy, purple-black and writhing like venomous serpents. The two opposing forces were being forcibly merged in a wildly unstable fusion, creating a spectacle that pierced the heavens, threatening to tear a hole through the very sky. For hundreds of meters around, the air rippled and warped visibly, like waves disturbed by a stone thrown into a lake. Almost simultaneously, there was a sudden, ringing hum as a vast, semi-transparent blue energy shield sprang up around the entire complex, stretching out to cover nearly a kilometer in every direction like an upturned bowl. Complex energy patterns flowed across its surface, somewhat like circuit diagrams, yet hinting at unknown, ancient runes, radiating a powerful repulsive force that denied entry to anything foreign. Tony, who had been diving in for a breach, slammed into the invisible wall, sent tumbling backward by the sheer force of the barrier, pushed back dozens of meters against his will. "Warning, sir, a high-intensity energy shield has been activated." Jarvis's voice was sharper than ever. The shield's energy signature matches the spatial properties of the Tesseract. Breaching it by force is impossible. At that very moment, the Quinjet roared into view, hovering just beyond the shimmering energy barrier. Inside the cockpit, Steve, Natasha, Banner, and Coulson stared out the windows in utter shock, their eyes wide as they took in the terrifying pillar of light that shot into the sky and the massive energy shield that now blanketed the entire area. Dr. Banner, eyes fixed on the energy spectrum analyzer as its readings suddenly spiked off the charts and bled into a chaotic field of red, let out an involuntary gasp, his voice trembling with disbelief and fear. "Oh my God, the energy levels have completely surpassed the critical threshold. The fabric of space is being forcibly torn apart and stabilized. They're artificially constructing a coordinate singularity. The portal, The portal is about to open. Time itself seemed to freeze in that instant. The barrier was raised. The beam of light soared skyward. The portal's opening was imminent. The shadow of the Chitauri army seemed to already loom over Sokovia. The Avengers had only just arrived, only to find themselves facing a bomb primed to detonate. A gateway to hell poised to burst open, protected by an unbreakable energy shield, its final protocol already set in motion. How could they possibly break this deadlock? The energy shield, like a colossal, inverted blue dome, completely sealed off the abandoned industrial district on Sokovia's eastern outskirts. Within the barrier, the towering pillar of light, of violent fusion, of the Tesseract's pure energy and Vanko's twisted darkness, was growing denser and more stable with every passing moment, as if it were a key gathering strength, ready to pierce the veil of reality itself. Jarvis analyzed the barrier structure. Now, Tony Stark hovered outside the shield, the red and gold armor of his suit catching the barrier's eerie blue glow. His voice was brisk and urgent. The remaining 4 Dark Iron Cavaliers circled behind him like loyal hounds, standing guard but seemingly just as unable to breach the shield as he was. Analyzing, sir. The barrier's energy structure is extremely complex, blending spatial deflection with a powerful repulsion field. Wait, I'm picking up anomalous frequency fluctuations. It appears there's a structural instability point caused by the clash between the Tesseract's pure energy and that dark force. Theoretically, if we deliver a high-energy pulse at a specific frequency, we could trigger a brief energy overload at that spot and tear open a breach. Jarvis replied swiftly. Meanwhile, inside the Quinjet, Dr. Banner pointed urgently at a tiny, but persistently flickering spike on the energy spectrum display. His tone quickening. There. That's where the energy mix is most unstable. If we can hit it with a precisely tuned energy burst. I'll do it, Tony replied without hesitation. The weapon modules on his shoulders deployed. Not missiles, but 2 oddly shaped sonic/energy emitters. Jarvis, lock onto that frequency. Use every piece of countermeasure data we pulled from the Dark Iron Cavalier energy samples last time. Maximum output, focus pulse. BZZ. 2 pulses, invisible to the naked eye, but brimming with complex energy waves and specific sonic frequencies, struck a point on the energy barrier, a spot outwardly indistinguishable from any other, with pinpoint accuracy. Sizzle. Like a scorching hot iron pressed to ice, the area hit on the barrier's surface flared with a blinding white light. Energy patterns danced and writhed in a frenzy, flickering and distorting as if an overloaded circuit. Then, with a sharp crack, a breach about 5 meters across was torn open by sheer force, its edges sparking with wild, unstable arcs of energy. The breach is open, but the energy is extremely unstable, estimated to last just 10 seconds. No, perhaps even less. Jarvis warned urgently. Everyone move. Steve Rogers' voice came through the comm channel, commanding and resolute. The Quinjet's hatch was already open. Steve was the first to leap, arrow swift, threading precisely through the ever-shrinking breach, alive with dangerous arcs of power. Natasha followed close behind, moving with the grace and agility of a panther. A squad of elite SHIELD operatives, faces set and determined, wasted no time in following. Tony didn't hesitate either. Engines roaring at full throttle, he streaked forward like a bolt of red and gold lightning, forcing his way through the breach in the split second before it sealed shut. Almost the instant they were through, the energy gap sealed itself with a violent surge. Gone, as if it had never been. Inside the barrier, it was a different world. The air was thick with the charge of raw energy, laced with an unsettling stench that blended metallic rust with something far more organic and foul. The abandoned factory was a maze of shadows, its darkness broken only by a distant pillar of light, a spectral column of blue and violet that cast an eerie glow, like ghost fire, across this land of the dead. Jarvis scanned for the energy source. Tony quickly steadied himself. The strongest mixed energy signature is roughly 800 meters ahead, likely the facility's core. Simultaneously, multiple life signs detected deep within the left corridor. Energy patterns match the scepter, probable control center, or critical equipment location. Cap head left. Find a control system, try to halt the program, or locate any hostages. I'll pay a visit to our old friend in his new suit. Tony made the call without hesitation. Stay sharp, Stark, Steve replied, his tone grave. With a quick tactical signal to the squad at his side, he added, all units with me, eyes open. He and Natasha led the team swiftly into the shadows of the left passage, weaving their way deeper into the corridor cluttered with pipes and abandoned machinery. Tony, meanwhile, wasted no time. His thrusters roared, trailing a blaze of heat as he shot toward the heart of the facility. Very soon, he arrived at the source of the energy pillar. It was a vast, cavernous space, reminiscent of an underground cathedral. In the very center stood a massive metallic construct, its design bewilderingly intricate, festooned with twisted cables and flickering conduits pulsing with an eerie blue glow. This was the engine forcing the fusion of two terrifying energies, launching them skyward. And there, right beside the device, stood Ivan Vanko. His grotesque and menacing abyssal Iron Knight prototype armor was now tethered to the machine by several thick energy conduits. Blue-violet energy arced wildly across his form as he greedily and painfully devoured that violent power. The chitinous, organic plating of his armor writhed and proliferated ever so slightly, exuding a nauseating, nightmarish aura. Vanko, Tony hovered in midair, brow tightly furrowed beneath his mask, his voice cold and laced with scorn. That's quite the unique getup you've got there. Did you cobble it together from some abandoned bioweapon lab? And now you're sipping power through an energy straw? Trying to burst yourself like an overstuffed balloon? Ha, ha, ha. Stock. Vanko jerked his head up. Behind his armored visor, his eyes blazed with raw madness and seething hatred. His voice came out as a harsh, broken rasp, like sandpaper scraping metal. You're finally here. Have you come to witness my rebirth? Look at me. This is power beyond anything you've ever imagined. This is the future. The sins you and your damned father committed. Today, right here, I will end them with my own hands. With a violent motion, he tore the energy conduits from his body. The abrupt interruption triggered a series of fierce electrical explosions, but Vanko was unfazed. He stretched his arms wide, as if embracing the chaos itself, blue-violet arcs of energy racing madly across his entire body. Come on, Stark. Show me how your pitiful tin toy fares when faced with real power. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he lunged forward with astonishing speed. His twisted, bio-armored arm lashed out, and the unstable blue-violet energy whip snapped like a viper. From hell, slicing through the air with a shrill scream as it cracked toward Tony. Wherever the whip passed, the air seemed to ignite, reeking of ozone and the foul stench of dark energy. Tony instantly shot upward, dodging the attack, both repulsor cannons blazing from his palms while a volley of micromissiles erupted from his shoulder launchers. Searing beams of energy and howling rockets struck Vanko with unerring precision. A thunderous succession of explosions shook the chamber. The explosion's fiery blaze and shockwave swallowed Vanko's figure in an instant. Yet only a heartbeat later, with a howl even more frenzied than before, Vanko burst forth from the smoke and dust like an immortal demon god. Though his armor was scorched and battered in several places, and the biological components were left a mangled mess of flesh and blood, those wounds squirmed and repaired themselves at an eerie, unnatural speed, driven by arcs of blue-violet electricity. He lashed his energy whip in wild, furious strokes, less precise than before, but each strike carried the raw power to tear the world apart. At times, uncontrollable surges of dark energy erupted from him, sending shockwaves that shattered nearby equipment and walls to rubble. Tony darted around Vanko, leveraging his mobility while rapidly analyzing the situation. Jarvis, his energy output is wildly unstable. He's like a pressure cooker, about to blow. But what's with that insane regeneration? The dark energy is forcing his biological tissue to heal. Is there any way to take him down for good? Sir, his energy core appears to be deeply fused with that dark biomass. Physically destroying it would be extremely difficult. However, energy spectrum analysis suggests that forcing two fundamentally different powers together is putting tremendous strain on him, especially his nervous system. Perhaps high-frequency oscillations or a strong electromagnetic pulse could disrupt his control. While Tony and Vanko clashed in a desperate battle at the core, elsewhere, Steve and Natasha's team faced the worst-case scenario they had feared. They had just reached what looked like the main control center, a massive metal door, when it slid open silently before them. Behind it stood Clint Barton, Hawkeye, his gaze cold and vacant, as lifeless as a puppet. He gripped his bow tightly, an arrow nocked and gleaming with a dangerous, icy sheen. Behind him, more than a dozen S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and security personnel stood with the same hollow eyes and rigid movements, weapons in hand, like soldiers under someone else's command. Further back, Dr. Eric Selvig stood at a complex control console, his hands moving rapidly across the controls as if guided by invisible strings. On the console screen, the data for portal energy output and coordinate stability climbed at a dizzying rate. Clint, Natasha's heart, twisted in agony at the sight of her dearest friend, turned into this empty shell. She couldn't help but cry out, her voice shaking. "Wake up! Look at me! It's you, Clint!" The only reply was a sharp twang of bowstrings. 3 arrows loosed at once, each with deadly precision and a piercing whistle. One sped straight for Natasha's face, another aimed at Steve's knee, and the third, a powerful explosive arrow, targeted the team's flank, where their cover threatened to be blown apart. "Watch out!" Steve reacted with lightning speed, his massive vibranium shield flashing up in front of him. There was a sharp clang as the shield intercepted the arrow aimed at Natasha. In the same breath, he twisted his body, knocking aside another arrow aimed at his knee with the shield's edge. But the explosive arrow still found its mark and detonated at their flank. A thunderous blast erupted. One of the shield agents was sent flying with a scream, and the squad's defensive formation was instantly breached. "Fire! Suppress them!" Steve roared, charging forward behind his shield. He tried to draw the enemy's attention and close the distance to Hawkeye. The weapons in the hands of the controlled agents spat out a hail of bullets, dense and relentless. The barrage rained down on Steve's vibranium shield, filling the air with a constant metallic clatter. The sheer intensity of the gunfire ground his advance to a halt. Natasha, moving like a shadow in black, seized the chaos created by the smoke grenades. With a series of agile rolls, she tried to circle around and approach Hawkeye from the side. But Hawkeye's combat instincts, amplified by the Mind Scepter, remained razor-sharp. Without even turning, he loosed an arrow behind him. It arced perfectly to intercept Natasha's path, forcing her to twist awkwardly in midair and costing her the element of surprise. "Clint, can you hear me? Think about your family," Natasha called out, dodging stray bullets and the occasional silent arrow in her direction. She kept trying to reach Hawkeye with her voice, but every plea vanished into the void, leaving no trace. The team was completely pinned down. Hawkeye's deadly accuracy picked them off one by one, like the Reaper himself. The relentless gunfire from the mind-controlled agents, coupled with Steve and Natasha's desperate unwillingness to use lethal force, plunged them into a brutal struggle, physically and emotionally. The defensive line was on the verge of collapse, and, on the far side, Dr. Selvig was moments from completing his task. Then, just as all hope seemed lost, something extraordinary happened. A dazzling aurora, woven from every color of the rainbow, tore open space itself at the edge of the battlefield, without warning. Wang Xiaoming strolled casually out of the shimmering curtain, hands in his pockets, and dressed in his ever-present casual clothes. Behind him, Loki followed, just as at ease. Loki's gaze swept over the chaotic skirmish, clearly unimpressed by what he saw as mere mortal squabbles. His eyes flickered across the field like a radar, finally settling on a shadowy corner. Behind the equipment at the rear of the battlefield, a cold, knowing smile tugged at his lips. There, Nebula lurked like a phantom, either waiting for her moment or manipulating things from afar. "That half-mechanical woman," Loki murmured to Wang Xiaoming, a hunter's excitement in his tone. "She seems far more interesting. Leave her to me." Before his words had even faded, the figure he left behind suddenly became faint and insubstantial, like a pale, golden magical projection. His real body, meanwhile, seemed to melt into the shadows, vanishing without a sound or trace. Wang Xiaoming remained where he was, watching as Captain America and Black Widow, suppressed by relentless firepower, were forced to retreat step by step. He glanced once more at Hawkeye in the distance, whose icy gaze and unfailing arrow showed no mercy. An enigmatic expression flickered across Wang Xiaoming's face, part calculation, part anticipation, as though he were quietly assessing the chaos before him, or perhaps simply waiting for something yet to come. Meanwhile, several levels below, deep within a secret sector of the abandoned facility, the atmosphere was utterly transformed. Here, all traces of rust and industrial decay were gone, replaced by a stark, clinical space pulsing with cold technological energy. The walls were emblazoned with the enormous, unmistakable emblem of Hydra, a secret base hidden in plain sight. Silas stood before a massive observation screen. The display vividly revealed every corner of the battlefield. Tony and Vanko locked in deadly combat at the heart of the surface. Complex, Captain America's team struggling desperately in the corridors, and a colossal pillar of energy now flickering and unstable, threatening to burst fully open at any moment. In front of him stood a middle-aged man in a crisp uniform adorned with the insignia of a high-ranking Hydra officer. His gaze was sharp and predatory, a single monocle perched on his face. This was none other than Baron Wolfgang von Strucker. In Silas's hand, a jet-black amulet materialized out of thin air. Unlike those he'd given to Beck or Vanko before, this one was deeper, more absolute, a seed that seemed to hold the very darkness of the cosmos at its origin. Faint, sinister patterns writhed across its surface, almost as if something alive pulsed beneath the shell. He extended the seed to Strucker, his voice cold and seductive. "Baron, look outside at that magnificent display. The fireworks in full bloom. The Chitauri fodder, Thanos' pawns, mad scientists, and those self-proclaimed agents of justice, the Avengers, not to mention that troublesome anomaly, the Masked Rider Decade. What a perfect stage, wouldn't you agree? Let them exhaust each other, spreading chaos and despair to their limits." He gestured to the ominous seed, his tone growing even more compelling. "This is a true gift from the realm of strife, containing a deeper, more primordial force of despair, chaos in its original form. It can amplify what Hydra has always craved, chaos and control. Accept it, Baron. When the heroes outside are spent, when the world is gripped by panic from the invasion, Hydra will have the chance to build the order you truly desire atop the ashes." And Silas's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. "Perhaps this power will even help you better understand and master those so-called miracles you've been studying in secret all along." Baron Strucker's gaze was locked on the black seed, radiating an irresistible allure and deadly danger. Behind his monocle, his pupils narrowed ever so slightly, and he found his breathing growing heavier despite himself. He could keenly sense that within this tiny amulet pulsed a terrifying power, one strong enough to overturn everything, yet just as likely to swallow him whole. Chaos, control, miracles. These words echoed in his mind like the seductive whispers of devils. In the end, greed and ambition overcame caution. A cold, sickly thrilled smile crept across his face as he slowly reached out, his hand moving toward the black seed, the very embodiment of the abyss's temptation. Watching Strucker's expression, Silas's lips curved into a cold, calculated smile of triumph. Inwardly, he mused, this time the Chitauri, Thanos' daughter, Vanko, the Avengers Decade, and you, Hydra. Every piece is in place, each restraining and consuming the other. No one can stand in the way of God King Doom's plan. In the end, all this chaos and despair will serve as the cornerstone for the eternal order of the battle world. And you, all of you, will be the sacrifices to usher in the new age of order. Just as Strucker's fingers were about to touch the black seed, a thunderous blast, far louder than any explosion before, as if tearing the sky itself apart, roared up from the surface. The entire underground base shook violently in its wake. Cut to the battle raging at the heart of the surface. The towering pillar of blue and purple energy suddenly surged to its limit. At its peak, like a scar ripped through the cosmos, a vast, steadily spinning portal of deep, light-devouring blue yawned open, accompanied by an agonizing shriek as space itself was torn asunder. Then, like a dam bursting with locusts, a horde of Chitauri soldiers riding their flying, motorbike-like craft surged forth, pouring from the portal in a relentless swarm, their war cries sharp and piercing. Hot on their heels, 1, 2, 3, colossal Leviathan war beasts, each the size of a mountain and shaped like some nightmarish Leviathan from the deep, slowly emerged, their monstrous, fang-filled heads pushing through from that abyssal rift with an overwhelming, unstoppable force. The invasion had begun. The first wave of Chitauri soldiers swooped down like bloodthirsty vultures, diving straight for the town of Sokovia. Beams from their energy weapons rained down like a deadly storm, reducing already ruined buildings to rubble. In an instant, in the distance, the terrified screams, the sporadic crackle of desperate gunfire, and the thunderous collapse of shattered structures all blended together, a grim symphony tolling the bell for the end of days. In the heart of the battlefield, Tony gazed up at the sky, his face dark with fury as he watched the overwhelming enemy forces blot out the sun, and Vanko's relentless assault showed no sign of stopping. Inside the corridor, Steve, Natasha, and the others were stunned by this sudden turn of events. For a brief instant, the suppressing fire faltered, yet Hawkeye's icy arrows continued to fly, merciless and unerring. Aboard the helicarrier, Fury stared at the main screen as the Chitauri army surged forth like a tidal wave. His fists clenched tight, knuckles white, his single eye burning with cold rage and the weight of crushing pressure. Deep underground, Baron Strucker's finger hovered a mere centimeter from the black seed, his face awash with suspicion and uncertainty. The portal had opened. The alien army had arrived. Enemies closed in on every side, old friends became foes, and hidden conspiracies began to stir. The Avengers were scattered, each stranded in a battlefield that spelled certain doom. Wang Xiaoming stood rooted to the spot, staring up at the portal in the sky, its gaping maw like a gateway to hell, and the Chitauri legions, swarming out like locusts. The usual glint of amusement and ease faded from his face, replaced by something rare, a cold, sharp seriousness. Slowly, he raised his hand toward his waist. The sky was torn asunder. The azure space portal hung above the ruins of Sokovia, like the frozen, pitiless eye of the cosmos, turning steadily and remorselessly. In the next instant, as if Pandora's box had been thrown wide open, hundreds, thousands of Chitauri flyers burst forth with shrill, piercing shrieks, swarming out of that abyssal gateway like a nightmare of metal locusts. With deadly purpose, some dove toward the distant Sokovia townships, ravenous as vultures, while others, swift as loyal hounds, toward the handful of figures on the ground still fighting with desperate resolve. Deadly energy beams rained down like a storm of death, shattering what little cover remained on the ground in the blink of an eye. Steve Rogers swung his vibranium shield, fending off the onslaught that crashed against him like the tide. Sparks flew from the shield's battered surface, each blow sending a jolt through his arm, leaving his muscles numb from the impact. Natasha Romanoff moved like a shadow in black, rolling and dodging at lightning speed through the hail of bullets. Her widow's bite struck with precise fury, felling several Chitauri soldiers who dared draw near. But against such overwhelming numbers, her efforts were a drop in the ocean. Coulson's shield strike team was pinned down in an instant by the ferocity of enemy fire. Casualties began to mount. Above, Tony Stark was still locked in fierce combat with the ever more savage Ivan Vanko, utterly unable to spare a thought for the sudden, cataclysmic arrival of the enemy horde. Desperation, the sheer, suffocating despair brought by such overwhelming numbers swept across the battlefield in an instant. At this critical moment, with the fate of all hanging in the balance, Wang Xiaoming stood at the edge of the control zone battlefield, gazing at the Chitauri vanguard forces that blotted out the sky. The calm composure that usually graced his face vanished completely, replaced by a cold, resolute determination. Clearing out small fry? That's my specialty, he murmured to himself, his movements as swift as lightning. A crimson decadriver appeared at his waist. With his right hand, he pressed his index and middle fingers together, slicing the air before him like a bolt of lightning and deftly catching his own rider card. Henshin, with a low command, the card slid smoothly into the driver. Kamen Ride, Decade. Brilliant magenta light burst forth in a wave, enveloping his entire body in an instant. As the glow faded, Kamen Rider Decade, shrouded in an aura of mystery and destruction, stood tall and unyielding. But this was only the beginning. Without pausing for even a breath, his left hand moved like a phantom, drawing another card from the deck, a gleaming metallic green. Let's make things a little livelier. The card slid into the driver once more. Kamen Ride, oh. The driver erupted with an electronic sound effect, its rhythm echoing the chirr of insects. Decade traced his hand across the scanning area of the driver in a swift motion. Kuwagata, Kamakiri, Bado, Stag Beetle, Mantis, Grasshopper, Gata Friba, Gatakiriba, a fierce, buzzing surge. In a flash, the piercing green light replaced the magenta. Decade's armor, infused with the wild power of nature, transformed swiftly into a dazzling emerald. Emblazoned on his chest were the crests of the three core metals, Stag Beetle, Mantis, and Grasshopper. Massive, powerful mandibles, reminiscent of a stag beetle, extended from the helmet, and the compound eyes grew sharper, cold as a mantis's gaze. The entire form radiated the angular sharpness and explosive strength unique to insects. Kamen Rider Decade, Gatakiriba combo had arrived. The moment his transformation completed, Decade, now an insect combo form, flung his arms wide, unleashing a storm of green energy particles that crackled through the air like bolts of lightning. The driver sounded again, its unique buzz evoking the beating wings of a swarming horde. Branch Shade, Duplication. In the very next instant, a scene unfolded on the battlefield that left everyone utterly speechless. Centered around Decade himself, dozens, hundreds, perhaps even more identical green figures appeared in an instant across the battlefield, on the ground, and in the sky. They multiplied as if through cellular division, or as though conjured from thin air. Densely packed, they filled the sky and blanketed the earth. It was as if an army of Kamen riders, disciplined and unstoppable, clad in green, had suddenly descended upon this land of despair and ruin. My God! Steve peered through the gap in his shield and saw the unfolding scene. Though he had seen much in his life, he was struck speechless, utterly stunned by the spectacle before him. Natasha stopped firing altogether, staring in amazement at the miraculous reinforcements that had appeared out of nowhere. Even a mind-controlled Hawkeye, the other agents, and the Chitauri soldiers, creatures that knew nothing but blind obedience, were momentarily thrown into confusion and disarray by the overwhelming green tide that had erupted before them. Yet this moment of paralysis was only the prelude to destruction. At Decade's command, every duplicate moved as one, perfectly synchronized, like parts of a vast war machine driven by a single will. In that instant, they launched their counterattack. Some of the clones bent their legs, and, channeling the astonishing leaping power bestowed by the grasshopper, shot skyward like emerald projectiles, hurtling directly toward the swarms of Chitauri flyers overhead. They landed with precision atop the speeding vessels. In a flash, their arms transformed, energy coalescing into scythe-like mantis blades. Of vivid green. Without mercy, they struck. There were no spectacular explosions, only the chilling sound of metal being sliced apart. Engines were severed, spewing smoke and sparks. Cockpits were split in two, cutting down the Chitauri pilots inside. A few of the alien soldiers managed to fire back with energy. Rifles, but the clones were swift and agile like insects, dodging at impossible angles. Even as they evaded, a second blade or a powerful kick landed with pinpoint accuracy. For a moment, it was as if the sky was raining debris. Dozens upon dozens of Chitauri flyers, trailing black smoke, plummeted from above, crashing into the distant ruins and the ground below, each impact erupting into violent fire and explosions. Meanwhile, other clones surged across the ground like a green tidal wave, overwhelming the mind-controlled shield agents and the Chitauri infantry, rushing in to reinforce them. Facing their compromised allies, the clones acted with clear purpose: disarm them and render them incapable of fighting. The mantis blades sliced through the air with surgical precision, severing gun barrels in an instant and rendering enemy weapons useless. Kicks, charged with the explosive power of Locust, struck joints or non-vital areas of enemy torsos with pinpoint accuracy, the sheer force sending foes flying, crashing against walls or rubble, knocked out cold. In a heartbeat, their resistance shattered. For those fearless, relentless Chitauri warriors, the attacks of the duplicates became even more direct and deadly. Sweeping arms, crushing fists and feet, often with just a single exchange, several enemies were simultaneously defeated and scattered. The green figures moved like a scythe through a field of lives, a whirlwind of destruction. Wherever they passed, the enemy fell in droves. Within mere seconds, the entire battlefield of the command sector was utterly cleared by this suddenly appearing green insect legion, whose assault was nothing short of overwhelming. The once surging wave of Chitauri vanguard troops, relentless as a tide, now seemed to crash against an unbreakable dam. Their numbers and momentum instantly crushed and drowned beneath the onslaught. Around Captain America, Black Widow, and Coulson's squad, the pressure dropped dramatically. At last, they found a precious moment to catch their breath, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. An event so astonishing it seemed almost miraculous. Yet Decade himself did not pause. He raised his eyes to the sky, where Chitauri reinforcements still poured endlessly from the portal, and in the distance, several massive Leviathan warships, each one looming into view like a waking mountain. He knew that simply relying on the number of insect-linked clones would not be enough to resolve the crisis. Greater firepower, stronger defenses, these would be needed for the battles to come. With a thought, all the green duplicates, both in the air and on the ground, shimmered and dissolved in a rain of emerald light, like fireflies dispersing, rejoining Decade's true form. Without hesitation, he drew another card from the case, a fierce orange card, blazing with heat. It seems it's time for you all to witness what a true general can do. He slid the card into the belt driver. Kamen Ride game. The device's sound shifted. At Decade's waist, the phantom image of the Sengoku driver flickered into existence. He mimed slicing open a lock seed, his voice ringing out in a low, commanding tone. Kachidoki arms, armored for victory. Soya, Kachidoki arms, onward to battle. Hey, oh, Kachidoki arms, to war. Hump, go. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. A dazzling burst of orange-gold light blazed forth. In an instant, Decade was clad in resplendent armor of orange and gold, as imposing and powerful as an ancient general marching to war. The armor bore intricate designs, embodying the aesthetic of Eastern martial valor, and from his back fluttered two banners, billowing proudly in the wind, symbols of triumph and honor. In his hands appeared the uniquely designed DJ gun and the razor-sharp Muzu saber, each radiating an air of invincibility. Kamen Rider Decade, now in his game Victory armor form, stood tall and majestic amid the ruins, exuding an aura of unstoppable might. The moment his transformation was complete, Decade acted without a trace of hesitation. With practiced precision, he slid the Muzu saber into the slot on the DJ gun, instantly combining them into the formidable Hinowa Dai DJ gun in its cannon mode. He lifted the heavy barrel, aiming squarely at the dense swarm of Chitauri aerial units that hovered above him like thunderclouds, as well as at the ground troops in the distance, who were scrambling among the debris to regroup. "The battlefield is far from clear," he declared, his voice brimming with determination. With a forceful motion, he spun a massive disc on the side of the DJ gun. The beat of an electrifying DJ turntable pulsed through the air. Orange charge! A torrent of power surged, gathering furiously at the cannon's mouth. At its center, an enormous sphere of blazing orange energy took shape, radiating with fierce brilliance. Countless energy particles, like plump segments of fruit, pulsed and swirled across its surface. An overwhelming wave of destructive force swept outward, as if it could scorch mountains and boil seas. Inawa dai muzuzlesh. With a thunderous roar, Decade squeezed the trigger. A deep, earth-shaking boom resounded. A colossal pillar of orange energy, brighter and wider than any previous blast, erupted for the cannon as if to tear a hole through the very sky. The energy beam struck the densest cluster of Chitauri aerial units with pinpoint accuracy. There was no deafening explosion, only a blinding white silence. When the light faded, it was as though a chunk of the sky had been erased by a giant hand. Hundreds of Chitauri craft, along with their pilots, were instantaneously vaporized, leaving not a single trace behind. The shockwave of energy rippled outwards like an invisible tidal wave, tossing and shredding the remaining vessels as if they were leaves caught in a hurricane. Without pause, Decade subtly adjusted his aim, training the cannon on the Chitauri ground forces gathering amid the ruins below. One more time, Mango charge. Once again, a blast of immense energy, another fire rope grand orange unrivaled slash, shot forth. This time, the energy projectile glowed with a golden hue, rich as a ripe mango, and the instant it struck the ground, it unleashed an even more violent explosion. A massive fireball soared skyward, reminiscent of a miniature nuclear blast, while the terrifying shockwave swept away, crushed, and incinerated every Chitauri soldier and all the debris. Within several hundred meters, in the aftermath, only a huge, charred crater remained, its rim still ringed with flickering tongues of energy fire. Decade, like a moving fortress of war, kept spinning the DJ gun's turntable, switching between different fruit charges and launching one devastating energy shell after another. Orange, golden, and even strawberry pink beams of energy hammered relentlessly into the densest enemy formations. Chitauri flyers rained from the sky, their defeat as swift as a storm, while their ground troops were utterly routed. The few stray energy blasts that struck the thick armor of the Shenghong's suit landed with deep, resounding thuds, but not even a scratch was left. They simply bounced harmlessly away. Overwhelming firepower, impenetrable defense. Under this calamity-like barrage from Decade in the Shenghong armor, the Chitauri's once fierce vanguard assault was utterly broken and contained. This gave Captain America, Black Widow, and the others on the ground those precious moments they needed to regroup, counterattack, and render aid. With the outer battlefield temporarily subdued, Decade slowly lowered the DJ gun. His gaze pierced the haze of smoke and fire, fixing on the heart of the conflict in the distance. There, the fight between Iron Man and Vanko seemed to have entered a far more ominous stage. Tony Stark was desperately dodging Vanko's increasingly reckless, frenzied attacks. Vanko's Abyss Iron Cavalier prototype armor was now a twisted, unrecognizable wreck. Arcs of blue-violet energy snaked wildly across his body like out-of-control vipers, tangling with patches of black biomass that proliferated, writhed, and even began sprouting sticky tendrils and razor-sharp teeth. They emitted a nauseating, crackling sizzle. Within him, the forcibly absorbed energy of the cosmic cube, the darkness from the seed, and the armor's own technological systems seemed locked in a catastrophic, final fusion and backlash. Vanko let out ragged, agonized, and half-mad screams, as if his very consciousness was being ripped apart and devoured by the chaos raging inside him. No, not enough. It's still not enough. This power, this pain, it's all mine. Mine.